The following morning dawned. Qin Mo rose promptly at 6 o'clock, as was his custom. The eavesdropped ambush plan from the previous afternoon had not perturbed his state of mind. His life, governed by routine, could hardly be swayed by a few insignificant fools. Under the blazing sun, he entered the security bureau, followed by a period of leisurely idleness. In the morning, Qin Mo inquired about the investigation progress from Li Yuan and the others. Due to a lack of leads, the subsequent matters concerning the Tiandi society had temporarily stalled. No news had emerged from the Qingyongli clan, indicating that significant progress was still lacking. Patience remained the prevailing theme for the time being. After his inquiries, Qin Mo settled back, awaiting the quiet of evening with unwavering calm. Around 4 o'clock, he even enjoyed afternoon tea with Su Yin, indulging in a brief nap. As the familiar warmth surged within him, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and focused his gaze on the Qin awakening panel before him. Energy points, 27 freely allocatable. As usual, he allocated 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, and added 1 point each to hearing, respiration, and recovery. The warmth rapidly spread throughout his body, while a more potent surge rushed into his brain. Intelligence, 113, skills, superbrain, mental perception enhancement. Countless brain cells began to rapidly absorb energy, further developing Qin Mo's intellect, enhancing his analytical, processing, and deductive capabilities to unprecedented levels. In essence, the sophisticated computing apparatus within his mind had been upgraded to a more advanced version. The capabilities of the superbrain need not be elaborated upon. Qin Mo's focus lay more on the mental perception skill, which was of considerable importance. With mental perception, he could remain vigilant against exceptionally rare and mysterious mental awakeners. His previous detection of number 9 had relied on this very skill. Moreover, Li Changqing had mentioned days prior that there were even more formidable mental awakeners backing the Tiandi society, a threat not to be underestimated. With a slight shift in thought, Qin Mo activated his mental perception, rendering everything within the office astonishingly clear. He closed his eyes, gauged the distance, and murmured softly. 30 meters, a full doubling from not long ago. Quite impressive. That a smile graced Qin Mo's face before he withdrew his focus. He refrained from further probing the changes, as several individuals awaited him. However, the art of gift-giving lies in its perfect timing. At this hour, it was neither too early nor too late, just right. Qin Mo glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The second hand pointed precisely at 10. 10 seconds remained. In Baiyun district, on Guanghong Street, Xiao Yu and his companions had donned disguises, positioned around Qin Mo's residence. 1 A level awakener was sauntering from another street, his steps languid as he pretended to be engrossed in his phone, ostensibly dealing with some urgent matter. However, there was nothing on his screen. Upon reaching an unlit street lamp, he halted, his gaze inadvertently fixed on the tightly shut security door diagonally across. Anxiety coursed through him, his palms damp with cold sweat. After all, level confrontation was imminent. Such a grand spectacle was bound to induce trepidation. Had there been an alternative, he would have preferred to avoid this entirely, yet he had no choice. While he wouldn't need to engage in the impending violence, he and another level were tasked with preventing any undesirables from appearing at the scene. He glanced at his phone again, noting that only 10 seconds remained until 5 o'clock. Yet, Qin Mo had yet to make his appearance. According to information from the boss, this guy has been flying home lately. What type of awakener could he possibly be? At that moment, a doubt surged within him. That he stretched his neck and scanned his surroundings, then looked up at the sky. The capital today was bathed in sunlight, a clear expanse devoid of clouds. Although it was evening, the sky remained open and unobstructed. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow as a small black appeared in his line of sight. That he momentarily failed to comprehend. However, Xiao Yu grasped the situation immediately. Seated in a white car at the street corner, he observed Qin Mo hurtling toward them at an alarming speed through the windshield, invigorated. Finally here, Xiao Yu licked his lips and instinctively flicked his flamboyant bangs aside. That a dangerous aura began to emanate from him as immense power stirred within, transforming his bangs into a deep green hue. 2 triangular steel spikes silently materialized in his hands, glinting ominously. These were sacred relics derived from a fallen second-tier mimicry awakener. Xiao Yu was poised for action, his keen gaze fixed on the tiny black in the sky, awaiting the moment Qin Mo would touch down and open the door. Yet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The small black accelerated rapidly, turning into a shadow within mere seconds, almost eluding his vision entirely. Clearly, Qin Mo was increasing his speed. But why would he accelerate so close to home? Moreover, that landing point. Not good. The thought flashed through Qiao Yu's mind, yet he had no time to react. At 28 times the speed, it was terrifyingly swift. Boom! An explosive sound erupted. Dozens of fragments of flesh and bone, accompanied by crimson blood, flew from the street lamp, splattering against the windshield of the car. The immense momentum from the high speed shattered the glass, drenching Qiao Yu's demigod form as if he had taken a shower. Though the demigod form possessed formidable defenses, he felt utterly humiliated. Qiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, his breath quickening, and fury surged to his head. Bang! The elemental domain erupted, and the car splintered into pieces. Qiao Yu's head, face, and upper body were now smeared with blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. His once light green bangs were now completely obscured. Qin Mo gradually retracted his foot after delivering the kick, casting a sidelong glance at the fallen phone on the ground. Not too early, not too late, exactly 5 o'clock. This gift was perfectly timed. He had decisively kicked the unfortunate individual, providing Qiao Yu with an unexpected bloodbath spa treatment. From Qiao Yu's current expression, it was evident he was profoundly satisfied with this unexpected gift. Damn it! Qiao Yu let out a roar akin to a wild beast, and then with a decisive step forward, a patch of green grass blossomed beneath his foot, and he vanished from sight. 30 meters. The distance between them was a mere 30 meters, negligible for S-level beings. The vibrant green had completely filled his eyes, resembling two emeralds. Dozens of vines swiftly emerged from the cuffs, wrapping around the two triangular steel spikes in his hands. That a second-tier wood element awakener, coupled with a second-tier sacred relic. This was the foundation of Qiao Yu's confidence that he believed that this strike, fueled by rage, would severely injure Qin Mo. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The next moment. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated. Qiao Yu reappeared, now standing before Qin Mo, and the triangular steel spikes he wielded had pierced through Qin Mo's chest, tearing through his clothing. Yet, it merely penetrated his garment. The sacred relic failed to inflict any damage upon Qin Mo, not even breaking the skin. His wood element powers seemed utterly ineffective, as if Qin Mo were immune to them. Qiao Yu was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous possibilities, but he had never anticipated this unbelievable, surreal scene before him. Was the second-tier demigod's physique truly this formidable? He was engulfed in doubt. At that moment, Qin Mo, standing opposite him, suddenly spoke. This is nothing. As his words settled, he exhaled a breath of frigid air, compressed by his super lungs, towards the triangular steel spikes. Crack! Ice crystals swiftly spread along the tips of the spikes, advancing toward Qiao Yu's body. The frost coalesced around the vines, encasing Qiao Yu's hands. In an instant, his fingers, arms, shoulders, and body were all enveloped in a layer of ice. This, of course, would not freeze Qiao Yu to death. Even though Qin Mo's breath had reached an astonishing 110 points, relying solely on this to defeat a Grade S Awakener was somewhat unrealistic. However, Qin Mo had never intended it that way. Crack! A faint crackle echoed in his ears as numerous fissures spiderwebbed across the icy surface encasing Qiao Yu, resembling a shattered web. His eyes, hidden behind the ice, flickered with determination. It seemed he was ready to exert all his strength to shatter the ice and retaliate. Unfortunately, just as Qiao Yu was about to act, Qin Mo was already in motion. And he was undeniably faster and more ferocious. Qin Mo lifted his feet off the ground, suspending his body in midair, extending his left hand, elbow bent, fingers clenched into a fist. Boom! In an instant, Qin Mo unleashed a punch, the tremendous force obliterating the frozen triangular steel spikes into a pile of debris. Simultaneously, it shattered Qiao Yu's hands and arms. A piercing scream echoed throughout the vast Hong Street, as intense pain engulfed his thoughts like a tidal wave. Upon impact, both arms were severed. Qiao Yu's demigod physique failed to manifest its intended effect, shattering at the moment his fists collided with Qin Mo's. Qin Mo's current strength was simply overwhelming. And this was the terrifying power of a fourth-tier super strength. The battle had yet to conclude, but at the moment Qin Mo struck, two small red dots abruptly appeared in the center of his pupils. Bang! Qiao Yu violently spat a mouthful of blood, his spine arching backward, and then his feet lifted off the ground. It turned out that Qin Mo had suddenly unleashed his maximum speed, delivering an uppercut that sent the bloodied Qiao Yu soaring into the air. Following that, he leaped upward, instantly positioning himself even higher, his eyes ablaze with crimson light that rapidly filled his pupils. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Whoosh! Two searing rays shot forth, shattering the frozen moment, piercing directly through Qiao Yu's chest. In the azure expanse above, two brilliant beams of light suddenly appeared, heralding the final note of death. Xiao Yu stared blankly at the endless sky, his eyes gradually losing their luster, his breath fading rapidly. He was a wood element awakener endowed with remarkable vitality, yet this did not grant him any means to survive. The duration of their battle was fleeting, from beginning to end. Barely 10 seconds had elapsed that a grade S second-tier elemental awakener had perished. With his body devoid of all support, he became akin to a leaf adrift in the wind. As Xiao Yu's lifeless form fell through the air, he began a freefall toward the ground. Qin Mo remained suspended in midair, his gaze fixed coldly upon the lifeless body. Devoid of expression, he harbored no mercy for those who sought to kill him. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, another individual watched Xiao Yu's descent with wide eyes, his mouth agape in shock, the last remaining grade A awakener. The unfolding events were difficult for him to comprehend. This how it ends. Xiao Yu was, after all, a grade S awakener, yet at this moment, he bore no distinction from a mere chicken in Qin Mo's grasp. He could kill at will, and Xiao Yu's fate was sealed. The disparity in their levels was stark, reflecting on the boastful declarations made just yesterday at the barbecue restaurant. It now seemed like the greatest joke in history. An overwhelming terror surged through him at an unimaginable pace. In the next moment, he turned to flee. What a joke! If even Xiao Yu was dead, what could he possibly do? Remaining here would only serve to offer himself as a sacrifice in this situation. Only a fool would stay. However, just as he turned, the seemingly empty alley unexpectedly revealed a slender figure. Qin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having appeared behind him unnoticed. His eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his face. "Are you trying to run?" he inquired with a grin. "No," the grade A awakener stammered, his expression shifting dramatically as his brain seemed to momentarily stall. Yet, before he could regain his composure, an intensely cold wave of super chill surged toward him. Thick ice, as white as frost, enveloped him in an instant. Moments later, a lifelike ice sculpture stood in the alley. While Qin Mo could not freeze a grade S, immobilizing a grade A was a simple task. However, this individual was not to be killed outright. He still held value, soon to be used by Li Changqing to extract memories in search of further clues. This was a deliberate choice by Qin Mo to leave a live witness. In truth, Xiao Yu possessed the most knowledge. Regrettably, the disparity in levels was too great for Li Changqing to extract memories from him. Thus, Qin Mo opted for a swift resolution, eliminating him entirely. That moment, a sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed nearby. Bang! Qin Mo raised his head to look outside, just as Xiao Yu's corpse fell to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. He shook his head, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing Li Yuan's number. The incidents occurring in Guanghong Street necessitate a thorough investigation by the Security Bureau, and the surrounding neighbors require both reassurance and confidentiality. Matters of a specialized nature should be entrusted to professionals. After a brief conversation, Qin Mo hung up the phone, exhaling deeply, and a smile crept onto his lips. The death of Xiao Yu provided him with a clear understanding of his own capabilities. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, he had nearly overwhelmed the second tier. Notably, his elemental immunity was a delightful surprise. Xiao Yu's wood element had no effect on him whatsoever. With this thought, Qin Mo's smile grew more pronounced. He then swiftly appeared in the pit, bending down to retrieve the verdant ring that lay quietly beside the corpse. This was the wood element crystal that had crystallized after Xiao Yu's demise. The ring was smooth to the touch, emanating a cool sensation, and could be resized at will. With a mere thought, the green ring shimmered and transformed into a bracelet that resembled jade. Suddenly, the bracelet radiated a vibrant green light, causing the wood elements in the air to stir, and several tendrils emerged from the bracelet, growing autonomously. The tips of these tendrils were exceptionally sharp, capable of easily piercing through awakeners of rank S and below. Furthermore, the tendrils were remarkably resilient, intertwining to form a temporary shield capable of withstanding multiple attacks from steer opponents. Clearly, this was an elemental crystal that balanced offense and defense, exhibiting a commendable equilibrium of attributes. Qin Mo smiled slightly. This was now his trophy. After securing the ring, he waited for approximately 15 minutes before Li Yuan arrived swiftly with personnel from the security office. Guanghong Street was promptly sealed off, and team members entered the nearby residences in groups. Li Yuan and her colleagues approached the edge of the pit, silently gazing at Xiao Yu's lifeless form, their lips twitching slightly. To be frank, although yet another steer had perished, they were not particularly shocked. It had become a routine occurrence. Such events were utterly commonplace in Qin Mo's presence, as he was nothing short of a monster, defying all norms. Leave a few people here to manage the aftermath. The rest should take that ice sculpture back to the security bureau. Chongqing, I must trouble you to work some overtime, Qin Mo remarked with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face. In response, Li Chongqing nodded and replied, no problem, it is part of my duties. Thus, half an hour later, at the underground level of the security bureau, Qin Mo sat behind a desk, quietly observing the scene before him. The entire individual had thawed and was now kneeling before Li Chongqing, a pained expression etched on his face. It was only after about 20 minutes that he collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Li Chongqing slowly withdrew his hand, his face weary from expending considerable mental energy. He then turned to Qin Mo and said, these individuals, like the previous Liang Bai, are free agents from various counties. They received word 2 days ago to enter the imperial capital. Is there any information regarding that, boss? Qin Mo inquired, his brow furrowing. Only a few scattered remarks. There is not much to go on, Li Chongqing replied. They do not know the boss's specific identity and have never met him, only that he is an exceptionally powerful awakener. They have always communicated through someone referred to as the steward. However, the steward is elusive, only contacting them when assigning missions, and they cannot reach out to him. That a singular line of communication. Such strong confidentiality, Qin Mo murmured, then asked, do you have any insight into why they are working for this boss? Hearing this, Li Chongqing shook his head and responded, I am unclear. From what I can glean from their memories, they have been working for this boss for at least 2 years. However, they have never received compensation or any form of reward. It appears to be part of a contract. Indeed, 2 years ago, each of them signed a secret contract, but the specific details of the contract remain unknown to me, Li Chongqing replied. Qin Mo inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing deeper. The concepts of free agents, contracts, the heavenly society, and the boss seemed to intertwine, revealing a colossal entity lurking in the shadows, poised to act. Qin Mo's superintellect raced to analyze the information while he asked, Chongqing, can you access memories from 3 years ago? I cannot. My abilities are not sufficient to probe that far back. 2 years is my current limit, and furthermore, Li Chongqing paused, his expression grave. There have been manipulations by other mental-type awakeners in the depths of his memory. Even if I could reach back 3 years, I would trigger a prearranged imprint upon contact. At that point, if this individual is fortunate, he may become an imbecile. If unlucky, death could be imminent. It had previously been mentioned that an unknown yet powerful mental-type awakener lurked behind the heavenly society. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complex. Yet, pursuing leads now seemed impractical. It would consume considerable time, with a high likelihood of yielding no results. For now, Qin Mo could only await the investigation results from the Qingyangli family. However, the more individuals he eliminated, the simpler the inquiry would become for the Li family. This was elementary logic. Each additional data point would facilitate a clearer picture of the entire dataset. I wonder how my elder brother's progress is faring, Qin Mo pondered, planning to visit the Li estate the following day. It had been several days since their last encounter. With a single punch, stars explode, breaths extinguish the sun. In an instant, one traverses the cosmos, while laser-like eyes obliterate all that exists. This is the essence of the Superman gene. In a future world, humanity's genes have undergone mutations, leading to the emergence of awakeners. Individuals who wield formidable powers and swiftly dominate the globe. These awakeners can emulate fierce beasts like tigers and leopards, manipulate terrifying elements such as wind and fire, and even extract souls and alter memories. At the age of 23, the traveler Qin Mo awakened his Superman gene, absorbing solar energy to gain attribute points, gradually unlocking the extraordinary powers unique to Superman. Thus, he led a seemingly mundane life, going to work, indulging in leisure, basking in the sun, and accumulating points. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the path to invincibility. Qin Mo felt a twinge of regret. In the face of absolute power and invulnerable defense, all that others possessed was merely superficial embellishment. Chapter 99. Juyuan County, in the heart of the imperial capital, the night was surprisingly mild. The occasional evening breeze seemed to carry the heat of the day, provoking thoughts of exasperation. However, Xiaoxian's expression was icy, and he had mentally berated the fool Qiao Yu countless times. By the time he received the news, it was already 7 in the evening. An hour and a half had elapsed. Fortunately, Qiao Yu's identity was meticulously concealed, leaving no trace back to the Xiao family. Otherwise, it would have been a significant predicament. One utter fool. Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them, unable to restrain another curse. Tonight, it was not only Qin Mo's strength that astonished him. Xiaoyu had indeed provided an immense surprise. He never anticipated that those three fools would choose to lay an ambush right at Qin Mo's doorstep. Was this what they termed as creating disturbances to hinder investigations? Xiaoxian had initially intended to employ these three to subtly divert the focus of the Security Bureau, but who could have foreseen this turn of events? Creak! A fragment of the peach-wood chair's armrest crumbled under his grip, signifying his inner turmoil. Irritated, Xiaoxian shook his hand, discarding the wood shavings, and began to pace back and forth in the room. His brow furrowed, his expression shifting continuously as he pondered deeply. After a considerable duration, he abruptly halted, letting out a heavy sigh. He then made his way to the second floor of the ancient castle. Minutos later, Xiaoxuan stood beside Xiaozu, slightly hunched and respectfully murmured, "This is the general outline of the situation. The responsibility lies with me, a fault of my subordinates. I implore you to mete out punishment." With that, he knelt on one knee. This seemingly minor detail revealed the absolute status Xiaozu held within the Xia family of Gaoling Rise. Xiaozu slowly opened his eyes, gazing serenely at the pitch-black night sky. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking slowly. "The events of tonight are not your fault. Xiaoyu's thoughts, in essence, are not erroneous. He simply underestimated Qin Mo's strength. At merely 23 years of age, possessing the ability to effortlessly eliminate those of the second tier, this individual is evidently the product of the painstaking cultivation by the Li family of Qingyang in this generation." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow, suddenly lifting his head, his expression shifting rapidly. "Are you implying that Qin Mo does not bear the surname Qin, but rather Li?" "Indeed. However, I meticulously investigated his ancestry for 3 generations, and he is from a 1,000-year-old family," Xiaoxian remarked, frowning. Yet before he could finish, Xiaozu interrupted him, stating coolly, "Creating false documents and arranging a fabricated background is a task of utmost simplicity for the Leaf family of Qingyang." Clearly, he remained unconvinced that Qin Mo's current prowess was solely his own. Without the myriad resources and support from a millennia-old family, how could one achieve such feats? Huh? A genius? Merely a ruse to deceive the world. A hint of derision curved Xiaozu's lips. He then commanded, "Let us temporarily set aside Qin Mo. He is merely of the second tier and poses no significant threat. Although he is young and seemingly gifted, it is precisely this youth that renders him vulnerable. To cultivate slowly requires time, luck, and fate. By the time he reaches the threshold of the king level in 10 years, the tides of the world would have long since shifted. There is no need to dwell on him." Xiaozu, his gaze grew increasingly sharp, as if the depths of his eyes reflected a grand vision capable of sweeping across the universe. His sight encompassed the world. Currently, Qin Mo was simply not worthy of his regard, even as a second-tier individual. Moreover, urged the Elder Council to expedite their preparations. "The situation at the borders cannot remain unresolved for too long," Xiaozu frowned. "Understood," Xiaoxian replied solemnly. The following day, at 9 in the morning, within the study of the Li estate, Qin Mo and Li Mao sat across from each other, a familiar chessboard position before them. After departing at 6:30 in the morning, Qin Mo had jogged under the sun to reach this place. He was no longer the same as before. Now, as the deputy director of the Security Bureau, his attendance was rather casual. After all, the only person as senior in the bureau was Li Mao, who hardly ever attended himself. "You rascal, how have you managed this? Just days ago, you annihilated a first-tier opponent, and yesterday you dispatched another of the second tier. Such an alarming rate of growth is unprecedented." Li Mao observed Qin Mo with a peculiar expression, his scrutinizing gaze seemingly attempting to pierce through to his very essence, seeking to understand what lay within. While it was understandable to exhibit rapid growth below the S rank, now that he had reached this stage, where each tier presented a substantial threshold, the disparity was immense. Yet Qin Mo astonishingly continued to ascend at such a pace. This is indeed utterly unreasonable. It seems he has no apparent limitations. What extraordinary lineage must he possess? Li Mao truly finds it unimaginable. In response to his inquiry, Qin Mo merely offered a slight smile, refraining from any explanation. Instead, he countered with a question, "Brother, Has there been no progress from the Elder Council's investigation? After all, it is a millennium-old world, and this pace appears rather sluggish. Upon hearing this, Li Mao shot him a glare and exclaimed, "Do you think the ancient families are omnipotent? Moreover, it has barely been half a month since the investigation commenced." Coughing lightly, Qin Mo sheepishly touched his nose. Observing his demeanor, Li Mao let out a cold snort before slowly stating, "Rest assured, in no more than 3 to 5 days, there will undoubtedly be significant advancement. The Elder Council has dispatched a considerable number of disciples to conduct a thorough investigation on those few free individuals. They initially discovered clues based on some commonalities. However, just as our people were delving deeper into these leads, they suddenly lost contact." Lost contact? Qin Mo furrowed his brow. Li Mao's expression grew more solemn as he nodded, saying, "Indeed, the term lost contact is merely a euphemism. It is highly probable that they were eliminated by someone with malicious intent. Nevertheless, this also indicates that the disciples must have uncovered something quite central, drawing near to the truth." "And where was the last known location of contact?" Qin Mo inquired further. "It was in Jiyuan County 2 days ago." "Jing." Qin Mo murmured softly, swiftly conjuring the map of the Great Qin in his mind, quickly pinpointing Jiyuan County's location. This county lies to the northeast of the imperial capital, approximately 2,500 kilometers away in a straight line. Surrounding Jiyuan County are 3 prominent families: the Qingyang Li clan, the Chongping Lu clan, and the recently ascendant Jialingxia clan. From this cursory glance, it appears the shadowy figures behind the Tiandi Society are inextricably linked to these families. Having narrowed down the scope, it suffices to continue refining it. The Elder Council is also keenly interested in the sudden enhancement of those free individuals' powers, and they will undoubtedly invest considerable effort into this investigation. They speculate that the adversaries must possess some method for rapid breakthroughs. However, such techniques violate the natural laws of the universe and are bound to have flaws. Such is the nature of the world. Where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is yin, there is yang. Where there is gain, there must also be loss. Limo articulata, slowly. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. "Very well. Once you have news, be sure to inform me promptly. I wish to uproot them completely so that I may enjoy a sound sleep," he declared. If the shadowy figures of the Tiandi Society were merely targeting the Qingyang Li clan and the Security Bureau, it would be one matter. However, now they're conspiring against him as well. Who could possibly endure such a situation? Qin Mo's once ordinary life has been irrevocably disrupted. All he desired was to bask in the sunlight, accumulate some energy, and maintain a measure of strength for himself, allowing him to lead a carefree and joyous existence. Yet, why must they force his hand? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and lifted a black piece, which he forcefully placed at the very center of the board. This was the Tian Yuan position. The move exuded an air of lethal intent. Thus, Qin Mo engaged in several intense matches against Li Mao. Following his fervent request, the two ventured outside to the sunlit lawn to indulge in casual conversation. He did not leave for lunch. Instead, he remained there to share a meal with Li Mao and his wife. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that he leisurely made his way to the Security Bureau. The bureau was relatively quiet, and Qin Mo merely sought a change of scenery to bask in the sun. As the clock struck 5, a warm current surged within him. Light energy points, 29, freely allocatable. Chapter 100, Taishan. This was a greater accumulation than he had previously amassed. Qin Mo did not ponder for long, adhering to his established allocation plan, distributing 3 points to each of the 8 attributes. Subsequently, he allocated an additional point to vision, strength, speed, defense, and breath. The warm current swiftly permeated his entire being, enhancing his attributes comprehensively. This enhancement extended beyond his skin, muscles, and bones, fortifying his internal organs as well, notably his lungs. Breath, 114, awaken skill, super breath. As the information flashed before him, an even more powerful warmth rapidly enveloped Qin Mo's chest, concentrating on strengthening his lungs and trachea. Super breath? Qin Mo felt the changes within his body, a hint of surprise flickering across his expression. This extraordinary ability had never manifested before. Since awakening his superhuman genes, he had only unlocked 3 breathing-related skills: turtle breathing, ice breath, and hurricane. The first ensured robust lung capacity for sustained endurance, while the latter two allowed him to exhale super low temperature air to freeze opponents and generate cyclones to create hurricanes. Now, these skills had undergone significant enhancement, merging into one super breath. The genetic panel began to reflect these changes as the reinforcing warmth swiftly dissipated. A faint smile crept on Qin Mo's lips. His strength had once again surged. After awakening super breath, the original skills did not vanish. Rather, they became even more potent and malleable. Just considering the breathing attribute alone, Qin Mo could undoubtedly be regarded as an S-class elemental awakener. With ice and wind elements at his command, he truly embodied the essence of a versatile warrior. Qin Mo murmured softly to himself. He raised his left hand and gently exhaled a breath of cold air, watching as a small vortex materialized in his palm, with ice crystals beginning to spread across his fingers. As the saying goes, one can discern the entirety from a mere glimpse. Although Qin Mo had merely experienced a fleeting sensation with his palm, his formidable intellect was capable of calculating the immense power he could unleash at full strength. Were he to engage in combat with Qin Minhu once more, the frigid air expelled from his compressed lungs alone would suffice to freeze him to death. Such is the might of super breathing. A smile spread ever more broadly across Qin Mo's face, his spirits soaring. Regrettably, with Qin Minhu deceased, he lost an excellent subject for experimentation. With a slight shake of his head, tinged with regret, he allowed his body to levitate gently, drifting outside the building. In an instant, with a swift movement, Qin Mo vanished. Empowered by the biological force field, he made not a sound. A mere second later, he found himself back home. The bloody incident that transpired on Guanghong Street the previous night had been meticulously handled by the Security Bureau, to the extent that even the morning newspaper had refrained from reporting it. All traces of news had dissipated into thin air. The immense influence wielded by aristocratic families was thus made evident. Nonetheless, this incident had cast a subtle shadow over Qin Mo's life. The change in demeanor of the neighbors residing nearby was a clear indication. Upon noticing this, Qin Mo simply shook his head, choosing not to voice his thoughts. The two parties were no longer of the same realm. His continued residence here was solely due to the ancestral home left to him by his father, Qin Hao, a matter of habit. Yet, the chasm between social classes remained stark. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following day in Qingyang County bore no new developments, leaving Qin Mo to languish in idleness throughout the day. By evening, he had accumulated 27 energy points. After evenly distributing them among his 8 attributes, he restored the one that had been enhanced. His abilities of rapid healing, swift recovery, and super endurance received further augmentation, signifying an enhancement in his combat endurance. This continued until the afternoon of the third day. After sharing lunch with Su Yin and enjoying a game of billiards, Qin Mo returned to his office shortly after 3 o'clock when a sudden, urgent ringing of the phone pierced the air. Dingling. Qin Mo pulled out his phone to find it was a call from Li Mao. Instantly invigorated, he answered promptly, placing the device to his ear. "Hello, brother. How was the investigation progressing?" Li Mao's voice resonated from the other end. "The Council of Elders has just relayed some news. They have broadly narrowed down the search area. I will send you the specific location via email shortly." "All right, I'll take a look," Qin Mo replied, then ended the call and moved to his computer. He didn't wait long. In less than a minute, an email arrived, encrypted through the internal network of the Security Bureau. Upon double-clicking to open it, a map appeared before his eyes. Prominently marked in the upper left corner was Jiuyuan County. The vast expanse of the Qin territory encompassed a total of 13 commanderies, each occupying a substantial area, with Jiuyuan Commandery being the most prominent among them. Within this commandery lay 9 renowned mountains, dispersed yet collectively encircling a grand plain, thus earning the name Jiuyuan. The map before Qin Mo depicted a region near one of these mountains, Time Mountain, spanning approximately 300 li. While this may seem expansive to an ordinary individual, it is rather modest for an awakened being. According to the information attached to the email, this represents the utmost limit that dispatched disciples could explore. Venturing further would expose them to perilous dangers and significant losses. It is noteworthy that the Qingyang Li clan sacrificed the lives of 7 A-grade awakened beings to delineate this 300 li boundary. Although a millennium-old family boasts considerable wealth and numerous high-tier awakened beings, even the mightiest of enterprises cannot withstand such attrition. It is certain that S-grade awakened beings reside within Time Mountain, and henceforth, it is imperative to deploy S-grade operatives for the task, as it is unwise to continue sending A-grade individuals into such perilous conditions. Could this location be the stronghold of the clandestine forces behind the Heavenly Earth Society? Qin Mo scrutinized the email, his brow furrowing. He suspected that matters were not so straightforward. Both the employer and the chief steward maintained a singular line of communication, and such stringent confidentiality suggested that their true essence would not be concealed in such a location. The vicinity of Time Mountain encompassed a vast mining area, rich in mineral resources. Nevertheless, even if the employer remained elusive, this place undoubtedly held significant importance. Qin Mo murmured to himself, pondering what transpired 3 years ago and while Yang Bai and his associates experienced a sudden surge in power. The secrets concealed herein would likely unveil the answers. At a straight-line distance of 2,500 kilometers, it would take merely a little over 4 minutes to reach Jiu Yuan Commandery. Qin Mo's current maximum flight speed approached 30 times the speed of sound, allowing him to traverse 10 kilometers in a single second. Having recently enhanced his super endurance, his sustained flight capabilities were exceptionally robust. For minutes of extreme flight posed no challenge for him. It seemed he would embark on a distant journey tonight. A smile played upon Qin Mo's lips as he reclined in his chair, hands resting behind his head, his eyes gently closing. The fiery sunlight streamed through the open window, bathing his face in warmth. This temperature was delightful. Thus, he remained in this state until the horizon unveiled a splendid twilight glow, and the wall clock indicated 5 o'clock. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he focused his gaze, activating the gene awakening panel. Energy points, 28, freely allocatable. As usual, he allocated 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, with the remaining 4 distributed evenly among hearing, intelligence, breathing, and recovery, ensuring balanced development. A warm current swiftly spread throughout his body, and simultaneously, a piece of information abruptly appeared in Qin Mo's mind. Enhancement, biological force field. What was once routine prompted Qin Mo to sit up, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. So soon? Reflecting on the recent enhancement of his force field, it seems that only a short time has elapsed. However, it is fortuitous that he can test it while heading to Jiyuan County. As the warm currents receded completely, Qin Mo found himself suspended outside a towering building. He verified his direction, and with a subtle shift in focus, he unleashed his maximum speed, propelling himself into the distance. At that moment, no one noticed his presence. Mere seconds later, Qin Mo had left the confines of the imperial capital, that grand and modern city adorned with skyscrapers. Far behind him, ascending higher, he soon surpassed an altitude of 1,000 meters, continuing his ascent until he reached 2,000 meters, where he finally sensed he had approached a limit. After the enhancement, would he experience a doubled increase, or could he only surpass 1,000 meters each time? As he flew, these thoughts swirled in his mind, and he gradually began to lower his height. Outside the imperial capital, maintaining a low altitude would suffice, conserving his energy in the process. Gazing downward, he beheld the mountains and plains, the soaring peaks and vast fields, reminiscent of a swiftly unfurling scroll, racing past his eyes. In that instant, a phrase surfaced in his heart: magnificent landscapes. Regrettably, the speed of the unfolding scroll exceeded Qin Mo's expectations, and he could not linger to appreciate it for long. Due to the enhancement of his biological force field, his maximum speed had increased slightly. Just over 4 minutes later, he beheld the towering Time Mountain before him. Abruptly halting his ascent, he hovered in mid-air. Recalling the map he had studied earlier that afternoon, he began to search for landmarks. Soon, he pinpointed the specific area and flew towards the northeast. Within moments, mining sites began to emerge in succession. Qin Mo decelerated and ascended higher. It was now dusk, and the dimming light concealed his figure unless viewed with great care. He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. With a vision enhanced to 127 points, and having awakened both telescopic and microscopic sight, everything beneath him appeared distinctly clear. Even the intricate patterns on a blade of grass were visible to him. For a minute or two, he surveyed the area, but suddenly his brow furrowed as he focused on a particular corner of the mining site below. There, beyond the high walls, 3 individuals walked together, 2 men and a woman. Their pace was leisurely, yet their expressions bore an air of suspicion, suggesting they were engaged in something furtive. This captured Qin Mo's attention. His pupils subtly shifted as he silently activated thermal imaging, and instantly, the trio transformed in his view. One appeared as an A grade, while the other two remained unchanged. Likely S grade, he mused internally. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. The trio abruptly came to a halt, and the only middle-aged woman among them turned to address the S-rank man, Li Yi. You should go in first and take a look. My health has been improving lately, and I am preparing to resume my prolific writing. Traditionally, before embarking on a grand expedition, one must offer sacrifices to the heavens. Thus, I'll pen a few new books as a tribute. Oh, great deity of writing, please bestow your favor upon me. Chapter 101, Stealthily Delivering a Heavy Blow. Li? An S rank with the surname Li? Qin Mo's eyes flickered, his brow furrowing. There are many individuals with the surname Li in the Great Qin, yet not all belong to the esteemed Qingyangli clan, such as Li Changfeng. However, being both an S rank and sharing the surname, Li significantly narrows it down to a member of the Qingyangli family. Moreover, it is indeed confirmed that the Li family has dispatched an S-rank awakened to investigate here. What remarkable timing! Qin Mo whispered to himself, his thoughts shifting as a strategy began to form. He suddenly felt no urgency to enter and investigate. Since there was a member of the Qingyangli clan leading the charge, it would be prudent to let them probe the situation first. The terrain of this mining area is rather intricate. Who knows how many S-ranks are hidden within, and the strongest one's rank remains uncertain. Should a 9th-tier individual emerge, the current Qin Mo would be unable to contend with them. He has never been one to recklessly expose himself to danger. Thus, after the elegantly plump and beautiful woman had given her orders, Li Yi, who was beside her, nodded and gracefully vaulted over the barrier, officially entering the mine. Li Yu in an A rank remained outside, watching him intently. Before long, Li ventured 200 meters into the mine, which appeared deserted, enveloped in eerie silence. He leaned against a drilling machine, scanning his surroundings with keen observation. Meanwhile, the fingers of his hand, which hung within his sleeve, subtly trembled as he silently activated his genetic powers. Delicate, emerald green vines suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, sprawling outwards in all directions. Clearly, like Xiao Yu, he too was an awakened of the wood element. These vines were an extension of his being, capable of momentarily serving as his eyes, providing him with a rough sense of his surroundings. In no time, the verdant tendrils extended over 100 meters. Li frowned. He had received no useful information, not even a hint of danger. Meanwhile, Li Yu, closely observing him from the mine's periphery, also furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, with one second-tier and one first-tier individual outside, their strength was still adequate, providing her with a slight sense of reassurance. She continued to watch Li Yi as he moved forward, heightening her vigilance. However, even though Li Yu was sufficiently alert, she remained oblivious to an exceedingly thin, almost transparent thread floating just behind her head. Qin Mo, however, had noticed it. Though the filament was finer than a strand of hair, he still perceived it, his vision rivaling that of a powerful microscope. Qin Mo remained motionless, tracing the floating thread back to its source. Soon, he stumbled upon a junction. At a height of 10 meters above Li Yu, a single point branched into 3 threads, each descending in a different direction. Beyond this intersection, the threads abruptly tightened, extending parallel into the depths of the mine, with a point every 10 meters. This configuration, Qin Mo murmured softly, is oddly familiar. Peering further, he noted that the intervals between intersections diminished, and a thread also dangled from the back of Li Ye's neck, swaying gently in the breeze, completely unnoticed by him. As he moved beyond Li Yi, the number of intersections increased, still linked by the translucent threads. Suddenly, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and ascended higher, casting his gaze down toward the mine. His eyes widened in astonishment. The saying goes, the higher one stands, the broader the view. Qin Mo finally understood why this phenomenon seemed recognizable. Those threads, those intersections, together they formed a colossal spider web magnified hundreds of times. The entire mine, sprawling over 3 miles, lay beneath this gigantic arachnid trap. It was rather unsettling. However, now that he identified it as a web, discerning the spider's location became straightforward. with a quiet determination. Qin Mo advanced a short distance before activating his X-ray vision. Walls transformed into transparent silhouettes, revealing the interior scene. The mine was indeed sparse, with very few individuals inside. Yet, 500 meters to the left of Li Yi, within a high-raised structure, resided a 3-meter-long spider. This measurement did not account for its extended legs, which could easily exceed 10 meters when fully stretched. Upon glimpsing this monstrous creature, Qin Mo shuddered involuntarily, a wave of revulsion washing over him. He had always found such creatures, spiders, centipedes, and the like, repulsively grotesque, and this one was larger than 2 people combined. Damn it, the metamorphic awakeners truly have no standards. Qin Mo silently scoffed. Yet, in that instant, the grotesque spider's limbs trembled, and the web enveloping a substantial portion of the mine rippled with unsettling waves. Instantly, all the threads tightened, crashing down with a thunderous force. The 2 threads that floated above Li Yu and Li Ye's heads transformed into razor-sharp instruments, aiming viciously at the nape of their necks. Danger! A fierce instinctual warning surged within Li Yu, occupying her mind entirely. At this critical moment, her body instinctively shifted her head slightly to the side, narrowly evading the silk thread. However, Li Yu was not so fortunate. Being at the first level, his strength was insufficient, and his perception was not keen enough. The silk directly pierced into the back of his head, but under the defense of his demigod physique. It only penetrated the surface skin to a depth of half a centimeter. Nevertheless, that was enough. A stream of paralyzing toxin oozed from the thread, directly affecting his nerves. Li Yi trembled, realizing something was amiss in his heart, and then the world spun before his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo was dumbfounded. He truly did not anticipate that the opponent would strike without warning, and the turn of events was so abrupt. Observing Li Yu, who was constantly dodging and shifting positions, Qin Mo, suspended in the air, slowly stroked his chin. Lost in thought. Still, he was not anxious. Although Li Yu was entirely on the defensive, limited to evasion and protection, she was still alive. She had yet to ascertain the spider's exact location, merely engaging in a contest with the silk threads. The large spider, concealed in the shadows, could not see Li Yu, but was acutely aware of her position, continually whipping its threads to launch precise attacks. If this continued, Li Yu would undoubtedly perish, unless she exited the range of the web, but the opponent had already anticipated this, with Li Yi still ensnared within. This presented a difficult dilemma: either abandon Li Yi or persist until she was drained of life. Clearly, Li Yu chose the former, as she was not a decisive person. After observing for about half a minute, Qin Mo had devised a plan. The web not only served as an offensive tool, but also functioned as a means of perception. Entering its range would surely reveal his presence. Therefore, he concluded that if he acted from outside the web, the issue could be resolved. With this thought, Qin Mo stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the spider, the opposite direction of Li Yu. He then carefully controlled his distance, gliding to the edge of the web. Suddenly, 2 small red dots appeared in the center of Qin Mo's pupils, the crimson glow rapidly expanding. He prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the loathsome spider. A heavy piece of news. I just received word that my grandfather has passed away. I find myself at a loss for words to express my feelings. All I know is that my hands are trembling. I am in Shenzhen, while my hometown is in Shaanxi. After graduating, I traversed over 2,000 miles to come here. Yet I am unable to see him one last time. This will be a source of regret that haunts me for the rest of my life. I recently celebrated my 23rd birthday, yet my life has already endured too many hardships and misfortunes. At the tender age of 4, I lost my father, and my mother and I were unceremoniously cast out by my biological grandfather. From a young age, I was raised by my maternal grandparents while my mother toiled away for our livelihood. Deprived of the presence of grandparents and a father, the bond one shared with my grandfather is a sentiment that requires no further elaboration. My subsequent growth was not marked by joy, but rather a series of unfortunate events. However, after much struggle, I reached adulthood, graduated, and penned a book. Thanks to your support, I managed to earn a modest income. I envisioned returning home after completing this book, using my earnings to improve the lives of my family. Yet, as I pondered this, my grandfather passed away. Such is life. It rarely unfolds like a novel filled with happiness and is perpetually tinged with regret. Perhaps this is my fate, beginning with misfortune and concluding with it. a continuous thread of sorrow. After finishing this reflection, I shall book my flight. I will strive to maintain a consistent pace in my writing, carving out time to gather my thoughts and produce daily contributions. Thus, this is all I wish to convey. Chapter 102, 2S Class. The night descended swiftly. The final glow of dusk bathed the mining site, painting an exquisite tableau. Extinguishing felt jubilant, anticipating an exceedingly sumptuous dinner, especially with two S-Class awakened beings at his disposal. Contemplating this, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his multifaceted eyes. He deftly manipulated his appendages, directing the silk he secreted into a more ferocious assault. However, in that instant, an ominous sense of danger surged within him. Extinguishing's movements faltered as he instinctively prepared to evade. Regrettably, despite being slightly stronger than Liu, he was merely a second-tier S-Class. Qin Mo dispatched second-tier foes with the ease of slaughtering poultry. Suddenly, the dark sky flared with a crimson light, and two high-temperature beams struck his head like missiles. Boom! The semi-divine form shattered with a resounding crash. The structure where Extinguishing had taken refuge collapsed, engulfed in a cloud of dust. His colossal spider-like head had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a wound seared and solidified by the terrifying heat. Qin Mo's full-force strike had obliterated Extinguishing's head entirely, retracting the high-temperature rays. He surveyed the scene before him, astonished. Was that it? Qin Mo, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated the formidable strength of this gigantic spider, only to discover it was merely a second-tier creature. Despite the grand display, its true power was far less than he had envisioned. Shaking his head, Qin Mo unleashed his utmost speed, instantly appearing amidst the ruins of the collapsed structure. He had come to collect the remnants of the Holy Spirit. Yet upon surveying the area, Qin Mo discovered that there was nothing around the corpse. Could it be that the time was too short for anything to manifest? Qin Mo murmured softly, convinced of the likelihood of this possibility. He decided to wait a little longer. However, at that moment, a sound suddenly reached his ears. Qin Mo heightened his senses, recognizing the rapid whoosh of air, indicating that someone was swiftly approaching. He turned to the right, employing his enhanced vision and multi-layer perspective, and soon spotted the silhouette of a middle-aged man with wings sprouting from his back. The expression on the man's face was far from pleasant. It was marked by seriousness and a palpable uncertainty. Qin Mo observed him with clarity. This individual was evidently an associate of Extinguishing, having come to investigate the commotion that had unfolded. As he entered the mine, the man's pace slowed significantly, becoming cautious, and he landed on the ground, concealing his presence and suppressing his aura. Noting his demeanor, Qin Mo's mind began to formulate a plan. He curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile and vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had circled around and was silently approaching the middle-aged man from behind. Qin Mo's speed was astonishing. In merely a second, he had executed all these movements. Moreover, as he was hovering in the air, he remained undetected by the man. It was not until a sudden chill crept up his spine, a terrifying sensation reminiscent of descending into hell, that the middle-aged man shivered involuntarily. He sensed something was amiss. As an S-Class awakened, he possessed a demigod physique, impervious to extremes of temperature. How could he possibly feel cold? This thought flashed through his mind like a meteor, relying on pure instinct. His right arm transformed into a sharp wing, slicing backward. Yet it was too late. The frigid air, compressed by superhuman lungs, erupted from Qin Mo's mouth, infiltrating the demigod's body within mere seconds, penetrating his organs. Ice crystals bonded together like delicate snowflakes, inch by inch enveloping the middle-aged man's form. Just as the sharp wing was about to strike Qin Mo, the man's movements abruptly halted, his pupils vacant and bewildered, his body lifeless. Clearly, the middle-aged man had permanently departed from this world, likely never comprehending what had transpired until his last breath. An S-Class awakened, extinguished in an instant beneath the might of Qin Mo's newly awakened superbreath. Gazing upon the lifelike ice sculpture before him, Qin Mo's smile deepened, and he nodded in satisfaction. The previous conjecture has now been substantiated, which greatly elevated his spirits. Subsequently, Qin Mo returned to the corpse of the spider, collecting the sacred relics that had now emerged, before retracing his steps to wait for the middle-aged man to undergo a similar transformation. This time, He acquired 9 steel needles and a single feather. The specifics of their effects, Qin Mo decided, would be addressed upon his return to the imperial capital. He was ready to conclude his brief exploration for the night, as the complexities of this mining area were beyond immediate resolution. Raising his gaze, he glanced toward the direction from which the middle-aged man had approached, his eyes glimmering. That was the direction of Mount Tai. Then, with a surge of speed, Qin Mo ascended into the sky, fully extending his auditory senses. The vast 200-mile radius flashed past him, inundated with a cacophony of sounds. Regrettably, he did not hear what he had hoped for. Shaking his head, he swiftly altered his course, racing back along the path he had come. The journey that had taken 5 minutes to arrive would take another 5 minutes to return. By the time he arrived home, the clock on the wall had barely approached 5:30. No one would know that within this brief half hour, Qin Mo had traversed 2,500 kilometers and taken the lives of 2 S-rank individuals. This was indeed beyond belief. Meanwhile, at the mining site, the figures of Li Yu and Li Yi had vanished. Following the thunderous noise, Li Yu suddenly noticed that the threads had inexplicably ceased their assault, descending into silence. Unaware of what had transpired, she seized the opportunity to swiftly drag the unconscious Li Yi away. Once they had exited the web's coverage area, Li Yu cautiously returned to investigate. The revelation left her astounded. She had discovered 2 S-rank corpses nearby. Within such a fleeting moment, someone had instantaneously eliminated 2 S-rank beings. Her heart raced, and her throat tightened as she struggled to process this shocking reality. She then retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed the number for the Elder Council of the Qingyangli family. After a brief series of tones, the call was promptly answered. With a solemn expression, Li Yu summarized her recent experiences, gradually articulating, "I believe at least 2 unidentified S-rank awakeners have intervened, their strength being at least 3rd tier. One among them is an elemental awakener wielding ice, while the identity of the other remains unclear. Additionally, please inform everyone that my grandfather succumbed to a fever. His pneumonia could not be salvaged. If anyone has elderly individuals at home, they must take utmost care." Chapter 103. Qin Mo, it's passable, really just average. An elderly voice emanated from the other end of the call, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Upon hearing the words, Li Yu swiftly recounted her investigation into the cause of the spider's demise. The voice on the other end of the phone fell into a contemplative silence. Soon after, the elder's voice resonated once more. "You and Li Yi should return. The clan will dispatch others for the inquiry into the Taishan mine." Understood, Li Yu was labia raplia, her mouth opening slightly before ultimately choosing to acquiesce. Despite her personal desire to remain, she felt compelled to comply with the orders from the Elder Council, as her strength and talent were far from sufficient to challenge their authority. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang County, the millennia-old Li clan, within a courtyard steeped in antiquity, an elder with white hair and a vigorous spirit slowly ended the call. His name was Li Mai, having surpassed a century in age, and he held significant standing within the expansive Qingyangli clan. He ranked 3rd in the Elder Council and was a formidable 9th-tier awakened. After listening to Li Yu's report, he casually set his phone aside and lifted a cup of hot tea, shaking his head slightly as he took a sip. Simultaneously, a frown creased his brow as his mind wandered into contemplation. 2 unidentified S-class 3rd-tier awakened, one with ice elements. When did so many hidden forces emerge in the realm of the Qin? Li Mai felt a sense of unease. For a millennium, the Qingyangli clan had maintained a robust intelligence network without ever suffering a setback. Yet, recent times had brought a series of unexpected occurrences, awakening his keen instinct that something was amiss. The Tian-Di Society, a mysterious benefactor, an unknown yet potent mental type awakened. Behind it all, there appeared to be a shadowy hand orchestrating turmoil across the Qin, plotting adverse schemes against the ancient families. However, the specifics eluded Li Mai, as he possessed only these scant clues. Sighing, he set down his teacup, lifted his gaze slightly, and peered into the dimly lit starry sky, murmuring, "The tree desires stillness. Yet the wind does not cease." In this interminable era of chaos, no one could guarantee their own safety. The only recourse was to bolster one's own strength as much as possible. Over the past month, the sole source of solace for Li Mai had been Li Mao, residing in the imperial capital, who had discovered a prodigy capable of overshadowing the era. Suddenly, Li Mai furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with thought and he pondered deeply. After a considerable pause, he picked up his phone again and dialed Li Mao's number. The events at the Taishan mine today seemed worth inquiring about. In Baiyin District, Guanghong Street, Qin Mo dried his body with a towel as he stepped from the bathroom into the living room. Upon returning from Taishan, he had first taken a shower as part of his daily routine. Subsequently, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, commencing an examination of his spoils. The 9 steel needles extracted from the spider require no elaboration. These offensive sacred relics possess an extraordinarily potent piercing capability, combining formidable power with commendable stealth. If one were to seize the opportune moment, they might unleash unexpectedly remarkable effects. As for the feather, albeit a first-tier sacred relic, its functionality is substantial, limited to a singular effect, flight. With a mere thought, Qin Mo cast the feather into the air, and to his astonishment, the crimson and white tail feathers unfurled gracefully in the wind, rapidly expanding to 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width, hovering serenely aloft. He stepped upon it to test its efficacy and discovered that it indeed allowed for flight, though its speed could not compare to his own natural abilities. Alas, the dust in the drawer would now be reduced by 2 layers. Qin Mo shook his head, opened the drawer, and unceremoniously tossed the 2 sacred relics inside. Upon resuming his seat on the sofa, the screen of the mobile phone on the coffee table suddenly illuminated, revealing an incoming call from Li Mao. Without further contemplation, Qin Mo answered, placing the device to his ear, and casually remarked, "Hello, brother, what brings you to call at such a late hour? I say, where on earth have you been? You haven't gone to Time Mountain, have you?" A note of suspicion echoed in Li Mao's voice on the other end. Hearing this, Qin Mo emitted a soft "ah," replying, "Oh, brother, you are quite well informed, aren't you?" "Indeed, I just ventured to Time Mountain." He chose not to conceal this matter, for there was nothing to hide. "Where are you now?" Li Mao inquired with sudden urgency. "I'm at home. Where else would I be?" Qin Mo responded offhandedly. "What?" Li Mao's voice escalated several octaves, incredulity lacing his words. "The imperial capital is over 2,500 kilometers from Jiyuan County. That's a round trip of nearly 10,000 miles. Can you truly traverse such distances with such speed?" Well, it's manageable, I suppose." Qin Mo scratched his head, somewhat bemused. At that moment, Li Mao found himself at a loss for words. Yet he inexplicably felt that the current Qin Mo was rather infuriating. A round trip of 10,000 miles in less than half an hour, and he dares to call it manageable? Such a feat could hardly be deemed ordinary. The silence on the other end of the line stretched on, with Li Mao lost in contemplation. Little did he know, for Qin Mo, who had awakened his superhuman genes, such speed, while modestly described, was indeed quite a stretch. It is worth noting that a peak superhuman could traverse an entire universe in the blink of an eye, and Qin Mo had yet to reach that level. Shortly thereafter, Li Mao engaged in a few more casual exchanges before hastily ending the call. He was eager to respond to Li Mai in Qingyang County. Mere moments prior, while listening to Li Mai's description over the phone, the image of Qin Mo had immediately surfaced in his mind. He was all too familiar with Qin Mo. This was not a matter of 2 unknown S-tier awakeners. Rather, both had been vanquished by none other than Qin Mo himself. In this regard, Li Mao was not particularly surprised. He had a vague understanding of Qin Mo's capabilities. His astonishment primarily stemmed from the sheer speed exhibited by Qin Mo, which was truly remarkable. When Li Mai on the other end of the phone learned this news, he too fell into a prolonged silence. Especially after Li Mao reiterated Qin Mo's exact words. Li Mai could not help but feel an inexplicable urge to strike Qin Mo, despite the fact that the two had never met. Meanwhile, while Li Mai was taken aback by Qin Mo, the Xia family in the jailing district of the Shangyan area was also in a state of unrest. Within the ancient fortress, Elder Xia drooped his eyelids, listening to Xia Xian's low report from behind him. Once Xia Xian finished, Elder Xia lifted his gaze and remarked indifferently, "So, aside from the Qiangli clan that has been under investigation, other factions have also set their sights on Taishan?" "Indeed, but the specific identity of these forces remains unclear for now. What is known is that they are ruthless in their actions, operate covertly, and possess formidable strength. Conservatively estimated to be at the 3rd tier," Xia Xian replied, his voice grave and his brow furrowed. "Huh." Elder Xia curled his lips into a sardonic smile, slowly adding, "Just a few days ago, a Qin Mo appeared, and now another mysterious force has emerged. It seems the 5 great families have long forgotten what the sky of the Great Qin ought to represent. While Elder Xia's words hinted at deeper implications, he chose not to elaborate further. Without missing a beat, he continued, "How much longer until the crystal mine is operational?" Reporting to the general, "It will take at least another half a month at best," Xia Xian quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Elder Xia's brow furrowed, and he replied coolly, "Half a month? Urge the Elder Council to expedite the process." "Yes, I will attend to it immediately. We should also allocate more personnel for the defenses at Taishan to manage through this upcoming half-month." After a brief pause, Elder Xia's gaze flickered as if he were contemplating something. Following a moment of silence, he added, "Have Xiaolin keep an eye on things, and remember, he must conceal his identity." Xiaolin? Upon hearing this name, Xia Xian was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Elder Xia would assign Xiaolin to this task. However, considering the importance of the crystal mine and the impending critical juncture, any lingering surprise swiftly dissipated. "Understood," Xia Xian replied solemnly. "My family is all suffering from high fevers, reaching 40 degrees and not subsiding. I am currently well, but I anticipate that will change soon. As the saying goes, fortune does not come in pairs. Misfortune seldom comes alone. This truly encapsulates my situation. I sincerely apologize for the recent lack of updates and wish to express my regrets to all my friends. Once I navigate through this busy period and regain my footing, I will devote myself to writing fervently as a means of repayment. My sincerest apologies once again." Chapter 104. Qin Mo's Stance. I have returned the following morning. At the break of dawn, Qin Mo's remarkably robust biological clock awakened him. The brief excursion to Jiyuan County last night did not alter his life in any significant way. He remained his usual self, rising to wash up before indulging in a simple breakfast, leaving home promptly at 6:30. Upon arriving at the security bureau, the clock struck 9, ushering in a delightful period of leisure. Qin Mo settled into his familiar spot, gazing through the open floor-to-ceiling window at the sprawling metropolis outside, his mind swirling with thoughts. For the time being, he had no intention of further exploring the Taishan mine. His previous actions would surely make the other party wary, and the next visit could very well encounter an S-level awakener of the 3rd or 4th tier. To be prudent, it would be best to further hone his own abilities. After all, he was not the only one seeking information. The Qingyangli family would also play a role. With this in mind, Qin Mo withdrew his gaze. Just then, the office door swung open, and Su Yin stepped inside, her small black shoes clicking softly against the floor. Clutching a folder to her chest, her face radiated joy, a smile illuminating her features. Observing her demeanor, Qin Mo inquired with curiosity, "Sister Su, what brings you such happiness?" "Of course, it's splendid news," Su Yin replied without directly stating the details, settling beside Qin Mo and handing him the folder. Upon receiving it, he casually opened the contents to find information regarding the upcoming title conferral ceremony. It had been over a week since Xia Zhu returned from the border, and their respective titles had finally been determined. The ceremony was set to take place the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon within the royal precincts, and it would be broadcasted across all media platforms, television, newspapers, and the internet, spreading throughout the entirety of the Great Qin. Even the Qi Kingdom would pay some attention to the event. It was noteworthy that among the 20 ranks of nobility in Great Qin, the first-tier champion marquis, equivalent to a duke, held considerable weight, while the second-tier marquis, devoid of real power, was merely of average standing. As he perused the various procedures outlined in the document, Qin Mo's expression subtly shifted. However, Su Yin remained oblivious to this detail. With a bright smile, she continued, "In just a couple of days, wanting to change how I address you? From now on, when I see the handsome young lord, I shall refer to you as young marquis. Once the ceremony commences, the entire Great Qin will know of the birth of a new marquis." Her tone unconsciously rose, her joy intensifying, imbued with a sense of shared pride. Yet, Qin Mo remained unperturbed. He opened the drawer and casually tossed a folder inside, seemingly indifferent. "We'll see when the time comes," he said nonchalantly. Without waiting for Su Yin's response, he continued, "Sister Su, what delightful morning tea have you prepared today?" "Well, I haven't quite decided yet. How about some small cakes?" she suggested. "Whatever you choose is fine by me," Qin Mo replied with a smile. It is evident that he forcefully diverted the topic. unwilling to continue discussing the grand ceremony. There are certain matters that Qin Mo is not particularly pleased about. Thus, 2 days later, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, as he sat by the window, a sudden thought crossed Qin Mo's mind, and his gaze focused on the Qin awakening panel. Vision, 134 hearing, 127 intelligence, 127 breathing, 128 strength, 133 speed, 129 recovery, 128 defense, 130 energy points. 26. These figures reflect the enhancements he had achieved over the past 2 days. Qin Mo had amassed a total of 57 energy points, further augmenting his abilities. He glanced at the bottom section, where he adhered to the usual allocation plan, distributing 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, while the remaining 2 points were assigned to hearing and intelligence. A warm current swiftly enveloped Qin Mo, infusing every cell in his body with powerful solar energy. Strength, 136, skill, super strength enhancement. Another wave of immense warmth surged quietly from within him. The fervent sensation akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, striking deep within Qin Mo's heart. This significant enhancement in power instilled a strong sense of confidence within him. Previously, he had already attained super strength 4, able to effortlessly overpower a second-tier awakener with a single punch. Now, having ascended to super strength V, what terrifying might would he possess? It had been mentioned before that the disparities between each tier among S-class awakeners are substantial, representing small bottlenecks. However, each advancement in super strength also entails a considerable leap. One must understand that this represents a direct doubling of both foundational and ultimate strength, rather than a mere accumulation, akin to the nth power of initial strength. The further one progresses in enhancement, the more formidable the results become. The warm current soon receded, and Qin Mo glanced down at his hands, his fingers slowly clenching, producing a series of crisp snaps. I wonder if a third-tier S-class awakener could withstand the force of my punch now. Qin Mo murmured softly, gradually unclenching his fist, already contemplating his next course of action. He intended to venture to Mount Tai once more that night for a more profound exploration. However, before that, there were still matters to attend to. Qin Mo lifted his gaze to the window, his eyes narrowing slightly, glimmering with intent. Subsequently, his body levitated effortlessly, floating outside the building. In an instant, he unleashed a speed that surpassed the sound barrier, vanishing from sight. In less than a second, Qin Mo had returned to Guanghong Street. He retrieved his keys, stepped through the door, and proceeded directly into the living room, switching on the television. The screen immediately showcased the armored figure of Xia Zhu, exuding an intense aura of iron and blood, his expression extremely cold. Indeed, today marked the day of the noble title conferral ceremony. At this moment, the ceremony was at its most critical stage. In a rare public appearance, the emperor, who typically resides in the confines of the royal precinct and seldom reveals himself, is said to grace the grand screen to personally bestow titles upon Xia Zhu and Qin Mo. The emperor's endorsement signifies an unparalleled honor for both individuals. However, at this moment, Qin Mo is conspicuously absent from his designated place. Instead, he sits quietly on a sofa, fixated on the television screen, displaying the figures of the Qin Emperor and Xia Zhu. This demeanor speaks volumes about Qin Mo's disposition. Within the royal precinct, at the ceremonial venue, Li Yuan furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply from her cigarette before exhaling slowly. Abruptly, she turned her head, casting a cursory glance around the venue, her frown tightening further. She had yet to spot the familiar silhouette she sought. Father, has Qin Mo forgotten about this? Li Yuan spoke Li Mao, who stood beside her. In response, Li Mao's expression remained impassive. After a brief moment of silence, he replied, I informed that young man long ago. Such a significant matter as a title conferral is not something he would easily overlook. But if that is the case, why? Li Yuan began, confusion evident in her voice. It matters not, Xiao Yuan, we must take our leave. With that, Li Mao suddenly rose, striding purposefully towards the exit of the venue. As the current head of the Qingyangli clan and one of the dukes of the Great Qin, Li Mao's every action in the imperial capital unequivocally represented the Qingyangli family. In essence, his stance mirrored that of the Li clan. By choosing to depart at such a critical juncture of the title conferral ceremony, Li Mao publicly slighted both the Qin Emperor and Xia Zhu. Yet, what significance does it hold? This current imperial lineage is, after all, the weakest in history. The emperor changes every few decades, but the 5 illustrious families endure through the ages. Upon noticing Qin Mo's absence, Li Mao had already discerned the young man's intentions. It must be said that, in many respects, Li Mao understands Qin Mo's character better than anyone else, which is why their bond transcends the bounds of age. Thus, he chose to align himself with Qin Mo. This alignment signifies that, at this moment, Qin Mo's resolute stance is also Li Mao's stance, and indeed, that of the Qingyangli family. The atmosphere within the venue grew tumultuous. Observing Li Mao's retreating figure, the attendees were visibly stirred. The heads of the other families exchanged furtive glances, their thoughts shrouded in mystery, yet they remained inactive. Even the Jinbei, Chu clan, who had previously extended goodwill towards Qin Mo, chose to remain passive spectators. The Qin emperor, however, maintained his composure, a faint smile adorning his pallid features, seemingly unfazed by Qin Mo's absence or Li Mao's departure. "Let us commence," he declared with a smile. In response, the officials attending to the ceremony displayed expressions of concern, cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, what shall we do regarding the Marquis of Guanyi?" "Proceed as necessary," the emperor replied. Emperor Qin maintained a serene smile as he casually waved his hand. Observing this, the man instantly understood what needed to be done and hurriedly departed. After a brief interval of 2 minutes, Emperor Qin ascended the platform to commence the day's ceremony of conferral. Concurrently, a figure silently soared from the white cloud district into the dim sky, swiftly heading towards Jiyuan County, located 2,500 kilometers away. Dear readers, starting tomorrow, I will officially resume updates, and I shall make up for the time lost during this hiatus. I sincerely hope you have not departed, and that everything is still timely. Additionally, I would like to share my recent condition. Following the mourning period, I fell seriously ill. Although I do not have a fever, I suffer from breathlessness and a persistent cough, to an absurd degree, feeling more weakened than after years of kidney deficiency. Mere moments at the computer induce profuse sweating, and writing even 300 words leaves me gasping for air. I had initially planned to resume updates 2 days ago, but it proved unmanageable, necessitating an additional 2 days of rest. The so-called illness dissipating like pulling threads may indeed be true. I am still unwell, yet the urge to write is overwhelming, and I shall gradually accelerate the updates starting tomorrow. This time, I am unencumbered, and my writing fervor will be unleashed. Chapter 105. The Man in the Mask. 4 minutes later, the towering Time Mountain came into Qin Mo's view. He abruptly halted, hovering 2,000 meters above the ground, gazing towards the mine ahead. Simultaneously, he silently expanded his hearing. Within mere seconds, all sound from a radius of over 200 miles flooded into his ears. Although this range is relatively modest compared to the vastness of Time Mountain and its numerous mines, it suffices for his current purpose. He arrived precisely at the right moment. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering slightly as he filtered out the cacophony of irrelevant noises, honing his hearing into a singular focus. Clear as day, the conversation of 2 men reached his ears from a distance of 173 miles ahead, deep within one of the mines of Time Mountain. In a mundane partitioned room, Bai Yutong, clad in an old, tattered leather jacket, habitually curled up in a corner, obscured by shadows. As the last puff of smoke escaped his lips, the low-quality cigarette finally burned down to its end. Bai Yutong lazily glanced with drooping eyelids, then, with rough fingers, he rubbed the ashes which fell in a soft cascade. "What exactly are the arrangements from boss?" he inquired, tightening his collar and lifting his stubbled chin to regard the tall man across the room, who had his back turned to him. "Surely, we cannot remain in the shadows forever, can we? Do not worry. Since the boss has nurtured you, he will not abandon you. It is simply not yet the right time," the tall man replied in a deep voice, slowly turning to face him with hands clasped behind his back. Before him loomed a grotesque mask, its sinister visage obscuring most of his face, leaving only his mouth visible, with unsettling scars faintly discernible beneath the mask. The recent arrivals from the Li clan of Qingyang were of little concern. If they could be eliminated, so be it, and if not, they would be spared, as long as the mining of the crystal remained undisturbed. The towering figure continued. "Once the opportune moment arrives, you shall be duly informed." In the shadows of the corner, Bai Yutong nonchalantly nodded at this statement, then pressed on with his inquiry, How long must we wait for this so-called opportune moment? On that day, you will be notified, was the vague response. Such a statement lacks substance. What difference does it make if you say this or remain silent? Bai Yutong replied, shaking his head with a smile. Gradually, he summoned strength to rise in an uncanny stance, shrugging his shoulders as he spoke. As a confidant of the boss, I shall speak candidly. The mining of the crystal ore is nearly complete, and our task here will soon come to a close. Many of the brothers are becoming increasingly anxious. The boss knows our backgrounds well, yet we are utterly oblivious to his identity. Does this not seem rather inappropriate? The thoughts he expressed were tinged with trepidation, a fear of being discarded once their usefulness had waned, akin to a donkey once the millstone had been removed. Having spent 3 full years in this mountainous region, Bai Yutong understood all too well the significance of the crystal mines. To put it bluntly, his S-class third-tier status was but a mere shadow compared to the value of even a single hair from the crystal. Yet, this very realization only intensified his fear. The masked man instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Bai Yutong's words but feigned ignorance, inquiring coolly, "And what is your implication?" His gaze fixed on Bai Yutong, devoid of any discernible aura. The menacing mask concealed not only his face, but also the chill of his eyes. In response, Bai Yutong donned a smile, retrieving a pack of inferior cigarettes from the tattered pocket of his worn jacket. As he shook the pack to dislodge a cigarette, he lowered his gaze and replied, "At the very least, we should know for whom we toil, should we not? It would offer some reassurance to the brothers. This request is not unreasonable, is it?" Finally, extracting a cigarette, he placed it between his lips and slowly lifted his head. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he felt a disconcerting shift. The imposing figure had vanished only to reappear abruptly before him, their faces nearly touching. In an instant, the masked man shot forth his hand, seizing Bai Yutong's throat with a grip so swift it left no room for reaction, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Bai Yutong instinctively attempted to resist, but found himself utterly powerless, as if his very strength had been shackled. The air rapidly dwindled in his lungs, and his face turned a grotesque shade of purple. An overwhelming dread of death surged within him like relentless waves, eroding his composure with each passing moment. With great effort, Bai Yutong managed to squeeze out a few sound from his throat, his eyes filled with desperation and dread. Observing his pitiable state, the tall man gradually curled his lips into a smile laden with scorn. "Your earlier request is certainly not unreasonable. I can indeed enlighten you, though I wonder if you possess the fortune to hear it." The masked man tightened his grip, as if prepared to snap Bai Yutong's neck at any moment. He continued, "Everything in this world is clearly priced. If you wish to gain something, you must pay the requisite price, whether it be power or secrets." His words hinted at something deeper. Bai Yutong quickly grasped the implication and, summoning every ounce of strength, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, the masked man finally released his grip. With a heavy thud, Bai Yutong crashed to the ground, gasping for fresh air with his mouth agape. In mere seconds, he felt as though he had danced on the precipice of death. What a terrifying notion! Dismissing any further thoughts, he swiftly adjusted his posture, kneeling before the masked man, humbly bowing his head, too afraid to look up. To be a dog, one must embrace the mindset of a dog. Do you understand? I understand, my subordinate. Bai Yutong proclaimed loudly, his back drenched in cold sweat that seeped through his inner garments, soaking his worn jacket. In that moment, he felt like an ant. "Boss's confidant?" Qin Mo murmured softly, slowly opening his eyes, his brows furrowed in thought. If he could uncover the details of this individual, perhaps he could discern the true nature of this boss. He pondered this quietly within himself. However, Qin Mo did not intend to confront the enigmatic masked man directly. He was unaware of the extent of the man's strength. Before taking action, he resolved to use Bai Yutong as a means to test his own abilities. Such an approach would be more prudent. Having formulated his plan, Qin Mo's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Moments later, he silently appeared outside the partitioned room without alerting anyone. He hovered in midair, his feet lifted off the ground, and his eyes flickered slightly as he activated his ability of clairvoyance. The rudimentary construction of the partition transformed into a near-transparent state before his eyes, revealing every detail within. At that moment, the masked man was absent from the room, leaving Bai Yutong alone in the darkness. He instinctively curled into a corner, a crumpled cheap cigarette clenched between his lips, surrounded by a haze of smoke. Observing him in such a state, Qin Mo outside the partition hesitated no longer. He slowly raised his right arm, clenching his fingers into a fist. Simultaneously, two small red dots suddenly illuminated the center of his pupils. Chapter 106. The Qinyan mind, the radiance of the red dot gradually expanded, swiftly filling Qin Mo's entire pupil. It was evident that he was poised to strike in the next instant. However, at that moment, Bai Yutong inside the partitioned room exhibited an unusual behavior that captured Qin Mo's attention. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke, while his right hand delved into his bosom, rummaging about, and gradually produced a peculiar stone that Qin Mo had never encountered before. The stone was roughly the size of a fingernail, entirely translucent, and although it did not emit any light in the darkness, it remained vividly clear to Qin Mo's eyes. Qin Mo's brow furrowed deeper, his superbrain rapidly processing the information he had gathered over recent times, and a singular word suddenly surged within him. This object could very well be the so-called crystal mine that the locals frequently spoke of. A sharp intake of breath resonated in his heart. The significance of the crystal mine was beyond elaboration. From the snippets he had overheard, it was apparent that the mysterious force behind the Tiandi society had established its presence here, primarily to exploit this enigmatic crystal mine. Now, it had manifested before Qin Mo's eyes in such a manner, on the verge of unveiling its shrouded mysteries. Since one has chosen to act as a hound, one must embrace the mindset of a hound. Bai Yutong's parched lips barely moved as he murmured almost imperceptibly. A sharp glint emanated from his gaze as he tightened his grip on the crystal mine, a myriad of complex thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. Subsequently, Bai Yutong tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide, and raised the crystal mine as if to swallow it whole. Qin Mo was bewildered by this action, uncertain of whether the object would dissolve upon entering the human body or provoke some bizarre reaction. However, at that moment, he did not need to know these details. His sole objective was to snatch the crystal mine from Bai Yutong's grasp. Thus, with a punch that had been meticulously prepared, Qin Mo unleashed a ferocious blow. Boom! The partition crumbled as if it were mere paper. The terrifying force derived from his superhuman strength struck Bai Yutong's back with a resounding impact, shattering his semi-divine physique and affecting his internal organs. With an unexpected jolt, Bai Yutong leaned forward, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. He was utterly dazed by the punch, still grappling with the realization of what had transpired. Yet, the genetic power within him instinctively responded with the necessary reflexes. Bai Yutong's entire being suddenly underwent a transformation. Subtle rustling sounds filled the air as his limbs and torso swiftly disintegrated into grains of sand, melting into the ground below. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, instinctively swift as ever. However, Qin Mo surpassed that speed. The moment Bai Yutong's body exhibited any change, two beams of terrifyingly high temperature shot forth from his eyes, aimed directly at his head. Qin Mo's strike was lethal. He harbored no intention of leaving any survivors, for he understood the futility of extracting valuable information from Bai Yutong. It was known that behind the scenes of the Heaven and Earth Society lurked a mysterious and formidable mental awakening entity. As long as this individual remained, no secrets could ever be unraveled. Thus, Qin Mo had no intention of sparing him. The searing rays struck unerringly at the back of Bai Yutong's head, melting a hole the width of 3 fingers, obliterating all traces of his existence. Bai Yutong's mouth fell slightly ajar as he forced out his dying words, his eyes rapidly losing their luster. He exerted his final ounce of strength to lower his head and glimpse the hand that had pierced through his chest. But death arrived swifter than he had anticipated. Just as he attempted to move, his entire being disintegrated into a mound of sand, collapsing with a thunderous sound. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to his assailant's identity, never once laying eyes on Qin Mo's face. The sands, imbued with genetic power, flowed through the gaps of Qin Mo's fingers and cascaded to the ground, while the peculiar stone, no larger than a fingernail, settled into the palm of his hand. Precisely so. This was the terror of super strength at the V level. Its doubled extreme power was sufficient to easily vanquish a third-tier S-class. Bai Yutong's death served as undeniable evidence, a perfect litmus test. Beneath the profound cloak of night, a faint smile crept across Qin Mo's lips. satisfaction blooming within him regarding his power. Moments later, he bent down to retrieve a yellowish diamond-shaped gem from the heap of sand. This was the elemental crystal extracted upon by Yutong's demise, a trophy for Qin Mo. After securing the item, he hesitated no longer, unleashing his utmost speed, and with the enhancement of the biological force field, he departed the depths of the mine silently. Just seconds after Qin Mo's departure, a gentle breeze swept through, and a tall figure eerily emerged from the ruins of the collapsed partition house. The newcomer was the masked man, who had sensed the unusual commotion moments earlier. However, observing the sand rolling in the wind, it was evident that he had arrived too late. Faint wisps of ominous energy silently drifted from beneath the grotesque visage of the mask, and several silent figures seemed to materialize around Xiaolin, all gazing intently at the pile of sand at their feet. "Ah, very well, splendid indeed." Xiaolin smirked, uttering a few cold words. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence. The ghostly mask, Qin Mo murmured softly, his brow furrowing slightly. He now stood over 200 kilometers away, observing Xiaolin through his telescope, until she eventually vanished from his sight. Unfortunately, although Qin Mo could see her, his ability to perceive through the distance was ineffective. Thus he could not discern the visage concealed beneath the mask. He shook his head and withdrew the enigmatic crystal from his pocket. Upon holding the ore in his palm, Qin Mo discovered that within it swirled ethereal tendrils of azure mist, seemingly imbued with life. Indeed, this substance was extraordinary. Qin Mo felt a flicker of astonishment. Just moments ago, he had exerted a force equivalent to hundreds of tons, yet it remained utterly unmoved. This alone was sufficient to indicate the crystal ore's unique properties. However, if it was so resilient, why did he wish to consume it? Qin Mo furrowed his brow in deeper contemplation. After much deliberation, he could only surmise that this was simply a peculiar method of utilizing the crystal ore. Yet conjecture remains merely conjecture. A thorough investigation was imperative. Naturally, such research would be entrusted to the esteemed Qingyongli family. Matters of expertise should be left to the experts. The mask could also be sent to his brother, in hopes of uncovering further clues. Qin Mo mused silently, before swiftly vanishing from his location. Chapter 107, Mountain Crossing. It was 8 in the evening. The profound nightfall had silently enveloped the entire imperial capital. The noble title ceremony had concluded in the afternoon, leaving the victorious Marquis Xia Zhu as the subject of lively discussion among the populace, while the other Marquis, Qin Mo, remained largely unnoticed. However, Qin Mo himself cared little for this hollow title devoid of true power. At this moment, he had returned to Guanghong Street. Seated comfortably on the sofa in his living room, he had enjoyed a dinner on his way back and taken a refreshing cold shower. On the coffee table before him lay a laptop, its screen displaying the interface of an electronic imaging software. The sole content on the page was the figure of Xiaolin, which Qin Mo had glimpsed earlier that afternoon in the Taishan mine. Although it had been shrouded in the dimness of night, and he had only caught a fleeting glance, his astonishingly vivid memory had firmly etched Xiaolin's silhouette in his mind. Her height, physique, facial contours, and every detail of the distinctive mask were all meticulously rendered with precision. This was the result of his remarkable intelligence, rated at 131 points, enabling him to process, analyze, and deduce information with unparalleled prowess, akin to a finely tuned computational machine. Soon, the general likeness of Xiaolin was fully illustrated, and Qin Mo applied a simple color scheme before packaging the file into an email, which he sent to Li Mao. In the email, he also made a brief mention of the serendipitously acquired Qingyun ore. After completing his tasks, Qin Mo finally closed his laptop, resting his hands behind his head as he leisurely reclined on the sofa. His gaze fell upon the small piece of azure cloud or beside the notebook, and a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Reflecting on by Yutong's peculiar behavior, Qin Mo's brows gradually knitted together. The high-level awakeners appearing in the world had experienced substantial power enhancements almost entirely within the past 3 years. Could this be attributed to the azure cloud, or before him? This was a highly plausible conjecture, especially considering that the investigations conducted by the Qingyongli clan regarding freak awakeners ultimately pointed towards the Taishan mineral vein. Moreover, verifying this theory was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to find someone to test it. However, should Qin Mo's hypothesis prove true, the existing structure of the Great Qin would undoubtedly face tremendous upheaval. What noble family would not covet an object capable of forcibly enhancing an awakener's power? Possessing the azure cloud or would signify the ability to rapidly cultivate a multitude of masters, thereby expanding one's strength in an alarmingly brief period and disrupting the current equilibrium. The significance of the azure cloud or was thus self-evident. Of course, this had little bearing on Qin Mo himself. He harbored no desire for it. He and the awakeners were traversing entirely different paths. The superhuman genes within him required only the absorption of solar energy for gradual development. No matter how formidable the azure cloud or might be, it could not compare to solar energy. With these thoughts, Qin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. Subsequently, he habitually opened his phone to browse border news, and after approximately 10 minutes, an urgent ringtone abruptly interrupted him. He glanced at the screen. The call was from Li Mao. Given the significance of the message, Li Mao could hardly maintain his previous composure. This call was anticipated. Qin Mo casually answered, placing the phone to his ear, and Li Mao's somewhat astonished voice immediately resonated from the device. "You rascal. Skipping the noble title ceremony to venture 5,000 miles away to Taishan. Brother, what difference does it make whether I attend the ceremony or not? Would His Majesty truly rescind my title of Duke of Guanyi over this matter?" Qin Mo squinted, responding with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Mao paused momentarily before replying. It is undoubtedly impossible for that to happen. The Qin clan still holds some weight in the court. However, His Majesty must certainly harbor some displeasure toward you today. Yet, now that the ceremony has passed, discussing it further serves no purpose. That said, you have certainly made significant gains in Taishan tonight, having acquired such vital information. The email you sent me has already been relayed to the Elder Council, and that piece of azure cloud will need to be transported back to Qingyang County through discreet channels. If the timing is suitable, you should come to the estate tomorrow. Li Mao's tone grew serious. As the current head of the Qin clan, he was acutely aware of the vast implications entailed by the azure cloud, thus, the confidentiality surrounding such matters is of utmost importance. The fewer who are aware, the better. Should any whispers inadvertently escape, the consequences could be dire. It is for this reason that Li Mao entrusted Qin Mo with the task of visiting the estate personally, thereby minimizing the risks involved. Li Mao harbors considerable confidence in Qin Mo's current capabilities. Qin Mo's mind works swiftly. Upon hearing Li Mao's words, he immediately grasped the underlying implication. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Very well, I shall visit tomorrow morning." "Excellent. I will await your arrival at the estate," Li Mao replied. The two then exchanged a few casual remarks about mundane matters before ending the call. Qin Mo resumed his leisure on the sofa, perusing his phone as was customary. He could have delivered the Qin mine to Li's estate right then, but since Li Mao was not in haste, he too felt no urgency. Moreover, in just over an hour, it would be time for bed. Generally, Qin Mo adhered strictly to the routine he had maintained for years, demonstrating an unwavering self-discipline. Just as Qin Mo concluded his conversation with Li Mao, Xia Xian knocked once more on the door of Xia Zhu's bedroom. At the castle's window, Xia Zhu stood in his familiar stance, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the star-studded night sky. His eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, were profoundly deep, concealing his thoughts and intentions. Observing his imposing silhouette, Xia Xian instinctively lowered his posture slightly and hastened to Xia Zhu's side, speaking in a hushed yet grave tone. "General, we have news regarding Xiaolin from the Tai Mountain region." "Speak," Xia Zhu replied coolly, not turning to face him, his gaze remaining fixed on the heavens. At this, Xia Xian slowly began to recount the events of the day in detail. In truth, news of Xiaolin had reached him quite early, arriving just a quarter of an hour after Bai Yutong's death. However, despite his awareness, Xia Xian was unable to notify Xia Zhu immediately. The noble commendation ceremony had only just concluded, and as the newly appointed champion of the Qin dynasty, Xia Zhu was obliged to engage in various social obligations. Following the conclusion of these duties, he spent considerable time in the imperial restricted area, engaging in a clandestine discussion with the Qin emperor. No one knew the substance of their conversation. In short, Xia Zhu had only just returned. Xia Xian's report concluded swiftly, yet the atmosphere surrounding them seemed to stagnate, enveloped in silence. After a long pause, Xia Zhu's calm voice pierced through the mounting tension. "Have you uncovered the identity of the assailants?" We are still investigating. However, my subordinates believe that today's assailants are likely from the same faction as the unknown awakened beings from the previous encounter, Xia Xian replied quietly. The same faction? A cold smile crept upon Xia Zhu's lips. The power they displayed recently was merely capable of dispatching second-tier opponents, yet today, they struck down a third tier right beneath Xia Lin's very nose. How fortuitous it is that this occurs on the very day I am bestowed the title of first-class champion lord. Is this an intentional gift to me? Indeed. What a grand surprise. Though Xia Zhu's tone remained remarkably placid, each word resembled a sharp steel blade, piercing the air with palpable intensity. An invisible aura of menace began to ascend, soaring towards the heavens. It was abundantly clear that his current disposition was far from favorable. He had taken a considerable risk by dispatching Xia Lin, ensuring that everything would proceed flawlessly, without a hint of error. Yet, who could have foreseen that mere moments after Xia Lin's arrival, such a calamity would unfold? How could Xia Zhu not be enraged? What news from the mine? Reporting to the general, the Taishan mine is proceeding as usual, with no unforeseen circumstances. The final extraction is currently underway, Xia Xian replied. Upon hearing this, the oppressive atmosphere of hostility in the air lessened significantly. Xia Zhu's expression softened. As long as the primary mine remained intact, all would be well. Inform Xia Lin to intensify the patrols and maintain vigilant awareness. In these final moments, no errors must arise, or he shall never return to see me again. Understood. Additionally, instruct the Elder Council to dedicate more effort to thoroughly investigate this newly emerged faction, starting with the Qingyongli clan. Xia Zhu narrowed his eyes. Do you imply that this is a hidden force of the Qingyongli clan? Asked Xia Xian, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Xia Zhu shook his head, refraining from providing a definitive answer, and calmly stated, one must never underestimate any ancient family with a millennium of history. No one knows the extent of their concealed power in the shadows. Just recently, Qin Mo's emergence serves as a prime example, does it not? At these words, Xia Xian's countenance turned solemn. Indeed, the 5 great ancient families loomed like insurmountable mountains, suffocating all beneath their weight. Yet, nothing is absolute. The Gaoling Xia clan has toiled for decades with the singular ambition of surmounting these peaks. A New Year's letter to my readers, this is a belated New Year's greeting. A few days ago, a new activity was launched on the platform. Yet I was overwhelmed with tasks and only just discovered it today. Fortunately, it is not too late to participate. Readers can interact and draw points in the comments of the Easter egg chapter. Allow me to share my recent circumstances. A few days ago, I took a leave to organize my outline, which is now complete. However, recent events have left me extraordinarily busy. In my hometown, it is customary for the deceased to be honored over a period of 49 days, with specific days designated for visiting graves. Just after I returned from my leave, it was the 3rd week since my grandfather's passing, and with the new year approaching, I, as the only male descendant of my family, have been inundated with responsibilities. The multitude of tasks seems endless, and my promised updates have regrettably been delayed. I sincerely apologize for this. Many friends have expressed concern that my book may be abandoned, including dear readers and some of my fellow writers. It is commendable that the excitement has reached a peak, yet I must express my intent to deliver a resounding critique. Much like the initial skepticism I faced when I first published my work, I assure you once again, this book shall not fall into neglect. It will encompass over 1 million words, though I cannot yet ascertain whether it will be 2 million or 3. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings and the delays in my updates. The weight of anxiety burdens me daily, yet I recognize that fate dictates my path. What I gain is a blessing, what I lose is my destiny. Returning to the matter at hand, I officially entered this profession last year. Like many novice authors, I was imbued with blind confidence, believing I could rival the greats with a single work. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Fortunately, I swiftly came to terms with my abilities and standing, a wisdom gained through experience. I endeavored to learn quickly, writing over 10,000 words each day, hopeful that diligence would compensate for my inexperience. By November of last year, I completed Super Gene, which resonated with certain readers, bringing me joy and a sense of significant progress. The book flowed smoothly, overcoming various challenges, and achieved a commendable ranking, with 5,000 average daily reads within a week. This success was undeniably bolstered by the unwavering support of friends, my benefactors, for which I am profoundly grateful. During that period, I pledged to deliver 12,000 words daily upon release. This was no mere empty promise, as I had consistently written over 10,000 words each day prior. However, I suspect that the intensity of my creative endeavors, coupled with years of late nights and smoking, led to some heart issues, causing involuntary spasms and forcing me to reduce my output to 7,000 or 8,000 words daily. Not long after, I faced the sudden loss of my grandfather. I found myself in Shenzhen while he was in Shaanxi, separated by distance and fate, ushering in an irrevocable divide. I hurried back to Shaanxi, yet due to customs, I arrived to find his face shrouded in a red cloth, unable to see him in his final moments, neither during his life nor at death's door. This time has been fraught with regret. Perhaps I should not have traveled so far. Perhaps I should have remained at home. The passing of my grandfather was a profound blow, marking not only the loss of a beloved family member, but also the interruption of my burgeoning career. I often ponder whether he harbored resentment towards me for my distance, for my perceived disobedience. Yet just a few days ago, during an unusually long midday nap of 3 hours, I dreamt of him. He conveyed to me that he had never held any grievance against me. I believe this is what it means to be cherished. I was the only one in the family to receive such a dream. Thus, I sincerely wish for everyone to experience joy, happiness, and unity with their loved ones. Reflecting upon the chapter in which I recounted the passing of my grandfather, I was deeply moved by the hundreds of heartfelt comments from fellow readers. It was one of the most touching experiences for me. Typically, I encounter many criticisms in the comment section regarding various aspects of my work. While I do not take them to heart, they inevitably bring me a measure of sorrow. Yet, during such moments, each message from readers fills me with warmth. Regardless of what the future holds, that day will remain etched in my memory. As the new year approaches, I wish to extend my heartfelt greetings to everyone, hoping for joy in the coming year. During this time, I plan to update regularly, accompanying you through the festivities. Words can often feel inadequate. It is through action that one can truly resonate. Currently, my work stands at an average of 5,000. Yet, I am not satisfied. I aspire to reach even greater heights, to double this figure. As the saying goes, when talent falls short, diligence must prevail. I have never considered myself particularly gifted, but I shall compensate for this through sheer effort in my writing. May my grandfather's spirit watch over me, and may every reader enjoy good health and happiness. Here's to a joyful new year in 2023, wishing you all peace of body and mind, freedom from adversity, and resilience against challenges. In 2023, may all your endeavors flourish, may your families be filled with joy, and may happiness be abundant. I wish that all sorrows in this world pass by you unhindered. In summary, I extend my best wishes for the new year, and I hope you do not mind my reiteration of these sentiments. Chapter 108, Breaking the Illusion. The following morning, at 6 o'clock sharp, Qin Mo awoke from his slumber. After his morning routine, he prepared a simple breakfast for himself before retrieving the Qin Yun or from his drawer and stepping out. He did not head directly to the Li estate, but instead, like any other day, he embraced the beautiful morning sun, going for a jog to absorb its energy. It was around 9 o'clock when Qin Mo finally arrived at the ancient castle. Under the guidance of the old butler, he made his way to the study, where he encountered a spirited Li Mao. Li Mao was in high spirits, as Qin Mo consistently brought him delightful surprises. The Li family in Qingyang was also investigating Mount Tai, but their progress had been less than satisfactory, resulting in the loss of several S-class awakened individuals. Such losses were anticipated, yet they still brought a pang of regret. After all, if one can avoid death, it is certainly preferable. The significance of S-class awakened individuals hardly requires elaboration. However, Qin Mo's recent discovery has significantly mitigated the losses for the Qingyang Li family and may even unveil the shrouded mysteries surrounding the Mount Tai or veins. At this moment, in the study on the second floor, Qin Mo and Li Mao sat across from one another, with an exquisitely crafted chessboard position between them. The black and white pieces were already engaged in a mid-game with an escalating tension. Yet, Li Mao's attention was not on the game. He was instead fiddling with a piece of Qin Yun, or no larger than a fingernail, scrutinizing it intently as his brow furrowed deeper. As Qin Mo entered, he recounted to him the general process of discovering this mineral. Li Mo had already formulated a plan in his heart. After observing for a considerable time, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he pondered before slowly speaking. If my memory serves me correctly, this substance should belong to a new vein. A new vein? Qin Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded and gradually elaborated. Since the establishment of the Great Qin a millennium ago, numerous minerals have been discovered within its territory, all meticulously documented. Given the power and standing of the Qingyangli clan, a record of these minerals was undoubtedly preserved. In my youth, I perused the archives, and I have no recollection of this particular vein. If your conjecture is accurate, this vein will undoubtedly become a coveted prize among the prominent families. As he uttered the final sentence, a shadow of seriousness crossed Li Mo's face, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. The Qingyun vein harbors a significant likelihood of concealing the secret behind the sudden enhancement of strength among the members of the Tiandi society. Even a millennium-old family would be tempted. The Gao Ling Xia clan aspires to ascend further. Do they not share the same ambitions? Desire is never satiated. It only intensifies. That is the essence of human nature. Qin Mo, with his keen eyesight and perceptive instincts, discerned their intentions from the subtle shifts in Li Mo's expression. However, this bore little consequence for him, and thus he remained indifferent. Regardless, the mineral is entrusted to you. My brother, you may study it as you see fit, he stated. In response, Li Mo did not hesitate, rising to retrieve a small wooden box from a nearby shelf, carefully placing the mineral inside. Given his rapport with Qin Mo, there was no need for excessive pleasantries. The familiarity was palpable. Yes, I will immediately dispatch a specialist, utilizing the hidden passages within the clan, to swiftly transport it back to Qingyang County, Li Mo declared, bowing his head. At that moment, the door to the study opened, revealing the ever-smiling old steward. With a gentle smile, he nodded respectfully to Qin Mo, then took the wooden box from Li Mo's hands and turned to leave. Old Li has been with me for decades. He is trustworthy. Should you need to reach me regarding urgent matters and cannot, you may seek him out. Li Mo remarked with a smile as he turned to Qin Mo. Qin Mo nodded, acknowledging that is evident. Well then, the next step is to patiently await the results from the Elders' Council. It has been a long time since we last played chess. Let us engage in a few games. Li Mo suggested as he settled cross-legged across from Qin Mo and rubbed his hands in anticipation. Hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. I say, brother, are you truly seeking to be tormented? Hey, who torments whom is yet to be determined. You aren't feeling timid, are you? Li Montauk challenged, his chin raised defiantly. Seeing this, Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, replying, all right as you wish, brother, but... He stood up as Li Mo looked at him with curiosity, instinctively asking, but what? Playing chess is permissible, but a change of venue is necessary. A faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips as his gaze transcended the walls, peering out toward the expansive lawn beyond the ancient castle. The sunlight there was perpetually abundant. 2 days hence, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, within the office atop the security bureau, Qin Mo, reclining with his legs crossed, settled into his habitual spot by the window, observing the sun as it descended toward the horizon. An unforeseen wave of warmth surged from his chest, signaling the completion of his daily accumulation of solar energy. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qin Mo focused on the ethereal panel displaying his awakened superhuman genes: vision, 140 hearing, 134 intelligence, 135 breath, 134 strength, 139 speed, 138 recovery, 134 defense, 137 solar points, 27 freely allocable. Yesterday, Qin Mo had amassed a total of 28 solar points, which he distributed evenly, resulting in enhancements across all attributes. Notably, his recovery attribute underwent a skill enhancement, with super stamina experiencing a remarkable doubling, providing him with superior endurance and facilitating rapid healing and mental clarity. However, given Qin Mo's already formidable strength and defense, the recovery skill seemed somewhat superfluous, though its significance remained undeniable. As for today's solar points, he adhered to his usual allocation strategy, augmenting each of the 8 attributes by 3 points, while the remaining 3 were allocated to vision, strength, and speed respectively. As his thoughts flickered, the warm sensation swiftly radiated throughout his body, enveloping every corner within. Speed, 142 awakening skill, 25 times the speed of sound. Information surged in his mind, only to vanish abruptly as a rich reservoir of solar energy began to saturate each cell within him. Qin Mo squinted more tightly, acutely attuned to the transformations occurring within his body, which felt exceedingly gratifying. 25 times the speed of sound represented his base speed, translating to approximately 8,500 ms. Previously, his base speed was 20 times the speed of sound, with the ultimate speed being 25 times, through continuous allocation of points to speed. His peak velocity had now surpassed 30 times. In a mere second, he could traverse distances exceeding 10,000 meters. With his speed reawakened and bolstered by the biological force field's weight reduction, Qin Mo's velocity would only become swifter and more formidable. I wonder how long it would take me to reach Mount Tai now? Qin Mo mused softly, a smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, his body began to levitate, rising about a foot off the ground. Qin Mo was poised to test his ultimate speed while also planning to meander through the Tai Mountain mine, curious to uncover any new discoveries. With a thought, he drifted out of the office building through the window, and in an instant a gentle breeze swept by, leaving him vanished from his original position. The vast expanse of the wilderness resembled an ever-unfolding grand curtain, swiftly passing beneath Qin Mo's feet, covering thousands of miles in a mere 3 minutes. Such a terrifying velocity. When Qin Mo's form came to a halt once more, the towering Mount Tai loomed before him. 3 minutes, and, at this moment, his limit speed was approximately 35 times the speed of sound. Soaring through the skies, Qin Mo softly murmured, a smile dancing upon his lips, his spirits soaring high. He felt a profound satisfaction with his recent enhancement. His extraordinary speed granted him a significant advantage in various aspects. Ahead, 3 kilometers away, lay the vast Tai Mountain mining area. After testing his maximum speed, Qin Mo lifted his gaze, absorbing every intricate detail of the mining site. Although his vision had neither awakened anew nor been enhanced, it was undeniably more formidable than before. It had been previously stated that light energy was the foundation of all. As attributes continually improved, strength would inevitably rise. Even a slight enhancement would render him more powerful. Presently, Qin Mo's vision had reached an impressive 144 points, encompassing long-distance sight, microscopic vision, X-ray vision, thermal imaging, and more, all surpassing previous capabilities. In simpler terms, he could see farther and clearer, his sight penetrating thicker barriers. Of course, his hearing was equally remarkable. As Qin Mo surveyed the mining area, he silently expanded his auditory perception, his superbrain rapidly processing a torrent of information. His primary target this time was none other than the azure cloud ore acquired from Bai Yutong just days prior. Knowing what the adversary was mining, he merely needed to search for traces of the vein. Furthermore, the azure cloud ore was easily distinguishable, suffused with swirling azure smoke, markedly different from other ores, making it impossible to escape Qin Mo's keen eyes. However, as a minute passed, he still found no trace, not even the slightest clue. Something seemed amiss. Qin Mo thought to himself, his brows furrowing slowly. After a brief contemplation, he vanished from his position once more, reappearing from another direction of the Tai Mountain mining area to continue his investigation. Such a cross-examination allowed for greater detail, minimizing the possibility of missing crucial information. Thus, 10 minutes slipped by quietly. Returning to his original spot, Qin Mo gazed at the mining area ahead, his brows tightly knitted, his expression peculiar. He had still uncovered nothing. The azure cloud ore seemed as if it had never existed. He even spotted several hidden sentinels set up in the mining zone, yet the desired ore eluded him. Could it be that the information from the Qingyangli family was erroneous? Qin Mo pondered, seemingly left with only this possibility. Since he could not locate the azure cloud, or it indicated that it was indeed not present here. Qin Mo's eyes suddenly sparkled. His exceptional intelligence, soaring to 138, allowed him to clarify his thoughts in an instant. I have tested the hardness of the Qinyun ore, which far surpasses that of ordinary minerals. Hence, the use of a large-scale mining cutter is indispensable. However, I have not detected the presence of such a colossal machine. Given its size, the noise generated during mining operations would be considerable, yet my acute hearing has perceived nothing. How could they have eliminated such significant noise? Unless Qin Mo's gaze flickered, slowly shifting across the vast distance to the towering Mount Tai in the distance. What a perfect natural sound barrier it is. Qin Mo reflected, a smile gracing his lips, already formulating a plan in his mind. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, soaring rapidly toward the foot of Mount Tai. The Qingyangli family had not erred in their location. Only a slight deviation had occurred. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to deploy such considerable strength in this area. Moreover, only if the true mining side of the Qingyun or lay nearby could they evade the Leaf family's intelligence network, a blend of the genuine within the false. The illusory entwined with the real constitutes the essence of strategy. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo could deduce the location of the true Qingyun vein. What an ingenious ruse! As Qin Mo transitioned from high-speed flight to a sudden halt, landing gracefully, he marveled inwardly. Subsequently, his eyes trembled slightly as he activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize the mountain before him. The thick layers of earth and stone became ethereal, and his gaze penetrated deeper, quickly surpassing dozens of feet. This was the limit of his current X-ray vision, yet darkness still enveloped his sight without revealing anything. Qin Mo harbored no doubts about his judgment. After all, Mount Tai was colossal, and what he sought was the entrance utilized by the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Thus, maintaining his X-ray vision, Qin Mo circled the mountain's base, peering intently. As he rounded to the rear, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a somewhat flat slope. The slope was thickly adorned with verdant plants and scattered stones, seemingly unremarkable. It exuded a sense of desolation and solitude. However, with Qin Mo's terrifying perceptiveness, he discerned the anomaly of this location. Not to mention, beneath this slope lay a conspicuous emptiness. A long, broad passageway lay concealed within, slanting downward into the unknown depths, illuminated by a series of incandescent lamps every 10 feet, casting a soft glow. Indeed, Qin Mo felt a surge of assurance. His earlier suspicions were validated at this moment. The true Qingyun vein lay deep within Mount Tai. The shroud of mist before him slowly lifted another layer, and the truth was now within reach. Presently, two choices lay before Qin Mo. The first, to seize the opportunity and delve deeper into exploration. Secondly, I shall return to the capital. Had it been anyone else, they might have contemplated delving deeper for intelligence. However, for Qin Mo, there was not a shred of hesitation. He promptly turned and vanished from sight. It would be folly to risk himself in the unknown depths of Mount Tai, where the presence of S-class awakeners remains uncertain. Such reckless endeavors are best entrusted to the Qingyangli clan. After all, why not utilize their resources? Friends, I formally announce my return. This chapter spans 4,000 words, and there is more to come today. Chapter 109. The phone. By the time Qin Mo returned to the capital, the clock had yet to strike 5:30. His speed was remarkable, having spent little time at Mount Tai. Upon arriving home, he entered the kitchen to prepare dinner while dialing Li Mao's number. The call connected swiftly, and after exchanging pleasantries, Qin Mo relayed the information he had gathered that afternoon in its entirety to Li Mao. He also briefly elucidated how he had unveiled the layers of deception. After he finished speaking, a prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line, broken only by Li Mao's noticeably hurried breaths. The news was indeed startling, requiring some time for proper assimilation. After all, who could have anticipated that the hidden truth beneath the grand facade would be so profound? The true vein of resources lay not within the mining site investigated by the Li clan, but deep within the mountain's core. This shadowy force lurking behind the heavenly society was exceedingly cunning. How on earth did you manage this? Li Mao inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. I shall promptly inform the Elder Council. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo cleared his throat and smiled. Brother, actually, before he could finish, the sound of disconnection echoed through the receiver. Qin Mo's words were abruptly silenced. He set down his phone and chuckled softly, shaking his head. What was the rush? In Xinjiang County, the millennia-old Li clan, within the ancient courtyard, Li Mai listened to Li Mao's voice on the phone, his pupils widening in shock. Even after the call ended, the astonishment lingered in his eyes. As the third in command of the Elder Council, a formidable 9th-tier S-class awakener, Li Mai's heart was usually as tranquil as an ancient well, rarely disturbed by ripples. Yet today, he found himself profoundly startled. Li Mai never imagined that their entire family's intelligence network could be outmatched by a single individual, Qin Mo. This was not to suggest that the Qingyangli clan was weak. On the contrary, it was precisely because Li Mai understood the formidable nature of their intelligence system that he was rendered so astonished. The recent discovery of the Qin mine might have been attributed to coincidence, an accidental stroke of fortune for Qin Mo. Yet, how many coincidences could there truly be in this world? Li Mai was utterly incredulous. His brow furrowed slowly, and his eyes flickered as he seemed to engage in deep contemplation. After several breaths, his expression solidified, and he spoke softly to the empty air before him. This Qin Mo, though young, is a prodigious talent, and he undoubtedly possesses formidable investigative capabilities. Let us slightly redirect the resources of our family's reserves towards the main house. His words, though delivered at a measured pace, resonated with an undeniable authority, revealing an imperiousness that brooked no dissent. Before his voice had fully dissipated, an eerie, somewhat effeminate male voice echoed through the vacant air. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. I will urge the research of the Qin mine. It has been 2 days since the ore was delivered, yet no findings have emerged. We must not allow others to underestimate the Qingyongli clan. Li Mai replied coolly, his tone tinged with mild discontent. The individual he referred to was clearly Qin Mo. Their intelligence network had already faltered against him, and now, was the research at Qin mine to prove equally inadequate? They had already sent the ore. In the vast Qingyongli clan, must they constantly rely on a mere 23-year-old? Li Mai possessed both ambition and high aspirations. Rest assured, should we dispatch someone to investigate Taishan? Exercise caution to avoid alarming the snake. If Qin mine indeed holds such extraordinary potential, the mineral veins within Taishan ought to bear the Li surname. Though time was pressing, a day or two's delay would not be detrimental. Understood. A sudden breeze swept through the courtyard, suggesting that the figure concealed in the air had departed to fulfill Li Mai's instructions. At that moment, only Li Mai remained in the courtyard. Leaning back in his chair, he tilted his head slightly, gazing at the darkening night sky, his lips moving silently. The Yin family of Nanfang, the Lu family of Chongping, the Lin family of the Far East, the Chu family of Zhenbei. Which of these houses could it be? The ability to silently excavate a passage within Taishan and operate large-scale mining equipment only served to reinforce Li Mai's earlier suspicions. Behind the Tindi society, there must be a millennia-old family. Yet, which one remained unclear. After much deliberation, Li Mai's brow tightened further, and an epiphany struck him suddenly. Could it be the Xia family of Gaoling? Gaoling County is not far from Jiuyuan County, and the Xia family has risen with astonishing momentum over the past century, firmly establishing itself as the foremost family among the 5 great millennia-old clans. Not to mention the figure of Xia Zhu, who, had Qin Mo not emerged, would undoubtedly be regarded as the most brilliant genius of this era. Previously, Li Mai had not included them in his suspicions, but now, after meticulously considering various clues, he deemed it necessary to heighten his vigilance towards the Xia family of Gaoling. A century of ascent, Qin mine, how amusing. Li Muyas Mirka, a cold laugh escaping his lips, his gaze harboring a chilling glimmer. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following afternoon, at 4:30, a slender figure hurriedly crossed several gates and swiftly approached the small courtyard. The door to the courtyard stood ajar, inviting entry. Without hesitation, the visitor stepped inside, and upon locking eyes with Li Mai, promptly exclaimed, "Uncle, we have made a discovery regarding the Qin mine." At these words, Li Mai, who had been languidly drooping his eyelids, suddenly perked up, an invisible aura of authority instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. With a thud, the visitor fell to his knees, hands pressed to the ground, beads of cold sweat soaking through his garments. This was the terror of the 9th tier. Even the slightest release of pressure could create a tempestuous upheaval. Witnessing this, Li Mai immediately retracted his formidable presence, leaning forward as he intently inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing the question, the visitor, disregarding everything else, took several deep breaths before hastily responding while still kneeling. Reporting to Uncle, the Qin mine contains unknown mysterious elements that, when ingested, react with human genes, resulting in enhancement and even further development. In simple terms, this mine can forcibly elevate the strength of awakeners, potentially compelling them to surpass their original ranks and advance further. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Mai sprang from his chair, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Despite having harbored some suspicions and preparations beforehand, hearing this news firsthand sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed repeatedly, his face alight with joy, and he could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha! With such a miraculous vein in our possession, how could the Qingyongli clan fail to thrive? He had already begun to perceive the Qinyun mine as a treasure destined for the Li family. Once he regained his composure, Li Mai lowered his gaze to the visitor and inquired, "Can this Qinyun mine enable ordinary individuals to become awakeners?" To answer, uncle, this matter remains uncertain. Our supply of Qinyun mine is limited, and we have yet to conduct targeted research regarding the extent of enhancement, dosage required, and any potential restrictions, the visitor replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Mai clasped his hands behind his back, nodding slowly in understanding. He recognized that thoroughly studying a mineral was not an endeavor that could be completed in a single day. Naturally, he did not feel the need to exhaust every detail. What mattered was confirming the mine's utility. The specifics could be addressed later. The significance of the mineral vein was unmistakable, and Li Mai's thoughts raced as he swiftly devised an urgent plan of action. He then gestured for the visitor to withdraw. Once he was alone in the courtyard, he spoke to the air before him. "Li Ming, relay the order to assemble elite personnel and hasten to Mount Tai. We must secure this mineral vein at all costs." "Understood," came Li Ming's voice from the air. "Remember, one must act with utmost discretion. Not a whisper of information must escape. Rest assured, I shall handle it personally." A gray silhouette quietly emerged, and Li Ming licked his lips, only for the figure to dissipate like a wisp of smoke, carried away by the wind. After Li Ming departed, Li Mai remained steadfast in his position, his piercing gaze fixed ahead. His vision seemed to transcend vast distances, glimpsing the imperial capital thousands of miles away, and the royal, forbidden zone within it. It was time for the dynamics of the Great Qin to undergo transformation. Li Mai murmured softly, then returned to the well-worn chair, picking up the telephone resting on the stone table beside him and dialing a number. The call was quickly connected, and Li Mao's voice resonated from the other end. He was, without a doubt, about to convey this significant news to Li Mao. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital, Li Mao listened intently to the news from Qinyun Mine, his expression growing increasingly grave. After the call ended, he spent a considerable time in his study processing the immense information. The emergence of a new vein of, or meant, that whoever claimed it would gain a tremendous advantage in future conflicts. Li Mao's demeanor became more serious. Though his strength was not formidable, as the head of the Li family, his grasp of the situation surpassed that of most. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Had he not fortuitously encountered Qin Mo and forged a bond with him, continually investing in their relationship? How could such a result have been possible today? Every sip and morsel seemed to be guided by fate. Lost in thought, a knowing smile crept upon Li Mao's lips. He glanced at the time displayed on his phone, smiling as he noted, "It's 5:02 p.m. That rascal Qin Mo must have just finished work." He then dialed Qin Mo's number, placing the phone to his ear. Beep, beep, beep. No answer, only the cold, mechanical tone. Li Mao, puzzled, hung up and dialed again. Yet again, he was met with the same unyielding beeping. His call went unanswered. This time should not be unreachable, Li Mao pondered, somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of Qin Mo's nature. The young man would never stay late, always the first to leave when the clock struck. Especially considering he was currently the deputy director of the Security Bureau, with no one to supervise him. Nevertheless, the call had not connected, and he was left wondering what Qin Mo could possibly be occupied with. However, Li Mao was not anxious. He merely intended to inform him of the research news from the Elder Council, with the Elder Council already dispatching personnel swiftly to Jiyuan County. It was of little consequence if Qin Mo learned of it a bit later. Thus, Li Mao refrained from dialing again, setting the phone down and taking a seat beside the chessboard. His most frequent pastime was engaging in solitary chess matches against himself. He picked up a black piece and, without hesitation, placed it in the corner of the board. As this piece fell, the solitary white piece was utterly sealed off from any means of escape, leaving no room for struggle. This move was imbued with a palpable aura of lethality. Let us rewind 5 minutes prior. At the pinnacle of the Security Bureau, Qin Mo silently activated the panel for the awakening of superhuman genes. Energy points, 29, freely allocable. Clearly, today's sun was exceptionally fierce, with high temperatures and ample illumination. Observing the various attribute values, Qin Mo did not deliberate excessively. As was his customary practice, he allocated 3 points each. The remaining 5 points were distributed among vision, strength, speed, defense, and intelligence, ensuring a balanced enhancement of his abilities. A scorching warmth rapidly radiated throughout his body, and an unexpected piece of information materialized. Vision, 147. Skill, enhanced thermal vision. A more potent warmth surged from deep within his body, rushing up to his forehead and enveloping his eyes. The solar energy poured into Qin Mo's gaze, infusing it with an even more terrifying heat, 2 small red dots appearing at the very center of his pupils. Lingering until the enhancement concluded, a faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips, and his spirits soared. Thermal vision was a crucial offensive tool for him, and after this enhancement, it would ascend to thermal vision level 3. This signified that Qin Mo could unleash rays of extreme heat with formidable destructive power. Of course, the extent of this destructive capability required testing against a target. It appeared another journey to Mount Tai was in order. Qin Mo murmured to himself as he slowly levitated into the air and floated out of the window. Mount Tai, distant from the city and populated by numerous awakened individuals, was the ideal location for him to hone his skills. Not to mention, he was simultaneously conducting an investigation to uncover the secrets concealed within. This endeavor would not only validate his strength, but also unearth the hidden machinations of the Tiandi Hui, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. With a resounding bang, Qin Mo soared skyward. Within a second, he reached his maximum speed, hurtling towards Mount Tai. At that moment, it was precisely 5:02, due to his supersonic flight. Qin Mo missed a call from Li Mao. Meanwhile, Li Ming was aboard a private armed aircraft, accompanied by the elite awakened members of the Qingyangli family. En route to Mount Tai, both parties shared a common objective, and danger was steadily encroaching. However, within Mount Tai, a different scene was unfolding. Chapter 110. The Madness of Xiaolin. Adorned with a grotesque mask resembling a ghastly visage, Xiaolin remained oblivious to the movements of the outside world. With his arms crossed over his chest, he stood at the highest point of the mining area, his indifferent gaze fixated on the actions of those below. This was already the belly of Mount Tai, an expanse hollowed out, towering nearly 30 zhang high and exceedingly vast. Within the mountain's depths, sturdy support hammers brace various corners to prevent extensive collapses during the mining operations. Several large lamps hang from above, casting an intensely bright light that illuminates the entire space as if it were daylight, unaffected by the passage of time. Soon, very soon, murmured Xiaolin in a barely audible voice, almost imperceptible even to those standing beside him. His shoulders sagged slightly, indicating a relaxation of spirit compared to his usual demeanor. The Qingyun vein was nearing the final stage of extraction. Once this last bit was severed, they could withdraw from this place. At that moment, regardless of the Li family's investigations, they would discover nothing. Even if they penetrated the heart of Taishan, all they would find would be a heap of ruins left by the explosions. A faint smile crept upon Xiaolin's lips at the thought. The Gaoling Xia family had buried vast quantities of high explosives around this subterranean space. When he departed, all individuals below S rank would be forever entombed here. Only the dead can safeguard secrets. Move a bit faster, Xiaolin suddenly urged, his voice rising with urgency. At that moment, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman ascended from below, standing beside Xiaolin. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke. The children have caught the scent of the living. Before her words could settle, Xiaolin swiftly turned to her, his voice low and grave. Living? Where? At the entrance. But they have yet to enter, merely lingering nearby. The woman replied. Hearing this, Xiaolin furrowed his brow, a myriad of complex thoughts flashing through his mind. Had their lingering finally betrayed them? Perhaps it's just a coincidence? The woman raised an eyebrow. Coincidence? The temperature around Xiaolin dropped several degrees. His face, concealed beneath a ghostly mask, twitched, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Taishan is vast, yet they linger precisely at the entrance. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Moreover, even if it were a coincidence, we cannot afford any risk of exposure. Better to err on the side of caution. E.g., you handle it. Be swift and discreet. Rest assured, my lord. My children have been hungry for far too long and are eager for a fresh meal. Yi Ji responded, her eyes subtly shifting colors, transforming into serpent-like pupils that exuded a chilling thirst for blood and cruelty. She then bowed slightly to Xiaolin, performing an ancient gesture before gracefully turning and departing. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Taishan, Qin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hovering in the air, surveying the stony terrain before him. From an external glance, it appeared that no other individuals had ventured here. Could it be that the Qin family had not dispatched anyone to investigate? In the depths of his heart, Qin Mo pondered, his brows slightly furrowed, filled with a hint of perplexity. He had initially believed that upon his arrival today, he could stealthily infiltrate the Li family's territory and take a cursory glance around. However, should the Li family members still be absent, it would not be wise to proceed recklessly. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately decided to wait a little longer, allowing the Qin clan to tread this precarious path and gauge the situation. With this resolution, he turned to depart, intending to bide his time for another day. Yet, who could have anticipated that just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly emerged within his line of sight. E.g., adorned in striking red high heels, abruptly appeared from the winding, shadowy passage of the mountain, making her way towards the concealed entrance. As she walked, she began to shed the few flimsy garments draping her figure, revealing her delicate, pale skin, adorned with mysterious patterns that stretched from her chest to her back, and from her shoulders down to her feet, resembling a vibrant red rose. Yi's movements were slow and graceful, her steps nearly silent. Upon reaching the entrance, she abruptly halted, extending her scarlet tongue to delicately lick her luscious lips. At that moment, outside Taishan, Qin Mo too altered his intentions, refraining from taking flight. Silently, he activated his holographic vision, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. An overwhelming influx of intricate information flooded his mind, conjuring a three-dimensional spatial representation. The sudden appearance of 43 serpents added an intriguing twist. A smirk played upon Qin Mo's lips as he silently mused. Yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed ahead. His sight penetrated through earth and stone, directly observing Yi standing behind the door. Yi, in turn, gazed back at Qin Mo, her eyes reminiscent of the venomous snakes coiled in the grass, lurking in the shadows. The two regarded one another without immediate aggression, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding. The air around them felt as though it had solidified. As Yi's tongue caressed the last inch of her lips, she gracefully lifted her right hand, extending her index finger. Through the thick earthen door, her finger pointed directly at the center of Qin Mo's brow. Simultaneously, the numerous poisonous serpents encircling Qin Mo raised their heads, flicking their tongues. Her delicate, alabaster finger glided through the damp, oppressive underground space, poised to touch the threshold of the passage. However, in that very instant, a wild and terrifying force erupted from within Qin Mo's being. He shot forth his right hand like a cannonball, striking the dark door with ferocious intensity. The thick, 1-yard door, fortified with alloy, crumbled beneath the might of his fist as though it were mere parchment, offering no resistance whatsoever, and shattered with a resounding crash. Boom! The door splintered, and dust erupted into the air. Unparalleled superhuman strength surged forth, descending upon Yi, causing her to spout a mouthful of fresh blood, already gravely wounded. The abruptness of it all was overwhelming. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Yi had never anticipated that Qin Mo was already aware of her whereabouts, patiently awaiting this very moment. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was already too late. 5 powerful fingers, akin to iron clamps, firmly gripped her neck, lifting her off the ground. Qin Mo's visage emerged from the swirling dust, appearing as a demon returned from the depths of hell. Gasping, Yi instinctively reached out to pry his arm away, the dwindling oxygen filling her with the stench of death. An overwhelming terror surged through her, yet she could only emit faint gasps. It was revealed to be a beautiful serpent. Qin Mo smiled softly, and, with a swift motion, his fingers unleashed extraordinary strength, effortlessly snapping her neck. He exhibited no trace of compassion, not even granting her the opportunity for a final word. A third-tier S-class metamorphic awakener, she was mercilessly eliminated by Qin Mo in an instant, her life extinguished. With a thud, Qin Mo casually discarded Yi's lifeless body onto the rubble-strewn ground, then turned his gaze towards the interior of the passageway. Simultaneously, the dozens of venomous snakes that had been lurking outside collapsed, devoid of life. He surmised the reason for his exposure was merely due to lingering at the passage's entrance a moment too long, which had alerted a specialized ability user like e.g. Indeed, one must not underestimate any S-class being. Qin Mo silently reminded himself, then raised his right fist once more, aiming at the side of the passage. Superhuman strength, quietly activated. Boom! A massive gash suddenly appeared beside Qin Mo, countless fissures sprawling like a spider's web, frantically radiating in all directions. Within the vast interior of the mountain, an avalanche of dust cascaded down, enormous cracks manifested in the ceiling, and the overhead lights flickered erratically as soil and stone began to plummet. The mining area was instantly engulfed in chaos. Those below remained oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly believing they had encountered an earthquake. This was a perfectly reasonable assumption. After all, long ago, when Qin Mo's strength had yet to reach such formidable heights, a single punch had collapsed a street in the White Cloud district, its power comparable to that of a minor earthquake. Now, with his strength having undergone a tremendous transformation, one could only speculate the catastrophic destruction he could unleash in full force. No one knew, not even Qin Mo himself. This was the very reason he refrained from recklessly testing the limits of his augmented power. It was simply too overwhelming. In the tumultuous mining area, a steadfast leader was desperately needed to stabilize the chaos. For instance, the Night Princess, who recently met her demise at the hands of Qin Mo and Bai Yutong, who also fell victim to him not long ago, were the only two third-tier S-class awakeners within the entire mining area. Aside from them, the only one remaining was Xiaolin, assigned to this location. However, Xiaolin had far more pressing matters to attend to. His figure had vanished from the highest point of the mining site at the very moment the earthquake struck, transforming into a somewhat ethereal and menacing specter. Hastening towards Qin Mo, with the Night Princess slain, it was imperative for him to personally eliminate Qin Mo. That was the very purpose of his assignment here. In less than a quarter of a second, a towering silhouette suddenly materialized within the dust-filled corridor. Xiaolin maintained his previous stance, arms crossed over his chest, surrounded by flickering, ominous shadows. Indeed, it was no mere coincidence, he remarked coolly. It is indeed a coincidence, Qin Mo replied with a slight smile. His fingers slowly curling into a fist, the immense power coiled within him, concealed from view. Simultaneously, two crimson dots abruptly appeared in the center of his pupils, gradually enlarging. Xiaolin, of course, noticed this peculiarity, yet he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, dismissing Qin Mo entirely. He could eliminate the Night Princess in an instant. And surely he could do the same to Bai Yutong, whom he presumed Qin Mo had also dispatched. Presumably, Bai Yutong was also one of your victims, Xiaolin continued, as the flickering shadows around him multiplied and grew increasingly sinister, faint wails echoing through the corridor. Bai Yutong? I have not heard of him. Qin Mo shook his head. Just as his words left his lips, he vanished from his original position. A terrifying burst of 25 times the speed of sound erupted forth, and Qin Mo shot out like an arrow released from its bow, instantaneously appearing before Xiaolin. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The late bird suffers. It would be foolish to stand idly by and wait for the opponent to strike. Qin Mo had never underestimated any adversary. The distance between them was already less than 10 zhong, which to Qin Mo was negligible. The moment he launched himself, he had already thrown a punch. The fist loomed larger in Xiaolin's vision, and the pupils concealed beneath his mask constricted sharply. Too fast, it was unthinkably swift. He was caught completely off guard. Xiaolin was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a remarkable speed from Qin Mo. Yet, having clandestinely engaged in numerous unsavory acts for the Xia family of jailing, he had long cultivated an instinctive response to danger, having lived on the edge for years. The formidable power of his ghostly genetic lineage activated in an instant, a grotesque specter enveloping his body, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Just as the shadow flickered past, Qin Mo's fist struck the left side of Xiaolin's chest with unerring precision. Yet, the sensation of impact was utterly absent. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that his punch had struck nothing but air. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Nevertheless, even in this void of contact, Xiaolin remained undetected by his senses. The three-dimensional spatial visualization constructed within Qin Mo's mind had unequivocally conveyed Xiaolin's location to him. His true form was positioned directly behind where Qin Mo had previously stood. At that critical moment, the body and the shadow had exchanged places, narrowly evading the devastating force of Qin Mo's blow. Xiaolin had intended to initiate the assault on Qin Mo first, commanding the shadow to appear behind him. Unfortunately, he was a fraction too late. Upon emerging at the entrance of the corridor, Xiaolin, disregarding his surprise and trepidation, promptly summoned his genetic power once more. With a cold snort and a gaze as sharp as a blade, a grotesque spectral visage manifested around him. In the next instant, the body and the shadow switched places again. Xiaolin finally materialized behind Qin Mo, raising his arm to conjure a pitch-black, chilling trident in his palm, thrusting it fiercely towards the vulnerable spot at Qin Mo's back. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. He was absolutely confident that this strike would shatter Qin Mo into fragments, spilling blood upon the ground. However, the unfolding of events rarely aligns with one's expectations. Too slow. A faint voice resonated like a massive hammer, striking deeply at the core of Xiaolin's being. Before him, Qin Mo pivoted in an entirely illogical manner. Fixing his gaze upon him, crimson light flooded his pupils, and two beams of searing heat shot forth in an instant. The proximity was alarmingly close. This is disastrous. Xiaolin silently cursed his misfortune, his expression concealed beneath the mask of the ghostly visage suddenly shifting. He sought to employ the same tactic again, but as Qin Mo had just indicated, he was too slow. More accurately, Qin Mo was far too swift. The two beams of intense heat struck Xiaolin squarely in the face, the tremendous force propelling him backward. A chilling scream pierced the air, merging with the cacophony of countless ghostly wails. Xiaolin was blasted out of the corridor, his body skimming the ground for 2 miles, carving a deep trench in his wake. He miraculously survived? Qin Mo was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, his recently enhanced thermal vision should have been sufficient to eliminate Xiaolin. Yet, he remained alive. The fact that he was still breathing indicated that his demigod physique had not been breached. But how could this be? Qin Mo was perplexed, swiftly exiting the corridor to gaze upon Xiaolin, and suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. With his formidable telescopic and microscopic vision, he discerned the truth in mere moments. Summer Lin's mask, which had adorned his face, lay shattered into fragments, its integrity compromised but not melted by the intense heat. This was undeniably a formidable defensive sacred relic, at least an 8th-tier artifact crafted by an awakened being. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to mitigate the overwhelming force of Qin Mo's strike. However, even with the sacred relic defending him, Summer Lin was still gravely injured. Dark, congealed blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. Bracing himself against the rocky ground, the remnants of the mask fell away, revealing his true visage. Qin Mo's searing rays had left ghastly burn marks on his cheek, yet they did little to conceal the existing grotesque scars. Viewed in this light, his true identity was nearly indistinguishable. Disheveled strands of hair hung before his eyes as he lifted his gaze towards Qin Mo, suspended in midair, his throat dry and parched. That brief encounter had starkly illuminated the vast chasm separating him from Qin Mo. In terms of power and speed, Qin Mo was leagues beyond him. Faced with such an inexplicable adversary, continuing the fight would be akin to courting death. Suddenly, Summer Lin turned his head toward the debris-laden passageway, a flurry of complex thoughts racing through his mind. Yet, he expelled these chaotic notions, leaving only one, the original affirmation of his identity. I am Summer, of the esteemed Xia family. He roared internally, determination igniting within him, a fierce madness taking hold. With a resounding thump, he struck the ground, stirring clouds of dust, and summoned his genetic powers, causing shadows to flit through the dim corridor. Almost instantly, a phantom visage flickered around him, signaling his intention to swap positions once more. Alas, employing the same tactic thrice rendered it ineffective. Qin Mo's acute perception swiftly discerned his plan, and in an instant, he soared above Summer Lin, delivering a powerful kick. The force behind this kick was no less formidable than his previous punch. The impact sent Summer Lin soaring into the air, shattering his semi-divine form. But the onslaught did not cease there. Following swiftly, Qin Mo unleashed a terrifying speed, materializing behind Summer Lin. lowering his gaze upon Summer Lin's disfigured face. He smirked slightly and lifted his right leg. With a resounding crash, Summer Lin's body was propelled like a cannonball, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing into Mount Tai, creating a deep crater. Every bone in his body was shattered by that kick, leaving him clinging to the last vestiges of life. Qin Mo chose not to pursue further. Instead, a crimson glint reappeared in his eyes, radiating an ominous glow. It must be said that the high-temperature rays serve as his means of long-range assault. Under such a strike, Xiaolin was undoubtedly destined for death. Yet, in this seemingly insurmountable predicament, Xiaolin astonishingly refused to relinquish his resistance. His countenance twisted in a grimace, his eyes ablaze with a reckless madness that disregarded life itself. The final thought in his mind compelled him to muster every ounce of strength to tremble his fingers. The remnants of his genetic power coalesced in the air, forming a blood-red spear, yet its pointed tip was not aimed at Qin Mo, but rather at himself. Boom! The spear penetrated his chest with ferocious force, crashing into the boulder that pressed against his back. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted around him, causing the solid rock to splinter and reveal the vast cavern excavated by the Xia clan deep within a mountain. This was the power of a fourth-tier S-class awakened being. Even on the brink of death, such devastation could still be wrought. A genuine smile surfaced on Xiaolin's face as he plummeted toward the mining area. However, his smile had scarcely lasted half a second before it was forever frozen upon his visage. Two unexpected high-temperature rays descended from above, enveloped in a vivid crimson glow, piercing through his body and severing the last remnants of his consciousness. A fourth-tier S-class elemental awakened being had thus met his demise. Qin Mo's understanding of his current strength was renewed, yet no smile graced his features. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. Xiaolin's final act of self-destruction left him perplexed. One would expect a dying man to exhibit a different reaction. Recalling Xiaolin's earlier attempt to exchange positions with the specter within the channel, Qin Mo's brow knitted tighter. Why was this individual so intent on returning to the depths of Taishan? Qin Mo was engulfed in confusion. Just as he pondered deeply, the earth suddenly trembled ever so slightly. Qin Mo abruptly lifted his head, cautiously surveying the looming Taishan. The tremors intensified, resembling an actual earthquake. At that very moment, a deep, thunderous sound erupted from within the mountain. Boom! Qin Mo immediately amplified his hearing, extending it over a radius of 100 kilometers. A torrent of information surged into his ears almost simultaneously, and his super-intellect swiftly began to analyze and process it. In less than a second, Qin Mo pinpointed the source of the thunderous sound. His expression shifted abruptly. Was this high-explosive ordnance? He was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that the adversary had concealed such a treacherous contingency. No wonder Xiaolin had been so intent on rushing toward the heart of Taishan. It was to detonate the explosives at the last moment, obliterating all traces. In that moment, amidst the ruins, it was evident that they would be unable to uncover any clues. The terror was such that even the yet-to-be-exploited Qingyun or Vane would be reduced to ashes in the wake of such a violent explosion. This was a death trap. The sheer magnitude of explosives buried, amounting to hundreds of thousands of pounds, was truly ruthless. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, silently lamenting within. His mind was inundated with a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Beyond the collapse of structures and the shattering of earth and stone, there were countless screams and wails. These belonged to the personnel mining the Qingyun or Vane, a mix of awakened individuals and ordinary workers, yet under the weight of hundreds of thousands of pounds of explosives. The distinction became irrelevant. Both were equally fragile. A total of 1,268 lives were at stake, with every passing second extinguishing another breath. The Gao family's explosives were cunningly concealed. They had buried the explosives and fuses while excavating the mining tunnels. Having never intended for the events here to see the light of day, the explosives were intricately linked, and, as the chain progressed, the devastation grew more formidable. Based on the conditions gathered thus far, the superintelligence swiftly analyzed and computed the situation of the Orvane. In an instant, the outcome was clear. Qin Mo relaxed his brow, his gaze sharp and clear. With a mere thought, he unleashed his maximum speed, vanishing from his location. racing toward the pit created by Xiaolin. He did not intend to prevent the explosion of the ore vein. That was beyond his current capabilities. However, with his terrifying speed, capable of traversing thousands of meters in a single second, he could accomplish small tasks in that fleeting moment before the imminent explosion. Buzz, high above, a private armed helicopter, roaring with power, sped past. Within the cabin sat none other than the elite forces of the Li family, hastily summoned by Li Mai to rush to Taishan. Despite the small number of 10, their might was not to be underestimated. The lowest ranked awakened among them was at the 4th tier, while the highest reached the 8th tier, clearly indicating Li Mai's seriousness regarding the Qin mine. Nonetheless, despite their haste, they arrived too late. By the time the armed aircraft hovered in the skies above Taishan, a fierce explosion had already transpired below. The trembling earth and the billowing smoke signified one thing. Trouble had struck Taishan. Do not act rashly. Let me investigate. A suave male voice suddenly echoed within the cabin, followed by the opening of the hatch and a rush of air. Li Ming activated the genetic powers within him. Drifting down to a closer vantage point, concealed by the air, he furrowed his brow, listening to the incessant detonations, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. This was dire indeed. Li Ming was unaware of the events unfolding. He had no means of conjecture. However, the cause was inconsequential. The outcome was glaringly apparent. The Qin vein was undoubtedly doomed. Although it is said that these high explosives are unlikely to breach the demigod physique of awakeners above the 5th tier, they could choose to take a look around during this time. However, there is no necessity to take such a risk. The Li family possesses a research report regarding the hardness of the Qin mine, which has been clearly articulated. Li Ming is aware of this matter, and, as he contemplates, a wave of irritation surges within him, for he does not know how to explain the situation to the Elder Council upon his return. The continuous explosions resonating from Taishan are akin to crisp, resounding slaps to his face, mercilessly emphasizing their incompetence. Cursed be it, Li Ming cursed quietly under his breath, shaking his head as he prepared to turn back to the aircraft. However, at that very moment, 2 beams of intense, red-hot rays, even more vibrant than the flames of the explosions, abruptly intruded into his line of sight. These rays surged forth from the ruins at the base of Taishan without warning, shooting straight into the sky, resembling 2 bright beacons illuminating the dark night. What on earth is this? Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of vigilance. With such immense, explosive power, who knows what lies within? The best response to the unknown is to be thoroughly prepared. Just as the high-temperature rays caught everyone's attention, a more violent explosion erupted from the belly of the mountain. Boom! A large mass of earth and stone crumbled. As Qin Mo raised his right fist, soaring through the billowing dust, just as he took off, the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of high explosives were detonated, igniting a series of blinding flames. Beneath the dim sky, it resembled a splendid fireworks display, captivating all who beheld it. Yet, the color of the smoke was a deep crimson, akin to fresh blood. At this moment, none of the elite members of the Li family aboard the aircraft spoke. They all directed their gazes toward Qin Mo, their faces awash with astonishment. Who could have imagined that amidst such a terrifying explosion, a figure would emerge? Moreover, he was unscathed, not even a corner of his garment ruffled. What a terrifying speed, what astonishing defense. The Li family's elites were stunned by Qin Mo, and even Li Ming, concealed in the air, was taken aback. Yet, being a person accustomed to grand spectacles, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. However, when he clearly discerned Qin Mo's face, the last vestige of his calmness evaporated entirely. What the hell, how could it be him? Li Ming exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. It is worth noting that he had seen a photograph of Qin Mo, hence he recognized him immediately. Yet precisely because of this recognition, he was thrown into such a state of disarray. When did Qin Mo's strength become so formidable? To withstand hundreds of thousands of kilograms of high explosives without a scratch. He must at least be an S-rank awakener of the 5th tier. A 23-year-old 5th tier, this must be a reincarnation of a prodigy. Let's not mention the astonishing prowess displayed by Qin Mo just a few days ago, merely at the 3rd tier. Such absurdity. When Li Ming first heard rumors of Qin Mo's immense potential and rapid growth, he harbored a modicum of skepticism, suspecting exaggeration. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, he could no longer afford disbelief. As Li Ming and his companions laid eyes on Qin Mo, he too became aware of their presence. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to regard the hovering armed helicopter, two small red dots reappearing in his pupils. In such circumstances, who could ascertain whether this might be the follow-up reinforcements from Xiaolin? Qin Mo had missed Li Mao's call, and thus remained unaware that these were individuals from the Qingyangli clan. Adhering to the principle of striking first, the two red dots swiftly filled his gaze, and he prepared to unleash a high-temperature beam, ready to act. Noticing this, Li Ming snapped back from his earlier astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the genetic power within him, instantly flashing to Qin Mo's side, revealing himself from the air in a swirling gray vortex. The high-temperature beam shot unerringly into the gray vortex, subsequently emerging bizarrely from several miles away in an uninhabited zone. With a casual flick, Li Ming effortlessly neutralized Qin Mo's attack, rendering it null. As an 8th-tier S-class awakener, such a display was hardly surprising. After casting the gray vortex, Li Ming swiftly produced a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his pocket, urgently exclaiming, "Qingyangli clan, we are allies." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo, who had been poised to make a hasty retreat, abruptly halted. He gazed at the jade pendant in Li Ming's hand, and his super intellect quickly summoned relevant memories. Indeed, this was the jade pendant of the Qingyangli clan, which he had glimpsed in Li Mao's study. The bearer of this pendant must belong to the core lineage of the Qingyangli clan. Realizing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but exhale in relief, chuckling softly. "I thought you were reinforcements from the enemy." Li Ming responded candidly. "We are also dispatched by the Elder Council, rushing to Time Mountain to seize the Qingyang mines." He did not conceal his intentions, choosing to be forthright with Qin Mo. Such honesty undoubtedly won Qin Mo's favor, enhancing his impression of Li Ming. "You have arrived a step too late. The mines within Time Mountain have just been destroyed." Qin Mo shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Li Ming nodded slowly, frowning as he inquired, "Might I ask what transpired at Time Mountain? Could you enlighten us, Lord Guan, Nei?" His tone, though gentle, clearly carried a sense of respect. Not to mention that Qin Mo's status as a second-tier Guan Nei lord was already exceedingly high. The potential he had just displayed was sufficient for Li Ming to adopt such a stance. Whether he could ascend to the 9th tier in this lifetime remained uncertain. Yet, given Qin Mo's current age and his guaranteed strength at least at the 4th tier, barring any unforeseen calamity, he was destined to achieve greatness in the future. It is not shameful to show respect for a future young sovereign. Upon hearing his inquiries, Qin Mo did not conceal anything and succinctly recounted the events that transpired since his arrival at Taishan. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds surprise. Indeed, the revelation stirred a tempest within Li Ming, who found himself increasingly astonished by Qin Mo's audacity and potential. The Guaniho truly possessed remarkable strength. He discreetly offered a compliment. In response, Qin Mo merely smiled faintly, remaining grounded rather than becoming arrogant. The recent gray vortex lingered vividly in his memory. The unassuming, enigmatic man before him was undoubtedly a powerful awakened being. Yet, it was a pity that the entire Qingyun or vein had been obliterated. Li Ming shook his head, a hint of regret flickering across his face. The ore vein had indeed been destroyed, but Qin Mo's smile widened as he raised his left hand, which he had kept behind his back, and presented a bag to Li Ming. "Guaniho." This as Li Ming's surprise was palpable. He had noticed the bag in Qin Mo's possession from the very beginning, but had refrained from inquiring due to his own status. Now, Qin Mo had taken the initiative to present it, accompanied by such words. Could be that? Li Ming's breath caught as he swiftly accepted the bag, opening a small flap to peek inside. Gasp! What lay within was none other than a collection of Qingyun ores, roughly estimated to weigh around 150 pounds. No wonder Li Ming was so flustered. He had assumed the Qingyun ore was utterly annihilated. Who could have anticipated that Qin Mo still possessed a share? This was indeed a delightful surprise. Li Ming abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide as he gazed at Qin Mo, his lips parting to speak. But before he could utter a word, Qin Mo casually waved his hand, smilingly saying, "It was merely a trivial act. You may take these ores back with you, saving me an extra trip." Guaniho, this enough? No need for further words. Please convey my regards to the Elder Council of the Qingyangli clan. With that, Qin Mo suddenly unleashed an astonishing speed, turning and soaring towards the imperial capital, vanishing in an instant. Li Ming watched the receding speck in the distance, feeling somewhat astonished. This was indeed an excessively swift departure. He moved his lips, muttering softly. Subsequently, he gazed down at the Qin Yun, or in his hand, tightening the bag and securing it at his waist. With a shift in his thoughts, his figure gradually became ethereal, disappearing into the air. When Li Ming reappeared, he found himself inside an armed helicopter. Naturally, the others remained as they always were, absent in form, yet present in voice. Let's return. 30 minutes later, in Qinyang County, at the millennial-old Li residence. The familiar, quaint courtyard welcomed him as Li Mai reclined in a rocking chair, skillfully manipulating a black-and-white taiji ball while listening to Li Ming's detailed report. Thus, the situation unfolds. The Marquis of Guanyi has outpaced us, ultimately claiming these Qin Yun mines, a feat entirely attributed to his prowess. As Li Ming's words hung in the air, Li Mai remained silent, his eyes gently closed, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, the taiji ball that had been swirling in his hand suddenly came to a halt. In a measured tone, Li Mai instructed, "Retrieve the Blackwater Xuanjia from the storeroom and send it to the imperial capital via the secret passage, for Li Mao to deliver to Qin Mo." What? Li Ming lifted his gaze, astonished. He never anticipated that Li Mai would bestow the Blackwater Xuanjia upon Qin Mo. It is important to note that this individual is a 9th-tier S-class mimicry awakeners, and the remnants of a fallen saintly spirit are exceedingly rare defensive treasures. Possessing such an item is akin to having an additional life. It is no wonder that Li Ming was taken aback. He regarded Li Mai with a furrowed brow and quietly inquired, "Isn't the Blackwater Xuanjia a tad too precious?" Although the Marquis of Guanyi is on good terms with our Li family, he bears the surname Qin, not Li. In response, Li Mai offered a faint smile, opening his eyes and shaking his head. "Your perspective is still too narrow. What does it matter if the Marquis of Guanyi is not of the Li bloodline? As long as his heart aligns with the Li family, he is one of us. Such a prodigy is a rare find in a millennium. He will undoubtedly ascend to greatness in time. If our Li family does not increase its investment now, it will be too late." Do I really need to elaborate on the speed of the Marquis' growth? Li Mai's words struck a chord, and Li Ming was suddenly alarmed. Reflecting on Li Mai's insight, he recognized the wisdom in his decision. Qin Mo has already reached the 4th tier, while merely half a month ago, he was only slightly stronger than a 1st-tier individual. Should the Qinyang Li family hesitate, with his extraordinary talent, he might soon become a king. At that point, delivering the Blackwater Xuanjia would be akin to presenting a gift that would go unnoticed. Li Ming, enlightened by Li Mai's guidance, quickly grasped the stakes involved. He bowed deeply in respect, sincerely acknowledging, "Uncle, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have been foolish. You, being young and inexperienced, have much to learn. In the past century, the greatest fortune of our Qinyang Li family has been Li Mao's discovery of Qin Mo in the imperial capital. The future of the Qin will undoubtedly belong to our Qinyang Li." Just as Li Mai was expounding, he abruptly ceased, leaving the latter part of his statement unspoken. He resumed manipulating the taiji ball and gestured toward the Qin Yun mines, shifting the topic. "Extract a portion for the research institute. Ensure they ascertain its properties swiftly, while the remainder must be securely stored." Understood. With that, Li Ming turned to depart. Unexpectedly, Li Mai suddenly halted him, advising, "Today, everyone who met with the Marquis within Taishan must be sworn to secrecy, ensuring his prowess remains undisclosed. This is for Qin Mo's sake, to prevent him from becoming a target for the other aristocratic families. Otherwise, considerable troubles may ensue. The rapid ascension from F rank to A rank is one matter, but maintaining such a growth rate upon reaching the S rank is truly astonishing. If he cannot be harnessed for our purposes, it would indeed be best to eliminate him." Li Ming was well aware of the underlying reasons and nodded affirmatively. "Understood. This is the first update, with another to follow. Recently, I have been presenting lengthy chapters, and I am striving to accelerate the plot's progression, aiming to update more frequently each day, so that everyone may enjoy a satisfying read." Chapter 112, The Gratitude of the Xia Ancestor Evening, 6 o'clock. In the cloud district of the imperial capital, the Xia Manor, Xia Xian found it increasingly difficult to maintain his usual composure, hastening towards the bedroom of the Xia ancestor with swift strides. His expression was grave, his brows furrowed tightly, eager to reach the Xia ancestor's side without delay. However, upon arriving at the door, he abruptly halted, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. Once he had calmed his thoughts, the portly figure of Xia Xian finally knocked on the door. "Enter," came the Xia ancestor's calm voice from within. Xia Xian pushed the door open and cautiously closed it behind him. "You are not at ease. What has transpired?" Without waiting for Xia Xian to speak, the Xia ancestor, seated cross-legged on the open window ledge with his back to him, inquired first. Hunching slightly, Xia Xian replied in a low voice. "It appears we cannot escape the general's keen eye. I have just received word that an incident has occurred in Taishan." With that, an invisible wave of energy surged outward from the Xia ancestor, sending Xia Xian stumbling back several steps. He hastily knelt on one knee, bowing his head. "Taishan, what news from Xiaolin?" The Xia ancestor's expression remained unchanged, yet unbeknownst to him, his eyes had opened, shining with a startling brilliance, glinting with a sharp, cold light. "Xiaolin has not relayed any information. He must have perished. There was a massive explosion at the mines." Xia Xian hesitated before responding. "Dead?" The Xia ancestor's brows knitted in surprise. Then, without waiting for Xia Xian's reply, he murmured to himself, "This is intriguing." The four short words, however, were imbued with a chilling aura of malice. The Xia ancestor's mood was decidedly poor. "Have you ascertained who was responsible?" The incident occurred too abruptly. The explosion claimed all of our personnel at Taishan. The news arrived not long ago, and we are still investigating, Xia Xian reported. "All perished? Then it appears the news of the mines must not have been leaked." The Xia ancestor's gaze flickered as he pondered the potential ramifications of this event and the adverse effects it could have on the Xia family. The subordinate opined that Mount Tai had indeed been exposed, yet the family remained shrouded in secrecy. The cataclysm could obliterate all traces of evidence, and moreover, Xiaolin had never had any connection with our Xia clan. Xia Xian emphasized the last sentence with particular weight, his words laden with meaning. He lifted his gaze to observe the silhouette of Elder Xia, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, General." Upon hearing this, Elder Xia's eyelids drooped once more, and he replied nonchalantly, "Xiaolin's loyalty is beyond question. Fortunately, the mining operations have reached their final stages, and the vast majority of the work has been discreetly transported away. Our losses are minimal. In light of this, it is time to convey the message to Gaoling. It is indeed appropriate for them to witness the splendor of the foremost city of Qin. I shall attend to it at once," Xia Xian responded gravely, a flicker of fervor igniting deep within his eyes. After years of concealment, this very moment was the culmination of his perseverance, and it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. The explosion that transpired today not only annihilated all traces left at the scene, but also dispelled any doubts harbored by the Gaoling Xia clan. At this juncture, they believed their whereabouts posed no risk of exposure, and that no one would suspect them. However, none could fathom that Qin Mo had witnessed the explosion at Mount Tai firsthand and had emerged unscathed from the chaos. The five illustrious families had been elevated for far too long, long enough for their minds to swell with arrogance, and long enough for their eyes to never cast a glance downward. No need to investigate Mount Tai any further. The individuals capable of discovering our disguise and taking action are likely the same ones as before, Elder Xia stated coolly. In response, Xia Xian quietly inquired, "General, are you implying that today's malefactors belong to the mysterious organization lurking in the shadows?" "Indeed," Elder Xia affirmed with a nod, prompting Xia Xian to furrow his brow in contemplation. "Xiaolin has reached the pinnacle of the fourth tier, a rarity among peers, which indicates that the opposition must possess at least fifth-tier awakened individuals. If that is the case, their power should not be underestimated. Merely a group of insignificant clowns. No one can impede the ascendance of the Gao Ling Xia clan. There is no need for concern. We must prioritize our main affairs." Elder Xia's words were imbued with profound confidence, a confidence born from his formidable strength. "Has there been any notable activity in the capital recently?" he suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian swiftly sifted through the various reports from the past week within his mind. After several breaths, he slowly responded, "The five great families have, as usual, made no overt moves, and the Security Bureau seems to have settled down, appearing to have abandoned their follow-up investigations into the Heavenly Society." "Ah yes." Deputy Director Qin Mo suddenly visited the Li estate the day before yesterday, where he remained for an entire morning. It is unclear what confidential discussions he engaged in with Li Mao. "Qin Mo?" Elder Xia paused momentarily, then recollected the identity of the name's bearer. Since the conclusion of the last nobility ceremony, Qin Mo has scarcely made his presence known before him, seemingly resigned to his fate. Furthermore, Xiaozu has never held Qin Mo in high regard, an insignificant commoner, bereft of power and influence. Who dares to aspire to the lofty title of a first-class marquis based solely on meager talents and a stroke of luck? What a deluded fantasy. To even attain the status of a marquis within the borders is already a cause for gratitude. Xiaozu curled his lips into a cold smirk and declared, "There is no need to mention Qin Mo's affairs any further. He is merely a puppet propped up by the Leaf family of Qingyang. Though he has ascended to the rank of an S-level awakener at a young age, his potential has been exhausted, and his future achievements will be limited. He deserves no further attention." Understood. Xiaoxian shared the same sentiments as Xiaozu. They had never regarded Qin Mo with any respect. Upon receiving Xiaozu's command, he readily acquiesced. "You may leave." Xiaozu waved his hand dismissively. "Your subordinate takes his leave," Xiaoxian replied respectfully, his portly figure retreating quietly from the chamber. Once he departed, Xiaozu fell into silence. The air exhaled from his mouth and nose gradually diminishing until it nearly ceased altogether. Meanwhile, in Baiyun District, Guanhong Street, Qin Mo sat in the living room, a table before him adorned with 4 dishes and a bowl of soup, all nearly empty, revealing the bottom. These were remnants he had brought back from a modest eatery by the roadside during his return from Taishan. Today had been a day of physical activity, thus requiring a replenishment of energy. After finishing the meal, Qin Mo wiped his mouth with a tissue and retrieved a vague, shadowy mass from his pocket. The shadow was no larger than half a palm and resembled a tangible wisp of gas, though it felt akin to grasping a clump of vapor. Nevertheless, despite its peculiar appearance, it was a legitimate crystallized element extracted from a 4th-tier awakener. In simpler terms, this object was a relic of Xiaolin, which Qin Mo had brought out from Taishan. He had previously mentioned to Li Ming that acquiring the Qin Yun or was merely a matter of convenience. And indeed, he spoke true. For initially, Qin Mo had not intended to collect any Qin Yun ore, as it held no value for him. His sole aim was to reclaim his spoils. Qin Mo had faith in the data analyzed by his super-intelligent brain and trusted his own speed, thus he acted without hesitation. By mere coincidence, there happened to be a pile of freshly cut Qin Yun or beside Xiaolin's corpse. Adhering to the principle of "since I'm here, I might as well make the most of my time," Qin Mo casually took some with him. Wasn't that indeed a matter of convenience? At this moment, gazing at the shadowy mass in his hand, Qin Mo concentrated, his fingers suddenly clenching tightly around it. The gray shadow seemed as if it had been shattered and fled from his fingers, rapidly expanding in all directions and soon filling the entire living room. The light suddenly vanished, leaving behind an impenetrable darkness where one could not see their own hand. This was the effect of the elemental crystal, capable of conjuring an exceedingly dark space that concealed one's form and obstructed vision. Its evident flaw, however, lay in its indiscriminate nature. Both friend and foe would be affected. Yet, for Qin Mo, this posed no issue. While the user would be impacted, Qin Mo remained unaffected. He inherently possessed the ability to see in the dark, not to mention his holographic vision and mental perception. In essence, the gray shadow proved to be advantageous for Qin Mo. If wielded skillfully, this elemental crystal could yield unexpectedly significant results. After conducting a simple experiment to test its efficacy, Qin Mo concentrated his thoughts, and the mist that had filled the living room returned to his palm, transforming into a ball of gas. He gazed down at the floating gray shadow in his hand and murmured softly, "Finally, I have an elemental crystal that can be of some use. What a rare find this is." As he spoke, a hint of sentiment flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. Previously, he had acquired numerous spoils, but most had been relegated to gathering dust in a drawer. This was an unavoidable circumstance, primarily because Qin Mo himself was exceedingly powerful. As a mid-level hexagonal warrior, he excelled in attack, defense, speed, and recovery, exhibiting virtually no weaknesses. This led to the unfortunate reality that he found little use for those elemental crystals and relics of the holy spirits. At times, being too strong could indeed be a burden. Chapter 113. You're not afraid of your wife, are you? The following day, before dawn had broken, Qin Mo was already awake. After neatly folding his bedding and tidying up his home, he stepped outside. As for breakfast, he naturally consumed it on his run. Qin Mo's life was exceptionally regular, just as it always had been. From the meals he ate to the clothes he wore and the daily activities he engaged in, it was hard to imagine he was the second-ranked Marquis of the Great Qin. Although the title of Marquis held no real power or rewards, it was said that a starved camel is still larger than a horse. After all, a Marquis is still a Marquis. He jogged for over 2 hours and did not enter the security bureau until 5 minutes past 9, intentionally delaying his arrival to avoid encountering too many colleagues and the chorus of greetings that would almost wear out his ears. The morning was leisurely, with little to occupy Qin Mo's time. He even called upon his secretary, Su Yin, to quietly play games in the office. After all, Li Mao seldom visited the security bureau without reason, and, as the deputy director, Qin Mo was quite at liberty to do as he pleased. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, his blissful existence of idleness was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the office door. To his astonishment, the visitor was none other than Li Mao. Seeing that familiar figure at the entrance, Qin Mo nearly doubted his own eyes, his expression tinged with surprise. "Brother, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. In response, Li Mao, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode into the room, carrying a completely black, elongated box. "What? As the director of the security bureau, am I not allowed to inspect your work?" Li Mao retorted with a scoff. "Of course you may, esteemed director. Shall we go fishing later?" Qin Mo inquired with a smile. At this, Li Mao raised an eyebrow, replying coolly as the deputy director, "How dare you engage in such behavior in public? I could very well hold you accountable. Just say whether we are going or not." Qin Mo teased. "Hey, you little rascal, impervious to reason, are you?" Li Mao approached him, slamming the box onto the desk, and said leisurely, "Naturally, we must go fishing. Yet, why is there not even a cup of hot tea here? Isn't it good to bask in the sun and sip on some goji berry water daily? Brother, we ought to replenish ourselves. As the saying goes, it is unnecessary but not unwise to do so." Qin Mo winked playfully, his demeanor lighthearted. Then, deliberately disregarding the growing displeasure on Li Mao's face, he leaned forward to examine the elongated box, shifting the conversation. "By the way, what is this item you have brought? It was sent overnight from the Elders' Council for you. Just open it and see," Li Mao replied, his tone softening. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's curiosity was piqued. Although he did not understand why the Li family had suddenly decided to gift him something, he knew that items presented by the Elders' Council were far from ordinary. After all, why would Li Mao personally make the trip otherwise? Contemplating this, Qin Mo bent down to pull the box closer, running his fingers along its side to locate the hidden latch. With a crisp sound, the mechanism activated, causing the lid to spring open and reveal a pool of black liquid contained within. Qin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He was not mistaken. The box indeed held a deep, dark liquid that rippled and flowed slowly. Yet, despite its liquid form, it bore little resemblance to ordinary water. He could immediately discern that this black liquid was exceptionally dense, weighing at least 100 pounds, and its movements were languid, resembling some form of viscous fluid. This is the Blackwater Mystic Armor, a defensive holy relic, crafted from the essence of a 9th-tier metamorphic awakened. In life, he simulated the form of the black tortoise. Li Mao elaborated casually about its origin. It is essential to note that even among those of the same tier, distinctions in strength exist, with the most evident disparities stemming from individual abilities. Let us draw an analogy with the mimicry system. Those who emulate the tiger and leopard are inherently inferior to those who simulate the awakening of the dragon. This illustrates the disparity in genetics. As one of the 4 divine beasts, the Xuanwu requires no further elaboration. It embodies the pinnacle of mimicry genetics, seamlessly integrating offense and defense with formidable strength. Thus, when Qin Mo heard the term Xuanwu, he could not help but be secretly astonished. The Qingyangli family has truly invested heavily, he mused privately. Simultaneously, after Li Mao concluded his statement, he continued, "This sacred relic now belongs to you. Do not decline or stand on ceremony. It is rightfully yours." Qin Mo glanced at Li Mao, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Since you insist, I shall not be ungracious." He indeed refrained from refusing. Upon realizing the nature of the item within the box, he subtly deduced the intentions of the Elder Council. Clearly, the Qingyun does not warrant such a precious offering. However, Qin Mo's potential certainly does. Had he not exhibited an astonishing rate of growth, The Elder Council would never have presented a ninth-tier extracted sacred relic before him. He understood this clearly and unambiguously. Therefore, Qin Mo had no intention of declining, as he was already practically bound to the Qingyongli family. Given this circumstance, why should he hesitate? After all, one should seize opportunities when they arise. His current strength was already sufficient to rival an S-class awakened being of the fourth tier. Yet the influence behind the Tiandi society was immense, and one could not rule out the presence of even more formidable entities. With the addition of the Heishui Xuanjia, his defensive capabilities would be further enhanced, providing an extra layer of security. Qin Mo mused quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips, his spirits lifted. "Let us give it a try," Li Mao's voice chimed in cheerfully. Hearing this, Qin Mo turned to him, his smile deepening as he replied, "Very well. I shall give it a go." With that, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward the contents of the box. As soon as his finger made contact with the black water, a viscous liquid began to creep up his finger as if it possessed a life of its own. The black water flowed increasingly swiftly, soon revealing the bottom of the box. At that moment, Qin Mo appeared as though encased in a bubble, every inch of his body enveloped in a delicate film. He moved his arm and discovered that his motions were entirely unaffected. Then with a thought, the Heishui Xuanjia suddenly penetrated his clothing, closely adhering to his skin, its color gradually becoming transparent. "How does it feel?" Li Mao inquired with a smile from the side. "It feels incredible. It truly lives up to the essence of a ninth-tier awakened being," Qin Mo remarked with admiration. He now appeared no different from before, yet he was undeniably adorned with a genuine piece of the black water mystic armor. Qin Mo was exceedingly pleased with this sacred relic. Observing this, Li Mao couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Rising to pat Qin Mo on the shoulder, he remarked, "Well then, the black water mystic armor is now in your possession. It's time for us to go fishing. The hour is still early. Let us catch some fish before heading to the game room for a few rounds." He urged, "Let us move quickly. We mustn't delay. Is that what you truly desire, brother?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, walking as he spoke. "Then after we finish our chess match, let us head to our usual spot for some barbecue delights, and afterward, indulge in a late-night relaxation session." Hiss! Li Mao's expression suddenly faltered, his face turning somewhat awkward. He rubbed his nose and replied, "Perhaps we should skip the relaxation session." "Eh." Qin Mo turned his head, regarding him with an odd look, his heart filled with suspicion. However, almost immediately, his thoughts drifted back to that conversation with the Duchess at the Li family's ancient castle, and he was struck with a sudden realization. With this thought, Qin Mo couldn't help but let out a peculiar chuckle. He hooked his arm around Li Mao's shoulder, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "Brother, you're not afraid of your wife, are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Mao's body stiffened momentarily, his expression growing increasingly awkward, his brows knitting together. After a brief silence, he clasped his hands behind his back and exclaimed with a booming voice, "I, the esteemed Duke of the Great Qin, the current head of the Qingyongli family, an S-class awakener of this world, fear my wife? What a jest!" However, regarding that relaxation session, let us just skip it today. Qin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, the two of them departed from the safety bureau, driving towards the Lingyun district. They found themselves once again by the sunlit old lakeside, seated side by side. A warm breeze caressed their cheeks, reminiscent of their initial meeting. It was around 5 o'clock when they finally gathered their fishing gear and, amidst cheerful banter, made their way to the game room. As they walked a few steps, Qin Mo's pupils subtly dilated, a familiar warmth surging within him. Casually, he opened his Gene Awakening panel, glancing at the line of small text at the bottom. A smile gracing his lips. Energy points, 30, freely allocatable. Without further ado, he opted for the usual allocation plan, assigning 3 points to each of the 8 attributes first. The warmth swiftly dispersing throughout his body. The remaining 6 points were distributed, adding 1 each to all except vision and strength, ensuring a well-rounded growth. Intelligence, 146. Skills, superbrain, mental perception, enhancement. An even more potent warmth surged towards Qin Mo's mind, infusing solar energy into his brain cells, granting him enhanced analytical, computational, and deductive abilities. Simultaneously, his mental perception radiated outward, rapidly expanding its range from a previous 30 meters to a full 60 meters before finally coming to a halt. This has indeed doubled compared to before, and the extent of this enhancement is evident. Furthermore, Qin Mo can effortlessly control the range of his perception. In simpler terms, he can reduce the radius to obtain a more profound depth of awareness, thereby acquiring a sharper insight. This effectively eliminates any possibility for mental-type awakeners to attempt anything against him. Qin Mo has never forgotten that behind the Tiandi society lurks a deeply concealed, highly ranked, and formidable mental-type awakener. Although this individual has never made an appearance, one must remain vigilant. All of this transpires silently, as Qin Mo's strength has significantly escalated right under Li Mao's nose, yet Li Mao remains oblivious, despite being an S-class awakener. Chapter 114. Momentum Anomaly. Clue 2 days later, at 10 in the morning, a procession of expensive black sedans enter the capital. The vehicles bore no chaotic embellishments, save for a complex emblem engraved 10 centimeters beneath the right door handle. Simple lines delineated 3 magnificent peaks, piercing the clouds. With a pale eagle soaring majestically at the summit, its gaze piercing and radiant. Ordinary citizens residing in the capital would hardly recognize the origin of this emblem. But within the upper echelons of the aristocracy, it is well known. After all, the owner of this emblem was recently bestowed the title of First Champion Marquis, a figure of great renown shaking the world. Indeed, this emblem belongs to the esteemed Xia family of Jailing. The occupants of the black sedan require no further introduction. They're all core members of the Xia family, holding significant status. The vehicle entered from Luoyun district, making its way down one of the capital's main thoroughfares towards the Champion Marquis ancient castle in Shangyun district. The pace was leisurely, thus attracting the attention of numerous pedestrians who paused to whisper among themselves, speculating about which prominent figure might be inside. Such ostentatiousness seemed deliberate. It is worth noting that throughout the Great Qin, although the aristocratic families wield substantial control over most resources and enjoy considerable status, they typically refrain from exposing themselves to public scrutiny. An invisible black veil separates them from ordinary citizens, enveloping them in an aura of profound mystery. This is especially true for the 5 millennia-old aristocratic families, who exist in a realm above, akin to being in the clouds, only to be gazed upon with great effort but never touched or reached. The stark disparity between awakeners and ordinary individuals is glaringly obvious. Therefore, the Jailing Xia family's unusually high-profile actions defy logic, suggesting that there may be underlying motives at play. By the time Qin Mo received this news, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Having just returned to his office on the top floor after lunch, he found Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao seated on the sofa, awaiting his arrival. The expressions of the two individuals were strikingly similar, both wearing cold faces that exuded an air of aloofness, as if to signal to others to keep their distance. Upon seeing Qin Mo enter the office, Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao momentarily softened their demeanor, rising in unison to nod in his direction. "Please, there's no need for such formality. Let us sit, for there are no outsiders here," Qin Mo said with a warm smile. He walked past the two and settled by the window, instinctively positioning himself in the sunlight to absorb its energy. After a brief pause, he inquired leisurely, "Team leader, what is the situation here?" "The security department has some news that requires your attention," Li Yuan replied, succinctly recounting the morning's events regarding the arrival of the Xia family's convoy from Jailing into the capital. Although the Security Bureau had long become the private domain of the Qingyang Li family, officially, it was tasked with overseeing the public order of the capital and its surrounding areas. Thus, the department was particularly sensitive to the Xia family's unexpected entry. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated the implications. He had never held a favorable view of the Xia clan, and his sentiments towards the Jailing Xia family were similarly negative, given their past grievances. However, there was no law in Qin prohibiting noble families from entering the capital. The Xia family's presence was entirely legitimate, leaving Qin Mo with little to contest. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to Li Yuan and asked, "If that is all, might it not suffice for the team leader to make this journey personally?" "Certainly, there is more to it," interjected Chu Tianjiao, his tone somber. He arched his signature thick brows and continued, "In fact, Chongqing has uncovered further anomalies. At the very same time this morning, Dozens of suspicious, unfamiliar faces infiltrated the capital under the guise of the Xia family's convoy, stealthily concealing their identities, leaving us to wonder about their intentions. Chongqing happened to be out on a mission and fortuitously stumbled upon this occurrence. Li Chongqing, a spiritual-type awakener of the Qingyang Li family, though not the foremost expert in reconnaissance, was nonetheless of high caliber, and his intelligence was beyond reproach. Qin Mo's frown deepened, his mind racing to integrate and analyze this information. Soon, he formed a hypothesis. To brazenly enter the capital, it appears that this visible contingent is not the entirety of the Xia family's forces on this occasion. You imply that those who stealthily entered are also affiliated with the jailing Xia family? Li Yuan's eyes sharpened as she exchanged a glance with Chu Tianjiao, silently communicating their thoughts before she continued. Indeed, Qin Mo nodded, reclining against the chair's backrest with a gesture of his hands. I have never subscribed to the notion that the world is riddled with coincidences, with one group brazenly parading in the open while another lurks in the shadows. There must be an undeniable connection between them. If they're coming, why must they hide their arrival? What precisely does Xia Zhu intend to accomplish? Qin Mo's eyes were filled with confusion. There was indeed something he could not quite comprehend. However, one thing was certain: the Xia family was undoubtedly involved in something sinister. With Qin Mo's guidance, Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao gradually began to grasp the situation. Li Yuan wrinkled her nose and inquired, "Should we send someone to keep an eye on them?" "There's no need." Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. In fact, monitoring them could be counterproductive. The capabilities of our subordinates are rather limited, making it all too easy for the other party to detect them. Furthermore, if we are constantly watching them, how can they carry out their tasks with peace of mind? As he spoke, a subtle smile crept across his lips, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a simple yet profound logic. Since their intentions remained unknown, it would be wiser to allow them the freedom to act, thereby revealing their true motives. Inaction would preclude mistakes. However, any action taken would inevitably leave behind traces. This was precisely what Qin Mo sought. Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao exchanged glances, silently admiring Qin Mo's quick wit. After a casual exchange of a few more words, the two departed the office, preoccupied with their own affairs. Although Qin Mo appeared idle, being the deputy director afforded him that luxury. In reality, the Security Bureau had numerous matters requiring attention. While Qin Mo had taken a back seat, Li Yuan and Li Mo had to exert more effort. Fortunately, they had long since adapted to this dynamic. Given that when there was no deputy director, Director Li Mo had also been somewhat hands-off, rarely involving himself in the minutiae. The bond between the two was not without reason. They shared a common affinity for leisurely pursuits during paid hours. Once they took their leave, Qin Mo leaned back in his chair, basking in the sunlight, with his eyelids gently fluttering. His mind was flooded with a myriad of thoughts. He had never forgotten the conflict with Xia Zhu, yet Xia Zhu was a formidable opponent, at least a 9th-tier S-class awakened being. At this stage, he lacked the power to confront him. Thus, Qin Mo had been secretly amassing strength while diligently following the leads he had previously uncovered to investigate the forces behind the Tiandi Society. Although the investigation had proven somewhat arduous, it had consistently progressed, and he was on the verge of achieving a significant breakthrough. Who could have anticipated that the adversary would resort to desperate measures, orchestrating the catastrophic explosion at Mount Tai, effectively severing the trail once again? Currently, the ghost-faced mask had emerged as the sole lead. He pondered whether the Qingyang Li family would be able to uncover anything. The chief steward and the mysterious boss have yet to reveal themselves. I can only treat Xiaolin as a potential breakthrough, Qin Mo mused softly. However, such endeavors were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, requiring considerable time and patience. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo resolved to call Li Mo to inquire about the progress of the matter. He had submitted Xiaolin's portrait to the Elders' Council just a few days prior. With that thought, Qin Mo opened his eyes, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and dialed Li Mo's number. After a brief series of beeps, the call connected. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then Qin Mo broached the main topic. Upon hearing his inquiry, Li Mao slowly began to speak. "You ask at a fortuitous moment. Just last night, I conversed with the Elders' Council. A significant force has been mobilized in Xinjiang, and the investigation has shown promising leads. I estimate that within a day or two, we should have results." "Really? So soon?" Qin Mo expressed mild astonishment. The swiftness of this development was indeed unexpected. It seemed the Elders' Council had identified a direction for the investigation, though I did not press for further details, Li Mao replied. Qin Mo nodded inwardly, preparing to end the call. However, at that moment, Li Mao suddenly interjected. By the way, there are 2 additional matters I should mention. The first concerns the research on Qin Oregon. The Elders' Council has completed a comprehensive research report. This novel mineral can stimulate the genetic chains within the human body, forcibly awakening latent potential. Just a consumption of over 50 grams can enable the user to break through one level beneath their original rank, with the required amount increasing proportionally to the height of their prior rank. Could it be that this means we could produce a considerable number of S-rank awakeners? Qin Mo gasped in disbelief, astonished by the ore's extraordinary effects. Yet, Li Mao's subsequent response directly countered his inquiry. It's not that simple. The universe maintains a balance. Gains come with losses. While Qin or can forcibly awaken human potential, it simultaneously locks the upper limit of one's innate talent. Once consumed, an individual can only remain at the level achieved through forced breakthrough, with no further advancement possible in their lifetime. Moreover, for ordinary individuals to ascend from F to E rank, or from A to S rank, consuming excessive amounts of Qin or would yield no results whatsoever. If that is the case, then the significance of this mineral is considerably diminished. Qin Mo replied coolly, the earlier shock having dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that, with the right users chosen, it could still forcibly produce a batch of S-rank awakeners, which could be of great utility in critical moments. Regrettably, the Li family of Qingyang possessed only a few hundred pounds of the ore that Qin Mo had managed to seize. The bulk of it had likely been exhausted by the hidden forces behind the Heavenly Society long ago. Qin Mo shook his head and continued. And what is the second matter? The second issue pertains to the ostentatious arrival of the Gao family from Guiling into the capital this morning. Li Mao paused briefly before continuing. Their flamboyant display is essentially a show of strength, a demonstration of their capabilities, aimed at garnering influence for the future. Patriarch Xia is extraordinarily gifted and harbors grand ambitions. Having been conferred the title of first-class marquis, his next move will undoubtedly be to ascend further, leveraging this opportunity to elevate the Gao family to a top-tier clan, thereby achieving the status of a duke. Listening to the deep voice emanating from the phone, Qin Mo's gaze flickered as he fell into contemplation. After a considerable silence, he finally responded, I understand. The capital city has recently witnessed an influx of S-grade awakeners, prompting Li Mao to advise caution in future dealings, emphasizing the paramount importance of safety. Rest assured, my friend, you need not worry in the slightest. Qin Mo replied with a cheerful smile. After exchanging a few more words with Li Mao, he hung up the phone. Subsequently, he set down his device, interlacing his fingers behind his head as he leaned back in his chair, his tranquil gaze fixed upon the blazing sun suspended in the sky. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in Qin Mo's mind. They merely observed him sitting there throughout the entire afternoon until the end of the workday. A warm sensation unexpectedly surged within his chest, prompting Qin Mo to focus his attention ahead as he silently activated his Qin awakening panel. Vision, 154, hearing, 148, intelligence, 149, respiration, 148, strength, 155, speed, 153, recovery, 148, defense, 152, energy points, 32, freely allocatable. Yesterday, Qin Mo had accumulated a total of 31 energy points, which he subsequently distributed, resulting in another enhancement of his overall capabilities. Notably, his strength had reached an astounding 155, leading to further skill reinforcement. His super strength had effectively doubled from his original foundation, marking a qualitative leap in both base and maximum strength. Today, he stood as a formidable individual, possessing super strength at the 6th tier, with an attack power that was truly terrifying. As for today's allocation of energy points, he perfectly distributed 4 points to each of the 8 attributes, leaving nothing behind. With a mere thought, the attribute values instantaneously altered, and the warmth radiated throughout his body, enveloping every corner. Hearing, 152, skill, super hearing enhancement. Defense, 156, skill, iron body enhancement. The 2 pieces of information flashed through Qin Mo's mind in succession, causing him to pause momentarily in surprise. He had not anticipated that two attributes would simultaneously reach the threshold required for enhancement. Chapter 115, Hello Goodbye. Qin Mo's defense had always been extraordinarily formidable. Ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. It was precisely due to his iron body that he possessed ample confidence. Among the 8 attributes, vision, strength, speed, and defense had consistently been Qin Mo's primary focus during the early stages of development. While the remaining 4 attributes were also significant, they primarily served auxiliary roles in reconnaissance. Now, with the defense further enhanced, it signified that Qin Mo's iron body had successfully advanced to the V tier, effectively doubling its original defensive capacity. The impact of this enhancement was straightforward yet immensely beneficial. Of course, this also encompassed another of Qin Mo's skills, elemental immunity, which had similarly attained a more formidable effect alongside the iron body. In combat, the vast majority of elemental attacks posed little to no threat to Qin Mo, often amounting to nothing more than a mere tickle. In summary, Qin Mo inherently exerted a suppressive force against elemental awakeners. Feeling the changes within his body, a faint smile inadvertently appeared between his brows. He pondered softly, questioning the comparative strength of the demigod physique possessed by the 5th-tier S-class awakened in his own ironclad form. In the fierce battle between Taishan and Xia Lin a few days prior, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own level of power. Consequently, Qin Mo naturally set his sights on loftier aspirations. His strength transformed daily, each step methodically propelling him closer to the apex of power. However, in comparison to other awakened individuals, Qin Mo's strides were slightly more pronounced. Lost in thought, his smile deepened. Soon after, Qin Mo shifted his focus to explore the alterations brought about by his enhanced hearing. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his auditory senses to their fullest extent, rapidly extending the limits in all directions. An overwhelming cacophony of disordered sounds surged into his mind, akin to an avalanche of data, threatening to overwhelm a computer. Fortunately, Qin Mo's super brain had recently undergone fortification, greatly amplifying its analytical capabilities, thus enabling him to handle this deluge of information with ease. He felt no discomfort as his super hearing enveloped the entirety of the imperial capital, continuing to reach farther afield until it abruptly ceased several seconds later. At that moment, he could hear every sound within a radius of 400 miles with crystal clarity, an impressive leap from the previous 200 miles. However, the sheer volume and complexity of the sounds within this extensive range were exceedingly chaotic. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, pushing his super brain to its limits. After a brief assessment, he estimated he could maintain this heightened awareness for barely 5 seconds. To sustain it longer, he would need to further enhance his intellect. Having confirmed the maximum range of his augmented hearing, Qin Mo swiftly reined it in, settling it to approximately 200 miles. This distance was just right, allowing him to probe many areas while minimizing mental strain. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to check for any anomalies among a select few individuals. With his eyes closed, he murmured softly. These individuals were among the dozens who had covertly entered the imperial capital under concealed identities that very morning. Qin Mo surmised that these individuals were affiliated with the Xia clan of Jailing. Even if they were not directly in league with Xia, there was undoubtedly some connection. However, the sheer number of entrants was overwhelming, each one formidable and cautious, rendering the security department unable to keep pace. Only Li Chongqing, with his unique abilities, had discreetly planted a few mental seeds. What Qin Mo sought to investigate now were these individuals carrying the mental seeds. Soon, amidst the billions of chaotic signals, he pinpointed their locations with remarkable accuracy. There were 3 individuals in total, 2 men and 1 woman, positioned in 2 distinct directions. Among them, the solitary figure listening to the sounds was a man, currently residing within a quaint inn, exhibiting no discernible abnormalities. However, the other 2, who were acting together, immediately captured Qin Mo's attention. Their current location was unmistakably in the Luoyun district, specifically within a charming little tavern nestled at the corner of the street, aptly named Camellia. Inside the tavern, a gentle waft of fragrant aroma silently infiltrated the nostrils of the 2 individuals. Kong Ying, with her eyes closed, inhaled deeply, a look of sheer ecstasy illuminating her face. Subsequently, she opened her eyes and turned to Huang Yi, smiling as she remarked, I adore this place. The scent is delightful. Thus, she suggested retaining the original name, providing the rationale that the tavern had previously enjoyed great success under this title, hoping to attract familiar patrons once more. Huang Yi, reclining against the window with his hands clasped behind his head, pondered for a moment before casually responding. At this juncture, the Camellia Tavern was exclusively occupied by the two of them. Although the space was modest, it appeared quite spacious. With a conspicuous gaping hole in the ceiling, a remnant of Qin Mo's earlier destructive act. Since he had eliminated an S-class awakener here, the tavern had been ordered closed for renovations by the Security Bureau, remaining vacant ever since, with no one willing to take over. Now, taking advantage of the Summer family's significant entry into the capital, Kong Ying and Huang Yi sought to revive the Camellia as a clandestine operation. This endeavor carried a degree of risk, given the previous incidents. Yet, as the adage goes, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Who would suspect that they would dare to undertake such actions right beneath the nose of the Security Bureau? This phenomenon is known as darkness beneath the lamp. Their strategy hinged upon a contrarian logic. Of course, their formidable prowess instilled in them a confidence that felt as if it might burst from their chests. Both Kong Ying and Huang Yi were S-class awakeners, holding considerable ranks, one at the 4th tier and the other at the 5th. This time, they adopted the guise of a recently married couple, arriving in the capital with some savings to embark on their journey of development, presenting an entirely unassailable front. Their identities were immaculate and their histories unblemished. Alas, luck seemed to be slightly against them. Upon hearing Huang Yi's words, Kong Ying's eyes curved in delight as a radiant smile graced her lips. Rising from the bar, she revealed her long, toned legs, elegantly clad in pristine white high-heeled shoes. As she gracefully approached Huang Yi and seated herself beside him, "Darling, since we have made our decision, it is time to get to work," she said with a smile. "Indeed," Huang Yi replied nonchalantly, before rising and striding purposefully toward the tavern's entrance. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, casting a shadow that slanted into the room. Huang Yi's movement abruptly halted, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. He gazed at Qin Mo, who stood at the entrance, feeling an uncanny familiarity in that visage, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, yet he could not quite place it. Observing this, Huang Yi could only feign an apologetic demeanor and said, "I regret to inform you that we are not yet open for business. If you wish to indulge in a few drinks, it will be prudent to explore other bars for the time being. My sincerest apologies." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Mo replied, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Peering past Huang Yi into the dimly lit tavern, a subtle smile graced his lips as he added, "It seems I have arrived prematurely. I had intended to enjoy a bloody blackcurrant 3. The mere mention of that drink caused Huang Yi's gaze to sharpen, a chill coursing through him. Inside the tavern, Kong Ying sensed the shift in atmosphere, instinctively summoning her genetic powers, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of danger. Should Qin Mo make a move, she would strike at once, extinguishing his life force. The tension in the air thickened with Qin Mo's words. Huang Yi fixated on Qin Mo's eyes, desperately trying to recall where he had seen that face before, and replied, "I apologize, but I must insist you seek other establishments. Our little shop has yet to commence repairs." He gestured toward the exposed hole in the ceiling, his expression radiating the perfect amount of contrition. Yet, Qin Mo's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Huang Yi, who whispered, "So, you do know how to concoct a bloody blackcurrant 3? Few are skilled in its preparation." The smile on Qin Mo's face deepened, yet it exuded an unsettling aura from every angle. Huang Yi, standing before him, felt a weight in his heart upon hearing such a question. He realized that Qin Mo's arrival was no mere coincidence. He had come prepared, specifically targeting them. Conventional methods would evidently not suffice in this situation. A torrent of complex thoughts flashed through Huang Yi's mind as he refrained from answering again, instead raising his right fist from his waist and swinging it toward Qin Mo's chin. When he chose to strike, it would be with earth-shattering force. However, to Qin Mo, Huang Yi's punch was painfully slow. With a mere thought, Qin Mo vanished from his spot, reappearing at the bar with a smile, nodding amicably at the still-dazed Kong Ying. The confrontation unfolded in an instant. Huang Yi's punch met only air, shock registering in his eyes. How swift! He mused inwardly, and with acute perception, he quickly discerned Qin Mo's new position. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yi pivoted, his right fist aiming once more at Qin Mo, while with his left hand, he hastily shut the tavern door. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut. In the confines of a cramped space, 3 S-class awakeners were unexpectedly crammed together. Witnessing this, Qin Mo wore an expression of astonishment, soon followed by an involuntary chuckle. Unhurriedly, he slipped his left hand into his pocket and retrieved a peculiar gray shadow. With a sudden tightening of his fingers, the gray mist erupted through the gaps, swiftly enveloping the entire small tavern. At that moment, Huang Yi and Kong Ying both silently sensed the impending danger. Their vision obscured by the gray fog, they became effectively blind, completely losing track of Qin Mo's position. For a fleeting moment, neither dared to make a move, remaining still as they cautiously scanned their surroundings, their vigilance heightened. However, Kong Ying had other covert maneuvers in mind. With her left hand discreetly positioned behind her, a subtle vortex of energy swirled within her palm. A formidable wind attribute coalesced in her hand, continuously compressing and purifying, waiting to be unleashed to disperse the encroaching gray mist. Unfortunately, her subtle actions did not escape Qin Mo's keen perception. Even if her palm were hidden behind her back, his penetrating vision would render her efforts futile. It became evident that she was an elemental awakener of the wind attribute. Suddenly, Qin Mo's voice echoed through the mist, followed by a flicker as he evaded Huang Yi's sound-based attack, appearing like a specter behind Kong Ying. Hello. His hand silently settled on her shoulder, trailing down her delicate neck to grasp her throat. In an instant, chills raced down Kong Ying's spine, cold sweat beading on her back, dampening her clothing. She had no awareness of his approach, a testament to the staggering disparity in strength between her and Qin Mo. Before Kong Ying could react, Qin Mo's voice, dark as a demon's, whispered in her ear goodbye. His 5 fingers tightened slightly, the surge of muscle rising. Her 4th-tier, semi-divine form offered no resistance against the terrifying might of his super strength. A sharp crack resonated within the tavern. Kong Ying's head slumped to the side, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A 4th-tier elemental awakener had met her demise after a mere encounter with Qin Mo. He released his grip, allowing her lifeless body to fall to the floor, not sparing her a glance. His gaze remained fixed on Huang Yi, having previously stated that the gray mist would not impede his sight. Now, it is your turn, Qin Mo said with a smile. In response, Huang Yi hunched his body, his complexion fluctuating, the sound of cracking bones echoing all around him. His teeth gradually morphed into formidable sharpness, the whites of his eyes disappearing inch by inch, leaving only an abyssal darkness. It was evident that Huang Yi was an S-class mimicry awakener, and the creature he had chosen to emulate was none other than a formidable Tengu. The sharp 5-clawed talons glimmered with a chilling light, as if they could rend the very fabric of existence. 2 searing breaths erupted from his nostrils, reminiscent of boiling steam. Huang Yi's physique was a full twice the size of that of Qin Mo, exuding an extraordinary aura. He fixed his gaze intently upon the gray mist before him, silently unleashing his oppressive presence, which enveloped the entire tavern, thereby discerning Qin Mo's whereabouts. With foul saliva trickling down the corners of his fanged mouth, Huang Yi composed himself and slowly spoke. I never imagined that the Marquis of Guanyi possessed such formidable strength. Previously, we truly underestimated you. At last, he recalled where he had seen that familiar face. Earlier, the Xia family had revealed a photograph of Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo had recently remained secluded within the safety bureau, nearly absent from public view, his presence gradually fading into obscurity. Everyone had overlooked him, and now they would pay the price for their disdain. Recognizing Qin Mo's identity, Huang Yi boldly traversed the gray mist, soaring directly to Qin Mo's front, revealing his form. He squinted, slightly tilting his head to gaze up at Huang Yi, who was several sizes larger than him, and cheerfully inquired, Pray tell, what is your connection to the Xia family of jailing? Why ask so many questions when you are on the brink of death? Huang Yi glared at him, his fingers gradually clenching into fists. In response, Qin Mo, hands clasped behind his back, feigned surprise. You are so certain of your ability to subdue me? Marquis of Guanyi, you're still rather young. With a scoff, Huang Yi unleashed his right arm in a lightning-fast strike aimed at Qin Mo. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from Qin Mo's center, expanding in all directions. The floor, bar, and walls trembled under the force, cracking with dozens of fissures. This punch landed squarely, hitting its mark with undeniable impact. Qin Mo did not flinch. He watched as the fist, adorned with dark fur, grew larger in his vision, bracing himself to endure the terrifying might. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh or scent flying, bleeding profusely. It is worth noting that Huang Yi held nothing back. He fought with full force. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength, a principle he understood well. Yet, standing before him was not a feeble rabbit, but a mighty dragon. Huang Yi's expression turned grave. He understood the true nature of his punch and realized it had inflicted not a scratch upon Qin Mo. Retrieving his arm, he raised his elbow above his shoulder, and with even greater speed, he unleashed another punch. Boom! Contrary to expectations, Qin Mo remained suspended in place, unscathed. Witnessing this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Huang Yi's eyes for the first time. He suddenly felt that perhaps he had overestimated his own prowess. The strength of Qin Mo surpassed his expectations. Boom! Before his thoughts could fully disperse, Huang Yi unleashed another punch, the intervals between his attacks nearly non-existent. Moreover, even if he continued to strike for another quarter of an hour, Qin Mo would remain unscathed. It is worth noting that he was clad in the black water mystic armor, a relic of the Holy Spirit derived from a 9th-tier S-class awakened being, not easily damaged. Not to mention, Qin Mo's defenses had recently been reinforced. The V-tier steel body was far from fragile. Having briefly validated the defensive power of the steel body, Qin Mo had formed a general understanding. He then raised his head to regard Huang Yi with a playful glint in his eyes, smiling as he declared, "It is my turn now." As he spoke, Qin Mo's body soared upwards, leveling with Huang Yi's hair tips. "I shall deliver just one punch," he stated nonchalantly. Just then, as the final syllable of his last word hung in the air, Qin Mo suddenly vanished from his original position, appearing before Huang Yi, nearly nose to nose. Huang Yi could distinctly see the pores on Qin Mo's face, as well as the fist he raised behind his right shoulder. Boom! Bang! Two explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The former was the sound of Qin Mo's fist striking Huang Yi, while the latter was the noise of Huang Yi being driven into the ground. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the dull yellow floor, surrounded by cracks. As for Huang Yi, he now lay at the bottom of the crater, his limbs limp and powerless, most of his bones shattered, blood smeared across his face. This exemplified the terrifying power of a 6th-tier strength. With just a single punch, Qin Mo had penetrated his demigod physique, leaving the 5th-tier severely wounded, barely clinging to life. The comparison between the 5th-tier demigod physique and his steel body seemed unnecessary. The outcome was evident, clear as day. Qin Mo hovered above the pit, observing Huang Yi through the rising dust, and calmly inquired, "Can we speak now? What connection do you have with the Gao Lingxia family?" Huang Yi lay on his back, staring at the sky, forcing himself to endure the overwhelming pain coursing through his body, letting out a soft sigh. He had been completely subdued by Qin Mo's strength, and any thoughts of resistance had vanished, leaving only one desire: to survive. Huang Yi was certain that if Qin Mo delivered another punch, he would undoubtedly perish. Thus, after his soft sigh, Huang Yi hastily replied, "I implore you to spare my life. I have no direct connection with the Gao Lingxia family." His voice abruptly ceased, as though someone had unexpectedly grasped the throat of his fate. Beholding the increasingly frigid corpse at the bottom of the pit, Qin Mo furrowed his brow tighter, his voice low, another instance of the mental seed self-detonating. Qin Mo felt a profound sense of helplessness, suspecting that the trigger had been activated by keywords. The mental type awakener who had implanted the seed within Huang Yi's mind possessed extraordinarily sophisticated methods, effectively eliminating any possibility of information leakage. It must be said, this was indeed a formidable adversary. The trail of clues appeared to have run cold once more. Qin Mo muttered softly, his super intellect swiftly analyzing the two phrases he had just overheard. The individual had asserted that he bore no direct connection to the Gao Lingxia clan. Did this not imply an indirect connection? It seemed my suspicions were correct. What exactly was Xia Zhu plotting? Qin Mo found himself perplexed. From Li Mao, he had learned that the Gao Lingxia clan was attempting to build momentum to ascend to the ranks of the top-tier families. But did such maneuvering necessitate the deployment of so many clandestine pieces? Furthermore, in the vast imperial capital, Why choose the humble Camellia Tavern? And what link did the Gaoling Xia clan have with the enigmatic forces lurking behind the Tiandi society? A multitude of thoughts flickered through Qin Mo's mind, and he sensed an intuitive whisper that the truth was not far from his grasp, perhaps merely separated by a thin veil. If only he could take that final decisive step, he would grasp the entirety of the situation. Yet, such an opportunity was elusive and could not be sought after. With these thoughts momentarily cast aside, he swiftly moved to the side of the two individuals, collecting the extracted sacred relics and elemental crystals. These are trophies belonging to Qin Mo, a modest gain, indeed. Nevertheless, the most significant reward of the night lay in his deepened understanding of his current prowess. He had now risen to a level that could rival an S-class awakener of the 5th tier. Qin Mo had made substantial progress on his path to strength. Contemplating this, a radiant smile broke across his face. Subsequently, Qin Mo retracted the gray mist and unleashed his utmost speed, soaring through the large hole in the ceiling. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 116. The schemes of the Xia clan. None were aware of these events. By the time Qin Mo returned home and settled onto the sofa, it was still not yet 5:30. The battle had concluded with remarkable swiftness. Qin Mo stretched lazily and picked up a small white fan from the coffee table, unfurling it with a rustle. The fan was of ordinary size, its surface entirely pure white, resembling a blank canvas untouched by ink, utterly devoid of adornment. This was the elemental crystal extracted by Kong Ying. As an S-class wind-type awakener, had naturally produced something related to the element of wind. With the fan in hand, Qin Mo waved it gently, and immediately, the wind elements in the living room became tumultuous, converging from all directions to form a wind vortex. However, just as the vortex began to take shape, it was overwhelmed and obliterated by an unrelenting force of suction. A white stream of air appeared, gracefully arcing before entering Qin Mo's mouth. He rolled his throat and swallowed it whole, promptly letting out a hearty belch. He had consumed the wind. Had anyone else witnessed that moment, they would undoubtedly have been left agape, their expressions a blend of astonishment and horror. It is worth noting that this was an elemental crystal exuded by a 4th-tier S-class awakener, capable of inflicting immense destruction, effortlessly overpowering 1st and 2nd-tier awakeners. Yet, now it resided within Qin Mo's belly. His formidable steel physique had completely crushed the wind without sustaining any harm. Qin Mo appeared unfazed, muttering softly, its power pales in comparison to my super breath, as he listlessly tossed the fan into a drawer. Next, Qin Mo picked up a delicate, small mirror from the coffee table. The mirror, resembling an ancient artifact, bore the marks of time, its brass hue glinting in the light. It was hexagonal, slightly larger than a palm. After scrutinizing it from various angles, he confirmed it was a heart-guarding mirror, a defensive sacred relic. When activated, a phantom of a great Tengu would emerge within the bronze-hued ancient realm, accompanied by a faint roar. Defensive sacred relics are indeed the most useful. Alas, they hold little value for me, Qin Mo quietly lamented. His personal defense was extraordinarily robust, setting aside his indomitable steel form. The black water mystic armor bestowed by the elders was sufficient to withstand the majority of assaults. Therefore, this mirror was genuinely of no use to him. Well then, you shall gather dust alongside the rest, he said, casually tossing the mirror into the drawer beneath the television table, where it clinked audibly upon landing. As he gazed into the drawer, filled to the brim with sacred relics and elemental crystals, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. These were spoils he had collected over time, numbering over a dozen, nearly overflowing the drawer. It seemed he would need to find time to procure a display cabinet for his home. Qin Mo mused to himself, aware of his slight obsession with collecting and his compulsive tendencies. When the items were few, it was manageable. However, when they multiplied and became disorganized, he found it increasingly difficult to accept. After inspecting his spoils, it was time for a meal. Qin Mo glanced at his refrigerator and ultimately decided to cook for himself. The long night was just beginning, and he needed to occupy himself with something. As he tied on an apron and stepped into the kitchen, the scene at the Summer Clan's ancient castle in the Upper Cloud District was quite a contrast. On the 3rd floor of the castle, there was an expansive conference room, simply furnished with a long table and several dozen chairs, devoid of anything else. The imposing figure of Xia Zhu sat at the head of the long table. his eyelids drooping and hands interlaced across his chest, exuding an aura of authority befitting his station. Beside him sat the chief steward of the ancient castle, Xia Xian, a smile gracing his lips and a look of joy upon his face. Opposite him was a frail, white-haired elder who, despite his unassuming appearance, possessed an extraordinary and formidable strength hidden beneath his slender frame. Surrounding the long table were approximately 20 individuals, both men and women of varying ages. Those present in this conference room were all core members of the Xia family, the majority holding significant positions within the Elder Council. They had gathered here to deliberate the strategic plans for the Xia family's future, fully aware that mere spectacle would not suffice for their ascension to the ranks of the elite families. Xia Xian was the first to speak, stating, "Having operated in the imperial capital for many years, I have established connections across various departments. Yet these relationships are tenuous. It will not be easy to place our people in critical positions. No matter," he continued, barely finishing his sentence when the white-haired elder spoke slowly, "wherever there are people, there will be exchanges of interests. Since ancient times, wealth has swayed hearts. As long as we present terms that cannot be refused, we need not fear their reluctance." A glimmer of confidence flashed in Xia Dongfang's murky eyes. At over 90 years of age, he was the most experienced among those present and possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Upon hearing his words, the assembly nodded in agreement. However, Xia Xian's smile did not deepen. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. While Xia Lao's words held merit, many crucial positions within the imperial capital were firmly held by the 5 ancient families, making the prospect of enticing them exceedingly challenging. Though he expressed this difficulty, the astute individuals gathered could discern the underlying implication of Xia Xian's words. It was fundamentally an impossible task. His intent was clearly to spare Xia Dongfang's feelings. The signs of the 5 ancient families would not be easily manipulated and would likely set various traps, thereby escalating the obstacles faced by the Xia family. After all, whoever occupies critical positions stands to gain substantial resources, wield greater influence, and possess more voice in decision-making. The political landscape of the imperial capital had remained stagnant for some time. No one would welcome the looming presence of the Xia family overhead, especially not the 5 ancient families. Contemplating this, the assembly furrowed their brows, carefully weighing better strategies in their minds. Xia Dongfang was no exception. He bore no dissatisfaction with Xia Xian's recent remarks. The voices within the conference room gradually swelled into a cacophony as individuals began to murmur among themselves, striving to devise a superior solution. However, as minutes elapsed, no consensus emerged. Observing this, Xia Zu's interlaced fingers trembled slightly. He slowly lifted his eyelids, casting a detached gaze over each person's eyes. With a series of deliberate taps of his knuckles against the long table, he captured the attention of all present, and the hall descended into silence. He then spoke with measured calmness. The forthcoming actions of the Xia family would unfold in 2 distinct yet concurrent phases. Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Xia Zu elaborated. The overt operations would be overseen by Xia Xian, who would engage with various factions, employing every conceivable method to ensure our personnel gain entry. As for the covert operations, the responsibility would fall upon my second uncle. You may arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections. Xia Dongfang nodded with a smile. Observing this, Xia Zu continued, "Thus, it shall be decided. Whenever there exists a vacancy, it naturally necessitates a new candidate to fill that role. Such individuals must be exceptionally capable and unwaveringly loyal to our Great Qin Empire. Who, in the entirety of Great Qin, could surpass the Xia family in loyalty?" Suddenly, a palpable aura of authority surged within the conference hall, converging upon Xia Zu, emanating an overwhelming confidence. Each word he uttered resonated with strength and conviction. Xia Zu fixed his gaze at the far end of the table, his eyes glimmering with disdain. He rapped the table once more, redirecting everyone's focus, and continued, "The loyalty of the 5 venerable families, after all, lies with the Great Qin or the Heavenly King. His Majesty perceives this clearly." As his words lingered, an enveloping silence fell over the assembly. The attendees savored his declarations, a subtle smile gracing their faces, as if an inner strength burgeoned within them. Xia Zu's message was unmistakably clear, requiring no further elaboration. Their singular task was to identify a suitable target and then employ their clandestine influence to eliminate it. At this moment, a profound reverence for Xia Zhu blossomed in each heart. Only now did they comprehend the rationale behind their division into overt and covert groups prior to entering the imperial capital. Xia Zhu's strategic acumen was indeed remarkable. The assembly nodded in unison, rising to face Xia Zhu, and respectfully declared, "We shall faithfully obey the general's command." The resonance of their voices echoed throughout the hall, while Xia Zhu remained seated in the high position, steadfast as a mountain, exuding the demeanor of a victor. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone pierced through the atmosphere, abruptly interrupting the carefully cultivated tension. All eyes shifted towards Xia Xian, seated to the left. He retrieved his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the number displayed on the screen, his expression momentarily taut with concern. He lifted his head, poised to speak to Xia Zhu. However, Xia Zhu had already discerned his intention from his subtle movements and replied with a faint HM, dismissively waving his hand. Observing this, Xia Xian ceased to hesitate, gripping his phone as he swiftly moved to a corner, placing the call to his ear. Following a brief conversation, he approached Xia Zhu with a grave expression. Leaning in to whisper, the onlookers around the long table gazed curiously at the two, eager to uncover the nature of the call that had evoked such a demeanor from Xia Xian. Unfortunately, they could glean no useful information from Xia Zhu's expression. His gaze flickered momentarily before settling into an inscrutable calm. Once the whispering concluded and Xia Xian stood upright, Xia Zhu spoke with a measured tone. "Let us conclude today's discussions here. You may all attend to your own matters." Despite their intense curiosity, the assembly had no choice but to depart one by one, given Xia Zhu's decree. In less than half a minute, only 3 remained in the conference hall: Xia Zhu, Xia Xian, and the frail, white-haired elder, Xia Dongfang. "What transpired?" Xia Dongfang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Second uncle, I have just received news from our subordinates that Kong Ying and Huang Yi are dead, found lifeless in the Camellia Tavern," Xia Zhu replied, his expression tightening slightly. At this revelation, Xia Dongfang's countenance shifted dramatically, incredulity etched upon his face. "Dead? How is that possible? Huang Yi is a 5th-tier S-class awakener, powerful and methodical." Xia Zhu interjected, and Xia Xian proceeded to narrate the general sequence of events leading to this calamity. When Xia Dongfang absorbed the information, he stood in stunned silence for a protracted moment. The news was overwhelmingly shocking. They had only arrived in the imperial capital that very morning, and yet Huang Yi and Kong Ying had met their demise by afternoon. It felt as though they had barely begun their endeavors, only to inexplicably lose 2 S-class awakeners. The sensation was akin to being doused with icy water drawn from a deep well in the depths of winter. Eventually, Xia Dongfang began to process the startling news. The fine wrinkles on his face knitted together as he pondered, cautiously suggesting, "Is it possible that the 5 great families have taken action to issue a warning to us?" "Absolutely not," Xia Xian countered, shaking his head in negation. He elaborated, "The 5 great families have loomed above us for millennia, accustomed to their arrogance. With our current strength, we are far from being worthy of their attention. They would choose to observe from the sidelines to strategize for the future rather than employ such overt means to intimidate us. Moreover, according to the descriptions provided by our subordinates regarding the battle, an exceedingly dark mist enveloped the tavern, which clearly indicates an effort to conceal their identity, diverging from the typical conduct of the 5 families. Xia Xian has been operating in the imperial capital for many years, and he possesses profound insights into the 5 prominent ancient families. Therefore, upon his explanation, Xia Dongfang found himself largely convinced, nodding slowly in agreement. Yet, if it was the people from the 5 families, who could it possibly be? In such a brief span of time, the elimination of Kong Ying and Huang Yi occurred without so much as a ripple, indicating that the opponent's strength likely exceeds the 6th tier. Xia Dongfang's expression grew exceedingly grave, his mind racing in contemplation, yet he remained perplexed. It is abundantly clear that this is a targeted assault on the Gao Ling Xia clan. The identity of the enemy is unmistakable. Xia Zhu let out a cold snort and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xia Dongfang felt as though he had been enlightened, his pupils shimmering with clarity. He abruptly recalled a mysterious and formidable unknown force. The death of Xia Lin and the explosion of the Taishan mine were undoubtedly linked to this entity. However, Xia Dongfang had not anticipated that the strength of this enigmatic force would be far greater than he had imagined, including S-class awakeners above the 6th tier. Such a force must not be underestimated. Xia Zhu, seated at the head of the table, could no longer maintain his composure. The murderous intent emanating from him had almost solidified into a tangible presence. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the enemy would possess such formidable strength. He had thought that an S-class at the 5th tier was the pinnacle of combat power, only to discover the emergence of a 6th tier. Even more terrifying was the fact that they had yet to uncover any clues. The opponent seemed like a reaper concealed in darkness, continuously wielding their scythe against the Gao Ling Xia clan, harvesting one core member after another. How could Xia Zhu remain calm in such a situation? Second uncle, has there been any discovery from the net cast over Gao Ling? He inquired. In response, Xia Dongfang shook his head, letting out a long sigh as he replied. The net has been cast for several days, yet not even the shadow of a tadpole has been caught. I have also investigated the enemies of the Xia clan in recent years, but to no avail. This time, we seem to have encountered a formidable opponent. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are exposed. The path ahead may prove treacherous. Xia Dongfang's brows knitted together, his eyes filled with concern. Seeing this, the murderous intent radiating from Xia Zhu intensified, yet he found himself powerless, which gradually stirred a sense of agitation within his once tranquil heart. Suddenly, Xia Zhu stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow across the long table. He gazed at his own shadow, narrowing his eyes as he commanded. Relay the order for the remaining members to conceal their whereabouts and maintain silence. Until my command is given, no one is permitted to act without permission. Before his words had fully settled, a gust of wind swept through, and Xia Zhu abruptly vanished from the spot, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. In the assembly hall, only Xia Xian and Xia Dongfang remained, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual anxiety and profound helplessness. Once again, a substantial chapter unfolds, and there may be another tonight. I cannot ascertain whether it will be 1 or 2 chapters. It is advisable for everyone to retire early and peruse it tomorrow. Since my recent return to updating, I have consistently produced lengthy chapters, as if my thoughts have overflowed like a torrential flood. Particularly today, my creativity flows with remarkable ease. I might find myself writing until the early hours, perhaps 2 or 3 in the morning. Chapter 117. The new deputy director. Thus, the night passed in silence. On the following morning, within the office atop the security bureau, Qin Mo settled into his customary spot by the floor-to-ceiling window, idly perusing various pieces of information. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted as he tapped on a piece published this morning by the Capital Morning News. The content revealed that the Emperor of the Great Qin Empire convened a court meeting at 9 o'clock, summoning 5 dukes and key officials from various departments within the royal precinct. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. He distinctly recalled Li Mao mentioning that court meetings were typically held at the beginning of each month. If convened at another time, it usually indicated an urgent matter of great significance, such as crises at the borders or initiated by someone of considerable stature. Glancing at the calendar, it was evident that it was not the start of the month. There seemed to be no pressing issues at the borders recently either. He diligently reviewed border news each evening on his phone. If something significant had occurred, it would certainly not have escaped his notice. Even if the upper echelons concealed information from the general populace, the Qingyongli clan would undoubtedly be aware, and Li Mao would have informed him. Thus, having dismissed these 2 possibilities, only one remained. That an individual of extraordinary rank and power had proactively initiated this court assembly. Could it be one of the 5 illustrious ancient families? But what could be the matter at hand? Qin Mo was engulfed in confusion. The timing was exceedingly sensitive. The Xia clan had only just entered the capital with great fanfare yesterday to bolster their ascent as a top-tier family, and today they summoned a court meeting. There must be some connection between the 2. However, as a mere second-rank marquis, Qin Mo possessed only a nominal title without any real power, and thus lacked the qualifications to partake in such matters. Of course, had he been a first-ranked champion marquis, his treatment would have been entirely different. The Xia Patriarch could not only participate in the deliberations, but also secure a prominent seat, second only to the 5 dukes. Nevertheless, though Qin Mo was not physically present, his ears could still be attuned to the happenings. With this thought, He leaned back in his chair and silently unleashed his extraordinary hearing. Immediately, a flood of nearby information surged into Qin Mo's mind. The range of his heightened senses expanding rapidly until it encompassed the royal precinct. He disregarded the cacophony of irrelevant information and focused his hearing on the ancient hall where the discussions were taking place. However, an eerie scene unfolded. Qin Mo's brow gradually knitted together, his eyes flickering with a glint of astonishment. He astonishingly failed to overhear anything, not even a single word. Such an odd occurrence had never transpired before. How peculiar, Qin Mo murmured softly, as his superintelligent brain rapidly engaged in analyzing this anomaly. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion deep within his mind. There was undoubtedly nothing amiss with his exceptional hearing. Thus, only one explanation remained. The ancient grand hall where the court convened possessed some unknown barrier that obstructed external scrutiny. It appeared that the choice to deliberate within this centuries-old relic was not merely to showcase the majesty of the royal lineage. Qin Mo shook his head, reluctantly retracting his hearing. Upon reflection, the existence of such a barrier was quite reasonable. The court's discussions were, in essence, at the very heart of the power of the great Qin Empire, dealing predominantly with matters of utmost secrecy. If it were so easily accessible to prying eyes, with no defenses in place, it would indeed be rather unusual. However, at this moment, not only was he absent from the scene, but even his ears were unavailable. Qin Mo could only wait for Li Mo to conclude his matters before he would relay the information once more. As he contemplated, the afternoon swiftly approached. The clock on the wall had just passed 2 o'clock when Qin Mo, having finished his lunch and played a round of billiards, returned to his office. He took some goji berries and tossed them into his thermos, then poured himself a steaming cup of tea and walked over to the window. Peering through the glass, he caught sight of the sun hanging in the sky, his lips curling into a faint smile as he softly murmured, "The weather today is quite pleasant." Just as his words settled, the smile on Qin Mo's lips abruptly vanished, and his earlobes twitched. Several heavy footsteps resonated rhythmically outside the room, gradually approaching the door of the office. Qin Mo, holding the thermos, turned to look, his pupils unchanging, but his X-ray vision activated. The solid wall transformed into an illusion, revealing 3 men and 1 woman making their way toward him. Among them, the woman was none other than Li Yuan. As for the other 3, they were unfamiliar faces, seemingly youthful, likely under the age of 30. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qin Mo observed them through the wall, they reached the office door and knocked. "Come in," Qin Mo said calmly and unperturbed. At his invitation, the door creaked open, and the leading figure entered with a smile. "You must be the accomplished Deputy Director Qin. We have heard of your esteemed reputation," the newcomer stated with warmth, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. Noticing this, Qin Mo chose not to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Li Yuan, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. "Deputy Director, this is—" "No need. I shall introduce myself," he interjected. The leader did not glance back, but forcefully interrupted Li Yuan's speech. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been fixed upon Qin Mo, unwavering and unyielding. "I am Xia Song," he declared, his countenance adorned with a smile. "Appointed by His Majesty of the Great Qin Empire to serve as the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. Henceforth, Deputy Director Qin and I shall be colleagues." With that, Xia Song elegantly retrieved the appointment document from another's grasp, unfolding it with poise for Qin Mo to behold. The document clearly stated that an additional deputy director was to be established within the existing framework of the Security Bureau, with Xia Song assuming the role. However, Qin Mo did not cast a single glance at the document. His attention lay elsewhere. "You just mentioned that your surname is Xia?" Qin Mo inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly and his brow furrowing in mild surprise. "Indeed, I did say my surname is Xia, the Xia of the Gao Ling Xia clan," Xia Song replied smoothly, his smile unwavering yet peculiar, hinting at something enigmatic. He made no effort to conceal his background, openly revealing his lineage as a member of the Gao Ling Xia clan. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes narrowed further. He stood in silence for a moment before a faint smile graced his features as he looked past the 3 individuals and addressed Li Yuan. "In that case, please show Deputy Director Xia to his office." Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, before she could speak, Xia Song preemptively interjected, "No need, I shall find it myself." Maintaining his smile, he nodded at Qin Mo and turned to leave. Qin Mo watched his departing figure, his eyes narrowing even more. This was intriguing. Just hours after the morning court session, a member of the Gaoling Xia clan had unexpectedly emerged as the second deputy director of the Security Bureau. Such occurrences were far from ordinary. After all, the Security Bureau had always been the domain of the Qin family. Was Xia Song's arrival not a direct affront to Qin Mo and the Li family? What had transpired during the court session? Qin Mo was left in the dark as his gaze returned to Li Yuan, whose expression was equally grim. She shut the office door behind her and approached Qin Mo. Speaking softly, "Father just called. He wants you to return to the estate with me tonight for a family banquet." At her words, understanding dawned upon Qin Mo. He nodded without hesitation. Very well. As the second chapter drew to a close, Qin Mo settled back into his chair, basking in the sunlight, absorbing its energy, his eyes gently closing. Though he remained confined within the walls of his residence, every corner of the Security Bureau was vividly etched in his mind. Qin Mo's gaze followed the newly arrived Xia Song, scrutinizing his every movement. From the perspective of the holographic interface, Xia Song undoubtedly appeared as an S-class awakened, though the precise tier of his abilities remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, Qin Mo speculated that he was at least a tier 3. Otherwise, it would be challenging for him to exert dominance based on strength alone. After all, the strength he publicly displayed was roughly at that level. Once Xia Song departed from Qin Mo's office, he directed the two subordinates he had brought along to tidy up the room directly opposite Qin Mo's. It was evident that this was a calculated move to further irritate Qin Mo, more specifically, to antagonize the forces behind him, the Qingyangli clan. Subsequently, Xia Song and his two companions began to stroll through the Security Bureau, commencing their inspection from the top floor and descending level by level. Under the guise of a new deputy director familiarizing himself with the affairs, he made a sweeping tour of each department, simultaneously announcing his identity and authority with great fanfare. The vast majority of personnel within the Bureau were taken aback by his abrupt arrival, sensing an unusual undercurrent in the air. Qin Mo remained passive, silently observing as Xia Song assertively intervened in departmental matters, opting not to reveal himself. This continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun began its descent. As the familiar warmth coursed through his body, Qin Mo withdrew his gaze, focusing on the task at hand. He activated the superhuman gene awakening panel. Upon glancing at the ethereal text below, a faint smile graced his lips. Energy points, 34, available for allocation. As mentioned earlier, the day's splendid weather had allowed him to amass a new peak of energy points. Adhering to his usual allocation strategy, he distributed 4 points to each of the 8 attributes to ensure balanced development. The remaining 2 points were allocated to hearing and respiration. A powerful wave of warmth emanated from his chest, swiftly spreading to every corner of his being, infusing each cell with fervent energy and significantly enhancing Qin Mo's strength. Respiration, 157, skill, supercharged respiration. The previous skills of Ice Breath and Hurricane had merged seamlessly into the awakened supercharged respiration. Thus, the current enhancement encompassed those 2 abilities as well. A surge of intense warmth enveloped his lungs once more. Approximately 2 minutes later, the warmth receded like a tide, retreating to the unknown depths within. With a long exhalation, Qin Mo felt the temperature of the office drop noticeably, and fine ice crystals began to form on the nearby window pane. Witnessing this, the smile on Qin Mo's lips grew ever more pronounced. The formidable breath technique was also a crucial offensive method for a superhuman. With his current strength, he could potentially freeze a Tier 2 S-class awakened to death. Perhaps, even greater feats were yet to be revealed. Taking a moment, Qin Mo contemplated inwardly. Subsequently, he rose and methodically organized his desk before stepping out of the office. Upon reaching the first floor of the Security Bureau, he found Li Yuan already waiting for him. The two of them proceeded to the underground parking lot, where she drove her luxurious sports car, speeding towards the Li Manor. Approximately 20 minutes later, the engine ceased, and the vehicle gently came to a halt at the entrance of the estate. "Welcome, Mississippi. The banquet has been prepared, and the master and mistress have been awaiting your arrival," the old butler said with a smile. In response, Qin Mo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement and followed him into the ancient castle. This was not his first visit. He was already quite familiar with the layout of the Li Manor and needed no guidance on how to navigate. However, as it was a night banquet, proper etiquette was essential. The upper echelons of society placed great importance on such rituals, as they believed it showcased their noble status, highlighting the vast chasm that separated them from the common populace, particularly among the 5 great ancient families. The night banquet proceeded swiftly, the atmosphere at the dining table harmonious, punctuated by occasional laughter. Yet, each individual harbored their own thoughts, their eyes concealing myriad emotions. Once the banquet concluded, Li Mao beckoned Qin Mo to ascend to the study on the 2nd floor. Inside the study, the two sat facing one another, a chessboard between them depicting a complex and intertwined struggle of black and white pieces, the outcome difficult to determine. What transpired during the morning court session? Qin Mo inquired first. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's brow furrowed slightly. He gazed into Qin Mo's eyes and replied slowly. Today's discussion was initiated by the newly appointed Duke of Champions, Xia Zhu. I had received no prior information regarding this. Xietsu? Qin Mo's expression shifted, his eyes flickering as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Li Mao nodded and continued. Yesterday, the Xia family from Jailing made a grand entrance into the imperial capital, and today they dare to launch an attack on the Li family. Such swift action truly took me by surprise. Given this context, the newly arrived Xia Song at the Security Bureau is likely the result of today's discussions. Then, Qin Mo pressed further. Indeed, you are correct, Li Mao affirmed, confirming Qin Mo's conjecture. Observing this, Qin Mo casually picked up a white piece and placed it amidst a cluster of black ones, simultaneously expressing his astonishment. I must ask, my dear brother, how could you allow Xia Zhu to embed a pawn within the Security Bureau, which is essentially the backyard of the Qingyangli family? Matters are not as simple as you perceive. Xia Song's position is the result of a reluctant compromise, Li Mao explained, his gaze fixed intently on the white piece Qin Mo had just placed. Xia Zhu's move today is merely the beginning. His intention is to bolster the Xia family's influence by securing key positions, thereby continuously enhancing their voice and power. I can discern that the other 4 prominent families are equally aware of this. The Xia family aspires to ascend to the ranks of the top aristocratic clans, thus challenging the esteemed status of the 5 great families, which inevitably displeases them. However, the 1,000-year-old clans have stood firm in the Great Qin for far too long. The comforts of life have gradually extended their days, and arrogance has become deeply ingrained within their very essence. Even now, the other 4 families regard the Gao Ling Xia family with disdain, merely scoffing at their ambitions. At this juncture, Li Mao let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Though he is also a member of the 5 great families, his assessment remains remarkably candid and incisive. The haughtiness of the 5 families is something that Xia Zhu has previously articulated to the members of the Xia clan, and it is precisely this point that he has exploited. Now, Li Mao echoes those same sentiments. His prowess, though not at the pinnacle, merely that of a first-tier awakener, signifies that as the head of the Li family, he is far from ordinary. His earlier remarks clearly reflect this truth. Qin Mo fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. His intellect has now soared to an impressive 157, and after multiple enhancements, his superbrain swiftly grasped the underlying implications of Li Mao's words. It is important to note that while the 5,000-year-old families stand at the zenith of the Great Qin, monopolizing the positions of nobility, they are by no means a united front. Thus, this presents a rather straightforward dilemma, whether to collectively suppress the Gao Ling Xia family or to wield the opportunity to undermine the Qin Li family instead. The answer, of course, requires no elaboration. It is abundantly clear. After all, the Xia family, in their eyes, resembles an ant crawling on the ground, easily squashed at will. Li Mao's subsequent remarks fortuitously corroborated Qin Mo's thoughts. The other 1,000-year-old families are fanning the flames. The emperor's attitude is ambiguous. And Xia Zhu has recently raised concerns regarding the disturbances caused by the Heavenly Society in the imperial capital, citing the ineffectiveness of the Security Bureau. I find myself compelled to compromise, with no alternative course available. Moreover, the Li family has encountered a stroke of ill fortune. Ill fortune? What do you mean? Qin Mo inquired, lifting his head in curiosity. Li Mao shrugged, expressing his frustration. Do you recall the Camellia Tavern? 2 S-rank awakeners inexplicably perished there last night, and the Security Bureau has no leads on the assailant. I had initially planned to offer a defense, but with such an unexpected turn of events, the label of inefficacy has firmly affixed itself to my brow. Qin Mo's body momentarily stiffened, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, rendering him speechless. Indeed, this was a stroke of bad luck for the Li family. Who would have anticipated such a coincidence? However, Li Mao did not notice his discomfort, and instead, he looked up to ask, "Speaking of which, your investigative methods are quite remarkable. Even the Elder Council has praised them. About last night." Abruptly, Li Mao's voice faltered. A sudden realization struck him, and a flicker of suspicion appeared in his gaze directed at Qin Mo. "Surely, you haven't killed anyone, have you?" Li Mao's voice resonated. "Cough, it shouldn't be me," Li Mao replied. "There's no need to inquire further." He understood Qin Mo all too well. Simply observing Qin Mo's current demeanor allowed him to discern the truth of the matter. It must be said, this was indeed a tremendous surprise. The atmosphere in the study grew oddly tense, filled with an awkward silence. Qin Mo's gaze wandered, and after another brief cough, he spoke. "Cough, my brother. You cannot blame me for this. Besides, I am certain I did not kill that person." He then recounted the events that transpired at the tavern the previous night, along with his speculations, to Li Mao in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's mental state visibly deteriorated. He stared blankly at the chessboard before him, his eyes devoid of focus. It was evident that Qin Mo had indeed committed no error in his actions, a realization Li Mao could grasp. However, the sheer coincidence of the situation was troubling. Regardless, even without this incident, Xia Zhu would have sought other avenues to attack the Qingyang Li family. This was indisputable. The current circumstances merely provided a convenient pretext. While both individuals had accomplished nothing while alive, their deaths had inadvertently yielded some utility. One might say they had fulfilled their purpose in life. Contemplating this, Li Mao quickly adjusted his mindset. He furrowed his brow slightly, raised his gaze to Qin Mo, and spoke slowly. "For now, you must endure. In a few days, I will find a suitable pretext to expel Xia Song." Regardless of the situation, the Security Bureau ultimately belongs to the Li family. Since Xia Zhu is so fond of meddling, I shall weigh whether his leg is strong enough to withstand the consequences. Li Mao's eyes glimmered, a palpable aura of authority enveloping him. The 5 great families, despite their arrogance, stood at the pinnacle of the great Qin Empire, at the apex of the food chain. They were never to be trifled with. "It seems we shall see how your plans unfold, brother," Qin Mo shrugged, expressing no dissent. The pertinent matters have been duly communicated, and the clandestine meeting in the study reached its conclusion. However, unexpectedly, Li Mao insisted on engaging in a few more chess matches. Unable to refuse, Qin Mo reluctantly acquiesced, ultimately spending over an hour in the study, mercilessly defeating Li Mao in 4 consecutive games. By the time he departed the Li family estate, Li Mao's face had darkened considerably, his mood growing increasingly sour. "That young man, Qin Mo, is truly a prodigy," Li Mao murmured as he watched Qin Mo's silhouette gradually fade into the night. Hearing this, the Duchess, standing beside him, smiled gently and remarked, "If he is indeed a prodigy, why not bring him fully into our Li family?" "Oh, is that what you mean?" Li Mao's expression shifted. "Do not pretend to be oblivious. You know precisely what I am implying." The dignified lady of the state cast a fleeting glance at him before turning her back and retreating into the ancient castle, choosing not to pursue the matter any further. She was a woman of discernment and propriety. Li Mao's decision to feign ignorance at this moment was evidently a rejection of her proposal. Having recognized this, she naturally refrained from elaborating. The slighting glance she had bestowed only served to deepen the smile upon Li Mao's face. With his hands clasped behind his back, he fixed his gaze upon the profound night, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the implications of the lady's suggestion. The only means to fully ally Qin Mo with the Li family was through a marital bond, making Qin Mo his son-in-law. It must be said, this proposal was immensely alluring. With Qin Mo's unparalleled and extraordinary talent, should the Yuan marry him, her future would undoubtedly be bright. Moreover, the current standing of the Qingyang Li clan would be solidified, possibly even elevated further. This was a win-win situation, and Li Mao stood to gain significantly. Yet, he had resolutely declined this proposal without a moment's hesitation, now and forever. Li Mao had never forgotten his words. He had repeatedly assured Li Yuan that he would never treat her as a mere tool for transactional exchanges. He would grant her the utmost freedom. At this moment, irrespective of other identities, Li Mao was simply fulfilling his promise as a father. Of course, based on his understanding of Qin Mo. It was highly unlikely that Qin Mo was considering a closer relationship with Li Yuan at present. Furthermore, given Li Yuan's current capabilities, she was unworthy of Qin Mo. The disparity between them was far too great. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, his irises starkly contrasting in their black and white, Li Mao exhaled a soft sigh and turned to re-enter the castle, leaving behind a whisper for the lonely evening breeze. For now, this state of affairs was quite satisfactory. Each would flourish in their own right. At that moment, Qin Mo, having departed from the Li estate, was oblivious to all of this. Upon returning home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Habitually, he shed his clothing, made his way to the bathroom, and turned on the shower. After taking a cold shower, he wrapped himself in a towel and entered the living room, plopping down on the sofa to casually peruse border news for a while. But 10 o'clock. He climbed into bed as scheduled and drifted into slumber. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, Qin Mo awoke as the sun began to rise. Thanks to his robust physique, he could now regulate his biological clock at will, waking whenever he desired. In fact, he could even forego sleep entirely, as his remarkable recovery rate of 156 points afforded him boundless energy and stamina. He prepared breakfast for himself at home before embarking on his customary run to the security bureau. As Qin Mo ascended to the top floor via the elevator, he found the newly appointed deputy director, Xia Song, already seated in his office. The door to his room was ajar, directly facing Qin Mo's own office. Thus, when Qin Mo entered, Xia Song observed his every movement, greeting him with a smile. "Good morning, Deputy Director Qin." Upon hearing this insincere salutation, Qin Mo glanced back at him, his face quickly adopting a benign smile. "Deputy Director Xia, I was well until just now, when suddenly I found myself otherwise," he replied. With that, Qin Mo strode into his office and shut the door with a decisive thud. Notably, Xia Song did not exhibit any signs of irritation from this blatant disregard, appearing unfazed. However, Qin Mo, watching him from the other side of the wall, keenly noticed the slight downturn of Xia's smile. In contrast, the corners of Qin Mo's mouth lifted further. Time slipped away, and soon 5 hours had passed. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the top floor of the security bureau. A sudden, urgent phone call shattered the tranquil atmosphere within Qin Mo's office. He rose gracefully from the chair positioned near the floor-to-ceiling window, casually picking up the mobile phone from his desk. Upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback to see the caller ID displaying Li Mao's number. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Qin Mo's mind, revealing his surprise. Just the previous night, they had exchanged information. Now, less than a day later, Li Mao was calling again, evidently with something of great significance. With this in mind, he pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Li Mao's voice resonated, grave and urgent. "The investigation into the identity of the masked clown has yielded results. You must come to the manor at once so that I can explain in detail." This succinct statement conveyed monumental information. The masked clown was none other than Xiao Lin, whom Qin Mo had slain in Taishan. The revelation of his true identity signified that the forces behind Taishan were about to emerge from the shadows, and the mysterious boss and chief steward lurking beneath the surface were likely to be unveiled as well. Qin Mo's body tensed, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his heart racing. The dark veil obscuring the truth before him seemed to be lifting, revealing a glimpse of what lay beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied in a firm tone, "Understood. I will be there immediately." As the call ended, the cold tone of the dial tone echoed in his ear. Qin Mo placed the phone in his pocket, stood up from the recliner, and walked purposefully towards the door of his office. First, he sought out his personal secretary, Su Yin, instructing her to contact him should any urgent matters arise at the security bureau, as he would be stepping out for a while. Such an arrangement, had it been in place prior to yesterday, would have been utterly inconceivable. Qin Mo was free to come and go as he pleased. Even if there were pressing matters at the security bureau, Li Mo and his colleagues would manage them with aplomb. However, the current situation was markedly different. With the addition of Deputy Director Xia Song, which implied the emergence of a voice distinct from that of Li Mo and his team, one that bore significant weight. Thus, Qin Mo felt compelled to impart a word of caution before departing. He then strode purposefully towards the exterior of the security bureau building. To his surprise, upon reaching the elevator, he encountered Xia Song head-on. It appeared that Xia had been waiting there specifically for him. May I inquire where Deputy Director Qin is headed? Xia Song inquired, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. At this, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of danger within them. Instead of answering, he retorted, and where might Deputy Director Xia be going? I'm not going anywhere. Today, I intend to remain in the office, attending to the myriad of pressing matters that have accumulated over the years within our bureau. After all, the Security Bureau is responsible for maintaining order in the capital, which, on a grander scale, pertains to His Majesty's safety, a matter of utmost importance. Should any mishap occur, neither of us could bear the consequences. I simply must bear the burden. Xia Song replied leisurely, before appraising Qin Mo with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, it seems Deputy Director Qin is preparing to step out. It hardly appears to be the time for leaving work, he remarked, and before Qin Mo could respond, Xia feigned a sudden realization with a drawn-out "oh." Then, with an expression that was both peculiar and suggestive of amusement, he queried, could it be that Deputy Director Qin is planning to abandon his post? In just a few words, he had cast a shadow over Qin Mo, attempting to hold him accountable for any perceived dereliction of duty. Qin Mo, discerning the insidious intent behind Xia Song's words, recognized the deliberate attempt to provoke him. His narrowed gaze intensified with danger as he paused thoughtfully for a moment, then slowly articulated, Deputy Director Xia, you seem to be watching me quite closely. Oh, a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I merely happened upon Deputy Director Qin by chance, Xia Song declared, maintaining a calm demeanor, the mirth in his eyes growing almost palpable. Chance indeed seems a rather convenient explanation, Qin Mo retorted coolly, continuing, Deputy Director Xia ought to be cautious when venturing out. One day, an unfortunate misstep could see you fall into a puddle and make quite a spectacle of yourself. Before his words had fully settled, he moved past Xia Song, making his way toward the elevator. Xia Song, taken aback, froze momentarily, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He pivoted to face Qin Mo and exclaimed, Deputy Director Qin, are you truly intending to abandon your post? At this, Qin Mo abruptly halted in his tracks. He slowly turned around, lifting his chin slightly, gazing at Xia Song with an expression of indifference. What? Must I inform you, Xia Song? Before I go for a cup of tea? Deputy Director Xia, do not forget that we are merely peers. Moreover, what could you possibly do if I were to abandon my post? Do you intend to report me to higher authorities? Then feel free, Deputy Director Xia. When you stand before Director Li Guogong of the Security Bureau, I hope you can adequately explain to him how I have strayed from my duties. Qin Mo deliberately emphasized the name of Director Li Guogong, his tone heavy with meaning. At that moment, the smile on Xia Song's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a frown as dark lines crept onto his forehead. He wished to say something further, but found himself rendered speechless by Qin Mo's retort, his mind in disarray. Observing this, Qin Mo let out a derisive laugh. He strode away with purpose. As for Xia Song, he stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by a spell. Were it not for his breath growing heavier and his fingers tightening in the concealed folds of his sleeve, one might think he was dead from anger. The incident at the elevator was merely a trivial interlude. As Qin Mo exited the Security Bureau building, he suddenly erupted into a terrifying speed, soaring high into the air, racing towards the Li Manor. In less than 10 seconds, he appeared in the study on the second floor of the ancient castle, where he found Li Mao. Li Mao did not engage in idle chatter. Instead, he directly handed Qin Mo a freshly printed document from his desk. The contents of the document detailed all the information the Qingyang Li family had gathered regarding Xia Lin over the past period. Qin Mo took it in hand and glanced down. However, with just a fleeting look, his previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, Xia Lin. The black and white text was unmistakable. Who would have thought that the owner of the ghostly mask bore the same surname? What a remarkable coincidence. Which other Xia, aside from that of the Gaoling Xia family, could it possibly be? Qin Mo was genuinely astonished. Merely his surname conveyed a multitude of intricate information. As he recalled the various events of the past few months, a vast web began to form in his mind, with a colossal character Xia at its center, intricately connecting all the threads. Qin Mo's expression turned grave, his eyes darting as he meticulously examined further details regarding Xia Lin's identity within the document. Observing his reaction, Li Mao was not surprised, for he had displayed a similar demeanor upon first learning of this revelation from the Elder Council. even more exaggerated than Qin Mo's. The truth was indeed astonishing. Yes, this individual named Xia Lin was indeed a member of the Gao Ling Xia family, and one of its core members at that. Although it is well known that Xia Lin passed away from sudden illness 3 decades ago, erasing a person's existence from this world is, in essence, an impossible endeavor. Even if he were to disfigure himself and don a ghastly mask, his physical form, his blood, and the genes embedded in his very bones remain unchanged. Li Mao gazed at Qin Mo and slowly spoke. Upon hearing these words, Qin Mo lifted his head, his expression now restored to tranquility. In the brief moment it took for Li Mao to utter those 2 sentences, he had already perused all known information about Xia Lin, casually tossing the folder onto the desk beside him. Does this imply that the Qingyun mine within Taishan has been continuously exploited by the Gaoling Xia clan? Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Li Mao nodded and remarked. The Elder Council deduced that the Qingyun mine you brought back, through its forced extraction of genetic potential for the sake of gaining power, has connections to the Gaoling Xia clan, which has risen suddenly over the past century. Consequently, the majority of intelligence efforts have been directed towards the Xia clan, allowing for such swift results in the investigation. In short, if rewards are to be allocated, Qin Mo deserves 9/10 of the credit. After all, the crucial clues were derived from the Qingyun mine, and the entirety of Qingyun mines currently held by the Qingyangli clan were brought back by you. It is not an exaggeration to claim that he deserves 9/10 of the credit. Qin Mo's superintelligent mind was rapidly processing and integrating various pieces of information, and he continued. The forces behind the Tiandi Society are indeed those entrenched within the Taishan mine, with Xia Lin's identity now confirmed. The familial power supporting the Tiandi Society must certainly be the Gao Ling Xia clan. Thus, everything falls into place. Brother, it appears that yesterday, when Patriarch Xia targeted the Li family first during the court meeting, it was all premeditated. In this moment, all truths lay bare before Qin Mo's eyes. The veil that obscured his vision had been completely lifted. The Tiandi Society, the Champion Marquis, the Taishan mine, each and every one of these puppeteers is intricately tied to the Gao Ling Xia clan. It becomes clear that the enmity between Qin Mo and Patriarch Xia had been established from the very beginning. Their grievances extend far beyond the mere acquisition of a marquis title. The lengthy chapter of nearly 8,000 words reaches its end tonight, having been thoroughly exhausted. I shall continue to provide updates tomorrow, each day more abundant than the last. Additionally, to briefly summarize, the narrative has now entered a pivotal juncture. The upcoming writing promises to be exhilarating, and I sincerely hope you will enjoy it as much as I do. In conclusion, I shall write swiftly while you read at your leisure. If you have any recommendation or monthly tickets, feel free to cast your votes. Chapter 119. The departure of Li Mao. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked in a solemn tone. Now that we are aware the hidden force is the Gao Ling Xia clan, brother, what are your plans? The subsequent approach to address this matter requires thorough deliberation. Li Mo replia. He gazed at Qin Mo, letting out a long sigh, and expressed with a hint of resignation. Although we have uncovered the truth, we cannot take action against the Xia family through official means. Xia Zu's tactics are exceedingly clever, whether it pertains to the Tiandi Society or the Time Mountain mineral veins. They are inextricably unlinked to them. The Gao Ling Xia family has extricated themselves from any involvement with remarkable finesse. Without substantial, incontrovertible evidence, it is impossible to strike against the Xia family openly. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo comprehended the situation entirely. His discontent towards Xia Zu intensified, yet as Li Mao articulated, they lacked compelling evidence. Merely relying on Xia Lin's identity is utterly insufficient. After all, Xia Lin is deceased, with scarcely a fragment of his remains left, and few have encountered him. The dead cannot speak. Thus, it is aptly termed, a dead man cannot testify. As for pursuing the Tiandi Society, that avenue is equally unfeasible. The individuals behind the Tiandi Society maintain an extremely secretive and singular connection. All that is known is the existence of a superior and a chief steward, with nothing else to divulge. Furthermore, the Xia family employs itinerant practitioners from various prefectures of the Great Qin. Contemplating this, Qin Mo could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, feeling the situation was exceedingly challenging. Dismantling the Xia family is far from a mere verbal endeavor. However, the Qingyangli family has suffered a considerable setback. Failing to mount any counteraction would be utterly unbefitting of a lineage that has endured for a millennium. While Qin Mo pondered these thoughts, Li Mao seemed to have perceived his sentiments. He ambled to the desk, leisurely seated himself, and remarked, "However, the Qingyang Li family has stood firm within the great Qin Empire for over a millennium. How could they allow a mere century-old upstart to bully them so?" A change flickered in Li Mao's gaze, his pupils shifting as a pair of authoritative dragon-like eyes emerged. Since the Gao Ling Xia family resorted to underhanded tactics, the Li family is justified in employing their strength against the weak. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In response to underhanded maneuvers, it is only natural to retaliate with similar tactics. Even if the Qingyang Li family lacks a miraculous asset like the Qinyan mine, they can effortlessly establish a force akin to the Tianyi society, and if the Li family so desires, they could create more than one. This exemplifies the terrifying foundation of a millennium-old lineage. Subsequently, Li Mao turned to Qin Mo and continued, "Before your arrival, the Elder Council had already communicated with me in detail via telephone. In a few days, I must return to Qingyang Prefecture." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo knitted his brows in confusion and inquired, "What is the purpose of your return to Qingyang Prefecture?" "There are matters within the family that require my attention, and I also intend to discuss in person the specific strategies to address the Xia family, which will likely take about 10 days to half a month," Li Mo replied. Observing this, Qin Mo nodded, refraining from further questioning. If it is merely 10 days to half a month, there should not be any significant upheaval in the capital during that time. "I shall await your return in the capital, my brother," Qin Mo remarked. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he reached into the left pocket of his garment, retrieving an ancient, quaint mirror. "Ah, how remiss of me. Allow me to present this to you, dear brother." Li Mao gazed at the mirror extended by Qin Mo, his countenance reflecting mild astonishment. He accepted it, turning it over and scrutinizing it from various angles. "Is this a defensive sacred relic? Your discernment is commendable, my brother," Qin Mo praised, his thumb raised in approval, a smile gracing his lips. This heart-protecting mirror was extracted from a 5th-tier S-class awakener. While its defensive range may be modest, its potency is considerable. Having already acquired the Blackwater mysterious armor, this item holds little utility for me, hence I bestow it upon you. "What did you say? 5th tier?" Li Mao keenly seized upon the pivotal phrase. Instinctively widening his eyes, his breath quickening, he scarcely absorbed the latter part of Qin Mo's statement. All his focus was consumed by those staggering 3 words. 5th tier. To be clear, this heart-protecting mirror is a sacred relic, a treasure only materialized after the demise of a metamorphic awakener. This implies that Qin Mo had, unbeknownst to him, vanquished a 5th-tier S-class awakener. How could Li Mao not be astounded? The pace of Qin Mo's ascendance was remarkably swift, almost dreamlike. He faintly recalled that merely half a month prior, Qin Mo had only exhibited 3rd-tier abilities. Yet now, merely weeks later, he had effortlessly dispatched a 5th-tier S-class awakener. In the span of a mere fortnight, he accomplished what others might take years or even decades to achieve. Such prodigious talent shattered Li Mao's preconceived notions, crushing them beneath the weight of reality. Li Mao recognized Qin Mo's strength, but had never fathomed it could be to such an extent. He was aware of Qin Mo's rapid growth, yet the sheer velocity of it was unfathomable, akin to boarding a speeding train. Nevertheless, amidst Li Mao's profound astonishment, Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Li Mao's intense reaction. He subtly shifted back, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Should it be so, Li Mo?" He shot a fierce glare at Qin Mo, his voice trembling with urgency. "If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not." "What do you mean?" "Well, it means just that," Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Without allowing Li Mao to interject further, he continued, "Just tell me whether you want it. If not, I'll take it back." As he spoke, Qin Mo leisurely extended his hand towards the desk, feigning an intent to reclaim the mirror. However, Li Mao's hand was quicker. He seized the mirror first, a smile illuminating his face. Why refuse something so valuable, especially a 5th-tier defensive sacred relic? "I shall gladly accept this gift." As the words fell, Li Mao placed the small mirror against the left side of Qin Mo's chest, directly over his heart. The ancient mirror immediately emanated a soft, luminous glow, which gradually transformed into an ethereal presence, melding seamlessly with his skin until it vanished from sight. However, Li Mao suddenly inquired, "Aren't you already equipped with the Blackwater mysterious armor? Why then do you carry this heartguard mirror so closely?" Coughing softly, Qin Mo replied with a sheepish smile, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. To put it nicely, he deemed it an additional layer of security. To state the truth plainly, it was merely his fear of death manifesting. Yet, as the saying goes, one sees through, but does not speak of it. Li Mao, well aware of Qin Mo's inner thoughts, chose not to expose him, merely casting a sidelong glance and saying nonchalantly, all right, I know you value your life. I will be taking the train early tomorrow. If anything arises during this time, feel free to seek out Old Li." Old Li, the steward of the estate, was a trusted confidant of Li Mao, a person of absolute reliability. Li Mao had mentioned him to Qin Mo in passing before. Qin Mo nodded slightly, acknowledging understood. By the time Qin Mo departed from Li Manor, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He gazed at the radiant sun hanging in the sky, pondering for a moment, and ultimately decided against returning to the security bureau. Instead, he opted to walk back home, taking the opportunity to absorb the sun's energy along the way. Thus, he strolled toward Guanghong Street, unhurried, as he had no pressing matters awaiting him. He continued this leisurely pace until the sun began its descent, preparing to hide behind the clouds. A warm current surged forth, causing Qin Mo to pause, his gaze sharpening as he activated the super gene awakening panel. Vision, 162 hearing, 157 intelligence, 157 breath, 157 strength, 163 speed, 161 recovery, 156 defense, 160 light energy points, 33 available for allocation, with today's light energy points fully accumulated. A smile gradually graced Qin Mo's lips, his spirits lifting slightly after the earlier discontent caused by the Xia family of jailing. He adhered to his previous allocation strategy, distributing 4 points to each of the 8 attributes. As for the final point, he allocated it to the relatively weaker recovery. Consequently, all his attributes surged beyond the 160 mark. The immense warmth rapidly permeated every corner of Qin Mo's being, leaving no inch neglected. Strengthening, biological force field. A surge of information flashed abruptly in his mind, and Qin Mo's expression shifted to one of stern resolve, his smile widening further. To his surprise, the biological force field had indeed been enhanced once more. He murmured softly. This implies that the gravitational force exerted on Qin Mo is currently diminished, allowing him to soar higher and faster. Previously, before his enhancement, his maximum flight altitude was 2,000 meters. He now wonders how much he has improved. As he contemplates this, he strides towards a dimly lit corner, where foot traffic is scarce. During his last enhancement, he was plagued by uncertainty regarding whether the biological force field enhancement resulted in an additive height or a direct doubling. Today, he would finally obtain verification. Upon reaching the corner, Qin Mo glanced around to ensure that no one was observing him. Then, in an instant, he unleashed a terrifying speed, propelling himself directly into the sky, reaching an altitude of 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. His velocity was astonishing, far exceeding the limits of ordinary human perception. Consequently, although he flew just above the heads of the populace, none could discern his presence. Without hesitation, he continued to ascend, swiftly surpassing 3,000 meters and rapidly approaching 4,000. It was indeed a remarkable enhancement. Qin Mo's heart surged with exhilaration. The answer was clear and required no further elaboration. Chapter 120. The Train Tragedy. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Mo awoke with eyes wide open. He rose, refreshed himself, prepared a simple breakfast, and after eating, left his home, ambling towards the security bureau. By 9 o'clock, he arrived punctually at the office on the top floor. He first refilled his thermos with hot water, then settled into his chair, opening his computer to commence the most delightful period of leisure during his day. Although the presence of Xia Song, who irked him greatly, had increased the discomfort in the office, it did not disrupt Qin Mo's daily routine. He continued to go about his business, as usual. In a few days, the Li family from Xinjiang would undoubtedly concoct a pretext to have Xia Song dismissed in disgrace. Qin Mo felt reassured about this matter. After all, the security bureau was essentially the Li family's domain, having been managed for many years. making it exceedingly easy for Xiaosong to err. Qin Mo surmised that there would be no need to wait for Li Mao to return from Qingyang. The Security Bureau would soon revert to its former state. Speaking of which, he wondered where his elder brother was at that moment. Qin Mo murmured softly, as his super brain swiftly retrieved a map of the Great Qin region from the depths of his memory. Qingyang County lay to the northeast of the imperial capital, with a direct distance of over 5,000 kilometers between the two locations. Jiyuan County, where Mount Tai was situated, was conveniently located in between, which was not considered close for an ordinary person. However, Qin Mo was an exception. He could cover the distance in less than 7 minutes at full speed. Li Mao was traveling by high-speed train, accompanied by the dignified and elegant lady, along with a dozen outstanding junior disciples. The train departed at 8 o'clock and was expected to reach Qingyang County around 10, a remarkably swift journey. By this calculation, his elder brother should currently be within Jiyuan County. As Qin Mo settled into his position, a sudden chuckle escaped his lips, and he slowly shook his head. Reflecting on their initial encounter, it was indeed a fortuitous connection. Within a mere 2 months, they had forged a bond that transcended age, becoming the closest of friends. Qin Mo genuinely regarded Li Mao as a cherished confidant, a sentiment devoid of concern for either his identity or status, simply because of the essence of the person himself. It was as straightforward as that. Thus, he chose not to accompany Li Mao to the station today. One reason was that Li Mao would be away for merely 10 days to half a month. The other was that their relationship had grown so intimate that such formalities felt unnecessary. Li Mao understood Qin Mo exceedingly well and was undoubtedly the person in the entire capital who knew him best. From the previous noble title ceremony, Li Mao's demeanor had already hinted at a deeper understanding. There was no need for further elaboration. With these thoughts cast aside, Qin Mo shifted his focus, maneuvering the mouse to open a film. He then reclined his chair slightly, resting his hands behind his head and settling into a remarkably comfortable position, leaning back. The warm sun streamed through the open floor-to-ceiling window, casting a gentle glow on Qin Mo's face, illuminating the faint smile that graced his features. Thus commenced his delightful leisure time, which, as expected, would likely persist until noon, the designated hour for lunch. However, fate had other plans. Barely had Qin Mo settled in when, at precisely 9:30, the sudden, urgent ringing of a telephone shattered the tranquility of the office. The sound drowned out the film, an incessant ringing that resembled a death knell. Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, rising to grasp the phone from his desk. Glancing down to find an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, its origin traced back to the capital. 2 choices lay before him: answer or decline, glaring at him with stark clarity. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Instantly, a grave male voice resonated on the other end. Qin Mo recognized this voice all too well. It belonged to the old steward of the Li estate in the capital, who would always await his arrival at the entrance during his visits. Indeed, it was the steward who had called. Li Mao had once mentioned that in his absence, should anything arise, he could reach out to the steward. However, Qin Mo had not anticipated receiving a call so soon. The steward's first words upon connecting the call struck Qin Mo like a bolt from the blue, reverberating harshly against his eardrums. "Young Master Qin, something has happened to the master." These 5 succinct words were laden with a deluge of alarming implications. The master referred to by the steward could only be Li Mao. And now, it seemed that something had transpired. In other words, the current head of the Qingyangli clan, a powerful S-class awakened, and the Duke of Li in the Great Qin Empire, has encountered a calamity. Qin Mo's expression instantly hardened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, rendering his gaze extraordinarily sharp. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. However, no matter the nature of his musings, they ultimately coalesced into a singular question: what has transpired? 2 minutes prior, news had arrived from the Elder Council that the Duke and his wife's high-speed train had been ambushed by an unidentified force while traversing Jiyuan County. The assailants had dispatched a total of 20 S-class awakened, among whom the most formidable possessed the terrifying strength of the 7th tier. The Duke's personal guards engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in heavy casualties. By the time the reinforcements from the Elder Council arrived, the conflict was nearing its conclusion, and the entire train suddenly erupted in violent explosions, allowing the attackers to escape. Although the Duke and his wife had the protection of sacred relics, and elemental crystals. They sustained grave injuries and fell into unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. The old steward succinctly recounted the essential details of the incident, highlighting the critical information. At this moment, Qin Mo's brow had furrowed deeply into a frown. "Where's Li Mao now?" he inquired in a low voice. In response, the old steward replied, "The Duke and his wife have been retrieved by individuals dispatched from the Elder Council and are currently receiving urgent medical attention at the Qingyangli estate." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's previously anxious heart felt a measure of relief. If one were to seek the pinnacle of medical resources within the Great Qin Empire, the answer would undeniably lie with the 5 prominent ancient families. Thus, Li Mao's treatment was assured, alleviating any excessive worry. If, however, he were truly beyond salvation, it would imply a grim fate. There would be no one in the entire Great Qin capable of pulling him back from the brink, and Qin Mo would be powerless. For his formidable self-healing abilities could only be applied to himself. Qin Mo's countenance darkened as he continued to inquire, "Have the origins of the attackers been ascertained?" "We are still investigating. However, the Elder Council suspects that the incident today is likely the work of the Gao Ling Xia family, so young master must exercise caution," the old steward disclosed. The mere mention of the Gao Ling Xia family caused Qin Mo's breath to grow heavier. The air exhaled from his supercharged lungs carried an icy chill, causing the temperature in the office to plummet by several degrees. "Gao Ling Xia." Qin Mo articulated each word with an air of palpable danger. "Very well, I understand," he acknowledged, promptly terminating the call and setting his phone down. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo expelled a long sigh, releasing the tumultuous thoughts welling within him, and regained his composure. As the saying goes, one must remain unperturbed even when faced with overwhelming pressure. In critical moments, tranquility is paramount, for it is in such times that clarity of thought is preserved. Qin Mo trusted the words from the Elder Council. The Gao Ling Xia clan undoubtedly stands as the prime suspect. Firstly, the existing structure of the Great Qin Empire has been maintained for over a century, rendering any alterations exceedingly improbable. It is a matter where a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Furthermore, the other 4 ancient families would never act so recklessly, striking against Li Mao without any forewarning or indication. It is essential to recognize that while Li Mao himself possesses merely first-tier strength, he is the current head of the Qingyangli clan, the most prominent figure in the public eye. An assault on Li Mao unequivocally constitutes a declaration of war against the Qingyangli clan. The other 4 great families, having endured for millennia, are surely aware of the gravity of this matter. Moreover, the Gao Ling Xia clan has long set their sights on the Li family. Whether through the Tiandi Society or the recent court discussions, their targets have consistently been the Qingyangli clan. They would undoubtedly relish the prospect of the Li clan suffering further losses, ideally leading to their utter collapse overnight to clear the way for their ascendancy. From the perspective of vested interests, it is unmistakably the Gao Ling Xia clan that has orchestrated this act. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, already arriving at a conclusion within. He pulled out a chair and sat before his computer, swiftly launching the browser and navigating to the news section. An assault on a duke. A train explosion. Such events would undoubtedly make headlines with remarkable speed. This was beyond question. Qin Mo first opened the Qin Daily, and, as anticipated, there was a prominently displayed, bolded headline. At 9:21 this morning, the Chenzhong high-speed train encountered a catastrophic incident, falling victim to a premeditated attack by a terrorist organization, resulting in an explosion near Jiuyuan County. According to preliminary estimates, a tragic total of 38 crew members and 1,280 passengers have lost their lives in this attack. Gazing at the grim numbers on the screen, Qin Mo's already narrowed eyes tightened further. 1,280 souls. He let out a cold snort, his fingers slowly clenching into a fist before gradually relaxing. The deceased were innocent civilians, the most tragic victims of a struggle for power. They had committed no transgressions, nor did they possess any means of resistance. Faced with such a sudden calamity, they could only watch helplessly as their lives slipped away. One can only imagine how many families would now hang white flags in mourning and how many individuals would descend into profound sorrow. Qin Mo's countenance darkened further, akin to a pool of deep water. His mood was exceedingly foul. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress the fury within, refraining from any impulsive actions. His formidable self-control was evident at this moment. As he scrolled down the webpage, Qin Mo continued to read the Qin Daily's live report meticulously chronicling this tragic incident, even including several photographs from a scene. After approximately 5 minutes of reading, his expression had grown increasingly grim. As he contemplated shutting down the webpage, a new report surged with astonishing speed, catapulting to the front page in an instant. Qin Mo focused intently, noting the content of the announcement. The state of Qi had claimed responsibility for the recent incident, asserting it was an act of retaliation for the earlier border conflict. Boom! In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a high explosive charge detonated within his mind, obliterating all chaotic thoughts. The border conflict? The state of Qi's culpability? This implied that it was not the Xia clan of Gao Ling who instigated the attack, but rather a consequence of Patriarch Xia having slain an S-level awakener from Qi during the earlier skirmish at the border, prompting them to orchestrate this horrific assault. From a causal perspective, this was entirely rational. The true adversaries of the Qingyangli clan appeared to be the Qi people, and the Council of Elders ought to direct their ire towards them. However, Qin Mo held a different perspective. Once he had expelled all disarray from his mind, his intellect sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. A nearly forgotten name suddenly sprang forth within his consciousness. Shimin Hu, an S-level awakener from the state of Qi, and the foremost figure of the Tiandi society. Previous investigations had unequivocally established that the forces behind the Tiandi society were the Xia clan of Gao Ling, an irrefutable fact. Yet, how had Shimin Hu managed to penetrate the tightly guarded border and covertly infiltrate the heart of the Qin Empire? This had been a perplexing question for Qin Mo. Now, however, the mystery awaited a perfect resolution. It was evident that Shimin Hu had been allowed entry by Patriarch Xia, indicating an undisclosed relationship between the two. The Xia clan of Gao Ling, in collusion with the enemy. This also elucidated why Shimin Hu, equipped with a space-traversing sacred relic, ultimately fell to Patriarch Xia's hand. Moreover, it clarified the Qi people's remarkable haste to claim responsibility for today's train terror attack. In Qin Mo's mind, a vast web of connections formed, each node distinctly illuminated. He could now assert with absolute certainty that the mastermind behind today's events was none other than the Xia clan of Gao Ling. Qin Mo fell into silence, his gaze flickering restlessly. After a prolonged pause, he finally reacted. He raised his hand to shut down the computer before rising from his chair and approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling window. The golden sunlight gradually caressed his face, revealing the faintest hint of a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Since old grievances and new enmities have converged, let us settle them together. Qin Mo murmured softly, his expression calm and his eyes indifferent. He then turned and walked to his desk, dialing the number of his personal secretary, Su Yin. Sister Su. Summoned Director Li Mo, Deputy Director Li Yi, as well as the leader of the Special Operations Group, Li Changqing, and team members Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao. I expect to see all 5 of them in my office within a minute. At last, I have penned this significant turning point. Today, I have deleted several thousand words from my manuscript. Initially, I had dedicated a section to the details of Li Mao's ambush on the train, followed by a perspective shift to Qin Mo. However, after much contemplation, I concluded that this portion was unnecessary, representing a trivial subplot that could be succinctly summarized in a few hundred words, hence its removal. All right, young Qin is finally poised for his ascent. The forthcoming 150,000 words will be updated swiftly, and the pacing of this segment will be brisk. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Chapter 121. Qin Mo's Resolve, the Underworld Operation. In the Security Bureau, at the top floor, within Qin Mo's exclusive office, Li Yuan and the other 4 have gathered, standing in a line before the desk. Their expressions are grim, particularly those of the Li siblings, whose faces are ashen, fists clenched tightly, radiating an aura of murderous intent. The incident involving Li Mao has ignited their fury. Though they remain composed at this moment, it does not signify tranquility within their hearts. On the contrary, in such instances, the calmness often conceals a tempest of rage. The more subdued they appear, the more terrifying their wrath becomes. Seated behind the desk, Qin Mo rests his hands crossed over his chest, eyelids slightly lowered, breathing deeply. Soft sunlight filters through the open floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a dark shadow across his back. In this obscurity, Qin Mo gradually raises his gaze, scanning the eyes of the 5 individuals before him, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, revealing its scythe from shadows. It is evident that everyone is already aware of today's events through various channels. His voice is low and resonant. In response, Li Yuan nods first, her already frigid countenance growing even more so, akin to the depths of winter. The state of Qi shall undoubtedly pay the price. She clenches her fist tighter. Devoid of any emotion, her voice icy as she speaks. Although Li Yuan and Li Mao have some ideological differences, blood is thicker than water. At this moment, her fury is no less than that of Li Mo. After her words, Li Mo steps forward, nodding in agreement. The Qi people are so brazen. The Qingyangli family is not a mere soft persimmon to be squished at will. The Elders' Council has already expressed their stance. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is certainly the course of action we must take. Qin Mo nods in acknowledgement, but then abruptly shifts the conversation, stating, however, we must first identify the target of our retribution. At this declaration, a sudden silence envelopes the office. The 5 standing across from him appear perplexed, their expressions revealing confusion, their minds swirling with questions. What does it mean to identify the target for revenge? Is it not the Qi people? A group of individuals turned their gazes towards Qin Mo, eagerly awaiting his forthcoming explanation. They were all well aware of Qin Mo's capabilities and understood that he would never speak without reason. Since he had made such a statement, it was evident that there must be a substantial basis for it. Meeting the collective curiosity in their eyes, Qin Mo's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharpening, revealing a hint of sardonic amusement. While the Qi people were indeed contemptible, it was the Gao Ling Xia clan that was the true perpetrator. He then recounted the vital points of his recent reasoning to the others. Although Li Yuan and Li Mo were not of particularly high rank, they were astute. And upon Qin Mo's explanation, they almost immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Only the rather slow-witted Chu Tianjiao took a moment longer to comprehend. But this was of little consequence. Whether he understood or not was irrelevant. It was sufficient that he conveyed this information to the North Town Chu clan. One of the reasons Qin Mo had summoned him was precisely for this purpose. After listening, the office fell once more into a profound silence, the only sound echoing in their ears being the rapidity of their breaths. Li Yuan and the others were astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the Gao Ling Xia clan might be colluding with the enemy. Should there exist irrefutable evidence, according to the laws of the Great Qin, the entire Xia clan would face imprisonment, the direct lineage eradicated, while the collateral branches would be demoted to mine slaves, condemned to a life shrouded in darkness within the mines. In simpler terms, should their scheme be exposed, the Xia ancestors would be thrust into an abyss from which there was no return. Thus, it was highly unlikely that anyone would dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor, one far more treacherous than walking on tightrope. Deep down, Li Yuan and the others found it hard to believe. Yet Qin Mo had articulated his analysis with such clarity that the entire logical chain was utterly convincing. Apart from this explanation, no alternative possibilities could exist. Contemplating this, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Before they could voice their thoughts, Qin Mo abruptly placed his crossed arms on the table, his gaze becoming piercing as he spoke in a low voice. From this moment forward, Li Mo and Li Yi, you two will covertly join the Special Operations Group. Additionally, seek out some trustworthy confidants from the Li family to include in this team. The number of individuals is not important, nor do they need to be elite. But they must meet one criterion. They must be utterly reliable and exceedingly cautious. Shortly, I will contact the Elder Council of Qingyang to discreetly dispatch a few individuals to assist with the forthcoming investigation, but the decision-makers will be you. Upon hearing these words, the faces of Li Mo and the others grew serious. It was evident that Qin Mo was preparing to take action. He continued to issue orders, stating, the sole mission of the Special Operations Group is to keep a close watch on the Xia clan, identifying their irregularities and discovering their vulnerabilities. Understood. Li Mo responded first, his voice steady. He recognized that this endeavor might entail considerable danger, but the greater the peril, the greater the opportunity. Dismantling a powerful family was no simple task. Yet if they could uncover solid evidence of the Gao Ling Xia clan's treason, it would undoubtedly plunge them into an irreversible downfall. Li Yuan and a few others were aware of the matter. and they immediately responded in unison behind Li Mo. Observing this, Qin Mo slowly nodded and stated, "Let the mission commence." He paused for a brief moment, contemplating deeply, before articulating the mission's codename, Huang Quan. As soon as the two words were uttered, a palpable aura of solemnity enveloped the office. Just from the implication of this codename, it was evident what Qin Mo's stance towards the Xia family of Gaoling had become. He was resolute in his intent to bring the Xia patriarch to the underworld. The colleagues of the security department had perished in an ambush by the Heavenly Society, and Li Mo, along with the Duke's wife, had encountered an attack. Their fates still unknown. On the Morning Bell train, a catastrophic explosion claimed the lives of no fewer than 280 innocent souls. Each of these tragic events weighed heavily on Qin Mo's heart, striking him like a relentless hammer, solidifying his resolve. The conflict between him and the Xia patriarch had escalated beyond mere rivalry over the champion marquis. It had transformed into a bitter vendetta. Qin Mo vowed to eliminate the Xia patriarch. He silently affirmed this to himself, his tone calm, yet imbued with unyielding murderous intent. Subsequently, Li Mo and the others withdrew, initiating their formal actions against the Gaoling Xia family. The office was left with only Qin Mo, who maintained his previous posture, quietly seated in his chair, absorbing the energy of the sun while patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, a tempest was brewing throughout the imperial capital and the entirety of the Great Qin. The incident involving the Morning Bell train had, after several hours of escalating tension, erupted completely among the populace. The Duke had been attacked, and the Qi people were brazen. The already deep-rooted animosities between the two nations were further inflamed, with an avalanche of messages online expressing outrage and a desire for bloody retribution. However, these expressions of indignation came solely from the common people. The 5 great ancient families and high-ranking officials from various departments seemed to have vanished without a trace. None dared to publicly address the Morning Bell incident. At that moment, everyone was tacitly united in awaiting a singular piece of news: the fate of Li Mo. Dear all, I have returned to Shenzhen. Today, I attended to the rent and some other matters, and starting tomorrow, I will officially resume my previous updates. There's nothing more to say. I hope you will all watch closely, as I shall prove myself through actions. Chapter 122. As vivid as blood-dingling. A sudden, urgent phone call rang out, shattering the eerie silence that had settled in the office. Qin Mo, seated at his desk, abruptly lifted his head, unhesitatingly reaching for his phone and pressing the answer button. On the screen of his mobile phone appeared an unfamiliar number, one he had never encountered before. In such moments, it is prudent not to overthink, but rather to listen to what the caller has to say. Li Mao is an esteemed friend of Qin Mo, and their relationship transcends mere entanglements of interest. They have shared late-night barbecues at roadside stalls in the capital, engaged in strategic games of Go and parlors, and even visited establishments of dubious reputation together. Such a bond testifies to the authenticity and purity of their friendship. Therefore, although Qin Mo maintained a facade of composure, he harbored deep concern for Li Mao's safety. As the call connected, a voice resonated through the phone, emanating an air of authority from an elderly gentleman. This gravitas was likely something the man himself was unaware of, ingrained in his very being, manifesting effortlessly in his demeanor. Just from the tone of this voice, Qin Mo could envision the esteemed status of the elder on the other end, suggesting a person accustomed to high office. "I am Li Mai. You may find the title of Guanihu somewhat unfamiliar," the voice stated. At these words, Qin Mo's gaze flickered, his mind racing. After a brief pause, he replied, "If I am not mistaken, you must be a member of the Elder Council. You may simply call me Qin Mo. There is no need for formal titles." "Ah, indeed." Li Mao was correct. "You are remarkably astute and sharp-witted," Li Mai responded, acknowledging with a hint of admiration. "Yes, I am indeed a member of the Elder Council." Li Mao has passed beyond the brink of danger. He merely requires time to recuperate. I have personally checked on him, and he is now out of peril. You need not worry excessively. Upon hearing this news, the weight that had been pressing on Qin Mo's heart lifted slightly. He relaxed his shoulders, visibly relieved. "It is a relief to hear that my brother is safe," he replied casually. Li Mai nodded with a smile, but the grin quickly faded, and his tone grew somber. He continued, "Regarding the matters involving the Xia family of Gaoling and the Qi people, Han Shan has already informed me. I concur with your perspective. Should you wish to take action, feel free to proceed. Li Mao will require time to recover and and will not be returning to the capital soon. You may freely utilize all the resources of the Qin family in the capital. Han Chun will fully cooperate with you. Li Han Chun is the true name of the venerable steward from the ancient estate. This implies that Qin Mo's influence has undergone a profound transformation. Despite the brevity of Li Mai's words, they carried significant implications. For the first time in centuries, a millennia-old clan has entrusted its power to a complete outsider. Devoid of any blood ties, Qin Mo had never had any familial ties with the Qingyangli clan, apart from being a lifelong friend of Li Mao. He was utterly unrelated to them. It is essential to note that the Li family holds considerable influence in the imperial capital. This undertaking was indeed a remarkably bold endeavor. Nevertheless, Li Mai proceeded with it, not once wavering in his resolve. Having chosen to invest, he was determined to see it through to the end. As the third-ranking member of the Elder Council, his decisiveness and courage had never faltered. Qin Mo was an astute individual. He naturally gleaned the underlying significance from the few exchanged words. Rather than decline, Qin Mo recognized that thwarting the schemes of the Gao Ling Xia clan and ensuring the downfall of Xia Zhu could not be achieved solely by his efforts. After all, a top-tier family is a top-tier family. He required the support of the Qingyangli clan, as past events had unequivocally demonstrated. For instance, the pursuit of the Taishan mineral vein and the true identity of Xiaolin were both resolved through the intelligence network of the Li family. Thus, Qin Mo nodded with sincerity and said, "In that case, I express my gratitude. There is no need for excessive formalities. Although you do not bear the surname Li, you are nonetheless a part of the Li family. I shall offer you a piece of advice," replied Li Mai. "Please do share," Qin Mo responded. There was a brief silence on the line before Li Mai slowly began. "Qin Mo, you are still young, merely 23 years of age. If you continue to grow at this rate, your future achievements will speak for themselves. However, the future is unpredictable, and too many prodigies have met untimely ends along their journey, akin to fish crossing a river, countless in number. Therefore, sometimes it is unnecessary to be overly aggressive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Preserving oneself must be your foremost priority." Li Mai's words were clearly a cautionary note to Qin Mo, reminding him not to be overly reckless. After all, he was currently only a 5th-tier S-class awakener, far from being the strongest. In contrast, the Xia Zhu of the Gao Ling Xia clan was already a 9th tier, a formidable adversary. Taking action against the Gao Ling Xia clan now would undoubtedly expose him to greater peril. Qin Mo understood the intent and nodded, responding, "Rest assured, I never engage in ventures without confidence." "Very well, then proceed with determination. Remember, the Qingyangli clan will always be your staunchest ally," Li Mai stated with a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the call ended with a beep. Qin Mo set down his phone, his body shifting as he rotated his chair 180 degrees to face the open floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed at the distant clouds, ablaze with the hues of the setting sun, his eyelids growing heavy and drooping, lost in contemplation. This was his first conversation with the higher echelons of the Qingyangli clan, through which he discerned their stance. Indeed, only the strong can garner the respect they deserve. Qin Mo pondered quietly within his heart. His resolve to pursue his initial thoughts solidified. There is no need to cling to ancient powers or to desperately strive for entry into the upper echelons of society. His singular focus was to elevate his own hard strength. In this world, strength is the very foundation of all things. Qin Mo's gaze grew resolute. At that moment, a warm surge unexpectedly filled his chest. His eyes flickered with determination as he focused on the task at hand, opening the panel for awakening his superhuman genes. Energy points, 32, freely allocatable. Without further deliberation, he adhered to his previous allocation strategy, distributing 4 points to each of the 8 attributes to ensure balanced development. As Qin Mo's thoughts flickered, the warmth within his chest rapidly dispersed throughout his entire body, infusing every cell with the searing energy of the sun. He felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, every cell transforming into a voracious beast, continuously absorbing power and fortifying itself. A surge of power began to swell within him, accompanied by a fleeting flash of information in his mind. Strength, 171, skill, super strength enhancement. An even greater wave of warmth surged forth from deep within his being, enveloping him in an instant. His super strength received yet another enhancement. escalating from the previous V rank to 6 rank. The foundational and ultimate strength he could wield was now doubled from its prior level. Presently, a single punch from him could effortlessly shatter a mountain. It is important to note that the significance of this doubling implies that as one progresses, their strength will only continue to amplify. This is a simple arithmetic. While 2 cubed equals 8, 2 to the power of 10 attains an astounding 1,024. Similarly, Qin Mo's advancement follows this principle. He was steadily advancing toward becoming an invincible, true, hexagonal superhuman, step by step. Once the warmth subsided, Qin Mo clenched his fist, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, yet devoid of any smile. His figure gradually levitated, silently drifting through the window, only to burst forth with terrifying supersonic speed, vanishing in an instant. Mere seconds later, he found himself in an upscale residential area within the Lingyun district. The community bore a melodious name, Mo Shangqing, renowned for its serene environment, far removed from the clamor of the bustling city. Naturally, this tranquility came at the cost of exorbitant housing prices. As Qin Mo walked upon the emerald green stones embedded in the lawn, he activated the holographic interface, enveloping the entire upscale community within its scope. A cacophony of sounds flooded his ears, and through the analytical prowess of his superbrain, these sounds coalesced into a series of virtual lines, intersecting in a chaotic yet organized manner to construct a three-dimensional model of the area. At this very moment, the myriad household within the entire community were vividly etched in Qin Mo's mind. Every action being undertaken, every word spoken, and even the rhythmic thrum of heartbeats and footsteps were all within his grasp. In essence, Qin Mo had seized all the information pertaining to this locale. Utilizing his holographic vision, he swiftly identified his target, directing his gaze towards a dimly lit room on the 3rd floor of Building 3, which lay shrouded in shadows. Within the confines of that room, a solitary figure resided, none other than one of the clandestine members of the Gao Lingxia clan who had infiltrated the capital. Li Changqing had fortuitously encountered 3 individuals, discreetly implanting mental seeds within them to track their movements. Among them, Huang Yi and Kong Ing had succumbed to eternal slumber within the Camellia Tavern, their bodies now fetid. The last remaining individual, whom Qin Mo now scrutinized, had previously evaded his attention. However, having decisively resolved to take action against the Gao Lingxia clan, the initial step was to sever the wings of the Xia ancestor. The Huangquan operation urgently required an individual to delve into the depths of Huangquan, lying within the graveyard specifically excavated for the Gao Lingxia clan. Qin Mo deemed the individual before him to be most suitable for this task. With his head held high, he gazed towards the 3rd floor of Building 3, his enhanced vision enabling him to penetrate the thick walls, accurately landing upon a portly man. In the next instant, Qin Mo vanished from the lawn. Room 301, Building 3. The kitchen was alive with the sounds of sizzling and popping as Yin Huiyuan wielded a spatula in his right hand, humming a cheerful tune while vegetables danced upon the blade. One must fill their belly before laboring. Yin Huiyuan, with his chubby cheeks, squinted his nearly invisible eyes and muttered softly. Ever since he had joined the Gao Lingxia clan's entry into the capital a few days prior, he had remained within these walls, only venturing out for brief walks in the morning and evening. This monotonous existence was exceedingly tiresome for him. As a 6th-tier S-class awakener, Yin Huiyuan believed he should be in pivotal places, contributing significantly, rather than languishing as an idle drifter. Although his 6th-tier status had been attained through the consumption of Qin Yun, it nonetheless signified a 6th-tier status, did it not? Shaking his head, he skillfully transferred the stir-fried vegetables onto a plate, wiped his hands, and carried the dish along with rice into the living room, setting it down on the coffee table. With a cheerful grin, he picked up his chopsticks, preparing to enjoy a bite. However, at that moment, a sudden, crisp sound resonated from outside the door. Dingling. Someone had pressed the doorbell. Yin Huin's hand, poised in midair, abruptly froze, and his entire demeanor shifted from relaxed to tense. He slowly raised his head, his already small eyes narrowing further, resembling 2 green beans. "Oh, it seems that no one will come here," Yin Huiyuan whispered softly in his heart, a strange smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. His keen intuition had unmistakably alerted him that something was amiss. There was at least 12 parts of wrongness within a mere 10. Subsequently, Yin Huiyuan rose from the sofa in an utterly illogical manner and strode toward the door. His nearly 200-pound frame made not a single sound, as if he were a specter. Upon reaching the door, two eerie green glows abruptly appeared in the center of his pupils, and a chilling, sinister aura emanated from around him. He had already summoned the latent power of his genes, maintaining a state of heightened vigilance and readiness. Then, Yin Huiyuan slowly leaned toward the peephole of the security door, peering outside. However, the outside was devoid of anything. There were no shadows of people, nor a single strand of hair. The doorbell that had just chimed seemed merely a figment of his imagination. Yin Huiyuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, the green light in his pupils intensifying, and the hairs on the back of his neck bristling in trepidation. He was acutely aware that hallucinations could indeed occur, but they should never manifest in a 6th-tier S-class awakener. The strangeness before him did not signify the absence of danger. Rather, it heralded its arrival. His sense of caution deepened, and he fully activated his genetic powers, resembling a venomous serpent poised for a hunt, revealing his sharp fangs, ready to strike. Just then, from the previously empty peephole, a crimson light suddenly flickered. This crimson glow was surreal, as vibrant as blood. Without further ado, the first chapter of the night commenced. Chapter 123, The Might of a Punch. What was this crimson light? Such a thought first sprang forth in Yin Huiyuan's mind. Yet, this notion flickered only for a brief moment before an overwhelming fear of death surged forth, swiftly occupying his entire being. With a hissing sound, two beams of intense heat shot forth, directly burning two small holes into the security door, their momentum unrelenting, aimed squarely at Yin Huiyuan's head. In a split second, Yin Huiyuan's pupils constricted, and his corpulent body instinctively executed a bizarre twist. His upper body bent backward a full 180 degrees. His back pressed firmly against his calves, his head and ankles aligned parallel. Were it a normal person to adopt such a grotesque posture, they would surely meet their demise on the spot, with no other possibility. However, Yin Huiyuan was a 6th-tier S-class metamorphic awakener, and he was simulating a soaring serpent. At the very moment he reacted to evade, Yin Huiyuan's limbs began to transform, glimmering black scales, radiating a chilling light, surfacing upon his skin, offering remarkable defensive capabilities. Yin Huiyuan's legs merged together, transforming into a robust serpent's tail, while his muscular arms stretched and morphed into two grotesque, fleshy wings. Like a soaring serpent or dragon, he could glide through the clouds, unencumbered by legs. In that fleeting moment, his genetic power surged forth entirely, a testament to the terrifying prowess of a 6th-tier S-class awakened being. At this level, the manipulation of one's genetic potential had reached an extraordinary zenith, enabling mastery over one's own strength with effortless precision. After evading Qin Mo's scorching gaze, Yin Huiyuan hesitated not for an instant, executing a swift rotation that sent his serpent tail careening towards the peephole like a cannonball. Simultaneously, a flash of earthy yellow light flickered, and a transparent protective shield materialized around his body. This was a relic of the sacred spirit, extracted by a 7th-tier S-class awakened being, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. With such a treasure safeguarding him, combined with his innate genetic strength and the might of his demigod physique, he felt confident that few could obliterate him in an instant. It was only at this juncture that he allowed himself a moment's relief. Unbeknownst to him, the identity of those outside remained a mystery, as did their ability to pinpoint his location with such accuracy. Yet, in this life-and-death predicament, such concerns were inconsequential. His singular focus was on one objective: to locate and eliminate Qin Mo. At that very moment, Qin Mo harbored a similar resolve. As the high-temperature ray missed its target, the crimson glow began to fade. His pupils cleared, and his expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotional turmoil. All of Yin Huiyuan's strategies concealed behind the door were rendered transparent under Qin Mo's enhanced vision. With his speed soaring to an astounding 169 points, over 30 times the speed of sound, he possessed unparalleled reaction capabilities. Though Yin Huiyuan's reflexes were swift, they paled in comparison to the speed at which Qin Mo perceived him, akin to a snail's pace. Thus, just as the glimmering serpent tail was poised to strike the security door, Qin Mo raised his right hand with blinding speed. With his elbow bent and arm muscles taut, he readied himself, the explosive force primed to unleash with a single punch. Boom! In the next instant, without a hint of hesitation, Qin Mo delivered a devastating blow. His fist penetrated the gaping hole scorched by the earlier high-temperature ray, landing squarely on the serpent's tail. Crack! Crack! Two nearly simultaneous thuds echoed in the air. The first signified the shattering of the sacred spirit relic. The second heralded the fracturing of the demigod's form. In a single strike, Qin Mo obliterated Yin Huiyuan's newfound confidence. Such was the might of the superpower 6th tier. The immense enhancement brought forth by the doubling of strength was unmistakable at that moment. What did it matter if he possessed a sacred spirit relic? Even if Yin Huiyuan is a 6th tier S rank awakened, one of the mimetic system, what does it matter? Under the overwhelming power of Qin Mo, all defenses crumble like a mere sheet of tissue paper, easily pierced with the slightest prod. The sudden onslaught left Yin Huiyuan dazed. His body, still in motion, came to a jarring halt as he crashed heavily to the ground, violently expelling dark, viscous blood. This single blow reverberated through his semi-divine physique, sending shockwaves through his bones, meridians, and vital organs, as though exquisite porcelain had developed a spiderweb of cracks. Yin Huiyuan was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that. When his adversary finally chose to strike, it would be such a cataclysmic event. At that moment, he hadn't even glimpsed a shadow of his assailant. Completely unaware of their appearance, the vast chasm in their strengths filled him with a profound sense of helplessness, a heavy dread, and an overwhelming chill. However, the battle was far from over. Qin Mo would never allow his foes a moment's respite. He adhered to a singular, supreme principle, to exploit the weakness of the wounded and claim their lives. Given that the Xia clan possessed a mysterious psychic awakened one, it was futile to extract any information from Yin Huiyuan. Thus, the most straightforward course was to eliminate him entirely. Outside the fortified door, Qin Mo retracted his fist and slowly lowered his head, gazing through the door with a penetrating vision at the wretched state of Yin Huiyuan. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as he emotionlessly remarked, merely collecting some interest. In the next instant, crimson light flooded his pupils once more, and two scorching rays shot forth, piercing through Yin Huiyuan's brain. This time, the severely wounded Yin Huiyuan had no chance of evading the strike. The ethereal green light in his eyes gradually faded, and dark blood flowed steadily from him, staining the floor inch by inch. His life force diminished rapidly, leaving his face frozen in a moment of sheer terror. Thus, a 6th tier S rank awakened one met his demise. Only then did Qin Mo twist the doorknob and slowly pull open the sturdy security door, casting a cold gaze upon the lifeless body. A long, frigid breath escaped his lips, causing the temperature in the room to plummet several degrees, swiftly encasing Yin Huiyuan's grotesque corpse in ice. Subsequently, Qin Mo bent down to collect the divine relic that had emerged from him, and with a flick of his fingers, unleashed his superhuman strength once more, shattering the ice-encased body into countless crystalline fragments. It was evident that he was fabricating a crime scene. To the casual observer, it would be all too natural to associate Yin Huiyuan's death with an S-rank awakened one of the ice element. Thus, no one would pay heed to Qin Mo. His actions were primarily aimed at diverting the attention of the Gaoling Xia family, thereby avoiding becoming the focal point himself. Subsequently, Qin Mo vanished from the scene, leaving behind a chaotic crime scene. Approximately 15 minutes later, several black armored SUVs swiftly entered the neighborhood. The Security Bureau, having received reports from the public, arrived belatedly at this moment. With a resounding thud, the vehicle doors swung open. Xia Song, his expression grim, stepped out. It is worth noting that outsiders were oblivious to the identity of this hideaway, yet he was acutely aware of it. Chapter 124, Replicating the Strategy. Precisely breaking the deadlock, the crime scene had been cordoned off with yellow tape, and the Security Bureau had instituted a complete lockdown. Standing at the entrance, Xia Song gazed at the fragmented corpse within, his brow furrowed and his eyes flickering. Although the body was in such a dismembered state that identifying its owner would be exceedingly difficult, Xia Song recognized the individual at a glance. None other than Yin Huiyuan, a 6th tier S-class awakener who had taken refuge here. An overwhelming sense of agitation surged from the depths of his heart, akin to a tidal wave crashing violently against his face, resounding with a loud clap. The demise of 6th tier S-class. even one who had ascended through Qin Yun and was not of the direct bloodline of the Gaoling Xia family, represented a significant loss for the Xia clan. More importantly, who was the perpetrator? Xia Song could not ascertain. He stood in silence for several minutes before turning to leave the area. Arriving at a deserted corner of the staircase, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The dial tone sounded, and the call was swiftly answered. Let us rewind 20 minutes. Just as Qin Mo pressed the doorbell of room 301, a clandestine conversation was underway within the Xia family castle in the Shangyan district. On the second floor, in the private chamber of the family patriarch, the chief steward Xia Xian and elder Xia Dongfang stood side by side, both gazing at the patriarch who stood with his hands clasped behind him on the balcony. The patriarch faced away from them, exuding an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, the layers of the dark night cascading onto his shoulders, bestowing upon him an air of mysterious authority. What is the status from Qingyang County? He suddenly inquired, his voice calm and measured. In response, Xia Xian slightly bowed his head, his demeanor submissive as he replied. Reporting to the general, Li Mao seems to have fortuitously survived, not perishing as presumed. The elder council of the Qingyang Li family has not publicly announced this news, likely wishing to gauge the external reaction. However, our informants have confirmed this through various details. The patriarch responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his expression showing no sign of fluctuation, as if this development had long been anticipated. Although Li Mao possessed limited strength, being merely a first-tier individual, his unique status as the current head of the Li family and one of the 5 dukes of the Qin made it improbable for him to be easily dispatched. Let it not be said that, following the incident with the Westgate Tiger, the Li family discreetly dispatched numerous skilled individuals to safeguard Li Mao's safety, thereby preventing any further mishaps. Hence, Xiaozu had indeed anticipated this outcome long ago. However, it bore little significance. Whether Li Mao lived or perished was inconsequential, for their plan had already achieved its intended purpose. Xiaozu fell into a brief moment of silence before continuing. Let our agents remain covert. There is no need to concern ourselves with Li Mao any longer. This assassination was remarkably successful. The Qi has drawn the majority of the firepower. Presently, the gaze of the great Qin Empire has shifted entirely beyond the borders, and our plan is approximately 90% complete. As these words left his lips, a flicker of light danced in Xiaozu's eyes, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips, indicating that his spirits were exceptionally high. Everything unfolding was in accordance with his prior predictions and arrangements, progressing steadily and methodically. If this trajectory continued, the Gaoling Xia family would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the foremost noble families. With a growing smile, Xiaozu slowly turned to face the silver-haired Xia Dongfang, instructing, "Second uncle, we may proceed with the next phase of our plan." Understood. Tonight, I shall add fuel to this raging fire, allowing public opinion to ferment even further. Xia Dongfang replied with a nod. Observing this, Xiaozu slightly inclined his head in approval. It was time to demonstrate to the 5 great families the immense power of public opinion. These families, perched high above, believed they could manipulate public sentiment, dismissing the common populace entirely. Yet, they failed to comprehend that water can both support and capsize a boat. This simple yet profound truth reveals Xiaozu's character, his cunning, and his visionary outlook. His ability to elevate the Gaoling Xia family from a mid-tier status to a premier noble house, achieving their current standing, clearly marked him as an extraordinary individual. As Xiaozu spoke, Xia Xian and Xia Dongfang began to ponder his words deeply. The implications were somewhat beyond their comprehension. However, in the midst of their contemplation, an abrupt phone call rang out from Xia Xian, rudely interrupting their train of thought. Furrowing his brow, Xia Xian retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and then looked up at Xiaozu, stating gravely, "General, it is a call from Xia Song." "Answer it," Xiaozu replied nonchalantly, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon receiving the instruction, Xia Xian hesitated no longer, pressing the call button and activating the speakerphone, raising the volume. Xia Song's low, tense voice quickly emanated from the device. "Chief Steward, there has been an incident involving Mo Shangqing. Yan Huiyuan is already deceased." He then meticulously detailed the sequence of events he had witnessed, providing a full report. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of somber silence the moment he spoke. A chilling breeze swept in through the balcony, mercilessly brushing against the faces of the three men as the temperature seemed to plummet below freezing. The once subtle curve at the corner of Xia Zhu's mouth had vanished without a trace, his previously serene countenance now replaced by a growing shadow of gloom. Time and again, the relentless tide of events left him grappling to maintain his composure. The demise of Yin Huiyuan required no further contemplation. The perpetrator was undoubtedly the enigmatic force that lurked in the shadows. If they could locate Huang Yi and Kong Ying, they could certainly uncover Yin Huiyuan's hideaway. Yet, Yin Huiyuan was of the sixth tier. According to the intelligence relayed from Xia Song, the commotion within the residential complex had been minimal, and the duration of the conflict was exceedingly brief. These 2 points alone suggested yet another overwhelming defeat. In simpler terms, Yin Huiyuan had been dispatched in an instant. Was there truly a presence among this mysterious force that surpassed the seventh tier? A flicker of shock coursed through Xia Zhu's heart, mingled with a sense of numbness. Each encounter with this force continually pushed the boundaries of his understanding, revealing ever more formidable awakeners. Viewed through this lens, the greatest obstacle impeding the Xia clan's ascent to the pinnacle of aristocracy was undeniably this clandestine power. The 5 major families were visible and tangible, while this force remained shrouded in obscurity, excelling in disguise and concealment, leaving no trace behind. The impotence of being unable to exert influence was Xia Zhu's most pressing concern. Yet, he found himself momentarily powerless against this force. Narrowing his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashed deep within, and he spoke slowly. We cannot remain in a passive stance. Since our adversary is so intent on targeting the Xia clan, we must devise a means to lure them out. Historically, one must first let go before gaining. To ensnare a great fish, one must be willing to sacrifice a prime bait. Xia Xian, you shall take charge of this matter. Rest assured, General, for fishing is my forte. Xia Xian replied with a peculiar smile. Xia Dongfang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xia Xian's words. There was no doubt about Xia Xian's capabilities. Over the years, he had adeptly managed the Xia clan's clandestine operations in the imperial capital, earning the recognition of the elders. However, the investigation into the mysterious force could be temporarily set aside. With Yin Huiyuan's abrupt death, another troublesome issue loomed. Xia Dongfang furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply with gravity. With Yin Huiyuan's demise, the most critical element of tonight's plan has been compromised. Should we seek a replacement for his position? The original plan must remain unaltered. Let the elders handle it to ensure absolute certainty, Xia Zhu replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xia Dongfang nodded. It was indeed the only viable course of action. Engaging outsiders for the assassination of key personnel within the empire was the safest option, as it would be difficult to implicate the Xia clan should exposure occur. Regrettably, the adversary had acted with such swiftness that they had precisely eliminated Xia Zhu's prearranged personnel. In the depths of fate, it seems that coincidences abound. A night passed in silence. The following day, at dawn, Qin Mo arrived punctually at the office on the top floor of the security bureau. Hardly had he settled into his seat when a strikingly urgent news alert rapidly circulated, swiftly ascending to the headlines of major media outlets and igniting a tremendous uproar in the capital. The deputy director of the political affairs office was assassinated in his home at midnight the previous night. Upon reading this unsettling news, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, a torrent of complex thoughts flooding his mind. The political affairs office was situated in the Tianyun district of the capital, which meant someone had brazenly committed murder in the heart of the empire, audaciously taking the life of a prominent official. The deputy director met a gruesome fate. Reports indicated that he had returned home the night before and was found lifeless in his study, where he had been burning the midnight oil attending to urgent matters. His family had grown accustomed to his late-night work habits, so they refrained from disturbing him. It was not until after 8 o'clock that morning, when he had yet to emerge for breakfast, that they sensed something amiss and forcibly pried open the door to his study. However, by then, it was far too late. The deputy director's body had grown cold, and he was beyond the realm of the living. This was indeed intriguing. Qin Mo squinted, his mind racing, as he struggled to conceive of a culprit. Logically, no one would senselessly assassinate a key figure of the great Qin Empire, as such an act could disrupt the delicate balance of power, particularly at this precarious juncture, with relations between Qin and Qi more strained than ever. The trajectory of events remained uncertain. Could the Xia family be involved? After careful contemplation, he could only suspect the Gao Ling Xia clan, albeit without concrete evidence. Subsequently, Qin Mo observed the news for a while longer before shutting down the media site. He intended to allow the situation to simmer for a time, to see how various factions would respond. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Reclining in his office chair, basking in the sunlight and idly passing the time, Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward a certain area of the office. It was an empty space, devoid of clutter, appearing entirely ordinary. Yet, at that precise moment, a ripple traversed the air. A subtly elegant and enigmatic man gradually revealed himself from obscurity. The visitor was none other than Li Ming. Marquis of the Interior, he greeted with a smile, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Upon recognizing him, the explosive energy that had surged within Qin Mo began to ebb, returning to a state of calm. "What brings you here?" he inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Ming promptly responded, "I have been instructed by the Council of Elders to assist Lord Guan in the capital. During my time here, I am entirely at his disposal. Is it true that the council has summoned you?" Qin Mo straightened in his seat, his tone tinged with surprise. Just yesterday, he had spoken with Li Mai, who indeed mentioned that a contingent would be sent to the capital for assistance. However, Li Ming's arrival caught Qin Mo off guard. It is worth noting that Li Ming possesses formidable strength. Earlier, during a brief encounter in Taishan, Qin Mo had recognized Li Ming as at least a 7th-tier S-class awakener, possibly even nearing the 8th tier. Such powerful individuals are scarce in any family, and Li Ming's deployment signifies the Qingyang Li clan's resolute stance. Noticing the expression of astonishment on Qin Mo's face, Li Ming smiled slightly and placed a USB drive gently on the desk. This drive contained a list of individuals identified by the Li clan's intelligence network over the past few days, all of whom were secretly operating within the capital on behalf of the Xia clan from Jailing, along with detailed addresses of their hideouts. The moment the USB drive was revealed, Qin Mo's brow furrowed, and a palpable aura of killing intent emanated from him. "Excellent," he declared in a low voice, immediately pushing the USB drive back toward Li Ming. He looked up and said, "Since we have confirmed these individuals are from the Jailing Xia clan, eliminate them all without mercy." His words were resolute and decisive. Observing Qin Mo's demeanor, Li Ming's gaze shifted, and a hint of admiration crept into his smile. A person capable of such decisiveness, combined with extraordinary talent and terrifying strength, surely has an immeasurable future ahead of him. Li Ming dutifully adhered to Lord Guan's commands. He bowed once more in respect, and as he rose, the air shimmered with ripples, rendering his form increasingly ethereal until he ultimately became transparent, as if he had never been present at all. It was only at this moment that Qin Mo retracted his mental perception, confirming that Li Ming had indeed departed. Although he could conceal his presence, he could not evade the profound depths of mental scrutiny. Thus, the instant Li Ming arrived, Qin Mo had already sensed him. This exemplified the multifaceted invincibility of a hexagonal warrior, exhibiting virtually no weaknesses. Now, the office was once again left with only Qin Mo. He continued basking in the sunlight, absorbing its fiery energy while opening his computer to scan the news across various media outlets. After hours of speculation, the incident involving the sudden death of the deputy director at the Ministry of Political Affairs had finally reached a conclusion. While the identity of the assailant remained undisclosed, the name of the new deputy director had spread throughout the capital, Xia Dongxue. Indeed, another member of the Xia family. Upon encountering this surname, Qin Mo's suspicions were immediately illuminated. There was no need for further elaboration. It was evident that the former deputy director had been systematically eliminated by the Gao Ling Xia clan. They possessed both the capability and the motive. With the demise of an elder, naturally, a successor was required, and the Xia family had indeed demonstrated their cunning. Qin Mo murmured softly to himself. His intellect had now soared to an impressive 165 points, and his extraordinary mind was adept at analysis, computation, and deduction. Merely from this minor detail, he had essentially unraveled most of the Xia family's intricate schemes. By orchestrating an assassination, they created a vacancy among the key figures in the confidential department, subsequently leveraging the complex web of interests within the upper echelons of society to ensure that the new appointee favored their own agenda. As this cycle repeated itself, The influence of the Gao Ling Xia clan would inevitably expand, paving the way for Xia Zhu's ascension to the title of duke. Qin Mo scoffed softly, his eyes narrowing. If this leads to your promotion as duke, I might as well find a piece of tofu to end my own life, he thought grimly to himself. At that moment, an email unexpectedly popped up on the computer screen before Qin Mo, taken aback. He opened it to find that the email originated from the Royal Forbidden Zone, dispatched directly by the imperial court of the Qin Empire, bypassing several agencies to reach the Security Bureau. Rather than a mere email, it resembled an edict. The contents were succinct and to the point. The investigation into the unfortunate deputy director's demise was to be entirely entrusted to the Security Bureau. Traditionally responsible for maintaining public order in the capital and its surrounding areas, it made sense to assign the investigation to the Bureau. However, the timing felt rather fortuitous. Qin Mo's gaze shifted, the cold smirk that had graced his lips growing increasingly frigid. Given the events of the past few days, he believed that anyone else would have failed to perceive the underlying motives at play. But alas, there were no what-ifs. Qin Mo was aware of the identity of the individual who had targeted Li Mao, and he knew well who had orchestrated the assassination the previous night. Now, he received such an edict. The implications were unmistakable. Li Mao, the head of the Security Bureau, was currently incapacitated, while he, the deputy director, had hardly made his presence felt, rarely showcasing any prowess. In the eyes of the Gao Ling Xia clan, he could easily be deemed worthless. Thus, it was only natural that the Bureau would now be directed by a new deputy, Xia Song, a member of the Gao Ling Xia clan. Entrusting one's own to apprehend one's own would render any success nearly impossible. Moreover, once the Security Bureau assumed control of the matter, other departments would have no reason to pursue an open investigation, inadvertently granting the Xia family an added layer of security. Each element of this unfolding scenario was intricately connected, meticulously orchestrated. The script unfolds as meticulously penned by the Xia family of Jailing, their machinations undeniably intricate, likely devised many years prior, merely awaiting a suitable opportunity. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, in that moment acutely sensing the oppressive weight of the prominent aristocracy. This was merely the Xia family of Jailing, yet the situation was already quite formidable. One could only imagine the challenges posed by the five great families, exalted and aloof. Nevertheless, despite the current predicament presenting significant disadvantages for Qin Mo, he did not succumb to despair. Since the Xia patriarch had set the stage, his only course of action was to disrupt the scheme. In his heart, Qin Mo had already formulated a plan for dismantling it. Suddenly, he rose from behind his desk, his gaze steady and forward, as several walls before him transformed into ethereal transparency. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, he whispered to himself, then boldly crossed the desk and strode purposefully towards the exit. The email dispatch from the Royal Restricted Zone was not solely received by Qin Mo Xia Song. Another deputy director of the Security Bureau also received the directive. At that moment, Xia Song sat in his office, reclining with his legs crossed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he read the email content on his computer screen. He understood that with the dispatch of this email, the Xia Patriarch's ascension to the unprecedented position of the sixth Duke was a foregone conclusion, with no chance for unforeseen circumstances to arise. Moreover, he anticipated that his pivotal role in this affair would elevate him to greater status, power, and a brighter future within the Qin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xia Song felt as though he could glimpse the promising path that lay ahead through the computer screen. This sensation intoxicated and captivated him. Slowly, Xia Song closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his smile stretching almost to his ears, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. At that moment, he felt it appropriate to pour himself a glass of aged red wine and savor the moment. Unfortunately, the Security Bureau lacked such indulgences. Xia Song shook his head slightly, a tinge of regret surfacing. Just as he was enveloped in his daydreams, 3 dull knocks jolted him back to reality. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was rapping on the door of Xia Song's office. Observing this, Xia Song instinctively furrowed his brow and opened his mouth to utter a casual invitation to enter. However, before he could utter a word, the doorknob abruptly turned, the shrill, creaking sound piercing the air. Someone had directly opened the door. This audacious act tightened Xia Song's frown, and his irritation deepened. Yet, upon recognizing the figure that emerged from behind the door, his expression froze, revealing a look of bewilderment. Why was he here? This thought was the first to surface in Xia Song's mind. Indeed, uninvited and without ceremony, it was none other than Qin Mo who entered. Upon entering the office, he stretched his right hand behind him and securely locked the door. Simultaneously, Qin Mo fixed his gaze upon Xia Song, a faint smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. Deputy Director Xia, I trust you are not too occupied at the moment. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. At these words, confusion deepened in Xia Song's eyes. He could not fathom what could be of interest to discuss between himself and Qin Mo. Let us see what this fellow intends. Xia Song emitted a barely perceptible scoff. Confident in his abilities, he regarded Qin Mo with utmost disdain. Setting aside the fact that Li Mao was likely still unconscious in a hospital bed, the disparity in their ranks alone left him unconcerned. What did it matter that the door was locked? As a fourth-tier S-class awakener, Xia Song could easily crush a third-tier Qin Mo. It would be a trivial task. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Xia Song believed the advantage lay with him. Deputy Director Qin, what a rare visitor you are, Xia Song remarked mockingly, failing to rise to greet him or offer tea. Instead, he followed his words with a taunt. I still vividly recall the brazen demeanor you displayed at the elevator that day. Truly, a young prodigy with lofty aspirations. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Deputy Director Qin, many a genius tends to meet an untimely demise. His words were a blatant curse upon Qin Mo, wishing for his downfall. Yet, Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged, his gaze betraying no anger. After all, there is little merit in being irate in the presence of one who is already resigned to his fate. Every utterance from Xia Song now constituted mere parting words. Qin Mo listened intently to these final remarks, then calmly approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and seated himself directly across from Xia Song. The distance between them barely 2 feet. Since Deputy Director Qin has taken the initiative to seek me out for a discussion, let us proceed, Xia Song said with a smile. At this, Qin Mo paused for a moment before responding. I trust you have seen the orders issued from within the Royal Forbidden Zone. Deputy Director Xia? Oh, do continue, Xia Song replied, suddenly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Given that Director Li had suffered a severe injury in an assassination attempt, it was now up to the two of us to manage affairs within the Security Bureau. If our opinions were at odds, it would not bode well for the investigative mission. It is widely acknowledged that within a team, there can be but one voice. What do you think, Deputy Director Xia? Clap, clap, clap. Xia Song beamed with delight, applauding Qin Mo as he remarked, Your words ring true, Deputy Director Qin. Indeed, there can only be one voice within the Security Bureau. A leaderless group is a grave misfortune. It appears Deputy Director Qin is quite the discerning individual. His gaze towards Qin Mo revealed an unmistakable mockery, and his demeanor involuntarily elevated by threefold. To Xia Song, Qin Mo's recent utterances signaled a precarious situation, hinting at a readiness to capitulate. It was evident that what he was about to articulate would be an acknowledgement of his limited abilities, an admission of his inadequacy for significant responsibilities, while praising Xia Song's extensive experience and suitability for overseeing the broader scope of matters. Such spinelessness and vacillation drew nothing but disdain from Xia Song, whose expression was a portrait of contempt. Observing the contemptuous look on Xia Song's face, Qin Mo discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind. A subtle smile crept across his lips, innocent yet disarming, as he leisurely inquired, Might I request Deputy Director Xia to perish? In an instant, all expressions on Xia Song's face froze, transforming into a beautiful tableau. He initially assumed that there was a minor issue with his hearing, misinterpreting Qin Mo's words. However, as the final syllable left Qin Mo's lips, 2 glaring red dots ignited at the center of his pupils. These red points gradually expanded outward, a tangible aura of murderous intent seeping into the air. Observing this transformation in Qin Mo, Xia Song no longer harbored doubts about his hearing. His countenance darkened, akin to a still, murky pool. By the way, may I inquire which tier of S-Class Awaken you are, Deputy Director Xia? Qin Mo suddenly asked, maintaining a faint smile that exuded politeness. Upon hearing this, Xia Song narrowed his eyes gradually, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating an unmistakable edge. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, What? Are you suggesting that you wish to lay a hand on me? Before Qin Mo could respond, Xia Song continued with derision. Qin Mo, you are indeed a prodigy. But as I have stated before, you are far too young. The disparity between each tier of S-Class Awakened is as vast as the heavens and the earth. If you wish to challenge me, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own capabilities. There's no need to rush, Qin Mo replied casually, raising his hand to gesture dismissively, still adorned with a smile. Deputy Director Xia, would you care to speculate on how Xia Lin met his demise? Xia Lin, hearing this name, both familiar and foreign, sent a jolt through Xia Song's heart, a faint sense of foreboding creeping in. Xia Lin was a formidable fourth-tier awakened, who had perished in the Time Mountain mine. Xia Song was acutely aware of this fact. Yet the crucial question remained, how did Qin Mo know of Xia Lin? Could it be that the Qingyangli family was already privy to the events surrounding the Time Mountain mine? With a sharp intake of breath, Xia Song's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing in alarm as he abruptly rose, exclaiming, Qin Mo, you! Just as the words escaped his lips, a crimson light instantaneously filled his pupils. Two beams, imbued with terrifying heat, shot forth with unerring precision, striking directly at Xia Song's head. The air warped around them, leaving behind two searing marks that testified to the horror of the blow. The fourth-tier demigod's body appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. A gaping hole punctured through Xia Song's forehead, presenting an exceedingly macabre sight. His mangled eyeball still harbored a complex array of emotions: shock, fear, confusion, and disbelief, an overwhelming torrent that would ultimately dissolve into eternal silence and ash. With a resounding crash, Xia Song's lifeless body toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the chair, marking his demise. The crimson glow in Qin Mo's pupils swiftly receded like a tidal wave as he maintained his original posture, seated calmly while silently observing Xia Song's tragic end without uttering a word. Approximately 3 seconds later, an unusual fluctuation rippled through the air of the office. Following this, Li Ming's figure gradually materialized from behind Qin Mo. Upon witnessing the lifeless Xia Song, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock. Qin Mo had discreetly eliminated Xia Song without a single utterance. Li Ming opened his mouth, his expression one of helplessness, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Mo rose slowly from his chair, nonchalantly striding toward the office exit. As he walked, he turned his head slightly, instructing Li Ming, disseminate the news, stating that this unidentified force, which assassinated the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Political Affairs, is exceedingly audacious. Not only did they fail to escape, but they have also executed further actions. They have dealt a lethal blow to the newly appointed Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, Xia Song, who has gloriously sacrificed himself. Just convey it as such. Li Ming, upon hearing Qin Mo's directive, felt as if he had been struck dumb, standing frozen in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The situation was indeed dire. This foul play was being cast onto the Xia family of jailing, and the victim was none other than one of their own. Li Ming could vividly imagine the expressions on the faces of the Xia family upon learning this news. How utterly dramatic it would be to have one's own turn against another. How absurd. Yet, they could not come forth to argue. Otherwise, it would lead to their own downfall. Li Ming truly did not anticipate that Qin Mo could concoct such a nefarious scheme in such a brief span of time. Not only had he seized the opportunity to eliminate the bothersome Xia Song, but he had also managed to humiliate the jailing Xia family in the process. More importantly, with Xia Song's demise, the voice of authority within the Security Bureau was now solely Qin Mo's. The ensuing task for the Bureau would be to investigate the assassin who had taken the life of the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Political Affairs. Oh, and let us not forget to include the investigation into the assassin of Deputy Director Xia Song. It could be said that Xia Song's death was indeed fortuitous, remarkably so. In the meticulously crafted web of schemes by the Xias of jailing, the situation has reached a critical juncture. Chapter 125, Urgent News from the Border. Xia Zhu found himself in a state of utter disarray. He could never have anticipated that Xia Song would meet his demise. The Vice Director of the Security Bureau, personally appointed by the most esteemed emperor of the Great Qin Empire, had inexplicably perished within the confines of his own office. Such a manner of death, such an outcome, is difficult to comprehend and even harder to accept. However, what is far more challenging to come to terms with is the Security Bureau's solemn announcement that Xia Song had been eliminated by an unknown force lurking within the imperial capital. Was this not a direct implication towards their own Xia family? Xia Zhu's gaze turned increasingly perilous, his surroundings suffused with an intensely sharp aura of murderous intent. Since his rise in the border military, he had endured his fair share of unjust accusations, yet this was the first time he felt such profound vexation. Qin Mo had truly repulsed him. Of course, he was unaware that it was Qin Mo behind this misfortune. The name had long been discarded from Xia Zhu's mind. He had never deemed Qin Mo worthy of his attention, viewing him merely as an insignificant and oblivious to its own limitations. Therefore, Xia Zhu had never suspected Qin Mo, nor had the slightest inkling of doubt ever cross his mind. His suspicions were directed solely towards two entities, the unknown force that had consistently targeted the Xia family and the Qingyang clan. The likelihood of suspicion towards these two factions weighed heavily in his mind, perhaps a ratio of 70 to 30 or even 90 to 10. As these thoughts crystallized, Xia Zhu's piercing gaze sharpened even further. Crossing his arms over his broad chest, he slowly turned to face Xia Xian and Xia Dongfang, who stood behind him, and spoke with a measured tone. The silent demise of Xia Song within the Security Bureau can only be attributed to the Qingyang clan orchestrating this ploy, seeking to eliminate our embedded informants. That is indeed the consensus among the subordinates, Xia Xian added. Recent intelligence reports indicate that Li Ming has entered the imperial capital. With an S-class awakened being of the 8th rank present, Xia Song would have stood no chance against an instantaneous defeat. At this, Xia Dongfang, standing beside him, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It appears the Qingyang clan has grown furious and impatient. Otherwise, they would not act with such impulsive decisiveness. Yet, why has Li Ming chosen this moment to enter the imperial capital? Logically, he should be heading to the border to engage in battle against the Qi people, as the 5 prominent families would never stray far from the heart of power. With Li Mao severely injured and residing in Qingyang County, there would be no one to oversee affairs in the capital. The individual they previously attempted to support, Qin Mo, is merely a 3rd-rank awakened being, whose potential has nearly been exhausted. Furthermore, he is far too young and naive to shoulder significant responsibilities. It is entirely reasonable for the Li clan to dispatch Li Ming to assume command, given his status, strength, and qualifications." Xia Xian provided a detailed explanation, his pupils shimmering with wisdom, the corners of his mouth slightly curled in a smile that exuded an air of tranquility. It appeared as though he had already orchestrated the intricacies of the Li family's intentions. Upon hearing this elucidation, Xia Dongfang could not help but nod in agreement. Xia Xian's reasoning was sound and exceedingly convincing, making it difficult to dissent. However, after addressing this query, Xia Dongfang swiftly shifted the conversation, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Now that Xia Song is deceased and the Security Bureau is beyond our control, the original plan has encountered a flaw. Should we temporarily halt our actions and re-strategize?" His words, laden with gravitas, reflected a prudent caution aimed at minimizing exposure for the Xia clan. Yet, at this juncture, to proceed with such deliberation seemed excessively slow. With Li Mao's assassination and the unprecedented tension between the states of Qin and Qi, public sentiment had reached a crescendo, and the arrow was already nocked, poised to be released. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xia Zhu shook his head, swiftly countering the suggestion as soon as Xia Dongfang finished speaking. He narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, "All plans remain unchanged. We shall advance according to the established course. The Xia clan has invested considerable effort for so long. We cannot abandon our endeavors over such a trivial matter. Since Xia Song has met his demise, let those beneath us ensure their movements remain concealed, heighten their vigilance, and stay alert. I trust the Security Bureau will uncover nothing significant." His brief, yet commanding words radiated an undeniable authority, emblematic of his profound self-confidence. Having commanded troops for many years, the iron will of Xia Zhu was indelibly etched into his very being. Upon hearing his pronouncement, Xia Dongfang voiced no further objections, remaining silent thereafter. Observing this, Xia Zhu turned to Xia Xian and inquired, "How is the bait set?" "General, the bait is in place, and the nets have been laid out. Now, it remains to be seen how patient the big fish truly is before it takes the bait," Xia Xian replied with a smile. "Indeed, ensure the nets are spread wide enough to prevent the big fish from escaping. I am eager to discern what species this great fish represents." The aura of lethal intent surrounding Xia Zhu intensified. This clandestine force lurking in the shadows was a thorn in his side, and until it was removed, he could find no peace. Without waiting for Xia Xian's response, Xia Zhu's gaze swept over the two before him as he slowly stated, "During my absence, the affairs of the imperial capital shall be entirely entrusted to both of you." At these words, the expressions of Xia Xian and Xia Dongfang grew solemn. They exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "The general need not worry. We will ensure your triumphant return." "Very well," Xia Zhu replied with a faint nod, waving his hand dismissively before turning slowly, his profound gaze extending into the distance, his pupils reflecting the starry sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the profound darkness of the night, reaching places tens of thousands of miles away. There, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending conflict. The following day, in the afternoon, in the Security Bureau's top-floor office, Qin Mo found himself in an unexpectedly delightful mood. No longer confronted by the unsightly visage of Xia Song, with his hands resting behind his head, he reclined in an armchair, lazily allowing his eyelids to droop as he basked in the warm embrace of sunlight. Such days epitomized the perfection of life for Qin Mo, a sentiment that had remained unchanged throughout the years. A life devoid of worries about sustenance, surrounded by a few close friends, indulging in leisurely activities at work and casting lines in the evening. This was all he desired. Perhaps it was the weariness of his previous existence that made him cherish tranquility in this life. Even upon acquiring the awakened panel of superhuman genes, his initial intention was merely to possess a means of self-defense against potential threats. Unfortunately, the serenity he coveted was perpetually disrupted. His only confidant at that moment lay in a hospital bed, Xia Song, the Xia clan, and the Gao Ling Xia family. An ironic smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips as he released a cryptic chuckle, then lifted his eyelids to gaze at Li Ming, who materialized from the rippling air. "How is the Huangquan operation progressing?" he inquired. "All is proceeding smoothly," Li Ming replied with a slight smile, retrieving a list from within his coat and presenting it to Qin Mo. As Qin Mo opened the document, he noted that out of the names investigated by the Li family, 7 had been crossed out with a red line. The marked names indicated those who had already succumbed to the underworld. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Mo's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Ming. Taken aback by the swiftness of action, in the span of merely a day and night, Li Ming had dealt a significant blow to the Gao Ling Xia family. Among the deceased, the weakest possessed second-tier abilities, while the strongest reached as high as the 6th tier. Certainly a formidable strength. Yet, in the capital, there was no noticeable stir. The death of 7 S-grade awakeners seemed as inconsequential as the swatting of mere flies. Curiosity piqued within Qin Mo. What tier of strength did Li Ming himself possess? However, such matters were personal, and he refrained from inquiring. After all, having a powerful ally was advantageous, saving him the trouble of direct involvement, which would only waste time and deplete energy. "Let us proceed according to the list," Qin Mo declared, closing the folder and placing it on the desk. "Exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant. The Gao Ling Xia family, having suffered such substantial losses to their core forces, will undoubtedly seek opportunities to retaliate." As he spoke, a glint of determination shone in his eyes, his superbrain engaging in rapid calculations as he pondered. The Xia family may very well employ a ruse, intentionally sacrificing a few pawns to serve as bait, luring us into a premeditated ambush. Be wary of this possibility. This stratagem appears strikingly familiar, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Were Li Mao present at this moment, he would instantly discern its implications, owing to his wealth of experience. Not long ago, during the ambush orchestrated by the Heavenly Society against Li Mao, this very tactic was employed. It has now become evident that the familial power behind the Heavenly Society is none other than the Gao Ling Xia clan, which makes it highly probable that they will resort to the same ruse once more. Although Li Ming may not possess the same level of experience as Li Mao, he is far from being a reckless or arrogant individual. In response to Qin Mo's counsel, he has taken it to heart, ensuring it does not merely pass through one ear and out the other. After all, the orders bestowed upon him by Li Mai are entirely in accordance with Qin Mo's directives. Caution, after all, is a virtue that endures through the ages. Consequently, Li Ming solemnly nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. I shall remember your words, Duke of Guanyi. There is no need to address me as Duke. Simply call me by my name. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively and continued. There is no rush regarding the investigation order issued within the Royal Restricted Zone. Let the security department send a few individuals to conduct a superficial inspection for appearances sake. Since the Gao Lingxia clan seeks to expand their influence and assert their authority, they would undoubtedly not limit their actions to a single key figure. As long as they act again, they will surely reveal their true intentions, leaving behind clues. It is then that we shall commence our endeavors. Listening intently to Qin Mo's analysis, Li Ming nodded in deep agreement, fully endorsing his insights. While he may not be particularly adept in this realm, he was pleasantly surprised by Qin Mo's astuteness, feeling increasingly impressed and devoted to him. I shall heed the Duke's arrangements, Li Ming said, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect. Suddenly, the tranquil air rippled with transparent waves, and Li Ming's figure gradually faded from view. In the blink of an eye, the office was left with only Qin Mo. He gazed ahead for several seconds before lowering his eyes, leaning back into his chair. The office returned to silence, interrupted only by Qin Mo's deep, measured breaths and the rhythmic ticking of the clock mounted on the wall. The clock continued its relentless march, while the sun slowly descended beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow that painted the sky in hues of crimson. A sudden warmth surged within Qin Mo's chest, stirring his thoughts. He opened his eyes, focusing his gaze ahead, and activated the panel for his superhuman gene awakening. Energy points, 35, freely allocable. Observing the ethereal text before him, Qin Mo hesitated not a moment. Proceeding with his customary allocation strategy, he distributed 4 points to each of the 8 attributes, subsequently adding an additional point to vision, strength, and speed respectively. A profound warmth rapidly enveloped him, initiating a comprehensive enhancement throughout his being. Hearing, 174, skill, super hearing enhancement. A sudden flash of information surged through his mind, and the temperature in the vicinity of his ears escalated rapidly, growing exceedingly hot. Of course, such heat was of no consequence to Qin Mo, who felt a profound smile spread across his features. It was worth noting that, following this enhancement, his super hearing would double its previous range. In essence, Qin Mo's auditory perception now encompassed a staggering radius of 800 miles, a truly terrifying expanse, far exceeding the boundaries of the imperial capital, approximately equivalent to 25 times its size. Moreover, he could refine the scope of his hearing, allowing for a heightened degree of auditory precision. Sounds that were once elusive now fell within his auditory range, thanks to his extraordinary brain, which boasted an intelligence level of 174 points and astonishing computational speed. The warmth within him quickly dissipated, and the once boiling cells returned to a state of calm. Qin Mo closed the panel for his superhuman gene awakening, his smile intensifying. Each day, he grew stronger, methodically progressing towards the 9th tier and even higher levels of power. He never forgot the fundamental truth that one's strength is the cornerstone of everything. Subsequently, he rose from his chair, floated through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the security bureau, and in an instant unleashed a terrifying speed, vanishing into thin air. 12 seconds later, Qin Mo appeared like a specter before his home on Guanghong Street. He retrieved his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, changed into a pair of slippers, and whistled his way into the kitchen, preparing to cook dinner for himself. Soon, after half an hour, 2 plates of dishes were served on the coffee table. Qin Mo devoured them in a whirlwind of appetite, then settled into the sofa, as usual, scrolling through various news articles on his phone. He had been engrossed for over an hour, taking a brief intermission to wash a dish and take a shower. Around 9 o'clock, an urgent message from the border suddenly emerged, rapidly seizing the headlines across various media outlets. Upon opening the news, Qin Mo paused imperceptibly, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Had the Qi Kingdom declared war? The article clearly stated that just an hour prior, large-scale troop movements had occurred at the border. The Qi Kingdom had launched an unprovoked attack, deploying over 10,000 soldiers, catching the Great Xia completely off guard, leading to a swift retreat. After enduring 40 minutes of fierce combat, a semblance of a defense line was finally organized at the border, reclaiming lost territory and initiating a counteroffensive. No one knew the reasons behind the sudden outbreak of this conflict, nor how long it would persist, or how it would ultimately conclude. The editorial content of this information comes to a close, subtly imbued with a faint layer of melancholy. Where there is war, there inevitably follows sacrifice, and with sacrifice, there is bound to be sorrow and separation. Qin Mo's gaze flickered as he inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed in concern. The timing of this offensive seemed awry. What were the Qi people truly contemplating? He keenly sensed the underlying issues at play. It is essential to recognize that the discord between the Qin and Qi states has not arisen overnight. It has persisted for over a millennium. Such an extensive and protracted conflict would have led both sides to possess an intimate understanding of one another. Without absolute certainty, a large-scale confrontation would be improbable, relegating any disputes to mere skirmishes. War has always been a delicate affair, where a single thread can unravel the entire fabric. The previous border conflict illustrated this well, as both nations endeavored to manage the situation, striving to avert further escalation. Yet now, the borders of the Qin state had been torn asunder. This was clearly no minor altercation. Moreover, the timing was particularly unsettling. Although Li Mao had survived an assassination attempt, he was not yet deceased. Thus, a profound sense of puzzlement swelled within Qin Mo. He found it challenging to comprehend the motives of a Qi state. His superlative intellect whirred into action, meticulously analyzing and extrapolating from the available information. Yet he remained shrouded in confusion. There seemed to be no justifiable reason for Qi to initiate this war. What strategic advantage could they possibly gain? Was there something unknown to him? The public narrative is rarely the true reflection of reality. This adage serves as one of the foundational principles governing the lower echelons of this hierarchical world. Just then, a sudden, urgent phone call pierced the silence of the room. Qin Mo glanced at his phone, and his heart quickened as he saw the call was from the Li family's ancient fortress. His expression sharpened, and a sense of understanding washed over him. Indeed, it was as he suspected. As one of the 5 prominent families, the Li clan held an extraordinary status, with the majority of their power stationed at the borders. They would possess the most comprehensive and authentic information regarding this unexpected war. Yet, he pondered why the call from the fortress had come so late, lagging even behind major media outlets. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Qin Mo pressed the call button and raised the phone to his ear. The familiar voice of the old steward from the fortress resonated immediately through the receiver. "Young Master Qin, I trust you are aware of the news from the borders?" He began. "Yes, I have just seen it. What precisely has transpired at the border?" Qin Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, the old steward paused momentarily, adopting a more solemn tone as he responded. Indeed, the state of Qi has launched an unprovoked war, and their motives remain shrouded in mystery. However, the scale of this conflict far exceeds what you have witnessed, young master. Far exceeds? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering. Indeed, the border is not merely torn by a single breach. An entire prefecture is on the brink of capitulation. The recently appointed General Lin Shu, who was entrusted with its defense, has been executed by the Qi forces. Qin Mo inhaled sharply, caught off guard. He had anticipated a significant scale, yet he had not fathomed such magnitude. An entire prefecture on the verge of falling, with Lin Shu slain in battle. Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock, realizing that this indeed qualifies as the most substantial conflict to erupt in nearly a century. What could the people of Qi possibly desire? What is the state of Qin doing? The heavily fortified border appears alarmingly fragile, as if made of paper, easily pierced by an enemy's advance. Qin Mo found himself perplexed, sensing that there were hidden intricacies at play. However, since the old steward had not mentioned this, it was evident that the Qingyangli family was not fully aware of the situation either. After granting him ample time to digest this news, the old steward continued, "Young master, the news of the general's execution and the impending loss of the prefecture cannot be concealed for long. The populace shall inevitably learn of it. A court assembly will be convened early tomorrow to determine who will lead the military efforts. The head of the family has been openly assassinated, and regardless of whether Qi was behind it, they have certainly taken the blame. With the audacity to instigate war, the public sentiment has reached unprecedented heights. The Elders' Council believes that someone is attempting to divert public attention, shifting the focus away from the border. Thus, unrest in the capital is likely imminent. You must exercise caution." Diverting attention? Qin Mo murmured softly, furrowing his brow as he pondered deeply. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood." I shall not disturb your rest further. The old steward smiled in response. Qin Mo, somewhat distracted, acknowledged him before the two concluded their conversation. The vast room once again succumbed to a profound silence. Seated on the sofa, Qin Mo remained furrowed in thought, his eyes darting back and forth, as if engaged in an extensive analysis within his mind. Diverting attention? Is such a commotion truly necessary? The explanation provided by the Elders' Council seemed quite plausible, making sense in its own right. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that, as Qin Mo had previously noted, the actions of Qi were alarmingly excessive. He still believed that other underlying reasons existed. The Gaoling Xia clan undoubtedly colludes with Qi. Could this incident be related to them? Qin Mo mused softly. If this were merely an endeavor to divert attention, there was no need for further elaboration. This would be the scheme concocted by Xia Zhu. Recently, significant events have unfolded in the capital, primarily concerning the assassination of key officials across various departments. Countless speculations swirl in the mind, yet the precise truth remains elusive to Qin Mo. However, since clarity eludes him for the moment, he sees no need to dwell excessively on it. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must resist. When water flows, one must dam it. He shall respond to challenges as they arise. Shaking his head to dispel the convoluted thoughts, Qin Mo maintained a tranquil state of mind and proceeded to his bedroom, where he climbed into bed and peacefully drifted into slumber. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following morning, after a night of fermenting events, news of a lost county erupted with full force. The entire capital plunged into unprecedented turmoil, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. Conversations among the populace inevitably revolved around the border. At this juncture, the Qin government chose to issue a statement, announcing an emergency council meeting to be convened at 8 o'clock this morning within the royal precincts. His Majesty the Emperor personally appeared, vehemently condemning the despicable and shameless actions of the Qin nation, passionately asserting that the Qin would ensure that Qi pays the price it deserves. The blood of the Qin people shall not be shed in vain. This resolute declaration propelled the royal families standing to unprecedented heights. Due to the prevailing weakness of this generation, the Qin royal family had previously lacked presence. However, following this incident, they indelibly etched their authority in the hearts of the people, thereby fortifying their position in an imperceptible manner. Qin Mo perused the reports in the newspaper with an unperturbed demeanor. Such tactics were all too familiar to him, eliciting no emotional upheaval. Having lived 2 lives, he had transformed into a seasoned individual, no longer the impassioned youth of 18. The darkness that pervades the social elite of this world is akin to a brazen vampire. He maintained his habitual routine, departing at 6:30, leisurely basking in the sun as he made his way to the Bureau of Safety. At precisely 9 o'clock, he entered his office on the top floor. He settled beside the floor-to-ceiling window, methodically organizing his desk while awaiting the outcome of the court council. 15 minutes elapsed before the phone rang again, a call from the Li estate. Upon answering, the old steward simply stated, "Young master, the results are in. General Xia is about to march to the border." Upon hearing the name, Qin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly, yet a hint of perplexity flickered across his features. General Xia, the newly appointed champion marquis, the war god of the Qin. He had long been stationed at the border, possessing profound knowledge of the defense lines and the Qi forces, and his personal prowess was formidable, being at least a 9th-tier S-class awakener. Moreover, General Xia boasted a glorious history, having recently beheaded a Qi general on the battlefield. It seemed quite reasonable for him to lead the charge in this impending conflict. The selection has fallen upon Xia Zhu, a prospect that would hardly surprise the subjects of the great Qin. On the contrary, his influence is likely to ascend even further. However, Qin Mo increasingly sensed something amiss. Yet he could not decipher Xia Zhu's intentions behind this maneuver. After all, the Gaoling Xia clan had committed treason. Sending Xia Zhu there could only be likened to inviting a wolf into one's home. Having guarded the borders for many years, Qin Mo found it implausible that Xia Zhu had not been secretly scheming. If he were of a mind to do so, he could easily bring down a significant portion of the border defenses. Was Xia Zhu's departure a deliberate act? Did he intend to seize the opportunity for rebellion? Such doubts surged within Qin Mo, but he swiftly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. No, Xia Zhu could not be so foolish. What was his true objective? Qin Mo was genuinely bewildered. Whether it was the war instigated by the Qi state the previous night or the council's decision to dispatch Xiaozu today, everything seemed laden with oddities, and there was an abundance of peculiarities. The timing was too precise to allow Qin Mo to refrain from overthinking. Regrettably, the treachery of the Gao Ling Xia clan was known only to the elder council of the Qingyangli clan and himself, and he lacked substantial evidence. Even if they sensed something was amiss, they could not act swiftly and effectively to prevent it. Surely, they could not shout in the streets that Xiaozu was a traitor? Given Xiaozu's current renown, the one who dared utter such words would likely be treated as a traitor themselves. This exemplified the terrifying power of public opinion. Qin Mo was acutely aware of this reality. He hung up the phone nonchalantly, intertwined his fingers behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and basked in the sunlight, feeling an immense tranquility. He merely awaited developments, contemplating future actions. Regardless, Xiaozu's departure would only yield benefits for his current endeavors. With the absence of such an enigmatic powerhouse from the Gao Ling Xia clan, matters would become significantly easier to handle. With this thought, a faint smirk graced Qin Mo's lips, revealing a cold smile. 6 hours later, after a brief afternoon respite, Qin Mo lifted his eyelids and yawned, rising to stretch his muscles. Soon after, he reclined back in his chair. This time, however, it was different from the morning. Qin Mo silently unleashed his super hearing, gradually expanding its coverage. Within mere seconds, he enveloped the entirety of the imperial capital, save for a few peculiar locations that remained silent. These specific places seemed to possess mental barriers, capable of withstanding external scrutiny, their defenses remarkably robust. For instance, the Grand Hall where court matters were deliberated, as well as several ancient castles. Qin Mo chose not to dwell on these for the moment. He bypassed these exceptional areas, further narrowing his coverage and enhancing the precision of his hearing. Following the familiar pattern, he meticulously filtered out the superfluous sounds, ultimately leaving only the voices of the people. Qin Mo's extraordinary intellect was rapidly engaged, categorizing, processing, analyzing, and discerning the vast ocean of information. He employed a keyword tagging method, swiftly tracing back to the source upon hearing specific predefined keywords to ascertain the location of the sounds. In no time, the exchanges of all individuals within the imperial capital were encompassed by Qin Mo's real-time monitoring. Xiaozu had departed the imperial capital an hour prior, boarding an armed fighter jet bound for the border, likely nearing his destination now. Qin Mo had confirmed that he would temporarily set aside concerns regarding the border. Thus, he intended to amplify his auditory senses to investigate the next target of the Xia family from jailing. The clandestine group of the Xia clan that had infiltrated the imperial capital had dispersed across various districts that same day, engaging in silent concealment. This undoubtedly heightened the difficulty of the investigation, as locating a few individuals among the millions in the capital was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, for Qin Mo, the challenge was not insurmountable. As long as the adversary took action, they could never evade his keen hearing. In this manner, an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo would retract his hearing every 15 minutes to replenish the mental energy expended by his extraordinary intellect, ensuring clarity of thought and agility of mind. It was during his fourth release of heightened auditory perception that a sound from 87 kilometers away directly triggered the keywords he had marked. Qin Mo's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with realization. Chapter 127. The Yin family of Nanfang, Li Ming's subtle shock in the Floating Cloud District, one of the 9 major districts of the imperial capital. Although this district was not as prosperous as the Lingyun district, its economic level was nearly comparable. However, the affluent were scarce in the Floating Cloud District, with 95% of the populace belonging to the middle class, toiling daily in various companies to generate immense wealth. This wealth would then flow through myriad channels, ultimately accumulating in the hands of the true upper echelons of society. The Ministry of Finance of the Great Qin Empire was established here, headed by an elderly gentleman with a common yet unignorable surname. The elder's surname was Fang, belonging to the distinguished Yin family of Nanfang. If the Security Bureau was the backyard of the Qingyangli family, then it could be said that 70% of the power within the Ministry of Finance belonged to the Yin family of Nanfang. Were it not for the critical significance of the economic lifeline, this percentage would likely ascend even higher. At this moment, in an underground bar 10 kilometers east of the Ministry of Finance, A brazen conspiracy was unfolding. The raucous music of the bar served as the perfect cover, while the lascivious atmosphere distracted patrons, leading to a dispersion of focus. With narrowed eyes and legs crossed, Xia Jiuquan sat amidst swirling smoke that obscured his visage. The butler has conveyed the message. We shall commence our operation promptly at 9:30 tomorrow evening, with a withdrawal scheduled for 9:45. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman seated across from him delicately tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her crimson lips curling into a bewitching smile. So, we are to strike within the confines of the Fong family's ancient castle? Xia Mei mused, her fingers playfully beckoning, her brow slightly furrowed, as she chuckled softly. To commit murder on the Fong's territory is akin to courting death, is it not? Rest assured, the butler will not abandon us. Fongwen will attend a private invitation-only banquet at the Wadianyu building tomorrow night. We shall act in the midst of the festivities, replied Xia Jiuquan. The Wadianyu building stands as a paragon of opulence in the floating cloud district, its doors firmly closed to the public aside from essential staff, operating under a membership system. This stipulation implies that one must procure a membership card and pay a substantial fee to dine within its walls. Even a mere visit to observe the interior necessitates membership. Such stringent and almost ruthless regulations effectively eliminate 95% of the lower and middle-class clientele, erecting an insurmountable barrier before them. Thus, only the affluent or the esteemed may dine at the Wadianyu building. Naturally, Fongwen belongs to this elite group, yet he is exempt from presenting his membership card, for the establishment is a property of the Fong family of Yannan. As one of the deputy ministers of the finance department, Fongwen's status is self-evident. The Gaoling Xia family's decision to target him carries inherent risks. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. High risks are often the harbingers of high rewards. Upon hearing of the private banquet, Xia Mei's brow relaxed slightly. Her eyes sparkled as she mentally rehearsed the assassination plan for the following evening. After approximately 3 minutes, her pupils regained clarity. Habitually, she tucked her bangs behind her ear and slowly shook her head. The Fong family is not to be trifled with. There will undoubtedly be many of their kin present at Wadianyu. I fear tomorrow's endeavor may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Furthermore, while Fongwen may appear unremarkable, intelligence reports indicate he is a 7th-tier S-class awakener, making him exceptionally formidable. Should it be just the two of us, the likelihood of failure is exceedingly high. You need not worry about that. The butler has dispatched additional support to assist us, and the plan has been meticulously crafted, Xia Jiuquan interjected, gesturing dismissively. Listening to this exchange, Xia Mei turned her head to Xia Jiuquan and rolled her eyes. I must ask, could you not complete your thoughts in one go next time? Oh, my apologies, Xia Jiuquan replied, taking a swig from a nearby bottle of strong liquor, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I forgot. Xia Mei, well, you don't need to worry about it. Just gather at Wadianyu Tower at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. As Xia Jiuquan rose to his feet, he replied nonchalantly. After sitting up from the sofa, he casually picked up the scattered clothes strewn across the room and swiftly donned them. The unruly stubble on his chin added an air of melancholy to his demeanor. I'll take my leave now. Xia Jiuquan glanced at Xia Mei, his gaze lingering for a moment on her devilishly alluring figure. Without waiting for her response, he strode out decisively. Bang! The door slammed shut. The confined space was suffused with the essence of life's origins. Xia Mei watched the direction in which he departed, gritting her teeth in frustration. She muttered under her breath. He forgets this, forgets that, and doesn't seem to know how to do anything aside from fiddling with that firewood stick. That ungrateful wretch. Next time I shall make him taste my wrath. It must be said, the information was substantial. Qin Mo retracted his listening, slowly shaking his head in disbelief. What a game. He sighed. Subsequently, Qin Mo gathered his thoughts, casting aside the trivialities, and began to meticulously analyze the information he had just overheard. It was now certain that the Vice Minister of Finance, Fongwen, was the next target of the Gao Lingxia clan. According to their conversation, Fongwen himself was formidable, possessing the 7th tier of strength, and he was affiliated with the Yannan Fong clan, undoubtedly in possession of powerful sacred relics or elemental crystals. To take action against him, mere 7th tier strength would be insufficient. At the very least, an 8th tier force would be required. Not to mention, the Yannan Fong clan was no pushover. Fongwen's defensive capabilities would surely be formidable. unless he harbored an overabundance of confidence in his own strength, which would indicate arrogance. However, Qin Mo found this possibility unlikely. One cannot ascend to the position of Vice Minister of Finance without possessing intellect. Thus, it could be inferred the Gao Ling Xia clan would mobilize a formidable lineup, at least one 8th tier and two 7th tier individuals. Qin Mo murmured softly, his pupils shimmering with an unusual brilliance. He sought to discover a point of entry through these individuals, hoping to uncover the solid evidence he desired. Consequently, the operation plan for tomorrow night required meticulous preparation. Qin Mo fell into silence, his super brain whirring rapidly, and in an instant, several schemes flooded his mind. After careful consideration, he dismissed each one until only a single plan remained. It seemed he needed to pay an early visit to this Minister Fong. A faint, innocuous smile curled upon Qin Mo's lips, as he had already devised a strategy in his heart. He then picked up the phone from the table, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a newly entered number. After a brief series of beeps, the call connected, and a voice with a hint of softness came through the line. This is undoubtedly Li Ming's number. The two exchanged contact information for ease of communication. At this moment, Qin Mo spoke. Come to my house at 5:30 this evening. You are aware of my address, are you not? Yes, I know, Li Ming replied. Very well, then we shall leave it at that, Qin Mo concluded. The brief conversation came to an end, and Li Ming refrained from inquiring about Qin Mo's intentions. He diligently remembered Li Mai's instructions, fully prepared to comply with Qin Mo's arrangements. In the present-day capital, among all members of the Qingyang Li family, none holds a higher status or greater power than Qin Mo. This reflects Li Mai's trust and the investment of the Qingyang Li family. After hanging up, Qin Mo reclined back in his chair. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the crimson sun gradually descending on the horizon. As the sun set, dusk approached, and a familiar warmth surged through Qin Mo's body unexpectedly once more, signaling that today's accumulation of light energy was finally complete. His eyes shifted slightly, focusing on the screen before him as he activated the superhuman gene awakening panel. Vision, 179 hearing, 174 intelligence, 174 breath, 173 strength, 180 speed, 178 recovery, 173 defense, 176 light energy points, 36 freely distributable, as summer steadily approached. The temperature in the capital rose day by day. Remarkably, this year has been declared by meteorologists as the hottest in 5 centuries, with the likelihood that temperatures will break historical records within a month. Fortunately, the rainfall this summer has not diminished. Rather, both the frequency and volume of precipitation have increased by 30% compared to previous years. This unusual phenomenon has drawn the attention of meteorologists, who are already searching for the underlying reasons. However, such investigations are unlikely to yield significant results. Yet meteorologists must find something to occupy their time, mustn't they? In summary, such sweltering summer heat may not bode well for others, but for Qin Mo, the hotter, the better. Although he accumulates light energy points daily, he often feels they are insufficient. As for the 36 points collected today, he naturally adhered to his usual distribution method, allocating 4 points to each of the 8 attributes. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate the remaining 4 points to enhance his vision, strength, speed, and defense, adding 1 point to each. A powerful warmth rapidly spread throughout his body, infusing the scorching solar energy into every cell. Vision, 184 skill. Enhanced thermal vision, an even greater wave of warmth surged forth from the unknown depths of his body, racing towards Qin Mo's brain and enveloping his eyes and the surrounding area. The enhancement of thermal vision has once again been intensified, transitioning directly from the previous 3rd tier to the 4th, resulting in a remarkable doubling of its capabilities, which hardly requires further elaboration. This enhancement lasted approximately 5 minutes, and as the warm current receded like a tide, 2 small crimson dots flickered in the center of Qin Mo's pupils. Simultaneously, a subtle smile graced his features. He exhaled a long breath of cold air, his spirits soaring. Such abundant power bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of security. Only by being sufficiently strong can one truly be strong. Qin Mo deeply understood this profound truth. He then slowly levitated into the air, soaring out of the floor-to-ceiling window, and in an instant, unleashed a terrifying speed, vanishing from sight. By the time Li Ming rang the doorbell of his home, Qin Mo had already returned and even partaken in dinner. As soon as they met, Qin Mo informed Li Ming, "We shall pay a visit to Duke Fong shortly." "Eh, a visit to Duke Fong?" Li Ming questioned, perplexed. He could not comprehend why Qin Mo had suddenly conceived the idea of visiting the Fong family in Yan'an. Of course, as a marquis, he was indeed qualified to pay a visit to a duke. Although the marquis held little real power, he enjoyed a prestigious title, ranking second among the 20 noble titles, thus appearing to have a high status. Qin Mo readily discerned Li Ming's confusion, but opted not to elaborate further, merely smiling gently as he approached the left drawer of the coffee table, retrieving an almost transparent relic of the Holy Spirit. He casually tucked the artifact into his pocket, returned the drawer to its place, and announced, "All right, we can set off now." However, Li Ming did not respond, seemingly frozen in place. Qin Mo turned to him, puzzled, only to find Li Ming wide-eyed and staring fixedly at the drawer he had just opened, his expression tinged with astonishment. "Oh, what is wrong?" It was only then that Li Ming snapped back to reality, gasping in shock as he blurted out, "Are those all relics of the Holy Spirit and elemental crystals?" "Indeed," Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. Li Ming suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A brief glance had revealed at least a dozen items, nearly overflowing the drawer. While it was true that these items were of relatively low tier and of little practical use, what astounded Li Ming most was Qin Mo's casual demeanor towards such precious artifacts, who would treat such valuable items as if they were mere refuse, carelessly tossed into a drawer. This blatant disregard was truly a waste of resources, an extravagant squandering. Li Ming felt his heart bleed, his expression instantly falling. Meanwhile, Qin Mo remained oblivious to the gravity of his friend's reaction, for he believed that the illustrious Li family, with its millennia-old heritage and vast wealth, surely possessed thousands of such treasures in their vault. Given Li Ming's esteemed status, it is hardly surprising that he has encountered numerous sacred relics and elemental crystals. Thus, it is perplexing to Qin Mo. However, he remains unaware that while the Qingyang Li family is indeed vast and prosperous, its members are even more numerous. The sacred relics and elemental crystals are simply insufficient to distribute among them, resembling a scenario where wolves outnumber the meager flesh. Furthermore, a substantial portion must be preserved as the family's heritage, rendering it imprudent to utilize lightly. For many, a lifetime may pass without the fortune of even a single encounter with such treasures. Not everyone possesses the same fortune as Qin Mo. The divergence in their perceptions has led to the present circumstance. Nevertheless, this evening, upon his unexpected visit to Qin Mo's residence, Li Ming was genuinely taken aback. This astonishment lingered until half an hour later when a grand ancient castle of the Yan'an Fong family in the imperial capital came into view, allowing him to finally regain his composure. Chapter 128. The night banquet. The encounter with the Duke of Fong proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Families such as the Five Greats, with their millennia-long heritage, place great emphasis on etiquette, leaving no room for any blunders or the melodrama of rogue servants obstructing the way. Of course, this does not imply that just anyone may pay a visit. Strength and status serve as the universal keys to entry. Upon entering the castle, Qin Mo met the spirited elder in a side chamber on the first floor. Judging by his appearance, the Duke of Fong appeared to be in his 50s, marked by lines of wrinkles around his eyes and forehead. He was of modest height and slender build, exuding an air of frailty. Nevertheless, the Duke's vitality was remarkable. With a visibly potent life force pulsating within his seemingly weak frame, harboring tremendous strength, the young talents of the Guanyi Marquis, endowed with extraordinary gifts, possess formidable S-level prowess at such a tender age, a fact of which the Duke was already aware, though his official duties had kept him from witnessing it firsthand. Upon this meeting, he found a reality to surpass the rumors. The Duke of Fong, seated in the high-backed chair, wore a faint smile and turned to Qin Mo, saying, "You flatter me. My visit here is rather presumptuous, as I seek to discuss a recent matter that has arisen in the imperial capital." "Oh, what matter?" the Duke inquired with a smile. In response, Qin Mo did not hesitate to be forthright. "I believe the Duke is aware of the recent emergence of a particularly audacious, mysterious organization that has, one after another, assassinated the Deputy Director of the Political Affairs Office, as well as the Deputy Director of our Security Bureau. Indeed, this matter is well within my knowledge. The Duke of Fong nodded and remarked. However, he soon shifted his tone. Fixing an unusual gaze upon Qin Mo, half smiling and half serious, he inquired, "Yet, could it be that the newly appointed deputy director of the Security Bureau, Xia Song, was indeed slain by a mysterious force?" It was evident that his words carried a deeper implication. Qin Mo discerned the subtext, maintaining his smile as he retorted, "If it wasn't the mysterious force, then who else could it be?" "Haha, I must admit, I'm uncertain about that," the Duke of Fong chuckled in response. Choosing not to pierce through the veil of ambiguity, the attendees were all aware of the underlying truth. At this juncture, the conversation had reached a certain level of depth. The Duke of Fong refrained from further probing into Xia Song's demise, redirecting the discourse to its initial topic. He queried, "I presume that the Marquis of Guanyi did not come merely for a casual chat regarding the case?" "Certainly not. A decree has been issued from within the royal confines, commanding the Security Bureau to apprehend the assassins in the shortest possible time. Our entire bureau is unwaveringly loyal to the great Qin Empire, tirelessly pondering how to alleviate His Majesty's concerns. Now that we have received the imperial command, we are incessantly exhausting our efforts to pursue the elusive thread of a clue. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake those who toil diligently. I have indeed managed to uncover this lead." Qin Mo uttered these polite words, which he himself found hard to believe, his demeanor unflinching. After a brief pause, he smiled at the Duke of Fong and continued, "According to intelligence reports, this audacious assassination organization is poised to commence their next move. And their third target is none other than Fong Wan, the Deputy Minister of Finance from the Yannan Fong clan." The hall fell into a profound silence. The Duke of Fong's expression shifted, his eyes revealing a fierce intensity. "Fong Wan?" he softly repeated, the smile at the corners of his mouth gradually fading as he remarked, "Marquis of Guanyi, such jest cannot be taken lightly. Deputy Minister Fong is scheduled to attend a private banquet at the Wadianu building tomorrow night. Am I correct in my assertion?" Qin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Duke's peripheral vision caught the butler standing in the dim corner of the hall, and after the butler nodded, he spoke, "Knowing one's movements is not a difficult task for the Security Bureau. Whether it is true or not does not signify much. Indeed, it signifies little. Yet there is no necessity for me to deceive you, as it serves no benefit to me." Qin Mo spread his hands. He remained unhurried, for the hour was still early, allowing for leisurely conversation. Moreover, the one marked for assassination belonged to his own Yannan Fong clan. It should be the Duke of Fong who felt the urgency. As for whether the Duke would believe him, Qin Mo had never contemplated that, for he held faith that the Duke was a man of wisdom, and a wise man would inevitably choose to trust. As anticipated, after a brief silence, the Duke of Fong suddenly broke into light laughter. He inquired, "Since the Marquis of Guanyi is already aware of the adversary's schemes, what countermeasures do you intend to implement?" The Marquis replied that he intended to turn the tables, catching them off guard, and thus sought the Duke's assistance. "Do tell," he urged. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo casually retrieved the translucent relic of the Holy Spirit from his pocket and placed it on the table beside him. He then articulated the plan he had meticulously prepared. "Tomorrow evening, I shall attend the banquet at Wadianu Tower in place of Deputy Minister Fong, while Li Ming will conceal himself, ensuring my safety, and we shall await the adversary's move, ready to strike decisively. Your appearance and aura are markedly different from Fong's. How do you propose to deceive the assailants?" The Duke astutely identified a crucial point and posed his question. In response, Qin Mo did not answer directly. Instead, he lifted the relic and gently pressed it against his face. Almost instantaneously, as he focused his thoughts, the mask morphed, reshaping his features and essence. In a mere few seconds, the Qin Mo that had been present in the hall had eerily vanished, replaced by the unfamiliar visage of a middle-aged man, none other than Fong Wan himself. The Duke was taken aback, astonished that Qin Mo possessed such a unique auxiliary relic of the Holy Spirit. No wonder Qin Mo sought his favor. With this skin mask, he could indeed execute a flawless ruse. The assailants would be none the wiser, stepping unwittingly into the trap set by Qin Mo, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Contemplating this, the Duke felt an urge to applaud Qin Mo. However, a lingering question remained. Why was Qin Mo so invested in thwarting the assassination? This was a pragmatic concern. After all, It was the members of the Yin Fang clan who were at risk, while the Li family would likely welcome the demise of the other four prominent families. Yet, this conundrum was one Qin Mo would certainly not clarify. Thus, the Duke refrained from voicing his curiosity, choosing instead to suppress his doubts for the time being and to investigate the underlying reasons at a later stage. As for Qin Mo's proposal, he had no reason to decline it. It was an opportunity too beneficial to overlook. Setting aside the motivations behind Qin Mo's actions, from the perspective of this particular endeavor, the Fang family stood to lose nothing regardless of the outcome of the Security Bureau's efforts. This was a venture fraught with advantages and devoid of peril, and he was no fool to reject such an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the Duke no longer hesitated and spoke directly. Since the Marquis of Guanyi has made such thorough preparations, the Yin Fang clan has no reason to withhold cooperation. The Security Bureau can swiftly apprehend the would-be assassins, relieving His Majesty of one worry sooner. Clearly, anyone could utter flattering words devoid of monetary gain. Should a few uninformed onlookers witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe that loyalty abounded throughout the realm of the great Qin. At this moment, upon hearing his words, Qin Mo casually removed his mask and rose to smile at him, saying, "I express my gratitude to the Duke. However, some specific details for tomorrow night still require thorough discussion." As it should be, Duke Fang replied with a smile. Subsequently, Qin Mo departed alongside Li Ming. The chief steward of the Fang estate personally escorted them out of the manor, leaving his phone number for further details to be coordinated with Qin Mo. Under the shroud of a deep night, an expensive black sports car roared to life and gradually drove away. Duke Fang stood atop the castle, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the black car until its gray-white exhaust completely vanished from sight. "Shanghai, what is your opinion of Qin Mo?" he suddenly inquired. In response, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man standing behind him fell silent. This man was none other than the chief steward of the Fang family, who had accompanied Qin Mo's departure and had served the Duke in the capital for 15 years, earning his profound trust as a confidant. After approximately 2 minutes of silence, Fang Shanghai furrowed his brow and carefully offered his assessment. "This individual is bold yet meticulous, adept in both advancement and retreat, with extraordinary talent. Should he flourish, he may rival the current champion Marquis. Is that so? You hold him in such high regard, not inferior to Xia Zhu?" Duke Fang responded in astonishment. Without waiting for Fang Shanghai's reply, he shook his head and chuckled. "I must disagree. If this young man matures, he will undoubtedly surpass Xia Zhu." Fang Shanghai gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. He had initially thought his own evaluation of Qin Mo to be quite audacious. Yet it paled in comparison to the Duke's perspective. Who was Xia Zhu? He was the undisputed strongest genius of the previous generation, now in his 40s, with unfathomable strength that might even be on the brink of the king's threshold. For Qin Mo to be even stronger, how exceptional must his talents be? Fang Shanghai found it hard to accept this notion, but he knew that Duke Fang's judgment had never been mistaken, having witnessed it countless times over the years. However, if indeed Qin Mo's future achievements were to eclipse Xia Zhu's, he would have to consider the grave implications of stifling such a genius in his infancy. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Shanghai's eyes as he solemnly stated, "Master, if that is the case, should we—" "Unnecessary," Duke Fang interjected, cutting off the ominous implication with a calm demeanor. The smile that had once graced his lips had vanished without a trace as he slowly continued. "Previously, I had not encountered Qin Mo and presumed him to be merely a puppet nurtured by the Qingyangli clan, hence my lack of concern. Now that I have fortuitously met him and recognized his extraordinary nature, there is no immediate need to take action against him. That old fellow Li Mao has just suffered a heavy injury from an ambush. The Qingyangli clan is currently on high alert, and there is no necessity to invite such significant risk upon ourselves. Furthermore, although Qin Mo possesses extraordinary talent, he remains excessively young, at merely 23 years of age. Even if granted 3 to 5 years for unrestrained growth, what difference would it make? As long as he does not ascend to the throne of a king, everything remains within manageable bounds." At this juncture, a flicker of disdain flashed in the depths of Duke Fang's eyes, a manifestation of the formidable confidence derived from a lineage of 1,000 years, bolstered by the unparalleled assurance that the presence of a king brings. Currently, Qin Mo is merely at the 3rd tier of S-class strength. The prospect of transcending 7 tiers and overcoming the seemingly insurmountable chasm that separates him from the throne of kings in just 3 to 5 years is utterly impossible. Even the most exceptional of talents, the most prodigious of geniuses, could not achieve such a feat. The corners of Duke Fong's mouth curled into a faint smile once more, and he withdrew his gaze, turning to call for Fong Changhai, instructing, "Please summon Fong 1. Understood. The following day, at 9 o'clock in the evening, in the floating cloud district of the imperial capital at the Huatian Moon Tower. This edifice, when compared to the Qin Mo Tower that Qin Mo had previously encountered, is equally magnificent, if not superior in certain aspects. The geographical location of Huatian Moon Tower is remarkably serene. Opposite the reception hall on the first floor lies not a bustling street, but rather an elaborate artificial mountain complemented by a fountain, surrounded by an array of precious trees. An investment of perhaps over $1 million. Just this observation reveals the esteemed caliber of Huatian Moon Tower. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing the trees on either side to sway. A crimson convertible sports car glided past the artificial mountain, halting at the entrance of the tower. The car door swung open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful woman stepping out from the driver's seat. Xiao Mei, adorned in striking red stiletto heels, gracefully made her way towards the building, her slender silhouette captivating all eyes. Before she could enter, a young attendant emerged briskly, a professional smile gracing his face as he respectfully addressed her. "Miss, may I kindly request your membership card?" In response, Xiao Mei casually retrieved a black and gold card from the small red purse tucked under her arm and handed it over. After inspecting it, the attendant returned it with both hands, stating, "Miss Bai, you may enter. Mr. Chin's private banquet is on the 18th floor. You can take the elevator on your left to reach it directly." Upon hearing the mention of Mr. Chin's private banquet, Xiao Mei's expression remained unchanged as she nodded slightly, reclaiming the black and gold card and stepping inside. As she walked through the Huatian Moon Tower, her alluring figure naturally drew a multitude of fervent gazes. However, no one seemed to notice that the striking red attire she wore appeared to be a deeper hue than what is typically found, as if an additional layer had been applied. Chapter 129, Countdown to the Banquet Ding. The elevator doors opened. Clutching her exquisite little red leather bag, Xiao Mei gazed upon the banquet before her, a seductive smile slowly gracing her lips. She extended her tongue, delicately licking the scarlet corners of her lips, causing the lipstick to glisten subtly. In a whisper that only she could hear, she murmured, "The allure of high society's revelry is truly captivating. I long to immerse myself in this intoxicating dreamscape." Just then, a deep, enigmatic voice echoed in her ear, as if spoken directly beside her. Yet, she was alone in the elevator. Upon hearing this voice, her brows furrowed slightly, and she retorted coldly, "When have I ever delayed my affairs?" With that, she stepped out of the elevator and turned left into the banquet, swiftly blending into the crowd. This evening, the attendees were all prominent figures from various spheres, featuring not only stunning women but also elegant ladies, while the gentlemen were seasoned and cultured. Thus, Xiao Mei did not attract any particular attention. She casually picked up a glass of red wine, occasionally taking a sip as she navigated through the clusters of guests. Before long, she found herself at the heart of the private gathering, engaging in light-hearted banter while discreetly observing the two individuals at the center who were the focus of admiration. The man on the left wore an expensive black suit. Despite the hints of gray in his tousled hair, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. This individual was Chun Song, the organizer of the soiree, a businessman with a legendary life story, a quintessential example of rising from nothing, frequently gracing the covers of major media outlets. Given his background and status, as well as his role as the host, he should have been the undeniable focal point of the event, deserving of adulation. However, at that moment, Chun Song exhibited no semblance of a host's demeanor. Though he held his head high with a smile, a closer inspection revealed a subtle humility in his posture, especially in relation to the middle-aged man standing beside him. Remarkably, the social elites surrounding Chun Song directed their attention almost entirely towards this middle-aged man, displaying a demeanor even more humble than that of Chun Song, bordering on obsequiousness. Yet, there was no discomfort among them, nor did they feel their pride trampled. After all, showing respect to the Deputy Minister of Finance was hardly a source of shame. Not to mention, this Deputy Minister bore the surname Fong from the Yen family. Simply by standing there, Fong commanded the spotlight, embodying the essence of the gathering. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Chun Song to invite Minister Fong to this evening's affair, and he raised his glass with a smile, addressing the crowd. Let us now invite Minister Fong to share a few words. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests eagerly chimed in, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, to have the privilege of hearing Minister Fong's insights tonight is a testament to your exceptional hosting, Chun. We look forward to your guidance, Minister Fong. The crowd, each voice contributing to the collective murmur, turned their eager gazes towards Fong, their eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Fong did not immediately speak. Instead, he was silently calculating the time in his mind. At 16 minutes past 9, there remained less than a quarter of an hour until the prearranged moment to act. Qin Mo quietly murmured to himself, simultaneously observing each individual at the banquet through his holographic vision. It was evident that the forces dispatched by the Xia family of Gaoling were S-class awakeners, a fact that needed no further elaboration. The S-class had attained a level of natural law, their genetic powers fully internalized, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary people. Thus, Qin Mo could not simply rely on thermal imaging to identify who among them belonged to the Xia family. He could only observe and wait for them to reveal themselves through their actions. Currently, he had yet to uncover any definitive traces, merely identifying a few suspicious individuals. As he listened to Chen Song insist that Fong would speak, Qin Mo couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet, to avoid arousing suspicion from the Xia family, he was compelled to delve into painful memories from his previous life in the corporate world and manage a casual response. Clearing his throat, he faced the multitude of piercing gazes and, with a slight upward curve of his lips, donned a standard false smile indicative of a leader addressing an audience. Since Chun Song wished for him to speak, he would indulge in a few words this evening. As soon as his words fell, a fervent applause erupted, as if Qin Mo had just uttered something of monumental significance. The applause continued for several seconds before gradually subsiding, while Qin Mo maintained his smile, nodding slightly to those around him. He then proceeded, "What I wish to share tonight is not a formal address. Consider it merely a casual chat. So please do not be constrained. Let us remain relaxed. Of course, while these words may lack the gravitas of a formal occasion, they are not entirely without merit." In the span of just 3 sentences, the minute hand silently ticked forward, marking 9:22, with 8 minutes remaining until the designated time to act. Qin Mo paused momentarily, cleared his throat again, and continued. "Firstly, I would like to divide my remarks into 3 key points. Each point will consist of 5 critical subpoints, and we shall commence with the first subpoint of the first key point. I believe this initial subpoint is of utmost importance." The audience, though outwardly polite, felt their ears growing somewhat numb, internally critiquing Fong's discourse. However, given the elevated status and formidable background of their speaker, they maintained their forced smiles, the curvature at the corners of their mouths widening. Time slipped away rapidly amidst Qin Mo's unremarkable verbal meanderings. At precisely 9:27, Xia Mei, standing at the periphery of the crowd, suddenly flickered her gaze. Holding a trembling glass of red wine, she gracefully moved towards her left. As she shifted her position, she let out a barely audible scoff. How foolish, such incessant prattle. This time, the voice of the man did not echo in her ears. Yet in the center of the crowd, Qin Mo momentarily paused, his expression shifting as he subtly curled his lips, already devising his next move. In the next instant, a sharp, crisp sound of a power outage abruptly interrupted his speech. With a crack, the dim yellow lights embedded in the ceiling flickered several times before emitting tiny sparks and ultimately extinguishing their purpose. Boom! The main power supply of the Huatian Lu was severed, plunging the entire building into profound darkness. In that moment, a cacophony of startled exclamations erupted. What was happening? Was there a power outage? How could the Huatian Lu possibly lose power? The crowd buzzed with astonishment and confusion. Amidst this unexpected situation, Chun Song stepped forward, his steady voice resonating through the darkness. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems there has been a fault in the power system. I trust that the Huatian Lu will rectify this promptly. Please remain where you are and do not move about in haste." Upon hearing this, the slightly chaotic banquet gradually regained its composure. Noticing the calm returning, a faint smile graced Chun Song's face as he turned to a companion beside him. "Please step outside to ascertain what has occurred. How could the Hua Tian Yu Lu? Suddenly, his words were cut short, the remainder forever lodged in his throat. Crimson blood trickled slowly from the corner of Chun Song's mouth as he summoned his last ounce of strength to lower his rigid neck. A nondescript dagger had found its mark, plunged directly into his heart, severing his lifeline. Gasping, Chun Song instinctively reached out for help. But the passage of life was far swifter than he had anticipated. Before he could even lift his arm, darkness enveloped him entirely, and his body collapsed on the ground. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the floor echoed in the ears of the crowd, as torrents of blood rapidly seeped from his wound, saturating the air with a metallic stench. Just moments ago, the man who had been listening to him was now utterly bewildered. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Chun Song's bloodied face illuminated by the faint light filtering through the window. Shock, confusion, and terror surged within him like a high-pressure jet. Flooding his mind, trembling, he opened his mouth and cried out, "Dead! Someone's dead!" Boom! Indeed, a single stone can stir 1,000 waves. In that moment, the once tranquil banquet descended into chaos, as the guests transformed into ants on a hot skillet, frantically seeking an escape from the perilous blood-soaked venue. The time was precisely 9 hours, 28 minutes, and 47 seconds. Amidst the darkness of the gathering, a sinister dagger emerged once again, gleaming with a chilling luminescence. Aimed with deadly precision at Fong Wen's lower back from an acute angle. The distance between them was scarcely a foot, nearly negligible for an S-level awakened being. The murderous intent seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, surging forth like a tempest, as if it would pierce Fong Wen's spleen in the next instant. However, at that critical juncture, a broad hand suddenly appeared, intercepting the dagger's path. This hand was significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, its skin shimmering with a dark golden metallic sheen, imbued with terrifying strength. The owner of this hand was none other than an S-level awakened being of the gold element, possessing formidable 6th-tier prowess and serving as Fong Wen's loyal bodyguard. Clang! The metallic hand clashed fiercely with the dagger, producing a crisp sound. The bodyguard was forced back several steps by the dagger's force, his expression turning grave. The assailant was also a 6th-tier S-level awakened being, his surface power matching that of the bodyguard, and he wielded an offensive holy relic. From the very first exchange, the bodyguard understood that this would be a fierce battle. "Go ahead. I will take him down." The bodyguard swiftly instructed Fong Wen, then fully activated his genetic power and charged forward again. The sharp sounds of their clash echoed in the darkness, sending the surrounding bystanders reeling from a shockwave. This was merely the result of their deliberate restraint. Otherwise, a single exchange could have reduced the entire Huatian Yu building to rubble. Observing the unfolding scene with an unflappable demeanor, Fong Wen, escorted by another subordinate, advanced deeper into the banquet hall. It had been previously noted that the Huatian Yu building was, in fact, a property of the Fong family from Yan'an, which had led to the construction of a safe room being incorporated into the design. The two men navigated through the panicking crowd in the darkness, circling to the right side of the restroom. Subsequently, Fong Wen's attendant raised his hand and searched a blank area on the wall. After a few seconds, a mechanical sound resonated, and a small door opened, revealing a spiraling passageway leading upward. "After you," he gestured. Fong Wen replied with a nonchalant sound, placing his hands behind him and stepping inside with determination, ascending the passage. Once Fong Wen's figure vanished, the attendant cautiously surveyed the surroundings before slipping into the passage and closing the hidden door behind him. The spiraling passageway was illuminated, with walls adorned every 2 meters by embedded yellow gemstones, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. The attendant ascended the staircase, winding up twice until he was confronted by a massive silver crystalline wall, composed of an indeterminate yet remarkably sturdy material. Behind this crystalline barrier lay the true safe haven. The two had now ascended from the 18th floor to the higher 20th floor. With a long exhale, the attendant released a breath of tension that had momentarily dissipated, providing a slight sense of relief. Fong Wen had already entered, and he was tasked with guarding the entrance, awaiting support from the Yin family of the South. He estimated that in approximately 15 minutes, all dangers would be alleviated. As he reflected on this, the corners of his mouth instinctively curled upwards, and he raised his arm to glance at his watch, noting the time was precisely 9:30. The true assassination operation was officially underway. After checking the time, the attendant lifted his gaze. However, who could have anticipated that as he raised his head, an eerie visage would suddenly materialize less than an inch from his face? The features of this face were strikingly distinct, with a nose and eyes that were extraordinarily attractive, as if crafted by divine hands. Its blood red, plump lips appeared as if stained with fresh blood, seemingly on the verge of dripping. This is bad. A thought flashed through the attendant's mind, and the powerful genetic force within him surged instinctively. He raised his right hand with lightning speed, prepared to strike at the enigmatic face before him. Yet, the speed of his elevated arm gradually slowed, until it came to a complete standstill before slowly descending. "That's more like it, dear young man. Can you bear to harm such a lovely visage?" The distant voice of Xiaomei echoed in his ears, and her eyes had transformed unbeknownst to him. Within her pupils lay a pink-hued starry sky, imbued with an unknown magic that ensnared the attendant's very soul. "No, I cannot bear it." A voice of confusion emerged slowly within the still air. He appeared dazed, his eyes losing their luster as he fixated on the beautiful face so near to him. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, traces of struggle could be discerned in his brow. Observing this, Xiaomei intensified her influence. In the dimly lit space, specks of pink light suddenly emerged, and 3 enormous foxtails, covered in pink fur, materialized behind Xiaomei. The tails intertwined, gradually coiling from behind the man to his chest, ultimately constricting around his neck. With a gentle breath directed at him, Xiaomei's smile deepened as she spoke. "Do not worry, dear young man. It won't hurt at all. Not in the slightest. No, it is not hurt." A foolish smile crept across the attendant's face, his eyes entirely transformed into a shade of pink, as if he had stumbled upon something delightful. The flicker of struggle that once graced his features had vanished without a trace, and his bodily awareness seemed to dissipate in tandem. The foxtail around his neck tightened gradually, yet he remained blissfully unaware, allowing it to gradually obliterate his demigod form. Crack! It was as if a shard of glass had shattered. Blood began to seep from the corners of the attendant's mouth, his face flushed with crimson, his eyes bulging in a most grotesque manner. His life was swiftly ebbing away, the immense power within him silenced before it could truly manifest. Boom! The foxtail suddenly loosened, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Xiaomei looked down at him, a profound mockery flickering across her features. To effortlessly dispatch a 6th-tier S-class awakener was a commonplace affair for her. After all, the chasm between each tier became increasingly vast upon reaching the S-class, with the disparity only growing more pronounced at higher levels. Naturally, the advantage lay with Xiaomei when comparing the 7th tier to the 6th. After the deed was done, Xiaomei clapped her hands and gazed at the sturdy crystal wall before her, softly murmuring, "Truly, as expected of an ancient family with a legacy spanning millennia. Even the coffins they craft are extravagantly opulent." Subsequently, she turned to face the staircase leading up, taking the place of the fallen attendant with an air of nonchalance. The crimson garment she wore remained as vibrant as blood, though it appeared somewhat dimmer than it had half an hour prior. Chapter 130. Since I am here 9:35 p.m., the deep night enveloped the capital city like a pitch-black curtain, draping itself over every corner of the metropolis. The Huatianyu building had descended into chaos, the entire structure devoid of electricity, and the maintenance crew seemed utterly ineffective, with backup power sources having been sabotaged. Thousands of people were crammed together, desperately trying to escape this place of turmoil. However, the exit was far too narrow, and in the darkness, bodies pressed against one another, creating an immediate bottleneck. The security department of the Huatianyu building proved utterly impotent in the face of such pandemonium, struggling to navigate through the throngs of people to reach the 18th floor. Only the S-class awakeners from the Yannan Fong family could potentially be of use, yet they encountered formidable resistance on the 17th floor. The opposition was powerful and lacked any intent to kill. They had no desire to eliminate them, instead employing a strategy of defense and entanglement. In the short term, the S-class from the Yannan Fong family found it impossible to advance. The 18th floor seemed to have transformed into an isolated realm, cut off from any assistance, with no one aware of the true circumstances prevailing within. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. However, at this moment, Qin Mo held an entirely different sentiment. He sat comfortably on a leather sofa in the safe house, his legs crossed nonchalantly as he leisurely perused the newspaper in his hands, seemingly indifferent to the situations unfolding outside. In fact, a steaming cup of tea rested on the coffee table before Qin Mo, exuding an air of utmost tranquility. The safe house of the Yin family was impeccably constructed. Though it spanned less than 50 square meters, it was a compact marvel, equipped with all essentials. The surrounding crystal walls employed a multi-layered structure, exceeding a meter in thickness, providing exceptional blast resistance and soundproofing. Inside, it housed ample supplies of purified water, sufficient food, various entertainment facilities, an independent power system, and concealed ventilation shafts. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, provided one did not find solitude overly tedious, one could comfortably reside here for over a month. Observing Fong Wen in such a relaxed demeanor, Xia Jiuquan surmised that he had prepared for an extended stay. This stirred a twinge of unease within him. According to the intelligence reports regarding Fong Wen's profile, such a response was unexpected in these circumstances. Something felt amiss, exceedingly so. Xia Jiuquan's keen instincts sparked a foreboding sensation, urging him to leave this place without delay. As an 8th-tier S-class awakener, his genetic power was immensely formidable, and his body instinctively issued warnings in the face of impending danger. Therefore, he opted not to act hastily, maintaining his concealed state while delving into profound contemplation. Two paths lay before him. One, to proceed with the mission, to abruptly strike and eliminate the targets silently within the safe house, then depart gracefully. The second, to abandon the mission altogether, relinquishing all prior efforts and preparations, and completely foregoing the act of violence. As a core member of the Xia family of Gaoling, the choice in such a moment seemed self-evident. While the mission was indeed viable, self-preservation was paramount. As a pivotal figure within the Xia clan, his prowess ranked within the top 10. The clan could absorb the loss of a mission, but the loss of an 8th-tier member was an entirely different matter. His survival ensured greater utility. After a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, Xia Jiuquan resolved to withdraw from the area, though this inclination stemmed merely from instinct. An awakener of his caliber trusted his innate intuition above all. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his genetic power and began to stealthily approach the entrance of the safe house. However, at that moment, Fong Wen, seated on the sofa, unexpectedly lowered the newspaper and leaned forward to grasp the cup of hot tea on the coffee table. Simultaneously, he addressed the empty safe house, saying, "Since you are here, you might as well sit down and enjoy a cup of tea before rushing off. No need to be in such a hurry." Upon hearing those words, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Xia Jiuquan's heart, causing him to freeze in place, hesitant to act rashly. In his perspective, the modest 50-square-meter room contained only Fong Wen. Yet how could Fong Wen possibly be conversing with himself? Unless, of course, he had discerned Xia's concealment. The sense of foreboding deepened within Xia Jiuquan. He felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter on a chopping board, like a great fish ensnared in a net. Despite this, he refrained from revealing himself, clinging to a flicker of hope. Unfortunately, Fong Wen's subsequent remark pierced through his fantasies like a bloodied blade, shattering his delusions entirely. Concealment was hardly the manner in which one should treat a guest. The warm tea was swiftly consumed by Qin Mo, who set down the cup and lifted his gaze to the standing lamp on his left, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of benevolence. Yet, in Xia Jiuquan's eyes, this smile appeared profoundly enigmatic, as if the Grim Reaper had unfurled its fangs. He realized that the other party had seen through all his disguises. Continuing to hide was futile. The notion of escaping this place was nothing short of a delusion. Suddenly, an eerie sigh emanated from beneath the lamp, followed by the subtle stirring of shadows below. The movement grew increasingly pronounced, and an irregular, pitch-black entity slowly emerged from the gloom, ultimately transforming into a towering silhouette. Xia Jiuquan crossed his arms defiantly, standing tall as he calmly regarded Qin Mo. His voice steady as he inquired, "Aside from those awakened in the psychic domain, no 7th-tier S-class awakeners could have detected my presence. Therefore, you cannot be Fong Wen. Who, then, are you? Does it matter who I am? What truly matters is your identity." Qin Mo replied with a casual shrug, adding, to be precise, "It is your status within the Xia family of Gaoling that is pertinent." Gaoling, Xia family. The four succinct characters struck Xia Jiuquan like a thunderbolt from the heavens, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He had contemplated numerous possibilities in his mind, Yet he had never imagined that the other party would so readily unveil his origins. This indicated that they had anticipated the Xia family's actions against Feng when today, thus crafting such a strategic response. This was indeed a case of being ensnared in one's own trap. Xia Jiuquan's expression shifted drastically, an icy aura radiating from him. He was oblivious to how the figure opposite had uncovered such clandestine information, nor was he aware of the outcome awaiting him today. All he knew was that he had but one course of action. That was to fight his way out. Boom! Xia Jiuquan seemed to transform into black sand, his imposing figure crashing to the ground, seamlessly merging once more into the shadows. The entire security house was engulfed by dark shadows that surged with the speed of lightning, eroding the light and converging towards Qin Mo from all directions. Simultaneously, a shadow, seamlessly merging with the darkness, erupted from the floor with terrifying velocity, appearing behind Qin Mo in an instant. The shadow, coalesced from black sand, formed a pitch-black blade in Xia Jiuquan's hand, aimed directly at the back of Qin Mo's head. Should the strike land, it would surely cost him dearly, if not his life. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, as if Qin Mo was destined to perish at Xia Jiuquan's hands, his life extinguished. However, Xia Jiuquan's speed proved insufficient. Just as the blade began to emerge, Qin Mo abruptly vanished from his position. He unleashed a speed surpassing Xia Jiuquan's, instantly reappearing across the coffee table, his gaze fixed upon him, two small red dots forming at the center of his pupils. These dots rapidly expanded, soon filling his entire irises. In the next moment, two beams of intense thermal energy surged forth, carrying immense destructive power. The crimson light dispelled the darkness of the security house. Xia Jiuquan's expression turned grave. He felt the potency of these beams, and should he attempt to withstand them with his demigod physique, he would undoubtedly suffer injury. Thus, he opted to replicate his earlier tactic, transforming his body into black sand to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the shadows crawling along the walls of the security house suddenly began to writhe, manifesting dozens of shadowy tendrils in every direction. The moment the tendrils appeared, they lunged towards Qin Mo from all sides, intertwining and forming a shadowy cage that ensnared him within. The dense aura of shadows immediately commenced its assault on Qin Mo's body. Yet a bizarre spectacle unfolded the instant they made contact. Like winter snow meeting the blazing sun, they melted away without resistance, failing to exert any influence whatsoever. Qin Mo smirked, revealing a derisive smile. He possessed an indomitable physique, immune to various elemental forces. Even the obscure shadow element could not escape this realm. Xia Jiuquan found himself momentarily bewildered, encountering such an anomaly for the first time. However, in the midst of battle, there was no room for distractions. Without hesitation, he summoned his genetic power, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault on Qin Mo. But just as Xia Jiuquan's form transformed into black sand, intent on employing the same tactic once more, the air behind him suddenly rippled with concentric waves. Li Ming, who had lain in wait for so long, stepped forth, raising his palm towards Xia Jiuquan's feet, then abruptly clenched his fingers into a fist. A vortex materialized out of thin air, imbued with a powerful strangulation force, seeking to consume him entirely. Xia Jiuquan was utterly bewildered this time, an overwhelming sense of impending doom crashing upon him like a tempest, relentlessly battering his fragile vessel. Death. It was an absolute certainty. During his confrontation with Qin Mo, he had felt no sense of oppression. However, the moment Li Ming made his appearance, he was thrust into a perilous brink of life and death. Both were S-class, 8th tier, and their strengths were fundamentally comparable. In an alternate place or time, they could have fought for days and nights without a clear victor. Yet, in this world there are no ifs. With Qin Mo attacking from the front and Li Ming ambushing from behind, how could he possibly hope to escape? With a fierce roar, Xia Jiuquan summoned every ounce of potential within, forcibly disrupting the flow of his genetic power, emerging from the shadows of the black sand to reveal his true form. The shadows within the safe house erupted violently, surging towards him at lightning speed, forcefully countering Li Ming's vortex of void. In the next moment, the shadows merged with his being, transforming Xia Jiuquan into an irregularly shaped membrane, enveloping Li Ming in a rather sinister manner. Seeing this, Li Ming took a step back, ripples forming behind him as his figure swiftly turned translucent. Yet the shadows still latched onto his arm, spreading wildly across his body. This was Xia Jiuquan's desperate gamble. He focused all his attention on Li Ming, unleashing every ounce of his power without reservation. However, he had overlooked the presence of Qin Mo behind him. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated in his ears as Qin Mo unleashed a punch, his immense strength shattering the cage crafted by the 8th tier S-class Awaken one. Then, 2 small crimson dots appeared in the center of his eyes, and terrifyingly high-temperature rays shot forth in an instant. Hiss! The crimson light collided with the inky shadows, creating an extreme clash of colors that formed a stark contrast. This time, Xia Jiuquan could no longer transform into the black sand state, and had no choice but to endure the blow head-on. And this strike was undeniably fatal. A wretched scream echoed from the shadows. His demigod form could only withstand the onslaught for less than 2 seconds before it shattered. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resounded. Xia Jiuquan emerged from the membrane state, crashing heavily to the floor. A large hole seared into his chest by the intense heat. The wound had coagulated from the burns, with no blood spilling forth. Cough, cough, cough. He was unable to suppress his coughs, his face contorted in agony, confusion and bewilderment filling his gaze. At that moment, Xia Jiuquan still could not comprehend why the plans of the Gao Ling Xia clan had been leaked. He had unwittingly stepped into the enemy's encirclement, effectively preparing himself a fine coffin. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a painfully bleak smile. Observing him in such a state, Qin Mo displayed no discernible expression. He stepped beside Xia Jiuquan, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unperturbed. Confess, he urged. Do not prolong the charade. The treachery of the Xia family of Gao Ling is no longer a secret. Reveal all that you know. This may grant you a chance at redemption and preserve your life. Upon hearing these words, Xia Jiuquan's already pallid countenance grew even more ashen, a flicker of despair igniting within him. He had not anticipated that they were privy to such knowledge. Indeed, a millennia-old family possesses its own wisdom. I know your mind has been ensnared by a mental imprint, and I presume you are aware of it as well. You may choose to speak of what you can, or perhaps convey it through metaphor, Qin Mo stated coolly. A bitter laugh escaped Xia Jiuquan's lips, his eyes reflecting profound hopelessness. With great effort, he turned to face Qin Mo directly and slowly uttered, "Cough, do what you must." It was evident that he had no intention of divulging anything further. He had already resigned himself to death. Noticing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Is living not preferable? Better to live poorly than to die well. If living were an option, who would wish for death?" "Cough, I am not a fool like Xia Lin," Xia Jiuquan replied, shaking his head. He sighed softly before continuing, "Alas, I cannot live." "Excuse me?" Qin Mo's frown deepened, curiosity piqued. Yet, Xia Jiuquan seemed disinclined to clarify, withdrawing his gaze to stare blankly at the ceiling, murmuring, "You do not understand. The general is still present." As his words faded, the last vestige of shadowy power within him severed his life force. Xia Jiuquan's eyes gradually dimmed, his vitality extinguishing in an instant, while the shadowy energy within the safe house dissipated into mere bubbles. At precisely 9:41 at night, an 8th tier S-class elemental awakener breathed his last. Qin Mo regarded his lifeless form, silently etching his final words into his memory. Although Xia Jiuquan possessed a wealth of valuable information, Qin Mo felt no regret for his demise. He had never truly expected to extract anything significant from him. He merely sought to pose a question without the intention of killing him outright. Qin Mo's true point of leverage lay with the enigmatic Xia Mei. Stationed outside the safe house, she was his genuine target. The room fell silent once more. Li Ming stared blankly at Qin Mo, his eyes betraying a profound shock, momentarily at a loss for words. To put it plainly, he was genuinely astonished by the extent of Qin Mo's strength. He recalled that not long ago, Qin Mo had effortlessly slain a 6th tier S-class awakener. Yet, who could have foreseen that in such a brief span, his prowess had ascended to rival that of an 8th tier? In summary, the current Qin Mo was now capable of matching him blow for blow, with Li Ming barely managing to secure a slight advantage. Li Ming originally believed that he would be the main force in tonight's operation, with Qin Mo merely playing a supporting role, perhaps merely skimming the surface. However, to his astonishment, as soon as the battle commenced, Qin Mo's formidable prowess delivered an overwhelming shock. Ultimately, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere auxiliary. The rapidity of this growth was truly astounding. Did the disparity between ranks not apply to Qin Mo at all? A deep-seated confusion began to churn within Li Ming. Logically, the higher the rank, the more time and effort required for advancement. Thus the pace should ostensibly slow down. Yet this principle seemed to be inapplicable to Qin Mo. He showed no signs of deceleration, but rather accelerated even further. If this continued, in just a year's time, Li Ming dared not complete the thought. He shuddered at the notion and hastily suppressed this wild idea, resolved to report this news to Li Mai as soon as tonight's events concluded. Clearing his throat and shaking his head, he reminded Qin Mo, "Your Highness, there is still one person outside the safe house." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired, "Why the urgency? It's not yet time to retreat. She can't escape." Coughing, Li Ming rubbed his nose. Qin Mo, however, thought little of it. He casually picked up the elemental crystal extracted by Xia Jiuquan from the ground and tucked it into his pocket, then said, "Nevertheless, it is best to finish quickly so we can return home to rest." Indeed, Li Ming eagerly nodded. He then swiftly vanished into the air, following Qin Mo as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, stationed outside, Xia Mei remained blissfully unaware that Xia Jiuquan had already met his demise. The soundproofing of the safe house was exceptionally effective. Every noise within was entirely absorbed by the special crystalline walls, with not a whisper escaping to the outside. Consequently, Xia Mei heard nothing. At this moment, she sat idly upon the corpse of her deceased subordinate, absent-mindedly toying with her bangs. How could it take so long to eliminate a seventh tier? Xia Mei muttered softly, then pulled out her phone from her small red handbag to check the time. The screen illuminated with the glaring digits. 9:43, just 2 minutes shy of the agreed-upon evacuation time. A slight frown creased her brow, an inexplicable irritation rising within her. Just then, a heavy sound abruptly echoed in her ears. Creak! The door of the safe house opened a crack. Xia Mei turned to look, but saw no familiar figures. Only a chilling gust of air rushing toward her. This was the frigid air created by supercompressed lungs, exuding an abominably low temperature imbued with terrifying ice attributes. The temperature in the corridor plummeted several degrees, tiny ice crystals quietly materializing on the vibrant red evening gown Xia Mei wore. Xia Mei suddenly shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Chapter 131, The Silently Mai. This is bad. She was acutely aware of Xia Jiuquan's attributes as an awakener, as well as the genetic powers possessed by Feng Wan. Neither bore any relation to the ice element. Now, as the safe house opened, an alarming chill permeated the air. Surely it could not be an ice cellar? Xia Mei's gaze shifted, her genetic powers instinctively activating beyond her conscious thought. However, it was too late. The air behind her rippled quietly, and Li Ming stepped forth, a hand lightly resting upon her shoulder. "Do not be alarmed," he whispered in a voice reminiscent of a demon, channeling his formidable genetic energy into her body, wreaking havoc with abandon. Xia Mei let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from her mouth and nose, utterly powerless against Li Ming's might. Soon after, shards of ice rapidly spread, coalescing into a pristine layer of solid ice. The sharp crack echoed hauntingly in the confined space. Xia Mei's raised hand became rigid in midair, her eyes devoid of vitality, transformed into a breathtaking statue of eternal frost. Confusion and profound terror lingered on her face. It would be hours before she could break free from the icy prison. Observing this, Qin Mo stepped outside, a smile gracing his features. He then clapped his hands, removing the transparent mask from his face and pocketing it. Dispose of the bodies without leaving a trace. Tonight's operation must remain confidential. We shall release the information tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Ming nodded and swiftly returned to the safe house, conjuring a vortex that shredded Xia Jiuquan's corpse into 36,000 pieces. As for the attendant who died at the entrance, he paid no heed, seemingly intent on concealing certain information. Subsequently, Li Ming's form melded back into the air, quietly departing to address the ongoing battle outside. It was still not yet 9:45 p.m., and thus the forces sent by the Gao Ling Xia clan to protect Xia Jiuquan had not yet retreated. They remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the safe house. Qin Mo did not concern himself with Li Ming's actions. The individuals outside lacked 8th-tier strength, and Li Ming's foray felt akin to a wolf among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately, leaving him untroubled. His current task was to patiently wait for 2 minutes before departing with the temporarily frozen Xiaomei. With a deep sigh, Qin Mo exhaled, a faint smile gradually emerging on his face. With time still on his side, he opted to mentally review the earlier battle to discern the pros and cons of his strategies. The super brain operates at a remarkable speed, exhibiting a formidable capacity for analyzing and processing information. Qin Mo felt as though he were replaying a film, with every detail etched in his mind with utmost precision. Currently, he found himself slightly lacking when compared to an 8th-tier awakened individual, yet his abilities were more than sufficient to effortlessly dispatch 7th-tier opponents, and his growth was progressing at a commendable pace. Qin Mo mused internally, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his present strength. The encounter with Xia Jiuquan had afforded him a clearer understanding of himself, marking his greatest revelation of the evening. With this thought, a more pronounced smile graced Qin Mo's face, and his spirits soared even higher upon gazing at the lifelike ice sculpture before him. Soon, all awakened individuals above grade S at the Huatianyu building were eliminated by Li Ming, allowing the throngs of people to surge forth, fleeing in all directions while uttering terrified cries. The events of the day had reached a conclusion, leaving matters for the Yannan Fong family and the Safety Bureau to address. In this regard, there were others far more competent than him, and there was no need for Qin Mo to fret. The two of them transported the ice sculpture to the Safety Bureau's black armored vehicle, swiftly making their way back to the office. Half an hour later, the capital was abuzz, as the murder incident at Huatianyu building soared to the front pages of major news outlets. The sudden power outage in the building and the mysterious death of business magnate Chen Song were sensationalized, transforming a simple assassination into a tale reminiscent of long-standing unsolved mysteries from decades past. This starkly illustrated the chasm that existed between classes. The vast divide between awakened individuals and ordinary citizens became painfully apparent at this moment. Qin Mo merely glanced at the news before losing interest, shutting down the website with a slow shake of his head. Rising from his chair, he drifted toward the open floor-to-ceiling window, clearly prepared to return home. It was nearly 10:30 in the evening, and according to his established biological clock, this was the time Qin Mo should be lying in bed. His affairs had already caused a slight delay. As for the interrogation of Xiaomei, he resolved to conduct it the following day, feeling no urgency. He preferred to let her genetic powers cool and temper before proceeding. Additionally, allowing the situation to ferment would compel the Gao Ling Xia family to take further steps under pressure, revealing more vulnerabilities. Of course, the Xia family remained blissfully unaware that a survivor had fallen into the hands of the Safety Bureau. Upon departing from Huatianyu building, Qin Mo had specifically instructed Li Ming to ensure that all bodies were thoroughly disposed of. Everything had been executed flawlessly, leaving the Xia family powerless against such meticulous planning. This night was destined to bring sleeplessness to some. With these thoughts, a faint smile slowly curled at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. His body had already begun to levitate, positioning itself before the open floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, the office was suddenly filled with the urgent ringing of a telephone. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, instinctively pondering who might be calling him at such an hour. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, only to discover an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, devoid of any notes. However, Qin Mo recognized this sequence of digits. It was unmistakably a call from the Yin Nanfang family. What a coincidence! He murmured softly, his gaze flickering with significance. Without further deliberation, he pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear, whereupon he was greeted by the hearty laughter of Duke Fong. "Ha ha! Congratulations, Lord Guan Nei. I have heard that the action mission of the Security Bureau tonight has gone exceptionally well, achieving a resounding victory. I call to extend my congratulations. Thank you for your kind concern, Duke Fong. Indeed, tonight's operation proceeded without a hitch, largely thanks to you. I shall make sure to note your contribution in the action report and present it to His Majesty." Qin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Duke Fong let out a light sigh and promptly declined. "It is sufficient that you have such intentions, my lord. There is no need for me to be mentioned. All that we do is for the prosperity and flourishing of the great Qin Empire. As long as the assassin is apprehended, That is what truly matters. The presence of names on a merit list is merely a trivial matter. Hearing his righteous words, Qin Mo could not help but smirk internally, silently cursing him as an old fox. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of flattery, responding, Duke Fong is indeed a paragon of virtue. Lord Guan Nei is equally a young hero of remarkable prowess. The two exchanged compliments, each uttering insincere words, yet Qin Mo refrained from mentioning the events of the night. Observing this, Duke Fong had no choice but to get straight to the point, asking directly, Tell me, the assassin dared to target even my Yin and Fong family. Such audacity. I wonder which faction possesses such boldness? This was the true purpose of his call. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes flickered, and a faint smile graced his lips. After all the banter, he had been waiting for this very question. Yet, he was surprised by the roundabout manner in which Duke Fong approached the topic, maintaining the demeanor of an authoritative figure. My lord, it is truly difficult for me to disclose the identity of the assassin's faction, Qin Mo replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Duke Fong frowned and responded, There is no need for you to harbor any doubts. Speak freely. My Yin and Fong family can handle it. Very well. I shall be straightforward, Qin Mo said. Pausing momentarily before articulating with precision, the assailants tonight hail from the Gao Lingxia family. Gasp! Duke Fong immediately inhaled sharply, taken aback by this revelation. He had anticipated that the culprits might be from one of the other four ancient clans, or perhaps infiltrators from the Qi state. Who could have imagined that it would be the Gao Lingxia family? The Xia family of Gao Ling has recently been quite exuberant. However, their overall strength is still deemed inadequate in the eyes of the Yin and Fong family. Without a sovereign to command, they are but mere ants, and the Xia clan is merely a larger ant among them. Yet, if what Qin Mo asserts is indeed true, he must re-evaluate this first-rate family that has rapidly risen to prominence over the past century. The brow of Duke Fong furrowed even tighter as he prepared to inquire further for additional details and information. However, unexpectedly, Qin Mo preemptively interjected, Ahem, Duke. I am feeling rather unwell. I fear I may have sustained internal injuries during the recent endeavor. Ahem, I must take my leave to recuperate. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally visit the Fong family. With these words, and before Duke Fong could respond, Qin Mo abruptly ended the call. Whether the truth is as he claims, the old man can ponder at his leisure. Qin Mo muttered quietly, then, without lingering, he soared through the window and vanished in an instant. He harbored no qualms about providing the Gao Lingxia family with a more formidable adversary. Yet he wished to prevent the Yin Nan Fong family from using this opportunity to extend their reach into the Security Bureau, which is why he spoke thus. Given Qin Mo's understanding of these high-ranking individuals, the Fong family would undoubtedly hesitate and deliberate, but ultimately, they would choose to act against the Gao Lingxia family. Better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat go unpunished. The five great families would never tolerate their exalted status being challenged by others. Meanwhile, within the ancient castle of the Yinnan Fong family in the imperial capital, Duke Fong listened to the incessant beeping of the phone, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, to use such a ludicrous excuse to evade me. Internal injuries during the operation? Such a statement is obviously absurd. A third-tier S-class awakener in tonight's skirmish was virtually no more than cannon fodder. Stepping forward would merely invite death. Qin Mo is, at best, a mere bystander. Does he even deserve to participate in the operation? If the conflict at Huatian Yulu were in any way related to him, I would swallow my phone whole. He harbored no belief in Qin Mo's words. However, another statement from Qin Mo warranted careful consideration. The aspirations of the Xia patriarch were indeed intriguing. A knowing smile spread across Duke Fong's face as various recent events in the imperial capital flashed through his mind. The Xia patriarch's desire to ascend to the rank of duke, though never openly stated, was evident to any discerning observer. This was, after all, a well-known secret, and the Yinnan Fong family was certainly aware. Duke Fong was a clever man. After a moment of astonishment, he settled his thoughts and quickly discerned the Xia patriarch's scheme. Murmuring to himself, to support one's own to ascend is indeed a clever stratagem. Your ambitions, Xia family, may be rather overreaching. The sound of footsteps echoed in the grand hall as the castle's chief steward, Fong Changhai, entered and approached him. Master, our people have returned. Based on the traces left at the Huishenlu site, it appears that this unidentified force indeed mobilized at the 8th tier tonight. We need not concern ourselves with this for the time being. Suddenly, Fang Guogong interjected, cutting off his report. With his eyes narrowed, he rhythmically tapped his knuckles on the table and said slowly, "You will instruct the subordinates to keep a close watch on the Xia family of jailing. Should they detect any unusual behavior, they are to report it immediately." How did this suddenly turn to the Xia family of jailing? Fang Changhai was perplexed. But seeing that Fang Guogong had no intention of providing an explanation, he wisely refrained from further inquiries and simply nodded. "Yes, I will take care of it right away." Fang Guogong replied with a faint acknowledgement, then waved his hand dismissively. Upon seeing this, Fang Changhai slightly bowed and turned to leave. After his departure, Fang Guogong pondered for several minutes before finally picking up his phone to call the Elder Council. At this very moment, he was not the only one dialing the Elder Council's number. In the basement of the Security Bureau, Li Ming also took out his phone. He gazed at the lifelike ice sculpture before him, awaiting the connection of his call. Approximately 10 seconds later, the mechanical, synthesized voice faded away, and an aged voice slowly resonated in Li Ming's ear. Was it at this late hour? Li Muye inquired. Li Ming's expression turned solemn, and he straightened his back, stating earnestly, "It concerns the Marquis of Guanyi." "Oh, has there been an issue in the capital?" Li Mai's tone seemed to rise slightly. In response, Li Ming subtly shook his head, replying, "The capital remains as ever. The Marquis of Guanyi is astute and quick-witted under his strategy. The Huangquan operation targeting the Xia family of jailing is proceeding methodically. Just an hour ago, we thwarted the Xia family's assassination plot, eliminating one of their 8th-tier awakened individuals and capturing a 7th-tier live prisoner. One dead, one captured, with no casualties on our side. This can be deemed a resounding victory." As he listened to the report, Li Mai furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his features. If the operation was proceeding so smoothly, what urgent matter could there be concerning Qin Mo? His words had barely left his lips when his pupils suddenly constricted, sharply sensing something amiss. Li Mai's expression grew grave, his breathing quickening as he hurriedly pressed for clarification. "Wait, with your strength, how did you manage to eliminate an 8th tier? This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The battle this evening, in which Guan Neihao served as the principal force while I merely followed." He meticulously recounted the events of the night to Li Mai, emphasizing the terrifying talent possessed by Qin Mo. After Li Ming concluded his account, silence lingered on the other end of the line. Li Mai's expression had returned to normal as he lay quietly in his rocking chair, his gaze serenely fixed upon the starry sky above. The news of Qin Mo's ability to contend with an 8th-tier adversary seemed to have left him unperturbed. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the profound shock concealed within the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Li Mai was not as composed as he appeared. Within him, tumultuous waves of emotion surged, refusing to be quelled. Possessing 8th-tier strength is not, in itself, an extraordinary feat yet for a 23-year-old. To already be an S-class awakened being of the 8th tier is indeed remarkable, not to mention merely over a month ago, Qin Mo was only able to match Shimen Hu. To traverse 8 tiers in a single month, what does that signify? It implies that within a year, Qin Mo is destined to achieve greatness. Li Ming's conjecture was not misplaced. He will undoubtedly accomplish this, without a shadow of a doubt. At this juncture, there is no need to utter phrases such as peerless genius or extraordinary prodigy. Such expressions pale in comparison to Qin Mo's innate talent, which defies verbal description. Consequently, Li Mai found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his astonishment. As moments ticked by, Li Ming awaited a response, but none came. He glanced at his phone, confirming that there had been no accidental disconnection, and then softly inquired, "Ahem, are you still there?" "Of course, if I weren't. Would I be dead?" Li Mai abruptly snapped back to reality, chastising Li Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke gravely. "Li Ming, from this moment forth, you need not concern yourself with the Gao Ling Xia family. Your singular priority is to ensure Qin Mo's safety. It is imperative that he does not fall into a life-threatening crisis. Do you understand?" "Understood," Li Ming replied solemnly, but then a bitter smile crept onto his face. "But is it truly necessary? Given Guan Neihao's current rate of growth, he may surpass me and ascend to the 9th tier in merely 2 or 3 months. If we calculate it, who is protecting whom remains uncertain," he muttered softly. Li Mai found himself momentarily speechless. In the brief span of their conversation, Li Ming had rendered him silent twice. Li Mai could not help but take a deep breath, then loudly scolded through the phone. If you were told to do it, then do it. Why so much chatter? If you can't manage it, then don't. The Li family is not relying on you alone. With that, he abruptly hung up the call, disinterested in further banter with Li Ming. However, one must admit that Li Ming's previous statements held a certain validity. Although they sounded somewhat alarming, Li Mai could not deny that Qin Mo indeed possessed such capabilities. The threshold between each tier of S rank seemed non-existent for him. Advancing was as effortless as eating or drinking. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mai gradually narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation as various ideas flashed through his consciousness. He pondered for a full quarter of an hour. Eventually, his gaze returned to its usual depth, and he slowly rose from the rocking chair, striding purposefully toward the small courtyard's exit. It was the first time in nearly 3 years that he had left this quaint courtyard steeped in antiquity. Chapter 132. The Heavenly General emerges from the coffin. Scrutinizing for traitors. In the dead of night, the moonlight flowed like a silken thread, and the cold wind felt as refreshing as pure water. Li Mai walked slowly along the narrow path paved with blue stone slabs, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ancient trees that had stood for over a century. A hint of nostalgia in his expression. Every blade of grass and every tree here symbolized a rich historical legacy. Although the technological advancements of the Great Qin Empire had reached astonishing heights, the core area of the Qingyang Li clan still preserved the ancient style from a millennium ago. To be precise, it was not only the Li clan. The 5 prominent families shared this characteristic. This preservation was not merely to remind the clan members of their ancestral roots, nor was it driven by any deep-seated genetic mysteries. It was simply a reflection of the era in which the clan's heavenly kings lived, who had grown accustomed to such an environment. The mood of the heavenly kings, after all, took precedence over all else. This was also why Li Mai placed such significance on Qin Mo. He was destined to become a heavenly king, and at an astonishing pace. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Li Mai arrived at a 3-story building. Stepping inside and ascending the staircase to a room on the 2nd floor, on the left side by the window. The room was sparsely furnished. Apart from a bed and a table with chairs, there was a go board by the window, the black and white stones arranged in a complex pattern. Seated by the board, Li Mao was deeply engrossed in thought, unaware of Li Mai's arrival. He furrowed his brow, his right hand nervously fiddling with a black stone, uncertain of its placement. This stone should be placed here. Suddenly, Li Mai, quietly standing behind him, pointed to a specific spot on the board and spoke. Startled, Li Mao turned around in surprise, and upon recognizing the visitor, he hurriedly stood to pay his respects. As soon as he made a move, Li Mai gently placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled kindly, saying, "Your injury has yet to heal. Let us forego these formalities for now." Upon witnessing this, Li Mao refrained from insisting further and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have come specifically to inquire about your condition. How had you been feeling lately?" Li Mai replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over Li Mao. He was acutely aware of Li Mai's esteemed position within the Qingyang Li clan and knew that he had not stepped beyond the confines of his courtyard for 3 years, delegating most matters through Li Ming. Now, for Li Mai to have left his sanctuary solely to visit him was an overwhelming gesture that stirred deep emotions within Li Mao. "My injury is no longer severe. I estimate that in another 10 days to half a month, I will fully recover," he answered candidly. "Do not rush. You have toiled in the capital for many years, and your spirit may be weary. Take this opportunity to rest and recuperate here in Qingyang," Li Mai advised. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise ignited in the depths of Li Mao's eyes. He pondered the deeper implications of Li Mai's words while tentatively expressing, "Given the current complexities in the capital, if I am absent, I fear." Li Mai interrupted, instantly recognizing Li Mao's concerns and erupting into laughter. He then slowly shook his head and continued, "Do not worry about affairs in the capital. There will be no significant issues. As for the head of the family position, you may rest assured that it will not be replaced by anyone else for the next decade or so." A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Mao upon hearing this. Although he was the current head of the Qingyang Li clan, his power and status paled in comparison to that of the Elder Council. A mere word from them could easily displace him. Conversely, their endorsement could secure his position for many years. Li Mai's statement was, in essence, a solemn promise, bearing immense weight. Li Mao was no fool. He had begun to speculate that something monumental must have transpired externally. Otherwise, how could Li Mai express such confidence? The thought of a significant event capable of prompting a ninth-tier S-class awakened being to react in such a manner led to the gradual emergence of a name in Li Mao's mind, Qin Mo. Beyond that, he could not conceive of anyone else. Unconsciously, Li Mao's breath quickened. Li Mai, ever perceptive, noticed this shift and affectionately patted his shoulder, saying, "Li Mao, you have unearthed an exceptional talent for our Qingyangli clan. Your contributions are indeed invaluable. Now, focus on your recovery. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer." As the words fell, Li Mai's figure gradually faded away, eventually vanishing from sight. Gazing at the vacant space before him, Li Mao swallowed hard, his throat dry. The words just spoken had undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. Li Mai had indeed come to see him specifically because of his connection with Qin Mo. What formidable talent had Qin Mo revealed now? Li Mao could only speculate, unable to fathom the extent of such growth. After all, he had departed from the imperial capital merely a week ago. Who could tell how much the enigmatic Qin Mo had advanced? Could it be that he had ascended to the 7th tier? Li Mao furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, Li Mai, who had just visited Li Mao, had now appeared deep within the Li ancestral residence. Before him lay a small, dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard walls were overrun with moss, while weeds thrived at the base, lending an air of desolation, as if it had long been neglected. Such an area within the depths of the ancestral home seemed utterly incongruous. A closer inspection of the courtyard revealed wisps of faint, shadowy energy lingering in the air, barely perceptible. At some point, Li Mai had lowered his hands, no longer clasped behind his back. With a demeanor of utmost respect, he stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard door, crossing the threshold. In the very center of the courtyard stood a black jade coffin, adorned with golden edges. This coffin was crafted from a unique material capable of forcibly sealing the life force of the body, significantly prolonging the burning of life's candle. 17th disciple of the Qingyangli clan, Li Mai, respectfully invites my third uncle to awaken from the coffin. Li Mai bowed deeply before the black jade coffin, his tone exceptionally solemn. His grave voice echoed within the courtyard, met with silence. Yet, Li Mai remained in his position, exuding unwavering reverence. After a prolonged silence, a harsh grinding sound pierced the stillness of the courtyard. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, the dark coffin lid slowly shifted, revealing a withered hand that emerged from within. The hand pressed firmly against the coffin's edge, forcing the gap to widen, and a tall figure rose from the coffin. My boy, have you truly aged so much?" Li Mai, with his head bowed, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of helplessness in his gaze. After years apart, his third uncle still retained his former charm, seemingly unchanged from their last encounter. "Of course. Do you think I am as feeble as you?" Li Tiangang exclaimed, stretching his arms wide as he yawned, a cacophony of cracks resonating throughout his body, the terrifying power of his genes appearing to rekindle. He looked scarcely over 30, even younger than Li Mai, garbed in the splendid suit he had worn 50 years prior when he had entered the coffin, exuding an extraordinary and refined aura. Yet, despite his seemingly harmless appearance, he was, in truth, an S-class peak awakened. Here, the pinnacle represents a true peak. Li Tiangang has developed his genetic power to the S-class limit, having long since brushed against the immense threshold that looms before the kings, and he is merely a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Yet, it is precisely that slender margin that has taken Li Tiangang a full 50 years to traverse. As if his genes had solidified, yielding no further evolution. In desperation, he reclined within the black jade coffin, succumbing to slumber, awaiting the day when the Li family would need him, at which point he would awaken anew. Li Tiangang, a slumbering entity of this nature, embodies one of the millennia-old legacies of the Qingyangli clan. This is far beyond what the short-lived, nouveau riche clan could ever hope to compare. They are still significantly behind. Upon awakening, Li Tiangang stirred slightly, then stepped out of the coffin, languidly addressing Li Mai. "Speak, young one, what compels you to rouse me?" At these words, the corners of Li Mai's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he hastily replied, "The reason for awakening you third uncle, is to seek your protection for an extraordinary genius, ensuring he does not falter before ascending to kingship. Oh, a potential king has emerged from the Li family? Li Tiangong's eyes widened in astonishment, only to swiftly transform into profound envy and jealousy. Damn it, why was I not a seed of kingship in my time? Li Mai found himself momentarily speechless. He had long been aware of his third uncle's irreverent disposition and had encountered it many times over the years. However, who could have anticipated that after 50 years of lying in a coffin, he would still exhibit such behavior? Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating. Ahem. After all, he is an elder. Such words should not be uttered. Li Mai had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. After a brief moment of jest, Li Tiangang appeared to confront reality, his interest waning as he inquired, "Now, tell me, which branch of the family does this descendant belong to? What is his name? And what level is he currently at?" Third uncle. This individual is not a disciple of the Li clan. He is an outsider. An outsider? Is his talent formidable? Li Tiangang asked. Li Mai nodded solemnly, responding, "Indeed, he is exceptionally gifted, a once-in-a-thousand-year talent. Although he is currently only at the 8th tier, he will undoubtedly ascend to kingship within a year." A year? Li Mai, are you pulling my leg? Li Tiangong's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at him, an overwhelming aura radiating from his being. At this sight, Li Mai instinctively took a few steps back. He quickly reassured, "Third uncle, I assure you this is no jest." Subsequently, Li Mai recounted the details concerning Qin Mo with rapid speech, and this narration lasted for half an hour. By the end, Li Tiangang had seated himself upon the black jade coffin, and after listening, he sank into deep silence, experiencing a profound sense of self-doubt. Qin Mo, in just 1 year, would surpass what he had accomplished in over 50 years. Indeed, comparisons can be devastating. Li Tiangang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if life itself had become unbearable. He turned his head to glance at Li Mai standing beside him, revealing a deeply melancholic expression, and inquired, "Mai, do you think I am worthless?" Upon hearing this, Li Mai's countenance froze. How was he to respond to such a statement? He could only manage a forced smile before hastily diverting the conversation, saying, "Third uncle, although Qin Mo is an outsider, his potential is truly extraordinary, and he has formed a close bond with our Li family. It would not be an exaggeration to consider him half a member of the Li clan. Moreover, the current situation is fraught with complexity. The Xia clan of Jailing is restless, and the state of Qi harbors ambitions. Our Qin dynasty is the weakest it has ever been, with the other 4 great families all eyeing the throne. The peace that has endured for centuries is on the brink of collapse, and a new era of chaos may arrive at any moment. While there are many talented disciples in our generation of the Li family, none possess the makings of a true king. We must prepare for the impending turmoil." Li Mai spoke earnestly, placing immense value on Qin Mo's future potential, clearly intending to invest significantly and take a bold gamble. Li Tiangang discerned his intent, and, seeing him drop the pretense of nonchalance, his eyes flickered with thought. After a moment of contemplation, he impatiently waved his hand and declared, "All right, enough of this rambling. I will take on this task and depart tomorrow." Swapping a 9th tier S-class Awaken 1 for a young king is a deal that cannot be considered a loss. With that, Li Tiangang stood tall, a smile gracing his lips. "I might as well go outside and breathe some fresh air. I've been confined in this wretched coffin for 50 years, and I am quite tired of it." Listening to his grandiose words, Li Mai remained silent. His gaze was forlorn, and a subtle sorrow began to rise within him. Li Tiangang was his third uncle, now advanced in years. He should have perished long ago, but had been forcibly trapped in the black jade coffin, his life essence restrained. Now that he was breaking free from the coffin, the natural flow of his life was resuming its normal pace. It was likely that this journey to the imperial capital would make his return exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the imperial capital, at the Xia family manor in the Shangyan district, the 2nd floor of the ancient castle was ablaze with light, and the atmosphere in the small room was exceptionally tense. Xia Xian and Xia Dongfeng sat across from each other, both wearing grim expressions. Their operation against the Deputy Minister of Finance, Feng Wan, had utterly failed. In fact, it was a complete failure, having fallen victim to a trap laid by the opposing side. This news was a significant blow to the Xia family, and both understood its implications all too well. Xia Xian took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he slowly remarked, I never expected that our Xia family would have a mole among us. In response, Xia Dongfang took over the conversation, stating, over the past few years, our family has accepted numerous outsiders to expand our strength. While we have been cautious, it is inevitable that a few with ulterior motives would slip through. However, now that the situation has reached this point, further discussion is futile. The immediate priority is to ascertain the identity of this traitor and the extent of their knowledge regarding confidential matters. Xia Xian slowly nodded in agreement. He squinted, various thoughts flashing through his mind, and mused, it seems the Xia family requires a thorough investigation. As for how much this traitor knows, I estimate it must be quite limited. Otherwise, they would have transmitted information long ago, and the Xia family would not have reached this juncture. That makes sense, Xia Dongfang replied, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a moment, he continued, with the traitor's interference, our previous plans are now completely stalled. Let us set aside the matter of the traitor for now. We must first discuss how to proceed. The war at the border is likely to last for another fortnight, and the general cannot afford to attend to the capital. We must not jeopardize the greater matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian's brow tightened even further. The deaths of Xia Jiuchuan and Xia Mei were indeed a significant loss for the Xia family of Gaoling. Unlike the 5 prestigious families with their long histories, we have not amassed substantial wealth, and losing a Tier 8 awakener is truly distressing. Xia Xian was in a foul mood, pacing back and forth in the room while muttering to himself. Jiuchuan was no weakling. To eliminate him in such a short span of time, the adversary would at least need to mobilize 2 Tier 8 S-class awakeners, and Li Ming must be one of them. Since the Qingyang Li family did not summon anyone else, it implies that there are other hidden contingencies. Otherwise, achieving this feat would be impossible. Who could this hidden force be? Xia Xian fell into deep contemplation, while Xia Dongfang also appeared perplexed. In terms of intelligence networks, Xia Xian prided himself on his competence. Yet he had received no information regarding the mysterious force that had long targeted the Xia family or the unknown contingency that had emerged today. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Xia Xian halted in his tracks, raising his head sharply, his eyes glinting with insight. He had keenly sensed a critical point amidst his earlier thoughts. Drawing in a sharp breath, he solemnly stated, Second uncle, the hidden force tonight is likely that mysterious power lurking in the shadows. You mean? Xia Dongfang's pupils constricted, as if his chaotic thoughts had found a thread to unravel, and clarity dawned upon him. Is the mysterious force the individuals secretly nurtured by the Qingyang Li family? Not necessarily. Xia Xian shook his head, responding, it is also possible that both parties reached a consensus and initiated collaboration under certain mutual interests. Regardless of which scenario is true, this clandestine force must not be allowed to persist any longer. Upon hearing this, Xia Dongfang nodded in firm agreement. Previously, they believed that the 7th tier represented the pinnacle of power. Yet, in an instant, they were brutally confronted with the reality that this formidable force even possessed awakened beings of the 8th tier. The existence of S-rank individuals at the 8th tier is no trivial matter. One cannot simply expect them to appear at will. The magnitude of this force far exceeded their wildest imaginations, verging on the absurd. Xia Xian and his companion were profoundly astonished, yet amidst their shock, a palpable aura of murderous intent began to coalesce. This mysterious faction had repeatedly obstructed the grand ambitions of the Xia clan, inflicting substantial losses upon them. Xia Xian acutely realized that unless they swiftly resolved the threat posed by this enigmatic force, the ensuing difficulties would only escalate. His eyes narrowed slightly, fingers splayed before gradually clenching into a fist as he murmured, It seems we must intensify our bait. I refuse to believe you can resist the lure. Thus, he decided to muster their strength and implement the fishing net strategy, aiming to ensnare them entirely and eradicate the root of the problem. Xia Dongfang's voice was low and grave. His once murky eyes began to regain clarity, and his hunched figure straightened inch by inch, exuding a formidable aura. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 133. Coercive Interrogation the following day. At 9 in the morning, the basement level of the Security Bureau. Qin Mo stood side by side with Li Chongqing, positioned before the interrogation room. Aside from the two of them, the only other presence was Li Ming, who concealed himself within the air, leaving no space for any idle onlookers. Even the Li siblings, Li Mo and Li Yuan, were absent from this highly confidential interrogation. Their trust was undoubtedly exceptional, yet their abilities were regrettably inadequate. Time was of the essence. It was time to commence. Qin Mo turned to Li Changqing and spoke, subsequently pulling out a chair and sitting down with poised grace. At his words, Li Changqing nodded and stepped into the interrogation room, standing directly opposite Xiao Mei. He extended his right hand, placing it gently upon her head as a faint wave of mental energy silently emanated forth. After several moments, the previously deeply slumbering Xiao Mei suddenly furrowed her brow. Struggling to lift her eyelids, she gazed upward as her blurred vision gradually sharpened. Simultaneously, long-buried memories surged forth like a tide, replaying vividly from the moment she was cradled from infancy, akin to a film unfolding before her eyes. Events she had nearly forgotten now resurfaced with startling clarity, as if they had transpired only yesterday. The recollection unfolded rapidly, placing a significant strain on Xiao Mei's psyche. However, she could not halt the process voluntarily and was left with no choice but to endure. Veins soon bulged upon her forehead, her face contorted in agony. "What have you done to me?" Xiao Mei rasped, her voice laced with fury. Observing her distress, Li Changqing smiled slightly and replied, "Just a minor mental trick. Merely to aid your clarity for the forthcoming record. Do not fret, relax. It will soon be over." Xiao Mei emitted a muffled groan as the memories in her mind began to fade at an alarming pace, ultimately freezing on the image of the safe house before abruptly ceasing. Li Changqing had not deceived her. Indeed, the speed was rather swift. Xiao Mei slumped in her chair, her bangs soaked with perspiration, clinging to her forehead, exuding an alluring charm. Seizing this fleeting moment of respite, she swiftly began to assess her physical condition while also surveying her surroundings. However, a mere glance caused her heart to plummet. Her current state was far from ideal. Every inch of her being exuded weakness, hardly resembling an S-level awakened. Her internal organs, as well as her meridians and bones, bore significant hidden injuries, and the immense power of her genes lay dormant like a still pond, incapable of stirring a single ripple. In simpler terms, Xiao Mei, in her present condition, was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person, the sole distinction being her semi-divine physique. Do not waste your efforts. Your genes have been irrevocably sealed by the secret mind, and it is nearly impossible for you to break free on your own, Li Changqing remarked with a gentle smile, fully aware of the situation, which emboldened him to approach her so closely. Opposite him, upon hearing the term secret mind, Xiao Mei's heart, already submerged in despair, shattered into several pieces, a sense of hopelessness rising within her. As Li Changqing had stated, with the secret mind at play, escape was utterly impossible. The only course of action now was to await rescue. But would the Xia family dare to take such a risk? Xia Mei's gaze shifted, her eyes falling upon the silver rings adorning her wrists and ankles, her throat growing dry. These rings were crafted from the secret mind, mirroring the effects of the handcuffs previously employed by the Safety Bureau, capable of suppressing the genetic power within the human body. However, those handcuffs proved ineffective against S-level awakened individuals. Only these refined, specially designed silver rings could achieve that. Shall we converse now? At this moment of bitter contemplation, Li Changqing seized the opportunity to inquire. Hearing this, Xiao Mei slowly lifted her head, casually scanning her surroundings. She caught sight of Qin Mo sitting outside the monitoring room, but paid him no mind, instead turning her attention to Li Changqing and asking, "What would you like to discuss?" "Certainly, let us discuss how the Gao Ling Xiao family has colluded with the enemy, how they have raised traitors to honor themselves, and how they have targeted imperial officials," Li Changqing replied with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mei stood frozen, her expression mirroring the shock of the deceased Xia Jiuchuan. How could he possibly know? How could the Safety Bureau be aware? All that Li Changqing had mentioned were highly confidential matters that, in theory, should never have been exposed. Yet, the reality left no room for doubt. He was undeniably aware. However, Xiao Mei concealed her astonishment remarkably well. After a brief moment of daze, she immediately broke into a charming smile and coyly remarked, "Dear brother, you are quite perplexing. I cannot comprehend a single word of your accusations regarding the Xia family's treason and assassination of key figures." "Oh, you do not understand? It seems your mind is still somewhat clouded. Let us allow you to recall more clearly." Li Changqing maintained his innocuous smile, once again raising his hand to release a faint surge of mental energy that enveloped Xia Mei's mind. In an instant, a torrent of memories began to flicker rapidly, though this time in reverse. The anguished cries from the cell echoed once more, resembling the most exquisite symphony known to humanity. An overwhelming cascade of memories was forcibly compressed into a mere half-minute, flashing at lightning speed, imposing a tremendous burden on her psyche. Should she falter, the risk of instantaneous mental collapse loomed. Compared to traditional corporeal punishment, this psychological torment was frightfully more harrowing. What Li Changqing was currently undertaking was a gradual dismantling of Xia Mei's mind, obliterating the psychological defenses she had meticulously constructed. Seated calmly in a chair, Qin Mo observed this scene with utter composure, feeling no pangs of conscience regarding the cruelty of such methods. Had Xia Mei not been an S-level awakener, this would have been unnecessary. Li Changqing could have directly accessed her memories, provided he avoided the core region of her mental seed, but that was not the case now. As the half-minute elapsed, Li Changqing slowly withdrew his hand. Xia Mei gasped for breath, her pupils devoid of life, having lost their former luster. Her body drenched in a profuse cold sweat as though she had just emerged from a water tank. The vibrant scarlet evening gown clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her perfect curves. Observing her near collapse, a broader smile crept across Li Changqing's face as he produced a document from behind him and laid it before her. The document was densely packed with fine print and photographs, all detailing Xia Mei's personal information. It explicitly recorded her relationship with the Gao Ling Xia family. A mere glance at the document altered her expression, the already fractured psychological defenses becoming even more tattered. Now, shall we converse? Li Changqing softly inquired, each word akin to a whisper from a demon. Xia Mei fell into silence, striving to steady her breath while wrestling with an excruciating internal dilemma. Her loyalty to the Xia family was unwavering, yet the desire to live prevailed. Death had always been a grave subject. After a brief silence, Xia Mei lifted her gaze, locking her eyes on Li Changqing's shadowed countenance. Her red lips parted slightly as she slowly articulated, "I am willing." It was evident that she had made her choice. Li Changqing gently caressed his hands, clapping and smiling, nodding as he said, "A wise choice. You need not worry. The Xia clan remains unaware of your survival, and no one will come to silence you. Everything we discuss will not disturb the seed of consciousness within your mind. As an awakened mentalist, you should be aware of my capabilities." His words completely dispelled Xia Mei's lingering doubts. Xia Mei nodded, her voice steady as she stated, "I will share all that I can, but I have one condition. You must ensure my safety, not only in the present, but also in the future." Upon hearing this condition, Li Changqing did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Qin Mo outside the cell, casting a questioning glance. Not contemplating further, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. He tapped his knuckles on the table to capture Xia Mei's attention and smiled, saying, "The Xia clan's treason has violated the laws of the Great Qin, warranting the punishment of collective guilt. However, considering your defection to the light and voluntary surrender, as well as your assistance in eliminating traitors, you may be granted a chance at redemption, sparing you from the death penalty. You must be the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, Lord Qin Mo, am I correct?" Xia Mei's eyes flickered as she identified him. Immediately, she raised her lips in a habitual, charming smile. "I trust the promise of Lord Qin Mo. You may proceed with your inquiries." She did not overreach her demands, demonstrating a keen understanding of the nuances of negotiation. Now, under the eaves, her life was in others' hands. She had no choice but to settle for survival, setting aside all else. "Changqing, let us begin." Qin Mo nodded slightly at him. Li Changqing responded with a soft acknowledgement, then turned to Xia Mei, retracting his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. "The first question is, when was the seed of consciousness implanted in your mind, and by whom?" This query fell within the realm of the answerable, avoiding the triggering of the seed's imprint. Upon hearing this, Xia Mei furrowed her brows in recollection. "This seed seems to have been planted during the Qingming festival 20 years ago, when I was still in A rank and had yet to touch the threshold of S rank. According to the ancient customs of the empire, during Qingming, ancestral sacrifices are made, and the Xia clan was no exception. Hundreds gathered at the Gao Ling ancestral tomb, where 3 long sticks of dragon's saliva incense were lit. I remember vividly the fragrance, which felt like the most exquisite scent in the world, inducing a sensation akin to ethereal bliss, causing one to unknowingly succumb to its allure. When my consciousness awakened again, much time had passed, and the general stood before us, smiling, calmly revealing the matter of the seed of consciousness. I did not know precisely who planted it, but at that time, the only person who was conscious was the general, making it highly likely that it was he. The general she referred to was, of course, Xiaozu, who had already been honing his skills at the border for many years 2 decades ago, demonstrating remarkable talent and gaining a modest reputation. According to Xia Mei's description, Xiaozu is indeed the most likely suspect. However, a critical doubt looms. Xiaozu is not a mental awakening, so how could he possibly conjure a mental seed? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, his super intellect rapidly processing myriad possibilities. Yet, lacking further clues, he found himself unable to unearth the true answer. Reluctantly, he suppressed this perplexity deep within, intending to unravel it at a later time. He lifted his gaze back to Xia Mei, only to see Li Changqing already inquiring about the second question. The Xia family's presence in the imperial capital is divided into 2 factions, both overt and covert. With whom do your clandestine members liaise? The chief steward of the manor, Xia Xian, and the head of the Xia family elder council, Xia Dongfang. Excellent. For the third question, how does the Xia family maintain secret communication with the Qi state? Li Changqing narrowed his eyes. Xia Mei, however, shook her head without hesitation, responding directly, I do not know. All secretive matters of the Xia family are primarily managed by Xia Dongfang and Xia Xian. They are the most trusted individuals of the general. If you wish to uncover more secrets, you must extract information from them. My role is solely to receive and execute missions. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss the connection between the Heavenly Society and the Xia family. Surely you possess knowledge on the subject? Li Changqing inquired. As the topics for today's interrogation had been discussed in advance, allowing for a systematic approach. As for unanswered questions, they would simply be bypassed, obtaining as much information as possible. This time, Xia Mei did not claim ignorance. Instead, she nodded and replied, I do possess considerable knowledge regarding the Heavenly Society, though I am not involved in its core. The communication between the Heavenly Society and the Xia family is solely managed by Xia Xian, who maintains a direct line of contact. Particularly concerning the Taishan mining vein, Xia Xian has never permitted anyone else to interfere. Subsequently, Xia Mei divulged all she could share in detail, resorting to metaphorical storytelling for the crucial information that could not be openly disclosed. This interrogation lasted a full 6 hours, during which Li Changqing employed numerous perspectives and methods to verify the veracity of Xia Mei's statements, ultimately confirming their authenticity beyond doubt. Qin Mo did not remain for the entire duration. He spent less than half an hour in the interrogation room before taking the elevator back to the top floor. While the clues and information provided by Xia Mei were undoubtedly significant, he could not afford to squander excessive time on this matter. Should he remain in the dim confines of the underground, how could he acquire solar energy and accumulate light points? Power is the foundation of everything. Neglecting one aspect for another is the most foolish of choices. Moreover, with Li Changqing and Li Ming present, he need not overly concern himself. Thus, time passed swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. At 5 in the afternoon, dusk quietly descended. The fiery remnants of the sun hung languidly on the horizon, and a warm current suddenly surged from Qin Mo's chest. Reclining on the chair, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze focusing ahead as he activated the superhuman gene awakening panel. Vision, 184. Hearing, 178. Intelligence, 178. Breathing, 177. Strength, 185. Speed, 183. Recovery, 177. Defense, 181. Energy points, 35, to be freely allocated. Without further ado, as was his custom, he aimed for a balanced development. Qin Mo allocated 4 points to each of the 8 attributes, and then added an additional point to intelligence, breathing, and recovery. A complex warm current swiftly dispersed throughout his body, infusing every cell with the searing energy of the sun, enhancing him in a comprehensive manner. Defense, 185. Skill, strengthened iron body. An even more formidable surge of warmth flowed forth from the depths of his being, enveloping him entirely. Following this enhancement, Qin Mo's iron body astonishingly ascended from the V rank to the 6th rank, doubling its previous capabilities, thereby acquiring an even more extraordinary level of defense. He was now able to withstand more potent attacks and was immune to a greater array of elemental damage. In simple terms, Qin Mo's life-preserving abilities had once again received a substantial enhancement. While he was yet to ascertain the precise extent of this improvement, it was indisputable that no awakener of the 8th rank or below could inflict any harm upon him. A faint smile slowly curved at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. Invincible in both offense and defense. This is what it means to be worthy of the title hexagonal warrior, he murmured softly. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose from the chair and made his way toward the floor-to-ceiling window. With the end of the workday upon him, it was naturally time to return home. Overtime was out of the question. It was a matter of principle for him. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a sudden shift in his expression caught his attention. His brow furrowed as he turned sharply to gaze at a particular spot in the air. His mental perception had detected an unusual fluctuation. The entire environment was under the scrutiny of Qin Mo's awareness. Any slight anomaly could not escape his mental perception. This was why he was able to accurately pinpoint Li Ming's hiding place and discern the disguise of Xia Jiuquan with a mere glance. At the very moment Qin Mo turned his head, the seemingly empty air rippled with concentric waves, and Li Ming stepped forth from within. Your Excellency, the current situation in the capital is complex. To prevent the desperate actions of the Xia family, the Elder Council has thoughtfully assigned you a bodyguard, Li Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, and he inquired, a bodyguard? What sort of bodyguard? Initially, upon receiving this news, he instinctively thought the Qingyangli family intended to monitor him, but reconsideration led him to dismiss that notion. There is simply no need for it. The Qingyangli clan is well aware of his formidable reconnaissance capabilities. Thus, the presence of a bodyguard means that nothing pertaining to the guard could remain concealed from him. He possesses a myriad of methods to evade detection, even utilizing the guard to relay false information to the Li clan. With this possibility ruled out, it follows that what Li Ming has just stated must indeed be true. I can now effortlessly eliminate those at the 7th tier to be worthy of safeguarding me. One must at least be at the 9th tier. How remarkably generous of the Li clan. Qin Mo mused internally, recognizing that Li Mai must be drawn to his potential. Yet he never anticipated such regard. This stems primarily from his lack of a clear understanding of the status of the heavenly sovereign. Otherwise, he would perceive this as a standard procedure and would not harbor the slightest surprise. Meanwhile, upon hearing his inquiry, Li Ming refrained from responding and instead pointed towards the door of the office. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the door was forcefully kicked open. Li Tiangang, arms crossed over his chest, leaned back slightly, casting a cold gaze upon Qin Mo, and sneered, "You must be Qin Mo." Qin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The demeanor of Li Tiangang bore no semblance of that of a mere bodyguard. Rather, he resembled a relentless debt collector. Could such a figure truly be a 9th-tier S-class awakener? Qin Mo had ample reason to remain skeptical. He chose to remain silent, lifting his chin defiantly, casting a cold stare back at Li Tiangang, his expression calm. Their piercing gazes met like two ignited sparks colliding, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The atmosphere in the office became inexplicably strange, the surrounding air thickening into a heavy flow, almost stagnant. Li Ming glanced at Qin Mo, then turned to scrutinize Li Tiangang, suddenly feeling an overwhelming dryness in his throat, his entire being pricked with discomfort. These two individuals, whether in terms of status or personal strength, were no less than he, exerting considerable pressure upon him. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for appearing at such an inopportune time. Was it necessary for him to introduce such an ancient monster over 200 years old? If there were a remedy for regret, Li Ming would undoubtedly plunge into it, wishing to suffocate himself in despair. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Observing Qin Mo, who showed no inclination to retreat, Li Tiangang snorted disdainfully, shifting his gaze away before turning to Li Ming, glaring, "What are you staring at?" Li Ming stood there, utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. This was my ancestor. Even Li Ming struggled to articulate a coherent response. Noticing this, Li Tiangang shot him another fierce glare and bellowed, "What are you blabbering about? Enough of this pointless chatter." Before his voice had fully faded, he raised his hand and grasped at the void towards Li Ming, then waved his arm towards the open floor-to-ceiling window. In an instant, Li Ming vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind, not even a word uttered. The void did not ripple. Only a sudden cold breeze emanated from the window. He had been unceremoniously cast out by Li Tiangang. It is worth noting that Li Ming had long ascended to the 8th tier, possessing considerable strength and unique genetic abilities. Yet before Li Tiangang, he exhibited not even the slightest ability to resist. The disparity in power was unmistakable. This was the pinnacle of a 9th tier awakened, a mere breath away from the king, wielding a formidable dominion in the S-class. After casually swatting Li Ming away like a fly, a subtle smile graced Li Tiangong's lips, and he turned his gaze towards Qin Mo, lifting his head a fraction higher. Young prodigies often carry an air of arrogance, and someone like Qin Mo, a once-in-a-millennium genius, was no exception. Their earlier exchange of glances had already revealed much. However, Li Tiangang was confident that with this small display of prowess, he would surely leave Qin Mo in awe, if not bowing in submission, at least filled with admiration. Now, he merely needed to stand still and await Qin Mo's respectful offering of a warm cup of tea. Such tactics had never failed him in the years before he lay in a coffin, and thus, Li Tiangang brimmed with confidence. Though he had been entrusted by Li Mai to ensure Qin Mo's safety, he knew who truly held the upper hand and established the rules from the outset. With this thought, the smile on Li Tiangong's face deepened, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling a bit giddy. However, after a prolonged wait, the scene he had envisioned failed to materialize. Li Tiangang, puzzled, looked down, only to find himself in a state of bewilderment. Where on earth had he gone? His tone rose by 3 degrees, yet it did little to mask the emptiness before him. The open window continued to blow a chilling breeze, swirling against his face like a series of resounding slaps, filled with mockery. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had already returned to his own home on Guanghong Street. He couldn't be bothered to entertain Li Tiangang, finding it all rather juvenile. Li Tiangang had made a grave error. He believed Qin Mo to be merely the 23 years he appeared. In truth, with 2 lifetimes combined, he had surpassed 50, long past the days of youthful exuberance. Otherwise, how could Qin Mo aspire only to a tranquil retirement? Thus, he swiftly perceived Li Tiangong's inner intentions and understood his motives. One must concede that Li Tiangong's strength was indeed formidable, and the Qingyangli clan had every right to send him for protection. However, Qin Mo would not indulge him. Regarding Li Tiangong's behavior, he could only utter, "Foolish bird." A lengthy chapter of 6,600 words awaited tonight, with another chapter to follow. Starting next Monday, I plan to increase the pace of updates in hopes of climbing the power rankings. I kindly ask for your support in voting for me. Chapter 134. Surging waves as night fell at 7 o'clock. Qin Mo had already finished his dinner and was nestled on the sofa, browsing through his phone, routinely keeping abreast of the information concerning the border conflicts. The war between the Qin and Qin nations persisted, and judging by the current momentum, it seemed unlikely to conclude anytime soon. Perhaps it would last a month or 2. This conflict was significant, with the primary battleground now situated in the cold mountain county of the Great Qin Empire. Thus Qi had no reservations and fought as they pleased. In contrast, Qin adopted a rather conservative approach, mindful of the need to minimize destruction on their own soil. However, after Xia Zhu had departed for the battlefield, the situation finally stabilized. The Qin army adhered to the principle of steady advancement, gradually reclaiming lost ground inch by inch, though the pace of progress was undeniably slow. As Qin Mo skimmed through the news, he couldn't help but shake his head. He still couldn't comprehend why Xia Zhu had chosen to march at this particular moment. But that was of little consequence. Subsequently, Qin Mo intended to take a refreshing shower. However, just as he stood up, the doorbell suddenly rang. Qin Mo looked up, his pupils shifting as he activated his perception, and was taken aback to see none other than Li Tiangang standing outside. A few dark lines of annoyance crept onto his forehead. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo ultimately approached and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Li Tiangang swiftly entered, confidently plopping down on the sofa, crossing his legs and surveying the surroundings with a mischievous glint in his eyes. His demeanor displayed no trace of formality, as if he were entirely at home. The place was reasonably tidy, albeit a bit small and worn. Li Tiangang nodded and then turned to Qin Mo, puzzled. Hey, I mean you're in S-class, and I heard you even hold the title of Marquis within the borders. Why are you living in a place like this? Where I reside is none of your business, and I certainly don't need your approval. Now get out, Qin Mo retorted, his expression cold and his words laced with profanity. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang sheepishly rubbed his nose and quickly offered a smile. Don't be angry. I was just speaking off the cuff. Although the environment here is worse than I expected, it should still be fairly comfortable to live in. What? You actually want to stay here? Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. How can you protect me closely if you don't stay? Besides, I am an elderly S-class who is already half in the grave. Do you have the heart to let me sleep on the streets? Li Tiangang shrugged his hands. Listening to this, Qin Mo let out a cold laugh, retorting, if you're already half in the coffin, how can you protect me? Pay no heed to it. Rest assured, as long as the king does not descend, there shall be no unforeseen occurrences. Such confidence? Indeed, such confidence, Li Tiangang replied, his words brimming with assurance, as though he were the very embodiment of confidence. Observing his demeanor, Qin Mo found no reason for doubt. The true measure of Li Tiangang's prowess had been vividly illustrated by the earlier incident with Li Ming, who had been effortlessly cast aside. With such a dedicated bodyguard at his side, Qin Mo's sense of security had undoubtedly escalated by several degrees, leaving him with no justifiable grounds for refusal. In light of this, you may temporarily occupy the small bedroom, and do remember to remit the rent each month, he stated. Li Tiangang's kuntansa darkanat, feeling an acute pang of frustration. As a bodyguard tasked with safeguarding his employer, to be compelled to pay the employer was an absurdity beyond belief. Yet, fortunately, the Qingyangli family was never troubled by financial concerns. To them, it was merely a collection of numbers. Still, Li Tiangang felt an inexplicable discomfort, as though he had inadvertently swallowed a fly. Alas, so be it. Rent is rent, he mused. Having lived this long, he had never encountered such a peculiar arrangement. It truly was a bewildering affair. He sighed deeply, allowing his form to slump, collapsing onto the sofa, his expression slightly despondent. Qin Mo, however, paid him no mind, turning directly towards the bathroom, where he turned on the shower, water cascading down upon him. Approximately 5 minutes later, Qin Mo emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Li Tiangang, in the meantime, had taken to absently munching on sunflower seeds, seemingly having made himself at home. Upon noticing Qin Mo's return, his eyes brightened, and he inquired, what do you plan to do next? Well, I'll play on my phone for a bit. Then head to bed, Qin Mo replied. My goodness, it's not even 8 yet. The night is still young. Are you not a young man? Li Tiangang exclaimed loudly. After lying in a coffin for 50 years, he was nearly bursting with pin-up energy. How could he possibly remain idle? Moreover, this outing marked what would likely be his last sojourn in the mortal realm, with his remaining lifespan merely a year, if he did not seize the opportunity to indulge. He feared he would depart this world with unfulfilled desires. Before Qin Mo could respond, Li Tiangang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he continued. Have you eaten dinner yet? Shall we go out for a bite? Not yet, but going out to eat sounds good, Qin Mo acknowledged, flashing a harmless smile while raising his fingers to gesture. The meaning of that gesture was universally understood, and Li Tiangang was no exception. With a slight grimace, he replied, Fine, I'll treat. Is that satisfactory? Let us go. Qin Mo promptly turned, efficiently dressing while stating, I know of a fantastic barbecue place I haven't visited in quite some time. Today seems a perfect occasion. Barbecue? That sounds splendid. I haven't tasted anything savory in 50 years, Li Tiangang said, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Subsequently, he departed with Qin Mo, exiting to find a luxurious sports car worth millions parked at the entrance. Its pristine condition clearly indicated it had just been acquired. Li Tiangang retrieved the keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and settled into the driver's seat, lowering the convertible roof with a flourish. He casually donned a pair of sunglasses, flicked his flowing bangs, and turned to Qin Mo with a sense of triumph, exclaiming, Today, my friend, you shall indulge in the pleasures of life and witness what true living entails. The exhilarating roar of the engine erupted, akin to a beast ready to pounce. In the next moment, Li Tiangang slammed the accelerator, and the sports car surged forward, an unleashed predator. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a familiar barbecue stall. Though modest in appearance, The flavors remained unmatched, a favorite haunt of Qin Mo and Li Mao in times past. Yet now Li Mao lay grievously injured. Miles away in Qingyang County, the aroma of grilled skewers lingered, but the companion with whom to share a toast was absent. Such is the nature of change. Qin Mo found himself enveloped in silence. He had always been a content individual, possessing a stable and comfortable job, a decent income, and a few close friends with whom to gather occasionally. That was sufficient for him. He sought nothing more than a tranquil existence. However, the Xia family of Jialing persistently disrupted his desired peace, resorting to treachery and unscrupulous tactics in their relentless pursuit of nobility and status. What right does such a family have to stand above the common folk? Qin Mo's flickering gaze grew resolute, transforming into one of fierce determination. Thus, the night passed in silence. After their barbecue feast, Li Tiangang encouraged Qin Mo to partake in a late-night indulgence. Naturally, Qin Mo would not decline such an invitation, especially since he would bear no expense. Who could resist such an opportunity? Consequently, they returned to Guanghong Street in the early hours of the morning, just past 3. The following day unfolded without incident. Li Ming continued to mobilize those from the Qingyang Li family to systematically eliminate the Xia family's covert influence infiltrating the capital. With the intelligence provided by Xia Mei, their efforts accelerated exponentially. The Huangquan operation progressed methodically, gradually diminishing the Xia family's viable strength. The capital had yet to witness any new assassination cases, and no imperial officials had perished. Everything appeared deceptively tranquil, yet beneath this calm lay tumultuous undercurrents. The next afternoon, in the upper office of the Security Bureau, a chair had been added by the floor-to-ceiling windows, upon which Li Tiangang reclined. The warm sunlight illuminated both him and Qin Mo, casting gentle smiles across their faces. Sometimes, the camaraderie between men is remarkably uncomplicated. Since they indulged in a lavish spa together the night before last, the bond between the two has evidently deepened. Hey, I must admit, basking in the sun is quite delightful, Li Tiangang remarked, intertwining his fingers behind his head and exhaling contentedly. This was not a mere figment of his imagination. It was a genuine sensory experience. After all, anyone who has lain in a coffin, shrouded in darkness for 50 years, would surely find the warmth of the sun rather pleasant upon emerging. You ought to soak up the sun more often to replenish the calcium in those old bones of yours, Qin Mo jested. Ha, lass, we can't bask for long, Li Tiangang replied, squinting as he spoke, his tone tinged with nostalgia. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in his words, but Qin Mo did not dwell on it, remaining oblivious to the underlying anomaly. Subsequently, Li Tiangang shifted the conversation, inquiring with curiosity, by the way, which category of awakeners do you belong to? How did you break through so swiftly? Mimicry category. As for my rapid breakthrough, it's likely due to innate talent, Qin Mo replied, maintaining his composure. Mimicry category? It appears your genetic sequence is quite advanced. Truly enviable. At just 23, you're already at the 8th tier. You will undoubtedly ascend to the king tier within a year. A flicker of deep envy crossed Li Tiangang's eyes, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. He understood that such formidable talent was inherent, inscribed within one's genes, something he could never hope to attain. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo chose to overlook the latter part of Li Tiangang's statement. Having keenly grasped the pivotal term, genetic sequence, it was an exceedingly unfamiliar concept to him, one he had never encountered before. Was a genetic sequence? Qin Mo inquired with curiosity. However, Li Tiangang merely shook his head, refraining from providing a direct explanation. When you ascend to the king tier, you will understand. For now, you're merely at the 8th tier. Knowing too much can lead to confusion. It's best not to inquire. Hey, haven't you yet reached the king tier? Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang turned sharply to glare at him, exclaiming, "What are you comparing yourself to me for? We are not the same. I am but a hair's breadth away from the king tier. Do you understand? Just a gossamer thin line. Perhaps it's a vertical line." Qin Mo remarked unexpectedly. "Hey, you little rascal," Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow, only for it to gradually settle into calmness. "Perhaps you are correct," he murmured softly, then fell into silence, choosing not to speak further. Observing this, Qin Mo cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness, his gaze wandering before he refrained from saying more. His previous remarks seemed to have hit too close to home. The office once again fell into tranquility as the two awaited the twilight to descend. A warm current quietly surged forth from Qin Mo's chest. His expression shifted as he glanced at Li Tiangang beside him, then silently activated the superhuman gene awakening panel. Energy points, 36, freely allocatable. Without hesitation, Qin Mo adhered to his usual distribution plan, allocating 4 points to each of the 8 attributes, followed by an additional point each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. The immense warmth rapidly permeated his entire being, and a flash of information flickered through his mind. Speed, 196, awakening skill, 35 times the speed of sound. It had been quite some time since his last speed awakening, probably over a week. This was a normal phenomenon. It had been mentioned long ago that as attributes progressed, the awakening threshold would increase, necessitating the accumulation of more energy points. The last time his base speed was 25 times the speed of sound, allowing him to soar beyond 8,500 meters per second. Now, however, his base speed had astonishingly reached 12,000 ms. As for his maximum burst speed, it was needless to say a terrifying 45 times the speed of sound, enabling him to appear 15,000 meters away in a mere second. What a frightful prospect! Such a terrifying velocity, coupled with Qin Mo's unparalleled microscopic vision, had elevated his reflexes to unimaginable heights. Furthermore, the energy points he had accumulated yesterday, after allocation, had enhanced his attributes, bestowing upon him formidable self-healing capabilities and extraordinary endurance beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Engaging in combat with such an opponent would undoubtedly be a nightmare of nightmares. Contemplating this, Qin Mo couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before becoming a true superhuman, he had already made remarkable progress. Moreover, time was still on his side. Since he obtained the superhuman gene awakening panel, not even 3 months had elapsed. Compared to other awakeners, Qin Mo felt as if he had soared in a rocket. The immense warmth rapidly dissipated like a tide, retreating to the unknown depths of his body. Every cell within Qin Mo was now infused with potent solar energy, a testament to his burgeoning power. At that moment, the air in the office suddenly rippled with concentric waves. Seconds later, Li Ming's figure materialized. He first bowed respectfully to Li Tiangang, who showed no inclination to engage, before turning his attention to Qin Mo and solemnly stating, "The operation this afternoon encountered a setback. We lost 2 S-level awakeners, both of the 2nd tier. The Xiao family of Jailing must have already sensed something amiss." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly as his super brain swiftly processed the information. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The Xiao family should have noticed something long ago. Their delayed reaction is considerably slower than I anticipated. However, the clues provided by Xiao may seem to have lost their efficacy, as the Xiao family has already taken precautions. The individuals that follow may prove to be rather elusive." Upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded in agreement, yet he soon spoke again. "I do possess some leads. This afternoon's operation revealed subtle signs that may allow us to trace the matter further. In that case, proceed as you see fit, but exercise utmost caution, as this could very well be a trap deliberately set by Xia Xian," Qin Mo advised. "Understood." Li Ming nodded once more, and then his figure gradually vanished, creating ripples in the air. The seemingly tranquil surface of the water appeared disrupted at that moment. A substantial chapter of 400 words has been completed. I shall refrain from posting my thoughts during the day. The written content will be shared after midnight to boost the battle power rankings. Brothers, if you have surplus monthly tickets, do cast your votes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 135. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole awaits. The following day, at 6 in the morning, Qin Mo opened his eyes punctually, his formidable biological clock endowing him with remarkable self-discipline. Despite having engaged in leisure activities with Li Tiangang until 2 in the morning, his energy remained unaffected. Qin Mo would never miss the summer morning sun. After rising, he prepared breakfast for himself, freshened up, and left his home by 6:30, heading towards the security bureau. Li Tiangang remained soundly asleep in his small bedroom, snoring thunderously. Yet, at the moment Qin Mo stepped outside, silence enveloped the room as his figure had already vanished from the bed. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to the capital. Having taken on the role of Qin Mo's protector, he understood the responsibilities that came with it. As the crimson sun ascended higher in the sky, The temperature in the capital began to rise correspondingly. Upon arriving at his office, Qin Mo, as usual, settled comfortably by the floor-to-ceiling window, absorbing the sun's energy while indulging in a moment of leisure. During this time, Li Tiangang, feeling rather restless, called him to swim outside. Qin Mo opted for the open-air pool he had previously visited with Su Yin, seeking to gather more light energy points. Thus, he continued until after 5 in the afternoon. A warm current surged quietly from his chest, prompting Qin Mo to focus his gaze ahead and activate the superhuman gene awakening panel. Vision, 197 hearing, 191 intelligence, 191 breath, 191 strength, 198 speed, 196 recovery, 191 defense, 194 light energy points, 36 available for allocation, observing the values of each attribute. A subtle smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips. It is essential to recognize that each light energy point holds immense significance, capable of enhancing physical attributes, albeit to a lesser degree than strengthening or awakening. Now, his vision has reached an impressive 197 points, and his thermal sight has become exceedingly potent, emitting a gaze that carries an alarming intensity and formidable destructive power. All other attributes have similarly advanced, not stagnant but progressing daily. Following the customary allocation scheme, which requires no further elaboration, Qin Mo first augmented each of the 8 attributes by 4 points, then allocated an additional point to his relatively weaker hearing, intellect, respiration. In recovery, a vast warmth coursed throughout his body, as if each cell were breathing autonomously. He felt invigorated and his strength surging. Power, 202, skill, super strength enhancement. Boom! An even greater surge of solar energy erupted forth from his body like a ferocious beast, rampaging within and emitting a wild roar. Power was the first attribute to breach the 200 mark, further amplified by skill enhancement, indicating that Qin Mo's strength had effectively doubled from its original state. Such immense, super strength could undoubtedly shatter a mountain with ease. However, this also imposed a considerable burden on Qin Mo's body. Without resilient bones and robust sinews, it would be impossible to withstand such a forceful impact. Fortunately, he had recently reinforced his iron physique, enabling him to bear this weight without a hint of discomfort. This exemplifies the advantage of comprehensive and balanced development. As Qin Mo felt the surging power traverse through his being, he could not help but narrow his eyes. A broad smile gracing his features, he slowly clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Such a subtle noise would typically go unnoticed in the ordinary course of life, but in the stillness of the office with only 2 individuals present, it was exceedingly pronounced. Not to mention, Li Tiangang, as an unrivaled figure beneath the heavens, possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Therefore, as the warmth within Qin Mo gradually dissipated, Li Tiangang raised his head, furrowing his brow in confusion as he gazed at Qin Mo. He was unaware of the existence of the awakened superhuman gene panel and could not perceive the fluctuations of power within Qin Mo. What are you grinning about, you fool? Li Tiangang inquired perplexa. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo paused, retracting his smile and arching an eyebrow. What's wrong with laughing? Can't I laugh? All right, Li Tiangang replied, though his tone bore an odd quality, tinged with a hint of mockery. In response, Qin Mo's brow furrowed once more, his expression darkening as he retorted, "You old fool. You're the one being foolish. Perhaps you caught a glimpse of your own reflection in the swimming pool today. A graceful lady is worth pursuing. This is called an appreciation of the arts. Do you understand, you bumpkin? Oh, and what exactly are you appreciating? Is that even a question?" Li Tiangang shrugged nonchalantly and declared, "I am simply relishing the burgeoning hormones of youthful maidens, as though you were oblivious to it." He coughed lightly, adding, "If you speak in such a manner, it loses its charm." Qin Mo's gaze wandered. "At your current age," Li Tiangang began, crossing his legs with a languid demeanor, poised to expound further, yet his words abruptly faltered. His body stiffened, and he turned to gaze out the window, furrowing his brow as an unusual expression crossed his face. It seemed as if a formidable genetic force was in flux. With a hint of skepticism, Li Tiangang remarked. He then withdrew his gaze, only to find that Qin Mo had vanished. The expansive office was now devoid of his presence. The only remnant of the earlier conversation was the open floor-to-ceiling window, through which a barely perceptible breeze wafted. The gentle zephyr brushed against Li Tiangang's cheek, darkening his countenance. Time rewinds to a quarter of an hour prior. In the Tianyun district, one of the 7 major sectors of the capital, 2 middle-aged men clad in blue work uniforms walk side by side toward the northern factory area of a gear processing plant. In contrast to the southern section, the northern area, being recently constructed, had yet to be fully equipped with hydraulic machinery, rendering the tasks somewhat less demanding. However, this also meant a scarcity of workers. Particularly at this hour, 5 o'clock, when the majority of the staff flocked to the employee cafeteria, the 2 men's actions appeared rather peculiar. Silently, they maintained a strong sense of purpose. Upon entering a 6-story office building, their pace slowed as they exchanged a cautious glance and a slight nod, their vigilance markedly heightened. They ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, turned right into the corridor, and walked to the end, stopping before the door of the innermost room. "You make the first move," the man on the right silently mouthed, leaning slightly forward as his hands gently pressed against the security door. His companion comprehended his unspoken words. Nodding subtly, his fingers deftly dancing as a gentle breeze was quietly drawn into his palm from all directions. The entire operation transpired in silence, devoid of any disturbance. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, and the captured breeze surged forth through his fingers, hurtling towards the security door. With a series of sharp sounds, the air whistled as if piercing through solid objects. The breeze transformed into a lethal arrow, seemingly invincible, penetrating the door and continuing its relentless assault towards the occupants within the room. In an instant, the confined space erupted into a tempest, swirling with countless blades of wind. Each gust of wind here could effortlessly sever the throat of a 3rd-tier awakened being. It is evident that the assailant is at least a 4th-tier wind element awakener. Thus, how could their companions possibly be weak? As the tempest surged, the security door transformed into a vivid crimson, the sturdy alloy succumbing to the terrifying heat and melting into a puddle in mere moments. Boom! A terrifying blaze erupted, and the fire elements in the atmosphere became extraordinarily agitated. As is often said, fire thrives on wind's might, and wind fuels fire's fury. These 2 elements are inherently harmonious, and in such circumstances, the situation spiraled out of control. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in flames, threatening to incinerate everything within. Clearly, this was an indiscriminate area attack executed by 2 4th-tier elemental awakeners in concert. The magnitude of their power was self-evident and required no further elaboration. 1,500 meters away, Li Ming observed this scene with an air of profound calmness. Through the window of the small house, he could distinctly see the 4th-tier awakener from the Xia family, concealed in the shadows, emit a wretched scream. Under the onslaught of wind and fire, he was utterly defenseless, destined to be reduced to a grotesque pile of bones. With his demise, yet another name would be erased from the list in his possession, propelling the Huangquan operation forward. However, Li Ming remained unhurried. He continued to conceal his presence, hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the unfolding drama, awaiting the appearance of the Xia family members. He recalled Qin Mo's admonition, acutely aware that this could very well be an intentional ambush set by the adversary. After all, the Xia descendants hiding in this gear machining factory were neither discovered by the Li family's investigations nor provided by Xia Mei's intelligence. This was a lead Li Ming had unearthed himself after the previous day's operation had gone awry, tracing the clues that led him here. He had previously asked Qingyang County to investigate the individual who perished in the flames, confirming he was indeed a member of the Xia family. Yet, Li Ming still sensed something amiss, which is why he refrained from immediate action. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. Approximately a minute later, the tempest gradually dissipated into nothingness, and the roaring flames receded into the void. The small office had been reduced to chaos, with the 2 elemental awakeners of the Li family standing at the doorway, quietly gazing at the charred corpse on the ground. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the relief in each other's eyes. The S-class awakener who commanded the fire element was the first to step inside, lowering his head and stating, "Once the sacred relic is extracted, we shall follow the predetermined retreat route." "Indeed, with the individual deceased, there should be no issues," another replied, moving to stand beside him. Subsequently, the 2 remained in place, patiently awaiting the extraction of the sacred relic. Before long, a palm-sized pocket sword gradually materialized beside the corpse. Witnessing this, the fire attribute awakener revealed a faint smile, bending down to extend his right hand toward the small sword. The distance between his fingers and the blade diminished steadily, seemingly on the verge of contact. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed in their ears, as the ceiling above them collapsed with a resounding crash. The reinforced concrete crumbled as if it were mere fragile paper, offering no resistance against the overwhelming force that shattered it. In an instant, debris erupted and dust filled the air. A towering figure appeared within the small office, and through the haze, it became evident that this person exceeded 2.5 meters in height, possessing a remarkably robust physique, a veritable colossus. The expressions of the two individuals from the Leaf family shifted drastically, as the air was charged with a chaotic amalgamation of wind and fire attributes. Visibly swirling in the atmosphere, the oppressive aura emanating from this imposing figure was profoundly overwhelming. At that moment, Xia Chongshan, confronted by these two fourth-tier S-class awakeners, exhibited no reaction, merely emitting a cold snort. The ant attempting to shake the tree, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. As soon as the words left his lips, the very fabric of the void seemed to freeze, and all elements fell into a profound silence. Regardless of how vigorously the two from the Leaf family attempted to summon their genetic powers, they could not muster even the slightest fraction of energy. This represented a staggering disparity in strength. A formidable suppressive force descended upon them, pinning them to the ground as if they were burdened by countless mountains. The terrifying pressure compelled their bodies to emit creaking sounds, their semi-divine forms unable to withstand the weight, as if they might shatter at any moment. Their faces paled in horror, filled with dread. They had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Merely observing this display made it abundantly clear that the opponent's strength must exceed the 6th tier. It is crucial to understand that at the S-class level, the gap between each tier is akin to a chasm between heaven and earth, let alone the fact that they were now facing a 3-tier disparity. Indeed, Xia Chongshan was not merely at the 6th tier. He was a genuine 7th-tier mimicry awakeners, embodying the essence of the mammoth. The two from the Leaf family found themselves ensnared in a life-or-death crisis. Yet, at this juncture, Li Ming remained inactive, observing Xia Chongshan from distance. His brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, "They are merely two 4th-tier awakeners. Is it necessary to deploy a 7th tier? Is this an excessive precaution? Or is there an ambush afoot?" Li Ming was at a loss. He could not quite grasp the rationale behind the situation. However, he possessed remarkable patience, or rather, an unparalleled confidence in his own strength. He could afford to wait a little longer. After all, the only objective was to rescue the person at the moment when they were ensnared beneath the towering figure of Xia Chongshan. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed and carefree. Thus, Li Ming continued to conceal himself within the air, observing the unfolding events in the distance. Suddenly, the atmosphere was pierced by a resonant trumpet-like sound, causing the entire machinery factory to tremble momentarily, shattering an unknown number of glass panes instantly. The diners in the restaurant instinctively covered their ears, writhing in agony on the ground. Such a singular sound had already wrought terror of this magnitude. This was a result of Xia Chongshan deliberately restraining his power. Otherwise, all living beings within a 10-kilometer radius would have succumbed to the force of that trumpet-like call. Even so, the destructive force was still profoundly terrifying. In the next moment, Xia Chongshan slowly lifted his right leg, his polished black shoe resembling a sharp sword poised to pierce the hearts of others. Remember to choose a good reincarnation in the next life. With his hands clasped behind his back, a flicker of disdain glimmered in his eyes. He then delivered a direct kick towards the heads of the two individuals. There was no doubt that upon impact, two magnificent blossoms of crimson would erupt in midair. Yet, within the confines of the small office, the air suddenly rippled with concentric waves. The tranquil surface was disrupted, and an undercurrent surged forth. Li Ming materialized out of thin air, similarly with hands folded behind him, raising his foot to place the tip just beneath Xia Chongshan's polished shoe. Though his frail and delicate form belied it, he harbored an immense power capable of upheaving mountains and seas. Standing there, he resembled an unyielding pillar, steadfast and immovable. Xia Chongshan could not advance. Even though he was an embodiment of a mammoth, possessing tremendous strength, it paled in comparison before an 8th-tier opponent. Li Ming slightly raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he regarded him, whispering softly, "Remember to choose a good reincarnation in the next life." He had audaciously returned the very words spoken earlier, and just as those words left his lips, the stilled void resumed its tumultuous motion. A vortex materialized like a specter behind Xia Chongshan's head. The vortex spun slowly, emanating an exceedingly perilous aura, swiftly approaching his head. A profound sense of impending doom crashed upon Xia Chongshan like relentless waves on a stormy night, urging him to evade. However, Xia Chongshan appeared oblivious, even managing to twist his lips into a sinister grin. For the first time, his hands, which had been clasped behind his back, moved to his sides, forearms parallel to the ground, fingers splayed like a tiger's claws. "I'm waiting for you," Xia Chongshan declared. Li Ming furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. As a reaction unfolded, a potent surge of genetic power suddenly emanated, causing the walls of the small office to shatter into countless tiny fragments. With a thunderous roar, Xia Chongshan unleashed the fleeting phantom of a mammoth, his fingers clenched into tight fists, striking directly at Li Ming's face. The overwhelming force of suppression descended upon Li Ming, momentarily halting him. For a being of the 7th tier to restrain one of the 8th tier for even a fraction of a second was a remarkable feat. A vortex crashed heavily against the back of Xia Chongshan's head, and with a crack, his demigod form shattered, revealing a resplendent blood-red rose before him. Xia Chongshan was instantly grievously wounded, his life hanging by a thread. However, his mission had been accomplished, and the ensuing events were no longer of his concern. Boom! Just as the suppressive force bore down on Li Ming, causing his momentary pause, a tremendous explosion erupted from a factory tower 3 kilometers away, resonating like thunder on the ground, shaking the very soul. A silver-white bullet, the size of a thumb and as long as a forefinger, left the tower and swiftly traversed the distance, striking precisely at Li Ming's right flank. The 8th-tier demigod body failed to perform its expected role, as the silver bullet met no resistance whatsoever. Li Ming let out a muffled grunt, his expression shifting dramatically. The vast genetic power within him was rapidly diminishing, as if a lock had been forcibly applied. "A rare, or," he exclaimed, quickly extending his hand to channel the dwindling genetic energy to extract the bullet embedded in his abdomen, casting it down from the remnants of the crumbling wall beside him. This was no ordinary sniper bullet. It was a secret mineral bullet crafted from high-purity rare ore. The function of the mineral was well known, capable of stifling the powerful genes within awakened beings, rendering them temporarily powerless. This was nearly fatal for those awakened. Fortunately, the supply of such minerals was exceedingly rare, and their processing was laborious, with high purity or yielding less than a gram from 10 kilograms. Thus, their circulation in the market was minimal, primarily mixed in with handcuffs for use in prisons. Who could have anticipated that the Xia family of Gao Ling possessed such high-purity mineral bullets? Heaven knows where they acquired such an abundance of resources. Li Ming could not afford to ponder these matters. His genetic power had dwindled to nearly nothing, placing him in the gravest of peril. What he had initially thought to be a scenario of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow poised to strike, now revealed him to be merely the mantis. The 4th-tier victim, burned alive in the small office without resistance, was not the bait. Xia Chongshan was the true lure. Selecting a 7th-tier individual as bait, Li Ming found himself pondering whether to commend the Xia family's wealth or to criticize their audacity. Regardless, the heavy lure had indeed caught a significant fish. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, his expression gravely serious, filled with vigilance as he focused intently ahead. He slowly clenched his fists, fully prepared for a fierce battle. He understood that the Xia family's net was only just beginning to close around him. As this thought flickered through his mind, an elderly man with white hair and a face etched with wrinkles suddenly appeared before Li Ming. The visitor was none other than Xia Dongfang. Stooping slightly, with a faint smile gracing his lips, Xia Dongfang regarded Li Ming and slowly spoke. "I wonder what manner of demise you wish to choose." "Ha, old fool. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Li Ming scoffed, stepping forward to shield the 2 4th-tier members of the Li family behind him. He declared, "Who lives and who dies today is yet to be determined. Before the last syllable left his lips, Li Ming's figure vanished instantaneously, disappearing into the void. Simultaneously, ripples began to undulate in all directions around Xia Dongfang, as dozens of whirlpools materialized, enveloping every conceivable angle of his presence. In the next moment, these whirlpools flickered simultaneously, reminiscent of flying blades, encircling him from all sides. Li Ming unleashed his full strength, leaving nothing in reserve. However, Xia Dongfang exhibited no signs of concern or movement. He remained still, with only the cuffs of his sleeves and the edges of his garments swaying gently in the breeze. As the whirlpools closed in, a smirk of deep scorn crept across Xia Dongfang's face. With a mere thought, two colossal wings of the rock manifested, each spanning 3 zhang in length, exuding an overwhelming pressure that blotted out the sun. As the wings unfurled, all the whirlpools dissipated into nothingness, causing no harm whatsoever to him. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Although both were 8th tier, Xia Dongfang's experience was far greater, his years richer, and his power more formidable. Furthermore, Li Ming was hindered by specially crafted sniper bullets from the secret mine, which suppressed his genetic abilities. This confrontation seemed to have lost all suspense. After shattering the void of the whirlpools, Xia Dongfang made no pause. With a gentle flap of his wings, he vanished, bursting forth at an incredible speed to a high altitude. Thereafter, he executed a powerful kick into the air. The tremendous force generated a sonic boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Along with this assault came Li Ming, concealed in the heights, who was forcibly revealed and struck, his 8th tier semi-divine body breached. With a cough, black blood spewed from Li Ming before he even touched the ground. He resembled a cannonball, forcefully plummeting to the ground, creating a significant crater. Xia Dongfang stood in the air, slightly bowing his head, his piercing gaze fixated upon him, the mockery at the corner of his mouth intensifying. No one can obstruct the path of the Xia clan, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, with a powerful flap of his wings, Xia Dongfang dove towards the deep pit created below. It was a classic case of striking while the iron is hot. Clearly, Xia Dongfang had no interest in listening to Li Ming's final words. He wished to linger no longer in this place. With this strike, Li Ming would be reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, lying at the bottom of the pit, drenched in blood, Li Ming's lips slowly curled into a tragic smile. I never imagined I would die in such a suffocating manner. He gently shook his head and exhaled a breath of despair, a hint of regret seeping into his heart. He had thought himself sufficiently cautious, believing he had seen through all of the opponent's ambushes, only to realize he was merely standing on the 2nd tier. Comprehending the first layer alone, the Xia clan's scheming was profound, operating from an elevated 3rd tier, executing a counterlogical trap. Who could have anticipated such a twist? Perhaps the Marquis of Guanyi could have. Li Ming whispered softly, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. He relaxed every muscle in his body, staring unwaveringly at the sky, at Xia Dongfang, who was diving towards him. He understood that he would meet his demise under this strike. However, fortunately, he had prepared himself to accept death with composure. The figure of Xia Dongfang grew increasingly distinct within his vision, those vast wings blocking out the sun, threatening to engulf his entire gaze. Yet at that moment, a vibrant flash of red intruded upon his sight with an audacious force. Sizzle. 2 beams of searing heat descended from above, piercing through the great wings. The familiar crimson light swiftly filled Li Ming's eyes, as above, at an even greater altitude than Xia Dongfang, stood Qin Mo, hands clasped behind his back. A lengthy chapter of 7,000 words was set to unfold today, with another 23 chapters to follow, each exceeding 5,000 words. Since the decision had been made to ascend the combat strength rankings, a formidable approach was necessary. By the way, if anyone has extra monthly votes, please cast them. I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 136, Total Domination, Pillar of Heaven. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the air. The terrifying heat inflicted immense damage upon Xia Dongfang, leaving 2 ghastly charred holes at the base of his wings. His demigod physique appeared as fragile as gossamer, delicate as paper. Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground reverberated. Xia Dongfang fell violently, his momentum unabated, dragging his massive form across the earth, carving a long trench as he smashed through 3 towering buildings before finally dissipating the colossal impact. In an instant, dust and debris erupted into the air. Cough, cough. With each cough from Xia Dongfang, flecks of blood splattered across his chest. Just moments ago, two abrupt rays of intense heat had grievously wounded his internal organs, inflicting significant damage. He felt as though a furnace was igniting within him, flames licking at his insides, a fierce blaze that refused to relent. The dire state of his body cast a heavy pall over his heart, and his complexion grew increasingly ghastly. To be frank, Xia Dongfang was utterly bewildered. He had yet to comprehend what had transpired moments prior. Qin Mo's attack had come with such ferocity and suddenness that he had been granted no time to react. As he charged forth, two crimson beams of light had suddenly illuminated the sky. The turn of events had unfolded far too swiftly. However, such matters were of little consequence now. Xia Dongfang's singular focus was to escape with his life, though he had not yet discerned the identity of his assailant. The severity of his injuries indicated that his opponent was at the very least a top-tier 8th-level awakener. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. A fully energized peak 8th-level awakener, combined with a severely wounded 8th-level Li Ming, clearly possessed greater overall strength than he did. Moreover, the specialized sniper bullets, crafted from the secret mine, had long since been expelled from Li Ming's body. The power of the secret mine would diminish over time, its suppression of his genes waning steadily. As the saying goes, while one rises, another falls. Li Ming's strength would gradually recover. In a 2-to-1 confrontation, the advantage was evidently not on his side. This fishing plan had, from this moment, utterly failed. Xia Dongfang's expression darkened further, while a formidable aura began to emanate from his slight frame. A strand of exquisite gold quietly crept up to his brow, swiftly splitting into two, each weaving into his wings. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance surged forth like a wild steed breaking free. As it spread outward from his grand wings with astonishing speed, each feather transformed into gold, gleaming with a sharp, chilling light, exuding an aura of terror. Boom! With a powerful flap of his wings, the debris that had settled upon him was instantly blasted away, scattering like petals in the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Dongfang took flight to escape. His feet struck the ground, generating immense force that caused a vast depression, intricate cracks spreading like a spider's web. Waves of energy surged forth, accompanied by a deafening roar. In that moment, a golden silhouette darted through the air, racing toward the distance. The sonic boom resonating as if it could shatter eardrums. When it comes to fleeing, Xia Dongfang was a master. He prided himself on being second to none in his realm. After all, the golden winged rock in ancient mythology was renowned for its unparalleled speed. He now exerted the full force of the genetic power within him, swiftly elevating his speed to the utmost limit achievable in the present day, darting 5 kilometers in the blink of an eye. A sigh of relief escaped Xia Dongfang's heart, allowing him a moment of relaxation. However, at that very instant, a shadow materialized before him, almost ghostly in its appearance. Xia Dongfang was struck with confusion. Instinctively, he reacted, his mind engulfed in bewilderment. He could not fathom why, at such a critical moment, a person would suddenly appear before him. Unfortunately, Qin Mo had no intention of clarifying his puzzlement. Indeed, Xia Dongfang's speed was the fastest he had ever witnessed, yet in comparison to Qin Mo, it was still painfully slow. To Qin Mo, every movement appeared to unfold in slow motion. The disparity in their strength required no further elaboration. Qin Mo arrived first, suspended in midair, his calm gaze fixed intently upon him. He then raised his right arm, his fingers gradually curling into a fist, each cell awakening from slumber and igniting with fervor. The surging power was perfectly condensed within Qin Mo's being, not a trace escaping. Yet, Xia Dongfang sensed something amiss. A potent premonition of death surged into his consciousness. With no time for extensive contemplation, he instinctively executed a retreat, attempting to evade the looming figure before him. Alas, it was far too late. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his right arm sliced through the air with lightning speed, delivering a devastating blow to Xia Dongfang's head. Boom! A resounding sonic blast erupted in the atmosphere. Xia Dongfang was propelled backward at a speed surpassing his previous, crashing back to the ground, his body drenched in blood, resembling a figure of pure crimson. That single punch had utterly shattered his demigod form. Simultaneously, most of the bones within Xia Dongfang had completely fractured, his veins rupturing, blood seeping relentlessly from his pores. He lay on the ground in an oddly contorted position. The magnificent wings of the rock that once adorned his back now vanished without a trace. Huh. Xia Dongfang struggled to draw breath from the tainted air, clearly expiring more than he inhaled. A significant portion of his life force had already ebbed away. The flickering candle of his existence growing ever dimmer, on the verge of extinguishment. In summary, although he was not yet dead, his demise was imminent. Such was the terrifying power unleashed by a mere punch. This was the essence of super strength stage 6. As time progressed, the might only intensified. The world fell into a profound silence, the dim sunlight bathing Qin Mo, elongating his shadow infinitely. Standing in midair, he resembled an invincible war god, exuding an extraordinary aura. Li Ming, who lay at the bottom of the pit, was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his blood-stained lips twitching involuntarily. If not for the excruciating pain radiating from his body, he might have thought it was all a mere illusion. He could hardly believe his eyes, yet he was compelled to accept the reality. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, and the tides of battle had drastically shifted. Xia Dongfang, an S-class metamorphic awakener of the 8th tier, wielded formidable power, even capable of overpowering Li Ming. Yet, under Qin Mo's hand, he fell in just a single move. To be precise, it was a unilateral crushing by Qin Mo. The ease with which he dispatched an 8th tier awakener led Li Ming to an astonishing conclusion. Qin Mo had undoubtedly ascended to the 9th tier. How could this be possible? He was baffled. Li Tiangang, equally perplexed, had closely followed Qin Mo to this location and witnessed everything unfold. The decisive and swift manner in which Qin Mo struck exhibited an extreme aesthetic of violence that left him momentarily stunned. This young man, just days prior, had seemed to be an 8th tier awakener, hadn't he? Li Tiangang murmured, his words tinged with uncertainty, for he was not entirely convinced. After all, who could ascend from the 8th to the 9th tier in just 5 or 6 days? It would take a rocket to achieve such speed. Deep down, Li Tiangang could hardly believe it. Yet, reflecting on Qin Mo's illustrious history, it appeared he frequently accomplished such feats. For most awakeners, breaking through in 4 or 5 days was akin to a fantasy, but for Qin Mo, it was merely routine. With this thought, Li Tiangang instinctively raised his arm and scratched the back of his head. The events of the day were simply too bizarre. Qin Mo had shattered all his preconceived notions, akin to a resounding slap that jolted him awake. He was uncertain whether he had merely lain in the coffin for too long, or if it was only Qin Mo who was capable of such feats. In any case, to sum it up succinctly, Qin Mo was an unequivocal anomaly. Damn it! How could this kid possibly achieve in a day what others might need a year to accomplish? Am I that fool? Li Tiangang suddenly shuddered, roused from his astonishment, and cursed inwardly. Then, with a flicker, he vanished from his spot. When Li Tiangang reappeared, he stood before Xia Dongfang, with Qin Mo standing nonchalantly beside him. If I am not mistaken, this old fellow should be Xia Dongfang, who oversees the elder council of the Xia clan in jailing, thought Qin Mo, slightly furrowing his brow. His voice resonated clearly in Xia Dongfang's ears, causing his heavy eyelids to flutter slightly. Whether this old fellow was indeed Xia Dongfang or not, it would be best to eliminate him without hesitation, Li Tiangang remarked. In response, Qin Mo slowly shook his head, refuting the notion. That won't do. This old man still holds great value. Why else would I deliberately spare his life? What? Li Tiangang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You actually held back just now? Qin Mo turned to him, astonished, and questioned, why the sudden outburst? Is it so extraordinary that I chose to restrain my strength? Li Tiangang and Li Ming exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Particularly for Li Ming, who had exerted great effort to arrive here in his weakened state. It was a bitter surprise to hear such heart-wrenching words. Just days ago, he had been able to dominate Qin Mo, occupying an absolute high ground in terms of strength. But who could have foreseen such a shift in fortunes merely days later? Qin Mo had ascended to the 9th tier, declaring this remarkable achievement to the world with the blood of Xia Dongfang. A prodigious, unparalleled genius had emerged. Enough of this dawdling. Let's take him back, Qin Mo commanded. He then retrieved his phone and called the security bureau, requesting assistance to manage the situation here. The majority of the gear processing plant had been reduced to ruins, and many individuals had sustained minor injuries from the sound blasts and shockwaves. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. This exemplified the helplessness of ordinary people. The mere residual effects of the battle were sufficient to easily snatch away their lives. Tragically, they possessed no means of resistance, left with nothing but the grim wait for death. Faced with danger, they were utterly powerless. This was precisely why, despite Qin Mo's seemingly satisfactory circumstances, he relentlessly sought to grow stronger, to acquire greater protective power. His desires were simple. He longed for the ability to choose when confronting injustice and death. If the choices available were unsatisfactory, then Qin Mo would resolutely declare aloud no to such options with the strength at his disposal. Fate should always be grasped firmly in one's own hands. Qin Mo understood this profound truth well. The personnel from a security bureau arrived swiftly with the Li siblings, Li Mo and Li Yuan, collaborating to address the matter. Given the Li family's influence, they would undoubtedly handle the situation with meticulous care, avoiding any unforeseen consequences. As for Qin Mo and his two companions, they split into two groups. Li Ming took it upon himself to escort the barely conscious Xia Dongfang back to the security bureau, securing him in a holding cell on the basement level. Though he was not in peak condition and had sustained significant injuries, it mattered little. After all, Xia Dongfang was in a far worse state, having completely lost all capacity for resistance, ensuring that there would be no unexpected antics on the way back. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and Li Tiangang swiftly made their way to their favorite barbecue stall in Lingyun District. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, the prime time for dining, and they certainly would not let such an important occasion slip by. The smoke from the charcoal grill wafted into the air, mingling with the gentle breeze and filling their nostrils with the most genuine essence of the mortal world. Qin Mo closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture gracing his features. Summer barbecues and winter hot pots are among the finest delicacies of this earthly realm, and one must not miss out on them, he remarked with a smile. At this, Li Tiangang, somewhat absent-minded, nodded in acknowledgement. Leaning forward slightly, his curiosity piqued, he whispered, by the way, "Which type of awakener did you claim to be?" "The mimetic system," Qin Mo replied with unwavering composure. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "The mimetic system? That shouldn't be possible. Can the mimetic system really emit high-temperature rays from the eyes? What exactly are you simulating? Old man, do you really think I can share that with you?" Qin Mo retorted with a hint of annoyance. Before Li Tiangang could respond, he continued, "Furthermore, why can't the mimetic system emit high-temperature rays? It's merely that you haven't witnessed it before. Is that so?" Li Tiangang found himself questioning his own understanding. Within the confines of his limited knowledge, he could not fathom what simulation could enable one's eyes to unleash such terrifying heat. It surpassed even that of those awakened to fire elements, yet it bore no relation to fire elements, presenting a fundamental difference. When Qin Mo emitted the high-temperature rays, Li Tiangang could unequivocally ascertain that the fire elements permeating the world did not react in the slightest, remaining entirely unconnected. The power resided within oneself, a characteristic inherent to most mimetic system awakeners. Yet, this was rather absurd. Li Tiangang felt as though he had emerged from a secluded forest after centuries, only to find a world had undergone radical transformations. It was akin to a rustic bumpkin entering the city. However, this was not a matter of great concern. Given Qin Mo's remarkable growth rate, formidable strength, and extraordinary talent, it was likely he would ascend to the rank of king within 6 months, and Li Tiangang would undoubtedly be left astonished multiple times thereafter. As perceptions were continually shattered, one gradually acclimatized and became desensitized. For now, Li Tiangang could only use this reasoning to console himself. Of course, whether it was true consolation or mere numbness was a question only he could answer. Observing Li Tiangang's ever-shifting expressions, sometimes sorrowful, sometimes foolishly cheerful, Qin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, instinctively pulling his chair back a bit. Could this fellow have succumbed to senility? He mused inwardly, while simultaneously waving his hand in front of Li Tiangang's face. Li Tiangang paused, looking up at Qin Mo in astonishment, and asked vacantly, "What are you trying to do?" Coughing awkwardly, Qin Mo replied, "Ah, it seems you're not senile after all. Never mind, let us just enjoy the skewers." He smiled sheepishly, shifting the topic. Li Tiangang felt a multitude of dark lines creeping across his forehead, causing him to involuntarily clench his fists. To be honest, he harbored an overwhelming desire to deliver a good beating to Qin Mo. However, upon further reflection, he ultimately abandoned this thought. This young man was cunning and vindictive. Should Li Tiangang strike him now, he feared that Qin Mo would bide his time, only to retaliate 6 months later upon his ascension to the rank of king. Furthermore, the retribution could be magnified 100-fold. A chill ran down Li Tiangong's spine as he swallowed hard, his gaze towards Qin Mo growing increasingly vigilant. No, absolutely not. He could not allow this remaining year of his life to be marred by this brat. He silently admonished himself, reluctantly relaxing his clenched fists and shaking out his fingers. At that moment, Qin Mo suddenly inquired, "What are you mumbling about over there?" "Me? Ha ha ha. Nothing at all," Li Tiangang replied with a hearty laugh. Observing this, Qin Mo sensed something was amiss and probed further. "Really?" "Indeed, really," Li Tiangang asserted with a serious tone. "Well then, let us eat quickly. We still have to interrogate that old scoundrel, Xia Dongfang," Qin Mo urged. In another part of the city, at the Xia family manor in the Upper Cloud district, Xia Xian stood at the window of the castle's top floor, his hands resting on the sill, his expression as dark as a deep pool of water. His mood was exceedingly poor, having just received devastating news. Xia Dongfang was dead. Although no body had been found at the scene, whether captured or deceased, it made little difference to the Xia family. They had reached the most perilous point since their rise to power, and their current situation was dire. The death of Xia Lin was something the family could endure. The demise of Xia Mei and Xia Jiuchuan also fell within tolerable limits. However, the death of Xia Dongfang was utterly unacceptable, not to mention the secrets he held regarding the Gao Ling Xia family. His status as a peak 8th tier awakened was an immense loss. His position was not that of an ordinary member like Xia Jiuchuan. He was the second in command of the Elder Council, just below the Patriarch. In essence, Xia Dongfang was akin to the left and right arms of the Patriarch. Now, one of those arms had been severed by hostile forces. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. My meticulously crafted plan has been thoroughly exposed by the adversary. Xia Xian's fingers dug into the window's sill, leaving 10 deep grooves, his narrowed eyes emanating a dangerous aura, resembling a powder keg primed to explode. This time, the scheme had been completely crushed, with no connection to any traitor within. Ultimately, the entire scheme was collaboratively devised and executed by him and Xia Dongfang. For the sake of confidentiality, the awakened individual who perished in the small office, as well as the later appearance of Xia Chongshan, remained oblivious to the fact that they were mere bait. Unless the traitor emerged from either himself or Xia Dongfang, there was no possibility of any leak. Xia Xian had never encountered such profound feelings of defeat. The Qingyang Li clan, a mysterious force, had unexpectedly mobilized a 9th-tier awakened being, indicating a significant investment on their part. He murmured softly to himself. Simultaneously, Xia Xian swiftly composed himself, compelling his thoughts to remain placid, thereby enabling a clearer analysis of the current situation and preventing any errors stemming from emotional fluctuations. At this juncture, whether the mysterious force had any connections to the Li clan was of no concern to him. The emergence of a 9th-tier S-class awakened being was akin to a colossal elephant appearing amongst a swarm of ants. All strategic maneuvers and plans would lose their efficacy. The Heavenly King rarely revealed his divine presence. Thus, the 9th tier was synonymous with invincibility. Only awakened beings of the same tier could contend with such power. However, this precisely represented the vulnerability of the Gao Ling Xia clan. Their rise had occurred within the last century, and it was not inaccurate for the 5 great families to label them as nouveau riche. In terms of ancestral heritage, the Xia clan possessed none. The overall strength of the family, whether in peak combat power or core forces, was vastly inferior to that of the 5 great families. The Xia clan possessed only one 9th-tier S-class awakened being, and that individual was none other than Xia Xin himself. He had already been exposed to the public eye, unaware of how many scrutinizing gazes were directed towards him. Most of the time, he could not act personally. This meant that the Xia clan could no longer engage in a contest of strength with their adversaries. The previously established assassination plans would seemingly have to be temporarily halted. Xia Xian furrowed his brow and mused inwardly. Moreover, the Gao Ling Xia clan's influence in the imperial capital needed to retract swiftly, even considering an overnight evacuation from the city. Remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Escape from such a fate was inevitable. Whatever could be preserved would have to be saved. Xia Xian sighed heavily, his words laden with resignation. Subsequently, he maneuvered his corpulent form and swiftly issued a series of commands. Following this, Xia Xian ventured alone into the depths of the ancient castle. Confining himself within a secret chamber, he solemnly retrieved his phone and dialed a clandestine number etched in his memory. The cold, mechanical, electronic, synthesized voice echoed in his ears, a relentless reminder of urgency. 10 seconds slipped by quietly, yet the call remained unanswered. Nevertheless, Xia Xian exhibited no signs of impatience. He was aware that the signal across the border had consistently been poor. Thus, he waited for nearly a minute. As the phone was on the verge of disconnecting due to a lack of response, a deep, indifferent voice suddenly resonated. "What has transpired in the capital?" Zaya Zhu inquired as he opened the conversation. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian immediately straightened his posture and respectfully replied, "General, we have encountered some troubles that I am unsure how to manage. I kindly request your guidance." "Oh, it appears this predicament is rather significant," Zaya Zhu responded slowly. He was well aware of Xia Xian's exceptional capabilities. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have made this call. For instance, when Xia Jiuquan met his demise, he had not communicated with Zaya Zhu. Yet the situation was now different. He needed Zaya Zhu to make decisive choices regarding the subsequent plans. Xia Xian then succinctly recounted the death of Xia Dongfang, the failure of the fishing plan, and a series of other events. Once he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The voice from the other end of the line was absent for an extended period, leaving only an eternal stillness. Clearly, this distressing news was a profound shock to him, requiring time for contemplation. Xia Dongfang's death was unimaginable. He had been gone for merely half a month, and such a drastic upheaval had occurred in the capital. This was no minor affair. A ninth-tier awakened one had already entered the fray. It could be said that this move had completely disrupted the future strategies of the High Ridge Xia family, necessitating a complete overhaul. To be frank, Zaya Zhu felt somewhat bewildered. However, being a person accustomed to grand scenes and possessing an extraordinary temperament and talent, he quickly regained his composure. He furrowed his brow, contemplating various strategies to address the situation. He did not cast blame upon Xia Xian. In such moments, faulting others would yield nothing but wasted time. After a lengthy pause, the peculiar atmosphere in the room was suddenly shattered. Zaya Zhu's indifferent voice emerged slowly. "You have acted wisely. It is indeed prudent to withdraw all of Xia's forces. Let us temporarily halt all ongoing plans and wait for the storm to pass before proceeding cautiously. I will expedite matters concerning the borders. You must exercise patience in the capital and maintain a low profile for the time being." "Understood," Xia Xian replied in a low voice. "Do not rush. Since there are issues, we must find solutions. One must remain composed in the face of adversity. That is the demeanor befitting a leader," Zaya Zhu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian immediately committed it to memory, his expression growing increasingly respectful as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, General. I shall remember your words. Rest assured, the century-long plans of the Xia family will not be relinquished so easily. As long as I am here, the Xia family will not falter." Each word was pronounced with conviction. Although Xia Xian had not met Zaya Zhu in person, he still sensed an unparalleled aura emanating from those statements, an unmistakable confidence and extraordinary dominance. Just as he asserted, as long as Zaya Zhu remained with the High Ridge Xia family, there would be no insurmountable challenges. The character Xia of the Xia family refers to the Xia ancestor. The call was abruptly terminated, yet Xia Xian maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. At that moment, he had regained his composure, shedding any trace of gloom. With purposeful strides, Xia Xian exited the secret chamber, a faint smile gracing his features, as if he had not received the news of Xia Dongfang's demise at all. Chapter 137. A few days later evening, 7 o'clock. In the basement of the security bureau, the corridor was illuminated by bright incandescent lights, resembling a multitude of wide-open eyes observing every individual who passed through. At the far end of the hallway, Xia Mei wore an expression of peculiar intrigue as she gazed at Xia Dongfang in the adjacent detention room. Sitting in her chair, she brushed aside her bangs and gradually suppressed the shock that lingered in her eyes. Truth be told, Xia Mei had never anticipated encountering Xia Dongfang again in such a place. This revelation astonished her, yet a deeper sentiment of sorrow permeated her heart. The Xia family of Gaoling was evidently on the brink of collapse. The second in command of the Elders' Council had become a prisoner to others. The implications were all too clear. However, for her present circumstances, it would be best if the Xia family were to swiftly fall. As long as the Xia family endured, she had no hope of survival. Yet, should the Xia family completely crumble, perhaps she might still have a chance at life. Contemplating this, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Xia Mei's mouth. Her gaze towards Xia Dongfang infused with palpable urgency. Suddenly, the main door of the first floor creaked open. Qin Mo and Li Tiangang entered side by side, casting a brief glance at Xia Mei before redirecting their attention and approaching Xia Dongfang's detention room. Their subdued gazes fell upon his bloodied visage. With great effort, Xia Dongfang lifted his swollen eyelids, his blurred vision settling upon Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. As their ethereal silhouettes gradually solidified, their features became discernible. Though he did not recognize Li Tiangang, he immediately identified Qin Mo. In that instant, a tumult of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind, and the myriad of questions in his heart found resolution. After a brief silence, Xia Dongfang slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing his bloodied teeth in a faint smile. I never imagined I would fall into the hands of the Qingyang Li family. What is this? Have you already prepared a resting place for yourself? Qin Mo asked calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing his words, Xia Dongfang raised his eyelids further, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. Straining to muster the remnants of his strength, he unsteadily lifted his arm, his trembling fingers pointing toward Qin Mo. You are not yet worthy to converse with me, even if you bring in a core member of the Li family. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the first floor. Li Tiangang, standing beside him, turned to look at Qin Mo with an expression of astonishment, his face reflecting a peculiar blend of emotions, eyes glimmering with intrigue. It is evident that Xia Dongfang remains oblivious to Qin Mo's true identity and formidable prowess. The skirmish that transpired this evening was remarkably brief, characterized by Qin Mo's unilateral dominance, leaving Xia Dongfang in a state of desolation. In the moment of his unconsciousness, he was unable to discern the identity of his assailant. Now, upon awakening and confronting Qin Mo, he realizes that he had fallen into a trap laid by the Qingyang Li family. However, what relevance does this bear on Qin Mo? In Xia Dongfang's perception, Qin Mo has always been a fixed entity, a mere puppet endowed with minimal talent. Thrust into the limelight by the Qingyang Li family in a futile attempt to claim a status that does not rightfully belong to him. A mere clown, utterly unaware of his limitations. This is the assessment Xia Dongfang has held of Qin Mo, never deeming him worthy of consideration. An S-class awakener of the third tier possesses no merit to command his attention. Thus, even in this dire moment, he continues to utter such arrogant remarks. Alas, arrogance has never borne fruit. Qin Mo remained unfazed, his inner tranquility unperturbed by the words of a dying man, to whom he extends both respect and disregard. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, shattering the eerie atmosphere of the cell. With your current state, what leads you to believe you are entitled to converse with a core member of the Li family? That is rather presumptuous, is it not? Ants will forever be ants. There exist unwritten rules among noble families. What place do you hold? Xia Dongfang lifted his head slightly, his bloodied and murky eyes glinting with disdain. Even reduced to a prisoner, he maintained the dignity of the Xia family, a source of his confidence. Yet, upon hearing Qin Mo's words, a faint smile graced the latter's face. He murmured softly, "When did the great Qin Empire transform into the 6 prominent families? How is it that I am unaware of this?" A simple phrase rendered Xia Dongfang's haughty expression momentarily frozen. His already feeble breaths quickened, his gaze flickering with a mix of illumination and obscurity, tinged with a sense of exasperation. The great Qin Empire does not comprise 6 prominent families. The implication is clear that although the Xia family is a top-tier clan, it does not measure up. With just a single sentence, Qin Mo dismantled Xia Dongfang's defenses, This brief exchange culminated in Qin Mo's unequivocal victory, plunging Xia Dongfang back into silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "There is no need to waste your effort. I will divulge nothing. The ascendance of the Xia family is unstoppable. Merely the charge of treason is sufficient to cast your family into an abyss from which there is no return." Qin Mo replied with a smile. At these words, Xia Dongfang's body jolted. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze filled with shock and incredulity. Yet, the old man remained resolute, swiftly adjusting his mindset without revealing any semblance of defeat before the two. Instead, a smirk crept upon his lips. Betrayal? Ha! A farce indeed. The Xia family has unwavering loyalty to the Qin Empire, a truth as evident as the heavens themselves. The 5 great families seeking to tarnish our reputation are displaying an exceedingly unseemly demeanor. Tarnish you? You old fool. Does the Xia family even deserve such attention? Li Tiangang scoffed, his voice cutting through the air. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Xia Dongfang's face. He did not retort, but instead inquired slowly, "If it is not slander, then present your evidence." "You seek evidence? Very well, I shall provide it." Qin Mo shifted his stance, revealing Xia Mei, who had been hidden behind him. In that instant, the calmness on Xia Dongfang's face faltered. Xia Mei was alive, considering the recent losses suffered by the Xia family. With numerous S-class awakeners turning to dust, Xia Dongfang grasped the entirety of the situation. The identity of the traitor seemed all too clear now. With both witness and evidence at hand, the jailing Xia family could not escape their fate. Xia Zhu aspired to dismantle a millennium of class dominance, aiming to become the 6th noble lord, a notion the 5 families would never endorse, nor would the 280 innocent lives lost aboard the Morning Bell train. This noble lordship was beyond his reach. Qin Mo spoke slowly, his demeanor tranquil, yet beneath that calm lay an unshakable resolve. He yearned not only to reclaim what was rightfully his, but also to cast the jailing Xia family into irretrievable ruin. Xia Dongfang hunched over, the earlier vigor dissipating. His mind raced with countless possibilities, his gaze inscrutable, tinged with a silent malice. He uttered not a word. Yet at that moment, a faint surge of genetic power suddenly surged towards his heart. Xia Dongfang was no fool. He understood that a mere Xia Mei could not dismantle the jailing Xia family. However, with him as a witness, the situation would turn dire. Thus, he resolved to end his own life. Unfortunately, attempting suicide in the presence of a peak 9th-tier S-class awakener was nothing short of delusional. With merely a glance, Li Tiangang rendered him motionless, extinguishing every ounce of genetic power within him. "Do not rush to your demise. Wait for Xia Zhu to join you," Qin Mo remarked with a smile. He then turned and departed without hesitation, followed closely by Li Tiangang. As for the security within the monitoring room, there was no cause for concern. Li Ming had been concealed in the air, silently observing the two. Evening, 7:30. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Qin Mo chose not to return to Guanghong Street, but instead ascended to the top-floor office via the elevator. He then retrieved his phone and scrolled to a number with only a single call record. "This is Li Mai's number." Without much hesitation, Qin Mo pressed the dial button. A series of beeps echoed before quickly fading away, and the call was answered, revealing a voice tinged with a hint of weariness. "Yes, this is Li Mai. I trust that Li Ming has already briefed you on the matters concerning the capital?" Qin Mo stated directly. Upon hearing this, Li Mai nodded slowly, acknowledging the situation. "Your swift ascent to the 9th tier has indeed taken me by surprise. Whatever you require at this juncture, do not hesitate to ask. The Qingyang Li family will exert every effort to assist you. The Huangquan operation has lingered for quite some time and is now reaching its conclusion. I have secured witnesses. Yet the specifics of execution are better suited to the expertise of the Li family." Qin Mo spoke softly, aware of his lack of experience in this realm. Overthrowing the Xia family was no simple matter, and he was unclear about the entire process. Particularly, the Gaoling Xia family was not merely an individual, but an extensive clan, with complexities far beyond mere appearances. Moreover, Xia Zhu held a title and had commanded the borders of the Great Qin for many years, garnering immense respect within the military. Each of these elements presented its own set of challenges. Of course, for the Qingyang Li family, this was quite manageable. Over the millennia of the Great Qin Empire, It was not only the Xia family that aspired to threaten the authority of the five prominent families. Countless clans have been crushed beneath the wheels of history. As for how they fell from grace, the reasons are all too clear to those with discerning eyes. Thus, specialized matters must be entrusted to professional teams. However, upon hearing Qin Mo's remarks, Li Mai did not readily assume responsibility, but instead fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he carefully chose his words and began. Qin Mo, completely toppling the Gao Ling Xia family, is no trivial endeavor. You may not be fully aware of their rise, but there is a royal influence behind them. The royal family? Qin Mo's brow furrowed, his expression stern. Indeed, without the support of the royal family, the Xia family would never have reached their current stature. I trust you have observed the closeness between His Majesty and Xia Zhu. As for the Emperor's intentions, the five families are well aware. It is merely a matter of maintaining a balance, and we have all turned a blind eye over the years. However, the Gao Ling Xia family's recent disregard for rules and violation of red lines necessitates their eradication. Yet we must not rush. I will first confer with the other four families. Although we are united, we must discuss the division of resources and potential exchanges of interests following the Xia family's downfall in advance. Li Mai's explanation was exceedingly clear, as he knew that Qin Mo had not encountered such matters before, hence his detailed elaboration. The cake has yet to be baked, but the table is set and the knives and forks are ready. It is presumed that this large and sweet cake will be evenly sliced into 5 portions, neither more nor less. Qin Mo is not fond of the approach taken by the 5 great families, yet he recognizes that this is an indispensable and exceedingly crucial step. At present, he lacks the strength to take charge of everything. Thus, he refrains from expressing any opposition. Observing this, Li Mai continued, tomorrow morning, the 5 great families will simultaneously mobilize their resources to create momentum in public opinion. In about 2 to 3 days, the trend of public discourse will reach its zenith. At that point, you may proceed with your next course of action. What do you think? If it takes 2 to 3 days, then so be it. Qin Mo murmured softly, nodding slightly. He is not in a hurry. After all, with each passing day, his strength undergoes a profound transformation. Currently, he is already comparable to an S-rank awakener at the 9th tier. Who can foresee what realm Qin Mo will attain in 2 to 3 days? Today, a total of over 18,000 words have been updated, yet this battle power weekly ranking remains stagnant. I shall strive harder tomorrow to produce even more content, and I hope everyone will lend their support by casting more monthly votes for the night. Additionally, I must share some sorrowful news. Today, I learned of a tragic event. A fellow author has succumbed to a sudden heart attack. Though I have never met him nor exchanged a word, my heart is still heavy with grief. In just over a year since entering this profession, I have already heard of 3 or 4 similar occurrences. Life, in the face of existence, is undeniably fragile. I hope everyone can minimize late nights, engage in more exercise, and maintain good health. For a sound body is the foundation of everything. May this fellow author rest peacefully in paradise. Chapter 138. The invitation from the Chu family the following day. As dawn broke, Qin Mo rose promptly at 6 o'clock. After freshening up, he stepped out of his home, greeted by the most splendid sun, and made his way towards the Bureau of Safety. He paid no heed to whether Li Tiangang was awake. His biological clock remained unchanged, unaffected by his presence. During his journey, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to have breakfast, timing his steps perfectly as he entered the office. Thereafter, he settled into his familiar position, instinctively organizing his desk, meticulously wiping it down with a damp tissue, and then filling his thermos with hot water. Once these preparatory tasks were completed, Qin Mo opened his computer and logged onto various news media websites. As soon as the sites loaded, several striking reports caught his attention. These headlines pertained to significant events occurring across the Great Qin Empire, including a minor earthquake that struck a certain prefecture last night and the discovery of high-value mineral veins in another region. However, the majority of the news revolved around ongoing reports of border conflicts. The states of Qin and Qi are embroiled in a fervent conflict, with the border skirmishes escalating into a trend that shows no sign of abating, thus becoming a popular topic of conversation among the populace. However, today's reports reveal a subtle divergence. Amidst the myriad of border updates lies a piece of news detrimental to the Xia clan, concerning a certain core member's political blemish in recent years. This report, akin to a single drop of water in the vast ocean, easily eludes attention unless scrutinized closely. Yet, this solitary drop signifies the initial ripple cast by the 5 prominent families. The direction of public opinion requires time for maturation, necessitating ample opportunity for reflection and fermentation among the populace. Qin Mo examined the report meticulously, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. A millennium-old family indeed exemplifies efficiency, offering a glimpse into the broader picture. He murmured his satisfaction with the concerted efforts of the 5 families, anticipating a masterful battle of public sentiment in the forthcoming period. With this thought, he leaned back against a chair, intertwining his fingers behind his head, his smile growing more pronounced. The bright sunlight streamed through the open floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a long shadow within the office. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. Qin Mo turned his head and called out, "Come in." As the words left his lips, the small door to the office swung open, revealing the tall figure of Chu Tianjiao and the elegantly long-legged Li Yuan, who entered in succession. Upon seeing Qin Mo, they did not immediately broach business, but engaged in casual conversation for a few minutes. Subsequently, with a raised brow, Chu Tianjiao gradually articulated the purpose of their visit. "Qin Mo, my father invites you to dine with the Chu family this evening. Do you have time?" "Is it the Duke of Chu himself extending the invitation?" Qin Mo murmured, while his mind raced to analyze and speculate on the motives behind Chu Xiong's hosting of the dinner based on various pieces of information gathered recently. His initial impression of Chu Xiong was favorable, partly due to his amicable relationship with Chu Tianjiao, whom he could address as uncle, and also because the northern town Chu family had previously spoken on his behalf during the court assembly for the conferment of the title of Champion Marquis. He was the only one among the 4 prominent families, aside from the Qingyang Li family, who supported Qin Mo's elevation to Champion Marquis. Thus, under these favorable preconditions, Qin Mo did not harbor any aversion towards the dinner. Yet, certain aspects warranted careful consideration. Would there be others at the dinner tonight? Qin Montak inquirit. At this, Chu Tianjiao promptly shook his head, responding, "Father is hosting a private family dinner and has not invited any outsiders." "Then, in that case, I shall attend," Qin Mo replied. Seeing him nod, Chu Tianjiao displayed a smile and then spoke, "Very well, I shall notify my family in advance. This afternoon, I will wait for you in the underground parking lot after work." "No problem. All right, I shall take my leave now." Chu Tianjiao inclined his head slightly and then rose, striding purposefully toward the exit, closing the door behind him. Qin Mo's eyes glinted with amusement as he watched the figure vanish from view. Now, he had already encountered 2 of the contemporary heads of the 5 great families, both of whom were exceptional leaders. After tonight, he would meet a 3rd. He pondered silently about what kind of character Chu Xiong might possess. Subsequently, he raised his head, only to find Li Yuan still seated in her place, showing no signs of departure. "Group leader, do you have anything else to discuss?" Qin Mo inquired directly, without any circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan, who sat opposite on the sofa, trembled slightly, abruptly roused from her previous contemplation. "Well, it's not a significant matter. I just wanted to express my gratitude," she replied softly, her voice considerably lower than her usual tone, and she lowered her head slightly, concealing her frosty countenance. This demeanor was not characteristic of her. Qin Mo was somewhat taken aback and asked with curiosity, "What is the group leader thanking me for?" "Thank you for your efforts during this period. The Gao family will soon be cast into an abyss of no return, and the incident involving my father can be considered avenged." Li Yuan raised her head, earnestly regarding Qin Mo as she spoke. Taken aback, Qin Mo paused for a moment and then smiled casually, waving his hand dismissively. "What is this? There's no need for thanks. Besides, the Xia family and I have a long-standing feud. I am merely attending to my own affairs. Moreover, the attack on Brother Li was quite displeasing to me. Brother Li is closely related to me." He hesitated, swallowing the last few words that had nearly escaped his lips. He had intended to refer to their bond as one of old friends, but upon reflection, it seemed inappropriate to say so in front of Li Yuan. Li Miao was Li Yuan's father, yet he referred to Li Miao as brother, while addressing Li Yuan as group leader. Their previous relationship had been one of superior and subordinate, but now it had reversed. The complexities of their familial ties were indeed intricate. Although they each had their own perspectives, when faced with Li Yuan, it appeared as though Qin Mo was intentionally taking advantage of her. Thus, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly laughed heartily, gesturing grandly. In any case, the sentiment remains. We share a close relationship and need not stand on ceremony. After all, family should not speak as strangers. Li Yuan responded, well, that sounds even stranger. An unusual and awkward atmosphere enveloped the office, leaving both Qin Mo and Li Yuan momentarily speechless. Seated in the shadows of the corner, Li Tiangang observed the two individuals with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze imbued with a profound sense of amusement, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lingered in his mind. After a lengthy silence, it was Qin Mo who broke the tension, not continuing the previous topic but instead inquiring, Team leader, are you still renting a place outside? In response, Li Yuan slowly shook her head. I have relinquished the apartment. Ever since my father was attacked, I have returned to the manor. The Li family cannot afford to be without a leader in the capital for even a day. With both my parents absent and unlikely to return in the near future, Li Mo and I must shoulder this responsibility. Uncle Li advised us to remain calm and composed, to hold our ground at the manor, ensuring that the rest of the Li family sees that their backbone remains steadfast, while also sending a clear message to the other 4 prominent families. I believe Uncle Li's counsel is sound, hence my decision to move back. The Uncle Li she referred to was none other than the venerable steward of the Qingyang Li family in the capital. Having accompanied Li Mao in navigating the upper echelons of society for many years, although he had never held a prominent position, his perspective and experience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His arrangement was indeed most fitting. It is vital to understand the significance of the legitimate bloodline for aristocratic families. Should something happen to Li Mao, the Li family's influence in the capital would descend into utter chaos, and one can only imagine the thoughts that would arise in the minds of outsiders. In their current demeanor, they embody the essence of a millennia-old family lineage, revealing the grace of their ancient heritage. This is the burden and obligation bestowed by blood. As long as the blood of the Qingyang Li family flows within their veins, they cannot escape nor evade this reality. Previously, Li Mao had articulated such sentiments, though at that time, Li Yuan had not fully grasped their depth. Today, however, her understanding has evolved. Her character is gradually maturing. Qin Mo nodded, saying, returning to live there is quite agreeable. At least the manor offers a greater sense of security. Indeed, Li Yuan replied softly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, she hurriedly departed to attend to her pressing matters. In contrast, Qin Mo could afford to do little at the security bureau, idling away his days in leisure, while the personnel beneath him were not so fortunate. Particularly in recent times, unrest had been brewing throughout the capital, presenting numerous challenges that fell under the jurisdiction of the security bureau, necessitating action from various departments. Once Li Yuan exited, the office fell silent once more. At that moment, Li Tiangang unexpectedly rose from the shadows, dragging a chair to the large window where he sought a comfortable spot bathed in the second most abundant light, reclining gracefully. It must be said, though few among the current generation of the Li family possess extraordinary talents, their appearances are indeed striking. That young woman, just now, was quite lovely. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone laced with a hint of darkness as he retorted, What? Do you have thoughts on the matter? Li Tiangong's previously cheerful expression swiftly darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as dark lines creased his forehead. Damn it, you can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth. This girl ought to call me ancestor. What could I possibly think? Li Tiangang exclaimed, visibly agitated and clearly rattled. Observing this, a subtle smile flickered across Qin Mo's features, as if the smile had never truly faded but merely shifted. He interlaced his fingers behind his head and remarked languidly, Then why bring this up? What are you pretending for? Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? With a cold huff, Li Tiangang continued, I find that girl quite agreeable, and she seems to have some interest in you. Moreover, you share a close friendship with Li Mao. It is said that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Considering your similar ages, why not simply unite in marriage? I shall reluctantly play matchmaker for you two. He was evidently intent on bringing the two together, wishing to play the role of a celestial matchmaker, weaving a bond of fate. Upon hearing these words, Qin Mo discerned the underlying intent and understood Li Tiangong's true motives. Play matchmaker? Weave a bond? Merely a superficial guise, he mused. As a 9th-tier S-class awakener, Li Tiangang surely did not engage in such trivial pursuits for mere amusement. The real reason behind this charade was that Qin Mo bore the surname Qin, not Li. Without the ties of blood, an outsider would always remain an outsider. Yet, if he were to unite with Li Yuan, a direct descendant of the Li lineage, the situation would vastly differ. Qin Mo would then be bound to the Qingyongli clan. Only then could Li Tiangang feel entirely reassured. However, this did not align with Qin Mo's desires. With a slight smile, he cut through the pretense, directly refusing, "Old fellow, spare your breath. I have no intention of marrying for the time being, and I am not an old fool. I am fully aware of how the Li family perceives me, so there is no need for excessive concern." Listening to this, Li Tiangang fell into silence. Although he had known Qin Mo for only a few days, he could sense the young man's clarity of mind and discern what sort of person he truly was. Furthermore, an extraordinarily gifted prodigy would naturally not be constrained by mere aristocracy. A majestic eagle ought to soar above the clouds. Why would it be confined to a corner? With this thought, Li Tiangong's gaze gradually cleared, and he exhaled a long breath. "Fine, you can marry or not as you please. I am too indifferent to concern myself with your affairs. It's as if you're treating me like a family elder. What is this? I've lived over 200 years. Can't I play the role of your elder for once? Do you even understand the concept of respecting your elders and loving the young?" Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow and declared emphatically, Does respecting elders include old demons?" Qin Mo inquired, puzzled. Li Tiangang. In an instant his breath quickened, a surge of power swelling within him like a tumultuous sea, with a faint echo of crashing waves reverberating through his being. When it came to exchanging barbs with Qin Mo, he seemed to have never emerged victorious. The latter's acerbic wit far surpassed his own capabilities. Li Tiangang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Observing his demeanor, Qin Mo's smile deepened, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Pray tell, how did you discern that the team leader has an interest in me?" he inquired with curiosity. "Is it not obvious?" "I could tell what that girl is thinking even with my eyes closed," Li Tiangang replied, his earlier frown vanishing as a surge of inexplicable confidence blossomed within him. "Youngster, you are still quite inexperienced when it comes to women. I have encountered more romantic interests than you have grains of rice. Learn from me. Even if you acquire but a fraction of my wisdom, it will serve you well for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyebrows arched in disbelief as he scrutinized Li Tiangang from head to toe. He shook his head and remarked, "Haha, I do not believe you." "Ah, what do you know? In my heyday, I was quite the charming rogue," Li Tiangang boasted, regaling Qin Mo with tales of his illustrious romantic escapades. As their conversation continued, time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. A warm current surged silently from his chest, stirring Qin Mo's thoughts as his gaze sharpened. And he opened the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 37, freely allocatable. Sticking to his usual allocation strategy, Qin Mo distributed 4 points to each of the 8 attributes before adding an additional point to vision, intelligence, strength, speed, and defense. The vast warmth rapidly permeated every corner of his body, the scorching solar energy infusing each of his cells without exception. As he felt the myriad changes taking place within him, he gazed at the rejuvenated attribute panel, his smile growing ever more radiant. Following today's allocation of energy points, all 8 of Qin Mo's attributes surpassed the 200 mark, marking a significant ascent to a new level. Simultaneously, a piece of information flickered unexpectedly in his mind, strengthening biological force field. As the information flashed, Qin Mo felt a lightness envelop him. He understood that the gravitational pull on his body was gradually diminishing under the influence of solar energy. He had previously confirmed that the enhancement of the biological force field was not merely an additive increase, but a direct doubling of its capacity. Therefore, his current flight ceiling had astonishingly risen to 8,000 meters. This altitude brought him perilously close to the troposphere. With another round of enhancement, he would be able to breach it, just as he had stated the day before. With each passing day, his strength underwent a transformative evolution. In this present age, the enhancement of the biofield signifies that Qin Mo's speed shall surpass its previous limits, endowing him with sharper reflexes and swifter movement. 5 minutes later, a substantial warm current dissipated like a receding tide, its destination unknown. Qin Mo rose from his chair, arms outstretched, indulging in a vigorous stretch to invigorate his sinews. Unbeknownst to him, Li Tiangang, who stood by, remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Mo's strength had once again been augmented right before his eyes. Li Tiangang also stood, casting a glance at the setting crimson sun outside, urging, "Do not dawdle. Hurry to the Chu family in the north for a sumptuous meal." Acknowledging this, Qin Mo nodded, and the two descended in the elevator to the ground floor, making their way toward the underground parking lot. The anticipated Chu Tianjiao was already waiting, driving a sleek silver SUV. Li Tiangang glanced at the vehicle, then shook his head, remarking, "Why would a young man choose an SUV? It is the ultimate sports car that one should aspire to. Tonight, we shall travel in my car." Upon hearing his words, Chu Tianjiao raised his eyebrows but did not express outrage. Instead, he turned to Qin Mo and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Pay him no mind. He is merely an old relic." Qin Mo replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. "Old relic?" Chu Tianjiao internally echoed, curiosity flickering in his eyes. It is well known that individuals dubbed as old relics typically possess formidable strength, yet Li Tiangang appeared to be around 30, showing no signs of age. This piqued his interest considerably. "Will this gentleman be accompanying us tonight?" he further questioned. Qin Mo nodded, aware that Li Tiangang would never allow him to venture alone. His mission was to ensure Qin Mo's safety, and he would undoubtedly not be negligent in this regard. To be fair, despite Li Tiangang's somewhat brash demeanor and penchant for boasting, he executed his responsibilities exceptionally well. However, Qin Mo anticipated that in due time, he would no longer require such protection. Chu Tianjiao's curiosity deepened upon hearing Qin Mo's words. He was intrigued by Li Tiangang's true identity, yet appeared neither of them was inclined to divulge it. Although his inquisitive mind itched for answers, Chu Tianjiao refrained from pressing further. Soon after, the trio settled into Li Tiangang's luxurious sports car, hurtling towards the private estate of the Chu family in the capital at breakneck speed. The journey could only be described as a whirlwind, as Li Tiangang drove with reckless abandon, scarcely easing off the accelerator. Fortunately, his driving skills held up, and they encountered no mishaps along the way. Approximately 15 minutes later, the Chu estate came into view before them. The roaring of the engine gradually subsided as the three stepped out of the vehicle. Under the guidance of Chu Tianjiao, Li Tiangang and Qin Mo entered the estate. This marked Qin Mo's inaugural visit to the private manor of the Chu family in the northern town. As he walked, his gaze wandered, taking in the surroundings. The layout of the estate bore little distinction from other ancient families, flanked on either side by exquisite lawns where every blade of grass and every tree was of remarkable value. Deep within the estate stood a grand castle, its architectural style distinctly ancient, with scars on the stone walls that testified to the ravages of time. This was not a modern edifice. It had undoubtedly existed for at least 5 centuries. Initially, Qin Mo did not perceive anything particularly special about the castle. He assumed the 5 great families resided here merely to flaunt their ancient lineage. However, once his auditory perception expanded to encompass the entirety of the imperial capital, he discerned that these castles seemed to harbor a mysterious power capable of thwarting inquiries. Clearly, the 5 families were not chosen at random. Within these ancient structures lay secrets long shrouded in history. Only those venerable families with a legacy spanning millennia could truly grasp the underlying truths. Suppressing his contemplations, Qin Mo chose to temporarily confine his curiosities, reserving them for future exploration. He was not in a rush. Matters must be addressed one at a time. The immediate priority was unmistakably to bring down the Gao family of Xiaoling, while everything else could be postponed. Soon, the vast, dark castle came into Qin Mo's view. At the entrance stood a towering man, robust in stature and possessing a visage strikingly similar to that of Chu Tianjiao. This was none other than Chu Xiong. Qin Mo instantly recognized his true identity. After all, the pronounced eyebrows of Chu Xiong were exceedingly conspicuous, nearly forming a single straight line. Before the trio could approach, a hearty laughter resonated through the air. Indeed, seeing is believing, and the esteemed Guanyu was even more impressive in person than in reputation. Chu Xiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, promptly delivering a series of exceedingly polite pleasantries. In response, Qin Mo donned his signature official smile and replied, "I have long admired the Duke of Chu. It is truly a fortuitous occasion to meet you today." One must say, in the realm of formalities, Qin Mo was nothing short of adept. Were it not for the knowledge of those present, one might easily assume that these two had been acquainted for ages. You flatter me, dear nephew. Let us proceed inside, for the banquet has long been prepared, awaiting your esteemed presence, Chu Xiong exclaimed. Esteemed presence? I am but a friend of Tianjiao. It would be more appropriate to address you as uncle, Qin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong burst into another round of hearty laughter. Ha ha! Dear nephew, do not stand on ceremony. Consider the Chu residence as your own home and feel free to be at ease. As the two continued to converse, they walked into the castle, and it seemed that their relationship had grown significantly closer in just a few exchanged words. At least, it appears so on the surface. Shortly thereafter, several individuals took their seats, and the astute butler instructed the servants to begin serving the dishes. Chu Xiong, of course, occupied the main seat. It was not until this moment that he momentarily diverted his attention from Qin Mo and surveyed the long table. This glance proved startling, as his eyes landed on Li Tiangang, causing him to freeze momentarily, his brows knitting tightly together, thick eyebrows twitching, and his eyelids inexplicably beginning to flutter. Chu Xiong nearly doubted his own recognition. Yet, upon blinking and scrutinizing further, Li Tiangong's visage gradually aligned with an image etched in his memory. Every contour and detail of his features unmistakably precise. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chu Xiong as he felt a chill run down his spine. He was utterly taken aback. Although Chu Tianjiao did not recognize Li Tiangang, Chu Xiong did, having seen his photograph before, which did not hinder his ability to identify him now. He never anticipated that such a formidable figure would grace the family banquet this evening. The abruptness of this revelation left him momentarily disoriented. However, being the current head of the Chu family in the north, a man of considerable experience, he quickly regained his composure despite the shock of Li Tiangong's unexpected appearance. With a swift motion, he pushed away the chair that had yet to warm under him. Chu Xiong rose, facing Li Tiangang with utmost respect, and cautiously inquired, "What brings you here?" Instantly, all eyes in the banquet hall turned towards Li Tiangang. Except for Qin Mo, the others were filled with astonishment, silently speculating about Li Tiangong's identity. What kind of person could evoke such a demeanor from Chu Xiong? Yet, Li Tiangang, the focus of everyone's gaze, bore no semblance of pressure. He sat leisurely, plucking a small appetizer from the table and savoring it, before finally lifting his gaze to Chu Xiong. "What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Others can come to your shabby old castle, but I cannot?" This simple remark exuded unparalleled arrogance and dominance. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable, the atmosphere exceedingly peculiar. No one could have fathomed Li Tiangong's audacity and boldness. However, Chu Xiong's subsequent reaction clarified the esteemed status Li Tiangang possessed. "You are indeed free to come as you please. I simply was not informed beforehand, and thus I have made no preparations. I apologize if I have caused you any embarrassment. You have a knack for respecting your elders and cherishing the young, unlike some," Li Tiangang seemed to imply, then waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, there is no need for any preparations. You all carry on as if I were not here." "Understood. The venerable ancestor of the cold moon has been yearning for you deeply. Over the years, he has often uttered your name, Chu Xiong, with a sense of longing." Upon hearing the name Cold Moon, a flicker of panic briefly crossed Li Tiangong's eyes. He cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor, solemnly warning, "You must not reveal my presence here, or else, well, you know what I mean." His threat was almost palpable, inscribed upon his brow. Qin Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Tianggang's audacity to openly threaten the head of the Chu clan on their territory. However, Chu Xiong displayed no signs of indignation. Instead, he nodded affirmatively, assuring that he would keep the matter confidential. Observing the exchange, Qin Mo's gaze flickered with intrigue. Contemplating the unusual connection between the venerable ancestor of the cold moon and this audacious old man, Li Tiangang, a bold notion quietly surfaced in his mind, leading him to regard Li Tiangang with a newfound peculiarity. Yet, this was not the time for in-depth exploration. He decided to suppress his burgeoning curiosity until after the banquet concluded. This was merely a minor episode. Following Li Tiangong's earnest admonition, Chu Xiong resumed his seat. Soon, an array of meticulously prepared dishes was brought to the table by the servants of the ancient castle. The long table was graced solely by the presence of Chu Xiong and his son, along with Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. The Duchess of the Chu clan was conspicuously absent, leaving her whereabouts in the imperial capital uncertain. Nevertheless, this private banquet of the Northern Chu clan was officially underway. As the dim lighting cast a warm glow overhead, an atmosphere of ancient elegance enveloped the gathering. True to Li Tiangong's words, Chu Xiong treated him as if he were invisible, lifting his glass of red wine and smiling at Qin Mo. Dear nephew, I must first toast to you. During your time here in the imperial capital, you have taken good care of the prodigy, and I have noticed his considerable progress under your influence. In response, Qin Mo raised his glass and replied, Uncle, you are being overly courteous. As a junior, it is improper for me to have you toast to me. If word of this spreads, outsiders might say that the Duke of Guanyu lacks proper decorum. He discreetly declined the toast, skillfully steering the conversation away from the topic. Noticing this, Chu Xiong maintained his composure, but a thought crossed his mind, leading him to regard Qin Mo with increased respect. At the tender age of 23, Qin Mo possesses an astonishing talent, yet he remains unassuming and devoid of any semblance of arrogance. His profound understanding of human nature and social intricacies speaks volumes of his maturity. He is undoubtedly not a character to be underestimated. In his heart, he silently commends Qin Mo with high praise. Subsequently, Chu Xiong lets out a hearty laugh, choosing not to pursue the previous topic, and instead declares, if all prodigies were as admirable as my esteemed nephew, I would have far fewer worries. With your current gifts, the prospects ahead are indeed limitless. In 10 days to half a month hence, the great Qin Empire shall witness the emergence of its youngest duke, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you in advance. Qin Mo, taken aback, feels a wave of confusion wash over him. From Chu Xiong's words, it becomes apparent that, following the fall of the Xia clan, he is to be granted the title of duke. Yet, this revelation is entirely new to him, as he had received no prior indication. However, Qin Mo's mind is quick and agile. He rapidly deduces the underlying connections. Clearly, his ascension to duke is a component of the benefit exchange deliberated by the Qingyang Li clan the previous night, merely articulated by the Zhenbei Chu clan first. According to Li Mao's original plan from a month prior, Qin Mo was intended to first attain the title of champion marquis, embark on a few years of frontier training, and then return to be elevated to duke. Regrettably, the Xia patriarch's interference had abruptly derailed this plan. Now, with the Xia clan's downfall, the opportunity to resume this trajectory has arisen. Chu Xiong, intentionally choosing this day to voice such sentiments, evidently aims to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, investing in his future potential. Of course, compared to the Qingyang Li clan, the investment from the Zhenbei Chu clan is rather modest, to say the least. Without awaiting Qin Mo's response, Chu Xiong continues, I had initially prepared a small gift for you, esteemed nephew, but since the venerable Tiangang is present, I shall refrain from presenting it. Ha ha ha, uncle, you flatter me. What merit do I possess to warrant such consideration? I absolutely cannot accept this gift. It is I who should have brought something today. Qin Mo replies with a smile, fully aware of Chu Xiong's intentions. Moreover, he surmises the nature of the gift that was to be offered. Presently, his outward display of strength is merely at the third tier, not particularly formidable. As the saying goes, genius is often met with early demise. Thus, the Zhenbei Chu clan would likely present a defensive sacred relic or elemental crystal to ingratiate themselves with him. Yet, Chu Xiong was entirely unaware that the Li clan would dispatch Li Tiangang as Qin Mo's protector prior to this evening's banquet. Consequently, the Chu clan's well-laid plans have been thoroughly thwarted. Naturally, Chu Xiong cannot present this gift any longer. Nonetheless, he speaks candidly, clearly expressing the Chu clan's stance towards Qin Mo. This, in itself, serves as a minor reparative measure. Thereafter, the atmosphere of the banquet is entirely enlivened. Several individuals, while savoring their dishes, engaged in cheerful conversation, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie within the banquet hall, truly embodying the essence of hospitality. Chu Xiong, the contemporary patriarch of the Chu clan from the north, exhibited remarkable finesse in orchestrating the evening's rhythm. Notably, aside from his initial remarks, he refrained from broaching any serious matters thereafter, opting instead for light-hearted exchanges. It appeared, as Chu Tianjiao had remarked, that this was merely an ordinary family gathering. The banquet commenced at 6 o'clock and continued for over 2 hours before concluding, followed by a brief period of casual chatter at the dining table. Once they had indulged in the desserts served, Li Tiangang wiped his mouth, prompting Qin Mo to rise and take his leave. Chu Xiong and his son, both smiling, accompanied their guests to the grand entrance of the estate, watching as Li Tiangang and Qin Mo entered a luxurious sports car. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle gradually departed from the serene manner. Chu Xiong remained rooted in place, maintaining his serene smile without a hint of alteration. It was only after the taillights of the car vanished from sight that he turned to walk back into the estate, articulating slowly, "You must forge a strong friendship with Qin Mo. Following him will yield great benefits in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao, trailing behind, raised an eyebrow in defiance. Retorting, "Father, Qin Mo and I are friends, not subordinates. Moreover, my future achievements may well surpass those of others." Suddenly, Chu Xiong fell silent, his steps halting as his lips involuntarily twitched. After a pause of several seconds, he regained his composure, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Tianjiao's shoulder, gently advising, "My son, your confidence is commendable, yet it is crucial to acknowledge certain realities. Otherwise, you risk appearing foolish." Chu Tianjiao, perplexed, contemplated asking, "Is this truly my father? How could he be so dismissive of his own son?" He nearly questioned whether his ears had betrayed him. Gradually, his expression darkened, though he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, muttering softly, "Who can predict the future?" However, his words, though spoken quietly, reached Chu Xiong's ears with perfect clarity. Just as he had managed to suppress his earlier irritation, Chu Tianjiao's remark ignited a spark, akin to a match falling into a barrel of gunpowder. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiong raised his hand and struck the back of Chu Tianjiao's head with force, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it! How did I end up with such a fool for a son? That lad is merely 23 and already a third-tier S-class awakened. At your age, did you even possess a B-class ranking?" "Well, I did achieve a B-class rank at 23, Chu Tianjiao replied, rubbing the back of his head, confusion etched on his face. His thoughts were slow to process, leaving him bewildered by the unfolding events. Were Qin Mo present, he would undoubtedly nod in admiration, exclaiming that it is indeed a case of an ill-chosen name, yet an aptly assigned nickname. To call him a simpleton would be an understatement. It is a perfect description. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong was immediately filled with ire, delivering a sharp slap and vociferously rebuking, "Damn it, how can you still say that? You take pride in being B-class at 23, do you? Look at Qin Mo, and then look at yourself. My heavens! It truly is a case of comparison breeds contempt. Consider Qin Mo's innate talent and his profound composure. He navigates the world with such finesse. If you could inherit even a fraction of his wisdom, I would die a contented man." Chu Xiong's words were laden with the frustration of unfulfilled potential, as Chu Tianjiao's social skills were lamentably inadequate. Aside from having Qin Mo as a commendable friend, everyone else in Chu Xiong's eyes was hardly worthy of consideration, exemplified by the likes of Lin Xiaoqi. As this realization struck him, Chu Xiong inhaled sharply, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his gaze. Could it be that the foolish are sometimes blessed? Chu Tianjiao, oblivious to his father's thoughts, remained unaware that he had been distinctly labeled as the foolish son in Chu Xiong's mind. Listening to the comparisons, he stubbornly muttered, "Qin Mo is merely a freak. How could I possibly compare?" Chu Xiong, feeling quite helpless yet having come to terms with it, merely shot a sidelong glance at his son. Noticing the silence, Chu Tianjiao curiously inquired, "Father, why do you hold Qin Mo in such high regard? Isn't it rumored that his talent has been exhausted?" At this, Chu Xiong cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and retorted, "Do you believe such words?" "Certainly not." Chu Tianjiao replied emphatically. "Then it is settled. If his potential is intact, he is destined to become a king. Establishing a rapport with a future monarch is a guaranteed investment, albeit at the expense of the Qingyongli clan." With his hands clasped behind his back, a peculiar gleam flickered in Chu Xiong's eyes as he continued, his tone measured. Moreover, even disregarding his previously displayed aptitude, the fact that Li Tiangang has never left his side reveals just how much the Qingyongli clan values Qin Mo. They are not a band of fools. Their esteem for an outsider is indicative of deeper reasons that are crystal clear. Hearing this, Chu Tianjiao instinctively mulled it over in his mind for a while, then nodded in agreement. He then expressed his confusion. "Father, who is Li Tiangang? Why do you treat him with such deference?" What? Do you think I am being overly humble? Chu Xiong slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at him from the corner of his eye. Chu Tianjiao promptly lowered his head, managing a sheepish smile. Cough, cough, I did not mean it that way. Speak your mind without pretense. I am not one to lack understanding, Chu Xiong remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Shu Tianjiao instinctively touched the tender spot at the back of his head, his lips twitching in response. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from responding foolishly. Chu Xiong continued, every era is graced by extraordinary talents. In this age, it is Qin Mo. In the previous one, it was Xia Zhu, and several years before that, we had Li Tiangang. As father and son crossed the threshold of the ancient castle, they entered the sitting room and took their seats on the couch. Chu Xiong picked up the warm tea from the coffee table, gently blew on it, took a sip, and shook his head slightly in regret. Regrettably, his journey to becoming a king had not been smooth and could be deemed a premature demise. Yet despite this, Li Tiangang still bore a resounding title, the unrivaled beneath the king. Shu Tianjiao gasped sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. The unrivaled beneath the king. The weight of such a title was undeniable. Anything associated with the word king was certainly not trivial. Shu Tianjiao could hardly fathom that such a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man could harbor such terrifying power within, leaving him utterly astounded. Upon learning of Li Tiangong's true identity, he felt that Chu Xiong's earlier humility was nothing short of respectful acknowledgement of true strength and a tribute to the king's formidable presence. After a considerable pause, Shu Tianjiao finally regained his composure from the profound shock. He swallowed a mouthful of parched saliva and inquired, Father, is the path to becoming a king truly so arduous? Will Qin Mo's talent also mirror that of Li Tiangang? Qin Mo's talent? That is certainly not the case, Chu Xiong replied, taking another sip of tea before placing the cup back down. Smiling as he declared, I was uncertain before, but having witnessed Qin Mo today, I can confidently assert that within 5 years, he will undoubtedly ascend to kingship. Shu Tianjiao gasped once more, astonished by Chu Xiong's high appraisal. 5 years? A king? The connection between these two notions seemed unfathomable. Yet observing Chu Xiong's unwavering confidence, it appeared that the future might indeed unfold as he predicted. Do not be overly astonished. We cannot compare ourselves to the prodigies of this era. As your father, I merely hope you can achieve an S rank within 5 years. That is not too high a demand, Chu Xiong reassured. You must trust in your father's judgment. In this regard, I am not inferior to Li Mao, and I will not misjudge you, he added. With this, Chu Xiong grew increasingly self-satisfied. Recounting the decisive moment he chose to align with the Li family during the court discussions and the subsequent placement of Shu Tianjiao within the security bureau. The conversation was rife with ostentation and flattery, each word a testament to the speaker's purported foresight and discerning judgment. However, in his exuberance, he remained oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Chu Tianjiao's face. This self-aggrandizing monologue persisted for a quarter of an hour, until the cup of hot tea on the coffee table was entirely drained, prompting Chu Xiong to finally cease his soliloquy. Rising, he patted Chu Tianjiao on the shoulder and declared, I have matters to attend to. Feel free to amuse yourself wherever you wish. With that, he abandoned Chu Tianjiao, hands clasped behind his back, and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Tianjiao silently mouthed words of frustration, his inner thoughts a torrent of sarcasm. Meanwhile, back in the study on the second floor, Chu Xiong's smile vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. He retrieved his phone and dialed a highly confidential number, which, to his surprise, belonged to the elder council of the Chu clan in the north. The call was soon answered. Uncle, I have urgent matters to discuss with Ancestor Hanyue. Opened 2 petals, each expressing 1 branch. At the same moment, Li Tiangang was racing down a mountain road with Qin Mo. The convertible's top was lowered, and the biting cold wind struck their faces like sharp steel needles. Remarkably, Qin Mo, seated in the passenger seat, remained entirely unfazed, showing no reaction whatsoever. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the Ancestor Hanyue that Chu Xiong had mentioned at the banquet, his eyes seemingly ablaze with a desire for gossip. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang subtly trembled, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. He shot a glare at Qin Mo, scolding, Don't ask what you shouldn't. Why are you so chatty? Why the rush? I haven't even said anything yet. What's got you all worked up? Am I flustered? When have I ever been flustered? Li Tiangong's gaze wandered. However, the nuances of his reaction did not escape Qin Mo's keen perception. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing Li Tiangang, and nodded. It's evident that you're anxious. Suddenly, he quipped. Could it be that the ancestor Han Yue once rejected you? Nonsense. Li Tiangang slammed the accelerator, exclaiming, She could never cast me aside. It is I who would end things with her. Do you understand? Back in the day, she was merely the most inconspicuous among my many admirers, and you can't even fathom the level of my charm back then. Then why do you seem so tense at the mere mention of her? Qin Mo's inquiries were always piercingly direct, striking at the heart of the matter. Li Tiangang was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow. He intended to maintain his bravado, yet ultimately deflated. You wouldn't understand. A woman whose heart has been wounded is exceedingly unreasonable, and most importantly, I cannot overpower her now. Qin Mo found himself somewhat bewildered. The implications of that statement were indeed substantial. Li Tiangang was renowned as the invincible one beneath the heavens, and he exuded an air of immense confidence. Yet, he now openly admitted that he could not best Chu Hanyue. This revelation suggested quite clearly what level Chu Hanyue occupied. Only a true king could surpass the invincible beneath the heavens. Gasp! Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You mean you can actually win over a king? Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation, do you? Everything I told you is no exaggeration. Li Tiangang, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other rested casually on the car door, spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. Do you think the title of Invincible Beneath the Heavens is simply bestowed? My peak 9th-tier strength is merely one facet. Other noble families possess their own 9th-tier S-classes as well. However, in all of Great Qin, I am the sole individual capable of summoning a genuine king as my enforcer at will. Qin Mo was utterly astounded. Although Li Tiangang spoke nonchalantly, he understood the weight of having a king as a subordinate, especially one who could be summoned at any time. To have such an influence over a king was indeed a feat not easily achieved. On this path, Li Tiangang had already attained legendary status. With a slow swallow, Qin Mo forcefully suppressed the astonishment brewing within him. He then turned to Li Tiangang and directly said, Master, I implore you to impart some wisdom. Young man, do not think of learning from me. This talent is an innate gift, one you cannot acquire. Accept your fate, Li Tiangang replied, casting a sidelong glance before clicking his tongue and shaking his head. I refuse to believe that, Qin Mo retorted. Very well. Then let us extinguish that ambition of yours entirely, Li Tiangang said languidly. He then gestured for Qin Mo to lean in closer. Obeying the request, Qin Mo leaned in and heard Li Tiangang whisper mysteriously, My secret is simply, be grand, be lively, be good. Having been slightly delayed by other matters. I will make it up tomorrow. Do not stay up late, everyone. Chapter 140. What is professionalism? The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Mo rose punctually. After freshening up, he headed straight for the security bureau. He adhered to his disciplined biological clock, entering the deputy director's exclusive office precisely at 9 o'clock, neither a moment early nor late. Thereafter, Qin Mo officially commenced his daily leisure time. He tidied his desk, powered on his computer, and navigated to the homepage of various news media outlets. After a cursory glance, a faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Today's trending headlines were markedly different from those of the previous day. Reports on the border situation had been nearly halved, with the remainder dominated by various negative articles concerning the Xia family of Jialing. At present, the public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable for the Xia family. It is undoubtedly the 5 great families that have orchestrated such a remarkable shift in public opinion within the span of a mere day. Qin Mo sighed, slowly shaking his head. He remained oblivious to the extent of the vested interests intertwined in this affair. Nor did he know how many unseen puppet masters from the 5 great families were pulling the strings behind the media. These matters held no significance for him. Qin Mo was solely focused on his own objectives, pondering whether they were progressing steadily. His current endeavor was to utterly dismantle the Xia family of Jialing, casting Xia Zhu into an abyss from which there would be no return. It is noteworthy that while the Huangquan operation had reached its concluding phase, it was far from over. Nevertheless, he found himself in admiration of the efficiency exhibited by the 5 great families. The public discourse continued to ferment. with numerous discussions emerging among the populace of the various prefectures of the Qin Empire. The sheer volume of clicks and reads on the trending reports, along with the surge in searches for the jailing Xia family, spoke volumes. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Various metrics were showing a persistent upward trajectory, subtly eclipsing the attention given to border affairs. After all, the jailing Xia family was represented by a figure of considerable public stature. Whether it was the recent appointment of the champion marquis by the Qin king or the Xia family's proactive media maneuvers, Xia Zhu had been thrust into the limelight. Not to mention, Xia Zhu was the supreme commander of the Qin forces in this border conflict, making the issues surrounding him a topic of significant interest. Little did the jailing Xia family anticipate that their actions would inadvertently bolster the media efforts of the five great families, propelling Xia Zhu to the epicenter of controversy in a mere day. Could this be likened to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot? Contemplating this, a broader smile graced Qin Mo's features. Subsequently, he quietly expanded his auditory perception, enveloping a radius of 10 miles in an instant. A cacophony of voices surged into his ears, and after his superintelligent mind analyzed and processed the sounds, extraneous noise was swiftly filtered out, leaving only the voices of the people. Among the multitude of conversations, a staggering 80% revolve around the various scandals plaguing the jailing Xia family. For instance, tales of a core disciple's embezzlement and bribery, or accounts of a high-ranking disciple keeping several mistresses, emerged in abundance. These issues, while seemingly trivial, bore significant weight, primarily affecting the Xia family's reputation in the public eye and gradually diminishing the goodwill they had painstakingly cultivated. Public opinion requires such gradual, methodical advancement, characterized by a subtle influence that seeps into the consciousness of the populace. From the myriad reactions of the people, it was unmistakably clear that their initial responses were remarkably uniform, filled with incredulity, as they struggled to fathom that such actions could be attributed to individuals from the jailing Xia family. However, upon witnessing the plethora of evidence presented in the reports, their convictions began to waver, and their attitudes gradually shifted. I once held the Xia family in high regard and supported them wholeheartedly. Yet who would have thought that they possessed such a duplicitous nature? How truly deceptive it is to know a person's face but not their heart. Are not all noble families alike? What merits could possibly be found among the aristocracy? I had long anticipated such behavior from the Xia family. How amusing. This conversation transpired between two waitstaff at a cafe situated 7 miles from the security bureau. Similar dialogues are unfolding in numerous other locales. As Qin Mo listened to these discussions, a more pronounced smile graced his face. This is the power of public opinion. It can buoy a vessel or capsize it, as the old adage wisely conveys. Qin Mo slowly shook his head and remarked thus. Meanwhile, in another part of the royal precinct, a court assembly convened, initiated by the Chu family of the north. The core leadership from the capital's significant departments gathered within the ancient hall, quietly seated at the long table's rear. Their collective gaze was fixed upon the foremost figure. The king of Qin appeared as frail as ever, his form gaunt and pallid. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, he exuded a subtle aura befitting an emperor, rooted in the reverence of ancient lineage. Flanking him were the contemporary heads of the 4 illustrious families. Li Mao was absent, recuperating from injuries in Qingyang County, leaving his chair unoccupied. However, the 5 families had reached a consensus regarding their stance on the jailing Xia family. Li's presence or absence was inconsequential. Subsequently, after all present paid their respects to the king, the court assembly officially commenced. Yet for a moment, silence enveloped the vast hall, an almost palpable stillness where even the sound of falling pin could be heard. The 4 dukes exchanged subtle glances, and with a barely perceptible nod, Chu Xiong broke the silence at the long table. As the initiator of this court assembly, it was fitting for him to introduce the topic. He began, Your Majesty, I have recently observed that the capital is considerably more vibrant than in times past. Oh, what do you mean by that, Duke Chu? The king of Qin shifted his gaze to him, smiling as he inquired. Chu Xiong paused briefly before stating directly, In recent days, the capital has been rife with rumors, predominantly concerning the jailing Xia family. The populace is abuzz with discussions, and the fervor is escalating. As a premier family of our great Qin Empire, the Xia family ought to serve as a paragon for the people, It is disheartening to witness such adverse sentiments directed at them. If this continues, it may tarnish the reputation of our great Qin. Then, are you suggesting that? The king's smile remained unwavering, as if the jailing Xia family were of no concern to him, resembling a mere bystander in this unfolding drama. Upon hearing such a query, Chu Xiong furrowed his thick brows and replied, I believe it prudent to send a few individuals to investigate the Xia family, to provide our citizens of the Great Qin with a satisfactory explanation. Hiss! As soon as Chu Xiong's words echoed in the hall, the esteemed officials gathered around a long table, collectively inhaled sharply, and an eerie silence enveloped the grand chamber, creating a remarkably delicate atmosphere. Those present were all high-ranking officials from various significant departments, holding esteemed positions, though some may have been of lower awakening ranks. Their acumen regarding the prevailing situation was undoubtedly comparable to that of sovereign. It was evident to any discerning observer what the five great families sought to achieve. The Chu Xiong clan's insistence on investigating the Xia family clearly signaled their stance. The subtle game of intrigue among the top families had seemingly commenced without a sound. This was a conflict devoid of smoke and fire, yet casualties were inevitable. The assembly was gripped with trepidation, hesitant to voice their opinions or align themselves. After a brief silence, the Qin king smiled and gently tapped the table with his knuckles, drawing the attention of all present. His gaze leisurely traversed each face, his eyes shimmering with a hint of profound meaning. Subsequently, the Qin king, still smiling, inquired, What do the other dukes think of this matter? I believe Duke Chu Xiong speaks wisely, replied Duke Fong, the first to respond. Indeed, it is necessary to investigate. This was the voice of the Liu family of Chongping. I share the same sentiment, slowly articulated the Lin family from the Far East. As he listened to the positions of these three families, the Qin king's smile deepened. He chose not to prolong the topic, and instead shifted the conversation to border matters. Currently, the border conflict raged on, with both sides engaged in a fierce and protracted struggle. The Qi people, known for their valor and ferocity, launched wave after wave of relentless offensives, while the champion Marquis exerted every effort for the glory of the Great Qin. Ironically, during this tumultuous time, unfavorable news concerning the jailing Xia family emerged from the imperial capital. Esteemed lords, we must be wary of Qi's schemes, the Qin king remarked, clearly using the Qi as a scapegoat to dismiss Chu Xiong's proposal. However, just as his words settled in the air, Chu Xiong interjected, Your Majesty's assertion only underscores the necessity of investigating the Xia family. Without such an inquiry, their innocence cannot be established. Such a statement is ill-advised, Duke. The Qin king replied with a gentle smile. To send individuals to investigate the Xia family inherently signifies distrust, which may further dishearten our loyal subjects. As the saying goes, the innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will reveal their nature. Why complicate matters further? What do you all think? Once again, the hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak. The gazes of the gathered officials flickered, their heads slightly bowed. Only the current Duke of the Yin family stirred, slowly uttering, Your Majesty is indeed wise. As he began to speak, the other three families responded in unison, as if they had conspired beforehand. The remaining individuals at the long table were utterly astonished, completely bewildered by the inexplicable actions of the five families. Initially anticipating a fierce confrontation, they were taken aback when it all concluded so abruptly. It must be said, this sequence of events left them utterly perplexed. Yet, no one stepped forward to elucidate the situation, and thus, the assembly adjourned amidst their confusion, with everyone rising to depart the grand hall. The members of the five families led the way, while several dukes exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a subtle hint of amusement. They were quite pleased with the outcome of today's assembly. Although they could not investigate the Xia family, it mattered little to them. The lack of inquiry was inconsequential. After all, the royal family would not easily relent. The original aim of the five families had never rested upon this point. Their primary objective was merely to exert pressure, and today's assembly served as the initial round of that pressure, with more to follow. The royal family was now aware of their stance. The next step would involve continued negotiations for mutual benefits, while patiently awaiting public sentiment to simmer. Many matters require a certain passage of time to unfold. This held true for the Gao Ling Xia family, as well as for the five families and similarly for Qin Mo. Thus, time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was evening. The soft, golden light of the setting sun silently streamed through the open floor-to-ceiling windows. Unrelent ingli illuminating Qin Montake's cheek. A powerful surge of warmth abruptly surged from his chest, yet Qin Mo had long since grown accustomed to it. He exhibited no outward reaction, his gaze firmly fixed ahead as he activated the Qin awakening panel. Vision, 206, hearing, 200, intelligence, 201, breathing, 200, strength, 206, speed, 205. Recovery, 200, defense, 204, light energy points, 38, freely allocatable. Today's accumulation of light energy points had reached a new historical high, causing a radiant smile to blossom on Qin Mo's lips. He adhered to his usual allocation strategy, striving to maintain a balanced development across all attributes. Aside from increasing his highest attributes, vision and strength, by 4 points each, he allocated 5 points to the other 6 attributes. The immense warmth emanated from his chest, swiftly diffusing throughout his entire being. Breathing, 205, skill, super breathing enhancement. An even greater torrent of warmth surged into his lungs and surrounding areas, the scorching solar energy infusing every cell within him. Qin Mo's super lungs began to strengthen inch by inch, harboring a more formidable energy capable of expelling air at a lower temperature and generating a wider, more powerful hurricane. The magnitude of this enhancement is a doubling of the original capacity, implying that Qin Mo is now effortlessly capable of freezing a 7th-tier S-class awakener. As for the destructive force of the hurricane, it goes without saying that it rivals the potency of the breath of ice. Contemplating this, Qin Mo felt an increasing delight in his heart. Rising from his chair, he exhaled a long plume of white vapor, causing the temperature in the office to plummet by several degrees. Li Tiangang, who had been lounging in the corner engrossed in his phone, suddenly lifted his head, brow furrowed, and eyes narrowed. The shift in temperature had piqued his keen senses. However, it did not take long for him to discern that the sudden genetic fluctuation originated from Qin Mo, and he promptly lost interest, muttering, "I thought I could stretch my limbs. How dull." Once he spoke, Li Tiangang languidly stood up, approached Qin Mo, and inquired with a frown, "What are you doing just now?" "Nothing much, just a small experiment," Qin Mo replied with a smile, concealing the true reason. Li Tiangang could certainly tell he was not being forthright, yet it was perfectly normal for an extraordinary talent like Qin Mo to keep certain matters to himself. Thus, he refrained from probing further and instead asked, "What are we having for dinner today? I mean, it's only 5 o'clock, and you're already thinking about food? Quit the chatter. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can get down to business," Li Tiangang replied impatiently. "Huh? What business?" Qin Mo asked, perplexed. "Kid, are you playing dumb with me? Don't worry, you one need to pay for tonight's indulgence. I'm not short on a few trifles." Li Tiangang shot back with a roll of his eyes before turning on his heel and striding out. Ahem. Qin Mo cleared his throat. The earlier bewilderment now vanished from his expression. He quickly tidied his desk and hurried after Li Tiangang. The two descended to the first floor of the security bureau, and after hopping into Li Tiangang's sports car in the underground parking lot, they sped off towards Lingyun District. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Mo found himself at their favorite barbecue stall. The smoky aroma of charcoal-grilled delicacies danced in the summer evening breeze, unabashedly invading their nostrils, presenting to them the most authentic visage of the capital. This was the essence of earthly existence. Qin Mo relished such a life. Soon, an array of meat skewers was swiftly brought to their table. As Qin Mo savored the skewers, he engaged in casual banter with Li Tiangang. However, approximately half an hour later, a group of over 30 young individuals clad in matching attire suddenly appeared at the street corner ahead, comprising both men and women. This assembly of more than 30 commenced walking along the roadside until they halted about 50 meters away from Qin Mo. Subsequently, they quickly dispersed, distributing pamphlets that they had been holding. It was nearly 6 o'clock, right on the cusp of the evening rush hour, a time when foot traffic was exceptionally high. Thus, the flyers distributed by this group dissipated rapidly, and within mere moments, their hands were devoid of any material. Observing their actions, a sense of curiosity burgeoned within Qin Mo. He scrutinized the flyers, discovering that they were filled with negative reports about the Xia family of jailing, meticulously crafted with both text and images, clearly designed with care. The uniform attire of these individuals further revealed their identity to Qin Mo. The golden insignia on their sleeves bore the words, Imperial Capital University. It was evident that they were a group of university students, and their current endeavor piqued Qin Mo's curiosity even further, compelling him to observe closely. Among them was a striking young woman with a high ponytail, elegantly stepping forth in her black, round-toed shoes. Clearing her throat, she raised the flyer high and proclaimed to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer continue to be deceived." Her clear and forceful voice resonated, quickly drawing a gathering of onlookers. The innate human tendency to observe and speculate was undeniable, deeply ingrained within our nature. As the crowd swelled, the ponytailed girl surveyed her audience before introducing herself simply as a student from the journalism department of Imperial Capital University. With fervor, she launched into her impassioned discourse. "Surely, many of you have noticed the recent spate of negative reports concerning the Xia family of jailing. The content is disheartening and painful to behold. Initially, I was skeptical. As a journalism student, I instinctively regarded these reports as baseless slander orchestrated by rival families against the Xia clan. Believe me, there is over a 60% likelihood that such families engage in such vile acts." After a brief pause to allow the bewildered audience to absorb her words, she continued with righteous conviction. "However, I was mistaken this time. I was blinded by the Xia family's facade, never anticipating that their transgressions were far worse than I had imagined. The recent attack on a Morning Bell high-speed train by the Kingdom of Qi has not only endangered our esteemed Duke of the Qin Empire, but has also extinguished the lives of over 1,000 innocent souls. Such events deeply sadden me. Yet amidst this sorrow, I yearn to uncover the hidden truths. The attack on the Morning Bell train harbors ulterior motives." Her words were resolute and emphatic. Her tone was imbued with a contagious fervor, as if she genuinely believed in her statements. The crowd surrounding her erupted like a stirred hive of ants, instantly buzzing with animated discussion. The incident concerning the Morning Bell could be deemed the spark igniting the ongoing conflict at the Qin-Qi border. The citizens of the Qin Empire were as invested in this matter as they were in any other pressing issue. Before me stands a self-proclaimed top student from the journalism department of the Imperial Capital University, who has first mentioned the Xia family of Galing and then the Morning Bell. What, I wonder, is she attempting to convey? Could there be an underlying connection between these two entities? The crowd remains oblivious. Yet this girl with a high ponytail has introduced a topic without providing any answers. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, she boldly inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, Jiyuan County lies deep within our Great Qin, a staggering 10,000 kilometers from the borders of the two nations. How is it that the Qi people have managed to infiltrate our heartland so silently? Is the border defense of our Great Qin merely a facade? For years, has the champion Marquis guarded our borders only for the Qi to dare not encroach? And is this all a mere illusion? Who has granted the Qi people such convenience? And who harbors treachery against the Empire?" This barrage of questions struck like a rapid-fire volley, leaving no time for the audience to respond, directly embedding themselves into their minds. This impassioned speech on the street has completely seized the public psyche, all under the control of the girl with the high ponytail. Qin Mo's gaze flickered, a glimmer of intrigue passing through his eyes, silently commending her performance. What excellent acting! He then amplified his hearing 100-fold, allowing all sounds within several dozen miles to flood into his mind, where his super brain swiftly began to analyze and process the information. Mere seconds later, the data computations were complete, and at that very moment, similar impassioned speeches erupted across numerous streets in the capital. Although the content varied slightly, the overarching themes were strikingly similar. Qin Mo's earlier suspicions were now confirmed. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss with the girl in the high ponytail. It appeared she truly belonged to one of the 5 great families. The 5 great families were relentlessly steering public opinion, thrusting the Xia family into the spotlight. And the speed at which they did so was astonishing. The immense influence wielded by these ancient clans, with their millennia of heritage, was evident even in this small detail, offering a glimpse into their power. Observing the growing crowd around the girl with the high ponytail, Qin Mo retracted his gaze, slowly shook his head, and could not help but murmur, "A professional indeed lives up to the title." Chapter 141. The investigation order. A night passed without incident. And as dawn broke the following day, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds, gradually unveiling the royal precinct. The capital began to awaken from its slumber, entering a state of fervor. Whether heading to work, dining in restaurants, or attending to other matters, the populace spoke of but one subject, the Xia family of Galing. Major media outlets of the Great Qin were nearly overwhelmed by the influx of users. News regarding the borders was swiftly overshadowed, with the front pages dominated entirely by various negative reports concerning the Xia family. The street speeches initiated by the 5 great families last night have begun to yield remarkable results, tapping into the very essence of human nature. Memory is inherently fleeting. When a more sensational piece of news emerges, individuals often momentarily forget all else. Take, for instance, the current situation with the Gao Ling Xia family and the border conflict. The related public discourse continues to ferment incessantly. While the core high-ranking officials from various vital departments in the capital have already boarded their private carriages heading towards the royal confines, the court assembly has convened once again. It was previously stated that there would only be a regular meeting at the beginning of the month, with the remainder of the time necessitating the initiative of the 5 great families. Yesterday, it was the turn of the Northtown Chu family, and today, it is the Yannan Fong family's turn. One must not overlook this seemingly trivial act. It is, in fact, a deliberate signal intended to convey a clear message to all involved. Concerning the Gao Ling Xia family matters, the 5 great families stand united, presenting a united front. Simultaneously, this serves as a warning. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives or covet the position of duke, they would do well to heed the Gao Ling Xia family as a cautionary tale. Aspiring to such a title requires one to be prepared to face the 5 great families simultaneously and to carefully consider whether one possesses the requisite strength. The esteemed officials are not fools. They grasp the underlying implications and dare not utter a word, rendered utterly silent. Subsequently, everyone took their seats in the same positions as yesterday, with no changes. Duke Fong wasted no time and addressed the matter directly. Your Majesty, the discourse surrounding the Gao Ling Xia family is intensifying, with public opinion expanding exponentially since yesterday. The royal family can no longer afford to remain silent. Moreover, a segment of the populace suspect a connection between the Morning Bell incident and the Gao Ling Xia family, harboring deep grievances that require immediate appeasement. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced King Qin expressed mild surprise and slowly inquired, "Oh, how could the situation escalate so rapidly overnight, Duke Fong? Surely there must be more to this?" In response, Duke Fong calmly stated, "As for any hidden truths, I cannot ascertain. However, the public demands accountability. They need to see the stance of our great Qin Empire." His demeanor remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. His latter statement was strikingly candid, indicating that even if it meant disheartening the loyal defenders of the border, an investigation into the Gao Ling Xia family was imperative. To neglect such an inquiry would not suffice to quell the restless murmurs of the populace. The 5 great families are employing a blatant strategy, leveraging public opinion as a means to exert pressure on the royal family, compelling them to take a stance. The royal family is undoubtedly aware of the machinations behind this, yet they find themselves powerless, for every word uttered by Duke Fong rings true. The great Qin Empire must provide the public with an explanation at this critical juncture. King Qin fell into a contemplative silence, although a faint smile lingered on his face. A peculiar glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes. After a prolonged silence, the King of Qin finally regained his composure. He then spoke, "Since we have reached this juncture, let us conduct an investigation. However, the responsibility for this matter should lie with the Security Bureau. The current Deputy Director, Qin Mo, is both capable and influential. I hereby nominate him as the leader of the investigation team." At that moment, Chu Xiong suddenly interjected, and after his words settled, the other noblemen nodded in agreement, expressing their support for the proposal. Observing this, the King of Qin's smile grew somewhat rigid, yet he found himself without grounds to refuse. If Qin Mo had no ties to the 5 great families, he would indeed be an appropriate candidate. Alas, in this world there are no ifs. Ultimately, the royal family chose to compromise, permitting Qin Mo to temporarily assume the role of investigation leader. Once this decision was made, the 5 great families exchanged subtle glances. But this time, each discerned a hint of mirth in the other's eyes. The objective of the day had been thoroughly achieved. Subsequently, the group seized the opportunity to discuss recent developments along the borders and significant events occurring in other prefectures of the Great Qin. However, the king of Qin grew disinterested. After sitting for less than 5 minutes, he casually sought an excuse to depart from the ancient hall. Thus, time passed. Half an hour later, seated in the office of the Security Bureau, Qin Mo abruptly received a hasty phone call. Leaning against the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, absorbing the scorching rays of the sun, he glanced at his phone and noted that it was a call from Li Mai. Qin Mo squinted, then pressed the call button, bringing the phone to his ear. Instantly, Li Mai's voice resonated on the other end. Qin Mo, public opinion has gained significant momentum. The royal family has relented and agreed to investigate the Gao Ling Xia clan. The task now falls to the Security Bureau, and you should expect to receive the investigation order by afternoon. Before Qin Mo could respond, Li Mai continued, of course. This so-called investigation is merely a formality. It is merely for show. In a couple of days, simply present the evidence and witnesses you have prepared, and the Gao Ling Xia clan will find themselves in dire straits. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Qin Mo's face. If that is the case, I shall await eagerly, he replied. Li Mai acknowledged with an mm, and after exchanging a few more casual remarks, they hung up. Qin Mo set down his phone, his smile deepening further. With his fingers interlaced behind his head, he reclined in his chair, exuding an air of leisure. Presently, propelled by the efforts of the 5 great families, the Huangquan operation was steadily advancing towards its conclusion. He estimated that within a week at most, the Great Qin Empire would see the permanent diminishment of one noble family. The Xia family of Gao Ling now resembles a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for much longer. The mere thought of this brought a sense of joy to Qin Mo's heart. He squinted slightly, peering through the gaps to behold the gentle, non-dazzling yellow sunlight. His demeanor relaxed. Thus, several hours swiftly passed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as Li Mai had foretold, Qin Mo received a search warrant issued from the Royal Restricted Zone. Without a moment's hesitation, he mobilized personnel from the Security Department and, accompanied by Li Tiangang, set forth towards the Shangyun district. A procession of over a dozen black armored vehicles lined up, traversing a main thoroughfare in the imperial capital, showing no intent to conceal their presence. Qin Mo and Li Tiangang occupied the front vehicle. Gazing through the window at the curious glances drawn from either side of the street, their expressions remarkably serene. The ostentatious nature of their operation served to provide the populace with a clear account, allowing them to witness the response of the Great Qin Empire. Moreover, at the moment the Security Department was dispatched, the public relations machinery of the Qingyangli family had already been set in motion, swiftly toppling the previous sensational headlines within a mere 2 minutes. In its place emerged the announcement. Qin Mo, Deputy Director of the Great Qin Empire Security Bureau and head of the Special Investigation Team, personally heads to the Gao Ling Xia family for a thorough investigation. The name Qin Mo once again graced the public's consciousness, becoming widely recognized. The Qingyangli family was evidently orchestrating a campaign to bolster his image, reminiscent of the strategies employed by the late Xia Zhu, subtly deepening his influence in the hearts of the people. The timing of this maneuver was impeccably executed. One could already foresee the magnitude of accolades Qin Mo would receive upon the eventual downfall of the Gao Ling Xia family. Such accolades, coupled with the near-unlimited investment from the Qingyangli family, would undoubtedly pave the way for a brilliant future. Everything was meticulously arranged, neither a moment too early nor too late. The convoy of the Security Department traveled for approximately 20 minutes before the vast estate of the Xia family slowly came into view. Subsequently, the convoy came to a halt before the main entrance of the estate. Qin Mo opened the car door and stepped out, his calm gaze sweeping forward. He beheld the rotund Xia Xian, flanked by dozens of individuals from the estate, standing in 3 neat lines, as if awaiting inspection. A faint smile adorned Xia Xian's chubby face as he adjusted his belly and approached Qin Mo. Even before he came close, a hearty laugh reached Qin Mo's ears. Ha ha! I have long heard the general speak of the esteemed lord of the inner territory as a prodigious talent of unparalleled genius. Alas, due to pressing military duties, I have yet to have the honor of meeting him. Today, as the lord graces the champion marquis's residence, we are all overcome with joy. Albeit we never anticipated such a turn of events. As he spoke, Xia Xian let out a heavy sigh and continued slowly, alas. Our esteemed Xia clan of Jialing has served the nation and its people for generations, with unwavering loyalty to the mighty Qin Empire. Our generals have guarded the borders for many years, risking their lives and consistently achieving military accolades. Yet now, we find ourselves besmirched by vile scoundrels, slandered and defamed in an attempt to tarnish the reputation of the Xia family. Such despicable individuals deserve to face the harshest penalties according to the laws of the Qin Empire. I implore you, Marquis Guanyi, to investigate this matter and restore justice to our esteemed Xia clan. We rely entirely on your support. Upon finishing, Xia Xian bent deeply and performed a profound bow. The assembled young members of the Xia family, as if preordained, echoed behind him in unison. May the Marquis Guanyi restore justice to our esteemed Xia clan. Among them were over 70 awakened individuals, their collective voices resonating throughout the estate, creating an overwhelming clamor. Unbeknownst to them, the Xia family had unwittingly instilled a sense of trepidation in the security bureau. Unfortunately, Qin Mo was impervious to such theatrics. His expression remained profoundly calm, devoid of any discernible reaction. In response to Xia Xian's impassioned lament, Qin Mo did not exchange pleasantries, but directly took the investigation order from Li Yuan's hands. With a swift motion, he straightened the document, ensuring it lay perfectly flat. By the decree of His Majesty the Emperor of the Qin Empire, an investigation into the Jialing Xia family shall commence, Qin Mo stated nonchalantly. Subsequently, he waved his hand casually toward the Xia estate. The security personnel, having long been poised for action, surged into the estate without hesitation or courtesy. Observing this, Xia Xian's pupils shifted, his gaze sharpening. However, he maintained his bowing posture, concealing the subtle changes in his expression. Qin Mo showed no inclination for him to rise, leading Li Tiangang past him into the depths of the estate. You should refer to me as the head of the investigation team, not Marquis Guanyi, were his final words, trailing off into the air, carried by the warm breeze, each syllable brushing against Xia Xian's ears, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Xia Xian, who had managed to maintain a composed demeanor, felt his countenance darken in that moment. He understood that the days ahead for the Jialing Xia family would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, he had no strategies to counter this predicament. All he could do was patiently await the return of the Xia ancestor. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon entering the Xia estate, Qin Mo began to meander aimlessly. He did not seek evidence within the ancient castle. Indeed, as Li Mai had suggested, he was merely going through the motions. Moreover, even if he did search, it would be nearly impossible to uncover anything, as the Jialing Xia clan excelled in obliterating traces. Having gathered in a line at the entrance, it was evident that they had received the news long ago. Consequently, it was indisputable that everything that ought to be present had vanished. Thus, Qin Mo resolved to seek a sunlit spot where he could recline until sunset. After all, it was already 3:30, and he could not linger for long. Hence, the two of them basked in the sun on the lawn for nearly 2 hours. It was not until a familiar warmth surged unexpectedly from his chest that Qin Mo opened his eyes, focusing his gaze ahead. Energy points, 37, freely allocatable. The allocation plan required no further elaboration. It would follow the same pattern as before. Each of the 8 attributes received an addition of 4 points, followed by 1 point each to vision, strength, intelligence, speed, and defense. The complex warmth rapidly diffused throughout his body, infusing every cell with the searing energy of the sun. Defense, 214, skill, iron body enhancement. Observing this fleeting information, Qin Mo instantly felt a clear enhancement across all attributes. His iron body had ascended from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, granting him a formidable defensive power and immunity to even more powerful elemental attacks. This represented significant growth in Qin Mo's strength. Moreover, the increase in defense not only enhanced his ability to survive, but also impacted the potency of his attacks. It is important to note that the enhancement of the iron body was comprehensive, encompassing tendons, bones, organs, and cells, leaving no aspect neglected. Such all-encompassing enhancement enabled Qin Mo to unleash his utmost strength without hesitation. Without a robust physique, the overwhelming power would tear him apart before he could even release it. The adage "one must be strong to forge iron" perfectly encapsulates this principle. This enhancement lasted less than 3 minutes before the warmth dissipated like snow in summer. Qin Mo spread his fingers and then slowly clenched them into a fist, savoring the powerful energy coursing through him, his smile growing ever more radiant. Reflecting on his earlier battle with Xiang Dongfang, he realized his strength was now comparable to that of a 9th tier awakened. Beyond the 9th tier lay the threshold of the Heavenly King. He pondered in silence the daunting height of this threshold, which 99% of the world could not surpass. However, this question remained unanswered. Qin Mo was unaware of how far he truly was from the Heavenly King. Although he lacked any ascension threshold, he felt compelled to validate his strength. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed such thoughts. Waiting another year or so, his attributes would likely reach 4 digits, rendering the Heavenly King inconsequential. One must remember that a superhuman is nearly an invincible being, with a single punch capable of shattering a planet and traversing the cosmos in an instant. He still has a long way to go. The path that Qin Mo must tread is far from short. Today, he must offer a new work as a sacrifice to exchange for a measure of fortune. Additionally, I would like to report my achievements thus far. I have sacrificed no less than 10 books, all of which have been dispatched, and I have plundered all the fortune therein. This appears to be the 11th. O great deity of writing, please accept my offering. Chapter 142. The Royal Family Concedes. Arrests implemented. Time invariably moves swiftly yet slowly. To Qin Mo, it felt as if he had merely basked in the sun for 2 days. However, for Xiaxian, the situation was far more complex. The investigation by the Security Bureau had persisted for 2.5 days, turning the entire Xia estate upside down. The security department had left no corner of the ancient castle unexamined. It could be said they were close to digging 3 feet into the ground. Xiaxian observed all of this, adhering to the commands of his ancestors without any resistance, allowing them to act as they pleased. Naturally, he harbored no concerns about the Security Bureau uncovering anything, as all evidence had indeed been thoroughly obliterated. Yet, Xiaxian's mood was not as serene as one might expect. An ominous premonition plagued him. This feeling seemed to arise from the depths of the unknown, inexplicable and elusive, perhaps more aptly described as intuition. As a 9th tier S-class awakener, Xiaxian had always placed great faith in his instincts, especially after covertly observing Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. That unsettling intuition had only intensified. For a solid 2.5 days, he had done nothing but lie on the lawn and bask in the sun. Xiaxian thought to himself, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. Truth be told, he found Qin Mo's bizarre maneuvers incomprehensible. The Security Bureau appeared to be searching for the sake of searching, devoid of any clear objective, as if they were mechanically fulfilling a task. It seemed that Qin Mo and his associates had not harbored expectations of uncovering any leads within the Xia estate. Thus, a question arose. If that were the case, why exert such effort? Xiaxian remained perplexed, unable to fathom the confidence of the 5 great families. It is essential to recognize that the Gao Ling Xia clan was backed by royalty, clinging to a robust ally. Toppling them would not be a simple feat, even for the 5 families, requiring undeniable evidence of substantial weight. But what could such evidence be? Xiaxian's brow furrowed even deeper, his mind consumed with contemplation. In times like these, he sought guidance to illuminate his path. Under normal circumstances, he would have dialed his ancestor's private number or sought a direct audience with him. However, now he dare not exhibit any unusual behavior, as he sensed distinctly that someone was watching him. This feeling of being observed was faint yet intermittently present. Had it not been for Xiaxian's formidable strength, he might have remained oblivious to certain clandestine matters that could have been inadvertently exposed. Fortunately, he has maintained a low profile throughout his decades in the imperial capital, rarely revealing his true prowess. The outside world perceives him merely as a 9th tier S-class awakener, unaware that he transcends the ordinary 9th tier. 8 years prior, Xiaxian had already grazed the threshold of ascending to the king level, reaching the pinnacle of S-class awakening. However, how far he has progressed along that threshold in the subsequent 8 years remains a mystery. Standing at the window ledge on the 3rd floor of the ancient castle, his already small eyes appeared even smaller as he squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Mo and his companion lounging in the sun on the distant lawn. Myriad thoughts flitting through his mind. As a 3rd tier S-class, Qin Mo could not possibly possess such formidable means of surveillance. Thus, the focus shifted to the tall, middle-aged man beside him. This individual had at least touched upon the threshold of the king level, which piqued Xia Xian's interest. With a cryptic gaze and an inscrutable expression, Xia Xian withdrew his eyes and turned to enter the depths of the castle. Yet, the elusive sensation of being observed clung to him, refusing to dissipate. On the lawn, Qin Mo lay back with his hands behind his head, eyes closed and basking in the sun, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had witnessed every one of Xia Xian's actions with clarity in his mind. The holographic vision had enveloped the entirety of the Xia estate, constructing a meticulous three-dimensional model within his superbrain, continuously analyzing and processing a vast array of information. The sensation of being watched that Xia Xian felt truly originated from him. Li Tiangang had no interest in such trivialities. However, Qin Mo's vision was indeed limited. He could not perceive certain areas within the castle, nor could he hear any sounds emanating from within, as though an invisible wall obstructed him. This sensation was akin to his previous experiences when attempting to probe the imperial capital with his hearing. He was unable to investigate the ancient halls of the royal forbidden zone, nor could he delve into the estates of the 5 great families. These ancient structures seemed to possess an indescribable enchantment, remarkable and extraordinary. Moreover, Qin Mo was certain that the influence stemmed from the ancient buildings, steeped in centuries of history. In his recent leisure, he had ventured into the castle for a detailed exploration and had distinctly noted the presence of modern technological traces. This indicated that the Xia castle was not a wholly preserved ancient edifice, but rather a fragmented castle that had undergone renovations, resulting in its current appearance. He found that while the renovated areas were accessible to his perception, the original structure remained elusive. This explained why Xia Xian experienced intermittent sensations of being surveilled. He subconsciously believed that Li Tiangang had deliberately concealed his own whereabouts, which led him to remain excessively cautious, refraining from any contact. Little did he know that Xia Xian was overthinking. He was in fact utterly intimidated by Qin Mo's formidable presence. Should this be revealed, it would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, the truth remained unchanged. Reflecting on this, a more pronounced smile graced Qin Mo's face, the corners of his lips curving upwards even further. Considering the timeline, it was likely that the Li family had already taken action. Qin Mo mused contentedly within himself. His spirits lifted. He then shifted his position, adopting a more comfortable reclining posture to continue absorbing the sun's energy. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, with the sunlight perfectly illuminating the surroundings. Meanwhile, as a smile lingered at the corners of Qin Mo's lips, the key figures in various departments of the imperial capital found no reason to smile, their hearts laden with bitterness. The cause of their grim demeanor was singular. The court assembly had convened once more. In the span of merely a week, this marked the 3rd assembly, and the attendees were nearing a state of numbness. Yet, they had no recourse but to endure. What power did they possess to provoke the imperial family or the 5 great families? Thus, under such circumstances, a fleet of black vehicles surged once again from all corners of the imperial capital, converging before the ancient hall. Simultaneously, over 20 S-class awakened individuals from the 5 great families concealed themselves around the security bureau, remaining shrouded in secrecy. Within the depths of the bureau, a loud clang reverberated as the iron door of the holding cell was forcefully pushed open. Li Yi, with a stern expression, silently observed the disheveled Xia Dongfang, whose aura was utterly depleted. "The time has come. We must leave," he stated coolly. As his words fell, he strode forward, grasping Xia Dongfang by the shoulder and dragging him out. In the adjacent cell, Xia Mei faced a similar fate, though her treatment was considerably more lenient. The two were shackled with handcuffs crafted from a secret mineral and escorted by Li Yi to the plaza outside the security bureau, where they were roughly shoved into an armed off-road vehicle. As Xia Mei entered the vehicle, her eyes darted around, a flicker of unusual color flashing in their depths. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly echoed within the previously empty vehicle. "Sit tight and refrain from looking around." It was the voice of Li Ming, one of the guards assigned to transport the witnesses. Startled by the unexpected voice, Xia Mei quickly composed herself and obeyed, settling into her seat. "Once we arrive, speak candidly. Do not conceal anything, nor embellish your account." Your fate hinges upon your own words, and I trust that requires no further elaboration, Li Ming continued. Upon hearing this, Xia Mei's gaze flickered as she slowly nodded. Understood. Let us depart. As Li Ming's voice faded, Li Yi, seated in the driver's seat, immediately ignited the engine. With a resounding roar, the vehicle gradually set off towards the royal restricted area. Just as the off-road vehicle departed the gates of the Security Bureau, the S-Class Awakeners, strategically positioned by the 5 prominent families, simultaneously sprang into action, their escort flanking both sides. Their sole responsibility was to ensure the safe arrival of the witness to the royal restricted area, leaving no room for error. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, the court assembly held within the royal restricted area formally commenced. The initiator of today's gathering was none other than the current head of the Chongping Liu family, Duke Liu of the Great Qin. Inside the grand hall, a long table was enveloped in an eerie silence. The gazes of the 4 great dukes were fixed upon the emperor, who sat at the head of the table, an invisible sense of pressure permeating the air. After a brief pause, Duke Liu gently pressed his lips together before slowly speaking. Your Majesty, the investigation team has been tirelessly working day and night, and they have uncovered some significant information. It appears we have underestimated the Gao Ling Xia family. Oh, what do you mean by that, Duke? A rare, sickly flush appeared on the pale face of King Qin, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his deep-set eyes. Upon hearing this, Duke Liu discreetly gestured to an individual seated at the far end of the table. The person promptly understood, retrieving the prepared documents and presenting them with both hands. The documents contained various incriminating evidence against the Gao Ling Xia family, detailing their treasonous dealings and the assassination of key figures in the imperial capital. In summary, the contents were exceedingly meticulous, revealing a thorough preparation. King Qin casually flipped through the pages and, after a brief glance, tossed the documents onto the table. Despite having reviewed the evidence, a faint smile lingered on his face, indicating that his demeanor remained unfazed. If this is all there is, it would be unwise to draw such hasty conclusions. Wouldn't you agree, Duke Liu? King Qin turned to face him, inquiring softly. Your Majesty, the findings of the investigation team extend beyond this, Duke Liu candidly stated, then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the grand hall, saying calmly, bring forth the witness. As his words resonated, Li Ming entered the grand hall, escorting Xia Dongfang and Xia Mei. He unceremoniously tossed the limp Xia Dongfang onto the ground and, bowing to King Qin, announced, Your Majesty, this is Xia Dongfang, the head of the Gao Ling Xia family's Elder Council, along with core member Xia Mei. Both have been involved, to varying degrees, in the treacherous dealings of the Xia family. Each word struck the audience like thunder, reverberating in their ears. The previously stated accusations had not elicited much astonishment, as spoken words could easily be fabricated. However, the presence of these 2 living witnesses from the Xia family was an entirely different matter. At that moment, a singular thought surged through the hearts of all present. The Gao Ling Xia family was utterly finished. Since the 5 great families have reached this juncture, it is evident that they possess absolute confidence. The testimonies of witnesses need not be heeded, as the outcome is already foreseeable. Contemplating this, the hall grew increasingly silent. Nevertheless, the expression on the Qin King's face remained unchanged, his lips adorned with a faint smile, as if all was well within his dominion, exuding an air of effortless composure. Observing Xia Mei at the entrance, the Qin King hesitated momentarily, pausing for approximately 5 seconds. After this brief interval, he spoke slowly. Though witnesses are present, the specifics of the matter require thorough investigation. Treason is a grave offense, and according to the laws of the Great Qin, it entails the collective punishment of an entire family, affecting the lives of thousands. We cannot afford to wrongfully accuse a loyal minister. Furthermore, with the border conflict intensifying and the champion Marquis leading the troops valiantly to reclaim our lost territories, what would become of the border commanders if the Xia family of Gaoling is indeed guilty of treason? Changing commanders in the heat of battle is a grave taboo. Surely the lords are aware of this. What your Majesty says is both reasonable and substantiated. The matter concerning the Gao Ling Xia family indeed warrants meticulous investigation, responded Duke Liu, who had spoken earlier. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, due to the gravity of the situation, it is imperative to take measures against the Xia family, Their actions cannot be left unchecked. Indeed, the Gaoling Xia family should be restrained, interjected Duke Fong. Noticing this, Chu Xiong, seated nearby, tapped the table lightly and remarked, "In that case, let the Security Bureau proceed with the arrest on the spot. The border issues can be discussed later. To repel external threats, we must first ensure internal stability. What does Your Majesty think?" In just a few exchanges, the decision to arrest the Xia family was effortlessly reached with no dissenting voices. The Qin King, too, recognized the necessity of making certain concessions in light of the united pressure from the 5 great families. Subsequently, the court meeting officially concluded. The Qin King cast a final glance at Xia Mei standing at the hall's entrance before rising to depart. Following his exit, everyone else gradually vacated their seats and made their way outside. Xia Mei and Xia Dongfang had merely shown their faces here to compel the royal family to yield, after which they were escorted back to the Security Bureau by Li Ming for continued detention. Their next opportunity to make an impact would be in the specially designated court established for the trial of their ancestor. As for the revelation of their survival today, there was no cause for concern. All members of the Gaoling Xia family, excluding their ancestor, would be gathered in the detention cell tonight, with none escaping. The dim sunlight cast a slanted glow upon Chu Xiong's face as he stepped out of the hall, landing squarely on his pronounced brows. Chu Xiong came to a halt, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He located a recently entered phone number and pressed the call button, a mechanical electronic voice resonating in response. Soon the call connected, and Qin Mo's voice emerged from the other end. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Chu Xiong directly stated, "You may proceed." Chapter 143, A Single Step. The scene rewinds to 10 minutes earlier, in the Shangyun district of the imperial capital within the Xia family manor. The dim sun hung lazily on the mountainside like an aging elder nearing the end of life. The gentle sunlight traversed an endless distance, landing squarely upon Qin Mo, the familiar warmth surging within his chest. In an instant, Qin Mo's thoughts stirred, and he gradually opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening on what lay before him as he silently activated the gene awakening interface. Vision, 224 hearing, 218 intelligence, 220 breathing, 218 strength, 224 speed, 224 recovery, 218 defense, 223 energy points, 37 freely allocable. After accumulating energy points over the past 2 days, Qin Mo's attributes had undergone significant transformation. Moreover, his speed and recovery had once again reached the threshold for enhancement, resulting in remarkable improvements in super speed and super endurance. Presently, Qin Mo's base speed had escalated to 50 times the speed of sound, while his ultimate speed reached an astonishing 60 times the speed of sound. This meant that in a state of full exertion, he could appear 20,000 meters away in just 1 second. Such velocity was truly astonishing, bordering on the unbelievable. Of course, it was not only speed and recovery that experienced significant augmentation. The other 6 attributes saw improvements as well, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. Qin Mo gazed at the small print at the bottom of the attribute panel, and without hesitation, he followed his previous distribution plan, allocating 4 points to each of the 8 attributes, and then adding 1 point each to vision, intelligence, strength, speed, and defense. A vast warmth rapidly spread throughout his entire being, each cell invigorated by the infusion of solar energy, as if they were jubilantly celebrating. Strength, 229, skill, super strength enhanced. A sudden flash of information surged through Qin Mo's mind, and an even more potent warmth enveloped him, the overwhelming sensation of power flooding his heart in an instant. Following this enhancement, super strength had remarkably progressed from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, with both base strength and ultimate strength experiencing a doubling in magnitude. It had been previously stated that the later stages yield increasingly significant enhancements, and the advancement of 1's abilities would multiply accordingly. Qin Mo felt that he could obliterate a planet with a single punch. However, this was merely an illusion. The abrupt surge in strength often leads individuals to harbor blind confidence. This incident subtly reveals the sheer terror of the recent enhancement of superpowers. The immense warmth within Qin Mo's body rapidly dissipated after the augmentation, prompting him to exhale deeply, rise from his chair, and stretch his arms wide in a languorous yawn. A broad smile adorned his face, as the swift increase in strength greatly uplifted his spirits. However, at that very moment, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air, Qin Mo retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed it was a call from Chu Xiong. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Immediately, Chu Xiong's deep voice resonated from the other end. "We can act now." As those words fell, Qin Mo's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening. "We can act. But against whom?" This required no further elaboration. He was already aware that an audience was convening that afternoon, fully cognizant that it would mark the third round of pressure exerted on the royal family by the 5 prominent families. The situation had become abundantly clear. This latest exertion of pressure had evidently enabled the 5 families to achieve their objectives. Within the briefest fraction of a second, Qin Mo's super intellect processed all the information in a flash. "I understand," Qin Mo replied, promptly ending the call. At that moment, Li Mai, who had been by his side, also rose, having absorbed the entirety of their conversation and prepared himself for action. Earlier, from Xia Mei, he had learned that the castle's chief steward, Xia Xian, was a 9th-tier S-class awakened, a formidable opponent indeed. Should Xia Xian surrender without resistance, it would be manageable. However, if he chose to resist fiercely, it would be the time for Li Tiangang to demonstrate his prowess. In Li Mai's view, the 9th tier was far from formidable, a testament to the confidence that comes with being invincible beneath the sovereign. Chu Xiong, fully aware of Li Tiangang's identity, felt assured in allowing the Security Bureau to execute the arrest. He could guarantee with absolute certainty that the operation would unfold without a hitch. Consequently, Qin Mo and Li Tiangang exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement before rising together towards the castle. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. In Xia's estate, Xia Xian was the only one possessing notable strength, while the rest posed no significant threat. Once Xia Xian was apprehended, the remaining individuals would be easily subdued, requiring no further concern. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the castle, Xia Xian peered through a small window, observing Qin Mo and his companion. His brow furrowed slowly, and his eyes narrowed. His thoughts were always profound and meticulous, allowing him to detect the peculiarities of the day almost instantaneously. Historically, at this hour, Qin Mo would typically be seen alongside Li Tiangang, spending about an hour outside before returning after dinner. Yet today, he was making his way towards the castle. Could it be that there was some unusual movement in the imperial capital? Xia Xian pondered inwardly, though this remained merely a conjecture. In the present moment, he resembles a prisoner, thoroughly confined within this estate, devoid of both sight and sound, cut off from any external news, unable to convey even the slightest information. Under the incessant scrutiny of Qin Mo, Xia Xian finds himself unable to access the internet. Reflecting upon this, a faint sense of danger within him suddenly intensifies, his brows knitting together more tightly as he secretly sharpens his focus. As Qin Mo and his companion gradually fade from Xia Xian's view, the door behind him is abruptly pushed open 2 minutes later. Li Tiangang steps in first, standing at the forefront, arms crossed with an indifferent expression. Qin Mo follows closely, fixing his gaze upon Xia Xian, who sits on the sofa with a glass of red wine in hand, and states bluntly, "Xia Xian, the matter has been exposed. You are under arrest. Surrender willingly." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian's movements falter momentarily. His brow arches, pupils constricting as a glimmer of astonishment flickers deep within his eyes. At that moment, he is utterly taken aback. Xia Xian truly did not foresee that after Qin Mo's prolonged pretense of investigation over 2.5 days, during which not a single clue was unearthed, he would audaciously demand his surrender. Is there such logic in the world? Xia Xian cannot fathom it. But he would never allow himself to be confined within the Security Bureau's detention center. As a seasoned individual who has navigated the complexities of the capital for over a decade, he is well aware of the numerous dealings he has had with the 5 great families and possesses a modicum of understanding regarding their tactics. A mere investigation might be manageable, but once imprisoned, it would be a case of being unable to articulate one's innocence. It is an inescapable quagmire, rendering one as irredeemable as if they had leapt into the Yellow River. The 5 great families have countless ways to tarnish his reputation, and once within the Security Bureau, shackled with specially crafted handcuffs, he would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. For Xia Xian, this is absolutely untenable. As such thoughts whirl through his mind, his expression remains impeccably composed, betraying no sign of turmoil. He sets down the wine glass, offering a faint smile, and replies with feigned cheerfulness. Might I inquire if there exists an arrest warrant from the Grand Commandant? An investigation necessitates a decree from the royal court, and naturally, an arrest must also be sanctioned by an arrest warrant. However, the issuance of a royal order is no trivial matter. It involves navigating numerous procedures. This explains why it took Qin Mo from morning until after 3 in the afternoon to procure an investigation order. Now, with the court session just concluded, the arrest warrant is still meandering through procedural channels, leaving Qin Mo empty-handed. Nevertheless, the presence or absence of such a document is inconsequential. He continues to observe Xia Xian on the sofa quietly, countering with a question. So, are you prepared to refuse arrest? Ha ha. The Grand Commandant certainly possesses a keen sense of humor. Since your security bureau lacks an arrest warrant, it implies an abuse of authority under the guise of royal command. How could my actions be deemed an arrest? Xia Xian shrugs nonchalantly, his hands spread wide. Observing the situation, Qin Mo chose not to engage in further trivial conversation. Instead, he subtly gestured towards Li Tiangang. Instantly, Li Tiangang understood his intent, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he rolled his neck to relieve the stiffness. It had indeed been a considerable time since he last had the opportunity to stretch his limbs, and he found the monotony quite tedious. As his words settled, he raised his right hand, pointing towards Xia Xian with fingers splayed in a claw-like formation. The moment this gesture was made, the air within the room became palpably still, a golden light flickering in the periphery. This was a genuine stasis, akin to time standing still. An unparalleled genetic power surged from within him, reaching out to envelop Xia Xian in an overwhelming draconic pressure. Li Tiangang gradually clenched his fingers, intending to strip Xia Xian of all mobility. He had previously employed this technique against Li Ming during their first encounter at the Security Bureau, casting him out through a window with ease. However, this time, it proved ineffective. Xia Xian displayed no reaction whatsoever, his robust form remaining comfortably seated on the sofa, as if untouched by any influence. Witnessing this, an expression of astonishment flickered in Li Tiangong's eyes. Ah, so this is a peak S-class awakener of the 9th tier. How intriguing. Lowering his right hand, Li Tiangong's smile deepened, and a semblance of seriousness began to emerge on his face. A glimmer of golden light suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes, rapidly expanding to fill his dark pupils. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, and a torrent of power surged within Li Tiangang, reminiscent of a ferocious beast with its jaws agape. He was indeed a mimicry-type awakener, and his simulation was none other than that of the golden dragon. Qin Mo, you should step aside for now. Let me have some fun with him, Li Tiangang called back to Qin Mo without turning around. The peak S-class awakener of the 9th tier represented a significant elevation in strength, capable of effortlessly annihilating others of the same tier. Thus, Qin Mo's presence here was exceedingly perilous. The true strength of Xia Xian had surpassed Li Tiangong's expectations, and once the battle commenced, he might not have the luxury to consider Qin Mo's safety. He had not forgotten the true mission behind his emergence from the coffin, and this battle was beyond Qin Mo's capacity to intervene. Allowing him to leave temporarily was, indeed, the wisest choice. With that, Li Tiangong's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear right before Xia Xian, raising his fist to strike. He had always been a man of decisive action. Once he resolved to engage, there was no hesitation. Meanwhile, the smile on Xia Xian's face had faded, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. He understood that Li Tiangong's realm was undoubtedly on par with his own, marking him as a formidable adversary. Today's confrontation was destined to be a grueling battle, unavoidable and intense. Should he have the luxury of choice, Xia Xian would prefer to refrain from engaging in combat, awaiting the return of his ancestor to take command. However, the current circumstances compel him to face the challenge. A similar golden radiance swiftly permeated Xia Xian's pupils, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being and transforming him into a figure of gold. The air, infused with a rich metallic essence, instantly boiled over, breaking through Li Tiangong's golden dragon pressure and coalescing into 9 golden chains. With a clattering sound, the 9 crimson gold chains extended from the void, ensnaring Li Tiangong's arm and binding him tightly. Under the strain of the chains, his ferocious punch could advance no further, forever halted 3 inches from Xia Xian's face. Having failed to land a successful strike, Li Tiangong's expression hardened as he swiftly pivoted, delivering an elbow strike aimed directly at Xia Xian's face. At that moment, the ethereal form of the golden dragon materialized above him, its massive head aligning perfectly with his elbow. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed once more. With solemn eyes fixed upon Xia Xian, Li Tiangang suddenly summoned hundreds of crimson gold weapons that materialized alongside him, their tips thrusting forth in unison. Each weapon, forged from the power of the golden dragon, possessed the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a ninth-tier awakened being. This exemplified the terrifying nature of peak supremacy. Yet, his opponent was also at the pinnacle of the ninth tier and wielded the same golden elemental power. Xia Xian's fingers splayed wide, conjuring hundreds of crimson gold weapons that filled the cramped room to the brim. In the next instant, a cacophony erupted. The forces of the weapons clashed, counteracting one another as Xia Xian brought his hands together, his broad golden palms shielding his face just in time to block Li Tiangong's elbow strike. In a heartbeat, all transpired in the blink of an eye. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to a clap of thunder from a clear sky. An explosive sound erupted violently, shaking the void. As the surrounding walls crumbled instantaneously, the ancient edifice collapsed, dust billowing forth, and waves of force radiated from the two combatants, spreading in concentric circles for hundreds of feet. The powerful aftershock knocked everyone in the Xia family estate to the ground, the golden dragon pressure instilling deep fear, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Qin Mo stood suspended in midair, solitary against the gusting winds, observing the battle unfold before him, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern that Xia Xian's strength did not quite match that of Li Tiangang. He was still a fraction behind. If the fight were to continue in this manner, Xia Xian's defeat was undoubtedly imminent. Yet, only time would tell how long the two would continue their clash. Given their comparable realms, it was plausible that their battle could extend for a quarter of an hour, half an hour, or even longer. Qin Mo was disinclined to wait that long. Moreover, the destructive potential of two peak ninth-tier beings was far too great, should they unleash their full might. The entire imperial capital could be reduced to ruin. Thus, it is best to conclude swiftly, Qin Mo thought to himself, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, most unexpectedly. When he reappeared, he had forcefully intruded upon the battlefield, materializing like a specter above Xia Xian, lifting his right foot. At that moment, time seemed to halt. Both Xia Xian and Li Tiangang were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Qin Mo dared to involve himself in this tumultuous affair. Given his level of cultivation, was he not merely courting death? Qin Mo, you! Li Tiangong's expression changed drastically, instinctively exclaiming. Yet before he could complete his sentence, Qin Mo nonchalantly waved his hand, interrupting. To be frank, you are exceedingly slow. As his words fell, he decisively brought his foot down. A thunderous roar erupted. His foot struck down with precision, directly on Xia Xian's crown, without a hint of deviation. The pinnacle of the ninth-tier demigod physique shattered upon their contact, unable to withstand even half a moment. Dark fissures spread like an intricate web of spider, radiating from Xia Xian's head and swiftly enveloping his entire body. Xia Xian's once resplendent golden physique had now lost its luster, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Though he remained seated, his pupils gradually dimmed, his plump face, reminiscent of yellowed paper, was etched with confusion, mingled with disbelief, astonishment, and shock. Xia Xian had yet to grasp what had transpired. He only knew that Qin Mo had suddenly intervened in the battle, uttered a phrase, and then an overwhelming force had descended upon him, leading to his demise. The last flicker of life's essence no longer swayed, and Xia Xian's consciousness remained forever suspended in that fleeting moment of impending death. An S-tier elemental awakener at the pinnacle of the ninth tier had fallen. This exemplified the terrifying might of a superpower at the 7th tier. An even more formidable surge of power surged into Xia Xian's body, obliterating every vein, bone, and organ in the blink of an eye. Inside Xia Xian's lifeless form, one could now liken it to a mass of pulp. It was only because the elemental force at the peak S tier was so overwhelmingly potent that it could sustain his physical integrity, even in death. After delivering that decisive blow, Qin Mo retracted his right leg, hands clasped behind his back, suspended in mid-air, exuding an aura of an extraordinary being. He gazed down at the lifeless body before him, then slowly furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "It seems I may have exerted too much force." Qin Mo had not intended to eliminate Xia Xian. His initial plan was merely to incapacitate him, thereby administering justice on the spot. However, who could have anticipated that Xia Xian, a peak 9th tier awakened, would be so remarkably fragile? He could not even withstand Qin Mo's full force strike. Had it not been for his ability to exchange a few blows with Li Tiangang, Qin Mo might have doubted the authenticity of Xia Xian's status as a peak S tier. It must be said, Qin Mo was exceedingly vexed. Yet at that moment, the most distressed individual present was not him, but rather Li Tiangang. Upon Xia Xian's demise, Li Tianggang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock, as if his very eyeballs might pop from their sockets. He could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him, suspecting it to be an illusion. After all, it was only a short while ago that Qin Mo's strength merely paralleled that of a 9th tier awakened. Now, less than a week had passed. How much progress could one possibly achieve, even with unparalleled talent? Moreover, the chasm between the 9th tier and the king tier was immense, with every inch forward requiring an inordinate amount of time and countless efforts. The vast majority of individuals could never hope to ascend to the rank of king, let alone glimpse the vistas from such dizzying heights. Thus, no one could accept the reality of what had just transpired, as it was far beyond comprehension, akin to having their minds brutally ground into the earth. Li Tianggang's thoughts mirrored this disbelief. Yet, Xia Xian's lifeless body served as a resounding slap across his face, ruthlessly shattering his illusions. The truth lay stark before him. Qin Mo possessed unparalleled strength. He was capable of accomplishing feats that no one else could, audaciously slaying a peak 9th tier S-level awakened. Li Tiangang had no choice but to accept this bloody reality after a brief period of shock. His long struggle against Xia Xian had ended in futility, while Qin Mo had effortlessly dispatched him in a single blow. Thus, it was evident who was superior. With a heavy exhale, Li Tiangang felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. "I have lived over 200 years, only to find myself reduced to this," he lamented, bitterness flooding his heart. In merely 23 years, Qin Mo had caught up to and even surpassed his current realm. Li Tiangang recognized that he should not compare himself to such a monstrous prodigy. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He had pursued the path to kingship for nearly a century, and no one desired that achievement more than he did. As the saying goes, comparison breeds despair, and although Li Tiangang was still alive, he felt perilously close to succumbing to despair. His gaze toward Qin Mo was filled with an odd mixture of emotions, akin to that of a forsaken spouse, melancholy and resentful. Faced with such a peculiar look, Qin Mo felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He took a step back with a composed demeanor and then inquired, "Why do you look at me like that, old man? What's the matter? Can't I be seen?" Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow, glaring. Upon witnessing this, Qin Mo immediately became vigilant and replied, "Old Li, I recall your preferences are quite normal. You cannot harbor any covetous thoughts simply because my strength surpasses yours. Can you?" Li Tiangang stood frozen, a myriad of dark lines appearing on his forehead. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "To hell with you. Are you trying to show off now? Do you believe I won't let you witness the true power of the Invincible beneath the King of Heaven?" As his words hung in the air, Qin Mo shook his head in response, spreading his hands and shrugging. "If you're not afraid of the Chu family's patriarch going mad, then by all means call for help." At that moment, Li Tiangang felt a sudden pang of regret. He lamented revealing his true relationship with Chu Hanyue to Qin Mo. Otherwise, he would be rendered speechless now. Whether it was through banter or the clash of realms, Qin Mo had utterly overwhelmed him. Perhaps this was what they called reaping what one sows. This thought deepened Li Tianggang's gloom. His shoulders drooped, and his tall figure no longer seemed as imposing as before. All right, you win," he conceded, waving his hand dismissively. Subsequently, both of their attentions returned to the lifeless body of Xia Xian. The entire Xia residence had transformed into a desolate ruin, devoid of any semblance of the grandeur typical of a champion S estate. Qin Mo flew to Xia Xian's side and casually picked up a golden circular ring, roughly the thickness of a wrist, resembling a bracelet. It was entirely composed of exquisite red gold, imbued with extraordinary metallic energy. This was an elemental crystal extracted upon Xia Xian's demise, of exceptional quality, rivaling the black water armor he wore, and equally precious as a defensive artifact. Such items were rare and hard to come by. Sometimes, one might go 3 to 5 years without encountering a single peak S-class. The rarity of elemental crystals was self-evident. Qin Mo did not elaborate to Li Tiangang. In front of him, he simply pocketed it. As the one responsible for the kill, this was his trophy, and he was entitled to all rights of possession. Li Tiangang observed closely, but refrained from further comment. He then scanned the surroundings and asked, "What shall we do now?" "Naturally, we must escort the remaining members of the Xia family back to the Safety Bureau and submit a detailed mission report," Qin Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang nodded in agreement, but then narrowed his eyes, pursing his lips as he inquired, "What about the deceased Xia Xian?" To comprehend the matter at hand, it is essential to grasp that the royal decree implies the immediate apprehension of all personnel associated with the Xia family, followed by a meticulous investigation to ascertain the truth of the situation. At no point was there any indication of a directive to execute individuals. This suggests that the actions currently undertaken by the Security Bureau are, in fact, in direct contravention of the imperial mandate, lacking strict adherence and potentially indicative of an abuse of power. Should the situation be mishandled, it is highly probable that the royal family would seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, for Qin Mo, this does not pose a significant concern. After a moment of contemplation, he thoughtfully remarked, "The Xia family of Gao Ling has been exposed, with Xia Xian refusing to surrender and attempting to evade capture, even resorting to an assault on key imperial officials, resulting in his immediate execution. According to the laws of Qin, the Security Bureau is authorized to implement extraordinary measures in emergencies. Thus, the royal family should find no fault in this course of action. Nonetheless, as a precaution, it would be prudent to inform the Li family. Therefore, you shall manage the affairs here, while I will communicate with the Li family," Li Tiangang stated. Qin Mo nodded slightly, and the two proceeded to divide their responsibilities. Li Tiangang traversed the air with great strides, departing from the Xia estate, and subsequently retrieve his phone to dial the Elder Council's number. After a brief series of beeps, the call connected, and the voice of Li Mai resonated on the other end. "Third uncle, he began to inquire, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Tiangang's vehement outburst. "How dare you still address me as third uncle? Do you wish for me to meet your father sooner than intended? How could I have such an unfilial descendant like you?" A torrent of sarcastic remarks cascaded down upon Li Mai, leaving him utterly bewildered. Imagine, he had just answered the phone, prepared to extend his respectful greetings, only to be met with an onslaught of furious rebukes, even escalating to curses of death. Who could remain composed in such a situation? The troubling aspect was that he had done nothing wrong. Li Mai felt an overwhelming sense of grievance but found no avenue for expression, unable to interject while simultaneously being unable to terminate the call. He was left to endure what felt like pure psychological torment. Li Tiangang continued his tirade for over 10 minutes before his ire began to subside, his pace of speech slowing slightly. Observing the shift, Li Mai seized the opportunity to interject, "Third uncle, what exactly has transpired? How dare you even ask?" Li Tiangang seethed, but he refrained from continuing his diatribe, instead responding, "Just prior to this call, the steward of the Xia family in the capital, Xia Xian, was executed." Xia Xian? Li Mai's eyes flickered with a brilliant gleam. Although the person was thousands of miles away in Xinjiang County, he was well aware of the happenings in the imperial capital. Thus, he recognized that Xia Xian was a 9th-tier S-class awakener, comparable in strength to himself. Contemplating this, Li Mai furrowed his brow and inquired slowly, "Third uncle, how did you manage to kill him?" The arrest warrant issued by the royal family led him to instinctively believe that it was Li Tiangang's doing, for no one else could so effortlessly eliminate a 9th-tier individual. However, Li Tiangang interrupted him once more. "It was not I who killed him, but that kid Qin Mo. Moreover, Xia Xian was not merely a 9th-tier awakener. He concealed his true strength, which had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Only a hair's breadth weaker than myself. I truly do not comprehend why. With Qin Mo's rate of growth, I still need to protect him. Damn it. I have only been out for less than half a month, and he has already surpassed me. At this rate, he will soon ascend to the status of a heavenly king. He should be the one protecting me. Li Tiangang felt a mix of frustration and despair, wishing he could strike Li Mai dead on the spot. It is worth noting that since his emergence from the coffin, he had less than a year of life remaining. Trading his remaining days for the emergence of a future heavenly king from the Qingyang Li family was undoubtedly a lucrative exchange, which is why he willingly stayed by Qin Mo's side, savoring the experience. Yet the issue lay in the fact that Qin Mo did not require such protection. In just half a month, he had already accomplished the workload of an entire year. Most importantly, after emerging from the coffin, he could never return to the Black Jade coffin. All the time he had left was squandered. How could Li Tiangang refrain from chastising Li Mai for this? The foundation of the Qingyang Li family was thus inexplicably wasted. Li Mai was aware of this layer of complexity, but he was still reeling from the shock of what he had just heard. A single simple statement held immense significance, requiring no further elaboration. He felt as if his head were buzzing, desperately needing someone to slap him awake. Of course, Li Tiangang's words had a similar effect. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, he could not help but frown and call out, "Hello? Are you dead?" Upon hearing this, Li Mai felt as though he had been struck by enlightenment and suddenly snapped back to reality. He inhaled sharply, then with a grave expression asked, "Third uncle, was what you said true? Did Qin Mo truly advance to the pinnacle of the 9th tier S-class? Would I deceive you? At present, I fear I cannot contend with him." Li Tiangang siga. Excellent, Li Mai declared in a low voice, a smile that he could not conceal flickering across his features. It was as if he had glimpsed through the endless expanse of time to a distant future, one that belonged to Qin Mo. I initially believed I had overestimated him, yet it appears I have profoundly underestimated him instead. Such talent is indeed rare throughout the ages. Li Mai squinted slightly and murmured, "Third uncle, we may be witnessing the emergence of a celestial sovereign at the tender age of 23. Tomorrow, he shall once again strive for the battle power rankings." Chapter 145, Celebration Banquet, a celestial sovereign at merely 23. How terrifying is this? What exceptional genius is this? When Li Mai remarked that Qin Mo was unparalleled in history, it was by no means an exaggeration. It was a most fitting description. Given the talent and strength he has displayed, he truly deserves such accolades. And there would be no dissenting opinions. Li Mai felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had chosen to invest in Qin Mo rather than suppress him out of envy for his gifts. He had previously remarked that this was an unprecedented gamble, and now the facts have vindicated his decision. At this moment, silence enveloped both ends of the phone, with neither party daring to break the stillness. Li Tiangang's breath quickened involuntarily, his pupils flickering, and he swallowed hard, grappling with a dry throat. After a considerable pause, he finally moved his lips and spoke. You were right. Third uncle has overpraised me. If we're to speak honestly, it is still due to Li Mao." Li Mai beamed with joy and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, "The death of Xia Xian is not a significant issue. The imperial family may indeed seize the opportunity to make a move. But as long as we assert that Xia Xian resisted arrest with force, despite repeated persuasion, it should suffice. Li Mao has nearly recovered from his injuries during this period and will secretly board a high-speed train to the capital tonight. Having operated there for many years, he is well acquainted with the various circumstances. This matter can be entrusted to him." Understood, Li Tiangang nodded, saying nothing further. Although he had never met Li Mao, he held complete confidence in his abilities, not to mention that he was the current head of the Qingyang Li clan. The mere fact that he could unearth a once-in-a-millennium genius from the vast populace was a testament to his keen insight. Perhaps there is an element of luck involved. Yet who can claim that fortune is not a form of strength? Li Tiangang was filled with reflections, recalling the glorious days when he held the title of the undefeated beneath the celestial sovereign. Alas, 50 years in the grave have transformed the world beyond recognition. The tides of time have altered all things. With this thought, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Hearing this sigh, Li Mai felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. "Third uncle, I need not say more. I do not truly blame you. It is merely the hand of fate." Li Tiangang interrupted him, then smiled gently, his gaze fixed ahead. He watched the fiery sun gradually sinking behind the mountains, and the smile upon his lips deepened. Upon leaving Qingyang, being able to witness the emergence of a celestial sovereign can indeed be deemed a worthwhile journey. Life ought to unfold in such a manner, indulging in one's desires, whether it be culinary cravings or the choice of repose. One's body and soul must find liberation in one aspect, if not both. Were it not for the future of the Li clan, I would have no desire to linger another day in that dilapidated coffin. Enough of your superfluous chatter. Regarding the affairs of Qin Mo, you must inform the sovereigns, for he possesses a merit worthy of any attention he receives. Li Mai dutifully obeyed the command of his third uncle. He raised his voice. Having risen from the reclining chair and reverently knelt towards the capital, his eyes brimming with tears, Li Tiangang, his true third uncle, shared a profound and intricate blood bond with him. This is why he now exhibits such reverence, and it explains his request for Li Tiangang to emerge from the coffin. He could easily have chosen another to safeguard Qin Mo, yet as the third highest elder, enjoying the esteemed status of the Li clan, Li Mai had to make this choice. All of this is to ensure that the Qingyang Li clan continues to thrive for millennia amidst the impending era of great strife. Li Tiangang understands this implicitly, which is why he remains resolute. As night fell at 8 o'clock, a pallid darkness enveloped the entire capital. The fervor surrounding the Xia clan of Galing remained unabated, continuously igniting public discourse. Naturally, the investigation team leader, Qin Mo, also found himself under the spotlight. Across the vast expanse of the Great Qin, almost everyone recognized his name. Qin Mo had truly entered the public consciousness. Amidst such fervent attention, the minor earthquake that occurred in the Shangyun district during the evening seemed rather mundane. In any case, earthquakes had become a frequent occurrence in the capital over the past 6 months, and the populace was nearly accustomed to them. As for the specifics of the affected areas in Shangyun district and the resultant economic and demographic losses, the evening newspaper merely brushed over the details with scant mention. Leaving much unsaid, the disparities within society were glaringly evident at this moment. Those in power dictate what the populace perceives, much like the dark shroud currently blanketing the capital. It obscured both the sky and the vision of the people. However, the choice to utilize an earthquake as a veil for the truth implies that the royal family refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. What negotiations transpired between the 5 powerful families and the royal family, and what sort of transactions were made, remains beyond Qin Mo's knowledge. He currently resided in the subterranean level of the Security Bureau. The holding cells were overcrowded, containing disciples of the Xia clan of Galing, all adorned with special handcuffs forged from secret mines, suppressing their genetic powers. Yet, the overall prowess of this group of newcomers was not particularly high, with only 3 being S-level awakened individuals. Qin Mo cast a cursory glance, furrowing his brows slightly before turning to leave alongside Li Tiangang. In the confines of the detention room, Li Ming kept a watchful eye, granting him a sense of ease. Thus he refrained from making any excessive arrangements for armed forces. Upon exiting the detention room, they traversed the corridor and proceeded directly to the elevator. The two ascended to the top floor, returning to their office. It was only at this juncture that Qin Mo spoke. The Xia family's influence in the capital is merely a fraction. Have arrangements been made by the 5 prominent families in Gaoling County? In response, Li Tiangang casually waved his hand, assuring him, "You need not worry about the 5 families. Someone has already set off for Gaoling County this afternoon." If that is the case, then the Xia family is left with only a handful of remnants and the still commissioned Xia Zhu, who is engaged in military operations at the border. Qin Mo mused to himself. His brow remained furrowed, still tightly knitted. As long as Xia Zhu remains alive, the Huangquan operation cannot be deemed a true conclusion. Toppling the Gao Ling Xia family is merely a matter of collecting interest, he reflected inwardly. Just then a sudden, urgent ringing of the telephone pierced the tranquility of the office. Qin Mo retrieved his phone from his pocket, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically, a faint smile gracing his lips. The screen revealed a call from Li Mao. Since Li Mao had been ambushed, they had not been in contact, and this was their first conversation in nearly half a month. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. "Hello, brother. Long time no see," he greeted with a cheerful tone. On the other end, Li Mao's voice responded, "Indeed, it has been quite a while. I heard that you are nearly a king now." "Not at all. Who has been spreading such rumors? Ascending to kingship is no simple feat. I still have a long way to go, perhaps by the end of the year," Qin Mo replied. For a moment, Li Mao was at a loss for words, his mouth twitching involuntarily. It's not easy to ascend to kingship, and by the end of the year? Is that even a sensible remark? He thought. Indeed, it was disheartening to compare. When they first met, he was an S-class at the first tier, while Qin Mo was merely a B-class awakened. Yet now, Qin Mo was on the verge of becoming a king, while he remained at the first tier. To claim there was no sense of disparity would be a falsehood. Li Mao felt a twinge of envy, lamenting that talent was not something one could covet. He shook his head, choosing not to pursue the previous topic further, lest he plunge himself into melancholy. Noticing Li Mao's prolonged silence, Qin Mo took the initiative to inquire, "What prompted you to call today, brother? Is your injury nearly healed?" "Yes, I'm nearly recovered. I wanted to inform you that I will be returning to the capital tomorrow with my wife," Li Mao replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo expressed his surprise with an inquisitive "Oh, so soon? Is there something urgent?" "There is no pressing matter at hand. With your presence in the capital these past few days, all affairs have been managed with remarkable precision. I find myself wishing for a bit more respite, to enjoy a few years as a carefree overseer. However, with the downfall of the Xia clan and jailing, I must personally preside over the situation in the capital. The demise of a prominent family promises to be truly spectacular." Li Mao spoke with a cheerful demeanor, his words resonating with vitality, as if he were genuinely recovering well. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt a spark of curiosity and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Speaking of which, with the patriarch of the Xia clan at the border, how does the Li family plan to address this situation?" "Rest assured, once the final negotiations and divisions of interest have concluded, the Xia patriarch will not survive. I will provide you with the specifics once I arrive," Li Mao assured. "Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, the 5 great families will host an exclusive banquet, attended by several dukes. I know you typically prefer to avoid such social formalities, but this occasion is different. You should accompany me. The Li family has prepared a small gift for you." Li Mao did not reveal much, instead leaving an air of mystery. After their conversation, he hastily ended the call, leaving Qin Mo with no chance for further questions. As the line went dead, Qin Mo shook his head in resignation, placing his phone back into his pocket. A private banquet organized by the 5 great families? It seems the time for division is at hand, he mused internally. Li Mao insists on bringing him along, likely anticipating a substantial share for him. After all, the Xia clan's downfall is at least 50% attributable to Qin Mo's efforts, and the Qingyang Li family will undoubtedly seek to secure more tangible benefits from this situation. Given Li's consistent treatment of Qin Mo, they would not claim it all for themselves, but would offer him a generous portion. He surmised that the small gift awaiting him tomorrow night would reflect this. As for what this gift might entail, Qin Mo had his suspicions, merely a matter of power. He found himself indifferent to such matters, yet he would still choose to accept it. What is rightfully his must undoubtedly belong to him, regardless of necessity or utility. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Mo rose from his office chair and headed towards the door, followed closely by Li Tiangang. They descended to the underground parking garage and boarded Li Tiangang's eye-catching convertible sports car, making their way to a high-end seafood restaurant in Lingyun district. Since acquiring a sports car and a dedicated driver, Qin Mo had seldom taken flights himself, after all, with someone attending to him. Why exert unnecessary effort when time was not of the essence? Thus, the night passed swiftly. The following morning, Qin Mo adhered to his usual schedule, arriving promptly at the top-floor office of the Security Bureau at 9 o'clock. Naturally, this meant it was time for some leisurely pursuits, as he absorbed the sun's energy while browsing various media outlets. By noon, he encountered the recently recovered Li Mao at the Security Bureau. After their reunion, the two individuals engaged in a heartfelt exchange. It was not until shortly after 5 in the afternoon that Li Mao, Li Tiangang, and Qin Mo made their way to the venue of the banquet. Qin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the convertible, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his gaze seemed unfocused, as though he were staring into the void before him. In truth, Qin Mo was intently observing the panel for the awakening of superhuman genes. Energy points, 39, freely allocatable. As dusk approached, the accumulation of energy points for the day reached its conclusion. The other 2 occupants of the vehicle remained oblivious to Qin Mo's unusual behavior. Thus, he proceeded to allocate his energy points without hesitation. He adhered to his customary distribution plan, which required no further elaboration. Aside from restoring one attribute, he allocated an additional 5 points to each of the remaining 7 attributes, and a warm surge rapidly enveloped his entire being. Abruptly, a peculiar piece of information flickered in his mind, followed by an even greater surge of warmth flooding into his head, coursing toward his eyes and surrounding areas, infusing every cell with searing solar energy. Vision, 234, skill, heat vision, enhanced. As he felt the augmentation within his body, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. Simultaneously, 2 deep crimson dots briefly appeared at the center of his pupils, vanishing just as swiftly, unnoticed by anyone else. The smile on Qin Mo's face deepened. Following this enhancement, his heat vision had remarkably advanced to V tier, resulting in a significant boost in his capabilities. Yesterday, he had effortlessly vanquished Xia Xian using merely super strength. Now, with the addition of high-temperature rays, he pondered the extent of destruction he could unleash. Xia Xian was already a peak 9th-tier awakener, standing just a step away from becoming a king. Yet that step could represent an insurmountable chasm. Qin Mo was now certain that he was considerably stronger than Xia Xian, but whether this additional strength could bridge that abyss remained uncertain. To truly comprehend the disparity, he would need to encounter a king. However, kings are elusive beings, rarely revealing themselves to the world, making them exceedingly difficult to find. Contemplating this, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. He was suddenly eager to discover the true strength of Xia Zhu, the one known as the war god of the great Qin. How far was he from becoming a king? Or perhaps Xia Zhu had already attained that status. Tomorrow morning, I must visit the bank, and I shall take this opportunity to adjust my schedule, aiming to conduct my updates during the day from now on. Chapter 146. A great victory at the border, striking at the root. Is uncertain to Qin Mo. It should be noted that aside from Xia Zhu himself, no one is privy to the true extent of his power. The 5 prominent families once speculated about their standings based on past achievements, and the only certainty that emerged was that Summer Ancestor was undoubtedly a 9th-tier S-class awakened being. Qin Mo initially believed that his prowess was comparable to that of Li Tiangang. However, after witnessing Xia Xian yesterday, he began to doubt this assumption. The chief steward of the Gao Lingxia family was already a peak S-class, so how could Summer Ancestor possibly be weaker? Thus, Qin Mo felt he might have already touched upon the realm of the kings. Of course, without truly witnessing it firsthand, speculation remained mere conjecture and was difficult to ascertain. Contemplating this, Qin Mo couldn't help but slowly shake his head and smile gently. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals shall confront them. When the waters rise, the earth shall hold firm. The strength of the enemy certainly matters, but it is not of paramount importance. He simply needs to ensure his own power steadily increases. Given enough time, everything becomes inconsequential. With each passing day, Qin Mo's strength undergoes monumental transformations, and he finds himself at an advantage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vast night enveloped the imperial capital like a curtain being drawn, inch by inch. The vehicle sped along, and by around 6:30, Qin Mo and his companions arrived at their destination, the Lin Garden, located in the northeastern corner of the floating cloud district. The garden was substantial, roughly the size of 2 Li family estates. The environment within was exquisitely elegant, truly a venue for the elite. Generally, only disciples of the 5 prominent families were permitted entry to the Lin Garden, where they could host banquets and invite guests. No one else, whether from the royal family or other top-tier clans, had such privilege. The ordinary residents of the imperial capital, for the most part, were unaware of the existence of such a place, highlighting the stark divide between social classes. The reason the Lin Garden could afford such audacity, even daring to turn away the royal family, lay in its affiliation with the Lin family of the Far East. This was, after all, the domain of the 5 prominent families. At this moment, after disembarking, Qin Mo stood still, slightly turning his head to survey the estate before him. And then he stepped inside alongside Li Miao and Li Tiangang. Elegant attendants were stationed at the entrance, graciously guiding the trio into the banquet hall. The official start time for the evening feast was set for 7 o'clock, and they had arrived half an hour early, which was just about right. During this interval, Li Miao intended to introduce Qin Mo to some notable figures. As for Li Tiangang, upon entering the banquet hall, he promptly separated from the two, as his status and position rendered him unnecessary for networking. His primary purpose for attending was to indulge in a meal and perhaps encounter youthful maidens willing to accompany him to explore the shores of solitude. Of course, he would prefer robust and voluptuous mature women. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, as he entered the banquet hall, he spotted numerous familiar faces. For instance, there are the siblings Li Mo and Li Yuan, along with the young master of the Chu clan, Chu Tianjiao. Although their own realms are not particularly high, their distinguished identities grant them the privilege to attend tonight's banquet. The group noticed Qin Mo at the entrance, each offering him a nod as a form of greeting. Qin Mo returned their acknowledgement with a slight smile and followed Li Mo as he navigated through the crowd, entering deeper into the grand hall. They circumvented a side door, arriving at a more secluded chamber. The furnishings in this small hall were the finest in the entire Great Qin, crafted from exquisitely chosen materials. At that moment, only 4 individuals occupied the space, the current heads of the other 4 prominent families, who also held the title of dukes within the Great Qin Empire. "Gentlemen, it has been quite a while," Li Mo remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he spoke first. Upon hearing this, the other 4 turned their gazes towards him, offering genuine smiles as they exchanged pleasantries. The authenticity of their smiles, whether sincere or feigned, was likely known only to themselves, but that mattered little. After all, these 5 individuals were all seasoned tacticians, each more cunning than the last, regardless of who was genuine or not. None would fall prey to any deception. Qin Mo stood to the side, observing everything with keen awareness. Once Li Mo concluded his greetings, he stepped aside and, gesturing towards Qin Mo with a smile, said, "Allow me to introduce this individual, who is well known as the Marquis of Guanyi. I believe an introduction is unnecessary." Before Li Mo could finish his sentence, Duke Fong, seated on the sofa, interjected with a cheerful demeanor, "We are all old acquaintances here." As his words settled in the air, the gazes of the other 3 in the small hall shifted to Qin Mo, now filled with interest. If Qin Mo was indeed an old acquaintance of the Yin family, what then was his relationship with the Qingyongli clan? Fong's abrupt comment held a subtle implication, seemingly setting a trap for Qin Mo. The others, including Chu Xiong, turned their attention to Qin Mo, eager to see how he would respond. A misstep in his reply could potentially sow discord between him and the Qingyongli clan, with one less genius in the Li family. The other 4 prominent families would certainly relish such a development. However, they gravely underestimated the bond between Qin Mo and Li Mo, contrary to public speculation. Qin Mo was not merely a puppet propped up by the Li clan. Even if his response faltered today, the Qingyongli family would remain steadfast in their support. After all, they were well aware of Qin Mo's true capabilities. Such a rare and extraordinary talent, with an unparalleled potential for future achievements, would earn boundless tolerance from the Qingyongli clan. Naturally, there was no possibility of Qin Mo faltering in his response. He was not the naive novice lacking social experience. He recognized the trap that Fong had laid for him. With a smile, he gently shook his head and replied candidly, "I have only met him once. We are not particularly familiar." The small hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Mo's words offered no semblance of dignity to Fong Xiong, striking him with a sharpness that was almost palpable. In an instant, the atmosphere had undergone a complete transformation, with the spotlight now firmly on Fong Xiong. The gazes of the onlookers were imbued with a curious amusement, their faces adorned with an array of peculiar expressions. The smile lingering at the corners of Fong Xiong's mouth froze, his countenance visibly darkening in an instant. Yet, the old fox was indeed a seasoned player. Setting aside other considerations, his remarkable resilience was unmatched. After a brief silence, a genuine smile reemerged on Fong Xiong's face, as if nothing had transpired. He clapped his hands and remarked, "Indeed, our esteemed young Duke of the Great Qin Empire is quite forgetful. I am far inferior to him." "Duke?" Qin Mo's sharp ears caught this term, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze as he mused inwardly, just as I suspected. Li Mao, standing nearby, noticed the shift in Qin Mo's expression and promptly elucidated, "Tomorrow morning at the court assembly, following the fall of the Gao Ling Xia clan, I shall petition His Majesty once more for your title. With your recent achievements, coupled with prior merits, you will be more than qualified for the rank of Duke. At that time, the individuals present here, including myself, will stand on equal footing with you." Following his statement, the others in the small hall nodded in agreement. their smiles devoid of any genuine sentiment. Clearly, they had been privy to this matter for some time and showed no reluctance in welcoming another duke from the Qingyangli clan. It was evident that substantial interests had been exchanged. The Li clan must have relinquished a significant portion of their share to secure the acquiescence of the other four prominent families. Qin Mo was acutely aware of this, understanding that this was precisely the small gift Li Mao had mentioned. However, he did not succumb to overwhelming joy, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, as steady as a tranquil pond. The prospect of becoming a duke was something he had anticipated. There was nothing surprising about it. Moreover, the title of duke held little significance for him. Qin Mo merely yearned to live the life he desired, and that was all. Witnessing his composure, the others could not help but elevate their assessment of him in their minds. Such equanimity was not something commonly found, based solely on this trait. Regardless of whether Qin Mo was merely a puppet supported by the Li clan, his future achievements were destined to be considerable. The initial impressions of Duke Lu and Duke Lin were aligned in this regard, and they nodded to themselves in quiet agreement. Their sentiments towards Fang Xiang and Chu Xiong were largely similar, with little distinction. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Qin Mo was merely 23 years old, an age at which one might consider such accomplishments extraordinarily exceptional. Having achieved the rank of duke at such a tender age, and possessing formidable strength at the third tier, he surpassed the combined might of the 5 individuals present. It was difficult to fathom how far Qin Mo might ascend in the future. In the small hall, several individuals engaged in conversation for over 20 minutes. Aside from the matter concerning Qin Mo, they also deliberated on the division of some remaining cake. This division had actually commenced several days prior. However, the cake was substantial, and each of the 5 prominent families sought to savor a larger portion, making it a protracted negotiation. Nevertheless, after several days, this evening marked the conclusion, with most matters finally settled. Li Mao glanced at the time, then raised his glass of red wine, surveying the assembly with a smile, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now await the dawn when the Gao Ling Xia family will completely collapse. Let us revel in tonight's celebration." The old-timers among them had long been outpaced by the times. It was Qin Guogong who was the true protagonist of the night. Chu Xiong took the cue and added with a chuckle. Qin Mo remained silent, merely offering a smile in response. Frankly speaking, he was disinclined to engage in superficial pleasantries with these individuals. He had already made up his mind to join Chu Tianjiao and Li Yuan shortly, leaving the others aside. Thus, the group raised their glasses in a mock toast, drank, and began to make their way out. However, just as they stepped forward, a middle-aged man resembling a butler hurried into the small hall. He was the steward of Lin Yuan and a member of the Lin family from the Far East. Upon entering, he did not offer greetings but instead furrowed his brow, reporting swiftly, "Esteemed dukes, news has just arrived from the border. Champion Ho Xia Zhu has bravely ventured into enemy lines, single-handedly facing thousands, and has forcefully slain 3 S-rank awakened ones from the Qi kingdom. The Qi army, leaderless, has been compelled to retreat in disarray. Champion Ho, capitalizing on this victory, has led our great Qin Empire soldiers to reclaim lost territories and reconstruct the border defenses." The rest of his words fell on deaf ears, for the initial news was already staggering. Reclaiming lost lands, the Qi kingdom retreating, Xia Zhu facing 3 foes alone. What was this? It was monumental military achievement. Each individual present possessed a keen understanding of the situation and an acute sense of intuition. Upon hearing this news, they instantly contemplated the implications of what would follow. The expressions of Li Mao and the others darkened significantly, as a singular thought surged within them. This is bad. There was no need to verify the authenticity of this information. The incessant ringing of their phones, akin to the tolling of a death knell, served as irrefutable proof. Li Mao took a deep breath, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and upon glancing at the screen, confirmed it was a call from the Elder Council. The rest of the group experienced the same. The sudden end of the border conflict was akin to a meteor crashing down, violently disrupting all the plans of the 5 prominent families. At that moment, no one had the heart to attend any celebration. The so-called festivity seemed more like a farce. "Qin Mo, you should step out and handle this." Li Mao instructed him hurriedly. Subsequently, the group dispersed to various locations, each connecting their phones to engage in a discussion with the Council of Elders. Within mere seconds, only the steward of the Lin Garden and Qin Mo remained in the small hall. The steward slightly bowed to Qin Mo and quietly withdrew from the chamber. Qin Mo gazed in the direction of the departing individuals while simultaneously unfolding a holographic vista that encompassed the entirety of Lin Garden. The discussions between the 5 prominent families and the Council of Elders streamed into his ears with remarkable clarity. His super brain operated at a rapid pace, allowing Qin Mo to multitask with exceptional efficiency. He squinted, absorbing the information from Li Mo and others while silently pondering within himself. To reclaim lost territory, was this an attempt to conceal their failures? A sardonic smile curled upon Qin Mo's lips. It is worth noting that the 5 families had amassed a considerable force along the borders of the 2 nations. These individuals not only served as a bulwark against the state of Qi, but also acted as their eyes and ears, ensuring that any news from the frontier swiftly reached the Council of Elders. However, the demeanor of Li Mo and the others indicated that the council was utterly bewildered. They were unprepared for Xia Zhu's strategy to undermine them. This implied that news of a significant victory at the border had already reached the imperial capital ahead of time. Consequently, the carefully orchestrated narrative that the 5 families had constructed appeared to be in jeopardy. After all, could one who had dedicated themselves to the successful reclamation of lost territories for the Qin Empire and the defeat of numerous generals from Qi truly be labeled a traitor? From a probabilistic perspective, such a scenario was certainly plausible. In fact, it could be unequivocally asserted that Xia Zhu was indeed a traitor. Yet, this was not the perception held by the populace. The terrifying power of public opinion stemmed from the vast majority of ordinary individuals remaining oblivious to the truth. Or perhaps they had not yet had the opportunity to investigate the reality, having been swept away by the overwhelming tide of public discourse. Furthermore, people steadfastly believed in the veracity of what they witnessed. This exemplifies the adage that hearing is deceptive, while seeing is believing. Whether what one perceives is deliberately orchestrated by those manipulating the narrative behind the scenes was of little concern. No one cared about that. Qin Mo, having experienced 2 lifetimes, possessed profound insight. In an instant, he contemplated these matters, predicting a significant reversal in the current narrative. The royal family was not composed of fools. They would undoubtedly seize this prime opportunity to retaliate against the 5 families. Moreover, one must question why news from the borders disseminated to the imperial capital ahead of time. Qin Mo remained skeptical that there were no royal influences at play in the shadows. He narrowed his eyes, his expression devoid of any discernible fluctuation, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. However, those familiar with him would clearly discern that Qin Mo was in an irritable state. The Huangquan operation had reached its final stage, and his goals were within arm's reach, yet an unexpected turn of events had arisen at this critical juncture. Who could remain untroubled in such circumstances? Meanwhile, the ongoing conversation among the 5 great families and Li Mao was akin to adding insult to injury, exacerbating his already foul mood. Contemplating this, Qin Mo retrieved his phone from his pocket and logged onto various media websites. The headlines were awash with triumphant reports of border victories, all celebrating the prowess of the champion, Ho Wei, and similar accolades. As he had anticipated, public opinion had indeed taken a dramatic turn, with discussions, search frequencies, and view counts all soaring upward. The fervor of public sentiment had yet to reach its zenith. The most tumultuous waves had not yet surfaced. How intriguing! Qin Mo murmured softly to himself, withdrawing his focus as he rose and made his way toward the hall. The banquet had commenced over 5 minutes prior, yet the attendees remained in a state of confusion, awaiting the appearance of the 5 dukes. Only upon their arrival would the true spectacle of the evening officially commence. However, they could scarcely fathom that the 5 families were currently preoccupied with other matters. As for Qin Mo, he had little desire to partake in such festivities and would prefer to exit early. He paid no heed to Li Mao's arrangements and headed directly toward Li Yuan and the others upon entering the banquet hall. Li Yuan and a few acquaintances gathered together, exchanged glances of uncertainty as they noticed Qin Mo approaching with an impassive expression. Chu Tianjiao, raising his distinctive thick eyebrows, was the first to inquire, "What has happened? Where are my father and the others?" In response, Qin Mo did not offer a direct reply, but addressed the group, saying, "You all should take the helm of the banquet. When the time seems right, conclude the proceedings. As for the dukes, they will surely check their phones for updates." With a casual shrug, Qin Mo turned and strode toward Li Tiangang, who was nestled in a corner engaged in conversation with a middle-aged woman. Li Yuan and the others stood there, momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting bewilderment as confusion flickered in their eyes. What on earth? Chu Tianjiao instinctively rubbed the back of his head and pulled out his phone. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, notifications from various media outlets flooded his screen. In that instant, they were collectively taken aback, their faces registering shock. The border had actually won. Chu Tianjiao murmured in disbelief, his tone brimming with astonishment. For him, it was a given that the great Qin would emerge victorious, yet he had never anticipated such rapid and abrupt success. This was not favorable news for the five families. Momentarily, Chu Tianjiao found himself frozen in place. The other young scions gathered around him keenly noticed his unusual demeanor, simultaneously catching sight of the message on his phone screen. Thus, centered around Chu Tianjiao, the news of Xiaozu's resounding victory swiftly spread to the surrounding crowd. Within mere seconds, the entire banquet hall descended into a cacophony of noise, with nearly everyone bowing their heads to gaze at their own devices, their faces a tableau of astonishment. Observing this, Li Yuan and the others appeared rather disconcerted. Yet this was not the moment for idle chatter. With Qin Mo having relinquished his responsibilities, they had no choice but to manage the banquet and maintain order amidst the chaos. Of course, none of this pertained to the two figures in the corner, Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. He sat on the sofa, his leg crossed in a habitual manner, quietly observing the somewhat tumultuous hall, his expression as tranquil as ever, resembling a still pond, devoid of any ripples. The uproar within the hall persisted for approximately 20 minutes before Chu Tianjiao and his companions managed to regain control of the situation. At this juncture, the originally planned celebration was evidently no longer feasible, and they had no choice but to follow Qin Mo's earlier suggestion and announce an early conclusion to the festivities. After the banquet's conclusion, a little over 10 minutes passed before Li Mao and a few dukes finally emerged from the depths of the small hall. The expressions of the five appeared largely unchanged, yet each bore slight furrows on their brows, hinting at a profound and unresolved worry. Li Mu settled beside Qin Montauk, the worry etched between his brows deepening. How is it? Qin Montauk inquired. In response, Li Mao shook his head and replied slowly from the current situation. It is exceedingly unfavorable for the five great families. Nevertheless, we shall not remain idle. The Elder Council has preliminarily devised a counter-strategy. We must first attempt to redirect public opinion back to its original course. Is there confidence in this approach? Qin Mo pressed further. To be frank, confidence is rather scant. It is indeed too abrupt. The five great families are entirely unprepared, and there is undeniably royal influence propelling the public sentiment. With only one night remaining, I cannot ascertain if it will suffice. Li Mao responded, his brow knitting into a deep crease. In contrast, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the depths of Qin Mo's eyes, his companion's words unequivocally affirming his suspicions. Indeed, today's events were orchestrated by royal machinations. However, Qin Mo's brows suddenly furrowed as he queried, why is there only one night left? Because tomorrow morning, Xiaozu will return to the capital. By then, the people's clamor will reach its zenith, and it will be too late to alter public sentiment, Li Mao explained. He then rose from the sofa, lowering his head to address Qin Mo. I must personally arrange the specific deployments in the capital. I will discuss this with you later. Very well. I shall return home first. Qin Mo nodded, watching as Li Mao's silhouette gradually faded from view. He then remarked, in that case, let's take our leave as well. Whatever you wish, came the response. Li Tiangang shrugged his shoulders, then tilted his head back to down the remaining half-glass of red wine, following closely behind Qin Mo as they exited the banquet hall. As they stepped outside, a warm gust of wind greeted them, laden with the essence of a sultry summer night, stirring an involuntary sense of discomfort within. The deep, enveloping night sky loomed above them like an immense spider's web, casting a predatory gaze that seemed to mock their very existence. Qin Mo paused, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He lingered for a moment before continuing on his way. This subtle gesture did not escape Li Tiangang's keen observation. Although their time together had been brief, Li Tiangang understood Qin Mo's character well. Despite his outward silence and apparent nonchalance, it was clear that he was far from pleased, and Li Tiangang knew precisely the cause of his discontent. Soon, they were seated in a sports car, with Li Tiangang flooring the accelerator, pushing the speed to its limits. As the wind whipped around them, he handled the steering wheel with one hand and patted Qin Mo on the shoulder with the other, exclaiming, "Kid, keep your heart steady." Though caught off guard this time, it is of no consequence. Since the founding of the Great Qin, countless prestigious families like the Gaoling Xia clan have risen and fallen. In the end, they all became mere dust in history, fading from memory without leaving a trace. The five great families remain unmatched, impervious to the whims of any lesser beings. There is no need for excessive concern. Am I truly worried? Qin Mo retorted. You've etched your displeasure upon your face. Is that not worry? There is nothing to fret about. The Xia clan has lost so many of its direct bloodlines. They are beyond salvation now, and no one can rescue them. At this point, Li Tiangang couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tossing aside the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. However, Qin Mo chose not to respond further. A nagging feeling lingered within him. This situation felt far too complex. The Xia ancestors and the royal family were evidently well prepared, faced with the pressure and public scrutiny from the five great families. They had refrained from any counterattacks, opting instead for a stance of patient observation. They would wait until the darkest hour before dawn, the moment when vigilance was at its lowest, to strike with ferocity. The adversaries resembled a pack of bloodthirsty wolves hunting in a desolate wilderness, exhibiting an abundance of patience coupled with endless ferocity. The outcome of this deadly game was uncertain. Despite the royal family's current decline, they remained the sovereign rulers of the Great Qin, a dynasty that had endured for millennia. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Anyone who underestimates the royal family will pay a grievous price. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes once more, reflecting on these thoughts. Let's hope it is as you say, he murmured softly. At that very moment, an unexpected ringtone pierced through the howling wind, landing firmly in Qin Mo's ears with remarkable clarity. He glanced down at his phone, and to his surprise, the screen illuminated the name of Li Ming calling. In that instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. Yet, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he pressed the call button and raised the phone to his ear, preparing to listen intently. As soon as the call connected, Li Ming's grave voice resonated from the other end. Commander Guan, there's been an incident at the Security Bureau. The members of the Xia family imprisoned on the first basement level. It was as if thunder had erupted from a clear sky, reverberating through Qin Mo's mind. His expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He immediately turned to Li Tiangang, who was driving, and spoke in a low, urgent tone. Change course to the Security Bureau. Qin Mo's words carried an unusual weight, and Li Tiangang instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. Thus, he refrained from questioning further, merely nodding slightly before deftly accelerating and executing an impressive drift, speeding towards the Security Bureau. 10 minutes later, at the Security Bureau, in the basement within the detention room, Qin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face a mask of composure as he surveyed the two lifeless bodies before him. The individuals lying in front of him were none other than the two witnesses he had meticulously prepared for the Xia family of Gaoling, Xia Dongfang and Xia Mei. These two had inexplicably perished, their flames of life extinguished, even the relics of the Holy Spirit dissipated. They were irreversibly dead. Most crucially, they had not died earlier or later, but precisely at this critical juncture. Without witnesses, the various crimes committed by the Gaoling Xia family would resemble rootless weeds, lacking any persuasive power. It must be said, the coincidence was rather too perfect. No wonder Qin Mo's expression now bore the weight of a deep abyss. The deaths of Xia Mei and Xia Dongfang had undoubtedly compounded the already dire situation, plunging it into further disarray. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, then turned to Li Ming beside him, asking slowly, in the past few days, has anyone else had contact with him? I can assure you, absolutely not. Li Ming replied with unwavering certainty, clearly aware of the severity of the matter. He continued, since the two were incarcerated, aside from myself, no one else has entered the detention room. I have remained concealed, guarding this place day and night without respite. Furthermore, outside the Security Bureau, dozens of S-rank awakened individuals have been discreetly arranged by the five major families, and they have detected no anomalies or suspicious individuals. If someone had truly taken action, it would have been impossible to do so without drawing attention. Upon hearing his words, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Li Ming's loyalty is beyond question. He can withstand any trial. This implies that no one has entered the cell to commit murder. However, if that is the case, how did Xia Mei and Xia Dongfang meet their demise? Qin Mo could not ascertain the answer at that moment, redirecting his gaze back to the corpse before him, awaiting the results of Li Chongqing's investigation. This wait stretched on for another 10 minutes. Li Chongqing slowly rose, brushing away the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, his expression weary. I have examined the residual spiritual entities of the two and discovered faint traces of spiritual fluctuations in a deeply concealed corner. He spoke with a slow deliberation. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do these fluctuations signify?" "They indicate that a spiritual awakener, whose rank far surpasses mine, has interfered with the two. This individual utilized the subtle spiritual fluctuations to detonate the spiritual seeds that were already embedded within them. Moreover, judging from the nature of this fluctuation, the planting occurred not long ago, likely within the past 3 or 4 days," Li Chongqing elucidated. Qin Mo's brow tightened further, his super brain whirring as a torrent of complex thoughts surged through his mind. In the past 3 or 4 days, the only notable activity of Xia Mei and Xia Dongfang was their visit to the Royal Restricted Area from the Security Bureau. If the perpetrator intended to act, it would have to be during that time, regardless of whether they were departing or returning. They were escorted by Li Ming and S-rank awakeners arranged by the 5 great families. How could the assailant have executed their plan from a distance? Qin Mo found himself at an impasse. His understanding of spiritual awakeners was regrettably limited. However, as the most enigmatic and scarce category within the entire awakening system, the spiritual faction undoubtedly possesses unique and elusive methods. Yet, Qin Mo had already surmised the identity of this mysterious spiritual awakener, whose rank greatly exceeded that of Li Chongqing. It is worth noting that whether in the early days of the Tianyi Society or now with the Gao Ling Xia family, a spiritual awakener has always lurked in the shadows, never revealing themselves. Even after eliminating Xia Xian and dismantling the majority of the Gao Ling Xia family's power, this individual had never shown their face, remaining deeply concealed. To be honest, the Qingyangli family was almost on the verge of forgetting such a person existed. It was unexpected that at this moment, they would assert their presence so forcefully. At that instant, Qin Mo's expression turned exceedingly grim. This plotline would conclude tomorrow. Chapter 148. The countdown to fate's withering, a night devoid of conversation, led to the following morning. The entire imperial capital suddenly erupted into a state of inexplicable fervor. The sidewalks along the main thoroughfare were lined with pedestrians, forming long queues. Men and women alike craned their necks in anticipation, their eager gazes fixed upon the end of the long street. The time was 9:30 in the morning. Traditionally, one would expect individuals to be seated in their offices, diligently attending to their work. However, the scene before us is strikingly anomalous. The streets, though teeming with people, are devoid of the anticipated clamor. The noise generated by the crowd is remarkably subdued. They have spontaneously organized a welcoming ceremony, and it is unnecessary to elaborate on whom they are honoring. It is abundantly clear to all. The only individual capable of appearing at this moment, aside from the returning Xia Zhu from the border, is no one else. At the end of the main thoroughfare, a dark silhouette suddenly emerges, gradually expanding in the collective gaze of the crowd as a pitch-black armored off-road vehicle glides into view. The vehicle exudes a distinct battlefield aura, imbued with an unmistakable sense of iron and blood, rugged in design. Xia Zhu occupies the passenger's seat, arms crossed over his chest, his expression remarkably serene, his gaze fixed ahead, penetrating and cold. Merely his presence instills an ineffable sense of security among the populace, as if his mere existence guarantees the prosperity of the Qin. In the hearts of the people, Xia Zhu has ascended to an almost invincible stature. His solitary incursions into enemy territories, his formidable conquests against 3 opponents, the reclamation of the lost prefecture, and the forced retreat of the Qi, all of these achievements shine with unparalleled brilliance and are resounding victories. After a brief silence, the crowd erupts into excitement. Thousands of eyes are riveted upon Xia Zhu, closely trailing the slowly advancing vehicle, each face adorned with radiant smiles, collectively chanting, "Champion Marquis! Champion Marquis! Champion Marquis!" This chorus, a cacophony generated by the multitude, reverberates through every corner of the imperial capital, powerful enough to shatter the heavens. At this moment, Xia Zu's prestige reaches its zenith. His standing in the hearts of the populace is extraordinarily elevated. Yet, he himself displays little emotion, remaining unfazed by the fervor around him. His demeanor is unchanged, and the contrast between the interior of the vehicle and the exterior world seems stark, as if they inhabit two disparate realms. The cacophony of cheers and applause appears irrelevant to him. The admiration and support from the masses seem to have no bearing on his existence. Yet, it is precisely this aloof indifference that further ignites the populace's fervor. A sufficient sense of distance can, at times, render an individual appear unattainably exalted, inadvertently elevating their status in the hearts of others. This aligns well with their imagination of him. A battle-hardened general, having fought at the borders for years, ought to embody such a demeanor of indifference towards life and death. Were Xia Zu to wear a broad smile, exuding warmth and approachability, could one truly regard him as a general? Perhaps so. Yet, the moment the word perhaps arises, the seeds of doubt are sown in the hearts of the people, awaiting a future moment to take root and flourish. Doubt arises, and the indictment is established. Thus it is. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the rooftop of the security bureau, stood Qin Mo, gazing indifferently at the scene on the main thoroughfare below. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze apathetic. The only distinction was that he stood with his hands clasped behind his back rather than crossing them over his chest, watching the imposing figure of Xia Zu leisurely making its way toward the royal restricted area, accompanied by the excited cheers of the populace from all directions. Qin Mo understood all too well. The last-minute efforts of the five families had utterly failed. Public opinion had not shifted, nor had it even been nudged in their favor. The major news outlets were saturated with reports celebrating the heroism of Xia Zu, the renowned hero of the Great Qin, with only the most obscure corners containing any unfavorable mentions of the Xia family. Indeed, he was not merely the god of war of the Great Qin, but rather its heroic savior, having driven back the state of Qi and rescued countless citizens from peril. As for the counteractions of the five families, they appeared as but a droplet in the vast ocean, unnoticed and of no concern to anyone. The royal family's long-accumulated strength, which had remained dormant for so long, had now erupted in a most terrifying manner. A sardonic smile crept across Qin Mo's lips, his eyes glinting with an unusual intensity. He then withdrew his gaze, returning to his office and resuming his familiar position. Once more, he bathed in the harsh sunlight, gradually absorbing its energy to further enhance his own strength. Power, after all, is the foundation of all things, a truth that Qin Mo had never forgotten. At this moment, with little else to do but wait, he found himself with no alternative. Given that events had progressed to this juncture, it remained to be seen how much influence the five families would exert in the upcoming court assembly. Should they falter, matters would be reassessed. Thus, time quietly slipped by in this prolonged period of anticipation. The assembly commenced later than usual and extended longer than before. Qin Mo waited until noon before receiving a call from the Qingyangli family. He pressed the call button and lifted the phone to his ear, hearing Li Mai's voice on the other end. Qin Mo, the Huangquan operation can be concluded. The various plans regarding the Gao Ling Xia family need to be temporarily altered. The security bureau should cease all actions for now. Li Mai spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering slightly. After a few moments of silence, he countered with a question. How long is this temporary alteration expected to last? Perhaps 3 to 5 months, or possibly a year and a half. The exact duration remains uncertain and will depend on subsequent developments. 3 to 5 months? A year and a half? Such a lengthy span signifies much, and there was no need for further elaboration. Qin Mo was no fool. He discerned the underlying implications of Li Mai's words. He then inquired further, what transpired during today's court assembly? Upon hearing this, a long, weary sigh resonated from the other end of the telephone. Alas, Qin Mo, the Qingyangli family has exerted their utmost effort. I hope this does not sow discord between us. Following the convening of the court assembly, the emperor abruptly altered his previously gentle demeanor, seizing the initiative to discuss rewards and merits. Those usually reticent officials from various departments began to echo his sentiments. The five great families found themselves with no recourse but to acquiesce. However, once the discussions on merits concluded, the emperor proceeded to extol the illustrious achievements of the Xia clan, resolutely avoiding any mention of the Gao Lingxia family. It was evident that the emperor intended to overshadow past transgressions with present accolades, leaving us to concede defeat in the battle of public opinion. Reluctantly, we had to compromise accordingly. If you wish to know the specifics, you may inquire with Li Mao. He is currently in discussions with the representatives of the other 4 great families and should conclude shortly. As Li Mao finished speaking, Qin Mo remained silent for a considerable time. After more than a minute, he finally replied, "Rest assured, the Qingyang Li family has its own predicaments. I shall not forget how the Li family has treated me in the past. That is good to hear. Your talent is extraordinarily rare. Just a few more years, and you will undoubtedly shine as the brightest star of this era. A temporary setback is inconsequential. Furthermore, the Qingyang Li family will not neglect you. They will provide ample compensation regarding this matter," Li Mai stated earnestly, his tone imbued with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Qin Mo discerned the authenticity in his words. Yet he did not wish to dwell on such matters at present. He responded casually and then ended the call, choosing to bask in the sunlight from his chair, his expression unchanged as usual. 2 hours later, Li Mao pushed open the door to his office. He first inclined his head in respect to Li Tiangang, who lay in the corner, and then took a seat opposite Qin Mo, his countenance somber. Observing his demeanor, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. The atmosphere in the office subtly shifted, gradually descending into an enduring silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Mao, seemingly lost in thought, poured himself a cup of tea without regard for its temperature and drank deeply. His expression was more unappealing than ever, reflecting an extremely troubled state of mind. Eventually, Li Mao sighed heavily and, with palpable fatigue and an unmistakable sense of helplessness, spoke slowly. "This is an unavoidable circumstance." Seeing this, Qin Mo decided to break his silence. He leaned forward, pouring fresh tea in Li Mao's cup, and gently inquired, "So, are all our previous efforts to be rendered futile? I mean, dear brother, we have come this far with the Huangquan initiative. It cannot end in such an anticlimactic manner, thwarted by the royal family's underhanded tactics. Can it?" The expression on Qin Mo's face finally showed signs of change. Having known Li Mao the longest and sharing a deep bond due to their compatible temperaments, their friendship transcended the bounds of age. Thus, upon encountering Li Mao, Qin Mo's demeanor was no longer as indifferent as it had been moments ago. He revealed a glimpse of his true thoughts. Regrettably, in response to his inquiry, Li Mao fell into silence, eventually nodding in resignation. Truth be told, he could discern that deep down, Qin Mo was reluctant and still unwilling to concede. However, given the circumstances, any further contemplation was futile, serving only to amplify his own vexation without yielding any tangible results. Li Mao lifted the cup of tea that Qin Mo had freshly prepared for him and explained slowly. If there were options, no one would desire the current arrangement. Yet, in times like these, we must learn to make sacrifices. Many lives have already been lost on the Xia family's side, leaving the clan in disarray, its remaining strength barely a fraction of its former self. From this perspective, the Huangquan operation can indeed be considered a success. And what of Patriarch Xia? Qin Mo inquired directly, not concealing his thoughts. He continued, "Xia Mei, Xia Dongfang, and even Xia Xian are merely following orders. The true mastermind remains unscathed, perhaps even thriving better than before. How can this be deemed a successful operation? Qin Mo, we cannot act against Patriarch Xia at this moment. Any move against him would first provoke the wrath of the masses, followed by a backlash from the border troops, potentially inciting rebellion. While the 5 great families have stationed considerable forces at the borders, their direct bloodlines number fewer than 10,000, with the majority being ordinary soldiers. Much like the fervent commoners in the imperial capital, their reverence for Patriarch Xia outweighs all else. Currently, he commands both the people's support and the military's loyalty. For the time being, he is indeed untouchable. Li Mao's account was notably thorough, imbued with a sense of earnest concern. He understood Qin Mo better than anyone, aware of his temperament and fearing that one impulsive decision could lead to irrevocable regret. Consequently, before Qin Mo could respond, Li Mao hastily added, "However, the emperor is not entirely indifferent. The royal family, wary of the combined strength of the 5 great families, has made certain concessions and compensations. The term compensation seems rather inappropriate. Dark exchanges of interest would be more fitting," Qin Mo interjected. Li Mao was momentarily taken aback by this statement. A look of discomfort flashing across his face as he lowered his gaze and replied, "Your interpretation is valid. Where there are people, there are interests. Retreat and exchange are merely tactics. In approximately half a month, Patriarch Xia will emerge with remarkable military achievements, ascending from the title of Champion Marquis to become the 6th Duke of the Great Qin, breaking the millennia-long monopoly of the 5 great families on this position. He will embark on the reconstruction of the Gao Ling Xia family, yet he will not seek to exonerate the Xia family's past actions. He will acknowledge all that they have done previously. Certainly, the Xia family of Jailing remains the Xia family of Jailing, and the founding ancestor is indeed the founding ancestor. When the time comes, they will publicly assert that none of this pertains to him. He has been stationed at the borders, leading troops in battle, completely unaware, with everything being the initiative of Xia Xian and a few others. Once the fervor of public opinion subsides, these revelations will emerge before his elevation to the title of Duke. At this juncture, Li Mao paused slightly, then continued. The acknowledgement from the founding ancestor equates to an endorsement of the Huangquan operation, and you shall still receive the military merits you deserve. After the Duke's investiture concludes, His Majesty will personally declare to the world your elevation to a first-class champion lord. All that you are entitled to shall be granted in full. When the time arrives, you may follow the arrangements I previously discussed, spending a few years honing your skills at the border, returning to the imperial capital when the opportunity is right. The Li family of Qingyang will endeavor to support you as the 7th Duke of Daqin. This process shall not exceed 5 years, and you will remain the youngest duke in Daqin's history. Similarly, you will also be the youngest heavenly king of Daqin, with no one able to overshadow your brilliance. Listening to Li Mao's words, Qin Mo's gaze remained unperturbed, as tranquil as a still pond. The elevation of the founding ancestor to duke would bolster the royal family, inevitably leading to greater divisions of interests among the 5 prominent families. In summary, no one would suffer losses. Meanwhile, Qin Mo could ascend from a mere title of second-class lord within the borders, devoid of real power, to a first-class champion lord, comparable to a duke, paving the way for a future filled with promise. It appeared that no one stood to lose. Everyone obtained what they desired. From an overarching perspective, this was evidently a win-win situation. Yet, the laws of conservation dictate that nothing can diminish or increase out of thin air. For every increase, there must be a corresponding decrease. Where there is abundance, there must be scarcity. Where one life ceases, another is born. Where some enjoy freedom, others remain confined. If all parties benefited, then who incurred the loss? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, his eyelids drooping casually, myriad thoughts burgeoning within him as he pondered deeply. Noticing his demeanor, Li Mao moved his lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking, merely letting out a soft sigh before rising. Take your time to contemplate. Some matters require my attention. I shall return this evening. Your sister-in-law is personally preparing a banquet at home, and you must attend. With that, he furrowed his brow and cast one last glance at Qin Mo before turning and departing. Once again, the office fell into silence, leaving only Li Tiangang and Qin Mo within. In the shadowy corner, Li Tiangang observed Qin Mo quietly, opting not to offer any words of counsel or solace at this moment, understanding that Qin Mo harbored his own thoughts. From their brief interactions over the past few days, it was evident that Qin Mo was an exceptionally disciplined individual, to the point of being somewhat formidable in his self-discipline. This signifies that he possesses remarkable control over his own body. Conversely, it also illustrates his formidable willpower, a clear self-awareness, and a distinct clarity of thought. In 2 lifetimes, what has changed is Qin Mo's attitude towards life. What remains steadfast, however, is the character ingrained in his very essence. A person like Qin Mo, once he resolves upon a course of action, will unwaveringly pursue it, impervious to the opinions of others, even those of the closest kin. Hence, Li Tiangang opts for silence. The eerie tranquility continues to linger. Within the expansive office, the only sound is the rhythmic ticking of a clock mounted on the wall. Each tick resonates like a countdown to destiny's demise, akin to a silent proclamation of death. Qin Mo sits serenely in his office chair, remaining there for over an hour. Suddenly, he rises from his seat, approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, clasps his hands behind his back, and silently gazes at the distant, fiery sun on the horizon. The glaring sunlight casts its rays upon him, dispelling the tendrils of darkness completely. Reflected in his eyes is the boundless image of the sun, as if light itself has manifested within him. Deep within, he has already found his answer. At that moment, a knock reverberates through the office door. The stillness is shattered as Li Yuan enters, striding in with her long, taut legs. "My father has asked me to join you for dinner at the estate tonight, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to see you," she announces. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately comprehends Li Mao's intentions. Aware of Qin Mo's current discontent, Li Mao has deliberately sent Li Yuan to keep an eye on him, ensuring that he will indeed attend the Li family estate that evening. However, Qin Mo finds no words to contest this. After all, Li Mao's actions stem from genuine concern for him. He truly values this friendship across generations, yet is constrained by his own circumstances, bearing responsibilities he cannot evade. "Make yourself comfortable, team leader," Qin Mo replies with a smile. Observing this, Li Tiangang discreetly stands and exits, displaying his perceptiveness. There is now no need for him to provide close protection to Qin Mo, as their strengths are nearly on par. Their differences are minimal. Thus concludes his brief tenure as a protector. His continued presence in the capital is merely to witness Qin Mo achieve the status of the youngest king in history. Once Li Tiangang leaves the office, Qin Mo and Li Yuan sit across from each other by the window, instinctively crossing their legs. Although their relationship is not quite as it was in the seventh group, it has not grown distant. Rather, it has become significantly closer. Li Yuan blinks, quietly observing Qin Mo's face, which is not particularly handsome, and softly states, "In truth, my father's compromise is a measure born of necessity." "I understand," Qin Mo replies. "Well, as long as you understand," she affirms. Li Yuan nodded slightly and continued. "No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. I recall, leader, that you were once averse to the ancient aristocratic families, were you not?" Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mo abruptly interjected with a probing inquiry. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan paused momentarily, then replied, "Indeed. I have never been fond of the practices of the five great families. Perhaps it is due to their prolonged dominance or the excessive power they wield. It seems to me that the five families are solely fixated on their own interests, preoccupied with the perpetuation of their lineage. For this purpose, they are capable of committing unspeakable acts, tolerating various dark and bloody transactions, never considering the thoughts of others." Li Yuan squinted her eyes, gazing out at the clouds ablaze with the sun's fiery glow, and softly remarked, "People often say that the five great ancient families are like five insurmountable mountains, lofty and awe-inspiring. However, I perceive them differently. They resemble five ferocious beasts, bearing their bloody fangs, five merciless machines operating with precision. They devour without leaving bones. Their hearts are filled with indifference, standing high above all." And now, Qin Mo continued with a smile, inquiring about her current thoughts. At his words, Li Yuan momentarily regained her focus. After a brief contemplation, she slowly articulated, "As for now, my disdain for the five families remains unchanged. Yet, I carry the blood of the Qingyang Li clan. I have enjoyed the honor bestowed upon me by the Li family and must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Perhaps, in a way, this is another form of fairness. After all, I am still a Li, am I not?" Li Yuan was unaware of Qin Mo's sudden curiosity regarding this matter. Nevertheless, she expressed her genuine thoughts without any embellishment. Qin Mo sat quietly beside her, listening intently to her narrative, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth gradually deepening. "I am not a Li, and I do not bear such responsibilities," he mused to himself. "I am even less inclined to compromise," he continued in his thoughts. "I am truly quite displeased." This was the third thought Qin Mo voiced internally, his gaze sharpening like two blades glinting with cold light. What the Qingyang Li clan feared, he disregarded. The path chosen by the Qingyang Li clan was one he had no desire to tread. While everyone compromised for their own gain, some had never profited, yet still had to choose to yield. If all are winners, then who, pray tell, is the loser? Whose interests have been unjustly infringed upon? It is the people. It is the citizens of the great Qin living in the imperial capital. It is the 280 innocent souls who perished on the morning bell train. They appear to have been forgotten by the world, overlooked by the five families, neglected by the royal family. Yet their families will not forget. Their weeping children, their aged parents, their beloved friends. They will not be forgotten. They seek justice. They need someone to rise and deliver them justice. The individual, Qin Mo, now desires to put his resolve to the test. He exhaled a long breath, turned to Li Yuan beside him, and inquired with a cheerful smile, "Do you have a cigarette?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She was perplexed as to why Qin Mo would pose such a question, yet indeed, she possessed cigarettes. After a brief pause, she retrieved one from her pocket and handed it to him. Qin Mo accepted it, lowered his gaze to extract a cigarette, and placed it delicately between his fingers, igniting it with a hand shielding the flame. The ember glowed softly as smoke began to swirl around him, obscuring his features from Li Yuan's view, leaving her unaware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. All she discerned was the richness of the smile gracing his face. In times past, I often pondered why individuals invariably choose to compromise, yielding to parents, spouses, superiors, and the vicissitudes of life. During those moments, I could not fathom the reasoning until I beheld the world before me, at which point the truth was unveiled. Compromise arises from a sense of powerlessness. Lacking strength, one finds no alternative but to acquiesce when faced with adversity. But then, what is the purpose of diligent cultivation? It is clear that the pursuit of self-mastery is intended to avoid compromise. The strength one acquires serves to empower oneself to boldly declare a resounding no in the face of undesired choices. When confronted by hardship, it enables one to break free from constraints. When aspirations seem unattainable, it grants the freedom to pursue them at will. This, indeed, encapsulates the essence of cultivation. As these thoughts concluded, the cigarette burned down to its end. The ember flickered and extinguished, reminiscent of a life reaching its conclusion, destined to fade away. Qin Mo casually discarded the spent cigarette, rising to hover in the air. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at Li Yuan, smiling as he reassured her, "I will attend tonight's banquet punctually, so there is no need for concern. However, at this moment, I must seek justice for the innocently departed souls and confront a wretched individual." With his words resonating in the air, Qin Mo disregarded Li Yuan's astonished gaze, exhaling a breath of icy air that immobilized her in place. He then floated out of the window, instantly honing his superhuman hearing to locate Xia Zhu's whereabouts. His extraordinary mind processed the information returning from all directions with rapidity, and within mere seconds, a smile crept onto his lips. "Ah, found you." With that declaration, Qin Mo surged forth with unparalleled speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Today, he intended to scrutinize this so-called war god of the great Qin, the legendary genius of the previous generation, to discern whether he truly embodied invincibility. He had long proclaimed that Xia Zhu, this noble lord, would never prevail. I am still writing. Chapter 149, The Killing of the Heavenly King. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lingyun District, Mu Garden. Both the Muyu Garden and the Linyuan are exceptionally luxurious venues of high society, with surroundings that rival the estates of the 5 prominent families. The barriers to entry are exceedingly high, without a special status or significant standing. One can merely gaze from afar, utterly devoid of the privilege to step inside. Frequently, many high-ranking officials from the capital, members of the 5 illustrious families, and individuals from the royal lineage choose to host banquets within the Muyu Garden. However, the circumstances have shifted. The Muyu Garden has now been transformed into the private residence of the future duke, the current champion marquis. The Xia family estate in the Shangyun district has been reduced to ruins following recent battles, and restoring it to its former glory will require considerable time. Consequently, Xia Zhu has decided to relocate to the Muyu Garden, intending to establish it as the new residence of the jailing Xia family in the capital. Given the environment and amenities of the Muyu Garden, it suitably aligns with his noble status. Yet, the name of this place is somewhat ominous. Muyu Garden. To the uninitiated, it might evoke thoughts of a cemetery. By residing here, is he not inadvertently selecting a burial plot for himself? Although Xia Zhu does not subscribe to superstitions concerning geomancy, it is prudent to exercise caution regarding such matters. At this moment, within the opulent hall deep in the Muyu Garden, Xia Zhu sits at the head of the table, his eyelids drooping as he contemplates a more favorable name. He is not alone. Numerous core officials from important departments are present. Notably, none hail from the 5,000-year-old families. These individuals, each holding a goblet, gather in small clusters. their faces adorned with faint smiles that betray their inner delight. Clearly, a private banquet is underway. The purpose of this gathering is self-evident. In half a month, Xiaozu is set to become the unprecedented 6th Duke of the Great Qin Empire, a moment that certainly warrants grand celebration. It is foreseeable that the established dynamics of the capital will soon undergo significant upheaval due to Xiaozu's emergence, prompting these attendees to cultivate favorable relations with him to secure their own advantages. As the banquet progresses, having already commenced for over an hour, the atmosphere is exceedingly pleasant. Suddenly, a portly middle-aged man stands before the assembly and proclaims loudly, "Esteemed colleagues, let us raise our glasses in honor of the hero of the Great Qin Empire, Duke Xia." Indeed, indeed, they respond in unison. To Duke Xia, may he promote us in the future. There is not a hint of dissent among them. The chorus of agreement resonates throughout the hall. Concurrently, they each lift their glasses of red wine, beaming smiles directed at Xiaozu, seated at the head of the table. Observing this, Xiaozu emerges from his reverie, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly, ready to toast in return. But at that moment, bang, a resounding crash, utterly out of place, reverberated at that moment. The grand doors of the banquet hall were rudely thrust open, slamming against the walls with a forceful thud, allowing an overwhelming flood of sunlight to pour in and illuminate the foyer. The guests were startled by the sudden commotion, instinctively turning their heads in unison, their gazes converging upon the entrance. There, a gaunt figure stood silently, resembling a sentinel at the door. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in silence, as everyone struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. After a brief pause, a gasp pierced the stillness. The Marquis of Guanyi. Someone recognized the face of Qin Mo and called out his identity. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the hall, astonishment and disbelief starkly etched upon their faces. It was common knowledge that Marquis Qin Mo was closely allied with the Qingyongli clan, who were at odds with the Xia clan. Thus, his presence here was entirely inexplicable, yet here he stood, and judging by his demeanor, he bore ill intent. A flicker of intrigue danced in the depths of the guests' eyes as they pondered the purpose of Qin Mo's visit. At that moment, facing the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, Qin Mo maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor. His attention was not diverted by the inconsequential onlookers. The moment he kicked open the door, his eyes were fixed on the head of the table where Xiaozu sat. With a slight smile, Qin Mo spoke in an unremarkable tone. "I apologize for the interruption, but it seems this gathering will not proceed as planned. Xiaozu, you must die here." Boom! The declaration sent shockwaves through the hall, eliciting a cacophony of reactions. Eyes widened in disbelief, the guests were left astounded. What? Qin Mo intended to have Xiaozu killed here? In that instant, the core members of various factions found themselves at a loss for words. Should they chastise Qin Mo for his audacity? Or perhaps condemn him for his hubris? Or commend his courage? No one knew what to say. The scene before them resembled a clown's performance in a circus, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. A third-tier S-Class Awakener daring to point at a peak 9th-tier S-Class Awakener and demand his death? Where did Qin Mo find such audacity? Had he perhaps lost his senses or succumbed to madness? It seemed a plausible explanation, for no other reasoning could be fathomed. Qin Mo, a mere 23-year-old youth, despite possessing some talent, could hardly be compared to Xiaozu. It was important to remember that Xiaozu had defended the borders for many years, a true warrior forged in the crucible of battle, with a storied legacy that gleamed with glory. And what of Qin Mo? Qin Mo possessed nothing. He was nothing. In this moment, the gazes of the crowd involuntarily bore a hint of mockery. Sitting at the head of the table, Xiaozu exhibited the same demeanor, scarcely blinking, his countenance replete with indifference. From the very beginning, Qin Mo had not warranted his attention, merely a somewhat gifted peasant, or rather, a mere jester in the present context. Observing their scornful looks, Qin Mo's expression remained as tranquil as ever. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds at this juncture, yet it mattered not. Not in the slightest. He had come here with the intent to kill, not to engage in idle banter with these individuals. Thus, at the very moment his words fell, Qin Mo's body levitated, rising approximately half a foot off the ground. He fixed his gaze upon Xiaozu and then, in an instant, vanished from sight. At this moment, a faint breeze seemed to sweep through the hall. Xiaozu's previously casual demeanor abruptly faltered. His drooping eyes widened, sharp as those of a wolf or eagle. In the next heartbeat, Qin Mo reappeared, positioned diagonally behind him, raising his right hand, fingers clenched tightly into a fist, and unleashed a devastating blow. This punch carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if Qin Mo held within his palm a colossal stone. A profound threat enveloped Xiaozu's mind, without a moment's contemplation. He instinctively reacted, erupting into terrifying speed, shifting from stillness to movement, vanishing from his seat in an effort to evade. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. Not a single individual in the banquet hall could clearly perceive the movements of the two. They had yet to react, only hearing a deafening crash. It was a sound 1,000 times more thunderous than the earlier noise of the door slamming against the wall, nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. Instantly, the ground fractured, dust swirling into the air. The entire venue trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Countless fissures appeared beneath their feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. The chair that Xiaozu had occupied was reduced to mere powder, leaving behind a massive crater resembling a large bowl, while the structure itself collapsed in an instant, transforming into a scene of ruin. Countless fragments of walls stood ominously, evoking feelings of dread and shock. Xiaozu, though unscathed, no longer bore the nonchalance of before. His countenance had shifted from relaxed to gravely serious. Such terrifying destructive power, such overwhelming force, and the palpable sense of threat. Xiaozu could not fathom that this was the work of a third-tier S-class awakener. He was utterly convinced that this was no mere third tier. In terms of both speed and strength, it was evident that Qin Mo was undoubtedly a peak 9th-tier awakener. He had been concealing his true strength all along. And for quite some time, Xiaozu was filled with astonishment, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in midair, gazing down at the center of the swirling dust, whispering to himself, "A peak 9th-tier awakened one at the age of 23. No wonder the Qinyang family is so eager to support you." He had always been puzzled as to why the Qinyang family insisted on having Qin Mo become the champion, rather than selecting someone from their own lineage. Now, witnessing the scene before him, all previous doubts had been completely resolved. In contrast, the officials attending the banquet lacked Xiaozu's formidable prowess. They were caught in the shockwave, thrown into disarray by Qin Mo's overwhelming power, tumbling into various corners of the ruins. The dust-covered crowd emitted a blend of fear and astonishment, their minds consumed with thoughts of how to escape this place. However, Qin Mo paid them no heed. He stood amidst the rising dust, looking up at the lofty Xiaozu, and then his thoughts stirred, causing him to vanish once more from his original spot. If one strike had missed, then another must be delivered. This time, Qin Mo erupted with an even more terrifying speed than before, surging towards Xiaozu, delivering a powerful punch with great force. Every cell in his body was mobilized, channeling the surging solar energy into an unparalleled force capable of obliterating anything in its path. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted once again in the air. An invisible wave of energy radiated from the point of contact between the two figures, expanding in all directions, encompassing 365 degrees. Following closely, a tall and robust figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with unrelenting momentum, carving 2 deep trenches into the earth. These trenches extended for nearly 10 miles, reaching the edge of the curtain yard's fence, nearly bursting through. This time, Xiaozu did not evade. As the swirling dust gradually dispersed with the wind, he was seen in a half-squat position, legs apart, arms crossed protectively over his chest, bearing a faint imprint of a fist, an indelible mark left by Qin Mo. A low growl emanated from Xiaozu's throat as he slowly lifted his head, an intense aura of murderous intent radiating from him, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flickered behind him. His sharp gaze fixated on Qin Mo above, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Such strength! I acknowledge you. You are worthy to be my opponent. To perish at my hands will be your lifelong honor." As Xiaozu spoke, a faint yellow glow suddenly enveloped him, and the wolf-tooth necklace hanging around his neck began to shimmer. The 13 razor-sharp wolf teeth gleamed with a crimson light, and a dark armor materialized out of thin air, encasing him and protecting his vital areas. This is undeniably an exceedingly powerful defensive, sacred relic. Yet its true rank remains known solely to the esteemed Xiaozu. It is evident that he has become utterly serious. The onlookers amidst the ruins, upon hearing his recent utterance, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They instinctively lifted their gazes towards the figure of Qin Mo suspended in the sky, rendered speechless by their surprise. It is worth noting that earning Xiaozu's endorsement is not an achievement for the faint-hearted. From this alone, one can glimpse the formidable strength of Qin Mo, which the world has indeed underestimated. However, when has Qin Mo ever needed the validation of others to affirm his own prowess? He dismissed the gazes of those below him, focusing solely on his objective, Xiaozu, and spoke with nonchalance. The fact that you can endure a punch from me without spitting blood and your demigod form remains unshattered warrants my acknowledgement of your strength. Nevertheless, you shall die today. Why do you desire my death? Xiaozu rose, clad in heavy armor, retorting. At this, Qin Mo could not help but chuckle. With a smile, he regarded Xiaozu, refraining from a direct answer, instead countering. Why must I kill you? Is it beyond your capacity to be slain? Upon finishing his words, Qin Mo pressed on with another inquiry. You were capable of slaughtering those 1,280 souls aboard the Morning Bell train. Yet am I not permitted to take your life today? Xiaozu, you possess quite the audacity. Qin Mo's demeanor shifted from calm to piercing, his gaze sharp with an overwhelming intent to kill. Xiaozu's expression darkened like the depths of water in response. In unison, the two vanished from sight, each charging towards the other, fists colliding with primal force, devoid of any superfluous tactics, purely a clash of raw violence. The air crackled with thunderous sounds, each strike accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, boundless shockwaves, and intangible sonic booms. In mere seconds, they had exchanged thousands of blows, ascending from a ground to heights exceeding 3,000 meters. This tacit understanding dictated that their battle could only unfold in the skies, never upon the earth. Otherwise, a full-force collision might well lay waste to a significant portion of the imperial capital, resulting in untold casualties. After thousands of exchanges, the two fighters separated, gazing at each other from several miles apart. The spectators in the ruins craned their necks, straining to discern who would prevail in this brief skirmish. However, upon witnessing the scene, they were left dumbfounded. Qin Mo appeared completely unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Xiaozu was left in disarray, his wolf-tooth armor battered and fragmented, resembling a mere heap of scrap metal. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Xiaozu fixed his gaze on Qin Mo, an intense murderous intent crystallizing in his eyes, harboring an unwavering resolve to slay him here and now. As the saying goes, those who are close to home understand their own affairs. Outsiders cannot discern the depth of this armor, yet he knows it all too well. This is indeed a relic of the Holy Spirit, emanating from a being at the threshold of the Heavenly King. What does it mean to be at the threshold of a Heavenly King? It signifies an existence more formidable than a peak 9th tier awakened, poised to undergo a genetic awakening at any moment, stepping directly into the realm of the Heavenly King. The fact that Qin Mo could so effortlessly shatter this formidable armor implies that he possesses at least the strength of someone at the threshold of a Heavenly King. Xiaozu was genuinely astonished. Such youth, yet such terrifying strength. A prodigy of this caliber, being his adversary, could not be allowed to remain. Contemplating this, Xiaozu slowly narrowed his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, a robust figure suddenly flashed, resembling that of a wolf king. At this moment, the imperial capital was engulfed in a profound tremor. Countless gazes were directed towards the direction of Lingyun district. The commotion at the Mu Garden was undeniably immense, making it impossible to go unnoticed. The series of explosive sounds in the air were more terrifying than an earthquake, plunging many in the imperial capital into a state of panic. Yet at this time, Li Tiangang felt a sense of satisfaction. He stood atop the lightning rod of the Safety Bureau building, his eyes filled with a radiant gold, surveying the battle unfolding above the Mu Garden from a considerable distance. Qin Mo's solitary venture to Mu Garden was indeed fraught with challenges, yet the strength he displayed brought a smile to Li Tiangong's lips. This lad might truly be a monster. In just a few days, his power had already far surpassed mine. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. However, judging by the current situation, Xiaozu is undoubtedly destined to lose. Qin Mo is the true, unparalleled one beneath the Heavenly Kings. Now, The only one capable of suppressing him is likely a heavenly king. Li Tiangang whispered softly, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. However, just as his words fell, a sudden, piercing wolf howl echoed sharply in his ears. This howl seemed to resonate deep within his heart, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him. Simultaneously, every S-level and above awakened being within the imperial capital heard this howl without exception. Following this, the entire world abruptly changed color. Endless darkness descended like a rapidly falling curtain, enveloping the entire imperial capital in an instant. A colossal white wolf, towering like a mountain, galloped towards the sun, and midway through, opened its cavernous maw, swallowing the great sun whole. The last vestige of light vanished from the heavens. An endless, eternal night had arrived. It was now a little past 4 in the afternoon. Just a second ago, the sky was clear and bright, but now, it was as if day had turned to night, resembling a solar eclipse. Fortunately, the duration of the eternal night was fleeting. Darkness descended rapidly, yet it dissipated even more swiftly. However, as the shadows receded, Li Tiangong's eyes widened in astonishment, his aura momentarily disordered. Within his crimson-golden pupils, the figure of Xia Zhu was vividly reflected. Yet, the visage before him was vastly transformed from the previous one. Xia Zhu was no longer clad in heavy armor. His form had expanded tremendously, now a towering mass of muscle, with a robust wolf's tail swaying behind him, his gaze exuding a predatory ferocity. He had fully awakened the latent genetic powers within him, metamorphosing into this hybrid of man and wolf. The sacred spirit's law form. This fellow was astonishingly a king. Li Tiangang exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. Xia Zhu was indeed a mimicry-type king-level awakened, and he had taken on the form of the Silver Moon Wolf King. This was dire. Li Tiangong's heart sank. His expression turned grim. With Xia Zhu being a king, Qin Mo's predicament had become exceedingly precarious, with the likelihood of his immediate demise looming large. He longed to assist, yet felt utterly powerless, merely standing by in anxious agitation. In a mere instant, the situation had undergone a cataclysmic reversal. Xia Zhu, now in his half-man, half-wolf form, slowly curled his lips into a gruesomely cruel grin. He regarded the diminutive Qin Mo with indifference, stating, "Today, you have startled me, but this is where it ends. Your talents are indeed commendable, your powers well concealed. Yet beneath a king, all are but ants." In response to these words, Qin Mo exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Contrary to Xia Zhu's expectations, his demeanor remained unchanged. Steadfast as before, gazing at Xia Zhu's formidable presence, he gradually spoke. What if he is a king? Is a king beyond the reach of death? As his words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the realm. No one could have anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, a mere mortal would dare to utter such audacious provocations before a king. What emboldened him so? The onlookers were left in bewilderment. Undoubtedly, Xia Zhu was incensed beyond measure. His enormous eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red, his aura chillingly fierce. "Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige," Xia Zhu declared ominously. With that, he surged forth with terrifying speed, charging toward Qin Mo, his powerful right arm poised to strike. In the face of Xia Zhu's assault, Qin Mo responded with equal ferocity, meeting the blow with his own fist. The two engaged in a renewed clash of brute force, trading blows with relentless intensity, neither retreating. Qin Mo's gaze remained composed, his superintelligent mind rapidly processing the information at hand, meticulously analyzing every aspect of Xia Zhu's capabilities. He keenly observed that after Xia Zhu manifested the spirit law avatar, he almost attained a comprehensive enhancement of attributes. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, he surpassed his previous limits significantly. Now, even a casual punch from Xia Zhu could effortlessly eliminate a peak awakened like Li Tiangang. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a heavenly king. Although he had recently ascended to this status, he possessed an almost overwhelming power. However, this was insufficient to subdue Qin Mo. Xia Zhu grew increasingly alarmed, genuinely perplexed as to why such phenomena were occurring. Before him, Qin Mo resembled an unfathomable abyss, making it impossible to gauge his depths. Neither the earlier exchange of blows nor the current manifestation of the spirit law avatar resulted in a definitive domination of Qin Mo. At best, it was merely an equilibrium. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Mo did not require any respite, delivering punch after punch with unwavering speed and strength, showing no signs of fatigue. Unbeknownst to Xiaozu, Qin Mo possessed extraordinary endurance, unmatched in terms of stamina. He could continue battling Xiaozu for an entire day or even longer. However, while Qin Mo could sustain such exertion, Xiaozu could not afford to do so. The spirit law avatar demanded a considerable amount of energy, imposing significant burdens on both the body and mind. Not to mention, time was of the essence. He sought a swift resolution. Thus, after a brief yet intense exchange, Xiaozu abruptly retreated, creating distance between himself and Qin Mo. Without hesitation, he raised both hands forward, his left hand open palm up, while his right hand's fingers slightly curled. Mimicking a grasp, a lengthy steel blade slowly materialized in his palm, its body remarkably archaic, devoid of any embellishments, while the blade shimmered with a muted silver light. This was undoubtedly an offensive elemental crystallization, similarly derived from a half-step heavenly king's demise, whose element in life was steel. At the moment the steel blade solidified, Xiaozu tightened his grip on the hilt, pivoting on his waist to execute a powerful aerial turn. With the blade following his movement and his heart aligned with intent, he cleaved downward. Suddenly, a colossal white wolf phantom emerged in the world, charging towards Qin Mo with its gaping maw wide open. With each strike, a flurry of slashes emerged. Xiaozu had cast aside any underestimation of Qin Mo, now fully committed, unleashing a torrent of countless blade marks in an instant. These marks all bore the semblance of the white wolf phantom, descending from all directions upon Qin Mo. Confronted with such a terrifying onslaught, Qin Mo stood his ground. Inhaling deeply, an immeasurable volume of air was swiftly drawn in and transformed into an intensely frigid mist within his superlungs. Subsequently, he exhaled. At that moment, the temperature in the air plummeted dramatically. All the ethereal white wolf figures, without exception, came to a standstill, transforming into lifelike ice sculptures. The sound of cracking ice echoed like an unexpected hailstorm. Xiaozu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity as he never anticipated that Qin Mo would dissolve his attack in such a manner. Could he possibly be an ice elemental king? Xiaozu was momentarily dazed. Yet, there was no time for him to ponder the true nature of Qin Mo's awakening. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of unusual color flashed deep within his eyes as he surged forward with lightning speed, appearing at an angle above Qin Mo, brandishing his blade. With a resounding clang, he struck, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that seemed capable of tearing through the heavens. The silver blade landed squarely upon Qin Mo's fist, but failed to penetrate further, leaving merely a shallow mark upon it. The anticipated scene of slicing flesh and cleaving him in twain did not materialize. Xiaozu's pupils constricted sharply. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why are you unaffected by the secret, or?" At this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, finally realizing the true secret concealed within Xiaozu's steel blade. It turned out that the blade and its body were not inherently united. The blade itself was forged from exceptionally pure secret, or, later perfectly fused with elemental crystals through some special means. With such a weapon, Xiaozu was virtually unmatched among his peers, and if he managed a surprise attack, he could even slay those of a higher rank. After all, the secret or exerted a suppressive effect on genes. For instance, when Li Ming was struck by a bullet made from secret or, his inner strength plummeted by 70 to 80%, leaving him with only a fraction. Theoretically, Qin Mo should indeed conform to Xiaozu's expectations. Regrettably, he was not an awakened one. The secret or only affected the awakened of this world. Qin Mo had always claimed to be a mimicry type, but that was merely a ruse. His true awakening lay in superhuman genes, and the energy he absorbed was derived from stellar phenomena. Observing the astonishment etched upon Xiaozu's face, Qin Mo could not help but curl his lips into a satisfied smile. At the center of his pupils, two tiny red dots suddenly flickered. Instantly, the red dots expanded, swiftly filling his entire gaze. "It's my turn," he declared. In the next moment, two high-temperature rays shot forth with unerring precision. The terrifying heat instantly melted Xiaozu's steel blade before piercing through his chest. Simultaneously, Qin Mo raised his fist, delivering a devastating blow to the massive wolf's head. Xiaozu's form soared into the air before crashing down heavily, resembling a shattered sack. Qin Mo unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, executing a comprehensive and merciless assault on him. The heavens and earth flickered with a crimson radiance as successive penetrating wounds were inflicted upon Xiaozu, scorching through his form and creating gaping holes. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was engulfed in astonishment. The populace could scarcely fathom that their nearly invincible god of war, Xiaozu, was being mercilessly beaten like a mere punching bag. When Invincible is no longer so, the arduous image painstakingly constructed in their hearts will inevitably collapse with a resounding crash. The air was filled with Xiaozu's anguished cries. Subsequently, a massive figure plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Qin Mo stood aloft in the air, gazing down at Xiaozu in the pit, his pupils ablaze with crimson light, as another searing ray shot forth, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Before Xiaozu could react, Qin Mo erupted with terrifying speed, appearing at the bottom of the pit, lifting his leg to send Xiaozu soaring into the sky. Following this, yet another high-temperature ray was unleashed, this time aimed squarely at Xiaozu's head, like a thin sheet of paper or a delicate piece of tofu. The searing ray met no resistance whatsoever. At this juncture, Xiaozu had lost all capacity to resist, resigned to passively await his demise. Qin Mo hovered in midair, quietly observing Xiaozu as he fell towards the ground. As Xiaozu descended directly in front of him, Qin Mo suddenly sprang into action, harnessing his formidable strength to deliver a diagonal kick. Xiaozu shot forth like a high-velocity cannonball, traversing dozens of kilometers before crashing heavily at the edge of the royal restricted zone. Blood slowly seeped out, staining the earth. Confusion, astonishment, and terror intermingled, forever etched in the round pupils of Xiaozu. A first-tier king of the mimicry system had perished, completely and utterly. At this moment, all eyes in the imperial capital converged upon Qin Mo. He stood high in the sky, with the fiery sun setting behind him. The remnants of dusk bathed the horizon in a crimson hue, reflecting on his face and illuminating an exceptionally tranquil visage, paired with an extraordinarily sharp gaze, akin to two flying daggers. In this instant, the world fell silent. In this moment, all eyes were upon him. It was here that Qin Mo truly embodied the essence of an invincible warrior. I sincerely apologize for the delay in completing this segment. I had hoped to encapsulate this grand narrative without division into chapters, yet the workload proved unexpectedly substantial, nearing 16,000 words. Chapter 150. The royal family takes action. The second ancestor arrives. No one will forget this day. No one will forget the splendor exhibited by Qin Mo high above. He resembled an exquisite painting, the most perfect and elegant artwork in existence. At this moment, no one cared about the lifeless Xiaozu. The entire attention of the imperial capital was fixated on Qin Mo. The battle, though brief, left an indelible shock within their hearts, a tumult that would not easily subside. Qin Mo, a native of the imperial capital of the Great Qin, at the tender age of 23, had been bestowed the title of a second-rank marquis within the borders and served as the deputy director of the Security Bureau. His straightforward yet formidable resume unequivocally conveyed to the world the depths of his excellence and extraordinary talent. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the profound astonishment evoked by his newly acquired title, the Ascendant King. What a terrifying designation this was. The crowd stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed vacantly upon the heavens. They instinctively remained rooted to the spot, oblivious to the moment when Qin Mo had vanished. Such shock was ineffable. No matter how ornate the language, it appeared utterly feeble in this moment. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had already materialized within the ancient castle of the Leaf family in Xingyang. His demeanor was unperturbed, his attire immaculate, and his breath steady, resembling his usual self, devoid of any sign of change. Merely observing his presence, one would find it difficult to fathom that Qin Mo had just forcefully slain the former war god of the Great Qin before millions, and had done so without a scratch upon him. Xiaozu had inflicted no real harm. 99% of his assaults had been effortlessly thwarted by Qin Mo's indomitable physique. As for the remaining insignificant 1%, it had healed almost instantaneously. Let us not forget, Qin Mo possessed extraordinary recovery and superhuman endurance, attributes that, though subtle and seemingly inconsequential, were merely overshadowed by his formidable defenses, which had yet to be tested. Approaching the half-open door of the castle, Qin Mo did not hesitate but pushed it open and entered. He had promised Li Mao that he would join his family for dinner at the castle that evening, and he would not renege on his word. The timing was just right. Li Mao sat upon a sofa directly across from the entrance, quietly observing Qin Mo with an expression of profound complexity. Neither spoke. They simply engaged in a silent exchange of glances. After a long moment, it was Li Mao who finally exhaled heavily and broke the silence, asking, "Was it worth it?" In response, Qin Mo slowly curved his lips into a slight smile and replied, "There is no worth or lack thereof, only desire and reluctance. I wished to kill Xia Zhu, and so I did. It is as simple as that." Each word was delivered with clarity and conviction, resonating with his true self. He was indeed a man who followed his own whims. Li Mao understood his character and was not surprised by such a response. However, the matter at hand was far from simple. In fact, it was exceedingly complicated. With Xia Zhu's death, the capital was bound to experience profound upheaval. I previously mentioned that the hearts of the people and the military are now entirely aligned with him. To act in such a brazen manner before the public, I will inevitably invite a backlash. According to the laws of the Great Qin, the slaughter of a meritorious minister, such as yourself, warrants capital punishment. Li Mao's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes flickering with contemplation, clearly engaged in profound reflection. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. "For the time being, you should remain here in the ancient castle and refrain from venturing elsewhere. The Qingyangli clan will mobilize every possible resource to ensure your safety. In summary, you must avoid the public scrutiny. Do not provoke the storm." Coughing lightly, Qin Mo replied, "What you say, dear brother, suggests you think me a fool. Rest assured, I shall remain here in the castle, ensuring I do not stray to other locales. That is the best course." Li Mao shot him a sharp glance, though he conceded, "Yet, who can truly predict your actions? Regardless, let us dine first. Xiao Mo and Xiao Yuan will return shortly." "Excellent. I have longed to savor my sister-in-law's culinary skills once more." Qin Mo grinned, rising to greet the Duchess in the kitchen, eager to assist in any way he could. Left alone on the sofa, Li Mao's expression was far from pleasant, his features marred by deep concern. The forthcoming events promised to be quite troublesome. It is essential to understand that his confidence in the Li clan's ability to protect Qin Mo stemmed from the Elder's directives. Although the Elder Council was not located in the imperial capital, their eyes and ears were omnipresent. They had already received news of the recent events almost instantaneously. Qin Mo's talents and strength had indeed astonished the Li clan. A 23-year-old monarch signifies an unparalleled potential that hardly needs elaboration. Such a prodigious gift would compel the Qingyangli clan to retain Qin Mo, unless, of course, the collective wisdom of their family had been utterly compromised. However, the Great Qin Empire is not solely governed by their family's will. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. While the five great families reached a consensus regarding the Gaoling Xia clan, this did not imply they would maintain a united front concerning Qin Mo. The five families are inherently adversarial. Had their overall strengths not been evenly matched, conflict would have already erupted. Thus, no one would wish to see the emergence of another monarch from the Qingyangli clan. Moreover, this newly ascended monarch is merely 23 years of age, astonishingly youthful, with immense potential for growth in the future. Given Qin Mo's demonstrated capabilities, the other four families would undoubtedly seek to obstruct him. In simple terms, they would prefer his demise. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mao's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flashing in their depths. He seemed to have quietly resolved to make a certain decision. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching from outside, and the estate's chief steward entered, slightly hunched over. "Master, the royal envoy has arrived and is currently waiting at the door." Upon hearing the words royal envoy, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Li Mao's eyes, and his demeanor shifted to one of cold amusement. They come with such haste. It seems someone is quite anxious. Should we leave them waiting?" the old steward inquired. Li Mao rose from the sofa, the previously gentle facade vanishing in an instant, replaced by the subtle aura of authority befitting a duke. "No, I shall personally attend to them," he replied nonchalantly, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the estate, with the old steward following closely behind. Qin Mo, who was assisting in the kitchen at that moment, absorbed every detail of this exchange. However, he made no move, remaining in place as if nothing had transpired. Since Li Mao had made his intentions clear, he felt at ease staying within the ancient castle, allowing Li Mao to handle the situation. After all, with his current strength, he could depart at any moment without anyone being able to stop him. As these thoughts lingered in Qin Mo's mind, Li Mao reached the estate's grand entrance. There, outside the iron gates, stood a dark transport vehicle, beside which 3 individuals clad in distinctive black uniforms regarded Li Mao with furrowed brows. The leader among them was a portly figure, his gaze deep and foreboding, exuding an inexplicable chill as if he had long been deprived of sunlight. "What brings Chief Warden Zhou to my private estate today?" Li Mao inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his head held slightly high, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Yu. Though he was merely a first-tier S-class awakened being, his presence overshadowed that of Zhou Yu. Upon hearing the question, Zhou Yu first bowed respectfully to Li Mao before responding. "Lord Duke Li, His Majesty has decreed that the Marquis of Guanyi, Qin Mo, has acted recklessly, committing murder against the Empire's esteemed generals, violating the laws of the Great Qin. Since it is a royal command, may I see the official document?" Before Zhou Yu could finish, Li Mao interjected, demanding to see the arrest warrant bearing the seal of the Qin Emperor. Zhou Yu's words caught in his throat, and he hesitated, pursing his lips in frustration before retrieving an arrest warrant from his possession and respectfully presenting it with both hands. Li Mao did not take it. Instead, the old steward stepped forward to accept it. After receiving it, he merely glanced over it and said, "If you are here to arrest Qin Mo, then go find him. What business do you have disturbing my family banquet?" "Oh no, how could I presume to do such a thing?" Zhou Yu replied, clearly flustered. Zhou Yu forced a smile onto his face, yet his contorted features, combined with his sinister aura, rendered him quite unappealing, even somewhat unsettling. "I harbored no intention of interrupting the Duke's banquet. However, imperial orders compelled me to diligently fulfill my duties for the Empire." Many had claimed that the Marquis of Guanyi, Qin Mo, was currently residing at the Li estate. Zhou Yu cautiously observed Li Mao, his countenance plastered with a forced grin. Despite his esteemed position as the royal warden of the capital, he lacked a formidable backing. Even though he had some leverage today, he dared not provoke the venerable Li family of Qingyang. Hence his demeanor was exceedingly humble. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Li Mao's gaze remained as indifferent as before. He continued in a flat tone, reiterating, "I shall say this once more. He is not here. If you do not believe me, feel free to search." As he spoke, he moved aside, making way for Zhou Yu. Yet, Zhou Yu did not dare to budge. The forced smile on his face grew even more pronounced as he replied, "Your Grace, you jest. This is your private residence, and we are hardly in a position to enter. Should we do so, it would be an affront to the Li family of Qingyang." Zhou Yu was acutely aware of his own limitations. With his meager stature, even if granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to step inside. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated softly. "Since the Duke has extended such a gracious invitation, how could one refuse?" Upon hearing this, Li Mao's expression shifted with a sudden intensity. His gaze turned towards the black transport vehicle behind Zhou Yu. Under his scrutiny, the window of the passenger seat gradually descended, revealing a frail old man with silver hair and a gaunt face. From any angle, the old man appeared to be an ordinary farmer, exuding no remarkable aura, his presence almost negligible. However, the instant Li Mao laid eyes on him, a jolt of recognition surged through him, and his pupils constricted. It was King Cheng. As the current head of the Li family of Qingyang, Li Mao possessed a keen eye and immediately recognized the old man's identity. This was a powerful figure of the royal lineage, who had once displayed extraordinary talent a century ago, stirring the tides of his time, before retreating from the public eye after ascending to the rank of king. To his astonishment, he had personally come today with the intent to apprehend Qin Mo. The sight of King Cheng left Li Mao deeply shocked, yet upon further reflection, it seemed utterly reasonable, for Qin Mo had also achieved the status of king, a far cry from his former self. Without a king present, it would indeed be challenging to contain him. Li Mao's expression darkened. While he could assume a superior stance toward Zhou Yu, he could not afford to do so in the presence of a king. Neither his status nor his strength was nearly sufficient for such a confrontation. Beneath the heavens, all are but ants. This is not merely a hollow remark, but a vivid symbol of unparalleled personal strength. The moment Wu Cheng made his appearance, the dynamics of the scene shifted dramatically. In an instant, Li Mao found himself at a loss for how to respond. It seemed he could not intervene, and could only watch helplessly as Zhou Yu led his men into the Li family estate to conduct a reckless investigation. However, a cold snort from midair halted Zhou Yu's advancing steps. "Oh, what is this? The illustrious King Cheng. Are you attempting to bully the weak? Do you believe that the Qingyang Li family lacks a king?" Li Tiangong's voice was icy as he slowly materialized. His tall and robust figure stood protectively in front of Li Mao, effectively shielding the entire Li estate. Wu Cheng, hearing this, finally stirred, casually glancing at Li Tiangang with a look of utter disdain in his eyes. "Whether or not your Qingyang Li family possesses a king is unclear to me, but I can certainly see that you have yet to ascend to that status," Wu Cheng remarked with a smile, his words dripping with mockery and derision. He and Li Tiangang were old acquaintances, having shared many intersections in the same era. However, Wu Cheng had already advanced to kinghood, while Li Tiangang remained stagnant, creating a stark contrast between them. Wu Cheng's attack was particularly incisive, striking at the very nerve. Yet, the current Li Tiangang was no longer the man he once was. He had long since grown indifferent to such jibes, his expression betraying no emotion, his silence a testament to his composure. Observing his demeanor, Wu Cheng's smirk deepened, and he narrowed his eyes, speaking to himself. "Li Tiangang, your days are numbered. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Today, I act under the Emperor's decree. Should you defy this order, I possess the authority to take decisive action and suppress you. Then go ahead and act." Li Tiangang replied calmly, unperturbed. It was precisely his audacity in the presence of a king that set him apart. Most would lack such courage. Moreover, his words sent a chill down Li Mao's spine, as they were a blatant threat devoid of any pretense. Clearly, Li Tiangang was resolute. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng's eyes narrowed, a flicker of danger and a hint of murderous intent crossing his features. Yet, he ultimately refrained from taking action, suppressing his thoughts, wary of Li Tiangang and the Qingyang Li family backing him. Wu Cheng then spoke slowly. "Qin Mo has violated the laws of the Great Qin, an infraction against our national statutes. If your Li family seeks to protect him, you are opposing the entirety of the Great Qin. Li Tiangang, have you thought this through? Wu Cheng, do not attempt to place a heavy burden upon me. The Qingyang Li clan has rendered innumerable contributions to the Great Qin Empire, remaining steadfastly loyal across generations. A testament to our unwavering sincerity, visible to heaven and earth alike. While Qin Mo has indeed violated national law and must be dealt with accordingly, whether he is a hero or a criminal remains a matter for deliberation. A hasty conclusion cannot be drawn. It is not a concern for my Li family to surrender him, yet I fear that certain individuals might disregard their dignity and take matters into their own hands. Should that occur, the losses to our great Qin Empire would be substantial." Li Tiangang smiled as he spoke, articulating a carefully prepared excuse. When he mentioned certain individuals, he emphasized the words, casting a meaningful glance towards Wu Cheng, as if hinting at something deeper. Wu Cheng was no fool. He understood Li Tiangong's insinuation all too well. His expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "The safety of the prisoner is the royal family's responsibility. There is no need for your Li family to concern yourselves. Your Highness speaks too harshly. My Qingyang Li clan, nourished by the imperial favor, is duty-bound to share in the burdens of the sovereign. We have already arranged for escorts and will personally deliver Qin Mo to the prison in due time." Li Mao interjected, stepping forward with a cheerful demeanor. "Huh, in due time? Your Li family has quite the audacity. Do you expect His Majesty to wait a year, or more simply because you say so? Is it your Li family or the Emperor who holds the reins of this great Qin?" Wu Cheng's expression grew grim. If it weren't for the imminent departure of the Heavenly King from Qingyang, he would have no desire to engage in this verbal sparring with Li Tiangang. With his formidable strength, he could easily subdue everyone present, yet fate was not on his side, and he could not act impulsively. Upon hearing Wu Cheng's words, Li Tiangang responded, "Indeed, it is His Majesty who decides in the Great Qin. We shall not keep His Majesty waiting too long. By 8 o'clock tonight, you will be able to see Qin Mo in prison." It was now just past 5 in the afternoon, with less than 3 hours until 8. The time was indeed brief. Wucheng pondered momentarily, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His current stalemate with Li Tiangang made the prospect of forcibly taking the prisoner a mere fantasy. Continuing this impasse would likely change nothing. Thus, after a brief silence, he spoke slowly. If I do not see Qin Mo by 8 o'clock, your Li family must provide an explanation. This demand served as an ultimatum, carrying significant weight, not merely a hollow formality. Should the Li family truly fail to produce him by that time, they would have to pay a grievous price. Li Tiangang understood the gravity of the situation. He slowly retracted his smile and nodded slightly. Observing this, Wucheng in the vehicle casually waved his hand in the dark. Single-pane window rolled up. The almost forgotten Zhou Yu and the other two slightly bowed to Li Mao and Li Tiangang before hastening to enter the vehicle and start the engine. As the tires screeched against the ground, the escort vehicle gradually departed from the Li family estate along the main road. Li Tiangang gazed at the taillights, squinting his eyes until the vehicle's silhouette vanished entirely from his sight. Only then did he divert his gaze. At that moment, the sun sank in the west, and twilight began to envelop the world. A final beam of light illuminated the land, painting the distant horizon in hues of crimson. The profound night was on the verge of descending. Li Tiangang lingered in place for several seconds before turning resolutely towards the ancient castle. Beside him, Li Mao hastened to catch up, his expression grave as he inquired, "Has Jingzhu set out?" Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang shook his head and replied, "Jingzhu remains in the clan territory. This time, it is the second ancestor who is personally coming. I estimate he will arrive in the imperial capital within an hour." The second ancestor? Li Mao's eyes widened in astonishment, his inner being shaken. He had not anticipated that the second ancestor would personally visit the imperial capital. It is well known that Jingzhu is an immensely powerful figure within the Qingyangli clan, capable of dispatching Wucheng in mere seconds. Yet, even Jingzhu must maintain utmost reverence before the second ancestor, not daring to raise his voice. The reason for this is self-evident. Even Jingzhu cannot withstand the second ancestor's might for long. No one truly comprehends the extent of the second ancestor's power. It is commonly understood that the term unfathomable seems to have been coined to describe him. Thus, it is no wonder that Li Mao exhibited such an expression. This revelation had indeed surpassed his expectations. On the other hand, it also became evident how extraordinary Qin Mo's talent truly is, having even stirred the long-absent second ancestor. Li Mao swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, his demeanor shifted from grave to remarkably relaxed. With the second ancestor's arrival, what was there to fear? Li Mao smiled wryly, shaking his head in self-reflection. Subsequently, the two encountered Qin Mo within the ancient castle. The night banquet had yet to be prepared and would require some time, so the three of them comfortably returned to the sofas in the living room. Li Tiangang reclined lazily, settling into the soft back of the couch, habitually crossing his legs, and teasingly remarked to Qin Mo, "Well, you sly little rascal, hiding your abilities so deeply and advancing to the realm of kings without a word. I must admit, I am nearly consumed by jealousy. I advise you not to be envious. Talent is something that cannot be envied." Qin Mo replied with a smile, his words only serving to backfire in this public display of modesty. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Tiangang's jealousy intensified, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet, he had to concede that Qin Mo's assertion held true. Talent is dictated by fate. Envy and jealousy are of no consequence. What Li Tiangang remained oblivious to, however, was that Qin Mo was fundamentally different from him. Qin Mo is not a true gene awakener in the conventional sense. He does not expend his mental resources daily to unlock his genetic potential. Instead, he merely absorbs solar energy. Thus, the notions of bottlenecks and thresholds are utterly irrelevant to him. The chasm between S rank and the kings is rendered non-existent in his presence. This, undoubtedly, is Qin Mo's greatest secret, one that Li Tiangang will likely never have the opportunity to uncover in his lifetime. He has resigned himself to this truth. Li Tiangang let out a heavy sigh, his expression suddenly filled with deep reflection. "Oh, the prodigious youth, I am far inferior to you. However, although you have ascended to the rank of king, do not become complacent. Avoid the pitfalls of arrogance. Remember, there are always those greater than oneself, and beyond the heavens. There are even greater realms. The title of king is not the pinnacle. Many individuals exist in this world whose abilities far surpass yours. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Intrigued, he inquired, "What precisely constitutes the rank of king?" "Ah, the rank of king," Li Tiangang mused, his eyes drifting as if gazing far beyond. Regaining his focus, he replied, "I have not yet attained the rank of king, so my knowledge is limited. I only possess a general understanding. The rank of king differs from S rank, being divided into 5 tiers, Tier 1 being the lowest, and Tier 5 the highest. Beyond Tier 5 lies the next rank, the Great King." Great King? Qin Mo's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, as for the rationale behind this classification and the nature of the Great King, I cannot elucidate. However, it is evident that the disparities between each tier of kings are substantial, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. At this level, one's every gesture and action possesses immense destructive power, appearing almost divine in the eyes of ordinary individuals. The surface power of the genes within the human body has been thoroughly awakened. The next step involves delving inward to unearth deeper genetic secrets and explore more potent genetic forces. If this concept is unclear, one might envision it as the potential of the human body. Greater activation of potential yields greater strength. At this juncture, Li Tiangang paused momentarily, observing Qin Mo nodding in understanding before continuing. Upon ascending to the rank of king, the leap in power levels is exceedingly significant, resulting in a distinct transformation. This also serves as a formidable amplification of one's offensive capabilities. Awakeners of the mimetic system can manifest the Holy Spirit's form. For instance, when you battled Xiaozu, the world suddenly shifted in hue, and the howl of wolves echoed around you, followed by his transformation into a half-human, half-wolf form. This exemplifies the Holy Spirit's manifestation. However, they will no longer produce Holy Spirit relics, as the surface power of the genes has fully manifested, leaving no remnants. As for the elemental system awakeners, their essence is largely similar, possessing elemental spirits. The realm of mental system awakeners, however, remains entirely enigmatic. Yet, whether there exists a mental system king in this world is uncertain, so there is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps the second ancestor will know, for he will soon arrive in the imperial capital. If you remain curious then, you may inquire of him yourself. Qin Mo was uncertain of the identity of this second ancestor, but from the title and Li Tiangong's remarks, he surmised that he must be a formidable king. This was an easily deducible conclusion, one that posed no challenge to Qin Mo. He committed to memory the details Li Tiangang had just shared. Although it seemed irrelevant to him, the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversaries is invaluable in the heat of battle. In the future, he might confront several kings. Thus, understanding their methods of attack would be essential. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mo's lips moved as he voiced another lingering question that had long resided in his heart. "When we first met, you mentioned gene sequences. Were they?" Upon hearing this, Li Tiangong's face flushed slightly. He cleared his throat and, with a fleeting gaze, replied, "Ahem. As for what a gene sequence precisely entails, I must confess, I am not entirely certain." Qin Mo responded, "However, I do possess some foundational knowledge." Li Tiangang quickly interjected, "Long ago, I heard Jing ancestor mention in passing that gene sequences are derived from the first batch of awakened genes from a millennium ago, which subsequently led to the emergence of the Grand Kings. The nearer a gene sequence is to the front, the greater the underlying power it harbors, and the more potential it possesses for exploration." "Oh." Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he interjected, "Does that imply that gene sequences can effectively gauge talent?" Li Tiangang shook his head, clarifying that interpretation is not entirely accurate. Gene sequences do not equate to talent. Rather, they should be considered a facet of it. Jing ancestor once stated that my gene sequence is the 28th. By rights, I should have ascended to king long ago, yet I have lingered at the threshold, wasting away for centuries, and I still can merely glimpse the periphery of kingship without ever crossing the threshold. At this point, a flicker of disappointment and regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. With less than a year of life remaining, he had lost all hope of witnessing the grandeur of kings. However, he found solace in the fact that Qin Mo was still young and could venture forth in his stead. Perhaps even catching a glimpse of the legendary Grand Kings and their splendor. Li Tiangang skillfully masked his sorrow, smiling at Qin Mo and speculating, "You, my boy, possess a talent that is exceedingly rare. I surmise that your gene sequence must be within the top 10, or perhaps even among the top 3. Upon hearing this, Li Mao, who had been quietly listening, nodded in immediate agreement. He had known Qin Mo the longest and held the utmost confidence in him. In truth, Li Mao believed that Qin Mo was likely of the first sequence, destined to be the foremost in the world. Yet, Qin Mo did not respond to this speculation. He simply smiled faintly before continuing. Since there are sequences for genes, does that not imply the existence of a roster? There is undoubtedly a sequence roster. That much is certain, but it is beyond my reach. I have never even laid eyes upon it. If you possess a genuine curiosity and truly wish to know, you must inquire of the second ancestor, for he is profoundly knowledgeable." Li Tiangang spread his hands and shrugged. As he stated, he is not a celestial sovereign. Although he possesses some understanding, it is merely a fragment of knowledge. The secrets embedded within human genes, as well as the mysteries surrounding the genetic explosion of a millennium ago, necessitate a higher status for one to be entitled to investigate. And what determines such status? It is power that dictates rank. Qin Mo squinted, acutely aware of this profound truth. A lengthy chapter of 8,000 words succinctly encapsulates the grand narrative of the summer ancestor. Personally, I would rate a modest 60, barely passing. This segment of the story has consumed an excessive amount of time, during which I have faced the loss of close family, battled with COVID-19, and encountered both physical and mental challenges, all of which have adversely affected my ability to update and the quality of the content. Nevertheless, I am relieved to have composed it in accordance with my original vision. I wonder how it resonates with all of you. In the coming days, I have also devised the plot for the following chapters, and I can only assure you that it will be more captivating. I hope that, after reading, you will echo this sentiment. Lastly, I shall dedicate a new book to the great deity of writing, in hopes of seizing some fortune. Chapter 151. The Temptation of Power and Authority. An hour later, in the imperial capital, at the Leaf family estate. At this moment, the evening banquet had just concluded, with an atmosphere of camaraderie enveloping the gathering. In attendance were only the 4 members of the Leaf family, along with Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. Their conversation did not delve into grave matters, but meandered through fascinating tales and discussions about the various landscapes within the Qin realm. Aside from Li Yuan's gaze, which was tinged with a hint of melancholy, Qin Mo felt generally quite well. After dinner, the Duchess took the initiative to lead the 2 siblings, Li Mo and Li Mei, upstairs, wisely choosing not to partake in the conversation among the 3 men. She is an exceptionally virtuous woman, possessing great discernment and insight. Qin Mo holds a very favorable impression of her. Thus, the 3 prepared to engage in casual conversation on the lawn while awaiting the second ancestor. However, as they stepped out of the ancient castle, they immediately spotted a middle-aged man reclining on a nearby wicker chair. The man appeared languid and casual, his right hand resting behind his head, while his left held an ancient tome, its pages yellowed and half open. This book was evidently not a product of modernity. It bore the weight of at least 5 centuries, if not more. The middle-aged man was engrossed in the unnamed volume, as if it contained monumental secrets pertaining to genetics, possessing an alluring gravity. Upon noticing him, Qin Mo and his companions were equally observed by the man. Before Li Mo could speak, the middle-aged man set down the book, turned to face them, his expression neutral, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. I surveyed the surroundings and noted that the Qingyongli family is managing quite well in the imperial capital. He offered a simple compliment. Upon hearing these words, Li Mao and Li Tiangang were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, they hastened forward, kneeling on the ground with utmost reverence, their voices resounding in unison. Disciples of the Li clan, Li Mao, Li Tiangang, pay homage to the second ancestor. Their actions were a profound display of respect, as they were indeed descendants of the true bloodline of the second ancestor. Despite his head of raven hair and unwrinkled visage, which belied his age, the second ancestor had lived for over 5 centuries. When Li Tiangang was born, the second ancestor had cradled him in his arms, and he appeared just as he did now. Time seemed to leave no mark on the second ancestor, who stood like an ancient evergreen, enduring through the centuries of the Qingyongli clan, quietly observing the vicissitudes of life. His true strength and realm of awakening remained an enigma. All that was known was that he was exceptionally powerful, though the extent of that power was unclear. At this moment, accepting the kneeling homage with grace, the second ancestor smiled gently and gestured for them to rise. Please stand up. This is not a family gathering. Such formalities are unnecessary. It has been centuries since I last ventured out, and the world has indeed changed significantly. I must keep pace with the times and not be left behind, he remarked, his smile warm. Rising from his chair, he tucked the scroll he had been holding into his pocket, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned his gaze toward Qin Mo, speaking. At merely 23 years of age, you have already ascended to the rank of Heavenly King. Such extraordinary talent surpasses even my own. Boom! At that moment, it felt as though an explosion of immense magnitude ignited within the hearts of Li Mao and Li Tiangang. Their expressions mirrored one another, eyes widened and jaws agape, utterly astonished. They were aware of Qin Mo's exceptional talent, but had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Even the second ancestor had proclaimed that his own gifts paled in comparison to Qin Mo's. What profound significance did this hold? What level of acknowledgement was this? It suggested that Qin Mo's future achievements would inevitably eclipse those of the second ancestor, perhaps even by a considerable margin. No wonder the second ancestor had chosen to come to the capital personally. It was clear he held Qin Mo in such high regard. Li Tiangang and Li Mao found themselves at a loss, as Qin Mo's talent exceeded their understanding. Yet, Qin Mo himself remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Not even a flicker of his eyelids betraying his thoughts. After all, to him, this recognition was merely a matter of course. He had awakened the superhuman gene, which promised a future of unfathomable power, capable of traversing the cosmos. Why should it be surprising that he surpassed the second ancestor? All that Qin Mo required was a little more time. If given another year, or even merely half a year, until his various attributes are elevated to the thousands or even tens of thousands, only then could Qin Mo Fong truly unleash his extraordinary prowess. Hence, upon hearing these words, he humbly remarked, "You flatter me, esteemed ancestor. The future remains uncertain and demands my relentless diligence." In response, the ancestor smiled and nodded, his admiration deepening in his gaze. Though Qin Mo's statement was one of modesty, it was perceived otherwise by the ancestor, serving as evidence of his unpretentious demeanor. With such innate talent and character, this youth is destined for greatness. It appears my journey here was indeed worthwhile, the ancestor mused, elevating his assessment of Qin Mo once more. Subsequently, as he walked toward the ancient castle, he humorously remarked, "Let us enter first. Although the summer nights in the imperial capital are not cold, the mosquitoes are rather numerous." This was of course a jest. At his level, even mutated mosquitoes would not pierce his skin. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the gathering subtly lightened, and the bonds between the individuals swiftly tightened. The group returned to the grand hall on the first floor of the castle. The ancestor, as if he had never been there before, entered with a wandering gaze, casually surveying his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to what he was observing. Li Mao personally brewed a pot of the finest hot tea, serving it respectfully to the ancestor and Li Tiangang. Upon receiving the tea, the ancestor, regardless of its scalding temperature, raised it and drank deeply, pouring it down his throat. His manner of consumption suggested a lack of appreciation for the beverage, akin to quenching his thirst with plain water. Yet, none dared to voice such thoughts, not even in the depths of their minds. Li Tiangang and Li Mao sat rigidly, their demeanor impeccably formal. Only Qin Mo remained unchanged, casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other, indifferent to the formality around him. He was a person who adhered to his own way, doing as he pleased. After finishing the tea, the ancestor was the first to break the lingering tension. "Has anyone from the royal family arrived?" he inquired. In response, "Esteemed ancestor, a heavenly king did come, but has since been dismissed," Li Mao respectfully replied. Hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through the depths of the ancestor's eyes as he slightly nodded. "Very well. In that case, I shall accompany Qin Mo on this journey. The laws of the great Qin must not be disregarded. We, the Li clan, shall adhere to the established protocols." "Indeed, as the ancestor says," Li Mao acknowledged with a nod. However, the ancestor suddenly shifted his tone, rising to declare, "Should anyone disregard the rules, the Li clan is not to be trifled with." Each word, though delivered plainly, was imbued with unparalleled authority. Li Mao and Li Tiangang immediately stiffened, responding in unison, yes, indeed. Immediately, Li Mao turned to Qin Mo and spoke. Qin Mo, you must spend a couple of days in prison to silence the public outcry and temporarily calm their emotions. This will allow me to guide the public discourse more effectively. However, rest assured, the Qingyangli family will expedite your release from prison. It won't take long, at most 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded slowly and smiled, saying, That's fine, as long as the second ancestor accompanies me. I don't mind how long I stay. Li Mao, Li Tiangang, and Li Er exchanged silent glances, their expressions darkening. The implication of his words suggested that if he were not released, even the second ancestor would remain imprisoned. Li Mao couldn't help but twitch his lips and quickly change the subject. Do you have any other requests? The Li family will do its utmost to accommodate you. Requests? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering as he contemplated. Actually, I do have one. A radiant smile spread across his face as he continued. I need a room with a large window, bathed in sunlight every day. That night, at 8 o'clock, Li Tiangang drove his luxurious supercar through the capital, arriving at the Royal Restricted Zone. As they entered the zone, the noise of the streets and the summer night's vibrancy seemed to fade away in an instant. Inside the restricted zone, the atmosphere was starkly different from the outside world. The road was illuminated only by flickering blue and purple neon lights, and they could walk several dozen meters without seeing a single soul. However, seated in the back of the sports car, Qin Mo was not deceived by the apparent desolation. Within his holographic vision, at least 50 flickering red dots surrounded the vehicle, indicating hidden observers. Countless eyes were watching them, the majority being S-class awakened individuals, with only a few being A-class. This was the power of the royal family. The so-called Royal Restricted Zone was more accurately described as a military control area. Yet, Qin Mo could not fathom why such a place was established in the capital. The royal family claimed it was to assert their authority and create a barrier between themselves and the common populace for better governance. But was that the whole truth? If it were merely about demonstrating power, why bother stationing so many awakened individuals here? Qin Mo pondered, harboring doubts. The Royal Restricted Zone was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, concealing deeper secrets. As Qin Mo contemplated these matters, Li Tiangang had already brought him deep into the heart of the Royal Restricted Zone. The roaring engine gradually quieted, and the car came to a gentle halt in front of a 6-story building, flanked by guards standing on either side of the entrance. Upon the sighting of Li Tiangang and his companion, the guard's demeanor immediately shifted to one of vigilance, his gaze sharpening considerably. The two individuals before him were unmistakably A-class awakeners, possessing a commendable level of strength. While A-class awakeners hold considerable status outside, within these confines, they are relegated to mere gatekeepers, underscoring the significance of this place. Qin Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out, lifting his gaze to the imposing structure, his eyes narrowing slightly. They are prominently displayed on the left side of the building, were the ominous characters, the Qin Prison. These 3 simple words emanated an eerie aura, each stroke imbued with a sense of foreboding. Any ordinary person who dared to gaze upon them would likely shudder involuntarily, gripped by fear. According to Li Mao, the Qin Prison was unlike any ordinary penitentiary. It housed only 2 categories of inmates. The first consisted of prisoners classified as S-class awakeners and above. The second category included the most heinous offenders, also of S-class awakening or higher. Even a monarch could find himself imprisoned here, illustrating the formidable security forces within the Qin Prison. As Qin Mo stood in contemplation, a portly figure, Zhou Yu, ambled out from within. Upon noticing that only Li Tiangang and Qin Mo had arrived, he felt a slight relief wash over him. The cell has been prepared for you, Your Excellency, Zhou Yu remarked, smiling obsequiously. Although he held the title of warden, he was not of royal lineage, hence his demeanor was notably humble. Acknowledging Zhou Yu's words, Qin Mo inclined his head slightly to Li Tiangang before following the prison guard into the depths of the facility. At that moment, the last thread of tension within Zhou Yu finally relaxed. He offered a courteous nod to Li Tiangang and promptly entered after them. With a resounding thud, the heavy black gate slammed shut, akin to a ferocious beast clamping its formidable jaws. Thus, Qin Mo had irrevocably entered the prison. Li Tiangang's escorting duties came to a close as he revved the engine of his sports car, executing a deft maneuver to return along the path from whence he came. Meanwhile, beneath the shroud of night, atop the Qin prison, Wu Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, suppressing his presence as he quietly observed the receding figure of Li Tiangang. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Were it not for Li Tiangang's dwindling lifespan, he would have relished the opportunity to personally escort him to his demise. Of course, such a deed would need to be executed discreetly, lest the Qingyangli family discover his intentions. Otherwise, he would face a relentless pursuit from them for the rest of his life. As these thoughts coursed through Wu Cheng's mind, he gradually narrowed his eyes. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting. Just as the sports car was on the verge of vanishing from his sight, Li Tiangang, seated in the driver's seat, inexplicably raised his right hand, making an exceedingly provocative gesture. His middle finger stood erect, while the other 4 fingers curled. Astonishingly, Li Tiangang was aware that Wu Cheng lurked behind him, watching intently. Before him, the threshold of the Heavenly King seemed to shift quietly, as if stirred by a whisper. As he entered his designated private cell within the prison, Qin Mo found himself in a room spanning approximately 80 square meters. With an involuntary twitch of his lips, he thought, "Is this truly a prison cell?" Internally cursing, he was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had never anticipated that a cell could boast genuine leather sofas, a double bed, and a high-definition projector. If one were unaware that this was the Qin prison, one might easily mistake it for a luxurious vacation retreat. His own residence on Guanghong Street in Baiyun District hardly compared. Indeed, this was a testament to the upper echelons of society. Qin Mo mused quietly. He had merely requested a sunlit room to facilitate the absorption of solar energy. Yet who would have imagined that the Qingyangli family would allocate him such an opulent suite? This ancient lineage, with its millennia of heritage, had deeply entrenched itself within the heart of the Qin, wielding influence beyond imagination and possessing formidable power. Thus, as Qin Mo pondered these revelations, he made his way towards the bedroom. However, after taking only a few steps, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance back at the leather sofa. There sat the second ancestor, leisurely perched with one leg crossed, his right hand cradling his chin, while his left grasped a time-worn, yellowed scroll, engrossed in its contents. No one knew how he had entered, nor at what moment he had arrived. It was as if he had always been there, seated for an extended period. Of course, Qin Mo was aware of this. His keen spiritual perception allowed him to detect even the slightest changes in his surroundings. The sudden appearance of Li Ming had not eluded his scrutiny, nor had that of Li Er. While Li Er's methods were more sophisticated than those of Li Ming, Qin Mo was no longer the person he once was. Daily, he accumulated considerable amounts of solar energy, enhancing his physical attributes and accelerating his growth and strength. "Are you surprised by this place?" Li Er suddenly shifted his gaze toward him, a smile gracing his lips, interrupting Qin Mo's thoughts. In response, Qin Mo nodded slightly and replied, "It is indeed somewhat unexpected, yet upon reflection, it does not seem so remarkable. Yes, the 5 great families operate in such a manner, enjoying privileges almost anywhere, as if their status inherently elevates them above others." Li Er acknowledged with a nod, then shook his head, adding, "However, I do not particularly favor this." "Oh, why is that?" Qin Mo inquired, somewhat astonished, as it was peculiar to hear Li Er, a member of a privileged family, express such sentiments. This left him puzzled regarding Li Er's true thoughts. Yet, Li Er offered no clarification for Qin Mo's curiosity. With another smile, he simply remarked, "Why? I cannot say for certain. I just know that I dislike it." As the words fell, Li Er sprang to his feet, extending his arms in a grand stretch. Before Qin Mo could utter a word, he, with a smile, remarked, "In the coming days, you are free to indulge in any activity you desire. Should you find yourself in desperate need, the Li family can certainly arrange for a few companions to join you. Rest assured, I shall neither eavesdrop nor pry." Qin Mo, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling with astonishment. He had anticipated that Li Er would uphold a demeanor of utmost seriousness. However, the initial encounter suggested otherwise. It seemed that among the Qingyangli family, few were of a truly solemn disposition. Li Mao was fond of frequenting wellness establishments, And Li Tiangang was a regular patron as well, with Li Er now following suit. Was this perhaps an admirable legacy imprinted deep within the genes of the Qingyangli clan? Such musings arose unbidden in Qin Mo's mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible the notion appeared. Noticing the dark expression on Qin Mo's face, Li Er furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Is it insufficient?" "Of course. At merely 20, youth is indeed a time of vigor." Qin Mo could only reply with silence, feeling utterly speechless. He had no desire to continue the conversation with Li Er and turned away with a scowl, retreating to his room to prepare for rest. It was already past 8 in the evening, and in less than 2 hours, it would be his usual bedtime. Although he found himself in a prison, to some extent a captive, his habits remained unchanged. He would continue to live with discipline. The end of discipline is solitude, and the end of solitude is freedom. One's body or soul must always be free, a belief that Qin Mo held firmly. As for Li Er outside the door, upon noticing Qin Mo's silence, he shook his head in disappointment. He then resumed his seat on the sofa, retrieving a time-worn, yellowed tome. Engrossed in its pages, as if it concealed monumental secrets regarding genes. Yet, this remained mere speculation. Only Li Er knew the truth of its contents. Of course, Qin Mo had little interest in this. After all, he was not an awakened individual. Even if secrets were concealed within, what difference would it make? Now, lying on his bed, his gaze fixed ahead, he silently activated the gene awakening panel. Vision, 239 hearing, 232 intelligence, 235 breath, 232 strength, 239 speed, 239 recovery, 231 defense, 238. His attributes had indeed improved significantly compared to before. The energy points accumulated during the afternoon were evenly distributed, allowing the breath attribute to once again reach the enhancement threshold, resulting in a doubling of his super breath. Observing the array of numbers exceeding 200 on the attribute panel, a subtle smile crept across Qin Mo's lips. His current prowess was sufficient to rival that of his sovereigns. However, that fellow Xia Zhu had only recently ascended, and his overall abilities paled in comparison to those of a true first-tier sovereign. The royal sovereign Wu Cheng and the second ancestor he encountered this evening were both superior to him, particularly the second ancestor, whose strength was nothing short of unfathomable, extraordinarily formidable. Qin Mo realized he was far from being at ease. He must not relent and should continue to strive for improvement. He silently admonished himself thus. Presently, with the enhancement of his capabilities, the veils of mist enveloping this world were gradually lifting, revealing its true visage. The higher one's status, the more one knows. This can be regarded as one of the fundamental principles governing societal dynamics. Yet, with increased knowledge comes heightened peril. Qin Mo could sense this ominous truth. He harbored an inexplicable foreboding that significant upheavals might soon befall the great Qin. Perhaps the long-awaited peace would be mercilessly shattered, ushering in a new era of chaos. History, after all, tends to repeat itself astonishingly. Lasting peace is merely a cherished illusion among the populace. One might argue that true peace has never truly existed in this world. Beneath the surface calm lies an endless torrent of turmoil, much like the deceptively tranquil lake in winter, where no one knows when the ice beneath their feet might shatter, or if a great fish might suddenly leap forth. In the kingdom of Qi, the 5 illustrious families, and the royal family indeed, faced both internal and external tribulations. Qin Mo murmured softly, pondering, what exactly does the royal family intend to achieve? The clandestine forces behind the Tiandi society are the Gao Ling Xia clan, which is covertly supported by the royal family, an intricate web of interconnections. The members of the Tiandi society have been persistently targeting the core progeny of noble families, while Xia Zhu is singularly focused on ascending to the unprecedented 6th Duke, aiming to stand in equal footing with the 5 illustrious families. Viewed from this perspective, the powerful spiritual awakener who has remained in the shadows of the Xia clan is evidently aligned with the royal family. Qin Mo's prodigious intellect was tirelessly analyzing, deducing the royal family's true intentions from the myriad of information he had gathered. His intelligence now soared to an impressive 235 points, with computational power that was exceptionally robust, allowing him to arrive at insights almost instantaneously. It appeared that His Majesty he sought to cultivate a new force to gradually diminish the influence of the 5 illustrious families over the great Qin. Qin Mo mused silently within. The long-standing conflict between the 1,000-year-old aristocracy and the royal family was evident to the discerning eye, and the enmity between them ran deep. This generation of the royal family is the weakest it has been in a millennium, while the 5 illustrious families currently occupy the pinnacle of power in the great Qin. With no further ascension possible, both parties find themselves in a rather precarious position. Consequently, the 5 illustrious families would naturally cast their gaze upon the coveted seat that looms above them. The allure of power and authority is for these individuals akin to the most exquisite delicacies in the world, utterly irresistible. This implies that the Qin dynasty is highly susceptible to internal strife. However, there remains an aspect that Qin Mo struggles to comprehend. He understands the royal family's urgent desire for a new force to disrupt the established order. Yet that rascal Xia Zhu is engaging in treasonous dealings. How could the royal family be so tolerant? Could they even be tacitly endorsing such actions? He cannot fathom that the royal family is unaware of Xia Zhu's machinations. It is likely that the emperor is fully aware of the situation. Qin Mo slowly narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The states of Qin and Qi are sworn enemies, and Qi lacks the 5 prominent families, being entirely governed by the royal lineage, making it even more formidable than the Qin dynasty. With such a powerful adversary lurking, how could the emperor permit Xia Zhu to instigate chaos in such a reckless manner, thereby indirectly providing an opportunity to Qi? Can the emperor truly be so foolish? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Qin Mo promptly dismissed it. The Qin emperor could not possibly be that naive. A person who ascends to the throne cannot be a complete fool. There must be reasons he is yet unaware of. However, based on the information currently at hand, it is challenging to discern the underlying reasons. Thus, Qin Mo resolved to bury this doubt deep within and await further clues for deeper contemplation in the future. Moreover, in a few months, the matters he currently pondered would scarcely matter. Given his rate of development, he estimated that he would soon be capable of easily vanquishing the greatest of kings. True strength is the foundation upon which one stands in tumultuous times. With such thoughts, Qin Mo closed his eyes and drifted into a profound slumber. Chapter 152, Eccentric Dreamscape. Li Chu's Alliance Night, 8 o'clock. Qin Mo sat in the passenger seat of a sports car, his expression tranquil. He harbored no worries about being taken to the Great Qin prison, as the Qingyongli clan had made assurances, and the presence of the second ancestor was a testament to the clan's regard for him. This journey was merely a formality. After a brief stay, he would be respectfully escorted out, maintaining his dignified status. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips. Yet in the next instant, the smile abruptly faltered. His expression seemed to freeze, and a barely perceptible trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he furrowed his brow slightly, and the smile gradually vanished. Why'd he smiled? He pondered silently within. As the saying goes, one's own family knows their own matters. Given his customary disposition, he should not have exhibited any emotional change. He was indifferent to matters of public glory, as it held no significance for him. So why'd he smile just now? Qin Mo found himself at a loss. As he pondered in silence, Li Tiangang had already arrived at the Great Qin prison. The engine gradually fell silent, and the car door swung open, allowing Qin Mo to step out. He observed Zhou Yu standing at the entrance, and once again, a slight frown creased his brow, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. This scene felt oddly familiar, yet he could not pinpoint where he had encountered it before. The events that unfolded next intensified this sense of familiarity. He was ushered into an opulent cell, once more reflecting on the extravagance of high society. The only notable difference was the absence of the second ancestor on the sofa. Qin Mo had never laid eyes on the second ancestor, or rather, it seemed that the figure had vanished entirely from his memory. After a moment of contemplation, he drifted into the bedroom, reclined on the bed, and closed his eyes, gradually surrendering to a profound slumber. A faint smile began to grace his lips, as if he were indulging in an extraordinary dream. This subtle smile, regardless of the angle from which it was viewed, appeared rather peculiar. Suddenly, beneath the deep shroud of night, two bright glimmers ignited. Qin Mo's eyes flew open, exuding a piercing sharpness. In an instant, he unfurled his holographic vision encompassing the entirety of the Great Qin prison within his perception, while his super-intellect swiftly analyzed a myriad of feedback information. Concurrently, his mental awareness surged to its utmost limits. He confined his range to a 10-meter radius, enhancing the precision of his perception while narrowing the area of focus, meticulously scrutinizing even the slightest changes in his surroundings. This continued for 5 minutes, during which Qin Mo's brow gradually knitted together, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. There was no anomaly. Absolutely nothing was amiss. Everything remained as unchanged as when he first entered, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Could it truly be just a dream? Qin Mo murmured softly. Yet the next moment, he shook his head, dismissing his earlier speculation. It was well known that once his prowess rivaled that of an S-class awakener, dreams had become a rare occurrence for him. The enhancement of his intelligence attribute did not merely fortify his logical reasoning, analytical processing, and computational deduction abilities. It also bolstered his mental fortitude. Thus, even when he maintained prolonged wakefulness, going days and nights without sleep, he felt no trace of fatigue. And with the continuous infusion of solar energy, he remained invigorated. A powerful and stable mind signified a diminished likelihood of dreaming, as the brain refrained from generating such meaningless psychological activities. Moreover, Qin Mo's remarkable self-discipline had even astounded Li Tiangang, who referred to him as a monster. For someone so rigorously disciplined, dreaming became an even more elusive endeavor. Yet today, he found himself ensnared in a dream, and a rather bizarre one at that. For instance, in his dreams, Qin Mo encountered events that defied his inherent behavioral patterns. He was not the sort of individual to exhibit emotional fluctuations simply due to a glorious release from prison, yet within the dream, he revealed a smile. This was decidedly abnormal. Qin Mo furrowed his brow even tighter, pondering inwardly. Upon my entrance into the Great Qin prison, such anomalies began to manifest. Is this merely a coincidence, or is there a deliberate orchestration behind it? If it is intentional, what purpose does it serve? What compels one to induce such dreams? These subsequent inquiries arose in his mind almost instantaneously. After reflecting deeply, a myriad of complex thoughts flickered through his consciousness, yet the ultimate conclusion remained elusive. He could not fathom it. Whether he approached the matter through various informational angles or attempted to deduce from the outcomes, he found himself at a standstill. For Qin Mo had meticulously examined his own body no less than 5 times, discovering no abnormalities whatsoever. It was as if he had genuinely merely experienced a dream, with nothing further to it. This was exceedingly peculiar, one might even say profoundly so. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Was there something uniquely significant about the Great Qin prison? Qin Mo mused. While continuing to deliberate in his mind, his right hand reached for his phone beside the pillow. Upon illuminating the screen, he noted it was precisely 5:30 in the morning. Qin Mo was unaware of when this dream had commenced, nor how long it had persisted. In dreams, one possesses no awareness of the passage of time in the waking world. A decade within a dream may equate to merely an hour in reality. Thus, he could not glean any useful information from the dream's inception or duration. Reluctantly, Qin Mo resolved to pursue other avenues of investigation based on his earlier conjectures. After all, it was 5:30, the sun would soon rise, and it was nearly time for his customary sunbathing. Consequently, Qin Mo closed his eyes, directing his focus inward. His superbrain had constructed a 3-dimensional model of the entire Great Qin prison based on the feedback from the holographic interface. Despite the prison appearing to consist of merely 6 layers from the outside, seemingly occupying a modest area incapable of housing many inmates, this was merely a superficial guise. The true prison lay beneath the ground. Within the 3-dimensional view, Qin Mo discovered that there were an astonishing 30 floors beneath him. Moreover, each subterranean level was 5 times larger than the surface structures. It is no exaggeration to assert that this place resembled a heavily fortified underground stronghold. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 S-grade awakened individuals. Among them, the presence of numerous kings was uncertain to him. Yet he could ascertain that at least some of them were indeed kings, or perhaps great kings. After all, it is evident that Zhou Yu, an ordinary S-rank awakener, would struggle to contain such a multitude of heinous prisoners. Qin Mo speculated that he was merely the warden of the surface prison, and that beneath there surely existed other, more formidable guardians. The deeper one ventured into the underground, the fewer the prisoners appeared to be, and the more stringent the security became. One could only wonder if members of the 5 great families were also imprisoned here. After observing the situation below, Qin Mo couldn't help but entertain such doubts. The underground cells lacked the ostentation of those above. Most were merely transparent rooms. Within each, there existed only a bed and a toilet, nothing more. This resembled a more conventional prison setting. Below the 20th level, the nature of the confinement shifted entirely. The transparent rooms were replaced with solid walls, which were quite extraordinary. Much like the ancient castle housing the 5 great families, Qin Mo found his perception unable to penetrate these walls. Within the 3-dimensional view, there lay only darkness, creating a stark contrast. To discern who was confined within, he would need to approach the walls and activate his perspective at close range. Conversely, probing from the outside yielded no insight into the interior, rendering any investigative methods from within equally ineffective. Such a meticulous arrangement of guards suggested the identities and terrifying powers of those imprisoned within. However, Qin Mo found no leads regarding the recent dream. Viewed in isolation, he could not discern any particular peculiarity about the Great Qin prison. To conduct a deeper investigation, he would need to descend further, yet venturing into the depths posed the risk of encountering even more powerful beings, be they kings or great kings, an endeavor fraught with peril. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo murmured to himself. He did not deem it prudent to delve deeper into the underground with his current strength. It was far too unsafe and dangerous. After weighing various considerations, he ultimately resolved to remain where he was, opting not to venture forth. He planned to bask in the sun for a few days, absorbing its energy to enhance his strength, and then await his release in a matter of days. After all, his stay here would not be prolonged. Furthermore, with the presence of the second ancestor nearby, while not entirely secure, it provided a semblance of invulnerability in a limited scope. Choosing safety over danger was not a decision to be taken lightly. Qin Mo was not foolish, and he understood well how to make such choices. Thus, he resolved to observe for a few days. He thought to eliminate any coincidental factors, and this seemed the only viable approach. If he did not dream in the ensuing days, it might merely indicate an unknown coincidence. Perhaps there were indeed inexplicable phenomena lurking deep within the bowels of the Great Qin prison. Contemplating this, Qin Mo temporarily suppressed his thoughts and retracted his holographic vision and mental perception. He did not return to sleep, but instead rose to seek out alternative forms of entertainment. It was already 5:30, just a short span away from his usual rising hour. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose from his bed and refreshed himself, seeking a sunlit window to embrace the dawn of a new day. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Within the ancient palace of the royal confines, around the immaculate long table sat those familiar faces, yet this time, the expressions upon them were more vivid than ever. Previously, they had never anticipated the demise of General Xia, nor that he would be forcefully slain by the relatively obscure Marquis of Guanyi. A night had passed, and the public sentiment in the imperial capital had reached an unprecedented crescendo. Major media outlets were inundated with the populace's vehement outcries, demanding the immediate execution of the perpetrator without leniency. In the border regions, unrest similarly brewed, with many soldiers who had once revered General Xia sharing the same conviction that Qin Mo must perish. Fortunately, the 5 great families had substantial arrangements in the borderlands, maintaining a certain status and influence, which momentarily quelled any potential upheaval. However, if this situation continued, allowing public opinion to fester unchecked, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. This was the consequence of Qin Mo's reckless decision to eliminate General Xia. Nevertheless, Li Mao remained unfazed. He sat composedly in his chair, his eyelids drooping and gaze cast downward, appearing almost as if he were asleep. The sole purpose of this council was to deliberate on how to address Qin Mo's actions. To an outsider, it might seem that Li Mao had no connection to Qin Mo whatsoever. The discussions among the assembly were fervent, yet primarily involved the 5 great families engaging in a war of words. The others remained silent, heads bowed, lacking the standing to partake in the discourse. The age-old principle of retribution, an eye for an eye, and debts repaid, was a fundamental truth, particularly when the one slain was a general of great merit, warranting immediate execution. Only in this way could the populace's fury be assuaged and the morale of the troops stabilized. Feng Xiang, the Duke of Feng, lightly tapped the table with his fingers, speaking with a cool detachment. His stance was unmistakable. Qin Mo must be brought to justice. However, before his words had fully settled, Chu Xiong, the current head of the Chu clan in the north, promptly expressed his dissent. It would be unwise to hastily pass judgment. The implications of Qin Mo's actions merit thorough discussion. It was evident that Chu Xiong had taken an opposing stance. Following his statement, Feng Xiang cast a deep glance at him, a fleeting glimmer of irony flickering in his eyes. In such times, aside from the Qingyongli clan, the five great families were expected to unite. Qin Mo, a prodigious talent, had ascended to the rank of king at merely 23, a feat indeed remarkable. If he were to continue his growth for another decade or so, what chaos would ensue? At that point, the vast Qin Empire's very lineage might become uncertain. Such a prodigy must be stifled in his cradle. This would undoubtedly serve the interests of the prominent families involved. Yet, the northern town's Chu clan exhibited an entirely contrary disposition at this juncture, with Chu Xiong surprisingly intent on preserving Qin Mo. How amusing! It seems he is relying on his kinship ties with Qin Mo, hoping to stake a claim in the impending turmoil. What a clever calculation! Feng Xiang mused inwardly, the gaze beneath his eyelids sharpening with renewed intensity. Since the northern Chu clan wishes to ally themselves with the Qingyongli family, the other three prominent families would surely weigh his capabilities carefully. From this moment, the five great families split into two factions, a contest of 2 against 3, the advantage of which required no further elaboration. Following Chu Xiong's declaration, a brief silence enveloped the long table. The atmosphere within the grand hall subtly shifted into a state of eerie tension, as all present sensed the tumult concealed beneath the calm. Faintly perceiving the glint of bloodied blades, their breaths unwittingly stilled. Then, before the other three families could respond, the previously silent Li Mao abruptly spoke. Your Grace, the Duke of Chu speaks truthfully. Moreover, I believe Qin Mo's actions require no further deliberation. Retribution for murder is indeed a natural law. Yet ridding the populace of harm ought to be rewarded rather than met with immediate execution. Does Duke Feng wish to extinguish the fervor of the people of Qin? Each word resonated powerfully, strikingly assertive. His silence was broken with a thunderous impact. Li Mao continued, Gentlemen, I need not elaborate on the identity of Lord Xia, do I? He has covertly supported clandestine forces, targeting high officials of our great Qin, repeatedly attempting assassinations, and has unlawfully breached border defenses, deliberately creating openings to benefit the Qi people. Lord Xia is a treacherous traitor. If the Marquis within fails to execute him, it would not quell the people's outrage. Your Majesty, do not be deceived by treacherous ministers. The Marquis within is not only innocent, but deserves abundant rewards and titles. Li Mao's voice grew increasingly fervent, shedding the demeanor of one still groggy, akin to a lion awakening, lifting his head high. However, in response to his entreaty, the Qin Emperor displayed no discernible reaction. He remained seated in the honored position, his somewhat pale visage adorned with a gentle smile, as if oblivious to Li Mao's words. Observing this, an unremarkable middle-aged man seated beside Feng Xiang suddenly spoke up. He was the current head of the Lin family, one of the 5 ancient lineages, the Duke of Lin in the Qin. With a frosty expression, he queried directly, Qin Mo rids the populace of harm? Lord Xia is a traitor? What a preposterous jest. Uncertain of why Duke Li is so resolute, one wonders if he possesses any substantial evidence. In the absence of irrefutable proof, such assertions amount to nothing more than blatant slander. The identity of the treacherous ministers within this grand hall is likely known to all present. As these words echoed, the atmosphere in the hall subtly chilled. The assembly fell into an uneasy silence, beads of cold sweat forming at the napes of their necks. The disputes within the court, though devoid of bloodshed, were far more ferocious than battles at the borders. The 5 eminent families were on the brink of open hostility, openly accusing one another of treachery, leaving everyone to dread what might unfold next. The only certainty among them was that the great Qin Empire was indeed on the verge of chaos. However, amidst the fierce contention, the Emperor of Qin, seated at the head of the table, suddenly made a move. He tapped his fingers lightly against the long table, drawing the attention of all present. Then, with a faint smile, he spoke nonchalantly enough. Since each of you noble dukes holds steadfast to your respective views, it appears we shall not reach a conclusion today. Let us defer this discussion for another time. The court assembly concludes here for now. I am weary. With that, he pushed back his chair and rose, striding towards the side of the hall. Observing this, the attendees exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue and concern. Feng Xiang contemplated, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. He could not fathom the emperor's intentions behind this decision. To postpone the discussion, such a course of action seemed illogical. Conventionally, with the death of the summer ancestor, the royal family would be most eager to condemn Qin Mo. A swift and decisive judgment would have been the most prudent course. Yet, curiously, the emperor refrained from taking any action. Feng Xiang shared a glance with Duke Lin and Duke Lu, mutual confusion evident in their eyes. They too sensed the peculiarity of the situation. What, indeed, was the emperor scheming? Feng Xiang pondered privately. Yet, at this juncture, regardless of any underlying machinations, they had no choice but to retreat temporarily, awaiting the next court assembly. Thus, the members at the long table departed in small groups, making their way out of the grand hall. Once outside, Li Mao and Chu Xiong instinctively walked side by side. The emperor's stance is quite nuanced, Li Mao remarked softly. In response, Chu Xiong nodded and reflected. It seems the emperor will align with us, which I anticipated. However, his swift change of heart was unexpected. Indeed, I thought we would need to wait at least 3 to 5 days. However, since the emperor is so eager, it matters not. As long as we achieve our objectives, Li Mao replied. As they conversed, they entered the same black automobile. Chu Xiong, seated in the back, continued historically. Emperors are known for their ruthless indifference, and it appears that adage holds true. With the demise of Xia Zhu, all the value he once held has been irrevocably lost. It is evident that His Majesty intends to mitigate his losses promptly, prompting us to offer some concessions in exchange. While the exchange of interests is indeed a common practice. Li Mao furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering as he remarked softly, we must ascertain the extent of the concessions required. If His Majesty demands too much, it could prove quite troublesome. Although the Elder Council has granted me considerable authority, so long as it does not undermine the Li clan's foundation, I am acutely aware that despite His Majesty's frail condition, he is not easily deceived. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he slowly replied, do not fret, Master Li. The Elder Council of the Chu clan has also bestowed upon me ample authority. If our two clans collaborate and present a portion of our interests to His Majesty, we shall undoubtedly avoid significant losses. Oh, Li Mao paused, turning to regard Chu Xiong with evident astonishment. To his surprise, the Northern Chu clan possessed such audacity. However, he understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. One does not receive fortune without some cost. Pray tell, were the conditions set forth by the Chu clan? Li Mao, eschewing any further subtleties, spoke directly. Yet, the smile on Chu Xiong's face grew ever more pronounced as he gently shook his head and replied, Master Li, you have misunderstood. The Chu clan is genuinely sincere and has no conditions to impose. However, if you insist, there is indeed one matter to discuss. With that, Chu Xiong continued with a smile. As you may know, I have a son who is now of a considerable age, yet his marriage prospects remain uncertain. Recently, I arranged for him to gain experience within the Security Bureau, and to my surprise, he has developed a strong affinity with your youngest daughter, Li Yuan. As they have spent time together, their personalities seem to align well. However, my son, having spent too long on the borders, lacks experience in matters of romance and is rather tongue-tied. Thus, as his father, I must take it upon myself to facilitate this situation. Master Li, the Northern Chu clan genuinely wishes to establish a familial bond with the Li clan. Chu Xiong grasped Li Mao's hand warmly, his expression brimming with sincerity, as if every word he had uttered were entirely truthful. One cannot deny that with such a performance, he would certainly earn accolades. Unfortunately, Li Mao was not swayed by a single word. Who was he? As the current head of the Qingyang Li clan, he had navigated the intricacies of the imperial capital for over a decade, possessing a keen eye and astute judgment, making him exceedingly shrewd. Li Mao could not possibly overlook the ulterior motives lurking within Chu Xiong's intentions. He could discern the truth with merely a single statement. It was abundantly clear that the Northern Chu clan sought to deepen the ties between their two families through a legitimate bloodline connection, ideally binding them irrevocably in a shared venture. Li Mao was confident that Chu Tianjiao remained blissfully unaware of the unexpected engagement that had seemingly materialized. If he were to acquiesce on the day of the wedding, Chu Tianjiao would undoubtedly be utterly perplexed. This is an indisputable fact, for Chu Tianjiao possesses a rather naive disposition. However, Li Mao cannot concede. The personal matters of Li Yuan should be determined by Li Yuan herself. Being entrenched in this ancient family with a legacy spanning millennia, it is true that many decisions are beyond one's control, necessitating certain sacrifices for the sake of the family. Yet, why must the sacrifice invariably fall upon his daughter, Li Yuan? He had long promised her that he would not interfere in her private affairs, and he would naturally not go back on his word now. This is the only instance of personal inclination he has shown as the current head of the Qingyangli clan. After a brief silence, Li Mao let out a soft sigh and slowly remarked, Chu Gong is truly unaware. That child, Xiao Yuan, has always possessed a strong-willed character, and I cannot dictate her choices. If she is unwilling, then it is indeed out of the question. However, Li Mao quickly shifted his tone and continued, hearing your words. I suddenly recall that there are several young ladies of the Tianwang lineage in the Qingyangli clan who have also reached marriageable age and have yet to find their suitors. As the head of the Li family, I am genuinely concerned about this matter, as it pertains to the continuation of our family lineage, and must not be taken lightly. Might I inquire if you would be willing to act as a matchmaker and see if the Jinbei Chu clan has any suitable candidates? At the moment of Li Mao's refusal, Chu Xiong's heart sank. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, his expression shifted, and he grasped Li Mao's intent. Li Mao was subtly conveying that while Li Yuan could not marry Chu Tianjiao, the Qingyangli clan was indeed eager to form a marital alliance with the Jinbei Chu clan, establishing a cooperative relationship and forming a temporary alliance. After all, the Tianwang lineage holds considerable weight, comparable to Li Yuan's status, if not surpassing it within 3 generations. Moreover, it seems that the two families could potentially engage in multiple alliances, thus significantly enhancing their relationship. A fleeting thought crossed Chu Xiong's mind, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, since Li Gong has opened his mouth, how could I fail to grasp the subtlety? To be candid, I, Chu Xiong, have always relished playing the role of a matchmaker and was even dubbed the Little Yulao in my youth. I shall take this matter upon myself. Li Mao also chuckled in response. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, their relationship blossoming in that brief exchange. All was understood without the need for further words. Soon after, as their vehicle reached a midpoint, Chu Xiong disembarked and took a different path. As for Li Mao, he did not return to the Li estate, but instead turned back, taking another route towards the royal forbidden zone. His purpose was to pay a visit to His Majesty. The lengthy chapter of 7,000 words suddenly seemed excessive for the readers, and I shall endeavor to release 2 chapters in the future. Lastly, I would like to recommend a book today, this time without any sacrifices, as it is the completed work of a dear friend, totaling over 900,000 words. For those who find themselves in a literary drought, it is certainly worth a glance. This tale narrates the journey of a young man who traverses to a battlefield at the borders, serendipitously acquiring a mystical scale that allows him to extract various treasures merely by disassembling the corpses of demons. Chapter 153. Do you need to interpret dreams? Time always seems to fly by. No one knows the particulars of what Li Mao discussed with the emperor in the royal court. What is known is that this visit consumed an extensive duration, lasting a full 6 hours. He arrived in the morning, but departed only in the afternoon. As for lunch, Li Mao was naturally retained by the Qin emperor to partake in the imperial banquet. This event was not deliberately concealed, and thus, it did not take long for the news to reach the ears of the other 4 prominent families. A subtle smile crept upon Chu Xiong's lips. Yet the expressions of the representatives from the other 3 families were markedly less favorable. This was a dangerously ominous signal. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The dynamics of the imperial capital may well undergo a seismic transformation starting from that very evening. Of course, at that moment, Qin Mo, still imprisoned in the Great Qin, remained oblivious to these developments. He was equally indifferent to them. Whether the Great Qin consisted of 5 prominent families or 3, or what the surname of the Qin emperor might be, held no significance for him. That chair, steeped in power and authority, is a coveted seat that countless individuals dream of occupying, unable to resist its allure. However, Among these aspirants, Qin Mo was not included. He had never relished the notion of scheming against others, nor did he harbor ambitions of ruling the world or wielding dominion over it. His singular desire was to live his life in accordance with his own inner convictions. In many respects, Qin Mo had been in pursuit of his own freedom. As he gazed out at the gradually descending crimson sun, a faint smile graced his lips, and his heart was enveloped in tranquility. Simultaneously, Qin Mo focused his gaze ahead, silently activating the Qin awakening panel. Energy points, 40, freely allocable. The room that Li Mao had arranged for him in the Great Qin prison was relatively pleasant, with significantly more light than the top floor of the Security Bureau. This was likely influenced by geographical location and climatic conditions. It had previously been mentioned that the Royal Restricted Area was located at the easternmost edge of the imperial capital, where the first rays of sunlight fell each day. And now, it was summer, with the imperial capital situated in the southern region of this continent, where high temperatures typically persisted until October or even longer. Thus, they had only recently entered the height of summer, and the peak heat had yet to be reached. The days ahead would only become increasingly warm, which was a tremendous boon for Qin Mo, albeit a hardship for the majority of laborers in the imperial capital. This year's temperatures seemed significantly higher than usual. Qin Mo murmured softly. As he spoke, he evenly distributed the accumulated solar energy of the day among his various attributes, each receiving a precise enhancement of 5 points, thus maintaining a harmonious balance. A tumultuous warmth surged forth from the unfathomable depths of his being, swiftly coursing through every part of his body, infusing his cells with the searing energy of the sun. An unparalleled sense of strength enveloped Qin Mo entirely. He could not help but slowly clench his fists, sinking into a tranquil state to fully appreciate the sensation. Intelligence, 240, skill, mental perception, enhancement. The information regarding the enhancement flickered momentarily in Qin Mo's mind, soon followed by an even more torrential wave of warmth surging directly to his brain. He felt as if he were immersed in a volcanic hot spring. This intense heat, unbearable to an ordinary person, brought him indescribable delight. If he were to encapsulate this sensation in a single word, he would say it far surpassed any form of relaxation. This enhancement persisted for over 10 minutes, and as the warmth began to recede, Qin Mo activated his mental perception. His range of perception had now expanded to encompass a radius of 120 meters, more than double his previous capacity. Furthermore, the intricacy of his perception had also improved, revealing details he had previously overlooked with crystal clarity. Witnessing this, a broader smile graced Qin Mo's lips. Mental perception is a crucial ability, primarily utilized against awakeners of the mental type, whose mysteries are profoundly enigmatic. The peculiar skills possessed by powerful awakeners remain a riddle, known to few. Often, individuals may unknowingly fall prey to the attacks of mental awakeners, perhaps even having mental seeds implanted in their minds without the slightest awareness. It is akin to being haunted, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, Qin Mo possessed mental perception, allowing him to evade such threats to a certain extent. However, this was contingent upon the awakeners he faced not being of a significantly higher tier. Should they surpass him greatly, for instance, a peak king-level awakener, he would still be at risk of succumbing to their influence. Thus, he yearned for his mental perception to grow ever stronger. He pondered whether he would dream again that night. With that thought, he resumed his seat on the sofa and took out his phone to browse the opinions circulating on major media websites, preparing to retire after dinner. The evening meal would be provided by the Qin prison, personally delivered by the warden, Zhou Yu. He never entrusted the food to others, maintaining an extreme vigilance to ensure absolute safety, leaving no room for even the slightest mishap. After all, if Qin Mo, a once-in-a-millennium genius, were to perish under his watch, the Qingyangli family would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Zhou Yu lacked any formidable backing and could not withstand such pressure. He could not bear the weight of that responsibility. At that point, he would be as good as dead. Had it not been for the arrest warrant issued by the Qin emperor, Zhou Yu would never have dared to confine the formidable figure of Qin Mo within the confines of a prison. It was abundantly clear that this was a perilous hot potato, one to be avoided at all costs. Whoever took on this burden would surely face misfortune. Unbeknownst to many, Qin Mo's status had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him nearly unrecognizable in comparison to the man he had been merely 2 months prior. It was inconceivable that anyone could have anticipated such a seismic shift in the dynamics of the Qin state within such a brief span of time. It was akin to the tranquil sea suddenly experiencing a subtle tremor, with the epicenter of this disturbance located squarely in the imperial capital. Thus, the night passed in silence. At 8:30 in the evening, Qin Mo had just stepped into the depths of the great Qin prison. As he surveyed the opulent cell before him, he felt his throat constrict and his jaw slacken in disbelief. Was this truly a prison? One might easily mistake it for a resort. He shook his head, clicked his tongue, and murmured to himself. Yet, whether one was here on a holiday or as an inmate, it would not diminish his ability to relish a few days of pleasure in this place. As the saying goes, one should not refuse a free gift. Thus, Qin Mo resolved to indulge himself to the fullest. With this thought in mind, the corners of his mouth gradually turned upwards, revealing a dazzling smile. I suppose I ought to check out the room where I will be resting tonight, he suddenly declared, his expression becoming increasingly vibrant, albeit with an underlying hint of the bizarre. Unperturbed by this incongruity, he stood up and made his way towards the bathroom, intending to leisurely explore his surroundings. Before long, he had completed a circuit of the lavish cell, with only the bedroom remaining to be inspected. Overall, his impression was exceedingly positive, and his smile had not once faltered. Consequently, he began to stride toward the bedroom door. From his current position, it would take him approximately 7 steps to reach the small door leading to the sleeping quarters. However, reality did not unfold as he had anticipated. Just as he took his 5th step, his movements unexpectedly slowed. Simultaneously, the peculiar smile that had adorned his face froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Why am I smiling? Qin Mo found himself pondering anew. He suddenly felt a profound confusion regarding the source of his mirth. After all, what was so amusing about wandering through a rather luxurious prison? Moreover, why was he even exploring a prison? Had he not encountered lavish rooms before? Had he? His brow furrowed slightly as he fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, he could not recall whether he had ever laid eyes on such opulence. It seemed he might have, yet he was equally inclined to believe he had not. As Qin Mo wrestled with these thoughts, his body unconsciously took a 6th step forward, completely unaware of it. Had he truly experienced such luxury before? Qin Mo's brow tightened increasingly, as he felt he had overlooked something essential. Yet, he had entirely forgotten the reason for recalling these matters, as if it were inconsequential whether he had ever encountered them. What did it matter? Qin Mo silently questioned himself, then cast aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. Allowing a smile to once again grace his lips, his gaze returning to clarity. Such a reaction, such a temperament, and such thoughts and actions were utterly uncharacteristic of Qin Mo. He was fundamentally not this kind of person, yet he found himself behaving in this manner. It was as if Qin Mo was gradually becoming less like himself. Nevertheless, these uncertainties held no significance for him at this moment. His mind was solely occupied with a singular task: to push open the tightly shut door before him. And now it was the 7th step. Qin Mo stood resolutely before the door, a flicker of strange light passing through his eyes. Without further hesitation, he pushed open the small door to the bedroom, instinctively raising his leg to step inside. However, in the next instant, Qin Mo froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief, his pupils swirling with a mix of confusion and perplexity. On the grand bed lay a slender man, and astonishingly, that figure was none other than himself. Qin Mo was taken aback. He could not comprehend why he was seeing himself, nor did he know what to do next. He stood there dazed, slowly clenching his right hand. The cold, firm sensation penetrated his heart, as if a deep pool of water had been suddenly poured over his head. A shiver coursed through Qin Mo, jolting him into awareness. Instinctively, he raised his right hand before his eyes, where he beheld a sharp dagger lying horizontally in his palm, its blade glinting with a blinding cold light. This dagger was undoubtedly a weapon designed for silent, bloodless assassination. A bold thought surged from the depths of his mind, inexplicably suggesting that a mere flick of the blade towards the Qin Mo on the bed could end his life. Dazed, Qin Mo gazed at the dagger in his hand, then vacantly at the Qin Mo on the bed. In that moment, he was at a loss for what decision to make. Yet, his body had already begun to move, inching closer to the grand bed, the dagger raised high. But just then, 2 bright lights abruptly flickered in the dark room. The Qin Mo on the bed opened his eyes, his expression grave. Simultaneously, the Qin Mo in the real world mirrored this action, also opening his eyes. However, his countenance was markedly more serene. As if nothing had transpired, it seemed that the one who had just dreamt was not truly himself. Evidently, this was no mere coincidence. Qin Mo murmured, now fully convinced that someone was deliberately targeting him, harboring some ulterior motive. As for the nature of that motive, it was unnecessary to elaborate. It was undoubtedly aimed at his obliteration. However, the method employed was rather unusual. The manipulation of consciousness and the orchestration of dreams clearly indicated a specialized offensive tactic employed by a mental awakening. Could it be that, unbeknownst to him, he had been implanted with a mental seed by another? But that was entirely implausible. Qin Mo found himself perplexed. He held confidence in his own strength, certain that it was impossible for a mental awakening to exert influence over him under entirely unknown circumstances. Otherwise, what good were his super brain and mental perception? Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, Qin Mo resolved to conduct a self-examination. He unfurled his mental perception, contracting it to a minimal range, maintaining a mere 10 centimeters around himself, and began to scan his body inch by inch. After repeating this 3 times, Qin Mo finally exhaled a long breath. His expression, once calm, had transformed, now laden with gravity, for he had discovered nothing. Yet how could he explain the peculiar dream he had just experienced? Indeed, mental awakenings were remarkably troublesome. It was the first time he had felt the perplexing nature of mental abilities, undeniably the most enigmatic. However, despite his serious demeanor, Qin Mo remained composed. He once more retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow, glancing at the screen, which displayed 4:15 in the morning. Still in the depths of night. After noting the time, Qin Mo donned a short-sleeved shirt, turned over in bed, and made his way out of the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his elder seated leisurely on the living room sofa. The elder appeared just as he had during their initial encounter, casually crossing his legs, engrossed in a weathered, yellowed ancient text, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The moment Qin Mo had unfurled his mental perception, he had already detected the elder in the living room, which was why he had chosen to step out. He then strode directly to the sofa and seated himself opposite the elder. The elder did not immediately engage him in conversation. Rather, he waited until he had finished reading a page before placing the book down and lifting his gaze to Qin Mo. Do you require assistance in interpreting your dream? The elder inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 154. The Elder's Dream Interpretation, the Royal Stance. Do you require assistance in interpreting your dream? Upon hearing this question, Qin Mo's response was, of course, self-evident. He certainly needed it. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his midnight venture to the living room? He nodded, furrowing his brow slightly, and replied slowly, Did you sense something? Not at all. Merely a guess, the elder responded with a smile. However, from Qin Mo's skeptical gaze, it was evident that he did not believe a single word. Nonetheless, belief or disbelief was of little consequence. Before Qin Mo could utter a reply, Lier promptly continued, Pray tell, what kind of dream did you experience? The matter unfolded thus. Last night, I had already. Subsequently, Qin Mo recounted his 2 dreams from the past nights in meticulous detail, leaving little to chance. Once Lier had listened attentively, he smiled slightly and remarked, Your deduction is not incorrect. This is indeed no mere coincidence. A mental awakening individual has taken action against you, and they're at least of S rank, 8th tier or above. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brows knitted tighter, a grave expression flickering in the depths of his eyes. So, it is true, he mused inwardly, while continuing to inquire, Does this mean I have been implanted with a mental seed? There is no need for concern on that front, Lier replied, shaking his head slightly. Your current tier has reached the realm of a heavenly king, and your mental essence is inherently far more potent than that of an ordinary person. To subtly manipulate you is exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, compared to other first-tier heavenly kings, your mental essence is at least several times more formidable, undoubtedly complicating any attempts at parasitism. Thus, to implant a mental seed within you without your awareness, they can only resort to the most rudimentary method, entering your dreams. Entering dreams? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, his superbrain processing information at lightning speed, a myriad of thoughts flickering through his mind. Are you suggesting that this unknown mental awakening individual is attempting to slowly implant themselves within me through my dreams? Precisely, Lier nodded slightly, then continued. Moreover, from the two dreams you just described, we can easily identify two crucial pieces of information. First, in the dream, your memory is gradually fading, and you're even acquiring memories that do not belong to you. Many of your actions, reactions, and thought patterns deviate significantly from your reality. The situation in yesterday's dream was not as pronounced, but today it is quite evident by the end of the dream. It was as if you had transformed into a different person. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo swiftly replayed the dream in his mind, as if watching a high-speed film. It must be said that the analysis provided by Lier was utterly accurate. He had also harbored doubts about this, but due to his unfamiliarity with the methods of mental awakening individuals, he had not been as perceptive as Lier. Memory fading, becoming a different person. How intriguing. Qin Mo murmured softly before asking, and what is the second key piece of information? As Lier shifted to cross his legs, he regarded Qin Mo with a smile and said, the second point is that within the dream, you sought to kill yourself. At first glance, this statement seemed rather perplexing, yet it indeed encapsulated the truth. In the dream, Qin Mo had attempted to eliminate his own mental essence. It is evident that the intention is to obliterate his consciousness. With the subtle prompting from the second ancestor, the previous doubts have vanished without a trace. Qin Mo's thoughts are clear, and integrating the information he has just acquired, he still harbors some suspicions. In the realm of dreams, he feels as though he is transformed into a completely unfamiliar individual, and this stranger seems intent on extinguishing his spiritual essence. This unknown awakened entity of the spiritual system appears to desire the replacement of his consciousness, aiming to seize control of his body with an entirely new awareness, thereby acquiring all that he currently possesses, including his innate talents. At this moment, Qin Mo's expression has turned serious. However, he remains perplexed. What could be the motive behind such actions? Replacing his consciousness and obtaining his abilities, what benefit could this confer upon the other party? Qin Mo is uncertain. He does not even know the true identity of his adversary, making it challenging to deduce their intentions through potential gains or other clues. It is crucial to recognize that spiritual awakeners, being the rarest, most elusive and mysterious of their kind, are undoubtedly more formidable than a mere king. This implies that the other party likely dismisses the value of his talents. It cannot solely be for this reason that they seek to parasitize him, as it must be a deeper, hidden agenda at play. After pondering for several minutes without yielding any answers, Qin Mo decides to pose this question to Lier. Given Lier's age, vast experience, and formidable strength, he might provide some insight. Unfortunately, Lier's response does not clarify Qin Mo's confusion. As for the specific purpose, I am unsure, Lier remarks, spreading his hands and shrugging with a smile. I am merely a dream interpreter. Like you, I lack a comprehensive understanding of spiritual awakeners. Lack of understanding? This assertion seems implausible. Yet, since the second ancestor is reluctant to elaborate, there must be reasons behind it. For the time being, Qin Mo refrains from delving deeper into the matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly inquires, if that is the case, is there a solution? Nona. Lier responds, stroking his chin and adopting a thoughtful demeanor. Ah, don't say it, but it appears you can only wait for your demise. Qin Mo, at a loss for words, experiences a moment of silence, feeling somewhat speechless. Although, considering the cumulative information available, this indeed seems to be the case. But stating it so bluntly is rather disheartening. He cannot help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him, and a few dark lines appear on his forehead. Observing Qin Mo's reaction, a glimmer of mischief flickers in Lier's eyes. He then clears his throat and says, I was merely jesting. There is no rush. At this rate of parasitism, you have at least another half-month of dreaming ahead of you. As for solutions, we can contemplate them gradually. After all, there are more solutions than difficulties. Half a month? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, in my dreams, I have even grasped a knife. Yet it still requires another fortnight? Of course, wielding a knife was merely the initial step. The true moment of parasitism would only arrive when the dream version of oneself ceased to hesitate and waver, transforming entirely into a distinct and independent consciousness. Lies Milet. But Qin Mo fell into deep contemplation. In simple terms, the second ancestor had no viable solution at hand. He could either wait to see if the Qingyongli clan would devise a plan in the coming 2 weeks or resign himself to being replaced. Yet, neither outcome was desirable. For Qin Mo, relying on others for one's survival was the most foolish choice. Qin Mo was no fool. He would not opt for such a path. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, though his expression remained serene. It seemed time to reconsider the allocation of energy points. He mused softly to himself. 6 hours later, in the Imperial Restricted Zone, the Ancient Hall, a tense and eerie atmosphere still permeated every corner of the air. During this period, the frequency of court meetings had been exceedingly high, occurring no less than 5 times in just a month, a situation unprecedented in the past 2 decades. Everyone sensed a dangerous undercurrent in this unusual circumstance. Consequently, during today's court assembly, the core officials from various departments chose to remain tight-lipped as always. The Duke of Fong, seated at the head of the long table, wore a stern expression as he spoke first. "Your Majesty, time waits for no one. We can no longer afford to delay. A decision regarding Qin Mo's execution must be made today to provide an explanation to the millions of subjects." Indeed, the current head of the Chongping Liu clan nodded in agreement, taking up the conversation. He continued, "The public outcry is immense and continues to escalate. In just a single day, it has more than doubled compared to before. If we prolong this further, the citizens of our great Qin Empire may cultivate unorthodox thoughts and lose faith in the royal family. In such a situation, decisive action is required to quell the unrest. I implore your Majesty to issue the execution order for Qin Mo promptly." "I share the same sentiment," added Duke Lin of the Far East. All 3 ancient families expressed their firm stance, demanding that the Qin Emperor provide a satisfactory response today. Unfortunately, their intentions were destined to remain unfulfilled. In the face of the 3 dukes' aggressive demands, the Qin Emperor exhibited no emotional change whatsoever. He remained steadfastly seated, a faint smile adorning his pale face. The hall fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, nearly suffocating those present. After a moment of silence, neither Li Mao nor Chu Xiong chose to voice a rebuttal. Instead, it was the Qin Emperor who gently tapped the table and smiled, addressing everyone. "Esteemed guests, last night, the Royal Investigation Bureau uncovered certain findings." Upon hearing this, a flicker of perplexity illuminated the eyes of all present. The Royal Investigation Bureau operates with authority surpassing that of the Security Bureau. The latter is responsible for maintaining public order in the imperial capital and its surrounding areas, possessing the jurisdiction to handle the majority of cases and manage personnel movements. However, when matters involve high-ranking officials at the level of deputy director or above, a more cautious approach is required, placing the matter beyond the purview of the Security Bureau. This is partly to restrict the influence of the Qingyongli family, and partly because such power is reserved for the royal family, serving as a symbol of the great Qin stature. The Royal Investigation Bureau is the specialized entity for addressing these issues. They rarely take action, and when they do, it is invariably accompanied by tumultuous upheaval, resulting in the potential downfall of those in high positions. Thus, the sudden mention of the Royal Investigation Bureau by the Qin Emperor at this critical juncture, coupled with the revelation of their discoveries, naturally stirred the curiosity of the assembly. What could be so significant as to warrant such gravity? The audience was left in the dark. In response to their collective gaze filled with inquiry, the Qin Emperor nonchalantly gestured, prompting officials to distribute folders to each individual. Simultaneously, he continued with a cheerful demeanor. "These documents provide irrefutable evidence of the Xia clan's treasonous collusion, clearly detailing the mastermind behind the scenes. Please take a look." Gasp! As soon as the Qin Emperor's words resonated through the hall, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath filled the air. Evidence against the Xia ancestor? Does this not imply that the royal family endorses Qin Mo's actions in eliminating a threat to the people? Those present were far from foolish. They comprehended the underlying implications of the Qin Emperor's statement with clarity. While they found it difficult to fathom why the royal family's stance had shifted so dramatically, the stark reality lay before them. Within a single day, the dynamics within the imperial capital appeared to undergo an unprecedented transformation. The marquis within the borders, Qin Mo, was assuredly safe from death. In fact, he might even ascend in rank and prestige, becoming the new darling of the great Qin Empire. If that were the case, then the several dukes who had fervently sought Qin Mo's execution now found themselves in a precarious position. A few high-ranking officials at the long table, emboldened by their audacity, cautiously lifted their heads, casting a swift glance at the three dukes seated at the head of the table. Their expressions were exceedingly grim. However, regardless of how dismal their countenances appeared, there was naught they could do to thwart the unfolding events. Since the royal family had temporarily allied with the two prominent families, the Qingyongli clan and the Junbei Chu clan, their ambitions to eliminate Qin Mo were destined to fail. Clearly, the path to achieving their aims had become obstructed, unless, of course, they resorted to some unsavory, underhanded tactics. At this moment, the thoughts of Feng Xiang and the two heads of the Lin and Lu families were remarkably aligned, a tactic often employed by the five great families. Once the court assembly concluded, the heads of the Lin and Lu families promptly entered Feng Xiang's carriage. No one knew the details of their clandestine discussions or how long they lasted. All that was apparent was that on this day, the sky over the imperial capital was ominously dark, heavy clouds gathering as if a torrential rain were imminent. However, at this time, Qin Mo was indifferent to such matters. He sat by a well-lit window, quietly absorbing the sun's energy, remaining there from shortly after 6 in the morning until sunset. Suddenly, a familiar warmth surged within his chest. Qin Mo focused intently on the task at hand, silently activating the gene awakening panel. Energy points, 26, freely allocable, compared to the past week. Today, as energy points were somewhat scarce, but this was beyond his control. Who could foresee the sudden thunder that rolled in around 2 o'clock, darkening the skies? Nevertheless, the impact was not substantial. 26 points would suffice, he murmured calmly. As he examined the various values displayed on the attributes panel, he experienced no hesitation. Decisively allocating all his energy points to intelligence, determined to push it to the next threshold. Even if 26 points proved insufficient, this would significantly enhance Qin Mo's mental fortitude. Ultimately, he could not rely on the Qingyongli family. He must resolve the current predicament himself. A torrent of warmth surged into his brain, infusing each cell with searing solar energy, brimming with vitality. Intelligence, 266, Awakening Skill, Mental Barrier. Chapter 155. I excel at murdering in dreams. 26 points. Neither more nor less, was precisely what he needed. Qin Mo successfully propelled his intelligence to the enhancement threshold at that moment. Of course, he was not gambling. This was a calculated outcome derived from previous enhancement's frequency and precise analysis. While it might seem a gamble, everything remained under his control. Qin Mo never undertook uncertain endeavors. Even if today's energy points were inadequate, the accumulation over the coming days would surely suffice. However, a gradual and balanced approach was not entirely assured. What he sought was a foolproof strategy. Should tomorrow night's dreams mirror those of the past few days, showing no improvement or only marginal enhancement, he would continue to elevate his intelligence. At this moment, Qin Mo's gaze was tranquil, his expression remarkably serene. He was acutely aware of what he needed to accomplish at this stage, clear and resolute. As Qin Mo pondered these thoughts, the powerful warmth that had gathered in his mind completed the awakening of his new skill, tracing back along its original path to the depths of his being. Qin Mo meticulously sensed the transformations occurring within his body, a faint smile gradually curving at the corners of his lips. The term mental barrier, as its name suggests, refers to a defensive mechanism for the spirit. Upon activating this skill, a layer of completely transparent and imperceptible shield would envelop the surface of his spirit. This protective layer, in a manner akin to a steel body, serves to safeguard every inch, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. However, the precise strength of this defense remained unclear to Qin Mo, as it was challenging to assess without a mental awakener for experimentation. Nevertheless, the smile on Qin Mo's lips deepened, and his shoulders relaxed slightly, reflecting his current ease. He mused to himself that he would soon find out tonight. With that thought, Qin Mo rose from the sofa by the window and made his way to the living room. For the time being, he intended to have dinner and then browse through some information regarding the borders to alleviate his boredom. Although he resided within the confines of the Great Qin prison, his life remained largely unchanged from his usual routine. The only notable difference was the lack of opportunities for leisure and the absence of friends to engage in idle chatter, rendering his experience somewhat monotonous. Though the second ancestor was ever present by his side, he remained elusive, always engrossed in the ancient scroll he held, his attention unwavering. Qin Mo was curious to seize that scroll and discover what secrets captivated such a formidable figure, but alas, he could not contend with the second ancestor. Thankfully, he was accustomed to a life of solitude. The lack of conversation mattered little, as he had never possessed many friends. Thus, time slipped away. Night fell, and at 8 o'clock, moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the brilliance of Qin Mo's eyes. Seated in a sports car, he exuded a calm demeanor, his gaze steady and composed. He harbored no concerns about the days ahead in the great Qin prison, confident that the Qingyongli clan would not abandon him, given his extraordinary talents. A 23-year-old sovereign, he mused, surely a spectacle throughout history. A smile flickered across his features, a touch of elation swelling within him. This smile lingered for several seconds before he abruptly halted, a hint of perplexity surfacing in his eyes. Why am I smiling like this? Did I behave similarly in the past? As he pondered, Qin Mo realized his memories were somewhat hazy. It seemed he might have indeed smiled this way, yet it felt uncertain. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, not a matter of great importance. He quickly dismissed the fleeting doubt from his mind, allowing another smile to grace his lips. 10 minutes later, the imposing structure of the Great Qin prison slowly came into view, filling his entire line of sight. Qin Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out with determination. Once again, following the lead of Zhou Yu, he entered the grand confines of the Qin prison, arriving at the cell that would be his abode for the forthcoming days. How opulent! He marveled, astonished that even a prison could be so extravagantly constructed, a true reflection of the upper echelons of society. With a burgeoning enthusiasm, he began to survey his surroundings. Before long, he found himself standing before the bedroom door. However, this time, the details differed slightly from the previous night. The door stood ajar, revealing a narrow slit just wide enough for a fist to fit through. As Qin Mo approached, the smile that had adorned his lips vanished, replaced by a look of uncertainty. That is, he murmured inwardly, his eyes widening as his pupils contracted. Through the narrow crack, he clearly discerned a figure lying on the bed. Though the darkness obscured his view, the silhouette and certain features unmistakably indicated that the person reclined on the bed was, in fact, himself. Gasp! Qin Mo was taken aback. He was bewildered as to why he was lying on the bed, and equally perplexed by the darkness enveloping the cell. Although it was ostensibly 8 o'clock, it felt as if it were the early hours of 4 or 5 in the morning. This darkness felt unnatural. It was as if slippery tendrils were reaching out from every direction, encroaching upon him. These intangible appendages seemed to have emerged from frigid waters, chilling to the bone, rendering his body increasingly rigid without his awareness. Yet Qin Mo remained entranced, gazing through the door's crevice at the figure of himself on the bed, his heart brimming with astonishment. Why are there two of me? He whispered, his expression one of confusion. The existence of two selves implied that one was genuine, while the other was an impostor. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the darkness, calm and deep, yet its tone was neutral, ambiguous in gender. The sound seemed to emanate from an unfathomable distance, yet it felt intimately close, as if it were whispering in his ear. Qin Mo was uncertain of its origin, yet he found himself unconcerned. Upon hearing the voice, he instinctively began to ponder its words. One is true, the other false. But which one is the falsehood? Without a doubt, the figure on the bed must be the false one. Qin Mo was assured of his own authenticity. He was unequivocally certain of his reality. As this conviction solidified within him, his demeanor grew resolute, his gaze sharp. Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. You are the true self, while he is the impostor attempting to usurp your identity. Once again, the voice echoed in the darkness. Usurp your identity? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, questioning. Why would anyone wish to impersonate me? The reason for impersonation is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to meet your demise. The endless allure seeped through every pore of Qin Mo's body, filling him with an inexplicable strength and an equally unfathomable agitation. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him, bloodlust flickering in the depths of his gaze. He raised an eyebrow and continued to inquire, am I to die? Why must I perish because he impersonates me? Each word dripped with anger. If you do not die, How can the counterfeit become genuine? Only through your demise can the falsehood be rendered singular, allowing it to exist openly in this world under your identity. Thus, you are about to meet your end. No, I refuse to die, Qin Mo replied, shaking his head solemnly. He fixed his gaze upon his form lying on the bed, the bloodlust within him surging forth, gradually consuming his entire pupil. At that moment, Qin Mo's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a beast poised to hunt, radiating a palpable aura of death. He slowly tightened his grip on the cold, piercing dagger, methodically pricking the bedroom door with its blade before stepping inside. Whoever dares to impersonate me must perish, Qin Mo declared, his voice icy and tone foreboding. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance to the bed in swift strides. Concurrently, he raised his right arm, a torrent of power coursing through it, the dagger's tip glinting ominously. With a flourish of his fingers, like the delicate wings of a butterfly, he reversed the dagger in his grip, its point aimed directly at the forehead of the Qin Mo lying on the bed. Should that dagger plunge downwards, it would undoubtedly penetrate to the hilt. Akin to slicing through a block of tofu, the razor-sharp steel would cleave his brain in twain, swirling within to obliterate all consciousness. Yet, fantasy remains merely that, a fantasy. Reality is invariably harsh. Just as the dagger was about to make contact with flesh, a powerful hand suddenly grasped Qin Mo's arm. The fingers tightened like an eagle's talons, imbued with unparalleled strength, halting the dagger's advance. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The overwhelming darkness that had filled the room swiftly receded like a tide, and a soft yellow light illuminated the space. The feeble glow brightened every corner, revealing the astonishment on Qin Mo's face. He looked down at the Qin Mo on the bed, who had opened his eyes unbeknownst to him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a brief shock, a sharp scream erupted from him. This is impossible. Simultaneously, a dagger reappeared in his left hand, thrusting downward with ferocity. However, the outcome remained unchanged, mirroring the earlier event. The Qin Mo lying on the bed grasped his arm with both hands, a faint smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, that smile appeared to be laced with sarcasm and mockery. Everything is possible. You can enter my dreams, so why can't I manifest in this manner? Qin Mo remarked with a smile. Subsequently, he levitated effortlessly from the bed, transitioning from a supine position to one of superiority. The smile at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth deepened as he gazed indifferently at the false Qin Mo before him, stating, "If you wish to usurp me, you're still far from capable." No sooner had the words left his lips than a deafening sound erupted, as if it could shatter the very eardrums of those present. Bang! With a headbutt, Qin Mo unleashed unparalleled force, striking directly at the center of the false Qin Mo's forehead. It was as if a round ball had suddenly materialized in the bedroom, or perhaps a cannonball had been fired. Regardless of its nature, the result was clear. Qin Mo's head was sent flying, severed from his neck, embedding itself into the wall. Who is true? Who is false? In that instant, the distinction was stark, clear, and indisputable. Yet this was not the conclusion. Qin Mo casually flung the headless corpse aside and disdainfully brushed off his hands. He fixed his gaze upon the head embedded in the wall and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you?" In response, the head within the wall suddenly erupted in laughter. The bloodthirst that once filled his eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by a hint of humanity. This was distinctly different from the earlier Qin Mo. There was an evident divergence between the two. Clearly, the entity now conversing with Qin Mo was the mysterious, awakened spirit who had invaded his dreams. With a sly smile playing on his lips, he slowly replied, "Who am I? I am you." Upon uttering these words, the wall began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck, with dust cascading down. More accurately, it was not merely the wall, the entire bedroom, the vast Qin prison, indeed the entire dreamscape, quaked intensely at that moment. Tendrils of darkness surged from all directions, intertwining like threads to reconstitute a complete body. This body extended its hands, extricating the head embedded in the wall and placing it upon its neck, achieving instant fusion. Qin Mo shook his head and let out a contented sigh, then turned to the false Qin Mo with a smile, stating, "To be honest, you have indeed surprised me today, but this is where it ends. I may not comprehend why you are able to maintain conscious awareness within the dream I have woven, yet that is of little consequence. Your fate has long been sealed. Becoming a part of me will be your lifelong honor, and indeed, your sole choice. Oh, is that so? Qin Mo replied softly, his expression remaining placid, devoid of any hint of panic. He disregarded the strange tremors of the dream, simply gazing quietly at the dark figure before him, slowly raising his hands. To be honest, I too am perplexed as to why you possess the audacity to utter such arrogant words. Who has bestowed upon you the courage to be so reckless in my dream? Surely, you do not believe you have me at your mercy, do you? Qin Mo remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of unease, an instinct that something was amiss. This premonition was unfounded, yet strikingly clear. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately chose to trust his intuition. Let's conclude today's game here. I hope when I see you tomorrow, you will still wear that same smile, he stated. Then, a crisp snap resonated through the dreamscape. Almost immediately, the entire dream began to collapse, and Qin Mo's figure gradually faded. He was evidently departing from Qin Mo's dream. However, someone had not granted permission for such an exit. In his raised hand, a sharp longsword slowly materialized, its blade glinting with a chilling light. My dream is not a place you can enter and exit at will, he declared. With a swift motion, Qin Mo vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Qin Mo. At the same time, the longsword pierced through his heart, emerging from his body. Do you not know that I can kill in my dreams? Qin Mo's whisper resonated clearly beside him, akin to a devil's murmur. A fierce growl, reminiscent of a wild beast, escaped from the throat of the false Qin Mo. A disjointed and grating sound. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the sharp sword protruding from his left side, disbelief flooding his eyes. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to hear your last words, Qin Mo replied softly. He then forcefully withdrew the long sword, standing silently as he watched the lifeless body dissolve into wisps of black smoke, dissipating inch by inch, marking its demise. Thunder rumbled as the dream's collapse continued unabated, showing no signs of ceasing. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, his gaze clear. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, he vanished from his position, his destination unknown. In the realm of reality, Qin Mo opened his eyes, his expression tranquil. He glanced at his phone, noting it was precisely 3 o'clock in the morning, still early. The great Qin prison appeared unchanged, just as it had been before, devoid of any anomalies. The bedroom was eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of Qin Mo's imagination. Yet he knew this was no illusion. He had indeed taken a life within the confines of a dream. Indeed, the awakened beings of the psychic realm are shrouded in enigma and rarity. Although Qin Mo has eradicated the fabricated mirror images, he remains uncertain whether the true entity in reality has perished. Should it still exist, subsequent troubles are likely to arise. Nevertheless, Qin Mo is resolute in maintaining his vigilance. With the advent of my psychic barrier, the manipulation of dreams has lost its efficacy against me. Regrettably, the adversary is also cognizant of this fact. Should a similar incident occur again, it is certain they will come prepared. Qin Mo silently reassured himself, furrowing his brow slightly. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his recent display. The newly awakened skill of the psychic barrier proved to be extraordinarily useful. Throughout the dreamscape, he maintained complete lucidity, impervious to any psychic assaults, all thwarted by the barrier. With both psychic perception and the psychic barrier, it seems that the conventional methods of psychic awakeners would bear little effect on me. Moreover, as time progresses and I accumulate solar energy points daily, these two skills are bound to strengthen further. Qin Mo mused quietly, a faint smile curving his lips. He then closed his eyes once more and drifted into a tranquil slumber. This time, Qin Mo did not enter any dream. At the very moment he shut his eyes, in a room beyond 3 walls, the second ancestor's lips also curled into a smile, his eyes harboring a subtle glimmer of amusement. He maintained his usual demeanor, reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, grasping an ancient tome. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flash of intrigue deep within his gaze. Clearly, Lier had sensed the events that transpired with Qin Mo, although he remained oblivious to the specifics of a dream. The outcome indicated that the unknown psychic awakener had suffered a setback, experiencing considerable hardship. How intriguing, the second ancestor murmured softly, his smile growing ever more pronounced. To speak candidly, Qin Mo's performance tonight exceeded his expectations. Yet, as a once-in-an-eternity prodigy, it seems only natural for him to achieve such feats. Contemplating this, Lier could not help but slowly shake his head. He shifted his posture in the chair and turned a page of the ancient scroll in his hand. To Qin Mo's immense curiosity, the ancient book revealed nothing but a pristine sheet of white paper, devoid of any punctuation. It appeared to be a book without words. Yet, within the depths of the second ancestor's pupils danced countless strange and inexplicable runes, shifting and undulating. Time rewinds 5 minutes. In the imperial capital, in the serene and upscale district of Luoyun, lies a high-end villa that few are aware of, which serves as the private residence of Shang Lichang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Affairs of the Great Qin. It is essential to recognize that the Ministry of Affairs is indeed a crucial department, tasked with handling the confidential matters of the various prefectures of the Great Qin. As the Deputy Minister of Affairs, Shang Lichang's status is easily discernible. Although he does not hail from one of the 5 prominent families, nor does he have their backing, he nonetheless possesses the qualifications to hold a position at the long table of the court assembly. In simple terms, Shang Lichang is a genuine high-ranking official of the Great Qin. At this hour, though it is 3 o'clock, the study on the 2nd floor of the villa remains illuminated by a dim yellow light. The deputy minister has a long-standing habit of tending to affairs late into the night, embodying the archetype of a diligent worker. Few within the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Great Qin are as industrious as he. Thus, his family finds no cause for concern, and they do not dare to disturb him. However, today, the deputy minister is not engrossed in documents. He sits quietly in the chair of his study. Admittedly, he often feigns engagement with paperwork merely to deceive others. A faint, raspy sound suddenly breaks the silence of the room. Furrowing his brow, Shang Lichang slowly rotates his neck, his gaze dark and troubled. An unseen darkness seems to swirl around him, elusive and indistinct. Qin Mo, indeed a rare genius, is astonishing. He muses quietly, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. Beneath this smile, however, lies profound shock and an overwhelming sense of incredulity. To date, he has never encountered a parasitic failure so utterly complete. While many speak of the mysterious nature of mental awakeners and their bizarre methods, Qin Mo appears far more enigmatic. Setting aside the question of how he attains self-awareness within dreams, the sheer magnitude of his sudden enhancement in mental prowess leaves Shang Lichang utterly baffled. How can one achieve such terrifying growth in a single day? This reality shatters his understanding of the world. Regrettably, there is no one to alleviate his confusion. The dream I fabricated has culminated in my own demise. This truly is intriguing. He squints, a more pronounced smile emerging. Indeed, he has encountered the most formidable challenge of his life in Qin Mo. Yet, the stronger and more gifted Qin Mo becomes, the more intrigued Shang Lichang finds himself. Patience. Let us engage in this gradual game. It is a pity, however, to bear the title of Deputy Minister of Affairs. Shang Lichang sighs softly, shaking his head slowly. Then, from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, dark red blood begins to seep forth, his remaining consciousness gradually fading. Mere seconds later, a loud thud echoes as Shang Lichang collapses onto the desk. The study slowly fills with a pungent scent of blood. The following day, at noon, the sun shines brightly. The sky is a clear blue, and not a cloud can be seen. Last night's torrential rain persisted for an extended duration, alleviating the sweltering heat that had plagued us for some time and extinguishing the smoldering flames of irritation within the hearts of the populace. The pinnacle of public discourse has quietly passed. Under the united efforts of the royal family and the Li clan of Qingyang, alongside the Chu clan of Jinbei, the front pages of major media outlets have finally begun to echo a different narrative. Evidence regarding the crimes of the Xia clan of Jailing and their forefather has gradually been unveiled to the public. Simultaneously, the largest corruption scandal in the history of the imperial capital has inexplicably erupted at this moment. What would be the reason behind this? Some remain utterly bewildered, while others are fully aware of the underlying truths. In summary, with the revelation of incriminating evidence coupled with a shift in focus, it is estimated that within 10 to 15 days, a significant reversal in public opinion will be achieved. Perhaps, the timeline may be even shorter. Amidst this deluge of monumental news, A mournful eulogy for the deputy minister of the Ministry of Administration, who tragically succumbed to a sudden heart attack, has quietly emerged. The eulogy expresses that Deputy Minister Shang Lichong, since his appointment, has been diligent and dedicated, tirelessly striving for the welfare of the people of Daqin. Unfortunately, the intensity of his labor has taken a toll on his health, culminating in this unfortunate event after a night of relentless work. The heartfelt nature of this eulogy is truly commendable. Regrettably, during such tumultuous times, the death of a deputy minister fails to capture the public's attention. Even a fleeting glance will soon fade into oblivion. Only those with an insatiable thirst for power and influence will take note, such as the 5 prominent families that have stood firm in Daqin for a millennium. At this moment, within the ancient castle on the 2nd floor of the Fong Manor, Duke Fong, Duke Lin, and Duke Liu are gathered together, seated across from one another. Fong Xiang lifts the steaming tea before him, gently blowing to cool it. As the teacup emits a soft chime and the delicate aroma wafts into his nostrils, he takes a modest sip and slowly articulates. The position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Administration requires someone with a thorough understanding of the matters at hand. This is only natural. Duke Lin nods in agreement, but then shifts the conversation, his brow furrowed as he remarks, "However, the royal family and the other 2 clans are unlikely to relinquish the position so easily. They must yield regardless. It is their rightful compensation for interests. Otherwise, it would be a clear indication of their intent to engage in a power struggle with us." Duke Liu interjects, his tone indifferent. In response, Fong Xiang sets down his teacup, offering a subtle smile as he calmly states, "Whether their alliance is sturdy or not is a matter for another time. Nevertheless, it is clear that their calculations are aimed in this direction. However, now that our 3 families unite, even if we cannot secure a voice in the Ministry of Administration, we must not allow the Li clan of Qingyang and the Chu clan of Jinbei to expand their influence. The Great Qin has enjoyed a semblance of tranquility for many years. Yet recently, subtle signs of turmoil have begun to manifest. The state of Qi looms menacingly at the borders, and the game of chaos has already commenced. We, situated at the heart of this turmoil, must act, otherwise, we might as well await our demise." As these words fell, the 2 others pondered and nodded slightly in agreement. The current situation is unmistakably clear. The superficial calm could be shattered at any moment, and it is no longer a time for restraint. In times of upheaval, to aspire for supremacy, one must embrace a single principle. To contend, to abstain from contention is to court death. Yet, to emerge victorious promises abundant rewards. This truth is well understood by all 3 present. Soon after, Lu Guogong, who had just spoken, raised an eyebrow and turned to Fong Xiang, inquiring with a measured tone, "How goes the selection of candidates for the Qin prison?" "Almost complete," Fong Xiang replied with a nod, his voice calm. However, a flicker of deep apprehension crossed his eyes, a sentiment shared by the others. Their concern did not stem from the fleeting alliance between the Qingyangli clan and the royal family, nor from any other matter, but rather from the presence of Qin Mo still residing within the confines of the Qin prison. More accurately, it was his prodigious talent that elicited such trepidation. At merely 23 years of age, a young sovereign's potential for growth remains an enigma. None could predict how far Qin Mo might ascend. The 3 powerful families dared not gamble on Qin Mo exhausting his gifts as Li Tiangang had. Thus, they resolved upon an alternative course of action, to thwart him before he fully matured. Only through death could he pose no threat, ensuring the utmost safety for the 3 families. Consequently, they convened since the previous day to devise a specific plan against Qin Mo. This operation must be executed with utmost swiftness. Waiting for him to emerge from the Qin prison would be folly, especially with the Qingyangli clan at his side, making him all the more formidable and costly to eliminate. Contemplating this, Fong Xiang narrowed his eyes, a shadow of determination flitting across his gaze as he murmured, "This time, 3 sovereigns will strike together. He cannot escape death." Upon hearing this, the lips of Lu and Lin Guogong curled into faint smiles, revealing their satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the royal forbidden zone, the Qin prison, Qin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the impending assassination plotted by the 3 powerful families. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. Not only would he remain unfazed by 3 sovereigns, but even if 30 were to converge upon him, he would face them with unwavering composure. With the formidable presence of his second ancestor, a guaranteed great sovereign, by his side, Qin Mo's safety was assured. Regardless of the number of adversaries, the outcome would invariably lead to one conclusion: a dead end. Of course, true strength lies in one's own power. Qin Mo understood this principle profoundly, which is why he sat by the window, continuously absorbing the energy of the sun. He sat there for an entire afternoon, until a wave of warmth surged within his chest. Energy points, 42, freely distributable. Today's energy points reached a new high. The clear sky after the torrential rain was the finest day for Qin Mo. His current mental barrier was sufficient to withstand the parasitism of mental awakeners. Thus, he chose to revert to his previous distribution plan, allocating 6 points each to the 7 attributes, excluding intelligence, to maintain balanced development. The vast warmth quickly permeated every corner of Qin Mo's being, infusing every cell with the scorching energy of the sun. Defense, 249, skill, iron body, enhancement. Chapter 157, The Storm Approaches. The warmth swiftly enveloped Qin Mo, as if he were immersed in a roaring furnace. His body was undergoing a subtle yet profound enhancement. His iron body had, through this reinforcement, remarkably doubled its defensive capabilities. This would enable him to withstand greater forces and make him immune to more formidable elemental attacks. Overall, it was a comprehensive enhancement. As the warmth receded, a gentle smile began to form at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. The further one goes into the enhancement, the greater the doubling effect becomes, and my strength can achieve even more growth, he murmured softly. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose from the sofa, stretched his arms wide, and indulged in a languid yawn, easing his muscles. The vitality within him surged like thunder, a testament to his astonishing power. It seemed he would sleep soundly tonight. Qin Mo thought to himself, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following day, as dawn broke, the fiery sun cast its endless brilliance, illuminating the imperial capital inch by inch. Qin Mo awoke from his slumber and began his morning routine. Indeed, he had not dreamt last night, nor had he been invaded by a mental awakener. This left him in a contemplative mood. However, the scant records regarding mental abilities offered little further insight. After washing up, he took his seat by the window, awaiting the warden, Zhou, to bring breakfast. At precisely 7 o'clock, Zhou, with a beaming smile and carrying a lunchbox, knocked promptly on the cell door. Were an unknowing observer to witness this scene, they could hardly imagine that Qin Mo was imprisoned for his crimes. Most would rather believe that Zhou, the portly fellow, served as Qin Mo's attendant. The roles they portrayed were utterly contrary to expectations. To be frank, Zhou too wished for a more elevated status, but he lacked the formidable backing to do so. Furthermore, despite Qin Mo's youthful appearance, he was indeed a genuine king. Zhou had always kept this in mind. At this moment, he stood in the living room, slightly hunched, addressing the smiling Qin Mo seated on the sofa. "Are you satisfied with the recent meals, my lord?" It's acceptable," Qin Mo replied with an expressionless nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Zhou promptly responded, "As long as the lord is satisfied, that's all that matters." Additionally, around 10 o'clock, someone from the Li family will come for a visit. I just wanted to inform you. "Oh, a visit?" Qin Mo mused lightly, then nodded and waved his hand, signaling his acknowledgement. Following this, he turned his gaze toward the sky outside the window, not sparing Zhou another glance. Zhou, having climbed to the position of warden through his own capabilities, was certainly no fool. His interactions were characterized by a keen sense of understanding and adaptability. Observing Qin Mo's demeanor, he grasped the underlying message. Clearly, the lord was disinclined to engage in conversation and had issued an implicit dismissal. Zhou nodded with a smile, though a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes before he ultimately turned to leave. Since confrontation was unwise, avoidance was the better course. His sole thought was to expedite the departure of this ominous presence, hoping fervently to avoid any unforeseen complications. Above all, he wished for no unexpected occurrences. Thus, after Zhou departed, Qin Mo continued to languidly absorb solar energy until 10 o'clock, under the watch of an S-class prison guard. He proceeded to the visitation room above ground, where he encountered Li Tiangang. The room held only the two of them, devoid of surveillance or listening devices. No one would know what transpired within. Li Tiangang, sporting dark sunglasses, lounged with his legs crossed atop the table, reclining lazily against the chair. Upon noticing Qin Mo, he slightly bowed his head, adjusted his sunglasses, and burst into laughter. Huh, how have you been settling in these past few days? Not much different from before. It's neither good nor bad. What brings you here this time? Qin Mo inquired as he took a seat opposite him. In response, Li Tiangang uncrossed his legs and, still smiling, said, "Nothing too pressing. I mainly came to inform you that in about 5 days, you should be able to leave. Just bear with it a little longer." 5 days, Qin Mo softly echoed, then nodded, replying, "I'm fine with that. It depends on the arrangements of the Li family." For him, as long as he could absorb solar energy, that was sufficient. Everything else was of little consequence. After his words fell, Qin Mo's gaze flickered, pausing momentarily before he pondered aloud. "By the way, what happened to Xia Zhu's body after I dealt with him?" "Xia Zhu's body? Why do you ask that?" Li Tiangong's expression turned dubious, puzzled by the question. However, Qin Mo did not divulge the reason directly, casually remarking, "Oh, just a casual inquiry." Li Tiangang immediately sensed his reluctance to share and began formulating his own thoughts. He did not delve into the depths of the matter, for he was aware that Qin Mo was no ordinary young man. He possessed a level of maturity and sophistication far beyond his years, exhibiting a steady demeanor in both speech and action. Consequently, Li Tiangang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. After a few minutes, he tentatively remarked at that time, "Xia Zhu was kicked into the royal restricted area by you, and, subsequently, it seems he was taken away by the royal personnel. However, I am not entirely certain of the precise location where the body is stored. If you truly wish to know, I can have the Qingyang Li clan investigate this. It should not be too difficult to uncover. Then I shall entrust this matter to the Li clan." Qin Mo replied with a slight nod, and then carefully instructed, "During the investigation, it suffices to locate the position. There is no need to undertake any additional actions, lest we alert the enemy." "Understood. I will discreetly instruct them to proceed," Li Tiangang responded. Afterward, the two engaged in casual conversation, exchanging pleasantries and light banter. Around 12 o'clock, Li Tiangang rose to leave, and Qin Mo returned to his opulent confinement, continuing his monotonous routine of soaking up the sun. His journey towards strengthening his abilities was marked by its simplicity and tedium, progressing swiftly. 4 days later, at 5 in the afternoon, following a torrential downpour that had occurred that fateful night, the capital had reverted to the warmth of summer, with temperatures steadily rising. It seemed as though this might be the last rain of the year, bidding a poignant farewell to the people. Of course, Qin Mo was indifferent to whether or not it was indeed the final rain. For several nights, he had not dreamt, appearing to have returned to his former state, untroubled. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the enigmatic psychic awakened being had abandoned its parasitic hold over him, or if it was secretly orchestrating a larger scheme. Nevertheless, his approach remained as straightforward and unyielding as ever, to confront any challenges that arose with resolute fortitude. During these 4 days, Li Tiangang visited once more, bringing with him some information regarding Xia Zhu's corpse. However, this information caused Qin Mo's brow to furrow slightly. According to Li Tiangang, the Qingyang Li clan had conducted a discreet investigation for 3 entire days, ultimately confirming that Xia Zhu's body was currently stored within the royal restricted area. Yet, when it came to specifying the exact location within that area, the Li clan found themselves at an impasse. Such a lack of clarity was indeed peculiar. After all, who would idly conceal a corpse? Unless, of course, that body harbored secrets that should remain hidden from the light of day. Contemplating this, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "It seems I shall need to investigate personally once I am free." He then collected his thoughts, setting aside these matters for the time being, and focused his gaze on the present, silently activating the panel for his superhuman gene awakening. Vision, 273. Hearing, 269. Intelligence, 272. Breathing, 269. Strength, 273. Speed, 273. Recovery, 267. Defense, 272. Energy points, 44 freely allocable. Gazing at the values of these 8 attributes, a broad smile involuntarily graced Qin Mo's features. After 4 days of accumulating energy points, his prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation, with a terrifying rate of growth. Furthermore, the foundational attributes of vision, speed, breathing, and hearing had all reached a new threshold for enhancement, resulting in a doubling of their values. Notably, the attributes of thermal vision and supersonic speed played a crucial role in his rapid ascension in power. As for the 44 points accumulated today, Qin Mo adhered to a balanced distribution plan, allocating 5 points to each attribute while bestowing the remaining 2 points to recovery and strength. A massive wave of warmth swiftly enveloped his entire being, infusing every cell with searing solar energy. Strength, 279, skill, super strength enhancement. A fleeting piece of information flashed through his mind, and immediately, an even greater surge of warmth cascaded throughout Qin Mo's body, fiercely penetrating every hidden corner. An unparalleled sense of strength filled his heart, bestowing upon him an extraordinary confidence. Unable to contain himself, he slowly clenched his fist and then gently spread his fingers, keenly sensing the change in his power. Now, his foundational and maximum strength had both been doubled from their original levels, astonishingly advancing from super strength level 7 to level 8. He pondered curiously about the might of a second-tier king and how it would compare to his current self. Unfortunately, there was no king present to test his mettle against. With a hint of regret, he shook his head and returned to his chamber, awaiting his release the following day. Tonight would mark Qin Mo's final supper in the Great Qin prison. Of course, he felt no attachment or anticipation. Yet, there were others who awaited this moment with fervor, wishing the clock would hasten to 8 o'clock. Alas, waiting is always an agonizing ordeal. Under the fervent gaze of those longing for the hour, the antique clock on the wall finally inched its way to 8. Great Qin prison, 17th underground level. A middle-aged man clad in standard attire pushed a small cart into this realm. This man was a formidable S-class awakener of the 8th tier, and he too served as one of the guardians of the king level in Great Qin prison on a daily basis. These guards were responsible not only for the safety management of each level, but also for the mundane task of delivering meals to the inmates. In a certain sense, this was also a consideration for security. Upon entering the 17th level, the middle-aged man began his routine, distributing the evening meal from the nearest transparent cell. He retrieved 2 small iron boxes, each the size of a palm, from the cart before him, stacking them and placing them at the small opening of the cell door. Leaning down, he poured the rice and meat dishes into a recess within the box, then retracted the containers. The inmates within the cell cast a cold glance in his direction before stepping forward to grasp the food with their hands, as they were denied plates or utensils that could potentially become instruments of danger. Accustomed to the hostile indifference of the prisoners, the man paid no mind, continuing to push his car to the next cell, repeating the process. Gradually, he arrived at the depths of the 17th level, halting before the 12th transparent cell. Inside this cramped enclosure sat a robust man, bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening dully, adorned with a menacing black dragon tattooed from shoulder to chest. The muscular figure sat cross-legged on the bare ground, eyes half closed, palms upward, seemingly engaged in ancient meditation. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, casting a quick glance from the corner of his eye. He then reached into the cart, subtly lifting the upper iron box with his index finger and deftly extracting the lower one with his middle finger. This seemingly inconspicuous motion went unnoticed by anyone. After removing the 2 iron boxes, the man maintained his composure as he poured the food into the cell, then proceeded deeper without lingering. Approximately 5 minutes after his departure, the prisoner suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly concealing the flicker of longing that had briefly surfaced. He approached the food, expressionless, and began to consume it, appearing no different from his usual self. 5 minutes later, the robust man had cleared every grain of rice. Rising, he brushed off his hands and approached the faucet in the upper left corner of the cramped room, allowing the water to wash over his hands. Seemingly deciding that since he was washing, he might as well cleanse his face as well. He bent down to splash water on his visage before returning to his previous position in meditation. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his right hand concealed something, an exceptionally hard, ordinary mineral stone, in the tightly guarded confines of the Qin prison. One might wonder what use a thumb-sized ordinary stone could serve. It appeared to have no utility at all. Yet, the muscular man was acutely aware that if he diligently polished this stone for 6 continuous hours, he could work down the shackles binding his hands and feet. These shackles were not as unyielding as steel. During their creation, the craftsman had infused them with a considerable amount of secret minerals. The significance of the secret mine is undoubtedly profound, requiring no further elaboration. Contemplating this, the robust man's lips gradually curled into a barely perceptible, subtle smile. The menacing black dragon upon his shoulder seemed to simultaneously reveal a peculiar grin. The hunting feast is about to commence, he softly murmured within his heart. Chapter 158. The Great Qin Prison. Uprising at 2 a.m. The night was as dense as a pool of water, pitch black and inscrutable. Prolonged exposure to such an environment instinctively quickens one's heartbeat and hastens one's breath, as if some eerie beast lurked in shadows. Compared to previous nights, this evening bore an unusual quality. Yet, the specific nature of this peculiarity remained elusive. Nevertheless, for the Great Qin Prison, it made little difference. The underground cells were perpetually illuminated, day or night, the subterranean realm eternally bright as day, allowing the guards to discern all movements within the cells. In stark contrast, the facade of the prison above ground was merely a performance, long extinguished of its lights. Warden Zhou Yu had even succumbed to slumber, his snores resonating like thunder as he slept soundly. His quarters were far more opulent than Qin Mo's cell, with a grand bed positioned beside a window. Being on the top floor, one could easily gaze into the distance from the window. Conversely, the inky night suddenly acquired an array of unusual colors, as grayish smoke under the glow of flames nearly stained half the sky crimson. The glass of the window reflected flickering tongues of fire, menacing and clawing, akin to a ravenous demon. Zhou Yu blinked, his brow furrowed, as his dreams were disturbed. He sensed an unsettling anomaly. No, it was more than just a slight disquiet. Abruptly, Zhou Yu opened his eyes wide, performing a nimble roll and leaping out of bed. He turned his gaze toward the window, his expression laden with confusion. He was unaware of the chaos unfolding outside, still grappling with the situation. However, just as his sight met the towering flames, a thunderous explosion reverberated through his ears. Boom! It was a violent detonation. The shockwave from the explosion sent tremors through the surface structures of the Great Qin Prison, a testament to its formidable power and proximity. Startled by the unexpected blast, Zhou Yu instinctively crouched slightly, then hastened to the window, his countenance grave and cautious. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Damn it! Who set fire in the dead of night?" Before his eyes, less than a kilometer away, a ferocious blaze raged, its scarlet flames nearly staining half the sky. Furthermore, it appeared to be an industrial storage warehouse, housing numerous flammable and explosive materials. The thunderous sound just heard emanated from within. Zhou Yu's expression turned grim, for he had not anticipated such an occurrence in the vicinity of the Great Qin Prison. Whether this was a natural fire or an act of arson required no deliberation. It was undoubtedly the latter. Consequently, Zhou Yu, accompanied by dozens of guards from the Great Qin Prison, exited through the main gate. Yet, scarcely 2 minutes had passed when a piercing wind suddenly filled the night sky with a prolonged wail. A shell, the size of an arm, shot forth from the cannon, traversing several kilometers in a graceful arc across the heavens, before striking unerringly into the Great Qin Prison. The angle of the shell's impact was exceedingly precise, shattering glass as it landed squarely in the heart of the building. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary explosive shell. However, appearances can be deceiving. A crisp mechanical sound resonated instantly, and the surface of the shell revealed a fissure, which then violently shattered, unveiling its hidden contents. Enclosed within was a fist-sized crystal, radiating a deep crimson hue. A strange red glimmer flickered across its surface, and in the next instant, the vivid scarlet within appeared as though it were about to flow forth. Boom! A far more thunderous roar erupted. An infinite wave of heat surged forth from the crystal's core, spreading rapidly in all directions, showing no signs of abating. This was unmistakably an S-grade, elemental crystal of fire. It became evident that what had been launched was not merely a shell. Their intent was to inflict substantial devastation. Only sacred relics and elemental crystals possessed the capacity to harm awakeners of S-grade and above. In an instant, the Great Qin Prison was filled with countless cries of anguish, as an unknown number of guards were consumed by the relentless tide of searing heat. The entire facility descended into chaos. Of course, this turmoil was confined to the surface. The true prison, hidden beneath the ground, remained intact, suffering no damage whatsoever, while the guards did not move an inch. They stood vigilant, awaiting orders from below. No action was to be taken without command, a time-honored rule of the Great Qin prison. At that moment, a tall and imposing figure swiftly ascended from below the 10th level via the elevator. He furrowed his brow and halted upon reaching the 3rd floor. "What on earth is Zhou Yu up to?" he murmured under his breath, gesturing to the individuals on either side to approach. "You few, take your men up to investigate and ascertain what has transpired. Report back first. Do not act independently." "Understood." The individuals nodded and swiftly departed. Approximately 5 minutes later, someone returned to the 3rd underground level, speaking in a hurried tone. "There's a fire above, which has destroyed numerous guards and breached many cells, allowing several prisoners to escape. They're now engaged in combat with the injured guards." Upon hearing this, the tall man's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed the guard to immediately descend deeper into the underground to report this matter and request reinforcements. In that instant, he understood that this situation was undoubtedly far from simple. It was clearly a deliberate scheme. However, he was yet to ascertain the specific intent behind it, and could only focus on addressing the immediate crisis. Although the upper surface was a mere facade, it was imperative not to disregard it, as there were still several high-level prisoners confined within. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, the tall man decisively chose to split his forces. One group would quell the rebellion on the surface, ensuring that no one escaped, while the other group would intensify their patrols underground to prevent further incidents. Just as he had formulated this plan, the guard who had gone to deliver the message rushed back with more personnel, swiftly heading towards the surface. Observing this, the tall man narrowed his eyes, his expression gravely serious. "Let us hope nothing goes awry," he murmured softly. As the battle raged above, amidst the tension and anxiety, the 15th level below remained eerily silent, unchanged from its usual state. Below this level, the prisoners were no ordinary individuals. They were either high-ranking officials possessing crucial secrets or beings of a realm above the king's. Unless the sky were to fall, there would be no movements beneath the 15th level. However, the lack of action from the guards did not imply that the prisoners were inactive. Qin Long, for instance, was now in motion, and his movements were significant. He remained seated cross-legged on the cold floor, his eyes cast down, appearing unchanged. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a sly smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, Qin Long's right index finger began to move slightly, pouring the fine white powder he had ground from the ore into the inner sides of his feet to cover his tracks. A faint sound, barely audible, reached his ears. The smile on Qin Long's face widened, and the black dragon tattoo on his shoulder twitched momentarily before returning to its usual stillness. Then, he rose directly to his feet, stretching and moving his limbs. "At last, I have finally shed this damned shackle," Qin Long murmured, his face alight with joy. Having spent 23 years in this underground prison, the prospect of once again basking in the sunlight filled him with uncontainable happiness. After a brief session of physical activity, Qin Long walked toward the monitoring room with a smile. He lightly touched the intricate door lock with his right hand, as the black dragon on his shoulder subtly flowed down to his fingertips, opening its gaping maw towards the lock. Subsequently, the lock clicked open, and Qin Long confidently swung the door wide and stepped outside. Remarkably, within the original monitoring room, there remained another version of him seated cross-legged in place. The guards on the 17th level were utterly oblivious to any irregularities, even those of the highest caliber. After all, they could hardly fathom that Qin Long could silently remove the secret ore from his body and activate the genetic power within him. This posed a significant dilemma. Thus, Qin Long swiftly departed the 17th level and arrived at the 16th. Instead of making a direct escape, he paused on this level to approach the monitoring rooms of the other two individuals. He deftly unlocked their doors, simultaneously creating illusions for them. When the three met, they exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing among them. "It has been far too long, brothers. Once we are free, we must indulge ourselves to the fullest," one remarked. Hearing this, Qin Long chuckled softly and replied, "There is no rush. Having been rescued, we must first attend to our obligations. Loyalty to those who entrust us is paramount." He had always been a man of principles, and after 23 years of confinement, Qin Long was indeed famished. He now craved fresh sustenance. 10 minutes earlier, before Zhou Yu departed the Great Qin prison to quell the flames, Qin Mo had already sensed something amiss. His hearing was sharp enough to cover 3 imperial capitals, and the range of his holographic vision exceeded 10 miles. Every rustle of the environment was, of course, discernible to him. Thus, all subsequent events unfolded clearly in Qin Mo's mind, including the firing of the fire element crystal and Chunlong's escape from the underground prison. Although the illusions he created were convincing, they could not evade Qin Mo's holographic vision, meaning all movements of Chunlong and his companions were under his control. Was the chaos occurring above merely a means to facilitate the escape of these 3? Weighing the information gathered, Qin Mo pondered this hypothesis. Truthfully, from his perspective, everything that had just transpired seemed meticulously orchestrated to facilitate the underground escape. He did not believe this to be a mere coincidence. Such coincidences were scarce in this world. However, even if an escape was in progress, it bore no relevance to him. Qin Mo was not the type to lend a helping hand, and he had no intention of cleaning up after the great Qin royal family. Moreover, who could ascertain whether these individuals had been forcibly taken by the royal family? This ambiguity was something he would certainly not concern himself with. Thus, Qin Mo lay amidst the blazing heat, his hands cradling his head, allowing the flames to dance around him. After all, with his elemental immunity, standing in the fire felt akin to soaking in a hot spring, and he remained unscathed. He was merely waiting for the events of the night to conclude, so he could depart the following day and return to the Safety Bureau to continue absorbing solar energy. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. The anticipated peace was not to be realized. With his eyes slightly closed, Qin Mo gradually furrowed his brow, fixating on the 3-dimensional mental construct in his mind, observing the 3 small red dots that were moving incessantly. He slowly opened his eyes. They seemed to be heading towards me, Qin Mo murmured to himself. Judging by their trajectory, Chunlong and his companions were not making for the exit. Instead, they had descended underground and split into 3 directions, encircling the very room he occupied. Such an overt intention required no further contemplation. It was evident that they were indeed seeking him out. But for what reason? Was it the royal family, or perhaps one of the other ancient clans? His superbrain rapidly churned through possibilities, and Qin Mo quickly formed a hypothesis. The absence of a direct motive suggested an assassination plot, a motive that was not difficult to surmise. However, whether it was the royal family or an ancient clan was not something he could afford to ponder at this moment. He needed to address the immediate predicament first. With that thought, Qin Mo's body slowly ascended from a reclining position to a standing one. Following the holographic view in his mind, he silently turned his gaze northeastward. 50 meters away, a heavenly king was stealthily concealing his presence and rapidly approaching him. At this pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would arrive within approximately 40 seconds. The other 2 heavenly kings were similarly poised, their coordination impeccable. Yet, their plans would not unfold flawlessly. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the victor, the second to act is the victim. In the face of a multi-pronged assault, it was prudent to eliminate one adversary first. Thus, 2 tiny red dots suddenly appeared in the center of Qin Mo's pupils, expanding rapidly until they filled his entire gaze. In an instant, 2 beams of high-temperature rays shot forth with precision. Chapter 159. Let us then see the strength of your defense. With a sizzling sound, 2 straight channels suddenly manifested within the golden, swirling flames. The air around these channels warped, a consequence of the extreme heat and rapid speed. At that moment, none of the onlookers could discern what had transpired. They merely sensed a fleeting flash of red before them, which seemed like a mere figment of their imagination. Everything happened too swiftly. The high-temperature rays emitted by Qin Mo traveled fast, and their retraction was equally rapid. The short distance of merely several meters held no distinction for him. It felt as if it were within arm's reach. As for the unfortunate soul nearby, his mind had now devolved into a mass of goo, scorched by intense heat. 2 thumb-sized circular impressions were starkly visible on his forehead, resembling exquisite notes of death, heralding a grand symphony from the depths of hell. The vibrancy of life gradually faded from his gaze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of helplessness. He opened his mouth to emit a roar, leaving behind his final words. Subsequently, he succumbed to death. With a thud, his body slumped to the ground, slowly devoured by the encroaching flames. On his lifeless face lingered an expression of disbelief. He had never imagined that after over 20 years of confinement and a hard-won escape, he would never even breathe the fresh air outside the prison walls before closing his eyes forever. He had not even glimpsed the shadow of his adversary, remaining oblivious to who had struck or how before departing this world. A formidable awakened one at the first tier was effortlessly vanquished by Qin Mo in an instant. This exemplified his unparalleled rate of growth. In merely a few days, Qin Mo's strength had undergone a staggering transformation. Nevertheless, his thoughts remained unperturbed. To him, this was merely a matter of course. More importantly, the affair was far from over. He had only claimed one life thus far. The other two had already sensed something amiss at the moment their companion fell. Although the intense heat rays did not emit a powerful genetic force, they nonetheless inflicted a dimensional disruption in the surrounding environment, easily detectable by a king-level individual. Qin Mo shifted his gaze to the holographic interface in his mind, observing the two red dots that had abruptly halted, subtly altering their previous trajectory to approach him from another direction. A faint smile crept upon his lips. "Are we playing cat and mouse? How intriguing," he murmured softly. At that moment, as his words faded, Qin Mo silently retreated, gradually merging into the roaring flames, his figure disappearing from sight. Who was the cat, and who was the mouse? In this instant, the roles seemed to have reversed. What was meant to be a hunting feast might very well transform into a one-sided massacre. Chunlong's expression was grave. Indeed, it was rather ghastly. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably lost all sense of his companions. Coupled with the fleeting surge of power he had sensed, it became apparent what fate had befallen the missing individual. A heavy weight settled in his heart, leaving him with an inescapable sense of foreboding. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The direct deployment of 3 formidable kings suggests that the prey this time is exceptionally challenging to handle. Something I should have anticipated, Chunlong mused silently, while his steps continued to lead him closer to Qin Mo. Along his path, phantasmal illusions would occasionally flicker, intended to bewilder those around him. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As the distance diminished, the black dragon tattooed on his shoulder seemed to awaken, slithering back and forth across Chunlong's body, emanating an aura of imminent danger. It was evident that he was prepared to strike at any moment. However, at that very moment, a familiar, chilling scream pierced the air from short distance away. Reaching his ears, Chunlong halted abruptly, turning his gaze sharply to the right, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, surrounded by a palpable aura of menace. He understood that another of his comrades, a fellow first-tier king, had likewise fallen victim to the enemy, leaving him as the sole survivor. The loss of his brother weighed heavily on Chunlong's heart, yet amidst the sorrow, a profound sense of trepidation and vigilance surged within him. In that instant, Chunlong quickly composed himself, lowering his body into a crouch, his fingers forming into claws reminiscent of a dragon. An ominous shadow of the black dragon flickered briefly. He resembled a predator poised to hunt. How absurd it was for them to claim that his opponent was merely a newly ascended king. He thought with a cold glint in his eyes. Clearly, the intelligence was flawed. Aside from the term king, nearly everything else was erroneous. A newly ascended king capable of silently dispatching 2 first-tier kings before they even had a chance to unleash their divine manifestations? It was preposterous to suggest he was merely a fledgling king. Truth be told, Chunlong was already contemplating retreat, wishing he could simply flee. His opponent was at least a second-tier king, potentially even stronger than himself. He had always shied away from such high-risk encounters. However, at this juncture, it was no longer a matter of choice. Escaping was no longer feasible. This formidable foe, whose face he had yet to see, was evidently stalking him in silence. With the enemy concealed and himself exposed, the initiative was no longer in his hands. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chunlong's expression darkened further, and the black dragon on his shoulder grew increasingly menacing. He could not afford to remain idle any longer, he whispered to himself. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became. He had envisioned completing this task and vanishing swiftly, thus he could not afford to squander time on this matter any longer. Ultimately, there remained only one path before him. Chunlong's gaze hardened, and he resolved himself with unwavering determination. He suddenly crossed his hands, adopting a peculiar stance. his fingers resembling dragon claws tightly clasped against his chest, as a striking shade of black coursed over his form. Boom! In that instant, the earth trembled. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and a colossal black dragon ascended from the ground, soaring toward the lofty skies. The previously pitch-black night deepened into an even darker abyss, only to be swiftly illuminated by countless points of light. Hundreds and thousands of stars emerged in the celestial expanse, twinkling incessantly, as if coalescing into a majestic throne. Subsequently, the black dragon let out another roar, and all the scenes vanished in unison, as if they had never existed. At that moment, Qin had transformed into a completely different entity. He now stood approximately 5 zhang tall, his entire body adorned with intricate black dragon scales, embodying a hybrid of human and dragon, exuding an overwhelming presence. He had unmistakably unleashed his unique sacred spirit manifestation, resolute in embracing the impending battle in his pinnacle form. Oof! Qin emitted a cold snort, flames erupting from his nostrils, his enormous dragon eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood. Since he had arrived, there was no need for concealment. He addressed the blazing fire before him, and in an instant, vanished from his position, reappearing within a 10-zhang radius as multiple replicas of himself emerged, each one strikingly lifelike. If one only heard his earlier proclamation, they might assume he had discerned Qin Mo's presence. However, this was merely a display of bravado. Qin Mo stood silently behind Qin, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the latter's clumsy performance. The authentic illusions conjured by genetic power could not remotely deceive him. Under the surveillance of the holographic vision, everything was laid bare. It appeared to possess considerable defensive strength. Qin Mo mused inwardly, his keen gaze easily penetrating the layer of black dragon scales enveloping Qin. Yet, he remained uncertain of its true potency. With that thought, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, a glimmer of light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Simultaneously, he gradually lifted his right arm, flexing it rhythmically. A surging tide of power erupted from each of his cells, coursing through his right arm and culminating in his right hand. Qin Mo slowly clenched his fist, the smile on his lips growing ever more pronounced. Since he was unsure, he would test the waters. Having spent a full 6 days in the Qin prison, Qin Mo had significantly enhanced his strength, yet he remained oblivious to how it measured against a second-tier heavenly king. Soon, that mystery would be unveiled. Boom! With a flicker of thought, Qin Mo erupted into super speed, his form vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already positioned behind Qin. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped Qin in an instant. He could not react in time, compelled solely by the instinctual warnings of his body to evade. Yet, it was already too late. In terms of speed, agility, strength, and defense, he was vastly inferior to Qin Mo long before Qin could respond. Qin Mo had already raised his right arm, striking with ferocity. This blow was aimed directly at his back. A lethal strike indeed. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when capturing a rabbit. Qin Mo never underestimated his opponents. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the great Qin prison, the sound waves cascading outward for kilometers. The fierce flames that had previously raged were extinguished in an instant, snuffed out by the violent winds generated by Qin Mo's punch. At the point of their contact, the ground was marred with hundreds of cracks, concaving inwards from the periphery. Suspended in midair, Qin Mo casually waved his hand, dispersing the dust and smoke before him. He lowered his head slightly, gazing quietly at the corpse beneath him, his expression tranquil. There, in Qin's left chest, was a gaping hole, his back having been completely pierced through by Qin Mo's punch. The immense impact had driven him down to the 3rd underground level, landing squarely at the feet of a tall, middle-aged man. The man stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, his expression one of utter incredulity. As a guardian of the underground, though not the highest in rank, he was aware of this person's true identity. He could not fathom why a second-tier king, who should have been confined to the 17th level of the prison, had appeared here. Even more bewildering was the sight of Qin's lifeless body. A faint metallic scent of blood quickly permeated the air, invading the nostrils of the tall man without invitation. Hiss! The acrid odor jolted him from his shock, his face paling dramatically. "Quick, Go check the 17th level, he shouted, no longer concerned with maintaining his composure. The underground plunged into brief chaos, but overall, the events of that night had reached their conclusion. Everyone lifted their heads, struggling to retract their gazes from the figure suspended in the air, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. Just a week prior, he had forcefully slain the champion Ho Xiaozu, and now, a week later, he had ruthlessly dispatched 3 kings, including a second-tier one. What sheer terror was this? What formidable power did he possess? In that moment, a singular thought surged collectively in their minds. The title of the great Qin war god rightfully belonged to Qin Mo. Who else could possibly deserve it? Was unparalleled elegance. This is unparalleled elegance. I fear that many years hence, those who reside in the great Qin prison this night shall find it difficult to forget the scene before them. The formidable presence of Qin Mo is indelibly etched in their hearts, akin to a searing brand. Yet, Qin Mo himself remains indifferent to these sentiments. After confirming the demise of Chun Long, he vanished into thin air, returning to the cell he had previously occupied. However, the cell, now reduced to ruins due to the fiery elemental crystal, bore little resemblance to its former self. Fortunately, there remained a place where one could sit, and Qin Mo, not one to indulge in delicacies, took a seat without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and his companions, who had rushed to extinguish the flames, returned. Upon their arrival, they beheld the towering inferno and heard the resounding explosion. Zhou Yu's expression darkened, his mood heavy. He had not anticipated the scene that awaited him upon opening the door. Contrary to his expectations of chaos, the underground prison, under the vigilant oversight of the guards, had returned to its original state, save for an elevation in security levels. This was indeed a surprising turn of events for Zhou Yu. He promptly sought to ascertain the particulars, and upon learning that it was the noble Qin Mo who had resolved the disturbances, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. To put it mildly, Qin Mo's intervention astonished him even more than before. Nevertheless, the outcome was clear. Regardless of Qin Mo's intentions, gratitude was in order. Thus, Zhou Yu approached Qin Mo with a face adorned with genuine smiles, eager to express his thanks. Has the heavenly king been disturbed? Zhou Yu inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo did not immediately respond, but took a moment before lifting his eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at him. What? Does Director Zhou fear that I might flee? He queried. Zhou Yu, nearly choking on his own words, coughed heavily and quickly replied with a forced smile. The heavenly king jests. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? It is merely that the audacious miscreants have wreaked havoc within the great Qin prison, and I feared for your safety, which compelled me to hasten to your side. Oh, Director Zhou, how much credence do you think I can place in your recent words? Qin Mo replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. At this, Zhou Yu's somewhat rotund figure slumped further, beads of cold sweat forming silently at the nape of his neck. Truth be told, although Qin Mo did not exude an overwhelming aura, Zhou Yu felt as though he stood before an insurmountable mountain, each word weighing heavily upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. The simple exchange, laden with dual meanings, left Zhou Yu perplexed as to its true implications. As the atmosphere had been set to this extent, Zhou Yu had no choice but to continue in response to the earlier remarks. I am utterly devoted, and heaven and earth can bear witness to my sincerity. There is absolutely no intention to deceive the king. The report that shall be presented to your majesty later will clearly detail the king's accomplishments this night, and I am willing to advocate for the king's merits. Zhou Yu's words rang with a robust and resonant clarity, seemingly heartfelt. However, Qin Mo had little patience for his verbosity. Without waiting for him to finish, he casually waved his hand and replied coolly, enough. The report is a matter for you, the warden, and does not require my input as a man burdened by guilt. It is late, and I am fatigued. You may depart. Zhou Yu paused, momentarily stunned. The eloquent phrases he had prepared were lodged at the edge of his throat, yet he had to force them back. He managed a sycophantic smile, gesturing to the side. In that case, I shall not disturb the king's rest. This area has been engulfed in flames, filled with smoke that is quite suffocating. I kindly request that the king temporarily relocate to another chamber. To this request, Qin Mo did not refuse, although the discomfort had no bearing on him. Why endure such hardship when a more pleasant environment was available? Qin Mo was not a rigid traditionalist. He nodded slightly and followed Zhou Yu to another cell that had remained untouched by the chaos. Once Qin Mo departed, a subtle ripple of movement flickered through the air, and a figure appeared like a specter amidst the ruins. The second ancestor remained, as he always was, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lounged in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, cradling an ancient, yellow tome. To ascend a rank within 7 days, truly deserving of the title of an unparalleled genius in a millennium, he murmured softly. His voice reverberated around him, though it seemed as if nothing had truly sounded. If someone had stood close by, they would have heard none of his words. After speaking, his smile deepened as he turned a page in the time-worn book, and within the depths of his pupils, numerous strange symbols danced up and down. When I advanced from the first to the second rank, it took me 38 years, and my genetic sequence was ranked 4th. This young man, Qin Mo, surpasses me by 5-fold. Should he not be ranked 1st? Lier furrowed his brow, contemplating this notion. Yet, he harbored another doubt. If Qin Mo were indeed the first sequence, why was he of the mimicry system? Could it be that this young man was beyond the first sequence? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the depths of the second ancestor's eyes, and he felt a twinge of astonishment at his own bold thoughts. He realized his previous assumptions might have been overly audacious. However, nothing else seemed to explain Qin Mo's astonishing rate of advancement. This truly exceeded his comprehension. Lier never anticipated that. As an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years, he would encounter something entirely unfamiliar. However, it is precisely this unexpected revelation that compelled him to depart from the ancestral land of Qingyang. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability to accomplish that particular feat. This thought amused him. Lier whispered softly, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes, beneath which lay a barely perceptible thread of profound anticipation. Subsequently, he reined in his thoughts, ceasing further contemplation. The peculiar runes that had been swirling deep within his pupils had vanished, and, as he grasped the scroll, he rose to his full height, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the earth. Gazing down at the shadow beneath his feet, his eyes held an ancient depth. It was as though he had pierced through the ground, catching a glimpse of the true Great Qin prison concealed beneath. Not merely one layer, but seemingly he could see through 30 layers at once. That night, at 3 a.m, within the ancient castle of the Fong family in the imperial capital, Duke Fengxiang furrowed his brow, unable to find solace in sleep. Though the disturbances from a Great Qin prison were subtle, they were significant enough to alarm the prominent figures among them. Moreover, nearly an hour had passed since the outbreak of the flames, and it was likely that all the influential individuals in the imperial capital were already aware of the events transpiring within the prison. While the ordinary citizens in the lower strata of the capital slept soundly, none of these elites could find rest. A prison break was monumental. It was a matter of greater magnitude than the turmoil caused by the Gao Ling Xia family in the capital, not to mention that it had been centuries since such an event had occurred in Great Qin. The fact that 3 heavenly kings were involved in tonight's incident was enough to cause a significant uproar. These were heavenly kings, capable of annihilating the entire imperial capital with a mere thought, the lives of millions hanging by a thread. With their genetic awakening reaching such heights, their individual prowess was extraordinarily formidable, indeed deserving of the title of demigod. This explains why the highest combat prowess seen on the battlefield was only at the peak of S-class. A tacit understanding had long been reached between the states of Qin and Qi in this regard. Neither side would deploy heavenly kings unless a full-scale war ensued. The potential devastation and casualties were too immense for either side to bear. Now, with 3 heavenly kings simultaneously ensnared in a prison break scheme, should they succeed, the ensuing retribution would be unimaginable. This need not be elaborated upon. Fortunately, these 3 heavenly kings had not even glimpsed the sun of the imperial capital before they were completely dispatched to the afterlife. In truth, the prison break had not truly succeeded. They had never set foot outside the Great Qin prison. That night, countless individuals in the imperial capital collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, shortly thereafter, they gasped in unison, their eyes widening in shock, filled with astonishment. The individual responsible for suppressing the Great Qin prison is none other than Qin Mo. This name has once again resounded throughout the imperial city in a remarkably short span of time, achieving remarkable notoriety. Within less than a week, mastering the technique to effortlessly slay a second-order heavenly king was akin to slaughtering chickens or pigs. What kind of terrifying talent is this? Fengxiang could not help but murmur softly, his brow knitted tightly, nearly forming a straight line, his eyes filled with anxiety and profound apprehension. Upon learning of the failure of the operations at the Great Qin prison, he immediately leveraged his connections to acquire detailed combat intelligence. Although no one witnessed the specifics of the battle, the duration from start to finish, along with the extent of the surrounding devastation, provided ample circumstantial evidence to ascertain the disparity in strength between the two sides. It was almost a one-sided massacre, exceedingly brutal and blood-soaked. According to Fong Xiang's expectations, the current situation should have been reversed. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Mo would deliver an astonishing surprise without uttering a single word? This plunged Fong Xiang into a deep state of agitation, an inexplicable fury surging within him. Of course, at this moment, he was not alone in his distress. The two dukes from the Longping Lu clan and the Far East Lin clan in the Imperial City exhibited similar sentiments, their inner anxiety rivaling that of Fong Xiang. To ascend a rank in merely 7 days, if left unchecked, would he not achieve the status of a great heavenly king within 6 months? A cold glint flickered in Fong Xiang's gaze, a chilling intent brewing deep within. His concern was never about how this failure would implicate their 3 families, but rather the terrifying potential Qin Mo had displayed thus far, which was truly astounding. After all, it was unimaginable that what would take an ordinary person 8, 9, or even 100 or 200 years to achieve, becoming a heavenly king, could be accomplished by Qin Mo in less than 7 days. Presently, Fong Xiang found himself not diminished by this setback, but rather more resolute in his prior convictions. This child, Qin Mo, must not be allowed to remain. With this thought, Fong Xiang suddenly rose, his face cold as he ascended towards the ancient castle. He swiftly entered his study, withdrew a mobile device from the shelf, and dialed an exceedingly confidential number. After a brief series of beeps, the call was answered. Fong Xiang's expression hardened immediately. Without uttering any superfluous words, he stated, "Pass the phone to the second elder. I have urgent matters to discuss." "Please hold, Patriarch," came a serious voice from the other end. Clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation from Fong Xiang's tone and the timing of the call, this was undoubtedly no ordinary urgent matter, but rather a matter of utmost importance. After waiting for just over a minute, a venerable voice finally echoed in his ear, none other than the second-in-command of the Yin-Nan Fong clan's Elder Council, a figure of immense prestige. Subsequently, the two engaged in a confidential conversation over the phone for a full half-hour before finally hanging up. When Fong Xiang eventually emerged from his study, the flicker of anxiety that had previously resided in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable sense of relief, as if he no longer harbored any concerns regarding Qin Mo's situation. No one knew the particulars of what Fong Xiang had discussed with the Elder Council during the call. Nonetheless, that night he enjoyed a remarkably deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder, not awakening until 10 o'clock the following morning. Moreover, within half an hour of the phone call's conclusion, several figures stealthily departed from Yan'an County, heading toward the capital. Simultaneously, the Lin and Lu families, who had briefly formed an alliance with the Fong family of Yan'an, did the same. However, at this moment, Qin Mo remained oblivious to these developments. He did not rest that night, remaining awake until 6 in the morning, when he began his routine of basking in the sunlight. The significance of strength need not be elaborated upon. Qin Mo was acutely aware of its importance. He absorbed solar energy continuously until 9 o'clock, when Zhou Yu knocked on his door, informing him that he was free to leave prison. This news did not surprise Qin Mo. His expression and emotions remained remarkably composed. Thus, under Zhou Yu's respectful guidance, Qin Mo finally exited the prison where he had spent the past 7 days. Outside the Great Qin prison awaited numerous individuals, including the current Duke Li Mao, the unparalleled Li Tian gang, along with the Li siblings, Chu Tianjiao, and Su Yin. Though none of these individuals were related to Qin Mo by blood, the bonds they shared were profoundly deep. Upon seeing them, Qin Mo momentarily paused in astonishment. Then a gentle smile gradually graced his lips. Though it was only 9 in the morning, a warm current surged within his chest, one that, while not enhancing his strength, provided him with immense comfort. Qin Mo took a deep breath and strode down the steps to stand before the gathering. Su Yin was the first to rush forward, enveloping him in an embrace, burying her head in his neck, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Why did you try to show off? When the sky falls, There will naturally be someone taller to bear it. You ended up imprisoned, but thankfully you are unharmed. What if something had happened to you? At this sight, the warmth in Qin Mo's chest intensified, and his smile grew ever brighter. He slowly opened his arms, gently embracing Su Yin and patting her back, cheerfully saying, "It's all right. Sister Su, see, I'm fine." Observing their interaction, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Li Yuan's eyes from within the crowd. She slightly lifted her foot, seemingly wishing to approach Su Yin, but ultimately did nothing, remaining still and merely watching. Nevertheless, this subtle motion did not escape the keen gaze of Li Mao, who stood nearby. Li Mao was well aware of his daughter's innermost thoughts, yet he refrained from explicitly addressing them. Instead, he gently cleared his throat, interrupting Su Yin's heartfelt outpouring, and smiled as he remarked, "Today marks a momentous occasion with Qin Mo's release from prison. Standing at the gates of the Qin prison may carry an air of ill omen. Let us depart from here and reminisce at our leisure." Upon hearing this, the others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group ascended into the luxurious, extended limousine awaiting them at the entrance, slowly making their way beyond the royal confines. Just as they had arrived, so too did they depart. Chapter 161, Satisfactory, yet not quite enough in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock, within the Li Manor's second-floor study, Qin Mo and Li Mao sat across from one another, the expensive chessboard still positioned before them. The black and white pieces lay intricately placed upon the board, having reached a crucial mid-game, the atmosphere thick with tension and a faint aura of danger. Though the Go board was confined to a small space, it mirrored the vastness of the Qin Empire. The adage of perceiving the grand through the minuscule could not be more fitting. Li Mao delicately pinched a black stone between his index and middle fingers. His brow furrowed in thought. After a prolonged silence, he found himself unable to make a decisive move. Long ago, Qin Mo's prowess in the realm of Go had far surpassed his own, leaving him at a considerable disadvantage. Eager to engage in this intellectual duel once more after a week apart, Li Mao felt the weight of the challenge before him. Finally, after a lengthy deliberation, his brow unfurled, yet the stone remained unplayed, returned instead to its box. "Forget it. This round is a loss for me," he admitted with a hint of frustration. Hearing this, Qin Mo slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a subtle smile as he replied, "It is merely a stroke of good fortune. What luck is there in chess? A loss is a loss, a win is a win. From the opening move to the endgame, both players engage in a battle of wits, without a moment's respite. If one were to attribute it to luck, it can only be said that fate has dictated a fortuitous move." Li Mao responded with a smile, his words laden with double entendre, seemingly discussing the intricacies of Go while subtly alluding to the current state of the Qin Empire. On the surface, all appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves churned. The ancient families had, through Qin Mo's recent actions, been forcibly divided into two factions: the Yannan Fong family, the Far East Lin family, and the Chongping Lu family on one side, and the Qingyang Li family and the Zhenbei Chu family on the opposing side. As for the imperial faction of the Qin Empire, while it seemed to have a somewhat ambiguous relationship with the Li family, in truth, Li Mao had no intention of allying with the royal court. To conspire with a tiger is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the royal court was not merely a tiger, but a true dragon. Even if this dragon were momentarily grounded and snared in shallows, it remained a dragon nonetheless. Qin Mo is not an individual entirely ignorant of political strife. Although he is not personally engaged in such conflicts, his lack of experience does not equate to a lack of observation. Moreover, with his extraordinary intellect, he swiftly comprehends the underlying implications of Li Mao's words. Nevertheless, Qin Mo chooses to remain silent. This is a struggle pertaining to the Qingyang Li family, not his own. While he maintains a cordial relationship with them, he is not irrevocably bound to their fate. He harbors no interest in the power struggles at play, nor does he concern himself with who occupies the throne within the royal confines, as long as it does not disrupt his life. Thus, upon hearing these remarks, Qin Mo merely smiles faintly and responds, "Brother, you are overthinking it. Playing chess is merely a form of entertainment. The joy of it is what truly matters. The outcome is of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Li Mao immediately understands his thoughts. He gazes deeply at Qin Mo, then slowly shakes his head, sighing in this regard, "I fall short of you." This remark refers to their differing mindsets. The bond between Qin Mo and Li Mao, despite their age difference, stems from a mutual understanding and a shared temperament, to a certain extent. Unfortunately, Li Mao bears the surname Li, belonging to the Qingyangli family. As the current head of the family, his bloodline compels him to prioritize familial obligations above all else. In contrast, Qin Mo is unencumbered by such burdens. He has always lived according to his own whims. After a brief silence, Li Mao gathers his thoughts and speaks regarding your impending title of duke. We were originally to wait another 2 or 3 months for public opinion to cool. However, given the recent events at the Great Qin prison, where you demonstrated remarkable prowess and decisively quelled the turmoil, it can be seen as a fortuitous opportunity. I surmise that, with this accomplishment, a ceremony to confer the title of duke will be held within a month, proclaiming it to the world. Whether or not this announcement is made, or whether he receives the title, is of little concern to Qin Mo. What intrigues him more is the identity of the forces behind the 3 kings from last night. There is a time for vengeance, he reflects, and a time for settling grievances. Since there are those who have gone to great lengths to eliminate him, he cannot simply act as if nothing has transpired. Qin Mo has never been known for his patience. His principles have always been straightforward and unyielding. This was evident in his earlier encounter with the Xia family of Jailing. Initially, he was inferior in strength to Xia Zhu, and thus had no choice but to endure. However, once he gained sufficient power, he disregarded the larger political landscape and the potential consequences, ruthlessly slaying Xia Zhu before the eyes of millions. The current situation bears no significant difference. He opened his mouth to inquire about which family it was, evidently having delineated a rough scope in his mind. This was hardly a matter shrouded in enigma. After all, to silently liberate a second-tier celestial being from the depths of the Great Qin prison's 17th level and effortlessly procure an S-grade elemental crystal for a harmonious collaboration was no small feat. Such grand undertakings could only be orchestrated by select few within the Great Qin, either the royal family or one of the 3 prominent clans. Li Mao had been maneuvering outside the prison, adeptly navigating various factions, and thus possessed far more information than Qin Mo, enabling him to see the situation with greater clarity. Upon hearing the question, Li Mao immediately shook his head and pondered, this should not be the work of the royal family. The notion of killing the donkey after the grind holds little significance for His Majesty. He would not so easily involve himself. I suspect it is a collaborative effort by the 3 prominent families. Having spoken, he rose and retrieved a document from the bookshelf behind him, presenting it to Qin Mo. Upon opening it, Qin Mo was met with a clandestine intelligence report, adorned with several blurred photographs. It was evident that these images had been captured in a distant locale. However, with his keen eye, Qin Mo instantly recognized the figures depicted, the heads of the 3 great families. The alliance among the 3 was no secret, and Fengxiang had not made much effort to conceal it, rendering it easily discoverable by the Li family's intelligence network. Observing this, Qin Mo could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. I have operated in the imperial capital for many years and have dealt with these families countless times. Each of these individuals is a cunning old fox. Family interests always take precedence, so it is impossible for any single family to act alone. Whichever family is leading this endeavor will inevitably drag the others into the fray. Li Mao elaborated, and Qin Mo's eyes narrowed even further, a flicker of light passing through their depths as his mind began to formulate a plan. I understand, he replied. A brief, peculiar silence enveloped the study. The atmosphere subtly growing tense, as an undercurrent of malice seemed to permeate the air. Li Mao, perceptive as always, quickly sensed this shift. He furrowed his brow slightly and, after considerable deliberation, spoke softly. Once again, I must advise caution. You are currently at a disadvantage. You are far from being a match for the united front of the 3 families. Moreover, the Qingyangli family is backed by the 2nd ancestor, and the others likewise possess individuals capable of contending with him. Otherwise, the balance of the Great Qin would have long been disrupted. Your youth still renders you insufficiently powerful. Yet your remarkable talent and unparalleled growth rate are your advantages. In a year or so, it will be time for reckoning. For the time being, you might as well reside here with me. It would also provide an opportunity for us to engage in chess together. What do you think? Each word conveyed a sense of care and concern. It is evident that Li Mao genuinely cares for Qin Mo's safety. fearing that he might act impulsively as he did a few days prior. However, it is clear that Li Mao does not fully understand Qin Mo. Even if he does not voice his thoughts, Qin Mo possesses an innate sense of discretion regarding such matters. When his strength is insufficient, he would not foolishly court death. The extraordinary genes within him are merely in their nascent stage, far from revealing their true might. In short, Qin Mo is unlikely to act rashly. Nevertheless, residing at the Li estate is unnecessary. The ancient castle of the Qingyang Li family does not guarantee safety. Rather, the presence of his second ancestor is the true assurance of security. Given this, why should Qin Mo stay here? With this in mind, he directly communicated his reasoning to Li Mao, expressing a preference for residing in Baiyun district. After hearing this, Li Mao could only nod in agreement. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, "I heard you were searching for the remains of the summer ancestor. What is your purpose in that?" Upon mentioning this, Qin Mo countered with a question regarding the progress on that matter from the Li family. Li Mao shook his head in response, saying, "Not yet. It is indeed strange. The remains of the summer ancestor seem to have vanished, as all leads have come to a standstill within the royal restricted area, making further investigation nearly impossible. If that is the case, let the intelligence agency pause their efforts. I merely intended to validate a certain conjecture of mine. It is not of great significance." Qin Mo replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. Observing this, Li Mao regarded him with suspicion for a moment, but ultimately nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Afterward, the two engaged in a game of chess and conversed casually. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, Qin Mo seized an opportunity to excuse himself, leaving the study to the expansive lawn outside the castle, where he sought a sunlit spot to continue absorbing solar energy. This continued until the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, and a familiar warmth surged from within his chest. Solar energy points, 43, freely allocatable. Gazing at the small text on his awakening panel, Qin Mo's lips curled into a broad smile. The solar energy points he had accumulated today had once again surpassed the 40-point mark. This was splendid news. As per his usual practice, Qin Mo adhered to a principle of balanced distribution, allocating 5 points to each of the 8 attributes, and then added an additional point to vision, intelligence, and strength respectively. The immense warmth swiftly radiated throughout his entire being, infusing each cell with the searing energy of the sun. At present, intelligence is a key attribute that Qin Mo prioritizes, particularly after encountering the enigmatic psychic awakener in the Great Qin prison, which profoundly impressed upon him the significance of intellect. My intelligence has now reached 283 points, a considerable enhancement compared to 7 days ago. I wonder what expression that psychic awakener will display if they visit my dreams once more. With this thought, Qin Mo's smile deepened. As the sun's energy was fully absorbed, a fleeting message flashed through his mind. Recovery. 279, skill, super endurance, enhancement. Qin Mo's strength had evidently surged once more. The enhancement of super endurance implied that his stamina would double from its previous capacity. It is important to note that while a brief surge of power is indeed significant, endurance remains the most crucial aspect. Furthermore, Qin Mo astutely discerned another anomaly. He had accumulated over 40 points of solar energy daily, whereas merely half a month prior, he could only gather slightly more than 30, and initially, it had been just a handful of points. It was evident that the accumulation of solar energy points was increasing. A small part of this could be attributed to the sweltering summer, as temperatures in the imperial capital rose. But a fourfold increase could not merely be explained by climate alone. It was clear that Qin Mo's rate of absorbing solar energy had accelerated. However, he was uncertain whether this was due to his overall physical enhancement or a hidden effect exhibited by the recovery attribute. Perhaps it was a combination of both. One thing was certain. Since the Gene Awakening panel had distinctly highlighted recovery, it could not be an insignificant attribute. Qin Mo's balanced development strategy was evidently the most prudent approach. After concluding his daily accumulation, he rose and returned to the castle, preparing to attend the evening banquet. This gathering was a private family affair hosted by the Li family, attended solely by acquaintances without any unfamiliar guests, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere in which Qin Mo felt entirely at ease. The banquet lasted for over an hour before it finally concluded. After engaging in casual conversation with Li Mao and Li Tiangang, he ascended to the 3rd floor of the castle. The Qingyang Li family had prepared a room for him, style precisely like his bedroom on Guanghong Street, clearly demonstrating thoughtful consideration. Observing this, Qin Mo could not help but smile gently before lying down on the grand bed. Soon, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Qin Mo once again entered the realm of dreams. At this moment, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the castle lay in utter silence. Abruptly, Qin Mo awoke from his bed, his expression remarkably calm. He slowly sat up and beheld an eerie figure, identical in appearance to him, reclining in a chair with a smug smile. I hear you've ascended to the second tier of the Celestial King. This is indeed a momentous occasion, the doppelganger remarked. In response, a subtle smile graced Qin Mo's lips as he softly replied, Indeed, advancement is commendable. Yet it is not sufficient. If you were to perish here tonight, that would be quite satisfactory. Chapter 162. For every time you come, I shall take your life. To wish for him to die here once more? How audacious! What sheer arrogance! Qin Mo scarcely concealed his inner thoughts upon catching sight of the counterfeit Qin Mo. A smile blossomed on his lips, adopting an air of condescension. It was evident that he exuded a remarkable confidence, unperturbed by his doppelganger. In an instant, the false Qin Mo experienced a profound realization as he recalled how Qin Mo appeared the first time he drew him into the dreamscape, and then observed the man before him now. He had to concede that Qin Mo had indeed made significant progress. The rumors circulating about his rapid growth were evidently not mere fabrications. Contemplating this, a chilling smile crept upon the false Qin Mo's lips as he sneered. Did no adult ever teach you that those who boast often meet a swift demise? Apologies, but no, they haven tea, Qin Mo replied, his expression unchanging, his smile growing more pronounced as he slowly shook his head. At that very moment, as his words hung in the air, he suddenly vanished from the bed, akin to a specter in the night. When he reappeared, he had already materialized at the left side of the false Qin Mo, his right hand clenched tightly, elbow bent backward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his adversary's face. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the air, a jarring echo that resonated within the soul. However, the punch did not fulfill its intended purpose of reducing the false Qin Mo's head to a pulpy mess. Instead, the force of the blow met the blade of a pitch-black dagger. At the critical moment, the false Qin Mo had swiftly extended his left hand, summoning dark energy that coalesced into a dagger within his palm, intercepting Qin Mo's fist. The immense force concentrated at a singular point unleashed waves of energy that radiated outward. Yet, as this transpired within a fabricated dream, no large-scale destruction ensued, allowing both parties to exert their full strength without restraint. Ah, your strength is commendable, but alas, is regrettably wasted on you. Allow me to take your place so you may witness the vast potential that lies within your own body. What do you think? The false Qin Mo remarked with a smile, raising his right hand, his index finger and thumb coming together in a slow, deliberate motion. Snap! The sharp sound of a finger snap resonated in the air. Almost immediately, shadowy figures began to materialize within the confines of the bedroom. Each of these phantoms bore Qin Mo's likeness, their lips curling into sinister smiles. You are not you. We are you. Dozens of figures spoke in unison, simultaneously raising their right fists, mirroring the very motion Qin Mo had just executed, aimed directly at his form. What makes you think you have the right to refuse me? The false Qin Mo, dagger in hand, regarded him with a mocking gaze as he posed the question. Without waiting for Qin Mo's response, he subtly activated his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the myriad shadows within the bedroom vanished, leaving only afterimages, while an overwhelming multitude of dark fists surrounded Qin Mo. As he stated, Qin Mo possesses no qualifications to refuse. This is a dreamscape of his own fabrication. He is the deity of creation here. If he desires Qin Mo's demise, then Qin Mo's survival is utterly inconceivable. However, his memory appears rather deficient. Merely a few days have passed, yet he has already forgotten the harrowing experience of having his heart pierced by a sword in the dream. Indeed, this is a dream of his own making. Yet the true master of this dream has never been him, but rather Qin Mo. A soft snap echoed throughout the entire bedroom, reverberating as if resonating directly within the heart of the false Qin Mo. A potent sense of foreboding surged through him like a tempestuous tide. causing the false Qin Mo's brow to furrow slightly, his gaze heavy with gravity. Do you believe you have the right to flaunt your arrogance in my dream? Qin Mo raised his head slightly, looking down upon him with eyes filled with both pity and disdain, utterly dismissing him. As his words settled, countless gleaming swords materialized behind the myriad of phantoms, piercing through their hearts with even greater swiftness. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment, Qin Mo vanished from his original position, appearing mysteriously behind the false Qin Mo, his left hand gently resting upon his shoulder. No one comprehended how he had shifted positions. It was as if he had always stood there, as if this had been his posture and movement from the very beginning. By the time the false Qin Mo realized what was happening, the chilling sensation on his shoulder had coursed through his body to his heart, seemingly intent on freezing all the blood within him. This is bad, the false Qin Mo thought to himself, his complexion shifting dramatically. His dagger executed a nimble flip, reversing its grip in a desperate attempt to strike at Qin Mo. Unfortunately, it was far too late. The crisp sounds of friction echoed in his ears, the noise of sharp instruments severing flesh and shattering bone. The false Qin Mo's pupils widened in disbelief, his face a tableau of incredulity as he slowly lowered his gaze to behold the sword tip protruding from his left chest, utterly perplexed. Once again, he met the same fate, the same conclusion. History is often strikingly similar. Fate seems rife with coincidences. In summary, he met his end once more beneath the edge of Qin Mo's sword, a most humiliating demise. The false Qin Mo opened his mouth, emitting a discordant sound akin to iron chains grinding against one another from his throat. I warned you not to be too arrogant. Understand whose dominion this truly is. Should you dare return, I shall slay you again. However many times you come, that is how many times I shall kill you. Sooner or later, the reality of you will also perish by my hand. Qin Mo leaned close to his ear, whispering like a demon, while simultaneously pushing the sword in his right hand 3 inches further forward, then gently nudging with his left hand. Bang! The body of the faux Qin Mo crashed heavily onto the floor. Perhaps due to the excessive force, his head was abruptly dislodged, rolling away like a ball. Coming to a stop near the bed, its gaze directed downwards towards Qin Mo. How dare you alter the foundational rules I have crafted? Just how formidable is your mental prowess? The faux Qin Mo inquired loudly, his tone imbued with indescribable shock and incredulity. Yet, Qin Mo was disinterested in engaging in further discourse. He had come to realize that eliminating the opponent within the dream realm would not lead to their demise. Any ensuing troubles would inevitably persist. With this in mind, why bother with idle chatter? Thus, Qin Mo approached the disembodied head, hands pocketed, slowly raising his right leg and coldly gazing at the faux Qin Mo, remarking with disdain, to say you're verbose would be an understatement. As his words settled, he swiftly struck out with his right leg, delivering a forceful kick to the crown of the head. Whoosh! At that moment, the faux Qin Mo's head soared through the window like a genuine leather ball, instantly traversing hundreds of miles. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the entire dreamscape began to tremble, gradually collapsing as it had previously. Qin Mo remained composed, his gaze tranquil. In the next instant, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by an impenetrable darkness. Silence enveloped him from all sides, with only a gentle breeze occasionally wafting through the window. Clearly, Qin Mo had returned to the realm of reality, and a faint smile crept upon his lips, a testament to his satisfaction with his previous performance within the dream. His enhanced mental perception and barriers were significantly more powerful than before, indeed providing a monumental surprise to the mysterious awakening of mental prowess. He pondered silently whether this gift would meet his expectations, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Subsequently, he closed his eyes once more, sinking into a profound slumber. Meanwhile, atop the Li family castle, the second ancestor sat serenely, unchanged from his previous demeanor. The warm evening breeze caressed his form, passing through him as if he were an ethereal presence, seemingly non-existent. Such formidable mental strength is a rarity among non-psychic awakeners. Lier mused softly while gazing at the yellowed ancient scroll in his hands. Evidently, although all that had transpired occurred within Qin Mo's dream, the second ancestor was not oblivious. He was acutely aware that in the brief clash that had just unfolded, it was Qin Mo who emerged with overwhelming victory. To be honest, this revelation astonished him. Just a few days prior, within the confines of the Great Qin prison, he had already been taken aback by this matter. Yet at that time, he had not anticipated that Qin Mo would once again showcase such immense strength. It is noteworthy that the genetic fluctuations tonight are nearly twice as intense as the last occurrence, indicating that the psychic awakener has indeed unleashed a more formidable power. Yet, before Qin Mo, he has found no advantage whatsoever, enduring an overwhelming defeat from start to finish. In this moment, the second ancestor finds it difficult to discern whether Qin Mo was deliberately concealing his prowess or if he genuinely is experiencing rapid growth. Even Lier, with his extensive experience, struggles to ascertain the truth, as this situation has transcended his understanding. Is it possible that this young man possesses no weaknesses? Lier mutta softly, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of frustration evident. After all, despite being at the pinnacle of the king level, he too has vulnerabilities. He is not an invincible hexagonal warrior. Nevertheless, regardless of which possibility holds true, it does not diminish the fact that Qin Mo's strength is formidable. For the second ancestor, the greater Qin Mo's power, the better. Pondering this, a broad smile spreads across Lier's face. He puts away the scroll in his hand, rises to his full height, and strides forward a few steps, positioning himself at the edge of the castle's top floor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazes intently into the distance, his pupils reflecting an enigmatic depth, uncertain of what exactly he observes. Who could the king-level psychic awakener be? He murmurs softly to himself. Psychic awakeners are the rarest, the most peculiar in ability, and the most mysterious in identity. This category of awakener differs from the other two. They find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to Escalade. And even if they miraculously do, it is nearly impossible to cross the vast chasm that lies before the king level. Yet astonishingly, a king-level psychic awakener has emerged in the imperial capital. Should this news leak, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval, plunging the prominent families into anxiety. After all, no one knows just how powerful a king-level psychic awakener can be, nor the bizarre and unpredictable abilities they may wield. The unknown often breeds fear. Paranoia may compel various factions to redirect their focus, aiming to eliminate this psychic king. Deng Shujia is acutely aware of this. Furthermore, he understands another grim reality, his imminent demise. As the head of the Logistics Bureau, had it not been for the surprise prepared by Qin Mo, he would have been reluctant to relinquish this position. It is essential to recognize that the Logistics Bureau is no trivial matter. It is a genuinely significant department, even more impactful than the Political Affairs Office, with the director holding a notably high status. Regrettably, he has ultimately reached this point. At this very moment, within the confines of his private residence's second-floor washroom, Deng Shujia sits upon the toilet, his gaze icy cold. He slowly clenches his fist, having mentally condemned Qin Mo to death 1,000 times over, harboring profound resentment and intense hatred. Damn it, Deng Shujia mutters under his breath, dark blood silently oozing from his nostrils. He turned a blind eye to it, not even bothering to wipe it away, and continued to mutter to himself. This young man's mental strength is far more formidable than I had anticipated. It seems that to completely parasitize him, I shall need to employ some subtle tactics. As he spoke, his gaze fluctuated back and forth, clearly indicating that he was already calculating in his mind. Yet, this could not conceal his profound disbelief today, as Qin Mo had genuinely astounded him. Just as the second ancestor had articulated, to ensure absolute certainty, he had directly utilized double the mental energy to construct the dreamscape, forcibly guiding Qin Mo into a deep slumber, completely exposing the innermost essence of his psyche. However, even with such measures, he ultimately failed to achieve his objective and was humiliatingly obliterated from the dream by Qin Mo. Now, to add the position of the director of the Logistics Bureau to this debacle could only be described as a catastrophic loss. Nonetheless, this very setback only solidified his resolve. He must succeed in parasitizing Qin Mo. Otherwise, the deaths of these two individuals would be nothing short of a total loss. Furthermore, the greater Qin Mo's displayed strength, the more it suggested that his innate talent was increasingly terrifying. He was a prime specimen, capable of equaling the strength of thousands. Contemplating this, Deng Shujia gradually narrowed his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within, while a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Yet this smile abruptly vanished. as dark blood seeped from every pore of his body, his ears, eyes, mouth, and skin, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Thus, Deng Shujia, the current director of the Logistics Bureau, met his demise. Chapter 163. Suspicion of cause of death. Layers of mystery. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Mo rose promptly, his biological clock unaffected by his stay at the Li family estate. The only distinction was that he did not need to prepare breakfast himself. The servants within the castle took care of everything for him. From this perspective, the five great families seemed to retain certain vestiges of ancient aristocratic customs. Qin Mo was not particularly fond of this, as the education he received in his previous life had deeply ingrained in him a sense of independence. Yet he would not voice any objections. After sharing breakfast with Li Mao, he once again ventured to the lawn outside the castle, absorbing the solar energy of the day, ensuring a steady enhancement of his abilities without neglect. During the morning meal, Qin Mo had already informed Li Mao that he would be departing from the Li family castle afternoon, returning to his old residence in Baiyin district. Although his old home could not compare to the opulence and extravagance of the estate and had aged considerably, it was nonetheless the inheritance left to him by his father. Moreover, having lived there for over 20 years, he had developed a certain attachment to it. In light of this matter, Li Mao attempted to dissuade him once more, but upon seeing Qin Mo's resolute determination, he ceased further argument. Li Tiangang took the initiative to accompany Qin Mo back, and as for the second ancestor, he had not made an appearance at all. However, it was evident that he would be discreetly safeguarding Qin Mo to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. With such an extraordinary bodyguard by his side, Qin Mo felt no apprehension regarding his safety. He lounged languidly on the grass, as if basking in the sun. Yet, this serene moment was short-lived. Before the clock struck 11, Li Mao dispatched a servant to summon him to the study, claiming that there were important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, a faint sense of intrigue stirring within him. What could be of such significance? He remained unaware for the time being. Soon, in the study on the second floor of the ancient castle, Qin Mo strode in with purpose, casually shutting the door behind him. There sat Li Mao, composed at his desk, holding a newspaper with an unperturbed expression. "Take a seat. We shall converse shortly," he said as he gestured for Qin Mo to sit. Complying, Qin Mo pulled out a chair and positioned himself opposite the desk. "What is it?" "Here, take a look at this," Li Mao replied, handing over the newspaper. Qin Mo took it and glanced over the contents, swiftly absorbing all the information. His keen eyes immediately caught a critical report. It was an eloquent obituary, mourning not just any individual, but the director of the Logistics Bureau of the Great Qin Empire, a significant figure wielding considerable power. The death of such a high-ranking official sent ripples through the empire, garnering significant attention and discussion. Moreover, according to the tribute, this director had been diligent and selfless since assuming office, tirelessly striving for the welfare of the citizens of the Great Qin. Tragically, he had been working late into the night, and years of relentless toil had taken a toll on his health, ultimately leading to a cerebral infarction and his untimely demise. How could the citizens not feel heartbroken over the loss of such an altruistic leader? However, Qin Mo pondered, what connection did this have to the five families or himself? He returned the newspaper, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Observing his expression, Li Mao seemed to instantly comprehend the unspoken question in his gaze. A smile broke across his face, his lips curving upward as he cheerfully remarked, "What do you think? Are you interested in spending a few days at the Logistics Bureau?" His words were unmistakably clear. With the position of the Logistics Bureau director now vacant, it was only natural for someone to step in. The Qingyang Li family hoped that person would be Qin Mo. After all, his presence in the Security Bureau was no longer essential for its normal operation. Instead, it would be more advantageous for him to gain prestige at the Logistics Bureau, adding a brilliant line to his resume. In that case, Qin Mo would not only become the unprecedented sixth Duke of the Great Qin Empire, but would also hold a significant position, gradually taking control of the Logistics Bureau. Much like the current Li Mao, aside from being one of the Dukes of the Great Qin, he also serves as the director of a security bureau, which has effectively transformed into the private estate of the Qingyang Li clan. Presently, the Li family is audaciously attempting to extend its influence over the Logistics Bureau, thereby subtly augmenting its power and amplifying its voice within the Great Qin, all in pursuit of a higher status. However, This endeavor is far from straightforward. The other three prominent families, including the royal family, will undoubtedly resist the Qin Li's unimpeded expansion of power, seeking to obstruct their ambitions and elevate their own affiliates. This is not merely a matter of exchanging interests. The authority wielded by the Logistics Bureau is immense, and its position is of paramount importance. As the saying goes, before the troops march, the provisions must be secured. Historically, those who oversee logistics are not mere triflers. To say this is a significant matter is no exaggeration. Nevertheless, Qin Mo is presently unconcerned with these machinations. He gazes at the eulogy before him, feeling an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered it in another context. Could it be that all eulogies in the world follow a similar format? Clearly, that is not the case. Qin Mo immediately engages his superintelligent mind, swiftly sifting through his memories to discern the source of this familiarity. After a few seconds of contemplation, he furrows his brow, his pupils narrowing as the answer crystallizes. Just days ago, while still confined within the Great Qin prison, he had come across another eulogy for a high-ranking imperial official on various media platforms. This individual was none other than the deputy director of the administrative office, Shang. Although Qin Mo had only cast a fleeting glance at it, he distinctly remembered the entirety of the eulogy. Upon juxtaposing the two texts, he is astonished to discover that, aside from the names of the deceased, the content is almost entirely identical, as if carved from the same mold. Is this merely coincidence? Qin Mo slowly narrows his eyes, his superintelligent mind rapidly processing, analyzing, calculating, and extrapolating the existing information. Frankly, he does not believe this to be mere happenstance. Such coincidences are improbable. Within a mere fortnight, two high-ranking officials of the Great Qin Empire have perished under absurd circumstances, one succumbing to a sudden heart attack, the other to an induced cerebral infarction. Even if these individuals were not awakened beings, but simply ordinary people, would the Imperial Hospital not have detected potential issues in advance, preparing accordingly given their status? Contemplating this, Qin Mo's gaze sharpens further. The more he examines, the more apparent the multitude of inconsistencies becomes. Clearly, there is more to the deaths of these two than meets the eye. Raising his head to meet Li Mao's gaze across the desk, he refrains from answering the latter's earlier question and instead poses a direct inquiry. Brother, how exactly did the current director of the Logistics Bureau, Deng Shujia, meet his end? Upon hearing this, Li Mao slowly furrowed his brows, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that Deng Shujia did not pass away due to illness, but rather through foul play? The Li family remains uninformed?" Qin Mo asked in astonishment. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had assumed that the Qin Li family was privy to the underlying details, yet Li Mao's response indicated their complete ignorance. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Could it be that his previous conjectures were misguided? Was it mere coincidence that Deng Shujia and Shang Lichang were entwined? Qin Mo pondered silently, then shook his head, resolutely clinging to his initial beliefs. He then continued, "Brother, where is Director Deng's body currently located? It should be under the custody of the hospital in the imperial capital, awaiting transport to the crematorium for the funeral in a few days," Li Mao replied. Qin Mo nodded slightly, mentally noting this piece of information. "If you harbor any doubts, I can arrange for someone to retrieve the autopsy report later. Regardless of whether foul play was involved, we must secure this directorship. It is imperative. Even if we fail to claim it, we cannot allow other factions to interfere," Li Mao stated solemnly, his gaze sharp. Each of his words, though calm, concealed an undercurrent of impending turmoil. Qin Mo fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, he was indifferent to the matter and had no desire to engage in such machinations. He found the idea of playing mind games and scheming to be a tedious and uninteresting endeavor. However, given that the position of director of the Logistics Bureau was contested among the 5 great families and the royal family, he could not simply remain a passive observer. It was crucial to recognize that the royal family was the driving force behind the Gao Ling Xia clan, with whom he had long-standing animosity and irreconcilable differences. Furthermore, the trio of families led by the Yin Nanfang clan was bent on assassinating him, determined to extinguish him in his infancy. This was a mortal enmity. When faced with such a deadly feud, there could be no truce. If the 3 families sought to elevate their own candidate to the Logistics Bureau and occupy that coveted seat, he would resolutely oppose their ambitions. At that moment, Qin Mo's mind was clear. He gazed into Li Mao's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "I have grown weary of the office at the Security Bureau. I wonder if the director's office at the Logistics Bureau might prove more comfortable." The implications of his words were unmistakable and unequivocal. A glint of understanding flashed in Li Mao's eyes, and he immediately responded, "Excellent. With your endorsement, the Qingyang Li family will indeed vie for the position at the Logistics Bureau." A radiant smile spread across Li Mao's face, his confidence solidified. Had it been anyone else, he would not have entertained such discussions. The Council of Elders would have swiftly rendered a decision. Yet, Qin Mo was different. If he expressed any reluctance or lack of intention, the Li family would not exert any pressure and would simply seek another individual to contend with. The Qingyang Li family holds Qin Mo's wishes in the highest regard. They do not view him as a mere tool or a disposable pawn. In a certain sense, their relationship resembles a collaboration, especially following the pronouncement made by the second ancestor the previous night. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose from the study and returned to the grassy expanse to bask in the sun's energy. It was not until noon that he returned to the castle's parlor to join others for a delightful luncheon, which was marked by a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Qin Mo chose not to linger, instead boarding Li Tiangong's supercar and departing the estate, steering towards Guanghong Street. Li Tiangang drove at an astonishing speed, akin to a frenzied beast rampaging through the streets. Thus, within 20 minutes, Qin Mo stepped through his front door. At that moment, the Li family was also sending the autopsy reports they had acquired via email to Qin Mo. There were 2 reports in total, one concerning Director Deng, who had died the previous night, and the other regarding Deputy Director Shang, who had passed a few days earlier, which he had requested in passing. Both autopsy reports were meticulously detailed, spanning dozens of pages. However, the ultimate conclusions mirrored exactly what was stated in the eulogies. After perusing the documents, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. There were no discrepancies, nor any ambiguities. It was indeed a flawless autopsy report. He murmured, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. The more perfect and detailed the report appeared, the more it resembled a carefully fabricated narrative, which felt exceedingly suspicious. Qin Mo was now certain that neither individual had succumbed to illness. However, he remained unclear about the true motives of the assailant. The reasons behind their demise eluded him. Furthermore, their deaths seemed to bear no direct connection to Qin Mo, allowing him the option to remain uninvolved and avoid this murky situation. Yet, the inexplicable disappearance of Elder Xia's body and the presence of that enigmatic psychic awakener compelled him to ponder further. It is noteworthy that 2 officials of the Empire had met their ends in his dreams, both of considerable rank and influence within the capital. To assert that there was no correlation between these events would be implausible. The timing was too fortuitous, and the circumstances surrounding their deaths were riddled with suspicion. Of course, examining each incident in isolation would not reveal any anomalies. However, today, when Li Mao summoned him regarding the logistics department, it served as a connective thread that illuminated Qin Mo's thoughts. Who were the individuals he had slain in his dreams? What connection did the high-ranking officials Deng Shujia and Shang Lichang have with that psychic awakener? Perhaps by delving into the circumstances surrounding their deaths, he could uncover the true identity of the psychic awakener and unveil his concealed visage. Upon such contemplation, a subtle smile graced the corner of Qin Mo's lips, his gaze profoundly deep and lingering. How intriguing. It seems a visit to the capital's hospital is in order this evening. With that, Qin Mo temporarily reined his thoughts and followed Li Tiangang out of the door. He was no longer the deputy director of the Security Bureau, now merely a member of society without obligations to a workplace. However, remaining cooped up at home would be detrimental to the accumulation of light energy points. Recently, he had been unwell, his condition far from optimal. Chapter 164. The corpse emerges. Wu Cheng is startled. That night, the moonlight cascaded like water over the capital. Baiyun District's Guanghong Street lay enveloped in a profound silence, the empty streets devoid of human presence. It was already 2 a.m, and most souls had succumbed to slumber. Occasionally, a few staggering drunkards sprawled in shadowy corners, their stench of alcohol repelling even the most tenacious of insects. Suddenly, Qin Mo awoke in his bedroom, as if 2 brilliant lights had ignited in the darkness. A slow smile crept across his face, enigmatic in its essence. He quietly rose, donned his clothing from beside the bed, and then gently opened the bedroom window, slipping out into the night with utmost stealth. Everything transpired as though it had never occurred. In the adjacent guest room, Li Tiangang remained blissfully unaware, his current prowess rendering him incapable of detecting Qin Mo's movements. Only a peak master like the second ancestor could discern such subtleties. After Qin Mo's discreet departure, the second ancestor materialized from the living room sofa, a faint smile gracing his features as he clutched an ancient, yellowed tome. "How amusing," Li Er murmured, shaking his head slowly. He did not pursue Qin Mo's trail, seemingly unconcerned for his safety. Yet, Qin Mo was acutely aware that the second ancestor was ever vigilant in his protection. If Li Er could sense his actions, then Qin Mo, too, could perceive Li Er, especially after he had amassed over 40 light energy points that afternoon, enhancing his physical attributes once more. His strength had notably reached a critical threshold, doubling both his foundational and maximum power. In simpler terms, Qin Mo had grown significantly stronger. He was but a few strides away from the third tier of the king level, or perhaps he had already attained a comparable prowess. Qin Mo remained oblivious to this fact, as he did not follow the mainstream cultivation path of this realm. His purpose for stealthily venturing out in the dead of night was to reach the capital's hospital, specifically the morgue. Upon exiting through the window, Qin Mo made no attempt at concealment, unleashing a terrifying speed that carried him to the hospital's basement in the blink of an eye. An eerie chill enveloped the surroundings, and amidst the sweltering 30-degree summer night, one could feel an intense cold, akin to piercing ice water. Were one to consider the perspective of an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly hesitate to venture into a place so replete with the deceased. However, Qin Mo is no ordinary person. He harbors no fear of corpses, nor does he dread the atmosphere that envelopes such locales. His unwavering confidence stems, on one hand, from his formidable prowess, and, on the other, from the knowledge that the chilling air is artificially generated, rendering any self-induced fright unnecessary. The hospital's morgue, burdened with an accumulation of cadavers, necessitates the procurement of numerous refrigeration units and the installation of the finest cooling systems to prevent the bodies from rapidly decomposing. This is the sole purpose of such measures. As Qin Mo gazed at the stout walls before him, his pupils silently shifted in hue, activating his piercing vision. The solid wall instantly transformed into an ethereal transparency, revealing everything within with crystal clarity, leaving no corner concealed. This included the specialized refrigeration units storing the bodies, which similarly succumbed to his penetrating gaze. He refrained from entering, instead standing outside while scanning his surroundings, comparing the visages of the deceased to the images etched in his memory. The photographs of Deng Shujie and Shang Lichang had been displayed alongside the eulogies in the newspaper, and as a man with an exceptional memory, he had retained them. However, after this comparison, a frown slowly creased Qin Mo's brow. He discerned that, remarkably, the morgue contained neither of their remains. This was highly irregular. Once life departs, it cannot be restored. Corpses do not simply rise and flee. Thus, only two possibilities remained. Qin Mo's supercharged intellect rapidly calculated and deduced that either the two men, due to their esteemed positions and illustrious identities, had their bodies placed in separate chambers, or upon their demise, they had never been transported to the capital at all. Should the latter be true, the autopsy reports procured by Li Mao, along with those eulogies, would indeed face grave discrepancies. Contemplating this, Qin Mo's gaze flickered momentarily. His thoughts stirred, and he swiftly expanded his holographic vision, encompassing the entirety of the Imperial Capital Hospital. An abundance of information surged into his mind, enabling him to construct a three-dimensional model of the premises. After a cursory glance, he furrowed his brow, only to relax it moments later, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Intriguingly, the bodies were indeed not within the Imperial Capital Hospital. He whispered to himself internally, finding amusement in the revelation. Subsequently, without lingering any longer, Qin Mo turned away, vanishing from the scene. The anomalies he had observed within the morgue solidified his suspicions. The untimely deaths of these two high-ranking officials were undoubtedly linked to that enigmatic psychic awakened being. Thus, after departing from the Imperial Capital Hospital, Qin Mo chose not to retrace his steps, but instead stealthily infiltrated the royal restricted area. Here, he exercised considerably more caution. During his previous incarceration, Qin Mo had explored the Forbidden Zone using a holographic perspective, discovering it densely populated with numerous shadowy figures, each possessing remarkable strength. In the peripheral areas of the Forbidden Zone, S-rank, 8th-tier awakened beings had begun to emerge, which strongly suggested that formidable experts at the king level resided deep within. Although the second ancestor had been faithfully accompanying and protecting him, Qin Mo was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. His tentative plan for the night was to explore the outer perimeter of the royal Forbidden Zone, leaving the remainder for another time. Resolute in his decision, Qin Mo gradually narrowed his eyes, cautiously extending both his holographic vision and mental perception. With his super endurance, which had been enhanced multiple times, he could maintain this state for an extended duration without any difficulty. This was the moment when the recovery of this attribute would prove beneficial. The night in the imperial capital was destined to be anything but tranquil. Qin Mo's eyes squinted even tighter. Wu Cheng, too, narrowed his gaze, stifling a yawn. With his king-level prowess, his spirit was remarkably vigorous, and weariness was not something he encountered. However, the task at hand was exceedingly tedious. Casting a glance at the two-story building beneath him, he wore an expression of utter boredom, tinged with a hint of resentment and indignation. Of course, this was not entirely Wu Cheng's fault. Any king assigned to guard a corpse would likely feel discontent. As a prominent figure of the royal family, Wu Cheng held a position of considerable esteem, deserving of luxury and opulence. At the very least, he ought to be stationed at the borders or tasked with dealing with the formidable 5 great families, thus showcasing his immense power as a king. Unfortunately, due to his royal lineage, he had no choice but to obey the orders handed down from above, regardless of his grievances, which he could only bury deep within himself. As these thoughts consumed him, his irritation grew, prompting him to glance upward at the moon, temporarily veiled by the clouds. Raising an eyebrow in mild exasperation and letting out a soft sigh. The echo of that sigh seemed to resonate, ringing in his ears. Suddenly, Wu Cheng furrowed his brow, a torrent of complex thoughts flashing through his mind. Why was there a second sigh? Why did it resonate so closely to his own ear? Before his mind could fully comprehend the implications, Wu Cheng's body reacted instinctively, propelled by his formidable genetic power that swiftly dispersed throughout him. A phantom of a fierce tiger materialized momentarily before vanishing again. As he swung his left arm, he turned sharply to the side, his expression grave. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his face a tableau of astonishment. "Duke Fong!" Wu Cheng exclaimed, shocked as he gazed upon a visage so familiar it was almost surreal. Before him stood none other than Fong Xiang, the current head of the Fong family from the Yan'an Fong clan, one of the 5 illustrious lineages of the Great Qin Empire. Although enveloped in darkness and the night was thick, the faint moonlight permitted Wu Cheng to discern every detail with clarity. The contours of the nose, the shape of the eyes, the ears, and the mouth. Every aspect of his face mirrored that of Fong Xiang perfectly. The shock was overwhelming. Why would the current head of the Yan'an Fong clan appear in the royal Forbidden Zone at such a late hour? How had he managed to approach so stealthily? Wasn't he an S-class awakener? This was an S-class. The emergence of Fong Xiang was indeed staggering, inundating Wu Cheng's mind with an abundance of information, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yet, in that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Fong Xiang suddenly curled his lips into a peculiar smile and raised his index finger to his mouth in a gesture for silence. Shoo! The sound of his voice barely had time to dissipate when Wu Cheng's body contorted into a shrimp-like shape, his eyes involuntarily widening, nostrils and mouth agape. Threads of crimson blood coursed like voracious worms across his eyeballs, instantly rendering his gaze a fierce red. Ha! The nearly shattered cartilage of his throat strained to emit a final, feeble scream, but the sound was so faint it resembled a mosquito buzzing in one's ear. Upon hearing this, Duke Fong frowned, a touch of impatience flickering as he waved his left hand dismissively, as if swatting away an insect. Meanwhile, his right hand, pressed against Wu Cheng's chest and abdomen, opened its fingers before tightening into a fierce grip, executing an almost imperceptible motion of retracting and striking, unleashing an even greater force. Bang! A muffled thud resonated through the deep night. Wu Cheng's clothing was in tatters, every pore of his body oozing fine droplets of blood. His once bright eyes now clouded with confusion. This time, he could muster no sound. His body, shattered in bones and veins, lost its support, collapsing into a puddle of flesh. Slowly tilting backward to crash onto the rooftop. Fong Xiang rose, casting a pitying glance at him, clicking his tongue softly, and shook his head slowly before vanishing from sight. On the empty rooftop, only Wu Cheng remained. At that moment, the moon ascended from behind the clouds, its gentle light spilling across the earth, illuminating the night and also casting light upon the bloodied figure of the tragic king. Yet, it seemed that this king had not succumbed to the 2 punches from Fong Xiang. He still retained a sliver of life. That sliver, perhaps, would only sustain him until 8 o'clock the following morning. It was uncertain whether Wu Cheng was simply fortunate or if this outcome had been orchestrated deliberately. Qin Mo is now poised to provide an answer. This, of course, is a deliberate masterpiece of his design. There is no room for mere luck in such a scheme. If one were to act insincerely, they would be easily unmasked. The members of the royal family are astute, and there is no shortage of them. At this moment, beneath the rooftop of Wu Cheng's dwelling, Qin Mo reached up to remove the transparent mask adorning his face. This mask is an S-grade, functional holy relic, a trophy he acquired during his time at the Camellia Tavern, which has proven invaluable in numerous subsequent endeavors. Tonight is no exception. In truth, his impersonation of Fong Xiang was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Upon entering the royal restricted area, Qin Mo quickly discerned several irregularities. Utilizing his X-ray vision, holographic perspective, and mental perception, he spent 5 minutes pinpointing the location of the concealed body. When he discovered that Wu Cheng, with whom he had a brief acquaintance, was stationed there, he was suddenly struck with a different intention, deciding to leverage Wu Cheng's identity as a royal king to tarnish the reputation of the Yan Nanfang family. After all, both parties were at odds with him. Whether it was a grudge or a blood feud, why not orchestrate a dog-eat-dog scenario? Thus, Qin Mo promptly withdrew, returned home to retrieve the mask, and swiftly came back. With his speed, the entire round trip took no more than 20 seconds, hardly a delay. What followed was the scene that had just transpired. With his formidable strength, now comparable to a third-tier king, overpowering a first-tier Wu Cheng was effortless. Unfortunately, having only encountered Fong Xiang from the Yan Nanfang family, he could not replicate the appearances of other kings. Otherwise, the performance could have been even more convincing. Nevertheless, the blend of reality and illusion would only heighten the royal family's suspicions. Contemplating this, a faint smile gradually crept across Qin Mo's lips. He then shifted his gaze once more, quietly activating his X-ray vision to inspect the 3 coffins laid out within the room. The 2 flanking coffins contained the bodies of Director Deng Shujie from the Logistics Bureau and Deputy Director Shang Li Chong from the Political Affairs Office, while the central coffin held the remains of Xia Zhu, who had mysteriously vanished from the Qingyang Li clan's records. To have a king guarding these seemingly worthless corpses, the royal family truly spared no expense. Qin Mo murmured softly. Approaching the coffin, his eyes narrowed slightly as he beheld the body of Deng Shujie, covered in dark, eerie blood. Indeed, there was something amiss, Qin Mo considered. Chapter 165, 2 Imperial Edicts. 1 seed the following morning, at 6 o'clock. A gentle warm breeze wafted through, sweeping into every corner of the imperial capital and stirring every speck of dust. Yesterday marked the final day of July, and the night had been unremarkable, as if nothing had transpired, quietly ushering in the new month. The capital remains unchanged, with the climate growing increasingly sweltering each day, making one feel as if they are languishing in a steaming cauldron over a blazing fire, their hearts brimming with endless irritation. The hospital in the capital retains its former demeanor, the cold air emanating from the morgue's refrigeration units, perpetually unsettling. Equally discomforting is a certain residence within the royal restricted area, where deep brown blood saturates the cement roof, a series of stains resembling resplendent lotuses. Fortunately, being atop the roof, no one can behold this sight, sparing the need for meticulous cleaning of the bloodstains. However, it is precisely because this is the rooftop that when the esteemed King Wu Cheng is discovered, he is left with but a faint breath, barely clinging to life. He possesses critical intelligence that must be reported to the royal authorities, potentially influencing the geopolitical landscape of the Great Qin for decades to come, perhaps even immediately. Your Majesty, King Wuqing has not yet escaped the clutches of death, but he forcibly awakened for a brief minute and recounted the ambush he endured last night. Within the resplendent hall, adorned with intricately stacked bricks resembling dragons and phoenixes in flight, an elderly man with a countenance etched with wrinkles and a stooped frame humbly bowed his head, respectfully presenting a note. Opposite him, the Qin Emperor was engaged in his morning repast, thus did not extend his hand to receive it, continuing instead to delicately pick at the crisp strands of white radish before him. Only when the plate was nearly empty, with scant remnants left, did the Emperor leisurely take a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then lifted his hand to accept the note, casting a discerning eye upon it. Meanwhile, the elderly man seized the moment, discreetly signaling to the surrounding maidservants with a glance and a subtle wave of his hand. The maidservants, understanding his intent, hurriedly approached with soft footsteps to clear away the dishes. Everything in this grand hall seemed to echo the feudal dynasty of a millennium past, apart from the differing attire. The customs, rituals, and even titles remained unchanged. This influential elder was the chief eunuch of the Great Qin Empire, a trusted confidant of the emperor, though he was no longer referred to as such, nor was he a eunuch in the traditional sense. After the last maidservant departed with the dishes, the emperor had just finished perusing the clues provided by Wuqing. He set the note aside, a hint of concern furrowing his brow as he softly mused. The Yin family of the southern region? How intriguing. What is your perspective? The elder, aware that the emperor sought his counsel, immediately responded, Your Majesty, I believe there is indeed potential in the Yin family of the south. However, to suggest that Duke Fong would act personally seems a bit too obvious. Are you implying that the other four prominent families are orchestrating a conspiracy? The Qin emperor smiled and inquired, his complexion as pale as ever, resembling that of a corpse. It was unclear whether his frailty stemmed from a severe weakness or an overindulgence in daily servings of shredded white radish. Confronted with this exceedingly sensitive matter, the elder refrained from speaking freely. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly suggested, with a troubled expression, that since they had not seen anything the previous night, it would be prudent to entrust the matter to the subordinates for investigation. The Qin emperor recognized this as mere empty rhetoric, but did not express anger or reprimand the elder. Instead, he shook his head and slowly remarked, An investigation will undoubtedly prove futile. Although the theft of 3 grand coffins could be attributed to the loss of royal treasures, the fact remains that if one can evade so many watchful eyes in the shadows and quietly injure a king while brazenly carting away several thousand pounds of weight, it is implausible to glean any information through conventional means. As these words left his lips, the emperor's brow furrowed even deeper, and he continued, Given the influence of the Yin South Fong family, if they truly wished to orchestrate such an act, they could indeed succeed. He seemed to have already concluded that this was the handiwork of Fong. However, the elder, having followed the emperor for many years, could sense a whisper of imperial intent. The more the emperor spoke, the more the elder felt it unlikely that the Yin South Fong family was involved. Merely examining the motive rendered it inexplicable. So, who could it be? The elder dared not voice his thoughts, lowering his head further, as if his mouth were sewn shut with needle and thread. An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall, while the emperor's gaze flickered with complex emotions, revealing the depths of his contemplation. This continued for approximately 15 minutes, until a graceful maid entered the hall, respectfully announcing, Your Majesty, it is time to change your attire. With these words, the tension in the hall dissipated instantly. The Qin emperor rose with a genial smile, extending his arms as the stream of maidens unfastened his garments and draped him in another black robe adorned with 9 dragons. Following the conclusion of the court discussions, he casually decreed that a message be sent to the Yin South Fong family, instructing them that he would personally visit to gauge the depth of the Fong Duke's influence. Furthermore, he ordered a message to be conveyed to the distant Eastern Lin family and the Chongping Liu family, inviting the Duke of Lin to a banquet at the palace that evening. The elder's demeanor shifted sharply, his heart racing as he meticulously analyzed the implications of the emperor's words. To test Fong's influence necessitated a message of demotion, while inviting the Duke of Lin to the palace signified a commendation. Such contrasting messages could easily widen the already tenuous alliance among the 3 noble families. Moreover, The emperor had emphasized that the second decree should be delivered in front of the Duke of Lu, indicating his intent to extend an invitation publicly. Thus, none of the three families would escape the repercussions of this ploy. It was certain that the night ahead would bring an insomniac vigil for all three households. Ultimately, His Majesty harbored suspicions and resolved to take preemptive measures, transforming passivity into proactivity, evolving from a mere pawn into a master strategist. The elder privately speculated as much, yet he dared only to express his thoughts internally, responding softly and bowing in agreement. Subsequently, adorned in a resplendent black robe embroidered with dragons, the emperor strode purposefully into the grand hall of deliberation. Approximately 10 minutes later, he entered from the right side, his gaze falling upon a vast, long table. The attendees of this council had already taken their places, rising in unison to bow in deference to the emperor. Today marked the first day of August, and in accordance with customary practice, a council meeting was convened at the beginning of each month to deliberate on matters both great and small. Although the previous month had seen at least 5 such gatherings, tradition is tradition, and it is not to be lightly altered. Given the brief interval, one might theorize that there was little to discuss. This visit was merely a formality, a mere attendance. However, no sooner had the emperor taken his seat than the current head of the Northern Guardian Chu clan, Duke Chu Xiong, spoke in a grave tone. The former director of the Logistics Bureau has passed away in service. This position is of great significance, and a vacancy cannot be allowed to persist even for a day. Your Majesty must select a successor promptly. Duke Chu's assertion held merit. The emperor raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, nodding with a smile, and then turned his gaze towards Li Mao on his left. Might there be a candidate you wish to propose, Duke Li? At this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Li Mao's eyes, yet he concealed it expertly, responding with a smile. Coincidentally, Your Majesty, I had intended to recommend someone. Oh, who is it that occupies such a prominent place in your thoughts, Duke Li? It is none other than Qin Mo, the Marquis of Guanyi, who recently eradicated traitors within our great Qin Empire and quelled internal strife, thereby rendering outstanding service. Li Mo replia. After making his statement, his gaze swept around the long table before he continued. The Marquis recently single-handedly subdued 3 formidable adversaries, quelling a rebellion that erupted within the Great Qin prison. At merely 23 years of age, he possesses a fervent heart and unwavering loyalty to our empire. Li Mao proceeded to extol Qin Mo's virtues, nearly elevating him to the status of the greatest benefactor since the founding of the Qin. The high officials seated beneath the table understood this maneuver. It was merely a strategy to introduce competitive leverage, as such occurrences were not uncommon, reminiscent of the recent vice director of the Bureau of Machinery. Yet, in the eyes of the 3 families of the Yin-Nan-Fong clan, the perspective differed. Occupying high positions, their broader horizons allowed them to perceive more, thus leading to deeper contemplation. While Li Mao's words alone were innocuous, the exchange between him and the emperor, coupled with their previously close relationship, suggested an implicit alliance, seemingly orchestrated to elevate Qin Mo to the position of director of the Logistics Bureau during this council. For the Yin-Nan-Fong family, this was certainly not a fortuitous occurrence. Thus, before Li Mao could finish his statement, Fong Xiong, seated opposite him, impatiently raised his finger to lightly tap the table, forcefully injecting a discordant note into the conversation. The gaze of the assembly converged upon him, as he, with an indifferent expression, slowly articulated, I believe that Qin Mo is wholly unfit to assume the role of the Logistics Bureau chief. Once uttered, the atmosphere in the grand hall shifted perceptibly. A collective tension swept through the crowd, as they could foresee that today's deliberations would undoubtedly be fraught with verbal skirmishes and sharp retorts. Fong Xiong, accustomed to disregarding the scrutiny of others, continued to present his substantial rationale, with occasional interjections of support from the heads of the Lin family of the Far East and the Lu family of Chongping. Such scenarios had unfolded countless times over the past decade. Everything seemed to mirror the past with little distinction. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone at the long table, a deeper, enigmatic significance lingered within the Qin Emperor's seemingly placid gaze directed at Fong Xiong. It appeared both evaluative and speculative. Clearly, this was a deliberate maneuver to gauge Fong Xiong's stance, to discern his true intentions. How did the Yin-Nan-Fong family come to know the whereabouts of the concealed corpses, and why did they seek to abscond with the coffins? The court assembly persisted for over 2 hours, with the 5 great families embroiled in incessant debate, the tensions escalating to the brink of physical confrontation. However, just as the powder keg was on the verge of igniting, the Qin emperor interjected at the opportune moment. He cheerfully remarked, "The Marquis of Guanyi is young and capable, a youthful hero indeed, and deserving of great responsibility. The position of logistics bureau chief would be no slight to him." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly and the grim expressions of Feng Xiang and his companions, he elegantly rose and departed. It was evident that in this round of courtly intrigue, the Qin Li family emerged victorious. Of course, following this affair, Li Mao would be obliged to concede some inherent interests of the Li family to the imperial court, a tacit understanding that had been established at the Long Table. However, Qin Mo remained oblivious to these machinations. He had already left the imperial capital, arriving in a secluded mountainous area several hundred miles away. In the desolate expanse of the mountains, there lay a shallow pit measuring 3 paces in diameter, within which were meticulously arranged 3 open coffins, emanating a chill that seemed incongruous under the blazing sun. Qin Mo stood beside them, surveying the peculiar corpses within the coffins from a vantage point above. The tiny ice crystals clinging to the bodies were the result of his exceptional lung capacity, converting the frigid air to preserve the corpse's freshness and prevent rapid decay in the heat. After relocating these coffins from the royal confines the previous night, he had dug a pit and filled it with earth before returning home to sleep peacefully. It was only the following morning, after sharing a breakfast with Li Tiangang, that he commenced his meticulous investigation. He clearly did not wish for the Qin Li clan to be involved in this matter. Otherwise, arranging a place for the coffin with Li Mao would have been an effortless task. This was not born of distrust towards the Li clan, but rather a desire to avoid drawing attention until he validated his suspicions. After all, the spiritual awakeners were shrouded in mystery and peculiarities, their terrifying parasitic methods insidiously pervasive, capable of planting seeds in one's mind without warning. Reflecting upon it now, the initial appearance of so many traitors within the Li clan could only have been orchestrated by that powerful spiritual awakener operating in the shadows. Qin Mo could scarcely believe otherwise. However, that was a matter of the past and did not warrant further discussion at this moment. Qin Mo's pupils subtly shifted as he quietly activated his X-ray vision, directing his gaze towards the 3 bizarre corpses beneath him. As he absorbed solar energy, his vision penetrated the skin's surface, revealing the intricate web of blood vessels, shattered internal organs, and bones within. After conducting a cursory examination, he found nothing amiss. He then intensified his X-ray vision, silently urging forth a microscopic perspective to delve deeper into the cellular structure. This time, Qin Mo's scanning focused on the brains of the 3 individuals. Concurrently, he had expanded his mental perception, narrowing its range and enhancing its precision, meticulously probing each inch of their brains as if he were a virus scanner. After over 5 minutes of scanning, Qin Mo's expression suddenly hardened, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Within the depths of his pupils, he beheld a minuscule green seed. The seed was exceedingly fine, almost resembling a speck of dust, lying quietly in the deepest recesses of the brain, utterly still. Including Xia Zhu. Chapter 166. Why not reveal yourself? The fact that Xia Zhu's mind also harbored a spiritual seed was utterly astonishing, filled with incredulity. It was known that the Gao Ling Xia clan was backed by the royal family, and although the specific identity of that spiritual awakener remained unknown, it was certain that he too belonged to the royal lineage. According to previous testimonies from Xia Mei, the core members of the Xia clan's upper echelons all possess spiritual seeds in their minds, a countermeasure to prevent them from leaking information. On the day before the Xia clan's ancestral tomb, all core members had fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken completely parasitized, except for Xia Zhu. At that time, Xia Zhu was believed to be aligned with that mysterious spiritual awakener, regarded as the orchestrator of it all. Yet, it now appeared that was not the case. Xia Zhu was also a victim of parasitism. In other words, the entire Gao Ling Xia clan was effectively under the control of that spiritual awakener, mere puppets whose lives and deaths lay entirely in his hands. How terrifying was that? Dozens of great awakeners, including one at the heavenly king tier, reduced to mere marionettes? If this news were to spread, it is likely that no one in the Grand Qin would believe it. They would find it hard to fathom the caliber of the puppeteer orchestrating such events. Possessing a status so transcendent, a whole clan is merely a relatively large pawn in this intricate game. Just how expansive is the reach of this chessboard? Nevertheless, Qin Mo did not exhibit excessive astonishment. His gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its usual composure, a glimmer of resolute certainty flashing in the depths of his eyes. Indeed, my conjectures were not erroneous. Qin Mo mused quietly within, as his superlative intellect rapidly processed the myriad pieces of information, conducting a thorough analysis. Even during his tenure in the Great Qin prison, he had harbored such speculations, and now, upon encountering the corpse, his assumptions had finally been corroborated. How many individuals within the ranks of the Logistics Bureau, the Deputy Director of the Mechanized Bureau, and the entire Xia clan of jailing in this vast Qin Empire have been parasitized? Qin Mo slowly furrowed his brow, instinctively entertaining such thoughts. In this predicament, it is imperative to seek commonalities. The three individuals who had abruptly perished, whether they were king-level awakeners or powerless commoners, seemed to leave no trace. Yet this was not the case. Both the Logistics Bureau and the Mechanized Bureau, along with the Border Commander and the War God of Qin, all wielded immense power and held exceedingly high status. This implies that there may already be countless officials within the Qin Empire who have become unrecognizable to themselves. Their behavioral patterns, their memories, on the surface, they might appear unchanged, but the smiles they conceal and the thoughts within their minds are no longer their own, even if they are themselves now. It is possible that silent seeds of influence have been sown within their minds, waiting to be activated. Contemplating this, Qin Mo's brow tightened further. Should this information be disclosed, it would likely plunge the entire imperial capital and the broader Qin into a state of panic. People would begin to question the authenticity of everything they perceive, be it their parents, their spouses sharing the same bed, or their babbling children. All could be potential hosts for these mental seeds. Even they themselves might be at risk. At this moment, Qin Mo found himself reaffirming the correctness of his decision. He could not unveil this matter, lest chaos ensue in the imperial capital. But why target him specifically? Was it due to his imminent elevation to the status of a duke and his engagement with the Qingyangli clan? If they successfully parasitized him, the Qingyangli clan would surely face dire consequences. Qin Mo pondered, yet as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. The timeline is misaligned. The very first night I entered prison, I was already engulfed in a fabricated dreamscape. At that time, the decision to elevate to a duke had yet to be made, yet it seemed that there were those who coveted my innate talents, yearning for a brand new vessel. The mist that shrouded his vision was gradually peeled away, layer by layer, revealing what lay at the core of this enigma. However, Qin Mo was perplexed by one lingering question. Why? If these three individuals were indeed deceased, did they retain their corporeal forms? Would it not be more prudent to cast their remains into the incinerator to be reduced to mere ashes? Why go to such elaborate lengths, even assigning a rather mediocre guardian to stand watch? There must be some hidden truth beneath this facade, though its nature eluded Qin Mo for the time being. Could it be that the corpses harbored some secret? He murmured softly. Subsequently, Qin Mo conducted another thorough examination of the three, his microscopic vision reaching unprecedented clarity, rendering him capable of perceiving every minute detail without exception. The initial scan had left him momentarily stunned, eyes wide with astonishment. For the mental seed he had previously observed was inexplicably absent. Had the seed fled? Qin Mo found himself momentarily dazed but soon retraced his steps. This time, he finally detected the seed's presence, albeit on the opposite side of the brain. While the deceased could not possibly exhibit further actions, the mental seed was not necessarily bound by the same constraints. It appeared that the seed possessed a semblance of life, exhibiting rudimentary self-awareness and the capacity for autonomous movement within the confines of the mind. From his current observations, Qin Mo had drawn a tentative conclusion. Of course, the potential functions of the mental seed remained uncertain to him for the time being. Nevertheless, he felt a compelling inclination towards its significance. Otherwise, why preserve the bodies at all? It was evident they were intended for reclamation. On the surface, it seemed as though the corpses were being retained, but in reality, they were safeguarding the mental seeds. Viewed through this lens, enlisting a guardian of notable prowess to oversee them appeared rather reasonable. It was likely that Wu Cheng himself was unaware of the true nature of his vigil. Qin Mo softly mused, gradually unraveling the intention behind it all. Either these mental seeds contained crucial information, or they were part of a unique ritual pertaining to those awakened to psychic abilities. This ritual could very well facilitate the breaking of barriers or the transcendence to a higher realm. For instance, from Class A to Class S, or from S-Class to a king, and thereafter to the Supreme King, and so forth. Contemplating this, a peculiar smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips. The necessity of retaining the corpses indicated that the time was not ripe for reclamation, and extracting the mental seeds would pose a formidable challenge. Such were the thoughts that coursed through his mind as two minuscule red dots quietly emerged within his pupils. In an instant, the red dots suffused his entire gaze. Two intense beams of high temperature erupted forth, targeting the three lifeless bodies beneath him. The terrifying heat resembled a colossal furnace, reducing both the coffins and the flesh to mere vapor, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. Among these, the spiritual seeds hidden deep within the brains offered no resistance whatsoever, utterly obliterated from existence. Mere seconds later, apart from a charred pit marked by scorching traces, nothing remained beneath Qin Mo. Observing this, a more pronounced smile curled upon his lips, his spirits soaring. It is essential to note that Qin Mo had long been locked in a deadly rivalry with the unidentified psychic awakener, with no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, the reason behind the absence of the extraction of the spiritual seeds became irrelevant. The destruction of such entities would undoubtedly inflict harm upon his adversary, a fact that required no elaboration. Inflicting severe damage upon one's opponent indirectly fortifies oneself, a classic case of mutual rise and fall. Qin Mo was acutely aware of this principle. However, this was not the time to linger. On the very day of his release from prison, Qin Mo had engaged in a lengthy consultation with Li Chongqing regarding matters pertaining to psychic awakeners. His inquiries did not revolve around Li Chongqing's own secrets, but rather the nature of spiritual seeds and dream parasites, aiming to comprehend these insidious methods thoroughly. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the result of 100 battles. The unidentified psychic awakener lurked as a formidable foe in the shadows. Should Qin Mo foolishly bask in arrogance, he would inevitably face a downfall. He had always preferred to prepare in advance, for meticulous groundwork could only prove beneficial. According to Li Chongqing, spiritual seeds could not only be programmed with certain trigger limitations for self-detonation, but could also function as a radar to track the location of targets. However, the latter required the presence of a living being, as only the spiritual essence of the living could generate brain activity, emitting something akin to a wave. The specifics eluded even Li Chongqing. In summary, the deceased could not be located. This understanding allowed Qin Mo to confidently transport the coffin beyond the capital, free from concern. However, if the spiritual seeds were to be destroyed, the scenario would drastically change. It would be akin to a small red dot vanishing from the holographic interface in Qin Mo's vision, rendering clarity as illuminating as a beacon in the dark, reflecting a similar principle. In essence, it was time for him to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. Energy surged throughout his being, awakening every muscle from its slumber and igniting into a fervent state. In an instant, he accelerated to his utmost limit, transforming into a swift arrow launched from a bow, racing toward the capital with unrelenting speed. Under the influence of the biofield, the supersonic movement did not produce a sonic boom, and there was not a single silhouette in midair, only a beam of white light that seemed to meld with the sky. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo appeared on Guanghong Street, standing at his doorstep. The entire process took no more than 0.1 seconds, swifter than a mere blink. Subsequently, he nonchalantly retrieved his keys and unlocked his door, stepping inside as if nothing had transpired. Clearly, this plan had been executed flawlessly from beginning to end. A faint smile flickered in the depths of Qin Mo's eyes. As he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs, he unfurled the holographic interface. Countless chaotic sounds surged into his mind, and his superbrain rapidly processed the information, transforming comprehensive coverage into a unidirectional exploratory extension. Hundreds of miles vanished in an instant. While Qin Mo had returned, his eyes and ears stealthily remained behind. This was his ulterior motive, to unveil the identity of the mysterious psychic awakener, seeking to lift the veil of mystery that shrouded him. The corpses of Xia Zhu and his companions served as both bait and line. Above the great pit outside the imperial capital, mere seconds after Qin Mo's departure, a subtle tremor rippled through the air 1,000 meters above the pit. Wisps of chilling black mist emerged from the void, coalescing into a faint silhouette. This figure stood approximately 185 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a robust frame, embodying the essence of a formidable man. Yet no one could discern his features, as a swirling mass of darkness obscured his face, resembling an unfathomable vortex. Upon materializing, the imposing man slightly bowed his head to gaze down at the pit below. Meanwhile, a tendril of black mist darted downwards at remarkable speed, swirling around aimlessly before returning without any findings. At that moment, the black mist surrounding the man thickened several-fold, and a face hidden behind the dark vortex emitted a cold grunt filled with fury. It was evident that Qin Mo's recent actions had significantly impacted him. Although his face remained concealed, it was conceivable that his expression was one of extreme displeasure. Moments later, the towering man released another cold grunt, causing the black mist to scatter in an instant, rapidly dispersing in all directions. He was resolutely determined to locate the culprit responsible for the destruction of the psychic seed he had painstakingly nurtured. Regrettably, he was destined to find nothing, for Qin Mo had already fled at great speed. After approximately half a minute of searching, the stout man seemed to realize that no results would materialize, and with a casual wave, he summoned the dispersed black mist back to him. He then cast one last deep glance at the pit below before turning away and stepping into the void. Tendrils of black mist eagerly surged towards the gap in the air, striving to open a dark portal connecting the two realms. It is evident that he must return in the same manner he arrived. However, despite the black mist compressing for several seconds, it failed to penetrate even the slightest bit. The void before him remained as solid as a rock, utterly impenetrable. That door, which could evidently be opened and closed at will, seemed at this moment to have been locked tight, firmly shut. Entry was not easily granted. Witnessing this, the burly man felt a deep sense of foreboding settle within him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that someone was utilizing their terrifying genetic power to forcibly seal off the space in this area, creating a division between the inside and outside. Those capable of such a feat could be counted on one hand throughout the entirety of the Great Qin. The swirling black vortex that enveloped the man's face began to exhibit signs of disorder. He turned slowly, casting his gaze downward once more towards the large pit scorched by intense heat. Yet this time, the pit was not devoid of substance. At its very center, the second ancestor sat casually with his legs crossed, suspended in midair. He retained his usual demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility and ease, a faint smile gracing his lips. While in his right hand he held an ancient, yellow tome. Noticing the attention directed toward him, Li'er leisurely shifted his gaze from the book, lifting his eyes to meet the imposing figure high above. "I am quite curious about your identity. Why not reveal yourself?" the second ancestor remarked. Chapter 167. When the time comes, all forces of nature converge upon Li'er's words. The world fell into silence. Everything within a 10-mile radius appeared to enter a state of stasis, remaining motionless. Of course, this was not a cessation of time. Although Li'er's power was among the pinnacle in this realm, he was not a true deity. A careful observer would quickly discern that these entities were merely moving at an exceedingly slow pace. The burly man in midair momentarily froze, and the black vortex covering his face resumed its normal flow, releasing him from this slow state. Hearing Li'er's calm suggestion to reveal himself, the man could not help but let out a cold laugh, retorting, "When the time comes, all forces of nature converge. It seems you are one of the Li brothers of Qingyang. I wonder, are you the elder brother or the younger one?" Clearly, he had discerned Li'er's true identity from the earlier exchange, unmasking his origins. Without waiting for Li'er's response, he feigned a moment of realization and smiled. "Oh, I almost forgot. 700 years ago, Lita was imprisoned in the Great Qin prison, subsequently suppressed on the 36th level, enduring endless torment. Never to take a step outside. If that is the case, you must be Li'er. So, what brings you to the imperial capital? Are you here to rescue your deranged brother?" His words dripped with mockery. The burly man deliberately spoke of the heart-wrenching tale of the Qingyang Li family, intending to rub salt into Li Er's wounds. In the past, the Qingyang Li family boasted two exceptional heroes, brothers who traversed the world, unmatched by any adversary. They were the most formidable ancient clan within the vast Qin Empire, without parallel. Had they continued their legacy, the concept of the five great families might never have arisen. Alas, there are no what-ifs. 7 centuries ago, fate dealt a cruel hand. Li De, consumed by madness overnight, became a demon, slaughtering 3 of the Li family's grand monarchs and 10 kings, irrevocably wounding the family's vitality. That fateful night, Qingyang County was drenched in a torrential crimson rain. Li De, blinded by rage, indiscriminately took lives, carving a bloody path from Qingyang to Chongping, leaving countless awakened beings dead in his wake. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of the royal family and the other 4 great families that he was subdued and sealed deep within the royal confines. From that night forth, the very fabric of this realm was altered. The Qin Empire's century-long ambitions to annihilate the Qi kingdom were thwarted, its national strength diminishing by over 20%, leading to a prolonged standoff between Qin and Qi. It was also from that night that the world witnessed the terrifying potential of individual prowess at its zenith. Above the realm of kings, none were unaware of the name Li De. Consequently, the Qin Empire established the Great Qin Prison. Indeed, the initial purpose of the Great Qin Prison was to suppress Li De. Yet now, after 7 centuries of tumult, the fate of Li De beneath the 36th layer remains a mystery. Whether he lives or perishes is uncertain. This, without doubt, has become a scar upon the Qingyang Li family. Li Er forcibly sealed the legacy of this tale. Apart from a select few, none were privy to it. After 2 centuries, even the descendants of the Li bloodline had forgotten this secret, and the other families of the Qin Empire remained tight-lipped about it. However, now, he found himself hearing this hidden truth from the lips of the burly man before him. The Esgaza flickered momentarily. Yet, that was all. He made no further movements. Not even a change in his expression, remaining emotionally unperturbed. He was no longer the Li heir of 7 centuries past, impervious to such base provocations. Observing that Li Er did not display the reaction he had anticipated, the burly man appeared unfazed, as if he had expected this outcome. Confronted by the sealed void and the slow passage of time, he showed no signs of urgency to escape. Instead, he engaged Li Er in conversation, even allowing a smile to blossom more vividly upon his lips. Though Li Er could not see the man smile, he was certain it adorned his face. Indifferent to this, he merely chuckled softly. "You are quite bold to invoke the name of my elder brother." This simple statement, however, did not provide a clear answer to the earlier inquiry. He neither declared his intention to save nor to abandon, leaving his true thoughts concealed from all but himself. Observing this, the burly man's eyes flickered momentarily. "Second son of the Li family, I wonder if your audacious venture into the imperial capital was communicated to Emperor Qin? Without the royal decree, no great king is permitted to enter the imperial capital, as stipulated by the laws of the Great Qin. Have you not considered the repercussions of violating these laws, potentially inviting calamity upon your Li clan? Or do you, the Qingyang Li family, harbor ambitions of rebellion?" Each word struck like a sharp blade, piercing through the veil of pretense and uttering such audacious defiance. Rebellion is a weighty and exceedingly sensitive topic, especially for the 5 great families, who possess both the motive and the means to rebel. A misstep in response could easily render one a target of collective ire. Though only the 2 of them remained in this secluded space, prudence was essential. They could not afford to let their guard down in the slightest. In response to this pointed inquiry, Li Er tucked the ancient, yellowed tome into his waist, clasping his hands behind his back as he replied. "The Li family has no intention of rebellion. The laws of Qin state that great kings may not enter the imperial capital. However, we are situated beyond 100 miles from it, well outside its jurisdiction. Hence, where lies the violation of the Great Qin laws or the intent to rebel?" The burly man faltered momentarily, having failed to gain the upper hand in their exchange, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. With the dialogue reaching an impasse, resolution seemed only achievable through force. The dark energy swirling around him began to stir, and thousands of invisible steel needles silently materialized around Li Er, blocking every conceivable escape route, their translucent, white-tipped points aimed directly at him. With but a thought, the burly man could command these myriad needles, designed to pierce the spiritual essence, to strike with unparalleled speed, potentially obliterating Li Er's spiritual core in an instant. Clearly, all his previous actions had merely served to buy time. These needles, intangible and unseen, could elude even a great king's perception, and in a moment of surprise, Li could indeed suffer devastating injury or even death. This illustrates the terrifying nature of awakened beings of the psychic realm, rare, enigmatic, and unfathomably unpredictable. The smile curling at the corners of the burly man's lips deepened, his obscured face reflecting a twisted satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In unison, the thousands of needles shot forth, traversing the mere distance of several dozen meters almost instantaneously. It seemed as though Li would soon be rendered a fool. Yet, the next moment was but a fleeting instant where time could stretch to encompass millennia. All steel needles surged forward with astonishing speed, only to come to a sudden halt, transitioning from frenetic motion to profound stillness, remaining immobile in their place. The countenance of the burly man shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Li Erqi's strength, after 7 centuries, would be so terrifying. It appeared that rather than stagnating over the past 700 years, he had instead made tremendous advancements. Could this be the essence of the Qingyang Li lineage? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, yet what astonished him further was far from over. At the very moment the steel needles ceased their advance, an inexplicable force of attraction and repulsion manifested before and behind him, as though the very fabric of reality was compelling him towards Li Erqi. Moreover, this cosmic power was beyond his capacity to resist, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, he helplessly observed as the distance between himself and Li Erqi diminished. Simultaneously, as he plummeted at great speed, the dark aura enveloping his body began to wane, and the formidable power within him gradually ebbed away. By the time he reached the ground, the vast majority of his strength had dissipated, leaving him akin to an ordinary individual devoid of any significant power. Everything had transpired with remarkable swiftness and abruptness. Li Erqi remained as serene as ever, not even moving a finger, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile as he gazed at the burly man. "May I finally behold your true visage?" Li Erqi inquired softly. As the words left his lips, the black vortex before the burly man melted away like snow, not by his own volition, but rather by the omnipresent cosmic force that obeyed Li Erqi's will, forcefully tearing away his disguise. Behind the mask was a visage of great authority, deep-set eyes, a hawk-like nose, large ears, and thin lips, a face that unmistakably belonged to someone of high standing. Li Erqi did not recognize this face, having been with the Li family for many years. He had long ceased to inquire about the affairs of the world and was entirely unaware of the current high officials. Nevertheless, this face surprised him greatly, prompting an involuntary gasp before he remarked, "I expected to encounter a long-lost old friend, yet it turns out to be a stranger. How intriguing." "Indeed, quite intriguing," replied the burly man, who referred to himself as this king, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips. "Li family's second son. You ought not to be here in the imperial capital. Beware, lest you meet the same fate as your brother, perishing in this place." With a muffled groan, the burly man began to exude dark blood from his eyes, mouth, and every pore of his body. Such a demise mirrored that of the Logistics Bureau Director, Deng Shujie, and the Deputy Director of the Political Affairs Office, Shang Lichang. Clearly, this individual was not his true self, but rather another host to a parasitic spiritual seed. Although the second ancestor could decelerate the flow of time, he could not stave off death. Only a deity could intervene if such a being existed. Gazing upon the lifeless form before him, the second ancestor's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any astonishment. He merely observed for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head, offering a faint smile as he retrieved the ancient, yellowed tome from his waist and turned his gaze to the pages within. Suddenly, the second ancestor vanished. The world around returned to normalcy, unshackled from its prior confinement, and the flow of time resumed its rightful course. In the silent desolation, only the large pit in the ground and the corpse, drenched in dark blood at its bottom, testified to the reality of what had just transpired. This was no mere illusion, but a stark truth. Meanwhile, seated in his home, Qin Mo felt a lump in his throat and a flicker of shock crossed his countenance. He was the sole witness to the earlier events, Although he had not seen them with his own eyes, the omnipresent sounds provided a vivid account. The power displayed by the second ancestor truly astounded him. Qin Mo had not anticipated such an absurdity. Yet, while he was indeed astonished, it did not entirely overwhelm him. The second ancestor's might, though formidable, was still limited. In comparison to a Superman, he felt as insignificant as an ant. One must understand, a Superman possesses the ability to traverse the cosmos, with a breath so frigid it could extinguish the sun. A fully realized Superman might not even need to lift a finger to obliterate the second ancestor. It was beyond doubt that one day, Qin Mo would navigate the vast expanses of the universe, soaring amidst the boundless starry skies. His transcendence over the second ancestor was merely a matter of time, perhaps 3 to 5 months, or perhaps a year and a half. In any case, it would not be long. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Mo swiftly composed himself, his gaze flickering slightly as he rose and stepped out of his home, instantly unleashing a terrifying speed that rendered him invisible. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo reappeared at the bottom of the pit. He gazed at the horrifying corpse beneath him, his mental perception unfurling without reserve, enveloping his mind. Soon, he located the mental seed hidden deep within his consciousness, confirming his innermost suspicions. In the next moment, he unleashed a high-temperature ray, reducing the corpse to a cloud of ash. Since the second ancestor had granted him such a valuable opportunity, he was determined to eradicate another mental seed, leaving not a trace for the enigmatic mental awakener lurking in the shadows. Having swiftly completed this task, Qin Mo exploded back into terrifying speed, returning to Guanghong Street. The round trip lasted no more than 10 seconds, exemplifying his remarkable efficiency. Upon re-entering his home for the second time that day, the thought of the mental awakener's likely reaction brought a subtle smile to his lips. Subsequently, Qin Mo entered his bedroom, opened the drawing software on his laptop, and began to sketch the face of the deceased, an endeavor that posed no challenge for him. Approximately 5 minutes later, Qin Mo had completed the drawing and promptly packaged it to send to Li Mao, urging him to investigate without delay. Although this individual was not a true awakened to the mental system, but merely a parasitic entity, and furthermore, a deceased one at that, the dead can sometimes provide valuable clues. Particularly, the more lives lost, the more prominent the emerging leads. The commonalities that can be discovered will likewise be more abundant. Chapter 168. The Prince and the Ambush. That morning, shortly after 11 o'clock, Qin Mo received a call from Li Mao, instructing him to promptly visit the Li family estate. The gravity of Li Mao's tone was unmistakably serious, indicating that a matter of great significance had arisen, one that could not be discussed over the phone. Without hesitation, Qin Mo stepped out of his home, unleashing a formidable speed, arriving at the Li family's ancient castle in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the study, he found Li Mao awaiting him. As soon as they were seated, Li Mao slid a document across the table, his expression far more solemn than Qin Mo had anticipated. It had scarcely been half an hour since he had handed over the sketch of the robust man to Li Mao. The folder contained the investigation results from the Qingyang Li family. While Li Mao's speed was commendable, he had recognized the identity of the individual immediately upon receiving the portrait. He merely sought confirmation. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative not to jump to conclusions. What if it was merely someone who bore a resemblance? Or worse, what if someone was impersonating him, deliberately providing misleading information? Anything was possible, and Li Mao needed definitive answers. Otherwise, the Great Qin Empire could descend into a new wave of turmoil. This was due to the exceptionally sensitive nature of the individual depicted in Qin Mo's drawing, a figure of significant stature. Contemplating this, Li Mao furrowed his brow and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Qin Mo lifted his gaze to observe him, curiosity stirring within him as it was his first time witnessing such a grave demeanor from Li Mao. He then opened the folder and glanced down. What met his eyes were several color photographs, all featuring the individual he had sketched, captured in various scenes and from multiple angles. Qin Mo quickly scanned the images before turning his attention to the accompanying text. Upon reading, he was taken aback, his brow furrowing and his pupils flickering with a peculiar intensity. Wukong, Prince Kong, the current emperor's half-brother of the Great Qin Empire. Such a string of illustrious titles struck him with astonishment. The corpse found at the bottom of the pit was, astonishingly, a prince of the Great Qin, a brother to the emperor, The revelation was nothing short of shocking. The title of prince holds a higher rank and greater authority than that of duke. The recent assassination of Duke Qin Mo has stirred considerable unrest, and now, with the demise of the prince, one can only ponder the magnitude of the ensuing upheaval. It is no wonder that Qin Mo presents such a demeanor. Qin Mo expresses his understanding. He glanced around, committing the details regarding Prince Wukong to memory, before closing the folder and raising his gaze to Qin Mo, slowly inquiring, "Is this matter certain?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded slowly. Investigations through secret channels have confirmed that Prince Kong was indeed absent from the royal confines today, yet no one has seen him depart, nor does anyone know his whereabouts. With this revelation, the previous questions need not be addressed. Qin Mo is now unequivocally convinced that the corpse in question belongs to Wukong. At this moment, his eyes flickered and his mind raced, swiftly synthesizing the gathered information. The identity of Wukong was beyond Qin Mo's expectations. He had previously speculated that the unidentified psychic awakener was, in fact, a member of the royal family, an ancient entity nurtured within the palace. However, why would the royal family need to host such a being? There is no apparent benefit for them. And for a logical standpoint, it makes no sense. If not the royal family, then which faction could it be? What did this psychic awakener truly desire? Qin Mo found himself at a loss. The information he had previously known now presented an entirely different paradox, leaving him momentarily uncertain. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mo continued, "What is the relationship between Prince Wukong and the royal family?" While the underlying connections remain unclear on the surface, Prince Kong appears to be a loyal member of the royal household. Qin Mo replied solemnly, and at that instant, he understood precisely what Qin Mo sought to inquire. He continued, "Prince Kong is only 35 this year, in the prime of his life, and his genetic development is notably advanced. He ascended to the rank of Heavenly King 2 years ago without public declaration, yet this is clearly documented in the confidential archives of the Li family. The current emperor is 10 years his senior, and his own rank is merely S-class. It seems only fitting that the esteemed throne should be occupied by Prince Kong. Many within the empire share this sentiment. In their eyes, Prince Kong is also of the royal bloodline, with considerable support from the imperial clan. Should he issue a command and plot his course over a few years, the position of emperor could very well be his. Furthermore, having advanced to Heavenly King at the age of 33, his innate talent places him among the elite. It is highly plausible that he could achieve the rank of Great Heavenly King by 50. The resurgence of the great Qin royal family may very well be realized through his efforts. This generation of the royal family is historically the weakest, with 5 major families eyeing them covetously, and the state of Qi harboring ill intentions. The prospects for the great Qin Empire indeed appear grim, subtly hinting at an impending change in the tides. Many years ago, such rumors circulated throughout the vast Qin Empire, and those in high positions were undoubtedly aware of them. Indeed, the reality corroborated these whispers. They were not mere fabrications. Qin Mo was cognizant of this, and from the aforementioned statements, it was evident that Prince Kong and the royal family occupied opposing stances. However, what Qin Mo articulated next was entirely contrary. People harbored aspirations to support the dragon, yearning to serve as loyal ministers, hoping to ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. Yet, Prince Kong remained oblivious to these ambitions, exhibiting no inclination whatsoever. His fraternal bond with the current emperor was exceptionally strong. Even prior to his elevation to prince, he frequently visited the palace, and after receiving the princely title, he ought to have been granted a fief. Nevertheless, the emperor esteemed him greatly, permitting him to remain in the imperial capital, living as a carefree and leisurely prince. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to slumber beside them. Prince Kang's presence in the capital was a testament to his loyalty to the royal family, or more accurately, to the emperor himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow even tighter. Frankly, he had not anticipated such a revelation. Was it truly the case that Prince Kong maintained an excellent rapport with Emperor Qin? Or was it that the awakened individual of the mental type shared a close relationship with the emperor? It was challenging to discern whether Prince Kong was still the same Prince Kong. When had he become parasitized? If it had been long ago, why had he continued to visit the emperor? Could it be that the awakened individual sought to inhabit the emperor himself, with Prince Kong merely serving as a stepping stone? Qin Mo gasped in shock. Such speculation was audacious in the extreme, If uttered, it would surely incite turmoil throughout the imperial capital, plunging the populace into a state of profound panic. If the emperor were not truly the emperor, what would become of the Qin Empire? Qin Mo's expression grew grave. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. It seems the waters of the imperial capital run deeper than I had imagined. Fear not, Li Mao replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. In these tumultuous times, the murkier the waters, the better. Regardless of who Prince Kong truly is, the royal family will inevitably find itself in a brief state of disarray. This presents us with a splendid opportunity. Are you suggesting? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Li Mao's smile widened as he rose, strolling to a corner of the study with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed down at the chessboard before him and murmured, Qin Mo, the heavens of the Qin Empire will inevitably change. Chaos has already arrived. We find ourselves in this tumultuous era, akin to rowing against the current. If we do not advance, we shall retreat. Sometimes, it is not a matter of whether one chooses to contend. One must contend regardless. In recent days, the three prominent families, the Yin of the South, the Liu of Chongping, and the Lin of the Far East, have actively positioned their individuals in key roles, preparing for the impending chaos. Your role as the director of logistics is likewise a significant part of Li's grand strategy. Li Mao did not conceal his intentions, laying everything bare. The current state of the Great Qin resembles a chessboard, where the opposing sides incessantly make their moves, striving to bolster their own power while diminishing that of their rivals, until they ultimately extinguish them entirely. Thus, chaos within the imperial capital is deemed advantageous. Listening to these words, Qin Mo remained unfazed. He had comprehended Li's intentions from the outset, albeit less overtly than now. The deceased Prince Kang's assertion held truth. Li's family indeed harbored aspirations for rebellion. To be precise, all five prominent families were inclined towards insurrection. In a scenario where the sovereign is weak and the ministers are strong, even within a modest family of 100, fierce competition would ensue, let alone within the vast expanse of the Great Qin Empire. The allure of boundless power is more terrifying than that of the devil. Nevertheless, Qin Mo remained indifferent to these machinations. Who rebels and who ascends to the throne matters little. However, those who seek to end his life, to usurp his position, or to obliterate his existence shall inevitably face his retaliation, a retaliation devoid of mercy. Qin Mo's gaze flickered several times before he exchanged a few more words with Li Mao and then rose to depart, not lingering. This time, he chose to walk back to the imperial capital from the estate rather than flying, strolling along the tranquil asphalt road under the blazing sun. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Qin Mo's demeanor appeared calm. Yet, internally, he was far from tranquil, deeply engrossed in contemplation. Prince Kong was a staunch loyalist to the royal family. If that individual with psychic abilities was indeed affiliated with the royal lineage, there would be no need for parasitism, unless Prince Kong had harbored ulterior motives from the beginning, which could explain the situation. Perhaps, as per previous reasoning, the true aim of that psychic individual was to parasitize the Qin Emperor, utilizing Prince Kong as a stepping stone. However, what purpose would there be in parasitizing the Xia ancestor? Suddenly, Qin Mo halted, his eyes brightening as clarity washed over him. The second logical chain was not definitively established. Yet the first hypothesis was irrefutably logical. The psychic individual must be a member of the royal family. Verifying this assertion was relatively straightforward. One need only seek out Prince Kang's former absolute confidant and conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover the truth. Naturally, Qin Mo intended to delegate this task to the Li family. It would be sheer folly to overlook such free and efficient labor. Contemplating this, he shook his head, temporarily suppressing the thought. He refrained from making an immediate call, opting instead to wait for the evening when the Li family would send over the detailed information regarding Prince Kong, Deng Shujia, and Shang Lichang's biographies, and inform them accordingly. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Whether it pertained to investigating the identity of the psychic individual or enhancing his own strength, progress continued unabated. Day after day, particularly regarding his power, the rate of growth could only be described as both exaggerated and terrifying. A faint smile inevitably graced Qin Mo's lips, gradually intensifying. Thus, time flew swiftly by. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. In the Baiyun district, on Guanghong Street, 9 figures appeared silently, each shrouded in concealment, avoiding the illumination of the streetlights. These individuals arrived separately, advancing stealthily from various directions toward an old house at the center of the street, their intentions unmistakably resolute. Upon reaching their predetermined positions, they came to a halt, their breaths gradually slowing, resembling a pack of wolves poised to hunt. At the end of the street, in the shadow of a corner, an unusual darkness lingered, its hue deeper, as if concealing something sinister within. "Boss, how much longer must we wait? If that brat doesn't return tonight, are we to linger here all night?" One voice, somewhat flippant yet unseen, broke the tension. "I say we should just charge in and eliminate him, complete the task, and head back to Yan'an County." In response, the one referred to as boss spoke, sternly chastising third. "If you wish to remain silent, then close your mouth. Laying an ambush here is an order from the Elders' Council. We must ensure Qin Mo is slain on the spot without error. Given Qin Mo's displayed talents, do you believe the Qingyangli clan is composed of fools? Would they neglect to prepare for contingencies? This night may well turn into a bitter struggle. Should you jeopardize our mission, you may as well abandon the Fong surname from this day forth." "Hey, come on, I was just speaking my mind," the third responded, urgency evident in his tone. For individuals of their ilk, lineage held immense significance. Losing the Fong name would mean severing ties with the Yan'an Fong clan. Even if he held the esteemed title of a heavenly king, the price of such a loss would be unbearable. Yet, it was precisely this that underscored the Fong clan's deadly resolve against Qin Mo. In their covert infiltration of the imperial capital among the 9, there was 1 at the 4th tier of heavenly kings, 3 at the 3rd tier, and 5 at the 2nd tier, truly a significant investment of their resources. Should these 9 suffer losses in the imperial capital, it would inflict grievous wounds upon the Fong clan, severely depleting their vitality. Qin Mo's extraordinary talent genuinely instilled fear within the Fong clan, prompting them to orchestrate this assassination attempt with reckless abandon. Indeed, to mitigate the potential countermeasures from the Qingyangli clan, the 9 heavenly kings did not hesitate to lower themselves, lurking in the shadows as ambushers. According to the intelligence gathered by the Fong clan, Qin Mo had left with Li Tiangang for a barbecue roughly an hour and a half ago, and he was expected to return in about 10 minutes. When that moment arrived, they would strike in unison, ensuring that Qin Mo was obliterated in the blink of an eye, and then vanish without a trace, leaving no attachment behind. The essence of this operation hinged on surprise and swiftness. From every conceivable angle, it seemed inevitable that Qin Mo would meet his demise this night. However, among these 9 individuals, the leader exhibited no semblance of a smile. Rather, his brow furrowed even tighter. Since arriving at the ambush location, he had harbored an ominous premonition. Chapter 169. Closing the door to catch the dog in Lingyun district at 9 in the evening, they found themselves at a familiar roadside barbecue stall, a favored haunt of Qin Mo and his companions. Li Tiangang, Qin Mo, and an elder named Li Er were seated around the table, with freshly grilled meat skewers laid before them. This was merely an ordinary dinner, initially intended for just Qin Mo and Li Tiangang. However, upon their arrival and subsequent seating, Li Er appeared at the edge of the table without warning, startling Li Tiangang as if he were specter. Qin Mo, however, remained unfazed, having sensed the peculiarities in the atmosphere beforehand. Thus, their dinner gathering unexpectedly included one more person. Li Er casually picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys, taking a bite before cheerfully proclaiming, "Barbecue and hot pot are indeed 2 of life's greatest pleasures. Since my arrival in Qingyang County, I have not tasted meat for nearly 200 years. It seems I have truly squandered my life and wasted my time. There is a renowned hot pot restaurant over in Shangyun district, said to be a 200-year-old establishment. If you have the leisure, we should certainly pay a visit tomorrow." Qin Mo replied with a smile, while Li Tiangang, seated nearby, focused intently on his skewers, appearing somewhat anxious. Upon hearing this, Li Er raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "A 200-year-old establishment? That is indeed worth trying. We must not miss it." "Very well, I will make a reservation once I return. That place is quite popular, and I'm unsure if there are any tables available now." Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Li Er squinted slightly, his brows arching gently as he nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, within the entire imperial capital, there was scarcely anything that the 5 great families could not procure. Even the rarest delicacies from mountains and seas held no particular value. A hot pot meal? Not only could they secure a reservation, but they could even commandeer the entire venue. Would that venerable establishment dare to refuse? If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly resort to flattery to please Lier, seeking to secure a table and insisting on the finest ingredients and most exquisite broth. Yet, what joy would there be in such a hot pot? Just as with this barbecue, if the fragrant smoke did not envelop one's senses, how could the skewers be so astonishingly delightful? Lier shook his head, unable to suppress a smile. Although Qin Mo maintained a close relationship with the Li family, he was not of their bloodline and retained many of his own customs and behaviors. He did not wield his influence to oppress others, for he understood the struggles of the common folk, regardless of whether one was a marquis within the borders or a duke of the Qin state. All he perceived were the excesses and decadence of the upper echelons and the suffering and sorrow of the lower classes. Qin Mo would never grow accustomed to such realities, nor would he condescend to indulge in them. Lier saw this with clarity. Though he had not spent much time with Qin Mo, he had nonetheless discerned the essence of his character and the nature of his being. Reflecting on this, a smile that had just begun to grace Lier's lips deepened significantly. "You truly live among us," he remarked to Qin Mo, and with that his form gradually faded, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The surrounding individuals remained oblivious to this bizarre occurrence, as if Lier had never graced this place with his presence. Qin Mo, taken aback, lifted his gaze to the now empty chair, feeling somewhat bewildered. What did it mean to truly live among mortals? Were we not all in the realm of humanity? Confounded, he pondered for a moment, but could not arrive at a clear understanding. Lier's thoughts were indeed buried too deeply for anyone to fathom his true intentions. Much like his sudden arrival in the imperial capital, the Li family assumed he had come to acknowledge Qin Mo's talent and serve as his protector. However, the events of that morning revealed a long-buried secret from 7 centuries ago. The elder brother of the second ancestor was imprisoned in the 36th level of the Grand Qin prison, a fact that Qin Mo had heard distinctly. Although the second ancestor did not affirm this revelation, he also did not deny it. The absence of denial seemed tantamount to tacit acceptance in Qin Mo's mind. Yet his elder brother had succumbed to madness overnight, leaving the truth shrouded in uncertainty. If he were to be rescued, would it incite further chaos and bloodshed? Qin Mo's eyes flickered momentarily before a serene smile graced his lips. This was not a burden he needed to bear. It was a concern for Lier to ponder. As long as his life remained undisturbed, nothing else mattered. As he had stated, he held no interest in who ruled the Grand Qin Empire. At this juncture, their dinner was drawing to a close. The two had arrived early and had no further plans for the evening. While Li Tiangang expressed a desire to indulge in some relaxation, Qin Mo politely declined. His thoughts were predominantly occupied with the 3 major families led by the Yin family of Nanfang, as well as the enigmatic awakened individual with unclear motives. Until he resolved the threats posed by these factions or individuals intent on his demise, he could not find peace. Subsequently, Qin Mo engaged in casual conversation with Li Tiangang for a brief period before rising to depart at 9:30. A luxurious supercar zipped through the bustling metropolis like a bolt of lightning. Qin Mo sat gracefully in the passenger seat, allowing the biting wind to whip against his cheeks. He rested his right hand against the car door, supporting his head, and quietly activated the superhuman gene awakening panel. Vision, 295, hearing, 291, intelligence, 294, breathing, 291, strength, 298, speed, 295, recovery, 291, defense, 294. As Qin Mo glanced at the array of attributes accompanied by their respective values, a faint smile blossomed upon his features. In just one day, he would surpass the threshold of 300, elevating his prowess to new heights. This afternoon, the 46 points of energy he had meticulously accumulated had been evenly distributed, resulting in a steady enhancement of his foundational attributes and fortifying his overall strength. Furthermore, his visual acuity had undergone yet another augmentation, with the terrifying heat of high-temperature rays doubling in potency, propelling his offensive capabilities forward significantly. Qin Mo was somewhat uncertain about the extent of his current strength, yet he estimated that annihilating a Tier 3 Heavenly King should pose no challenge, likely proving exceedingly effortless. He mused internally, wishing for someone to verify his prowess. Subsequently, Qin Mo's gaze shifted as he concealed the awakening interface deep within his pupils. His eyes remained level as he quietly observed the vibrant, flashing neon lights dancing alongside him. The intertwining blues and purples resembled a potent poison, inducing a subtle daze. The opulence of the imperial capital became evident, yet it could not distract Qin Mo. He had witnessed greater splendor before, rendering the current scene trivial in comparison. Li Tiangang maneuvered the supercar, crossing a significant portion of the imperial capital in less than 10 minutes, approaching the entrance of Guanghong Street. The neon lights gradually diminished, along with the hustle and bustle. Thus, certain subtle sounds became exceptionally distinct and prominent to Qin Mo's ears. Qin Mo's eyes flickered, immediately sensing something amiss. He swiftly activated the holographic vision, encompassing the entirety of Guanghong Street, while his super-intellect rapidly constructed a three-dimensional model in his mind. Fixating on the 5 red dots marked within the model, his brow furrowed slowly. The positions of the red dots clearly indicated an encirclement. They were surrounding his home. An ambush? How intriguing! Qin Mo mused silently, though his expression betrayed no hint of concern. He simply turned to Li Tiangang and instructed, "Take a left at the upcoming intersection. Let us take a detour." Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is going on?" "A few vicious dogs have blocked the way. Let us toy with them first," Qin Mo replied with a sly smile. Li Tianggang's expression hardened. He maneuvered the steering wheel to follow Qin Mo's direction while continuing to ask, "Should we notify Li Mao?" "No need, since they have set an ambush. They are evidently well prepared, having gathered ample intelligence. It is likely that someone is watching us from the shadows," Qin Mo replied calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Tiangang could not help but curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile as he remarked, Surely, the 3 families cannot contain their impatience any longer. However, it is rather presumptuous of them to think a mere handful of rabid dogs can obstruct our Qingyongli clan." Qin Mo reassured him, "Fear not. With my second ancestor by my side, even if the great king were to arrive today, I shall remain unscathed. My own safety does not concern me much. Rather, since they have unleashed their dogs first, we must display a formidable attitude." Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you suggesting we should close the door and deal with the dogs?" Qin Mo nodded slightly. Observing this, Li Tiangang furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Dealing with the dogs is feasible, yet closing the door is no simple task. The assailants have all sent out scattered forces should one side engage. The others will swiftly converge to encircle the target, ensuring there is no escape. Conversely, if trouble arises on one side, the remaining factions can easily scatter. In such a scenario, no matter how swift Qin Mo may be, he would inevitably allow a few to slip away. What I desire is a complete capture." Qin Mo had always approached enemies with such a mindset. If he were to strike, he would ensure total annihilation to prevent future troubles. Regrettably, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a viable solution to the predicament at hand. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly echoed from within the supercar. The second ancestor calmly stated, "Do not worry. Act freely." With those words, Qin Mo's eyes brightened instantly. If the second ancestor were to intervene, the issue of closing the door would be effortlessly resolved. After all, he possessed the ability to briefly seal off a space. Though it might seem like overkill in this situation, it was indeed quite appropriate. A smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips. Since the second ancestor had spoken, he decided to engage with him first. "Very well," Li Tiangang nodded in agreement. Then, a breeze swept through the passenger seat of the supercar, and Qin Mo's figure vanished without a trace. Guided by the markers that materialized in his mind, he stealthily soared into the night, landing atop a 3-story building. In a corner of the rooftop, a slight figure clad in black crouched, fixated on the street below, awaiting the arrival of his target. Utterly oblivious to the presence that had silently emerged behind him, like a wraith or the reaper wielding a scythe. Simultaneously, in the shadows at the end of Guanghong Street, the mission leader listened intently to the sounds in his ear, his brow furrowed, an expression grave. He took a deep breath, the lingering sense of unease within him intensifying, as if it would soon engulf him whole. After a brief moment of deliberation, he ultimately reached a decision, articulating, "Third brother, inform the others to withdraw. The operation tonight is canceled." "Canceled? Have we been waiting here for nothing? Come on, boss, why not just eliminate that kid and be done with it?" Third brother exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion, having waited in ambush for over 10 minutes only to be ordered to retreat. What was the rationale behind this? If they had mobilized their forces, why not simply take action? He genuinely struggled to comprehend the boss's thought process. Little did he know that just moments ago, the perimeter surveillance team had reported a sudden loss of visual contact with Qin Mo. The target had inexplicably vanished. This was indeed troubling. According to their calculations, they should have already reduced Qin Mo to ashes by this time. Yet reality had not unfolded as anticipated, coupled with an inexplicable but intensely foreboding sense of danger. The boss's choice to retreat at this juncture was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. After all, there was no rush in the next couple of days. However, third brother continued to chatter, which began to irritate Fong Tianming. He refrained from answering third brother's queries, instead admonishing him tersely when tasked with a job. Focus on your duties and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Third brother faltered momentarily, but seeing Fong Tianming genuinely upset, he dared not speak further and complied. Shadows materialized silently across the street, positions predetermined by Fong's men. Third brother's voice emerged from the darkness. The situation has changed. Retreat at once. Those who heard swiftly responded, gradually retreating backward. Yet, only 2 individuals answered the call. At this point, third brother finally sensed something amiss. Frowning, he called out again, but still, only 2 responded. The other 5 seemed to have vanished without a trace. Not a whisper of movement to be heard. This shouldn't be. How could this happen? Third brother murmured softly. Confusion etched across his features. Meanwhile, Fong Tianming relaxed his brow, his expression settling into tranquility. No need to worry about them, he stated calmly, rising from the shadows of the corner and stepping into the light, revealing his true visage. His gaze locked onto Qin Mo across the long street. Hands tucked into his pockets, fingers slowly unfurling and then tightening, producing crisp snapping sounds. I presume you are Qin Mo? Fong Tianming inquired coolly, his eyes sharpening. In response, Qin Mo, standing opposite, smirked slightly, his expression peculiar. I take it you are the hounds raised by the Fong family of Yunnan? Chapter 170. Qin Mo's forceful declaration boom. A jolt coursed through Fong Tianming's core, his pupils flashing with a glint of cold light. To his astonishment, Qin Mo had effortlessly discerned his origins, unmasking his identity. The action has yet to commence, and prior to this, whether it was the arrival in the imperial capital or the subsequent preparations, everything remained exceedingly clandestine, with no possibility of exposure. So how did Qin Mo come to know? Fong Tianming could not comprehend, unaware that Qin Mo had merely spoken offhandedly. After all, it was simply a matter of selecting from those 3 families, yielding a 1 in 3 chance. With a stroke of good fortune, guessing correctly once was entirely plausible. Moreover, Qin Mo had always possessed remarkable luck. In the moment he posed his question, he meticulously observed Fong Tianming from the subtle shifts in his gaze. Qin Mo was certain that the other party was indeed affiliated with the Yin family of the southern region. How intriguing this is. The Great Qin prison's assassination attempt returned empty-handed, and now they dispatched a full 9 kings to ambush him. Those unaware might think there existed some deep-seated enmity between the 2 families, a vendetta to the death. Yet in reality, it was merely Qin Mo's exceptional talent that had incited this trepidation. This unreasonable desire to kill was something he truly abhorred. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qin Mo's eyes, and his murderous intent intensified thrice. Tonight, you shall meet your demise here, he whispered softly. Upon hearing these words, Fong Tianming couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. Just based on you? Just based on me, Qin Mo retorted, simultaneously spreading his fingers slowly before clenching them tightly, a surging power coursing through his body. In that moment, 2 tiny red dots appeared at the center of his pupils, the crimson glow rapidly expanding. Fong Tianming raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he wondered what Qin Mo intended. The Yin family lacked detailed intelligence on Qin Mo. His strikes were always swift and ruthless, and whenever he acted, death was invariably the outcome. Thus, his true strength remained an enigma. However, just days prior, Qin Mo had effortlessly eliminated a 2nd-tier king, which meant he could at most be a 3rd tier himself now. Yet Fong Tianming had already reached the 4th tier, giving him an advantage in their confrontation. Although issues had arisen on his side, with a few possibly dispatched by the Li family's protectors, this did not diminish Fong Tianming's determination to complete his task. He now stood across the street from Qin Mo. the distance between them less than 10 meters. 10 meters. For a king, that distance was negligible. Fang Tianming felt confident he could eliminate Qin Mo in an instant from such proximity. His gaze sharpened, hair standing on end, tiny arcs of electricity crackling around him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, reverberating through the skies. The thunderous energy in Guanghong Street inexplicably intensified, inducing a mild numbness that was quite discomforting. It turned out to be the work of the Thunder Attribute King. Qin Mo's eyes flickered several times as he whispered to himself in his heart. Subsequently, he silently activated his vision, penetrating Fang Tianming's body to gaze into the shadow lurking around the corner behind him. It was highly probable that this figure possessed dark attributes, making a surprise attack particularly troublesome. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate him first. With his resolve firmly set, Qin Mo slightly shifted his toes when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted nearby, fissures appearing across the ground around him, collapsing inward with relentless force. The concrete shattered, sending clouds of dust into the air, obscuring the view of onlookers. Fang Tianming's expression sharpened in an instant as he swiftly raised his right hand, palm facing the sky, and struck downward with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from above, crashing violently onto the street opposite him, with countless small arcs of electricity darting in all directions like water serpents. This strike possessed the power to obliterate a third-tier king, thus revealing Fang Tianming's formidable prowess. Yet, contrary to expectations, his face did not bear a triumphant smile. Instead, it transformed in alarm as he exclaimed, "Not good! Lao Sanran!" As his words fell, the thunder crashed down upon Fang Tianming, engulfing him in a tempest of electricity. The blinding blue seemed to be the very essence of this world, while dark clouds rolled ominously above, slowly swirling to form a colossal blue vortex spanning 10 miles. Within the vortex, lightning flickered, resonating with sounds akin to billions of thunderbolts concealed within its depths. The heavens stirred, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. This was unmistakably the elemental spirit manifested by Fang Tianming. The elemental spirit shared a certain kinship with the sacred spirit technique, albeit it was strictly confined to the elemental realm. Once the elemental spirit was summoned, it signified a serious commitment to combat. Remarkably, a fourth-tier king was engaging a third-tier king. It was the former who unleashed his full power first, which was indeed unexpected and left others in shock. However, little did they know that Fang Tianming was burdened with unspoken troubles, yearning for an additional pair of wings. The distance between him and Lao San was merely about 7 meters, yet at that moment, it felt like an insurmountable chasm, awakened with lightning attributes. Elemental system practitioners were renowned for their rapid attack speed and explosive power, but Fang Tianming was astounded to discover that Qin Mo was even faster, and not by a trivial margin. Before the thunder even struck the ground, Qin Mo had vanished from his previous position, reappearing behind him. Moreover, the crimson glow in his eyes surged forth. With a sizzling sound, 2 beams of high-temperature energy descended upon Lao San with overwhelming force, piercing through his skull amidst his bewildered gaze. Thus, a third-tier king of the elemental system met his demise. Lao San remained oblivious to the unfolding events until the very moment his consciousness faded, unable to comprehend why an operation that had seemed so secure would unravel into such chaos. Yet, there was no one left to provide him with answers. Fang Tianming gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, an inferno enveloping his entire being. He let out a piercing howl that resonated throughout the night sky. Countless bolts of lightning surged around him like a torrential river, all directed at Qin Mo. Yet, Qin Mo remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed. "This is the 6th," he intoned softly, each word echoing like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. In the next heartbeat, Qin Mo vanished once more from sight. The devastating power of the lightning, aside from obliterating the remains of the third brother into mere ashes, inflicted no harm upon him. It could not even momentarily hinder his speed. This exemplified the terrifying nature of elemental immunity. Qin Mo's ironclad physique was a far cry from the feeble being he had been 2 months prior. As Fang Tianming's attack missed once again, clarity pierced through his mind. He acutely realized that the Qin Mo before him was no mere third-tier king. He was at least a 4th tier, perhaps even stronger. This ambush, from its very inception, had been a farce. Regardless of their efforts, failure was inevitable. Even if Qin Mo had unwittingly stepped into the perfect trap, they could not have dispatched him in an instant. A profound sense of defeat intertwined with overwhelming sorrow, battering Fong Tianming repeatedly. He yearned to halt Qin Mo's massacre. Yet with every ounce of strength expended, he could not even graze the hem of Qin Mo's garments. This is the seventh. Qin Mo's voice rang out again, as another of the third-tier kings, hidden behind a nearby house, collapsed to the ground with a thud. As he listened to that demonic whisper, fear and the specter of death finally took hold of Fong Tianming's heart. In less than a quarter of an hour, 7 kings of the Yannan Fong family had perished. These were 7 kings. Despite the prominence of the Fong family, such losses would undoubtedly be grievous and deeply felt. If he were to perish here as well, the losses for the Fong family tonight would be catastrophic. This simply could not happen. Fong Tianming, now imbued with a chilling calmness, acknowledged that while the deaths of his brothers pained him deeply, the welfare of his family was of paramount importance. He had to flee. He must take flight immediately. This thought flashed through his mind, and in an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. He fled without a moment's hesitation, not even uttering a word to the last remaining companion of their party. His escape was abrupt yet remarkably graceful. Do not blame me. All of this is for the Fong family. One day, I shall avenge you, dear fifth brother. Fong Tianming lamented, grief-stricken yet helpless. With Qin Mo's speed surpassing his own, such a flight could only lead to his demise. Thus, he resolved to sacrifice the fifth brother, hoping that Qin Mo's pursuit would buy him a few precious moments. Just a few seconds, that was all he needed to escape with his life. Yet, the unfolding of events diverged significantly from Fong Tianming's expectations. Qin Mo indeed set out to eliminate the fifth, yet his own speed appeared to diminish with each passing moment. It felt as though an invisible barrier had enveloped him, relentlessly tugging him back, a force far exceeding his comprehension. Fong Tianming, unable to comprehend the situation, found his expression shifting dramatically to one of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he struggled to decipher the cause of these occurrences. Could this be a contingency orchestrated by the Qingyangli clan? Or had their actions been compromised from the outset, with the adversary already having laid a more expansive trap? The 9 of them might truly be the intended targets of a deadly ambush. Countless thoughts surged through Fong Tianming's mind like exploding sparks, colliding chaotically. He stood upon the rooftop, gazing into the profound night sky, and let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of the answer, the outcome remained unchanged. This night, he was destined to be unable to escape. He could only choose to confront Qin Mo in a life-and-death struggle, grasping at a slender thread of hope amidst desperation. With this resolution, Fong Tianming's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere around him crackled with energy, as if the very heavens resonated with the sound of battle drums. Slowly, he turned to face Qin Mo, who approached him step by step, lifting his right hand into a clenched fist. Today, you have startled me, but the outcome remains uncertain. As his words resonated in the air, a swirling vortex high above flashed with a streak of lightning, and a fierce bolt descended, striking the palm of his right hand, coalescing into a spear of thunder a yard in length. An overwhelming intent to kill began to rise, as thousands of jagged bolts of lightning enveloped a 5-mile radius, transforming the landscape into a tempestuous sea of thunder. Qin Mo stood amidst this storm, utterly unaffected, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze serene. He, too, raised his right hand, discarding the lifeless body he held aloft, and smiled, saying, "This is the 8th. You are the 9th." His tone was remarkably casual, as though the events of this night were merely a game in his eyes. Fong Tianming was incensed by these words, and the thunderous sea above erupted into a fervent frenzy. "Qin Mo, you court death," he bellowed, raising the thunder spear in his hand, launching it forth with fierce intent. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Fong Tianming's azure pupils clearly reflected Qin Mo's figure. The spear aimed directly at his heart. This strike was intended to claim his life. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Qin Mo did not evade. He stood resolutely in place, fully embracing the thrust of the spear. The boundless power of thunder engulfed him. Serpentine bolts of lightning surged wildly, attempting to penetrate his very being through every pore. Alas, it was as if winter's snow met the blazing sun, dissolving into naught but vapor. The so-called thunder gradually faded from view, and an expression of disbelief appeared in Fong Tianming's eyes. How could this be possible? In this world, nothing is impossible, Qin Mo remarked with a smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than two tiny red dots reappeared in the center of his pupils. It is my turn now. This was the last sentence Fong Tianming would hear in this world. Immediately thereafter, a deep crimson engulfed his entire field of vision, consuming him entirely. Regret, confusion, and unwillingness. An array of complex emotions intertwined within his gaze, yet now they slowly faded away. Fong Tianming opened his mouth, attempting to utter something. However, the searing rays had already incinerated his vocal cords and throat, leaving him unable to produce even a single punctuation mark. The thunderous vortex high above had vanished without a trace, and the night sky returned to its original hue, pitch black. A corpse plummeted from the air and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep pit in the center of the cement road. This was the best of graves, yet also the worst. The demise of a fourth-tier elemental lord of thunder had now been sealed. This formally proclaimed the failure of the Yan'an Fong clan's ambush, simultaneously sending a powerful message to the 5 great families and the entire imperial capital regarding Qin Mo's terrifying prowess. In a mere 15 minutes, he had eliminated 5 second-tier lords, 3 third-tier lords, and 1 fourth-tier lord, and all of them were dispatched in an instant. Qin Mo's true strength required no further elaboration. Such feats could only be effortlessly accomplished by a 5th-tier or even a peak 5th-tier individual. In less than half a month, he was on the verge of completing the Lord stage. How could this not astonish others? At the very least, Li Er was indeed astonished. He stood at a corner of the street below, his right hand gripping a yellowed scroll held behind his back, slightly raising his gaze towards Qin Mo above, as if he were beholding a star of infinite brilliance. It was the only star in the night sky. As long as he stood there, everything else would pale in comparison. It was also the most dazzling star of this era. As long as Qin Mo lived, no one in the world would dare to call themselves a genius. Chapter 171. The killer shall always be killed. Yan'an County, the ancestral land of the Fong clan. Ancient buildings reflected the long history of this place, with low stone houses clustered together, devoid of any trace of modern technology. At the very heart of these stone houses stood the sole 2-story building, furnished in an exceedingly archaic manner with little inside, exuding an air of emptiness and naturalness. This was the very center of the Fong clan's ancestral land, and the residence of the highest ruling class of the Yan'an Fong clan. No one knew exactly how many years the ancestor residing within the stone house had lived, nor did they comprehend the extent of his power. They only knew that the ancestor had lived for a long time, at the very least 500 years. 5 centuries ago, he had already ascended to the rank of the great sovereign. In summary, the ancestor within the stone chamber held an exalted status. His identity revered to an extent that ordinary individuals dared not disturb him, unless extraordinary matters arose. Tonight, indeed, a significant event was unfolding. Upon receiving a call from Fong Xiang, the esteemed elder Fong Jingtian of the Yan'an Fong clan hurriedly made his way to the ancestral grounds, hastening up to the 2nd floor of the stone house and respectfully kneeling upon the ground. The interior was shrouded in darkness, visibility scarcely extending 5 meters, enveloped in an oppressive chill akin to the depths of winter, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Despite Fong Jingtian's formidable prowess as a great sovereign, he could endure only 5 minutes before his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his lips turning a faint shade of bluish purple and his pupils growing unfocused. He was shivering from the cold. Should this persist, he feared he might succumb to the frost before the dawn of the next day. Nevertheless, Fong Jingtian remained resolute, bowing his head even lower. After enduring for over an hour, cracks formed at the corners of his mouth. Frost began to accumulate upon his garments, and his consciousness began to waver, rendering his expression dazed. Suddenly, a series of sharp, resonant sounds pierced Fong Jingtian's eardrums, jolting him back to alertness. He shook his head vigorously to regain focus. The crisp sounds continued for several moments before ceasing abruptly. From the darkness emerged a diminutive, stooped figure, accompanied by the raspy voice of an elderly woman. Having knelt for so long, have you recognized your transgressions? I acknowledge my wrongs, And I beseech the ancestor for severe punishment, Fong Jing Tian stammered, his voice trembling, pressing his forehead against the frigid ground, not daring to lift his gaze. He could distinctly perceive the woman standing before him, even catching sight of her antiquated embroidered shoes and the dragon-headed cane she wielded. This individual was the current ancestor of the Yin Nanfang clan, a figure renowned throughout the vast Qin Empire. The old woman cast a fleeting glance at Fong Jing Tian, then, leaning upon her cane, she retreated to a corner of the stone chamber and seated herself upon a sandalwood chair, her tone icy as she remarked, "A punishment? Merely a punishment?" At her words, a chill swept down Fong Jing Tian's spine, his back drenched in cold sweat, droplets forming at the nape of his neck, only to be swiftly frozen by the pervasive chill in the chamber. "I willingly accept death," he bellowed, gritting his teeth, his tone resolute. The elderly woman on the chair let out a cold laugh, and then inquired, "Accepting death? Can death resolve the issue?" This time, Fong Jing Tian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, deep within, he silently exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The old woman's words implied that his death sentence might be commuted, allowing him to survive for a while longer, prompting a quiet sigh of relief to escape his lips. "I am fully aware that I have committed a grave error, causing our clan to lose several great sovereigns. I deserve the utmost punishment. Yet I beseech the ancestor for a chance to atone and redeem myself. The life of a disciple may seem insignificant, yet it can still serve a purpose. I truly wish not to perish in vain. I implore the esteemed ancestor to issue a command. Whether to the border or the imperial capital, I shall harbor no grievances." Fong Jingtian spoke with resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman maintained a calm demeanor and replied coolly, "You are mistaken. The lives of my Li clan disciples hold great value. They cannot simply be extinguished at will. Killing necessitates compensation, and debts must be settled. This is a fundamental truth. Since someone has taken action, let the life of the perpetrator be the recompense." Reporting back to the ancestor, Fong Jingtian conveyed the intelligence received from the imperial capital, indicating that the adversary had come prepared, having gained prior insight, and that the elder council had miscalculated Qin Mo's capabilities. Subsequently, he summarized the information relayed by Fong Xiang. The elderly woman listened intently, her expression unchanging. However, when it was revealed that no one had escaped, her eyelids flickered slightly. Once Fong Jingtian concluded, the stone chamber fell into a profound silence, filled only with the relentless ebb of darkness and the shattering of countless ice crystals. The elderly woman lowered her eyelids and remained silent for a long while. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. This time, our Fong clan suffered a just defeat. Fong Jingtian, kneeling on the ground, raised an eyebrow in confusion but dared not inquire further. "Rise for now," the elderly woman said softly. Hearing this, Fong Jingtian stood up, his body stiff from the cold that had seeped into his very core, the flickering flame of life wavering precariously. A cup of tea silently levitated before him, the lid opening of its own accord, releasing a plume of steam. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for the tea." Fong Jingtian hurriedly knelt and bowed, then cautiously extended his trembling hands to accept the tea, drinking it all in one gulp. The warmth rapidly spread through his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he exhaled a long breath of cold air, his mind finally settling. However, the elderly woman's gesture only deepened his earlier perplexity. What could have transpired to soften the ancestor's demeanor? He was well aware of her temperament, capricious, unpredictable, and decisively ruthless. After the failure of the imperial capital's operation and the annihilation of the 9 heavenly kings, he had rushed here to atone. Had he arrived even slightly later, his life would have surely been forfeit. The elderly woman was indifferent to whether one was a heavenly king or not. To the Fong clan, a heavenly king represented significant upper echelon power, but to her, they were mere insects. She continued, "All information regarding this assassination attempt is to be completely sealed. Aside from Fong Xiang, all those privy to the details are to be recalled to Yan'an County, with a strict gag order issued. No information is to be disclosed externally. Furthermore, all actions targeting Qin Mo are to be halted immediately." Gasp! All actions halted? Fong Jingtian was rendered speechless. He could not restrain himself from saying, "To report to the ancestor, that scoundrel Qin Mo is merely 23 years old this year, yet possesses the fearsome strength of a fifth-stage heavenly king. And his rate of growth is alarmingly rapid, having ascended 4 stages within a single month. If we cease our attempts on his life now, in a year or a year and a half, he is likely to reach his full potential, and we will find ourselves unable to suppress him. This youth is endowed with unparalleled talent, a rarity throughout the ages, and must not be allowed to remain. I implore the ancestor to reconsider. Once again, Fang Jingtian knelt upon the ground, his eyes betraying a profound apprehension, a trepidation rooted in Qin Mo's potential. With Qin Mo now entwined with the Qingyongli clan, his ascension would inevitably bolster their strength. At that juncture, neither the royal family nor our ancient clans would find any escape. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Should the adversary grow strong while we weaken, the Fang clan would find itself with but one path, death. If we do not eliminate him, it is only a matter of time before he eliminates us. It is a simple and easily comprehensible principle. What Fang Jingtian could conceive, the elderly matriarch, having lived for centuries, could certainly fathom, and her insight was even more profound and far-reaching. The matriarch cast a cold glance at the kneeling Fang Jingtian, her murky gaze revealing a piercing brilliance. In an icy tone, she declared, utterly foolish. Are you aware of who the protector assigned by the Qingyongli clan to Qin Mo is? Do you understand that even if we dispatched 9 great heavenly kings tonight, we would still face utter annihilation? Fang Jingtian trembled, his eyes widening in shock. The heavens conspire to aid the worthy. Even if I were to go personally, I would not dare claim absolute certainty in slaying under Lier's command. How dare you, a fool, presume otherwise? If we do not halt now, are you prepared to sacrifice the entire Fang clan? Each question struck Fang Jingtian like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding at his heart. He stood there, mouth agape, his expression one of bewilderment, momentarily unable to process such an overwhelming influx of information. Even the ancestor lacks confidence. Does this not imply that the Qingyongli clan has mobilized an ancestor-level figure? To assign an elder to protect a young disciple speaks volumes of their regard. In that instant, Fang Jingtian still harbored thoughts of eliminating Qin Mo, yet in a fleeting moment, bitterness filled his mouth, and he felt utterly deflated as he lamented. With the Li clan's ancestor as his protector, the tide of Qin Mo's growth is now unstoppable. What shall become of our Fang clan? In that moment, he seemed to age 100 years, the aspirations that once filled his heart shattered by the matriarch's words. Qin Mo shone too brightly, his talent weighing upon Fang Jingtian like an immense mountain, leaving him breathless. In his eyes, the future had darkened irrevocably. As long as Qin Mo remained, the Yan'an Fang clan would surely face perpetual obscurity. Even these ancient lineages, having endured for millennia, would crumble in this era, all due to the singular force that as Qin Mo Fang Jingtian felt increasingly fearful, his heart heavy with a sense of despair. At that moment, a cane shot through the air like lightning, piercing his left scapula and pinning him against the stone wall. Blood gushed forth, only to be instantly frozen by an overwhelming chill. The excruciating pain resonated clearly in Fang Jingtian's mind. He gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound of pain. The elderly woman regarded him coldly and remarked, "Indeed, you are a fool. You shall soon relinquish your position as the Grand Elder." "Yes," Fang Jingtian replied through clenched teeth, a shadow of despondency flitting across his pained visage, yet he dared not question the woman's command. After she stripped him of his title, she continued, "Our decision not to kill does not imply that the Lin and Lu families will spare you. Given their nature, once they discover we have sealed the news, they will undoubtedly seek to investigate. In due time, they will learn of Qin Mo's terrifying talents, but as long as they remain unaware of the specifics, they will not deduce that Lier is Qin Mo's protector. This loss cannot be borne by our Fang family alone. Is the ancestor intent on using another's blade to slay? To weaken the Lu and Lin families with the Li clan sword, while both sides engage in conflict. The Chu family in the north will not remain idle either, and our Fang family can take advantage of this period to amass strength and strategize." Fang Jingtian endured the pain, meticulously pondering, numerous schemes flashing through his mind. He understood that with this night, the chaos of the Great Qin had officially begun. The elderly woman did not berate him further for his foolishness. Instead, she nodded slightly and spoke, "This is merely one aspect." As for the second, her eyes narrowed, her face wrinkled like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, a sharp glimmer flickering in the depths of her gaze. In half a month, you shall accompany me to the imperial capital, where I will personally orchestrate our plans. Hiss. Fong Jingtian instinctively inhaled sharply, half from pain and half from astonishment. The ancestor was to personally visit the imperial capital, a monumental event indeed. It was known that this elderly woman had not stepped outside this stone dwelling for 3 centuries. Yet now, due to the prodigious talent of Qin Mo, she was compelled to journey to the capital to engage in a grand game with the ancestor of the Li clan, both sides evidently preparing for a close-quarters contest. This alone signified the ancestor's immense regard for Qin Mo. Fong Jingtian dared not exhibit any signs of negligence and promptly responded, "Disciple understands. I will make arrangements immediately." With a swift motion, the cane returned to the elderly woman's side, and Fong Jingtian collapsed to the ground. "You may leave," she stated coolly. Hearing this, Fong Jingtian refrained from further words, kneeling deeply in reverence before slowly retreating. Once he departed, the silent stone dwelling was left with only the faint sound of the elderly woman's breathing. Her eyes remained tightly shut, flickering with myriad hues of light. After a long while, the elderly woman let out a mocking laugh and coldly murmured to herself, 700 years have passed, and Lier, you remain as stubborn as ever." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the Fong family's ancient castle, a gentle evening breeze caressed Qin Mo's cheek, brushing past his brow. He stood solitary atop the castle, resembling a specter, or perhaps the grim reaper descended from the depths of hell. At this moment, it had been a full 7 hours since he had been ambushed. The bloodstains and corpses on Guanghong Street had been thoroughly cleared by the Security Bureau, and the identities of the deceased had been confirmed through the urgent search by the Li family. The 9 kings were indeed all from the Yan'an Fong clan. Thus, Qin Mo found himself here. He arrived at the Fong castle at 4 in the morning, and his intentions were far from a mere visit or a cup of tea with Duke Fong. He had come to exact vengeance. With the assassination scheme initiated by the Great Qin prison, followed by ambushes at his doorstep, the relentless pursuit by the Yan'an Fong clan was evidently aimed at his life. Even a being crafted from clay would be filled with wrath under such circumstances, let alone Qin Mo, who was no mere figure of clay but a man of iron. Given this, what more needed to be said? The hunter must be hunted. It is known that Qin Mo has never been one of amiable temperament. Thus, beneath the boundless darkness of the night sky, Qin Mo descended swiftly. The scythe of death was simultaneously raised. Chapter 172. You have forced my hand inside the Fong castle on the 2nd floor. The current family head, Fong Xiang, lay quietly in bed, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by a bad dream. The recent upheavals in the imperial capital weighed heavily on his mind, and Qin Mo's unparalleled potential instilled fear within him. It had been an entire week since he last enjoyed a good night's sleep, leaving him in a state of perpetual fatigue. To remedy this, he had even chosen to temporarily sleep apart from the Duchess, believing that solitude would provide the tranquility necessary for his mind to recuperate. Yet, it was evident that this method bore little fruit. The profound darkness loomed over him like a steel blade suspended from his neck, failing to bring the desired effect and only deepening his unrest. At one moment, Fong Xiang slowly opened his eyes, his weary gaze fixed upon the pitch-black ceiling, and he let out a heavy sigh. "As long as Qin Mo lives, I shall never find peace," he murmured softly. Suddenly, a sound echoed within the room. A flicker of flame emerged from the darkness, accompanied by curling wisps of smoke. Fong Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang up like a startled hare, fixating intently on the figure not far away. There, in the dead of night, an uninvited guest had intruded upon the castle, casually lighting a cigarette, reclining with an air of nonchalance in a chair within the bedroom. The cigarette burned slowly, the flame inching closer to the face, illuminating an extraordinarily youthful visage. That face was hauntingly familiar. Fong Xiang widened his eyes in shock, his mind reeling. The moonlit cigarette, bearing the emblem of the lotus, must surely cost no less than 1,000. Truly, the head of an ancient lineage indulges in the finest. Qin Mo examined the cigarette case in his hand, seamlessly slipping it into his pocket, and then inquired with a smile, "Pray tell, Duke Fong, do you truly wish for my demise? Even in my dreams, you afford me no respite. What have I done to incur your displeasure? Or is it simply that you take a dislike to me?" His indifferent gaze swept over Fong Xiang as he spoke, rendering the latter momentarily disoriented. As if plunged into an icy abyss, Fong Xiang scanned the surroundings with caution while contemplating his escape. It was crucial to note that he was merely an S-class awakener, whereas Qin Mo stood before him as a bona fide king, having achieved notable feats that very night. The silent appearance of such a formidable presence clearly indicated ill intentions. From any perspective, it seemed that this night was inevitably destined for his end. However, as the head of the Fong family and a duke in his own right, Fong Xiang maintained an air of composure and authority. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Might I inquire what business brings you to my humble abode at such an ungodly hour?" It appears there have been some disturbances in Baiyun district. A few indiscreet watchdogs have been causing a ruckus. While no one was harmed, it has stirred up some trouble. As I am yet to assume my post at the Logistics Bureau and remain the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, it is only prudent for me to be vigilant, lest these mad dogs inflict harm upon His Majesty. His words were veiled with double meanings. Fong Xiang could sense the shift in the atmosphere, his expression darkening. But survival compelled him to bear it. "If there are mad dogs causing chaos, surely you should pursue them instead of coming here," he retorted, attempting to regain control. "Oh, does the Fong family not keep dogs? How very peculiar," Qin Mo remarked with feigned surprise. Fong Xiang felt a weight descend upon him, a flicker of panic evident in his gaze. "I know not of what you speak," he responded, attempting to maintain his composure. "How fortuitous. I find myself equally perplexed by your words. Duke, considering the gravity of the situation, it would be wise to cease your charade. It is quite tiresome. Moreover, if your final words are merely those vacuous utterances from before, I shall take it upon myself to voice them for you," Qin Mo stated earnestly. Fong Xiang failed to grasp the meaning behind the last statement, consumed by the implications of the term final words. His heart raced, pupils dilating as he fixed his gaze on Qin Mo, speaking in a low, urgent tone. "Duke Qin, there is no need for such extremes. We have not yet reached a point of irreconcilable enmity. In this world, there are no eternal foes, only perpetual interests. We can indeed find a path to cooperation." "Have you finished?" As the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter, Qin Mo casually discarded the smoldering but onto the ground, slowly extinguishing it with his foot. He gazed at Fong Xiang with a smile, gradually rising to his feet. Fong Xiang instinctively retreated a few steps. But suddenly he realized that in the presence of a formidable adversary, where could he possibly retreat to? The shadow of death loomed ominously above him, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. "In truth, I had no initial intention of killing you. Taking a life is hardly a source of joy, and I would rather not have my hands stained with so much blood, regardless of whether those who perished by my hand were virtuous or vile. Whether their blood was sweet or foul is ultimately a most uncomfortable affair." As Qin Mo approached him with a smile, he spoke upon hearing this. Fong Xiang's expression gradually contorted. He fixated on Qin Mo, as though he were trying to engrave his image into his mind. "Qin Mo," Fong Xiang suddenly shouted, then continued in a fierce tone, "do you comprehend the consequences of assassinating a duke? Are you aware that this contravenes the laws of the great Qin? You are still young, with choices ahead of you. There is no need to stray onto this perilous path. If you turn and leave now, I can treat this as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, after tonight, the entirety of Great Qin will pursue you relentlessly. Everything you hold dear will dissolve like a fleeting dream, and you still have a bright future ahead of you." Fong Xiang's voice abruptly faltered, his face flushing crimson, his eyes bulging slightly. A clean hand, akin to a golden hoop, grasped Fong Xiang's throat, lifting him slowly, while another finger was placed to Qin Mo's lips in a gesture for silence. "Hush, your words are truly excessive. However, I must admit, I am surprised that even at death's door, you have not thought to beg for mercy, but instead have resorted to negotiation and even threats. Truly, you are worthy of the title of family head bestowed by an ancient lineage, though this mindset is ultimately futile." Qin Mo's expression remained as tranquil as ever, a gentle smile gracing his lips, appearing ever so amiable. Yet, Fong Xiang's limbs flailed more violently, his complexion reddening further, tinged with purples. As for the so-called bright future, promising prospects, and the regulations of the Great Qin, none of these hold any significance to me. Duke Fong, you have threatened me in vain. It seems this night, Your demise is inevitable. I genuinely do not wish to kill you. I am, after all, a law-abiding citizen. I merely desire to work diligently, to find a wife when the time is right. Is that too much to ask? Is it so difficult to achieve? The smile on Qin Mo's face grew ever more pronounced, yet the grip of his hand tightened inexorably. But you insist on targeting me time and again. Who could be blamed for this? I do not wish for this, yet it is you who compel me. Why must you intrude upon my life? Why must there be thoughts of taking my life? As the words fell softly, a faint sound followed. Feng Xiang's lifeless body thudded heavily onto the bed, frozen in an expression of ineffable terror and profound regret. Qin Mo gazed down at the fresh corpse, lingering for a moment before departing. His eyes flickered, contemplating briefly. Then he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Subsequently, Qin Mo lowered his gaze, and two minuscule red dots appeared in the center of his pupils, emitting slender beams of high-temperature rays. With a soft hissing sound, the cigarette ignited. He inhaled deeply before slowly exhaling. His puff. After the cigarette had completely burned down, Qin Mo clapped his hands and soared out of the ancient castle, seamlessly merging into the night. The deep and silent night resembled a gentle hand, softly caressing the cheeks of those it enveloped. Under such a tender touch, people often find themselves unwittingly slipping into deeper slumber. Feng Changhai wished for more rest as well. Yet as the chief steward of the Feng family in the imperial capital's estate, rising early was an everyday necessity. Before dawn, he was already bustling through the manor's every corner, personally overseeing numerous affairs. Around 7 o'clock, Feng Changhai entered the kitchen and glanced at the pot of mountain chicken soup that had been simmering for over 7 hours. This was intended for the master, who had recently been feeling unwell and needed nourishment, especially after the incident that occurred last night. Remembering the events of the previous evening, Feng Changhai's expression darkened momentarily. However, he quickly masked this fleeting emotion and calmly headed towards the grand hall on the first floor of the castle. The Duchess had been awake for quite some time, yet Feng Xiang remained unresponsive. "Changhai, please check on him," the lady instructed. In response, Feng Changhai respectfully replied, "Perhaps the master is exhausted from the night and is sleeping in. I shall go and awaken him." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs towards Feng Xiang's bedroom. Upon reaching the door, he gently knocked a few times and said respectfully, "Master, it is time for your meal." As his words echoed, silence enveloped the space, akin to venturing into a desolate area. Feng Changhai furrowed his brow and waited a moment, but when no response came, he inquired once more, only to be met with the same silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard, as if truly in a void. Being an S-class awakened himself, Feng Changhai sensed that something was amiss. In the next moment, his brow twitched. He summoned his genetic powers to his wrist, twisting his fingers with force. With a decisive click, the door lock was effortlessly disengaged. He cautiously pushed the door open, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance and readiness. However, when he beheld the scene before him, an overwhelming shock struck his mind like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Feng Xiang's lifeless body sat quietly on the bed, while a prized painting hung inverted on the wall behind him, displaying a single prominent character, Li. This referred to the Li of the Qingyangli clan. Feng Changhai's complexion changed drastically. It was evident that Feng Xiang had completely lost his life, his body nearly cold, unmistakably deceased since the previous midnight. How could the Duke of the Feng state be murdered within his own home? Moreover, the perpetrator had the audacity to leave behind a name? What sheer arrogance! What audacity! A flurry of thoughts raced through Feng Changhai's mind, as the gravity of the situation rendered him bewildered. Yet, in this dire moment, with Feng Xiang's death, the Feng family lacked a central pillar of strength. He must shoulder the responsibility and stabilize the situation first. With thoughts swirling, Feng Changhai swiftly exited the room, turning to firmly close the door behind him, forcing himself to maintain composure as he summoned two servants. "The master is feeling somewhat fatigued today and requires rest. You are to stand guard at the door, and without the master's command, no one is to enter." Understood. Subsequently, Feng Changhai hastened downstairs to inform his wife, before proceeding to another room within the ancient castle, where he quickly dialed the Elders' Council. 5 minutes after the call ended, a private helicopter took off from Yan'an County. 5 hours later, Feng Jingtian strode into the Feng family castle, his demeanor grave and serious. He approached the bedroom, finding Fong Changhai personally guarding the door. No one has entered? Rest assured, elder. I have remained here without a moment's departure. No one has entered. And the head of the family's situation remains under wraps for now, Fong Changhai replied. Upon hearing this, Fong Jingtian waved his hand and commanded, continue the lockdown. No information is to be leaked without my orders. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside alone. As he entered, an icy chill enveloped him, as if it sought to penetrate his very bones. Fong Jingtian involuntarily shivered, raising his gaze to glance at the elderly woman who stood silently before the corpse, before quickly surveying the scene. The assassination of the current head of the Yan'an Fong family was a monumental event, one that could send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Qin. And even the neighboring Qi would be taken aback. Particularly in these extremely sensitive times, this was an extraordinary matter. The mere presence of the elderly woman here hinted at deeper implications. After all, according to the original plan, she was not supposed to arrive in the capital for another half-month, but her schedule had now been abruptly altered. The old woman, with her murky eyes, cast a cold glance at the characterly inscribed on the painting and remarked softly, "To commit murder and leave a name behind. This shows a blatant disregard for the Fong family's capacity for vengeance. Revered ancestor, in my humble opinion, this painting resembles the phrase, 'There's no silver here,' suggesting it may be a trap set by malevolent individuals. Aimed at provoking a conflict between us and the Qingyangli clan," Fong Jingtian articulated. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman maintained her composure, merely offering a barely perceptible nod. If Li Da were still alive, leaving behind such an audacious and flamboyant piece, I would have no doubt. However, his brother, Li Er, does not possess such a temperament. The old woman suddenly raised her cane, pointing at Fong Xiang's corpse, and instructed, "Go examine it for any information left behind." Understood. Fong Jingtian promptly approached, meticulously inspecting the body. After a considerable time, a sudden intensity overtook his expression, and with focused eyes, he stood and declared, "Ancestor, there is indeed a clue." He stepped aside, revealing the right side of Fong Xiang's lower back, where several uneven, twisted scratches were faintly visible. These marks were likely made by nails clawing at the flesh, presumably left during his struggle as he suffocated. Fong Jingtian slowly explained, "It appears to form a character." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman let out a cold laugh, her voice icy as she retorted, "A character? Huh, this is clearly the character for heaven." Fong Jingtian scrutinized the marks and, indeed, detected a faint scratch above the character, confirming it to be the character for heaven. Yet, what could the character signify? Suddenly, a chill coursed through Fong Jingtian, draining the color from his face. He grasped the underlying significance, realizing the crucial implication. The so-called heaven character. Does it not refer to the Son of Heaven? Chapter 173. What? Is it forbidden to kill? The true meaning of the clue is thus. Fong Jingtian felt disoriented, instinctively reluctant to accept this notion. After all, the imperial family, though weakened, still held a semblance of authority. Moreover, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. If the Yan'an Fong clan were to grapple with the imperial family, victory would be uncertain and the cost could be grievous. Who knows how many ancient beings are concealed within the imperial confines? The king stationed beneath the Great Qin prison cannot be counted on a single hand. Yet the clue before him was crystal clear, unmistakable. This was Fong Xiang's final message before his demise. Would he deceive us? Can the dead truly mislead? Fong Jingtian deeply doubted this revelation, though uncertainties lingered unanswered. In recent years, His Majesty has been notably tranquil. The presence and influence of the imperial family have waned significantly, a stark contrast to a century prior. At present, the 5 prominent families are divided into 2 factions, embroiled in internal strife. If I were His Majesty, I would undoubtedly choose to remain passive, observing the unfolding conflict, ready to reap the benefits. There is no reason for the imperial family to instigate such turmoil, especially with such a substantial uproar following the sudden death of a duke, which could incite public panic. Fong Jingtian furrowed his brow, a hint of concern etching his features, while confusion and doubt clouded his eyes. Yet, the expression of the venerable ancestor of the Fong family remained utterly unchanged. To her, both the deceased Fong Xiang and the common people of the Great Qin were akin to mere insects, insignificant and inconsequential. She had always been devoid of warmth and empathy. Fool, she remarked. Since your majesty was born into the imperial lineage, how could one expect him to be a docile sovereign? To reverse engineer from the outcome is an inherently foolish endeavor. Allow me to inquire. If Feng Xiang had not left behind any clues, and we were unaware that this was orchestrated by the royal family, what course of action would be taken? With the sharpness of the ancestor's gaze, it is unlikely that retaliation would be directed towards the Li family. Feng Jingtian furrowed his brow and pondered aloud. No sooner had his words fallen than the old woman let out a cold laugh. I see clearly, but can you, a complete simpleton, guarantee that you won't be ensnared? You must understand that the assassination was not the sole incident of last night. Our Yinnan Feng family lost 9 heavenly kings at the hands of the Li family. Had this not transpired, I would likely still be in seclusion, and you would remain the head of the Feng elders, incapable of making sound decisions. Hiss! Feng Jingtian sharply inhaled, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. The ancestor, true to her title, perceived everything with remarkable clarity. To be fair, he had just swiftly considered the situation. If he were to manage it, he would undoubtedly unleash a multifaceted and bloody vengeance upon the Li family, deploying far more heavenly kings than merely these few. He estimated that within a mere half-year, the two factions would be embroiled in an inextricable conflict, escalating to a state of fierce hostilities, possibly leading to an all-out war where neither side would relent. With the Li family possessing the era's most brilliant genius, Qin Mo, and the concealed protection of their own ancestor, was it not tantamount to offering their heads on a platter to the Yinnan Feng family? The more Feng Jingtian contemplated, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. By that time, the royal family would truly reap the benefits of the strife, regardless of which faction was annihilated. It would be advantageous for the sovereign. The assassination of Feng Xiang was indeed a diabolical scheme. With a long exhale of turbid breath, Feng Jingtian, still shaken, reflected. It is fortunate that the ancestor intervened. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly brought calamity upon us, becoming a perennial sinner of the Feng family. According to the ancestor's earlier words, the intentions of the sovereign were now crystal clear. He sought to stoke the flames of discord, exacerbating the conflict between the factions. Just days prior, 2 imperial edicts had suddenly been issued from the royal restricted zone, one admonishing our Feng family and the other inciting discord between the Feng, Lu, and Lin families. It appears that even then, the sovereign harbored murderous intentions, laying the groundwork for last night's events. Upon hearing this, the old woman nodded lightly, grasping her ancient cane as she slowly turned and approached the window, gazing out into the distance. Although our Feng family lost 9 heavenly kings and 1 family head this time, we have also gleaned half of Li heir's scheming and the current objectives of the royal family, thus gaining a slight advantage in this chaotic epic. The few who perished, including Tianming, met their ends without regret. The true game has yet to commence. A fleeting glimmer of cold light crossed the elderly woman's eyes, and the temperature in the bedroom plummeted drastically, icicles silently forming on the ceiling. Despite it being the height of summer, the room felt akin to the depths of winter, an extraordinary scene that subtly attested to the formidable prowess of the matriarch. Her genetic power had reached a level potent enough to alter the very fabric of her surroundings, a feat far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sovereign. Feng Jingtian shivered from the cold, refraining from uttering a word. After several moments of surveying the outside through the window, the elderly woman leaned on her cane and spoke in a chilling tone. Since His Majesty wishes to witness the intensification of conflict, let us grant his desire. Release the news of Feng Xiang's demise shortly, then convene with the Lin and Lu families in secret to implore their collaboration against the Li clan. Is the matriarch intending to turn the tables and employ others as instruments of her vengeance? Feng Jingtian pondered. They had previously established a detailed plan of action against Qin Mo, having resolved to entangle the Lu and Lin families in their schemes. Now, they merely had a more compelling justification. The elderly woman nodded slightly, affirming her intentions. Abruptly, she cast a sidelong glance at Feng Jingtian and said with a hint of sternness, "This time, do not falter, do not let me down again. Otherwise, I shall willingly take my own life to atone for my failures," Feng Jingtian declared, kneeling with conviction, each word resonating with power. Noon arrived, marking 12 o'clock. By this hour, the morning's labor typically drew to a close, and the bustling crowd often opted to seize the moment for lunch, followed by a brief respite. During mealtime, if one refrained from checking their phone, scrolling through short videos, or browsing the internet, it felt as though something essential was missing. Thus, this time frame witnessed a surge in visibility and foot traffic, ranking among the daily peaks. In mere seconds, an official report uploaded by the authorities garnered over 1 million clicks. The report conveyed the sorrowful news that the current head of the Fong family, the present Duke of Fong, had tragically fallen victim to an assassination attempt the previous night, resulting in his untimely demise. The assailants had since vanished without a trace, their origins shrouded in mystery. The brief lines of text struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting an uproar. Whispers and discussions erupted, creating a cacophony of reactions. In recent months, the Qin Empire appeared less secure than before, plagued by a series of assassination attempts on key figures and chaos instigated by rebellious factions and unknown assailants. With the renowned war god, Xia Zhu, accused of treason, and now a duke slain in his own home, the turmoil was palpable. If even a duke could be killed, what fate awaited the ordinary citizens dwelling at the fringes of society? Were they not akin to mere ants, insignificant and vulnerable? At this moment, the hearts of those already in a state of trepidation were thrown into disarray. Just as Fong Jingtian had anticipated, the news of the duke's demise, once disseminated, would inevitably incite public panic. However, this was an eventuality that could not be evaded. By the time the Emperor of Qin became aware of the incident, 5 full minutes had elapsed since the report's release. It was already too late. Public opinion spread like wildfire, soaring uncontrollably, impossible to suppress or contain. The emperor could not help but furrow his brow, his gaze flickering restlessly, his pallid complexion growing even more ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Fong, perplexed by the inexplicable death, wondered who could be responsible for such a fate. He remained in a state of bewilderment, unaware that a heavy burden of blame had already been unjustly placed upon him, one that could not be easily cleansed. The elderly steward standing before him slightly hunched his back upon hearing this remark and respectfully replied, "It is said that last night at 9 o'clock, Duke Qin was ambushed by several celestial beings on his way home after dinner. The Duke, endowed with exceptional talent, showcased formidable prowess and managed to slay the assailants without sustaining any injuries. It is likely that Duke Qin has ascended to the 5th tier of celestial rank, merely a step away from the grand celestial level, and the attackers, according to reports from below, appear to be from the Fong clan." Upon hearing this, the emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, I did not expect Duke Qin's talent to be so prodigious, achieving another breakthrough within less than a month. The presence of Duke Qin into Qin is indeed a stroke of fortune for me." A subtle smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with genuine delight. It seemed that the stronger Qin Mo became, the more advantageous it was for him. The emperor appeared almost eager for such developments. Yet, the thoughts of a sovereign are notoriously difficult to decipher. No one knew precisely what machinations were unfolding in his mind. After his initial astonishment, the emperor reined in his smile by a fraction, slowly shaking his head. "This cannot possibly be an act of revenge by the Li clan. They are not so foolish as to kill a duke, as it brings them no advantage and inflicts no substantial harm on the Fong clan of Yan'an. Whether it be Li Mao or others of the Li clan, I cannot believe they would resort to such irrational behavior. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Yet if it is not the Li clan seeking revenge, then we find ourselves at an impasse," the elder replied. The emperor smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, "It matters not. If we cannot decipher it, let us not dwell on it. I, too, am uncertain of which faction is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Nevertheless, their intentions are unmistakable. They merely seek to stir the waters, to create further chaos and hasten the collapse. If that is their desire, then I shall oblige." The emperor's smile deepened, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as he instinctively adopted an air of control, exuding an aura of confidence that everything was well within his grasp. In the dead of night, the noble was ambushed, and the assailants vanished without a trace. This constitutes a grave incident, one that rightly falls under the purview of the Security Bureau. A decree shall be drafted shortly, reprimanding all current personnel of the Bureau, with the directors and deputy directors demoted by 1 rank and subjected to a 3-month salary penalty. Additionally, Deputy Director Qin Mo is tasked with solving this case within 7 days, capturing the culprits without fail. The elder's stature appeared even more stooped, and his demeanor exuded an air of deference. Upon hearing the content of the decree, he could not help but marvel internally. Truly, the older generation possesses unparalleled cunning. The sovereign is indeed formidable. This strategy is remarkably ruthless. Just last night, 9 of the Fong family's elite perished at Qin Mo's hands, and now he is to take charge of this case. It seems the coming week shall unfold into quite the spectacle. Unaware of the elder's contemplations, the Qin emperor paused briefly before continuing. Once Qin Mo commences his investigation, instruct the royal uncle to deploy a capable individual to covertly assassinate him. It is imperative that their identity remains concealed, and this assassination must result in grievous injury, but not death. As he uttered the latter part, the emperor's expression grew markedly solemn, his tone heavy with significance, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A flicker of confusion crossed the elder's eyes. He understood the rationale behind the assassination of Qin Mo. It was merely a ploy to further muddy the waters while eliminating an extraordinary talent. After all, Qin Mo's prodigious abilities were evident, and his terrifying prowess displayed last night left all in awe. Such a rare genius, if not harnessed for one's own purpose, must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Yet, the latter part of the emperor's statement left him perplexed. Injury without death? What could be the reasoning behind that? Would it serve some advantage, or did the sovereign have further plans? Daring not to inquire further, he suppressed his curiosity and softly suggested, to ensure a precise injury without fatality, it may require the involvement of a grandmaster. Discuss it with the royal uncle as you see fit. I am weary. You may retire, the emperor replied, stifling a yawn and gesturing dismissively. The elder acknowledged with a nod and silently withdrew. Meanwhile, in the Li Manor's second-floor study, Li Mao regarded Qin Mo with a peculiar gaze, his expression intensely complex. Qin Mo felt an unsettling apprehension under Li Mao's scrutiny and pondered himself. I have never seen my brother exhibit any peculiar inclinations before. Could it be that the train accident from some time ago, which resulted in a surgical mishap, has led to a transformation? Contemplating this, Qin Mo's own gaze towards Li Mao took on an equally strange quality. The gaze cast by Li Mao left him somewhat perplexed. He raised an eyebrow and let out a heavy sigh, muttering to himself, "To be honest, I'm genuinely curious about what lies within your body. In just over 20 days, you have ascended 5 ranks, reaching the realm of a heavenly monarch. Are you aware that even a prodigy typically requires at least a century to traverse the distance from the 1st to the 5th rank of a heavenly monarch?" I truly do not know, Qin Mo replied, scratching his head with an innocent expression. Li Mao felt a sense of foolishness for broaching such matters with this extraordinary individual. Was he not merely inviting unnecessary distress upon himself? He quickly gathered his thoughts, his expression turning grave, leaning forward slightly as he asked in a deep voice. "The reason I summoned you here is to inquire about something." "Go ahead and ask, my brother," Qin Mo replied with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's gaze flickered several times before he spoke deliberately. The current head of the Yannan Fong clan, Duke Fonghua, suddenly died in his home last night. Did you have a hand in his demise? At this statement, Qin Mo paused momentarily, looking at Li Mao with mild surprise. Their eyes met, and soon Qin Mo broke into a carefree smile, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I was the one who killed him." "What? Is he not deserving of death?" Chapter 174. This case must be investigated. Whether a person can be killed is a matter of grave seriousness and complexity. If the elders of the Qingyangli clan were to deliberate over Fong Xiang's death, it would likely take them at least 3 to 5 days to reach a conclusion, which would probably result in a decision against murder. This is not to say that Fong Xiang possessed extraordinary strength or was particularly difficult to kill. Rather, it was his esteemed title and precarious position that rendered the situation delicate. An attack on Fong Xiang's household was a blatant affront to the Yannan Fong clan, signaling an intent for relentless conflict, compelling the others to consider the broader implications. However, Qin Mo was not bound by the same considerations as the others. He resolved this serious and intricate issue in the simplest manner. He killed first and pondered later. In fact, he even uttered a rather audacious statement. Is Fong Xiang not to be killed? Li Mao comprehended the underlying message. If the Fong clan could send a heavenly monarch to kill him, then why should he not retaliate? From any perspective, Qin Mo's actions were devoid of fault. though they posed certain complications for the strategic plans of the Qin clan. Yet, Qin Mo was not a member of the Li family. He had never been one of them. With this in mind, Li Mao had little to say. He sighed softly and asked in a serious tone, "Now that it has come to this, the deed is done. How well have you covered your tracks? Have you ensured there are no traces left? You haven't exposed your identity, have you? Ah, my brother, do you still doubt my abilities? I'm always exceedingly cautious in my dealings. How could I possibly leave any clues behind?" Qin Mo casually waved his hand, leaning back lazily in his chair, a broad smile adorning his face as he recounted. "After I dealt with him, I inscribed a large character for Li on the wall of the bedroom. It was conspicuous enough to be seen the moment one opened the door. In this manner, even if the Yin family possessed extraordinary means, they could never deduce that it was I who had committed the act. Rest assured, my brother." Li Mao? For a moment, he was at a loss. What does it mean to write a big Li character? Li Mao's expression shifted, his lips twitching, as a profound numbness washed over him. He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp blow to Qin Mo's forehead. Is there such an audacious way to shift blame? Moreover, we're supposed to be allies. How can one simply betray the other? Writing literally would have incited internal strife among those three families. What a clever strategy that would have been. Yet this fellow chose to write Li, blatantly revealing the truth. Suddenly, Li Mao's expression changed, and he looked up. Are you deliberately playing with reverse logic? Upon realizing the underlying truth, Qin Mo nodded with a smile, opting not to tease him further, and proceeded to disclose the complete details of the situation. After listening, Li Mao couldn't help but nod slowly in agreement. He pondered briefly, then articulated, in this case, regardless of the actual truth, the focus of the Fong family should temporarily shift towards the royal family, leaving my Li family as the opportunistic bystander. However, the royal family is not easily deceived. Our current emperor, although frail and sickly, is not as simple as he appears. The murky waters of the imperial capital will likely become even more turbulent. Let it be murky. For now, it has little to do with me. As long as it brings a bit of peace to my ears, that is sufficient. Qin Mo shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Li Mao understood his temperament. Thus he found no peculiarity in Qin Mo's words. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden knock resonated at the study door. "Sir, a decree from the royal restricted area has just arrived." Li Mao cast a glance at Qin Mo, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. "The emperor has summoned you personally to investigate this case. And with such a short deadline, what could he possibly be planning?" Li Mao was perplexed by the emperor's intentions. Why must Qin Mo be involved? Is it simply to stir the waters? The royal family's targeting seems rather intense. However, from a procedural standpoint, this was entirely reasonable, leaving no room for criticism. Qin Mo took the decree, glancing over it casually, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A thief calling out to catch a thief. This truly is an unexpected turn of events, intriguing indeed. This case has been entrusted to you, yet I suspect there are ulterior motives at play. It seems the emperor's intentions do not aim for a conclusive outcome, and allowing the true culprit to take charge would render the capture of the criminal impossible, remarked Li Mao, his lips twitching. Indeed, the circumstances are extraordinarily coincidental. Who could have anticipated that such a situation would arise from a series of misfortunes? The Qin Li clan, initially on equal footing with several other prominent families, has now, under the influence of Qin Mo, taken several steps ahead, securing a significant advantage. The outcome is indeed quite favorable. However, it appears that Qin Mo harbors further intentions. A slight smile graced his lips as he raised his gaze to Li Mao, retorting, "Who says the perpetrator cannot be identified? Is not the true mastermind behind the assassination of Duke Fong a royal relative?" Upon hearing this, Li Mao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "Are you suggesting?" Qin Mo slowly nodded, asserting, when the sovereign commits a crime, he is as culpable as the common folk. Since His Majesty entrusts me with such a monumental case, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to it. When the sovereign commits a crime, he is as culpable as the common folk, Li Mao murmured, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. The potency of Qin Mo's assertion struck him with tremendous force, leaving him in a state of profound shock. Such progressive thoughts seem utterly out of place in a society where class distinctions are stark and rigid. Li Mao silently etched this notion into his memory, then furrowed his brow, contemplating, in this case, the Li clan may need to step in first. We cannot merely observe from the sidelines. In chaotic times, there is no distinction of precedence. Who among us is not but a mere piece on the chessboard? Qin Mo counted. With that, he crossed his legs, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he softly continued. My dear brother, matters have always been straightforward. The more one ponders and wavers, the more impure one's intentions become. If we concern ourselves too much with beginnings and endings, we shall ultimately face ruin and find ourselves with nothing. If the Yin and Nan Fong families wish to eliminate me, I shall target the current head of the Fong family. If the royal family conspires against me, I must employ every means to retaliate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Returning the same treatment is the essence of navigating the world. We cannot allow ourselves to suffer losses. Having said this, Qin Mo rose, casting a deep glance at Li Mao before declaring, Tomorrow, I shall officially commence the investigation. Rest assured, my brother. With his words lingering in the air, he turned and strode purposefully out of the study. Li Mao gazed at his retreating figure in silence, his expression slightly dazed. After a prolonged moment, he finally withdrew his gaze, a wry smile emerging as he gently shook his head. Ah, young man, in this manner, I have ultimately been worn down by the vicissitudes of life. At that moment, Li Mao was filled with a sense of reflection. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, having exited the study, did not leave the Li clan's estate. Adhering to the principle of making the most of his visit, he intended to bask in the abundant sunlight and absorb its energy, while also enjoying a meal. Thus, several hours passed in silence. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Mo, donning sunglasses, reclined in a secluded corner of the estate, his breath deep and even seemingly indulging in a midday slumber. Lier appeared beside him silently, his demeanor unchanged, a smile gracing his lips as he cradled an ancient yellow tome, his leg casually crossed. You seem quite unhurried, enjoying your leisure, Lier remarked with a smile. At this, Qin Mo opened his eyes, turned his head to cast a glance, and returned the smile. Aren't you the same? I cannot compare to you, young one. In my youth, I never allowed myself a moment's respite. Only now, with age creeping in and my limbs nearly rusted, do I find myself with idle time, Lier replied, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passing through his eyes, as if recalling his youthful days. Yet this reminiscence vanished as swiftly as it had come. He shook his head, tucking the ancient book into his waist, and gazed down at Qin Mo, slowly continuing, given your previous rate of growth, I had anticipated it would take you at least 5 more years to reach the threshold of the Great King. An elevation of 1 tier per year is already astonishing, enough to leave one awestruck. But I did not expect you to arrive at this stage in less than a month. Truly, the youth are formidable. I dare say even my elder brother would be astounded by your progress, questioning his own existence. Elder brother? Qin Mo keenly grasped the key phrase within this statement. Stirring his thoughts, he understood to whom Lier referred, the other ancestral figure of the Li family, confined deep within the Great Qin prison, whose innate talents were unmatched in this era. For Lida to question his own existence is an extraordinary commendation. However, Lier remained unaware that Qin Mo had overheard this secret, and thus only mentioned it in passing before swiftly moving on. Now that you have reached the 5th tier of the king, it is time to consider your ascension to the Great King. My purpose today is to discuss the subsequent matters with you. Although the title of Great King includes the word great, it fundamentally remains within the realm of kings. The distinction arises primarily due to a significant genetic divergence at this level. You are already aware that upon ascending to the king, one can manifest the sacred spirit avatar and elemental spirit body. These are your primary means of engaging adversaries, as well as immensely powerful amplifications. Upon ascending to the Great King, the awakened individual can undergo a second enhancement on the original amplification. You may simply understand this as the sacred spirit avatar and elemental spirit body being able to unleash a more formidable second form. Qin Mo listened intently, missing not a single detail. In the days to come, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous great kings. Being forewarned of their capabilities would enable him to devise appropriate strategies for evasion. The great kings are categorized into 5 tiers, yet regarding the realms beyond the 5th, Lier chose not to elaborate. He merely hinted that once Qin Mo attained that level, he would provide a more thorough explanation. As Lier was reluctant to disclose further details, Qin Mo refrained from probing too deeply, choosing instead to suppress his curiosity for the time being. Upon ascending to the rank of Great King, one truly enters the upper echelons of this world, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. However, it is imperative to remain humble and vigilant, for there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. The second ancestor gestured towards the heavens, revealing a profound and inscrutable smile. His words carried an implication, yet he refrained from articulating it explicitly. Qin Mo's eyes flickered with contemplation, prompting him to inquire. I recall you previously mentioned that the great kings delve into the depths of genetic power. The deeper one excavates, the greater the strength acquired. Is there an endpoint to this genetic depth? An endpoint to genetics? Perhaps there is, but the fifth tier of the great king is certainly not the terminus. As for where that endpoint lies, who can truly say? Lier responded with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He then addressed Qin Mo. I could definitively inform you that the pinnacle of combat strength in our world currently resides within the fifth tier of the great kings. Everyone seems to be stalled at this threshold, and no one knows what lies beyond it. Of course, in your future, you may very well surpass this limit. Your genetic sequence is ranked quite highly, and I have great faith in your potential. His admiration and high hopes for Qin Mo were evident, displayed with utmost sincerity. However, Qin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss. He was certain he could transcend this limit without question, yet this realization offered no assistance, as their paths were inherently divergent. Thus far, Qin Mo had only scratched the surface of the awakening of genetic powers, remaining unaware of the mysteries surrounding human genetics or the reasons behind the genetic explosion a millennium ago. The secrets embedded within genetics are indeed manifold. Fortunately, he need not delve into the so-called genetic powers. He merely had to absorb solar energy to enhance his strength. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips. At that moment, the second ancestor's eyes sparkled with curiosity, leading him to pose a question. By the way, I have long held a query that remains unanswered. What question? Qin Mo replied. Astonis hit. Lier gazed intently into his eyes and asked with a smile. I recall you being an awakener of the mimicry type. Yet ever since you ascended to the rank of king, I have yet to witness you manifesting the Holy Spirit avatar. This question was indeed quite perplexing. Why had Qin Mo not summoned the Holy Spirit avatar? The truth was he was not a mimicry type at all. He was, in fact, awakened to the superhuman gene, a hexagonal warrior of unparalleled might. However, such words could not be uttered in front of the second ancestor. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lier, Qin Mo remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile as he casually remarked, Is it possible that before I even resort to the Holy Spirit technique, my opponent has already been vanquished? Chapter 175. You are a suspect before I could even employ the Holy Spirit technique. All adversaries had already descended into the underworld. What is this? This is nothing short of blatant arrogance. Hearing these words, Lier's brow furrowed in disbelief, dark lines appearing on his forehead as his mouth twitched slightly. In that moment, he could only think. The atmosphere had abruptly turned awkward, with an almost predatory gaze permeating the air. Yet, the second ancestor was no longer the youthful spirit of yesteryears. He stifled the urge to unleash a beating upon Qin Mo and managed to force a faint smile. If one were to phrase it that way, perhaps it holds some merit. Truthfully, I often find myself in a state of helplessness as well. Qin Mo shrugged, his hands held aloft, continuing, The individuals sent by the other side are always of the same ilk. They cannot extract my true capabilities, so what can I do? However, with the second ancestor's formidable prowess and unparalleled genius, he should be able to comprehend my sentiments. No? Lier, the smile that had just graced his face once again froze, and he instinctively moved his wrist as if contemplating the idea of loosening Qin Mo's joints. In the presence of Qin Mo, who would dare to claim themselves a genius? That would be sheer self-deprecation. Not to mention him. Even his elder brother had not managed to ascend 5 ranks in a month. Compared to Qin Mo, he paled in comparison. The talent of Li De was the strongest Lier had encountered in over a millennium, without exception. Of course, this was contingent upon Qin Mo not having appeared. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, upon reflection, this rationale did seem plausible. Lier pushed aside his doubts and rose, stating casually, I have matters to attend to. No sooner had his words left his mouth than he vanished from sight as if he had never existed. Qin Mo, however, remained in his original posture, making no move. It was only when his mental perception could no longer detect even a trace of the second ancestor's presence that he finally curled his lips into a subtle smile. Adjusting the black sunglasses perched on his nose, Qin Mo silently mused, "I suppose I will not attract attention for the time being." His earlier demeanor had been a deliberate facade, with a singular purpose: to conceal his true genetic identity. It is crucial to understand that although he was a prodigy heavily supported by the Li family and enjoyed a relationship akin to that of a half-member of the Li clan, this was predicated on the assumption that he was indeed a genetic awakener of the mimicry type. Otherwise, should his true genetic identity be exposed, who could guarantee that the second ancestor would not harbor ulterior motives? Faced with the entirely unknown, possessing a terrifying growth rate and unparalleled strength that dominates the world, even if it proves impossible to transplant such a new gene into oneself, one must meticulously slice and study it. In less than a month, ascending through the 5th tier of the Heavenly King stage, who could resist such a lure? Strength is synonymous with status. Possessing formidable power naturally enables one to command this realm, becoming the supreme sovereign. The allure of power and authority requires no further elaboration. The frenzy exhibited by the 5 great families suffices to illustrate this truth. Until he ensures his own safety, Qin Mo will undoubtedly conceal his greatest secret. This is beyond question. As this thought flickered through his mind, Qin Mo continued to recline on the lawn, consistently absorbing solar energy. He remained in this state until after 5 o'clock in the evening, when a warm current suddenly surged within his chest. A smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips, revealing a gentle expression. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that the accumulated light energy points had reached a new zenith, totaling an impressive 48. His earlier conjecture proved accurate. As his own strength increased, the vitality of his cells gradually enhanced, resulting in a higher absorption rate. This development is indeed fortuitous for Qin Mo. A turbulent era is on the horizon, and the 5th tier of the Heavenly King stage is scarcely sufficient. Qin Mo's short-term objective is to reach the great Heavenly King stage, to first attain the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Today's light energy points will, as usual, be allocated according to a balanced scheme, promoting all 8 attributes evenly to ensure comprehensive enhancement. Soon, the immense warmth rapidly dispersed throughout Qin Mo's body, and 2 pieces of information flashed through his mind. Qin Mo felt a surge of vitality, his smile broadening. To his astonishment, both his hearing and biological field had been simultaneously enhanced. He mused inwardly. After this enhancement, the limits of his auditory perception had once again been surpassed, while the range of his coverage had doubled compared to before. If he were to fully unleash his hearing now, extending it outward, he could encompass an area as vast as 16 imperial capitals, equivalent to a territory within the Great Qin. This range is indeed formidable. At this moment, Qin Mo finally began to exhibit a semblance of superhuman capability. After a few more enhancements, enveloping the entire Great Qin and even the world would not pose a significant challenge. When that time comes with but a thought, he could discern the movements of all beings. As for the biological field, Qin Mo astonishingly ascended from an altitude of 8,000 meters to 16,000 meters, marking a significant leap. Given time, he is destined to breach the atmosphere, reaching the surface of celestial bodies to bask directly in the sun's rays. Without the atmospheric barrier, the intensity of sunlight he can receive will increase exponentially. He might acquire hundreds or even thousands of light energy points in a single instance. It appears that surpassing the atmosphere will bring about a qualitative leap in his strength, ushering in an unprecedented enhancement. Qin Mo whispered softly, an unmistakable excitement flickering in his eyes, revealing a profound anticipation within. Yet, he soon sighed deeply, shaking his head slowly, lamenting, regrettably, the biological force field cannot directly absorb energy points. Otherwise, the speed could be significantly accelerated. The enhancement threshold of the biological force field has always differed from the other 8 fundamental attributes. This particular aspect requires all 8 other attributes to reach a certain intensity before the force field can be unlocked. Hence, it is indeed the most rational and correct choice to evenly distribute energy points each day. With this thought, a gentle smile re-emerged on Qin Mo's face, dismissing the earlier regret from his mind. If direct enhancement is not an option, It is merely a matter of waiting a few more months. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose and strode purposefully into the ancient castle, intent on enjoying another meal that evening. After all, having arrived, it would be a shame not to indulge. Thus, the night passed without further incident. The following day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the capital welcomed its rush hour, with countless office workers dominating the main thoroughfares and side streets. The clamor of human voices and the aroma of breakfast permeated every alley and boulevard. Naturally, these streets did not include the residences of the upper class. For them, 7 o'clock was far from the time to begin work. It was a moment to sit gracefully at a long dining table for breakfast or to linger in the comfort of their plush feather beds, still lost in dreams. This stark contrast highlights the unchangeable gulf between classes, an intrinsic divide. Yet, Qin Mo was not part of the upper class. Standing in the plaza of the Security Bureau's building, he glanced back at the security personnel who had hurried to his command and said coolly, "Let us depart." With that, he turned and entered the black armored SUV, taking his seat in the passenger side. Besides him were Li Tiangang, Li Yuan, Li Mo, and two unfamiliar middle-aged men. These two men had arrived in the capital at 3 o'clock that morning from the ancestral home in Qingyang County, and they were indeed two genuine Peak Kings. According to Li Mao's account, these individuals were to provide temporary protection for Qin Mo while also serving as his aides in investigations, running errands, and the like. Given the current chaotic state of the capital, the original team of the Security Bureau had become less effective. It was necessary to have some individuals of kingly stature to maintain order in critical moments. However, Qin Mo felt that such precautions were unnecessary. The distinction between Peak Kings held little significance for him. Of course, he was no fool. He understood the dynamics clearly and was well aware of how the Peak Kings compared to him in the eyes of the Li family of Qingyang. Their true intention, in fact, lies in gradually augmenting their power and expanding their influence within the imperial capital. It is likely that within the next 3 months, numerous members from the 5 prominent families will clandestinely arrive from their respective strongholds, possibly accompanied by several venerable ancestors. However, as the saying goes, to see through it but not speak of it, revealing such truths would render the matter devoid of intrigue. Thus, Qin Mo refrained from articulating any overt thoughts. A convoy of dozens of unmarked black armored vehicles thundered down Xuanwu Avenue, swiftly making its way to the Fong family's estate in the southern region. Approximately 20 minutes later, the roar of engines, coupled with the jarring screech of tires against the pavement, shattered the tranquility of the Fong estate. The estate's steward, Fong Changhai, arrived 2 minutes later, his face adorned with a feigned smile. He cast a subtle glance outside before positioning himself behind the iron gates of the estate, refusing to open the door for Qin Mo. Instead, he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask why Marquis Guan has made such an ostentatious display? You lack the standing to address matters here. Summon someone with authority and open the door at once." "Do not dawdle," Li Tiangang interjected vehemently. He interrupted Fong Changhai's subsequent words and unleashed an overwhelming pressure of peak S-grade intensity, bearing down upon him without restraint. Fong Changhai felt as though several mountains were weighing upon his back, rendering him breathless. His aged visage turned an ashen hue, veins bulging. He attempted to speak, but could not utter a single word, overwhelmed by discomfort. Who could have anticipated such a tense standoff upon their first meeting? As Li Tiangang showed no signs of relenting, Fong Changhai found himself in a predicament, as if the oppressive pressure might crush him. At that moment, a faint voice echoed from the depths of the estate's ancient castle. "After so many years, I did not expect my nephew Tiangong's temperament to remain so fiery." As the voice resonated, an invisible wave of energy surged from afar, crashing forcefully against Li Tiangang. The formidable pressure shattered instantaneously, causing Li Tiangang to stagger back 2 steps, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his sleeve, his expression turning grave. And he hastily whispered to Qin Mo at his side, "This is bad. I didn't anticipate the Fong family would send a formidable elder." That contemptible voice is unmistakable. The individual is Fong Jingtian, the grand elder of the Yin Nan Fong family, who has lived for at least 5 centuries, while his precise strength remains uncertain. 2 centuries prior, Fong Jingtian displayed the prowess of a 5th-tier king. Now, after 200 years, I wonder if he has ascended to the great king level. The 2 accompanying kings of the Li family added. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering slightly as he turned to a specific direction ahead. Just as his eyes fell upon that spot, a slender figure emerged, standing quietly behind the gates of the estate. It was none other than Fong Jingtian. He was still dining at the table when an unexpected incident occurred, compelling him to rush over and take charge of the situation. Fong Jingtian, hands clasped behind his back, wore a smile as he regarded Li Tiangang, casually remarking, "Dear nephew Tiangang, do you presume me to be deaf?" At these words, Li Tiangang offered a sheepish smile, retreating slightly to discreetly hide behind Qin Mo, evading Fong Jingtian's piercing gaze. To be fair, it was precisely because he was certain Fong could hear him that Li Tiangang spoke so deliberately. After all, he had always conducted himself with integrity and transparency, never feeling the need to explain himself to others, nor would he ever speak ill of someone behind their back. If he had grievances, he preferred to voice them directly. Anything less would be unsatisfactory. Li Tiangang scoffed inwardly at the thought. Fong Jingtian, however, chose not to engage with him. Instead, he shifted his focus to Qin Mo, his eyes glinting with unabashed scrutiny as he assessed her. This was their first encounter in a true sense. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Yet at this moment, both of their gazes sparkled, devoid of any animosity. Surely, this must be the renowned prodigy, Fong Jingtian mused with a smile. However, before he could finish his thought, Qin Mo raised her right hand, unceremoniously interrupting him. The Security Bureau is here on official business. Unrelated individuals are to vacate the premises immediately. As she spoke, Li Mo stepped forward, presenting the formal document issued by the royal authority. Fong Jingtian found himself momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the abrupt turn of events. Had he truly become an unrelated party before he could even complete his sentence? Nonetheless, Qin Mo's next statement extinguished all of his thoughts. "Li Yuan, please document the suspect's testimony, ensuring that not a single punctuation mark is overlooked." With her words, Li Yuan swiftly advanced, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Mo, pulling out a compact laptop and recording device, fully prepared for the task at hand. It was evident that this had been meticulously planned. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's professional equipment, Fong Jingtian was left utterly bewildered. He had been caught off guard by Qin Mo's sudden pronouncements. What did it mean to be labeled a suspect? How could he possibly be considered one? "I say, Guan Neihao, are you mistaken?" Fong Jingtian furrowed his brow and inquired. As soon as he spoke, Li Yuan's fingers flew across the keyboard, capturing his words verbatim. Li Mo glanced at the screen, ensuring that not a single punctuation mark was missed, before turning to Fong Jingtian with a serious expression. "You may choose to remain silent, but every word you utter will become evidence presented in court." Chapter 176. The commanding Qin Mo. Fong Jingtian's emotions were tumultuous. He had never anticipated such an absurd and bizarre turn of events. The royal intentions were indeed malevolent and extraordinary. The royal family has just dispatched agents to the Fong family estate, where they assassinated Fong Xiang and framed the Li family for the crime, immediately turning around to send Li family members to investigate the case. Should Fong Xiang have left no clues, or if they misinterpreted any existing ones, it would naturally lead them to consider the Qingyang Li family as their primary adversary. Furthermore, on that very night, 9 kings met their demise at the hands of Qin Mo, exacerbating the already insurmountable enmity between the two factions. Now, with Qin Mo leading the investigation in such an arrogant manner, he unilaterally labeled Fong Jingtian, the Fong family's chief steward Fong Changhai, Fong Xiang's widow, and dozens of others within the estate as criminal suspects. He even ordered the Security Bureau to seal off the entire Fong estate, severing all channels of communication and forbidding anyone from entering or even a fly from escaping. He justified this by claiming that the crime scene must remain undisturbed, ensuring that no suspect could have the opportunity to flee. This lockdown would persist until the truth behind Fong Xiang's death was uncovered. However, the duration of this confinement hinged solely on Qin Mo's whims. Although Fong Jingtian was somewhat dim-witted, he was not entirely lacking in intelligence. He could discern that Qin Mo was deliberately tormenting them. Yet, he found himself in a position of helplessness. Wasn't this precisely what the royal family desired? It was likely that upon learning of these events, His Majesty would be filled with delight, as the previous scheming suggested that a severe conflict between the Fong and Li families was imminent. Such internal strife would ultimately deplete the strength of the 5 prominent families. aligning perfectly with the emperor's objectives. Of course, Fong Jingtian was aware of the royal machinations and was determined not to fall into their trap. However, the Li family remained oblivious, which was the crux of the matter. At this moment, in the grand hall of the estate's castle, Fong Jingtian and Fong Xiang's widow sat at opposite ends of the sofa, while steward Fong Changhai and a dozen other suspects stood behind them, heads bowed in silence, not daring to breathe. Although the castle still bore the Fong name, it had become estranged from the family. The security personnel had already begun searching various locations within the castle for so-called clues to the case, the perpetrator's trail. Interestingly, Qin Mo was not present in the castle. After entering, he had chosen a well-lit spot to continue absorbing the sun's energy. He had a clear understanding of what was fundamental and what was mere superficiality. The enhancement of his strength could not afford to be neglected for even a moment. Thus, the investigation, which yielded no substantial leads, dragged on from 8 in the morning until noon. Suddenly, the castle's main door was flung open, and a staff member from the security office entered carrying 2 large plastic bags. Inside were 20 takeout boxes, each costing merely 8 yuan, making them among the cheapest in the capital. The quality was certainly not exceptional, far from any gourmet delicacies, but they were filling enough. The young employee approached the sofa, carrying a lunchbox, and unceremoniously tossed the plastic bag onto the coffee table. Fong Jingtian furrowed his brow, gazing in astonishment at the pile of lunchboxes, before lifting his eyes to the Li siblings standing opposite him, and in a low voice inquired, "What does this mean?" In response, Li Yuan cast a brief glance at him before swiftly typing on a notebook to record his statement, then replied, "Your lunch. If it is insufficient, there is more. The Security Bureau will not skimp on meals during investigations." Fong Jingtian lowered his gaze again to the lunch boxes on the coffee table, his expression gradually darkening. Behind the sofa, Fong Changhai observed the situation keenly and stepped forward, sternly demanding, "Is this all the Security Bureau provides us?" "Rest assured, there's no poison." Li Yuan repeated, "Mein Taining had indifferent demeanor." Fong Jingtian's expression turned grim as he leaned back, his gaze disdainful, crossing his legs. Fong Changhai, taking in the scene, understood the underlying tension. He stepped forward once more, raising his voice in anger. "My master has just tragically passed. His remains still warm. Yet the Security Bureau dares to subject us to such indignities. My master held the rank of a duke, deserving of the treatment befitting his status. You abuse your power, cloak your vendettas in royal decree, forcibly restraining our freedom and secretly seizing the duke's possessions. Each of these acts is not a minor offense." Having received a tacit signal from Fong Jingtian, Fong Changhai was unreserved in his rebuke of the Security Bureau. However, the Security Bureau remained unfazed. To be precise, Li Yuan and her colleagues had honed their composure to perfection, undisturbed even by the truth of his words. The hall fell into an immediate silence, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of Li Yuan's fingers on the keyboard, resonating through the air like the most exquisite melody. Li Mo glanced at the content displayed on the screen before looking up at Fong Jingtian on the sofa, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Fong Changhai, the esteemed steward of the Fong family estate in the capital, has just stated, the current deputy director of the Security Bureau, Qin Mo, has abused his power, deceiving those in authority, employing extrajudicial measures to extract confessions. Fong Changhai has slandered high-ranking officials of the capital, personally attacking them with words rife with defamation. I now have reason to suspect that you are the primary suspect in this case. Since you are so eager, you shall accompany me for an initial interrogation by the Security Bureau." As the words fell, Li Mo waved his hand, and immediately, personnel from the security office stepped forward, brandishing specially designed handcuffs, clearly intending to take Fong Changhai into custody. Upon witnessing this, Fong Changhai's complexion changed dramatically, instinctively casting a glance at Fong Jingtian, his heart racing with alarm. The audacity of the Security Bureau was overwhelming. If he were to go with them, how could he expect to return alive? As merely a steward, he was of no significant importance, and to say he was untroubled would be a falsehood. The glaring silver handcuffs were painfully conspicuous. The echoes of clashing footsteps resonated like the harbingers of doom from the depths of hell. Boldly, Fong Jingtian could no longer remain seated. He slammed his palm on the table and bellowed in a commanding tone. Instantly, a fierce pressure surged through the living room. causing the two guards from the security department to halt in their tracks, their breaths momentarily stifled. The two formidable men dispatched by the Li family advanced swiftly, releasing their formidable auras as if preparing for a fierce battle. Yet, it was evident that their combined strength paled in comparison to Fang Jingtian's. Within mere seconds, they found themselves at a disadvantage in this contest of dominance, their bodies tense and their faces ashen. In that moment, both men were filled with astonishment, simultaneously harboring the same thought. 2 centuries had elapsed, and this man had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a great king. This situation was bound to be troublesome. "Have Qin Mo come to see me," Fang Jingtian spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan instinctively opened her mouth to retort that the deputy director was currently investigating crucial leads and had no time to attend to him. Yet, to her shock, she found herself utterly unable to utter a word, her fingers paralyzed, her entire being seemingly frozen in place. In that instant, Li Yuan was engulfed by an overwhelming dread, feeling as though she were teetering on the edge of an abyss, where death loomed at any moment. Such was the terror of a great king. When a great king emerged, who could stand against him? The situation in the room took a turn for the worse, and the security bureau found itself in a perilous predicament. A faint smirk of derision crept onto Fang Jingtian's lips. However, in the next moment his smile abruptly stiffened, and he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the ancient castle. There, illuminated by the light, stood a figure that had appeared unannounced, Qin Mo. Indeed, the Grand Elder wields quite the formidable presence, Qin Mo remarked with a smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely to the sofa, entirely unfazed by the suffocating pressure that loomed over them like a mountain. Observing this, Fang Jingtian's brows furrowed deeply, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Qin Mo's apparent immunity to the overwhelming aura was a testament to his terrifying talent and remarkable strength. If this young man were not eliminated, the Fang family of Yan'an would surely face annihilation. Fang Jingtian lamented the untimeliness of the moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have allied with the other 2 great families, willing to pay any price to eliminate Qin Mo. The murderous intent within him nearly spilled forth from his very gaze. Qin Mo, keenly aware of the tension, remained unperturbed, a carefree smile gracing his lips as he continued. "Is it truly necessary for the Grand Elder to be so discerning over a mere meal? If the late Duke of Fang had mishandled family affairs, would he not have been subject to scolding if he failed to meet the Grand Elder's expectations? Yet, I have heard that the Grand Elder is of excellent repute, a most amiable person. During Duke Fang's tenure as the head of the Fang family, you two have never once experienced any discord. How curious this situation is. I wonder what could possibly be the matter." Qin Mo feigned an expression of bewilderment as he snapped his fingers. Snap! With the snap of his fingers, it was as if a sharp sword descended from the heavens, cleaving the mountains. The terrifying pressure that had pervaded the living room shattered instantly, and everyone felt a sudden release, instinctively gasping for breath. Observing this, Fang Jingtian's brows furrowed even tighter, his eyes narrowing slightly. Qin Mo's displayed power exceeded his expectations by a third. It seemed he was not merely at the 5th level of the Heavenly King, but had likely brushed against a threshold and traversed a considerable distance within it. In simpler terms, this fellow's ascension to the great Heavenly King was merely a matter of time, and it could very well occur within the next 10 days to half a month. This was certainly not auspicious news for the Fang family. As Fang Jingtian pondered in silence, Li Tiangang, who followed Qin Mo, chuckled and interjected with a sarcastic tone. "Isn't it obvious? Since it hasn't been revealed before others, it must be concealed within, waiting for the opportune moment to erupt spectacularly." "Oh!" Qin Mo's eyes brightened at this. He turned to Li Mo beside him and stated earnestly, "I believe the primary suspect is unlikely to be Fang Changhai. His motive for the crime is insufficient, and his own strength is lacking, making it difficult for him to commit murder in a locked room. The Great Elder, on the other hand, seems to fit the profile better. We should interrogate him first." "Qin Mo, do not overstep your bounds." Before Li Mo could respond, Fang Jingtian could no longer remain seated, exclaiming furiously. He fixed a steely gaze on Qin Mo, his fingers slowly clenching into fists as he continued, "Slander and framing me will yield no results. You would do well to abandon such thoughts. His Majesty assigned you to investigate, not to settle personal grievances. Moreover, consider carefully who should be investigated and who should not. Do not fall into the traps set by others. Unfazed, Qin Mo turned his attention to Li Yuan on the other side, pointing out, "Make sure to note down what the great elder just said and highlight it in bold red. It is crucial testimony." Fang Jingtian, for a moment, felt his rage boiling, wishing he could tear Qin Mo apart on the spot. Yet, he was still possessed of some rationality. Noticing that Fang Jingtian had ceased to speak, Qin Mo did not press further. He stepped forward, took 2 boxes of meals, handed one to Li Tiangang casually, and then looked at Fang Jingtian with a smile, saying, "If you're not hungry, then you must not eat. Since the great elder is not partaking, we cannot waste food. I shall eat this on his behalf." With that, he turned and sauntered towards the ancient castle, moving leisurely. All eyes in the room were fixed on Qin Mo, as if to bid him farewell from their sight. Halfway through his departure, he suddenly halted, not looking back, and declared, "By the way, during these days of investigation, there is no need to prepare meals for the great elder." As his words settled, he continued on, and this time, Qin Mo truly vanished from everyone's sight, including that of the great elder, Fang Jingtian. The grand elder's gaze now bore an ominous intensity, as if he were poised to consume his soul. He clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh and slowly closing his eyes. Alas, they could only await news from the ancestor. Fang Jingtian mused, trapped within the ancient castle by Qin Mo, rendered powerless and reliant on the ancestor. The ancestor's capabilities need not be elaborated upon. If she so wished, she could resolve the matter in an instant. Yet, she appeared to harbor other plans, displaying no urgency, which left the disciples in a dire predicament. Who could possibly command the ancestor? Let us not forget, the Fang clan's ancestor is notoriously cold and unyielding. Thus, this state of confinement persisted for 2 days. The capital's public opinion had descended into chaos, with an overwhelming flood of rumors surrounding the Fang estate, almost ceaseless in their circulation. The populace was rife with anxiety, hoping that Qin Mo would once again unearth the lurking assassin and restore clarity to the capital. However, those entrenched in the upper echelons of society were acutely aware that this situation was far from simple to resolve. Furthermore, the current reports suggested that the Qingyangli clan had no intention of apprehending the true culprit. Qin Mo had even confined the grand elder of the Yannan Fang clan within the estate. What could this signify? Were the Li and Fang clans on the brink of an all-out war? Such speculations brewed in the hearts of many, including the Chongping Lu clan and the Far East Lin clan, who found themselves equally bewildered by the Li clan's intentions, sensing a potential for conflict. However, unbeknownst to them, on the afternoon of the 2nd day of the lockdown, at an altitude of 50,000 meters above the Fang estate, amidst a vast and heavy expanse of white clouds, stood a robust man holding a scroll, his face adorned with a smile. Facing a stooped old woman leaning on a cane, her expression impassive, separated by a distance of 2 meters. This proximity precluded any possibility of conflict. The relationship between them seemed far less fraught than outsiders had imagined. "Lier, after 7 centuries apart, I did not expect you to still be pondering over the ancient star path." The old woman spoke first. As her words settled, the second ancestor shifted his gaze from the scroll, casually plucking a cloud to brew tea, and replied with a smile, "Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. I merely glanced at it. Since it has been 700 years, would you care for some tea? Whether to drink tea or not is traditionally a matter of grave significance. For the one brewing the tea is no ordinary man. Yet, the one partaking in the tea is equally extraordinary." The ancestor of the Fang clan, Fang Qinchan, did not hesitate, nodding affirmatively as she spoke. "Since it is you, Lier, personally preparing the tea, how could I refuse?" "What? Are you not afraid I might poison the water this time?" Lier remarked, crafting tea from the clouds, a smile dancing on his lips. Upon hearing these words, Fang Qinchan's expression abruptly shifted, her gaze sharpening significantly, subtly emanating an aura of brilliance. This time, the subtext implied the existence of a previous encounter. Based on Fang Qinchan's earlier remarks, it had been a full 7 centuries since the two had last met, indicating that the events of their previous confrontation were exceedingly ancient, buried deep within the annals of history. The poisoning orchestrated by the Li clan's ancestor against the Fang clan's progenitor was no trivial matter. Fang Qinchan paused momentarily before articulating, What manner of person is you? Lier, I discerned your true nature clearly 700 years ago. Thus, I harbor no fear. Even after 3 months of absence, one's temperament can undergo significant transformation. What might you have become after 7 centuries? Lier replied, Yet, while others may change, you, Lier, remain unchanged. Moreover, we now share a common adversary, and thus should be allies. If we engage in internal strife now, would it not play directly into the hands of the royal family? As her words settled, a cup of freshly brewed tea was prepared, which Lier gently pushed forward. The ethereal tea, crafted from clouds, drifted gracefully towards Fang Qinchan, landing precisely at her cane's forefront. With her eyes lowered, she cast a brief glance before raising her hand to accept it and drinking it in one go. She continued, 7 centuries ago, Lita single-handedly contended against half of the great Qin, epitomizing the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm, who among the populace did not fear him. Alas, following that incident, Lita succumbed to madness. We were compelled to intervene and suppress him, yet suffered grave losses ourselves, severely damaging our vitality. The sovereign summoned the 4 great families, excluding the Li, into the palace for clandestine discussions, intending to take advantage of his weakened state to extinguish him, with the ulterior motive of annihilating the entire Qingyangli clan. At that time, the sovereign promised that we, the 4 families, could jointly divide the Li's territories. However, we were acutely aware of the adage, a cunning rabbit dies while its hound is cooked. The death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Thus, after much deliberation, we chose not to speak hastily. Yet who could have anticipated that just after leaving the imperial capital on our way back to our respective jurisdictions, we would lose half our lives over a cup of tea? This monumental event, never recorded in the annals of history, was recounted by Fang Qinchan today in an extraordinarily tranquil tone. Upon hearing this, Lier smiled faintly and responded, The poison in that tea was administered by the emperor. It was not the doing of the Li clan. We shall not bear this unjust blame. Indeed, while the emperor sought to frame the Li clan, after a century of discreet investigation, I ultimately determined that the perpetrator behind the poisoning was someone from the royal family's restricted domain. Although I do not know the specific identity, having a general idea is crucial information. Fang Qinchan nodded, stating, The 5 great families are all astute individuals. Thus, despite the royal family's efforts at concealment, they could not escape the keen eyes of the families. The true aim of the royal family has long been transparent, the consolidation of power. Nothing more. The 5 families possess substantial influence and, covertly, formidable private armies, rendering their collective strength far from negligible. However, this was not a fortuitous circumstance for the Great Qin. Thus, in a year marked by 7 centuries, the emperor of that generation orchestrated a clandestine operation to ensure a lasting legacy for future descendants. Their ambition was to transform the 5 prominent families into mere appendages of the imperial lineage, rather than anything else. As for the outcome, it is needless to speculate. One need only observe the present to discern the truth. The imperial family did not succeed. 7 centuries have elapsed, and the imperial capital remains as it has always been, while the 5 families continue to exist as they always have. Should our 2 families fail to unite this time, we may very well allow that Qin's sovereign to prevail. In terms of gains and losses, the imperial family is not to be trifled with. Fang Qinchan continued, her tone imbued with a subtle gravity. It was evident that she sought to rally her ally, aiming to confront the one within the palace. Lier, however, remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the matter. He merely smiled and remarked, I have heard that those ancient relics beneath the earth still linger, truly possessing remarkable longevity. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinchan's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to one of intensity. Being a person of considerable experience, she discerned Lier's underlying message. She understood that he was broaching the subject of terms. If an agreement could be reached, then progress could ensue. Yet, the Fang family appeared to have no choice but to acquiesce to these terms. After a brief contemplation, Fang Qinchan spoke slowly. 7 centuries ago, in the effort to confine Lida beneath the Great Qin's prison, the imperial family collaborated with us to deploy an extraordinary formation. The method to dismantle which remains unknown, a deadlock. Now, after 7 centuries have passed, even if Lida has not been obliterated by the formation, How can you ensure its resolution? You are well aware of the formidable strength of those ancient beings underground. If they were capable of subduing Li De, it is doubtful that we alone could achieve anything of significance. Furthermore, Fang Qinchan suddenly lifted her gaze, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes, and coldly stated, "If we truly succeed in rescuing Li De, what if he remains deranged and unleashes a massacre? Li'er, have you contemplated such consequences?" Each word struck at the essence of the issue like two gleaming swords. In response, Li'er remained composed, taking a sip of cloud tea before smiling and replying. "Regarding the first question, there is no need for concern. I have perused tomes for 7 centuries and have indeed discovered a method to break the formation, with a confidence of 90%. As for the second question, the rescue will not rely solely on the two of us. The Leaf family shall dispatch another peak celestial sovereign. As for the third question, my elder brother has never been mad, nor has he ever succumbed to darkness. Thus, the consequences you speak of are unfounded." Boom! In that instant, the clouds above descended into profound silence. Fang Qinchan's eyes widened, filled with astonishment, momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Regarding Li'er's discovery of the method to dismantle the formation from ancient texts, she was not particularly surprised. What left her in utter shock were the subsequent 2 revelations. The Qingyangli clan was to dispatch yet another pinnacle of the great heavenly kings. Such news was nothing short of astonishing. It must be understood that the great heavenly kings referred to by Li'er were not merely commonplace individuals, but rather true ancestral figures of formidable stature. This implied that they were on par with her in terms of capability. Among the 5 esteemed families of a millennium, only 5 individuals currently possessed such a level of power. 7 centuries ago, there were 6, with the Qingyangli clan monopolizing 2 of them, rendering them the most potent force of the age, only slightly inferior to the royal family. Now, 700 years later, it was presumed that Li De had been suppressed, leading to the belief that the Qingyangli clan would dwindle into obscurity. Yet, who could have anticipated that another figure still remained, and one who had done so in silence? This indicated that the Li clan was, in fact, the most formidable among the 5 great families. Fang Qinchan found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Furthermore, Li'er claimed that Li De had never succumbed to madness, which added an air of mystery to the situation. If his words held any truth, what had the circumstances been 7 centuries prior? What dark and blood-soaked night had truly orchestrated the events behind the scenes? The secrets concealed within this enigma and the shrouded fog surrounding it sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to tremble slightly. Noticing her temporary silence, Li'er did not press her. After a moment that felt like an eternity, he chuckled softly, not even glancing at Fang Qinchan, and stated nonchalantly, "The choice of whether to act or not lies entirely with you." Upon hearing this, Fang Qinchan shuddered slightly, her mind returning to focus. She fixed her gaze intently on Li'er, her eyes flickering with indecision, clearly engaged in a tortuous internal struggle. Should she decide to act, it would be tantamount to a complete rebellion. Conversely, if she chose an action, the Qingyangli clan would undoubtedly strike against the Fang family first, with the other 3 major clans eagerly seizing the opportunity to join in, thereby obliterating the Fang family entirely. The Fang clan had already paid the price of 9 heavenly kings for their assassination attempt on Qin Mo, thus diminishing their strength. Should the royal family intervene, the Yan'an Fang clan might cease to exist. A tremor coursed through Fang Qinchan's heart, leaving her throat feeling parched and bitter. She turned to Li'er and finally posed a question. "Did your Qingyangli clan have a hand in the death of my family's previous head, Fang Xiang?" It was evident that she now harbored some doubts, suspecting that all of this might be a ploy orchestrated by the Fang family itself. This notion had taken root the moment she learned that the Fang family possessed 2 great heavenly kings. Fang Qinchan's icy gaze remained fixed on Li'er, her focus razor-sharp as she endeavored to capture every subtle shift in his expression. However, Li'er remained unperturbed. Gradually, the smile faded from his lips, his countenance growing solemn as he raised his right hand with gravity and declared, "I, Li'er, swear by the name of my ancestors that the death of Fang Xiang bears no relation whatsoever to anyone within the Qingyangli clan. Should I violate this oath, may the lineage of the Qingyangli clan be severed, and may our fortune dissipate entirely, leaving not a trace. Thunder rumbled ominously beneath the bright sky. It seems to reflect the solemnity of this vow, as well as the sincerity of Li Er's heart. Witnessing this, Fang Qingchan's earlier doubts vanished without a trace, leaving no room for skepticism in her heart. The names of ancestors and the severance of family lineage may be bearable for ordinary individuals, but for those hailing from ancient clans, it constitutes the most malevolent of oaths. Since Li Er dares to make such a vow, it appears to indeed be orchestrated by the royal faction, rather than a scheme devised by the Li family. Fang Qingchan nodded and slowly inquired, "When do you plan to take action?" This question effectively signified her acceptance of the earlier terms. She would assist Li Er in rescuing Li De, while the Qingyang Li family would temporarily form a fragile alliance with the Yannan Fang family to jointly confront the royal authority. Li Er lowered his right hand, clasped his hands behind his back, and replied with a calm demeanor, "There is no rush. At least 3 to 5 months are needed. When I require your assistance, I shall notify you. In that case, please instruct to lift the blockade on the estate," Fang Qingchan suggested. For Li Er, this was undoubtedly a trivial matter. However, contrary to expectation, Li Er did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "Fang Qingchan, you wouldn't wish for the royal family to become aware of our 2 great clans' plans, would you? If the blockade is lifted now, wouldn't it be tantamount to delivering ourselves to them? We must follow through with the necessary formalities and maintain appearances." Fang Qingchan pondered for a moment and then gently nodded, seemingly in agreement with his reasoning, and chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, it was merely a confinement. No lives would be lost, and it was not a grave issue. For the future of the family, some sacrifices made by the younger generation were indeed warranted, she thought to herself. With that, she swiftly vanished from sight. Only Li Er remained amidst the clouds, a faint smile reappearing on his lips, growing increasingly vivid. "Apologies, but Qin Mo is certainly not one of our Qingyang Li family," Li Er mused inwardly. Meanwhile, within the Fang family estate, directly beneath the clouds, the dim yellow glow of the setting sun illuminated Qin Mo. Familiar warmth surged within his chest, prompting a slight smile to grace his lips. As his pupils shimmered, he shifted his gaze to the ethereal realm before him and quietly activated the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 52, freely distributable. Beholding the record-high energy points, Qin Mo's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he opted for an equitable distribution across all attributes, ensuring comprehensive development. The immense warmth swiftly permeated every corner of his being, infusing his cellular structure with the sun's fervent energy. During the past 2 days of the estate's blockade, Qin Mo had scarcely neglected the enhancement of his own strength. So far, both speed and defense have been remarkably enhanced, doubling their previous capabilities. As the warmth of the day dissipated, Qin Mo slowly clenched his fist and then gradually opened it, a surge of immense power flooding his senses, filling him with newfound confidence. Indeed, the attribute of strength has been further reinforced today, making Qin Mo's offensive capabilities increasingly formidable. He quietly pondered within himself, curious about how he now measured against the first-tier great kings. The desire to test the extent of his newly amplified power surged within him. However, the great kings are exceedingly rare, with only a handful scattered throughout the vast Qin Empire. It is not something one can simply encounter. Nevertheless, a sudden glimmer of realization sparked in Qin Mo's eyes, accompanied by a peculiar smile. "Ah, it seems there is indeed one available. The esteemed elder of the Yannan Fang clan, Fang Jingtian, is nothing short of a ready-made great king, isn't he? Such an opportunity to engage with a target handed to him on a silver platter should not be squandered. After all, the Yannan Fang clan has become his sworn enemy. Once the investigation concludes, Fang Jingtian would likely seek to confront him. Rather than waiting for him to create trouble or resort to underhanded tactics, it would be far better to eliminate this foe preemptively." Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, nodding subtly to himself, sensing the vast potential for action. As the saying goes, if one has the chance to strike, one should. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Time waits for no one. He mused softly before turning and striding purposefully toward the ancient castle. Chapter 178. The perplexed Fang Jingtian. The nights in the imperial capital always arrive abruptly, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound stillness. When the clock on the wall struck 10, The third day of confinement came to a close. Those from the Fong clan, forcibly marked as suspects by Qin Mo, were no longer required to remain in the parlor, but could return to their own bedrooms to rest. Of course, even in sleep, they remained under constant surveillance, their every move exposed to the watchful gaze of the cameras. However, for a great king like Fong Jingtian, such monitoring was of little consequence. Yet, the mere presence of cameras directed at him was a source of great humiliation. No seasoned great king could endure such indignity, unless he harbored a penchant for self-deprecation, which unfortunately he did not. Yet he was cautious. At that moment, within his solitary third-floor chamber, Fong Jingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, his cold gaze fixed ahead, his brow furrowed with a hint of worry. His eyes swiftly scanned the room, noting the 8 cameras positioned around him, all aimed directly at him, deepening the furrow in his brow and darkening his expression. 3 days had passed. What exactly was the ancestor up to? Fong Jingtian mused within himself. If there were indeed an elder involved in the diplomatic negotiations, the blockade should have been lifted long ago. Yet here we are, with no morsel of news filtering in from the outside. This situation is exceedingly irrational. It would not be an exaggeration to label it as abnormal. Could it be that the elder has encountered difficulties? That seems implausible, given her status, power, and realm. How could she possibly be hindered by such a trivial matter? Surely, it should be a simple matter for her to utter a few words. Fong Jingtian found himself in a state of confusion. His mind was a tumult of complex thoughts. Despite having ascended to the rank of great heavenly king for some time, he felt a restless agitation, as though some ominous event loomed near. Observing his demeanor, Li Yuan, positioned behind the surveillance camera, gradually curled her lips into a faint, cold smile. The temporary monitoring room requisitioned by the Security Bureau was located within the ancient castle, originally intended to be overseen by 3 professionals dispatched from the intelligence department. Yet now it was merely Li Yuan alone in attendance. One could only wonder if her keen gaze could adequately monitor the situation, or if she had no intention of watching the surveillance at all. She remained fixed on the screen for approximately 10 minutes until a sudden phone call jolted her into action. Li Yuan took a few steps forward, located the button to temporarily shut off the cameras, and without hesitation, pressed it. The numerous screens before her sequentially faded to black, leaving the Fong family unmonitored. After completing this task, Li Yuan casually pulled out a chair, seated herself, and lifted a cup of instant coffee to her lips, savoring a small sip. The smile that graced her lips grew ever more pronounced. Meanwhile, at that very moment, just as all the cameras extinguished, Qin Mo nonchalantly pushed open the door to Fong Jingtian's bedroom and stepped inside, perfectly timing his entrance to achieve maximum effect. The door swung open without warning, causing Fong Jingtian to abruptly open his eyes and glance over. Upon recognizing Qin Mo as his visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Why would he come here uninvited? There must be some ulterior motive. I should remain vigilant, Fong Jingtian mused inwardly. In stark contrast, Qin Mo wore an innocuous smile upon his face. As he turned to close the door behind him, he spoke first. I imagine the great elder has endured considerable hardship these past days. I, Qin Mo, have come this evening to express my apologies. Huh? What wrong could the esteemed duke within the walls have committed? Let us forego the apologies. I am merely an ordinary citizen of the Qin, unworthy of such treatment. Fong Jingtian replied, maintaining a facade of calm, though the caution that had initially flickered in his eyes had now crystallized into a palpable tension. The weasel paying respects to the chicken boded ill. In recent days, this man had displayed an overbearing and arrogant demeanor, and tonight, his unexpected apology could only signal trouble. He pondered deeply within, his expression already marked by a profound conviction. Yet, despite his vigilance, Fong Jingtian did not overly concern himself. As the saying goes, skill breeds courage. He was one of the few great kings, possessing absolute confidence in his current prowess. Indeed, Qin Mo's talent could easily outshine him by considerable margin. But such innate ability required time to transform into tangible combat power. In comparison to the present Qin Mo, his age stood as his sole advantage. Sometimes, longevity itself is the hallmark of a victor. With this thought, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile flickered in the depths of Fong Jingtian's eyes. Lord Guanyiho, if there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. The night is deepening, and I find myself weary. he remarked with a hint of dismissal. However, Qin Mo seemed oblivious to the underlying implication, continuing to beam as he said, "Elder, if you wish for me to be forthright, then I shall not beat around the bush. I have come alone to discuss how the Fong family might counter the imperial family." A significant smile suddenly graced his face at the mention of the imperial family, causing Fong Jingtian to raise an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening and his demeanor growing notably serious. "What does Lord Guanyu mean by that?" he inquired, maintaining an impassive facade. In response, Qin Mo elaborated, "It is quite literal. I will not conceal from you, Elder. I have thoroughly investigated the cause of Duke Fong's demise over the past 3 days, and it was indeed orchestrated by someone within the imperial family." Gasp! Fong Jingtian momentarily froze, his heart reeling in shock, as if a tempest had erupted within. How could this be discerned? It is worth noting that before the Security Bureau's arrival, they had already dealt with the body, erasing certain traces. Some matters cannot be brought to light. For instance, regarding Fong Xiang, although the Fong family was well aware, it could not be publicly acknowledged unless there was irrefutable evidence, and the situation had escalated to the point of open rebellion. Thus, theoretically, Qin Mo should have had no chance of uncovering any clues, let alone identifying the imperial family as the hidden hand behind it. How on earth had he accomplished this? Fong Jingtian found himself bewildered, utterly astonished. Yet, if Qin Mo had indeed come for this matter, it was somewhat understandable. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is an eternal truth. The wariness in Fong Jingtian's heart quietly diminished by a third. How did you come to know of this? He directly voiced his internal curiosity. Observing this, Qin Mo refrained from providing an immediate answer, instead spreading his hands and smiling. "What? Elder, are you not going to invite me for a cup of tea?" Is this the extent of the Fong family's sincerity and attitude? As his words settled, the room fell into a brief silence. Subsequently, Fong Jingtian rose and approached the table, lifting the pot of clear tea to pour 2 small cups. "Lord Guanyu, please, I apologize for my earlier lack of hospitality and hope you can overlook past grievances." "Ha ha, well said." Qin Mo sauntered to the opposite side of the table, seating himself with a swagger, and gazed at Fong Jingtian with a grin. His eyes flitted between Fong's left chest and his own right hand several times, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Once again, the chamber fell into a brief silence. Fong Jingtian furrowed his brow, interjecting, "Might I inquire if your presence here tonight is of your own volition or that of the Li clan?" The elder's words were indeed amusing. Without the approval of the Li family, how could I engage in such a significant discussion? Qin Mo replied with a smile, raising the teacup before him as if to sip. Fong Jingtian nodded slightly, feeling a fraction of his caution dissipate, while his mind began to churn with strategies to steer the conversation to his advantage. Simultaneously, he lifted his own cup, acknowledging Qin Mo, and was about to take a delicate sip. At that moment, Qin Mo's pupils quivered, every fiber of his being awakened from slumber, bestowing upon him an unparalleled surge of strength. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an utterly ordinary individual into a formidable beast of land. A dangerous aura began to permeate the room. Fong Jingtian sensed something amiss, yet he could not discern its source. His contemplation required time. However, Qin Mo needed none. In the scantest of moments, a fist shot forth with lightning speed, aimed directly at Fong Jingtian's heart. A dull thud resonated as the impact landed. Fong Jingtian was struck severely. All his defenses crumbled under Qin Mo's overwhelming might, reducing his internal organs to mere pulp in an instant. He could not suppress the eruption of blood from his mouth, instinctively summoning his scant genetic strength in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Yet it was too late. Death was now his only escape, and all hope had slipped away. "Oh, the great king is indeed different," Qin Mo remarked, somewhat astonished that Fong Jingtian had withstood a blow without succumbing. Just as the words left his lips, he stepped back slightly, clenched his fist tightly, and launched another ferocious strike at Fong Jingtian. At this juncture, the distance between them was merely an arm's length. Qin Mo's earlier gaze had precisely measured the distance for a lethal blow. In such close quarters, Fong Jingtian had no means of evasion, especially given that Qin Mo was swifter. Another spurt of blood erupted from Fong's mouth. His heart's rhythm had ceased, accurately described as shattered porcelain. Fong Jingtian's vitality began to wane rapidly, his eyes reflecting a tumult of disbelief and a fierce unwillingness to surrender. He was acutely aware that his demise was imminent. In a final desperate attempt, he yearned to take Qin Mo down with him to the underworld, eliminating yet another potent adversary for the Yin family. Regrettably, Qin Mo's right hand firmly pressed against his left chest, immobilizing all his movements. "I should never have allowed you to come within a foot of me." Fang Jingtian uttered his final words, his eyes filled with profound regret. He was unaware of when Qin Mo had silently ascended to the rank of a great king. But it certainly had not been long. Had he been on guard from the outset and utilized the second-tier Holy Spirit manifestation, it might not have been his demise today. A glimmer of such hope still lingered in Fang Jingtian's heart. However, Qin Mo's subsequent words ruthlessly shattered all remnants of his confidence. To be frank, if it weren't for the desire to keep things quiet, I wouldn't have wasted my breath with you, pretending to play along for so long. Yet, the Grand Elder is truly disappointing. Had I known your strength was so feeble, I would have acted sooner. In your next life, remember to be a good person, speak your mind, and don't waste others' time. With a soft sigh, Qin Mo shook his head and withdrew his right arm, draining the cup of tea in one gulp before rising and turning to leave. The bedroom door creaked open and then shut quietly behind him. As if nothing had transpired, Qin Mo strolled away, whistling leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the designated resting quarters. It was late, precisely 10:10. Li Yuan, timing it perfectly, followed Qin Mo's earlier instructions and reopened the surveillance cameras. Everything appeared identical to the previous 2 days, save for the 8 different angles of footage in the center. In the images, Fang Jingtian lay with his head on the table, as if he had drunkenly fallen asleep, with only a drop of crimson on his chest. Unremarkable at first glance. A first-tier great king had thus met his silent and utterly suffocating end. 2 minutes later, Qin Mo, bare-chested, stood by the window, gazing into the profound darkness at the horizon, a rich smile gracing his features. Such is the terror of a doubled enhancement. The levels crossed become increasingly significant in the later stages. I must now be comparable to the peak of a first-tier great king. The cool breeze brushed against his face as Qin Mo murmured softly. He felt satisfied with his current strength. If things continued this way, within a month, he was confident he could stand shoulder to shoulder with an ordinary peak great king. Within 2 months, he would be capable of ascending to the pinnacle of combat power in this realm. The thought deepened the smile on his face. Subsequently, Qin Mo turned towards the bed, preparing to sleep. It was getting late, indeed time for rest. However, just as he moved, his body suddenly halted, brow furrowed, a soft gasp escaping his lips. Qin Mo gazed at a shadowy area outside the castle under the night sky, his eyes flickering as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, he silently unleashed a holographic vision combined with mental perception, instantly enveloping the entire Fang Manor. A three-dimensional model rapidly took shape in his mind, revealing the ancient castle where Qin Mo resided as a blank space, while everything else was displayed with remarkable clarity. He swiftly pinpointed the shadowy area, noticing a conspicuous red dot steadily advancing toward the castle at a leisurely pace. An intruder? How intriguing. Qin Mo slowly narrowed his eyes, a plan suddenly materializing in his mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Oh, esteemed elder, do not say I do not care for you. Rest well. For tonight, I shall avenge you." With his words lingering in the air, Qin Mo turned and donned his outer garment. Almost immediately, he vanished from the room, like a specter of the night. Chapter 179. Your heart is truly dark. Wu Heng had never envisioned that he would one day find himself burrowing through a tunnel. A dignified king reduced to the status of a sewer rat was indeed a breach of decorum and a loss of dignity. Yet, to fulfill the mission assigned to him, he had no choice but to proceed. Just a mere Qin Mo, and yet I must go to such lengths. One wonders what the prince is truly thinking. Wu Heng mused, shaking his head in resignation. With his thoughts collected, he lifted his gaze toward the narrow, dimly lit passage ahead and stepped forward. This passage lay 20 meters beneath the earth, entering from an undisclosed location in Lingyun district, leading directly to the depths of the Fang Manor. Only a select few elders of the royal family were aware of its existence, a relic from a millennium ago that constituted one of the royal family's well-guarded secrets. Even the members of the 5 great families remained oblivious to it. Wu Hong estimated the distance he had traversed, silently calculating, roughly 30 more steps. His pace slowed further, striving to make no sound that might alert those within the castle. He harbored no concerns about anyone else. His sole apprehension lay with Fong Jingtian, the esteemed elder who had recently traveled from the Fong ancestral home to the imperial capital. Fong Jingtian, possessing a comparable realm of power, was merely a fraction weaker than he. Should he be discovered, entanglement would be inevitable. Wu Hong sought to avoid such entanglements, for his task required leaving a living witness, which implied that after abducting Qin Mo, he would have to traverse the passage once more. It was best if everything concluded in utter silence. As he pondered this, Wu Hong arrived at a corner, halting his advance. He raised his head, squinting slightly at the ceiling above. Suddenly, the underground passage grew oppressively warm, as the air became saturated with the volatile fire elements. In an instant, a flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the surroundings and revealing Wu Hong's unremarkable face. The flame rapidly expanded, quickly reaching the size of a human head, and then it suspended itself in mid-air, landing upon the earth above him. The scorching heat rapidly softened the tightly packed earth and stone, causing it to crumble and gradually carve out a passageway just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Wu Hong stepped into the opening, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sovereign amidst the flames. The 20-meter distance was traversed in mere seconds. The flames soon vanished, and he found himself at the end of the passage, the overhead debris barely 30 centimeters away, easily displaceable with a gentle push. At this juncture, the true purpose of his journey commenced. Wu Hong's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand, unleashing a faint glow that illuminated the space, revealing a bed frame. So, the exit was beneath the bed, he mused silently. Simultaneously, a voice abruptly echoed in his ears. So, the exit is beneath the bed. Huh? What? Wu Hong's brow furrowed sharply, his calm demeanor morphing into one of steely resolve as he swiftly turned toward the source of the voice. The sight that greeted him was jarring. To his left, a head appeared, its face inverted, as if someone were lying on the bed, peering down at him. The scene was profoundly unsettling, but what truly unnerved Wu Hong was the recognition of that face. It was none other than Qin Mo. Hiss! What on earth was he doing here? Wu Hong was momentarily stunned, never anticipating that his target would present itself so readily, eliminating the need for a search. He was equally unprepared for the bizarre nature of their first encounter. While Wu Hong was engulfed in astonishment, Qin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. So you are the ruthless murderer of Yin Nanfang's esteemed elder, Fong Jingtian. At last, I have found you, he declared. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. What was happening? Fong Jingtian had been killed? And by him? When did this occur? Wu Hong was utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. In contrast, Qin Mo appeared unfazed. Following his proclamation, two tiny red dots materialized in his pupils, rapidly expanding with an unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo's eyes transformed into a crimson hue. This is bad. A profound sense of danger surged forth, prompting an instinctive reaction from Wu Hong, who instinctively recoiled his head toward the opening. Hiss! Hiss! Two searing rays of energy whizzed past his scalp, singeing dozens of strands of hair and scorching a small patch of skin. Wu Hong was astounded, never expecting that their first encounter would result in bloodshed, his own blood. No less. Damn it. Isn't he a fifth stage heavenly king? How does he possess such formidable power? The prince has deceived me. Wu Hong cursed vehemently. Simultaneously, a dense and fierce conflagration swiftly enveloped his entire being, and the elemental spirit was instantly unleashed. The world, initially shrouded in darkness, was as deep as ink. Yet, suddenly, this inky night began to stir, and countless crimson ribbons emerged, intertwining and transforming into a towering giant of flames. In an instant, the giant vanished, and the night returned to its serene state, as if it had all been a mere illusion. The guards at the Leaf family estate, still awake, rubbed their eyes in confusion and murmured, was that merely a trick of the light? Their feeble strength left them ignorant of the celestial phenomenon that had just transpired. However, the few heavenly kings were acutely aware of its significance. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang from their positions, rushing towards the source of the genetic power fluctuation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mo stood calmly, casting a leisurely glance at the spectacle outside, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor, raised his fist, and struck the ground with a resounding roar. Audacious rebel! How dare you commit such brazen acts of violence? With a thunderous impact, his punch sent the ancient castle into a violent tremor, fissures forming in the earth, and several rooms collapsing. If Qin Mo had unleashed his full strength, the entire imperial capital would have been laid to waste. Thus, he restrained his power with utmost precision. Nevertheless, even this controlled blow caused Wu Hong, who was traversing underground, to flicker and falter, his energy waning. It was evident that escaping unscathed was no longer an option. Qin Mo's thunderous shout echoed throughout the estate, especially since the underground passage had been obliterated by his punch. In Wu Heng's mind, a flurry of thoughts raced by, and without hesitation, he ascended. His elemental spirit suddenly fragmented, transforming into dozens of fiery orbs that surged from all directions to besiege Qin Mo. Furthermore, the fire elements in the air ignited once more. A giant of flames, towering over several dozen feet, materialized once again, this time brandishing an array of fiery weapons, each radiating an aura of immense power. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding events, and murmured, "Is this the unique ability of the great heavenly king? The dual transformation?" He was not a Qin awakener, and thus, he was unaware of the full extent of its powers. Yet, he was eager to test the waters and discern just how formidable it could be. As the celestial phenomenon flickered and faded, the fiery orbs conjured by Wu Hong morphed into various weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, all moving with astonishing speed. In the next moment, a series of sharp sounds erupted. All the weapons struck Qin Mo, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Wu Hong understood that he might not be able to instantly vanquish Qin Mo, thus he merely hoped to inflict some harm. Especially when he discovered that Qin Mo did not even unleash the Holy Spirit's manifestation. He suddenly felt that his opportunity had arrived, and this strike might very well inflict severe injury. But who could have anticipated that? Far from being wounded, he wouldn't even graze the surface of his skin. It was as if he possessed a hide of bronze and iron, impervious to water and fire, and invulnerable to blades and spears. Wu Hong was utterly astonished. Within mere seconds, his emotions oscillated wildly, akin to riding a roller coaster, swinging back and forth. At that moment, he felt a sense of numbness. How could he fight now? It was utterly hopeless. Wu Hong was filled with helplessness, on the verge of tears without any to shed. One must say, if your capabilities were truly so meager, then was this infiltration merely a death wish? Did your master harbor a grudge against you? Qin Mo, with a smile upon his lips, still had the strength to mock him, shattering his resolve. As Wu Hong listened to these words, he silently nodded in agreement. He genuinely believed that perhaps his recent actions had displeased the prince, leading to his assignment of such a perilous task. However, despite his agreement, surrendering to fate was out of the question. Flames erupted fiercely, instantly engulfing the area for dozens of meters, as he attempted to unleash his own powers. Unfortunately, Qin Mo offered him no further chance. Time was running out, the show for the Fong family had been put on, and the next step was to eliminate Wu Hong and complete the final part of the plan. Thus, he slowly exhaled a breath of frigid air, which spread around him, weakening Wu Heng's elemental spirit and forcing him to retreat from his second form. How could this be possible? What type of awakener are you? Wu Heng's astonished voice emerged from the flames. In response, Qin Mo smiled faintly and replied, "You shall find out when you reach the underworld. The Grand Elder will enlighten you." With that, he suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Wu Hong, raising his right arm to deliver a punch. This time, Qin Mo held nothing back. An overwhelming surge of superlative power cascaded onto Wu Hong. A chilling scream echoed in the night sky, blood spraying into the air. A striking sight. The flames that had surrounded Wu Hong gradually dissipated, revealing his true form, his bare chest marked with grotesque protrusions, his face etched with disbelief. He fared worse than Fong Jingtian, not even leaving behind a final word before his demise. Bang! Wu Heng's towering body collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto the uneven ground, producing a dull thud. Beneath the night sky, only Qin Mo remained standing. He was the ultimate victor. Qin Mo lowered his gaze slightly, observing the lifeless body with an expression of indifference. At that moment, several figures descended beside him, the members of the Li family South Royal Court, who had arrived fashionably late. Witnessing the scene before them, the few were momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. One of them could not help but inquire, "Lord Guan, what has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo casually waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a trifling matter. Not long ago, a brazen thief attempted to infiltrate the ancient castle under the cover of night for an assassination. The assailant was fierce and ruthlessly murdered Elder Fong Jingtian of the Fong clan, subsequently preparing to escape through a prearranged underground passage. However, I happened upon him by chance, which led to a fierce battle, and I had no choice but to slay him." A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, who exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a shared disbelief. While Qin Mo spoke with a casual demeanor, they were acutely aware of the peril involved. It is imperative to acknowledge that both Fong Jingtian and the individual before them were formidable kings in their own right. From the onset of the conflict to its conclusion, not even a minute had elapsed. Though duels between experts often result in swift resolutions, this was astonishingly rapid. What manner of strength did Qin Mo possess? When had he ascended to the rank of a king? And how had he acquired such terrifying prowess to slay adversaries of equal standing? Did he not encounter any obstacles in his advancement? The crowd was astounded, their mouths dry and a bitter taste lingering in their throats, prompting involuntary swallows. A 23-year-old king. Such a feat truly defied the annals of history. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, lingering heavily in the air. Ultimately, it was Qin Mo who first shattered the silence, shaking his head in lamentation. "Regrettably, my strength is limited, and I allowed 2 thieves to escape. I fear I shall not be able to pursue them now." The others rolled their eyes in unison, inwardly berating him, wishing they could deliver a punch to this ostentatious rogue on the spot. Little did they realize, Qin Mo was merely putting on an act. If he did not fabricate the semblance of multiple assailants, it would be difficult to explain how Fong Jingtian had met his end so silently. One must understand that Wu Heng's abilities were comparable to his own. An encounter between them would undoubtedly result in a fierce struggle, rendering the notion implausible. Not long after Qin Mo's statement, the security personnel arrived, albeit belatedly. He promptly issued commands. Teams 3 and 4 are responsible for clearing the underground passage. I am eager to discover where this secret route leads. Teams 7, 9, and 10 focus on cleaning the scene and expedite the process of restoring order here. Then, turning to the assembled kings, he spoke, "Gentlemen, this corpse is a crucial piece of evidence and must not be compromised." Understanding his intent, they responded in unison, "Rest assured, Lord Guan, we shall oversee it diligently." "Then I entrust this matter to you," Qin Mo replied with a smile, before soaring away from the scene. Observing the busy individual from a distance, the figure of Erzu gradually materialized beside him. "To be honest, I initially believed you to be an honest man, yet I did not foresee your heart being so dark. With tonight's upheaval, it seems the enmity between the Fong clan and the royal family has become irrevocably entrenched. The elderly woman of the Fong family seems on the brink of madness.